Chapter 1. The Dawn of Departure. In the epoch of the Great Pirate Era, countless pirate ships traversed the vast oceans in pursuit of dreams and riches. Among them sails a vessel known as the Dawn, helmed by a young captain named Aiden. Distinguished by his fiery red hair and an indomitable smile, Aiden stands upon the deck of the Dawn. Gazing toward the eastern horizon, the sea breeze carries the salty tang of the ocean and the essence of freedom, caressing his face. His heart brims with a profound love for the sea and an insatiable yearning for the unknown captain. Where shall we venture for adventure today? A voice calls from behind. It is his navigator, a clever and spirited girl named Lena. Aiden turns, responding with a smile. Lena, today we shall explore the Forgotten Isle, rumored to harbor the treasures of ancient pirates. Lena's eyes gleam with excitement as she swiftly returns to the navigation room. Charting a course, the Dawn gently departs from the familiar port, sailing toward uncharted waters. The crew of the Dawn, besides Aiden and Lena, comprises a diverse array of individuals. There is the taciturn swordsman Carl, whose gaze remains sharp and whose sword seems to resonate with his will. Then there is the chef, Molly, who conjures mouth-watering dishes from the simplest of ingredients, of course. There's also the engineer, Tech, who possesses an uncanny ability to repair any mechanical fault in the shortest of time frames. Each crew member carries their own past and dreams, yet they have chosen to follow Aiden, believing that this young captain can lead them to their own treasures. After several days at sea, the Dawn encounters its first challenge. A sudden tempest transforms the sea into a tumultuous expanse, with towering waves relentlessly battering the ship. Aiden grips the helm firmly, directing his crew to confront the crisis. Carl assists Lena in stabilizing the sails. Aiden shouts. Carl swiftly responds, his figure darting across the deck as he aids Lena in adjusting the sail's angle to mitigate the storm's impact on the vessel. Tech, inspect the hull to ensure there are no leaks. Aiden continues to issue commands. Tech promptly dives into the hold, scrutinizing every nook and cranny of the ship. His expertise ensures that the Dawn remains steadfast amidst the storm. After a strenuous struggle, the tempest finally subsides. Though the Dawn bears some damage, it still stands resilient upon the waves. Aiden and his crew exchange knowing smiles, aware that this is merely a minor episode in their adventurous journey on the morrow following the storm. The Dawn finally reaches the legendary Forgotten Isle. The island is shrouded in thick mist, evoking a sense of mystery and peril. Captain, there may be dangers on the island. We must proceed with caution. Lena cautions. Aiden nodded, fully aware that every treasure comes with its own price. He unsheathed the dagger at his waist and led his crew onto the island. The adventures that awaited them were fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet Aiden and his crew possessed unwavering faith and courage. They believed that as long as they stood united, nothing was beyond their reach. As they delved deeper into the island, a secret concerning ancient pirates and their treasures gradually began to unfold, promising to guide them towards an even grander adventure. Just as Aiden and his crew were poised to explore the island further, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Aiden's mind. System initialization complete. Welcome, host. Aiden was taken aback. He glanced around, only to find that the others seemed oblivious to the voice. He realized that this so-called system might exist solely within his consciousness. What are you? Aiden inquired inwardly. I am the pirate system, designed to assist travelers. The host may earn various rewards by completing tasks. The voice responded in a cold, mechanical tone. Aiden's heart raced. Travelers? Could it be that he had traversed into the realm of pirates? Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to disclose this information to his crew, lest it incite unnecessary panic. What was my first task then? Aiden asked the system. Explore Forgotten Island, locate the treasure of the ancient pirates, and ensure the safe return of your crew. Upon completion, you shall receive substantial rewards. The system replied and nodded. This task aligned perfectly with his original plans. He decided to accept the mission and discover what assistance this system could provide him. Under the system's guidance, Aiden led his crew into the heart of the island and navigated through dense jungles and crossed turbulent streams, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a concealed cave. According to the system's instructions, this cave serves as the gateway to the treasure. Aiden informed his crew. Carl unsheathed his sword, cautiously taking the lead. Molly and Tech followed closely behind, while Lena was tasked with recording their route and marking significant landmarks. They entered the cave with utmost care, only to find it riddled with various mechanisms and traps. With the system's assistance, Aiden adeptly evaded one peril after another, guiding his crew towards the treasure's location. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, they were confronted by a massive stone door that barred their passage. Strange symbols adorned the door, resembling an ancient script. System, what do these symbols signify? Aiden silently inquired. These symbols are a warning from ancient pirates to intruders, conveying the message: Only true pirates may pass through here, the system elucidated. After a moment of contemplation, Aiden unsheathed his dagger and gently tapped the hilt against the stone door slowly. The door creaked open, revealing the treasure chamber within. At that moment, a colossal shadow emerged from the treasure room, revealing an ancient guardian creature. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, and its body was encased in formidable scales. "Prepare for battle," Aiden shouted, drawing his dagger in readiness to confront the guardian. A fierce battle ensued. Aiden, endowed with the unique abilities granted by the system, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the guardian. His crew members each displayed their distinctive skills, skillfully maneuvering in combat against the formidable foe. After a grueling confrontation, Aiden finally discovered the guardian's vulnerability and struck with all his might. The guardian let out a mournful howl before collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. Aiden and his crew stood before the pile of treasure. They had successfully vanquished the guardian and uncovered the ancient pirate's hoard. Mission accomplished. The host is rewarded handsomely. The system's voice resonated in Aiden's mind. Aiden smiled, aware that this was merely the beginning of his adventurous journey. With the treasure and the system's assistance, he would lead the Dawn to explore even more uncharted waters. As the Dawn slowly departed from the Isle of Oblivion, Aiden stood on the deck, gazing towards the distant horizon. He understood that the adventures in this pirate world had only just begun. With courage and wisdom, he would carve out his own legend. Chapter 2. The Price of Treasure. Following their successful acquisition of the treasure from the Isle of Oblivion, the crew aboard the Dawn reveled in the joy of victory. Aiden stood on the deck, observing his crew busily transporting the treasure, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The system's voice echoed in his mind, cautioning him. "Host, the acquisition of treasure is merely the beginning. Greater challenges are imminent." "What challenges do you speak of, system?" Aiden inquired internally. "Host, this treasure once belonged to a powerful ancient pirate crew, and their curse still lingers upon these riches. You must discover a way to lift the curse, otherwise both you and your crew shall face misfortune." The system replied coldly. Aiden furrowed his brow and promptly summoned all crew members, relaying the system's warning. Although they were skeptical of the curse, none were willing to tempt fate. "We must find a way to lift the curse," Aiden asserted resolutely. Lena rifled through her navigation log in search of possible clues. "Captain, I have heard that on Ghost Island dwells a sorceress who may know how to break the curse." Aiden nodded. "Then we shall set sail for Ghost Island." Lena, chart our course. The Dawn turned its bow towards the legendary Ghost Island. Aiden recognized that this journey would be fraught with peril, yet he had no alternative. During their voyage to Ghost Island, the Dawn was pursued by unidentified vessels. These ships appeared to covet the treasure aboard the Dawn. "Captain, we are being targeted," Carl reported from the lookout. Aiden seized his binoculars to scrutinize the pursuers. "Prepare for battle," he commanded. The crew aboard the Dawn swiftly readied themselves for combat. Aiden drew his sword, positioning himself at the bow in anticipation of the impending clash. The pursuers were a band of ruthless pirates, launching a fierce assault on the Dawn. Aiden and his crew valiantly resisted, yet the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the situation was dire. Amidst the chaos, Aiden activated the system's special ability, Dawn's Power, instantaneously enhancing his physical prowess and honing his combat skills to an extraordinary level. He darted through the enemy vessels like a bolt of lightning, toppling foe after foe. Ultimately, under Aiden's leadership, the Dawn successfully repelled the pursuers. However, the battle left the ship damaged, and several crew members were injured. After several days of sailing, the Dawn finally reached the elusive Ghost Island. The island was shrouded in a mysterious mist, exuding an ominous aura. "Be cautious, everyone. Unknown dangers may lie in wait," Aiden warned. They discovered the dwelling of the seer, an ancient temple nestled deep within the island. The seer was an elderly woman, her eyes radiating wisdom. "I am aware of your intentions." Her voice was hoarse, yet enigmatic. "To lift the curse, you must find the heart of the ocean, the only object capable of purifying these treasures." Inquiring about the location of the heart of the ocean, Aiden learned from the seer that it resided in a hidden realm of the deep sea, guarded by a colossal sea monster. "This is a map. It will guide you to your destination." The seer handed Aiden an ancient parchment. Grateful, Aiden accepted the map. He recognized that this would be a perilous adventure, but for the sake of his crew and their future, he felt compelled to proceed. The Dawn set sail once more, embarking towards the depths of the ocean's hidden realm. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing into the profound waters. He understood that this adventure was merely the beginning, and he would lead the Dawn into the deeper unknown. Chapter 3. The hidden realm of the deep sea. As the Dawn ventured into the deep sea, the surface grew increasingly tumultuous. Aiden clutched the map given by the seer, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation for the impending adventure. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, the deep sea region is fraught with peril. You must proceed with caution system. What assistance can you provide? Aiden inquired mentally. I can offer a detailed map of the deep-sea region and some fundamental survival guidelines. The system replied. Aiden nodded, recognizing that although the system's aid was limited, it was better than none. He gathered the crew, sharing the information provided by the system, and devised a meticulous plan during their journey to the hidden realm of the deep sea. Lena recounted the legend of the sea monster guarding the heart of the ocean. It was said that this creature had once been a powerful pirate, cursed by the sea god for his greed and cruelty, transforming into a monster eternally bound to protect the treasure. We must be vigilant. This sea monster could be exceedingly formidable. Aiden cautioned. After several days of navigation, the dawn finally reached the hidden realm of the deep sea. The ocean's surface abruptly calmed, an ominous atmosphere permeating the air. Aiden gripped the hilt of his sword, alertly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the ocean erupted with colossal waves as a monstrous sea creature emerged from the abyss. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, its body adorned with impenetrable scales, and flames billowed from its maw. Prepare for battle. Aiden bellowed. The crew of the Dawn swiftly transitioned into combat readiness. Carl unsheathed his sword, while Molly and Tech primed the cannons. Lena took charge of maneuvering the ship, striving to evade the beast's onslaught. The creature's assault was ferocious. A sweep of its powerful tail sent tremendous waves crashing, launching the Dawn into the air. Aiden activated the Dawn's power, instantly enhancing his physical prowess, and leaped onto the creature's back, engaging it in close-quarters combat. Carl and the other crew members attacked the beast from the ship with cannons and swordsmanship, attempting to divert its attention. The conflict raged fiercely, inflicting grievous wounds on both sides. Amidst the chaos, Aiden discerned the creature's vulnerability. Its eyes, harnessing the speed and strength bestowed by Dawn's power, he successfully struck the beast's eye. It emitted a tormented roar, its body beginning to submerge. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden leapt back to the Dawn, commanding his crew to make a hasty retreat. The creature thrashed in the depths for a moment before vanishing beneath the surface. After the battle, Aiden and his crew discovered the heart of the ocean at the site of the monster's demise. It was a magnificent blue gem, radiating a soft glow, as if it contained the very essence of the sea. Aiden cradled the heart of the ocean carefully in his hands. Feeling its power coursing through him, he understood that with this gem, they could break the curse upon the treasure. With the heart of the ocean in tow, the Dawn set sail back to Phantom Island. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing at the horizon, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. They had triumphed over the creature and uncovered the key to lifting the curse. However, the system's voice resounded once more, cautioning him. Host, your adventure has only just begun. The power of the heart of the ocean may attract more avaricious souls. You must remain vigilant. Aiden nodded, aware that the adventures in this pirate world were far from over. Yet he was prepared. Come what may, he would lead the Dawn into deeper, uncharted waters. Chapter 4. Lifting the Curse. The journey back to Phantom Island with the heart of the ocean was fraught with greater tension than the outward voyage. Aiden understood that they were now carrying not merely a gem, but an object coveted by the entire pirate world. The system incessantly urged him to stay alert, for greedy eyes lurked everywhere. Captain, there are vessels pursuing us from behind. Lena's voice broke through Aiden's contemplation. He raised his telescope and indeed spotted several ships flickering into view on the horizon. Increase speed. We cannot allow them to catch up, Aiden commanded. The Dawn surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, cleaving through the waves. Yet the pursuer seemed intimately familiar with these waters, relentlessly trailing them. Aiden recognized that direct confrontation would not be wise. He required strategy plan that would ensure their safe escape. Lena, can you locate a map of this area? We need to utilize the terrain to our advantage, Aiden inquired. Lena swiftly rifled through her nautical log until she uncovered a detailed maritime chart. There lies a shallow area. We can exploit it to elude our pursuers. In nodded in agreement and issued the command. The Dawnbreaker altered its course, sailing towards the shallow region. Unbeknownst to the pursuers, they followed closely, only to run aground in the shallow waters, unable to continue their chase. Upon safely arriving at the Phantom Island, Aiden promptly took the heart of the ocean to seek out the Oracle. The Oracle gazed at the gem, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. You truly have discovered the heart of the ocean, she exclaimed. Excellent. I shall assist you in lifting the curse. Within the temple, the Oracle conducted an intricate ritual, while Aiden and his crew formed a circle around her, anxiously observing as the Oracle intoned her incantations. A radiant azure light surged forth from the heart of the ocean, enveloping all the treasures. Once the luminescence faded, the ominous aura surrounding the treasures dissipated, and the curse was successfully lifted. However, The euphoria of the curse's dissolution was short-lived, as the system suddenly emitted a warning. Host, a formidable force is approaching. Aiden immediately became alert, acutely aware that this power might be linked to the heart of the ocean indeed. Shortly thereafter, a band of enigmatic pirates materialized near Phantom Island, their intentions clearly aimed at the heart of the ocean. "Captain, what shall we do?" Carl inquired. Aiden inhaled deeply, declaring the imperative to safeguard the heart of the ocean. Its power must not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. A fierce battle ensued. These enigmatic pirates were formidable, seemingly possessed by an insatiable yearning for the heart of the ocean. Aiden activated the Dawn's power, fighting valiantly alongside Carl, while Lena and Tyke took charge of defense and support. The clash was extraordinarily intense, with both sides demonstrating remarkable combat prowess. Throughout the fray, Aiden evolved, honing his swordsmanship and tactical execution with increasing finesse. Ultimately, under Aiden's leadership, the Dawn successfully repelled the mysterious pirates. Yet, Aiden was acutely aware that this victory was merely transient. As long as the heart of the ocean remained in their possession, they would remain targets of enmity. After the battle, Aiden convened all crew members. "We cannot persist in passive defense. We must devise a means to harness the power of the heart of the ocean for the cause of justice." Lena proposed an intriguing suggestion. "Captain, I have heard tales of a legendary island at the center of the endless sea, where sages reside who can wield the power of the heart of the ocean." Aiden pondered for a moment before arriving at a resolute decision. "Very well, we shall venture to the endless sea in search of the sages." The Dawn, once again, set sail, navigating towards the heart of the endless sea. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing into the enigmatic waters ahead. He understood that their journey was merely beginning, and the heart of the ocean would guide them towards even grander adventures. Chapter 5, The Tempest of the New World in the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar. Beneath the skies of the New World, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates fluttered triumphantly in the breeze. Luffy, the youth whose ambition was to become the Pirate King, prepared to confront his next challenge, the malevolent scientist, Caesar Clown. Meanwhile, Aiden and his Dawn were charting their own course through these legendary waters. Aiden stood resolutely on the deck of the Dawn, his gaze fixed upon the vast seas of the New World. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the impending adventure. Yet he was acutely aware that every corner of this realm concealed peril. "Captain, we have crossed into the borders of the New World." Lena's voice interrupted Aiden's reverie. Aiden nodded and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the trail to the New World marks our fresh beginning. Let us embrace the challenges that lie ahead and venture into the unknown." Throughout their journey into the New World, Aiden continually heard tales of Luffy. He learned that Luffy was preparing to confront Caesar Clown, a scientist engaged in inhumane experiments. Aiden resolved that their next objective would be to assist Luffy in thwarting Caesar's mad schemes. "Captain, we have traced the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates," reported Lena. Aiden promptly issued the command, "Set sail at full speed. We shall provide assistance to the Straw Hat Boy." The Dawn ship swiftly encountered the Straw Hat Pirates, who were fiercely engaged in combat with Caesar's forces. Caesar's experiments had already posed a grave threat to numerous innocent lives, and Luffy's objective was to put an end to it all. Aiden unsheathed his sword, awakening the power of Dawn, and joined the fray. His swordsmanship appeared particularly formidable in the presence of the New World's might, with each strike imbued with immense strength. The battle raged fiercely, as Caesar's scientific weaponry and toxic gases posed significant challenges for the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Luffy and his comrades did not falter. Their courage and strength were magnificently displayed throughout this tumultuous conflict. Aiden and Luffy fought side by side, united in their singular objective, to vanquish Caesar and put an end to his malevolent deeds. Following a thrilling confrontation, Caesar was finally defeated, his nefarious schemes thoroughly dismantled. Once the battle concluded, Aiden and Luffy met upon the deck, their gazes locked across the vast expanse of the sea, a profound respect blossoming within their hearts. "Thank you for your assistance, Straw Hat Kid," Aiden expressed gratefully. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. We are all pirates, and it is only right that we lend each other a hand." Aiden smiled knowingly, for this was Luffy in his essence, a pirate both simple and extraordinary. With renewed reverence for the Straw Hat Captain and fresh understanding of the New World's wonders, Aiden and his crew set sail once more upon their grand voyage. Aiden understood that their journey was merely at its inception, and the challenges of the New World represented but a single chapter in their adventurous saga. The Dawn set sail once more, navigating towards the depths of the unknown. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing into the uncharted waters ahead. He was acutely aware that their expedition would be fraught with trials, yet he felt resolute, prepared to steer the Dawn into the profound uncertainties, regardless of the adversities that lay in wait. Caesar's defeat did not signify the conclusion of his machinations. Even after being vanquished by Luffy, he continued to clandestinely orchestrate new schemes. His ambition was to exact vengeance upon those who had once betrayed him, including Doflamingo and Big Mom. Aiden, having gleaned Caesar's scheme through the system, resolved to take decisive action. He understood that if Caesar's ambitions were not thwarted, the new world would descend into even greater chaos. Aiden and his crew embarked on a quest to trace Caesar's whereabouts, discovering that he was in pursuit of an ancient power capable of reshaping the very fabric of the new world. "We must find Caesar and put an end to his ambitions," Aiden declared resolutely. The Dawn traversed the treacherous seas of the new world, confronting myriad dangers, including assaults from rival pirates and monstrous sea creatures. Yet, Aiden and his crew remained undaunted. Their courage and determination enabled them to surmount every obstacle that lay in their path. After a series of relentless pursuits and fierce skirmishes, Aiden and his crew finally located Caesar, who was ensconced within an ancient ruin, striving to awaken the dormant power. "Caesar, your schemes end here," Aiden bellowed. Caesar turned, his eyes ablaze with a manic fervor. "You cannot thwart me. I shall wield the power to alter the world." An intense battle ensued, with Aiden unleashing the might of Dawn, his swordsmanship becoming ever more formidable. Carl and the other crew members joined the fray, united in their mission to thwart Caesar. Following a grueling confrontation, Aiden ultimately triumphed over Caesar, dismantling his apparatus and halting the awakening of the ancient force. Caesar's defeat ushered in a temporary tranquility to the New World, and Aiden and his crew were celebrated as heroes, their names reverberating throughout the realm. "We have succeeded, my friends," Aiden proclaimed with a smile. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely the inception of their adventures in the New World. More challenges awaited them, and countless legends still yearned for their authorship. The Dawn set sail once more, delving deeper into the uncharted waters. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing out at the enigmatic seas, fully cognizant that their journey would be fraught with trials. Nevertheless, he was resolute. Whatever adversities lay ahead, he would lead the Dawn into the profound unknown. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Celestial Night Demon. The power dynamics of the New World trembled at the mere mention of a name, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Once a celestial dragon, now the infamous Joker, he held sway over the fates of countless souls. Yet, his reign was on the precipice of collapse, for Aiden and the Dawn had arrived, poised to unveil his transgressions and bring his tyranny to an end. Aiden stood resolutely upon the deck of the Dawn, his gaze piercing and unwavering. In his grasp lay intelligence that unveiled the nefarious schemes of Doflamingo. Not only did Doflamingo wield dominion over Dressrosa, but he also disrupted the equilibrium of the entire New World through clandestine arms dealings. "We must not allow him to persist in this manner." Aiden's voice resonated with unwavering strength. His crew, comprising the navigator Selena, the swordsman Carl, the chef Molly, and the engineer Tech, stood resolute, prepared to face the imminent battle. At the port of Dressrosa, Aiden encountered the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, shared a profound indignation towards Doflamingo's tyranny. He resolved to ally with Aiden to confront this formidable foe. "We share a common goal, Straw Hat. Together, we shall bring down Doflamingo." Aiden extended his hand. Luffy smiled, grasping Aiden's hand firmly, sealing their pact. To gain deeper insight into Doflamingo's dominion, Aiden and his crew decided to infiltrate Dressrosa. Disguised as merchants, they blended into the city, embarking on their reconnaissance mission. As they traversed the streets of Dressrosa, Aiden witnessed the suffering inflicted under Doflamingo's reign. The populace lived in dire straits, while Doflamingo reveled in opulence within his palace. "We cannot allow this to persist," Aiden declared, clenching his fist. The battle erupted throughout the streets of Dressrosa. Doflamingo's forces were numerous, yet they faced the united front of two pirate crews. Aiden unleashed his Dawn power, his sword dancing with a radiant brilliance with each swing. Carl's swordsmanship was equally adept, while Molly and Tech provided essential support and repairs from the rear. Selena adeptly commanded the skirmish, ensuring every move was executed with precision. In the climax of the conflict, Aiden and Luffy confronted Doflamingo directly, engaging in an imposing showdown. The clash of Aiden's haki and Doflamingo's assault generated a tremendous shockwave. Luffy's conqueror's haki instilled a profound fear in the surrounding foes, rendering them immobile. After an intense battle, Doflamingo ultimately succumbed to the combined might of Aiden and Luffy. Though his string fruit abilities were formidable, they they proved insufficient against the resolve and power of the two captains. Your era has come to an end, Doflamingo. Aiden's voice resonated through the skies of Dressrosa. At the moment Doflamingo fell, the people of Dressrosa erupted in jubilant cheers, finally liberated from tyranny. Following the battle, Aiden and Luffy bid farewell amidst the ruins of Dressrosa. Although their pirate crews harbored different aspirations, they forged a new legend together in that moment. Aiden, today we fought side by side. Perhaps we shall meet again upon the vast seas, Luffy remarked with a smile. Aiden nodded, anticipating yet another thrilling confrontation. As the Straw Hat Pirates departed, Aiden and his crew readied themselves to leave Dressrosa, embarking on their journey anew. Their destination lay in uncharted waters, their future brimming with boundless possibilities. Chapter 7. Sailing into the unknown abyss with the dust of Dressrosa settling, Aiden and his ship, the Dawn, once again set sail towards the depths of the New World, venturing into the enigmatic seas. Their destination was a legendary locale known as the Eye of the Abyss, rumored to conceal the secrets to ancient relics. Aiden stood upon the deck of the Dawnbreaker, clutching an ancient maritime chart that marked a mysterious location known as the Eye of the Abyss. Legend spoke of it as the resting place of ancient pirates and a treasure trove of countless riches. Captain, are we truly heading to that place? Lena's voice trembled with a hint of apprehension. Aiden nodded. If they were to uncover the ancient treasure, they must embrace the peril of adventure. En route to the Eye of the Abyss, the Dawn encountered a series of peculiar phenomena. Enormous whirlpools emerged upon the ocean's surface, while the sky was intermittently rent by unusual flashes of lightning. These occurrences seemed to herald their imminent entry into an unknown and treacherous realm. Remain vigilant. We may be approaching the Eye of the Abyss, Aiden commanded. The crew anxiously inspected every aspect of the vessel, ensuring that all was prepared for what lay ahead. They understood that once they ventured into the Eye of the Abyss, there would be no turning back. As the dawn drew ever closer to the eye, the whirlpools upon the sea grew increasingly vast. Aiden and Lena exerted themselves to maneuver the vessel, striving to evade the perilous natural traps. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool materialized before the Dawn, ensnaring the ship in its powerful currents, which began to spin uncontrollably. Aiden grasped the helm tightly, resisting the whirlpool's relentless pull with all his might. Captain, we must hold on, Lena shouted. Under Aiden's deft navigation, the Dawn ultimately extricated itself from the whirlpool's grasp. Though the ship sustained some damage, they triumphed over this formidable obstacle. After a grueling journey, the Dawn finally reached the entrance to the Eye of the Abyss. There lay a vast underwater chasm, unfathomably deep, resembling the pupil of the ocean. This is the Eye of the Abyss. Our goal lies within, Aiden proclaimed, pointing toward the fissure. The crew prepared their diving gear, acutely aware that the forthcoming expedition would be even more arduous. Aiden activated his Dawn power, bracing himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Aiden and his crew donned their diving gear and plunged into the abyssal eye. The immense pressure of the deep sea rendered their vision hazy, yet fueled by courage and determination, they pressed onward. During their exploration of the ocean's depths, they encountered a myriad of peculiar marine creatures, some gentle and others ferocious. Aiden and Carl wielded their swords and utilized hockey to safeguard themselves and their companions, ensuring the safety of their crew. After a series of arduous adventures, Aiden and his crew finally stumbled upon the fabled ancient ruins. It was an immense underwater city, its structures cloaked in thick layers of seaweed and coral, yet remnants of its former grandeur were still discernible. This was the final resting place of ancient pirates, Aiden lamented. Within the ruins, they uncovered countless treasures and ancient weapons, all of which were the objectives of their expedition. However, Aiden sensed that these riches might conceal even greater secrets. During their exploration, Aiden discovered a colossal stone tablet inscribed with peculiar symbols. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that these symbols constituted a map leading to deeper mysteries. This could be the key to the ancient pirate's treasure, Aiden exclaimed with excitement. He resolved to lead his crew further into the depths, in pursuit of the ultimate secrets of the ancient pirates. As Aiden and his crew delved deeper into the ancient ruins, they encountered an array of challenges. The traps and mechanisms within the ruins were relentless, each presenting a perilous test of their lives. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not falter, armed with wisdom and valor. They triumphed over adversity time and again. They understood that only by overcoming these trials could they unveil the true treasure. Ultimately, Aiden and his crew discovered the ancient pirate's treasure at the deepest recesses of the ruins. There lay not only boundless riches, but also the secrets left behind by the ancient pirates, a map leading to One Piece. Aiden stood before the pile of treasures, gazing into the distant horizon. He understood that this was merely a chapter in their adventurous tale. Their journey had only just commenced, and the challenges of the new world awaited them. Chapter 8. A new voyage beyond the abyss with the secrets of the Eye of the Abyss unveiled. Aiden and his ship, the Dawn, found themselves at a new starting point. The ancient pirate map they held was not only a clue leading to the One Piece, but also a coveted prize sought after by all factions in the New World. Aiden understood that their actions would no longer remain clandestine. Every corner could potentially harbor a lurking peril. Aiden meticulously examined the map discovered from ancient ruins within the captain's quarters. The map was adorned with a series of intricate symbols and routes, evidently leading to a specific destination. Lena and Carl also joined the study, as the three endeavored to decipher this map that could potentially alter the course of their lives. The symbols bore a striking resemblance to an ancient pirate cipher, prompting Lena to ponder deeply. Aiden nodded, affirming the necessity of locating an expert capable of deciphering these codes. In a hidden corner of the New World, there exists a place known as the Island of Knowledge, home to a collective of scholars dedicated to the study of ancient civilizations. Aiden resolved that the next destination of the Dawnbreaker would be there. Captain, we cannot proceed directly to the Isle of Knowledge, Lena cautioned. That place is under the vigilant scrutiny of both the Navy and the Four Emperors. Aiden pondered for a moment. We require a strategy, one that will allow us to discreetly approach the Island of Knowledge. Aiden and his crew devised a daring plan. They would disguise themselves as a merchant vessel and, under the cover of night, stealthily infiltrate the Island of Knowledge. In a meticulously orchestrated operation, the Dawn successfully evaded naval patrols and silently approached the island. Be cautious. We are unaware of what awaits us on the island, Aiden cautioned. They cautiously disembarked and embarked on a quest to locate a scholar capable of deciphering the map. Upon their arrival at the Island of Knowledge, Aiden and his companions encountered a group of scholars who referred to themselves as the Guardians of Knowledge. These scholars possessed profound insights into ancient civilizations, yet harbored suspicions towards pirates. We are not mere pirates. We seek secrets that could alter the course of the world, Aiden endeavored to persuade them. After considerable negotiation, an elderly scholar finally consented to assist them in interpreting the map. A glimmer of longing for knowledge shone in his eyes. I can assist you in deciphering this map. But I have one condition, the scholar declared. His condition was that they must protect the Island of Knowledge from the impending threat. Aiden understood that this meant they would have to confront other forces that might already be fixated on this map. We accept your terms, Aiden responded resolutely. The scholar nodded in acknowledgement and began to decipher the map. The secrets inscribed upon it gradually unveiled, leading to a site known as the Altar of the Sea God. Aiden and his crew promptly prepared to set sail for the Altar of the Sea God. According to scholarly interpretations, this was the sacred site where ancient pirates once conducted rituals to honor the deity, and it held the pivotal clue to the legendary One Piece. The Dawnbreaker embarked once more, cutting through the waves toward the hallowed altar. Standing resolute upon the deck, Aiden gazed across the tempestuous expanse of the ocean. He understood that their voyage would be fraught with trials, yet he was undaunted, ready to guide the Dawnbreaker through the uncharted depths of the unknown, no matter the perils ahead. Upon their arrival, however, they discovered the altar had been seized by a band of enigmatic pirates. These self-proclaimed guardians of the sea god vowed with fanatical fervor to defend the altar's secrets. This is our domain, their leader snarled, eyes glinting with menace. Any who dare trespass shall pay the price. Unsheathing his blade, Aiden summoned the radiant power of the Dawnbreaker, steeling himself for the inevitable clash. He knew this battle would be brutal, yet retreat was not an option. The confrontation erupted upon the sacred altar, a storm of steel and resolve. Aiden and his crew demonstrated unwavering valor. Carl's swordsmanship danced with lethal grace, while Lena's mastery of navigation bolstered their strategy. After a grueling struggle, Aiden emerged victorious, felling the pirate chieftain. With the Guardians vanquished, the Dawnbreaker claimed the altar as their own. In its deepest sanctum, Aiden uncovered an immense stone tablet, its surface etched with the final clue leading to the One Piece. Yet more than mere coordinates. The ancient carvings bore the last testament of the pirates of old. The true treasure is neither gold nor jewels, but the adventures shared and the bonds forged along the way. Aiden gazed upon the inscriptions etched upon the stone tablet, a profound resonance swelling within his heart. He understood that their journey was merely in its infancy. The Dawn, their vessel, would continue to navigate the uncharted waters in pursuit of the fabled One Piece, crafting a legend uniquely their own. Once more, the Dawn set sail, delving deeper into the mysteries of the New World. Chapter 9. The Whisper of the Sea God with the secrets of the Sea God's altar unveiled. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn held in their grasp the key to the One Piece. Their names began to echo throughout the New World, capturing the attention of all factions. Their next destination was the mythical Isle of the Sea God, where it was said that a deity resided, possessing the gift of foresight. Aiden stood upon the deck of the Dawnbreaker, clutching the enigmatic map he had procured from the altar. The map indicated a location known as Oceanus Isle, rumored to be the abode of an ancient sea deity who possessed the ability to foresee the future and guide lost sailors. Captain, Oceanus Isle is merely a legend. Do we truly intend to venture there? Lena inquired, her eyes shimmering with a blend of curiosity and apprehension regarding the unknown. Aiden nodded. If the legends held any truth, we might uncover further clues regarding the One Piece. The Dawn, their ship, adjusted its course, heading towards the island of the sea god. Throughout their voyage, they encountered myriad challenges upon the ocean, including treacherous weather and ferocious sea creatures. Yet, through courage and ingenuity, Aiden and his crew triumphed over adversity time and again. Remain vigilant. Greater dangers may lurk near the island of the sea god, Aiden cautioned. Upon finally nearing the island, they discovered it guarded by a host of enigmatic beings known as the messengers of the sea god. These entities, powerful and mysterious, forbade any uninvited guests from approaching the island. How can we draw near to the sea god? Carl inquired, gripping his sword tightly, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Aiden pondered for a moment. We must seek a peaceful resolution, lest we risk eternally forfeiting our chance to approach the sea god. Aiden resolved to attempt communication with the messenger of the sea god, believing that every creature possesses the potential for dialogue. Utilizing gestures and rudimentary language, he endeavored to convey their intentions and aspirations for peace. After considerable effort, the messenger of the sea god appeared to comprehend Aiden's purpose, permitting the Dawn to approach the island while cautioning them to adhere to the regulations of Sea God Island. Upon reaching Sea God Island, Aiden and his crew encountered a succession of trials designed to assess their courage, wisdom, and camaraderie. Aiden awakened his Dawn power and led his crew to overcome each of these trials. We must not waver. This is our singular opportunity to approach the sea god, Aiden urged his comrades. After a series of arduous challenges, Aiden and his crew finally beheld the legendary sea god. This ancient being possessed eyes that sparkled with the light of wisdom. What brings you here? The voice of the sea god resonated within Aiden's heart. Aiden respectfully responded, We seek the One Piece and hope you can guide us. The sea god remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The One Piece indeed exists, yet its location is not fixed. It shifts with the passage of time, and only true navigators can uncover it. The sea god bestowed upon Aiden a new map, marking the potential whereabouts of the One Piece. However, he cautioned them that this map merely serves as a guide. The true treasure must be discovered through their own endeavors. The genuine treasure encompasses not only gold and silver, but the adventures and friendships forged along the journey, the sea god proclaimed. Aiden gratefully accepted the map, fully aware that this marked a pivotal moment in their voyage. Guided by the deity of the sea, Aiden and his crew departed from Sea God Island, resuming their journey. However, they were acutely conscious that their actions had attracted the attention of other powers within the New World, including the Navy and the Four Emperors. We must exercise caution. Our journey will no longer remain clandestine, Aiden cautioned. The Dawnbreaker navigated through the waters of the New World, encountering a myriad of challenges, including assaults from rival pirates and relentless pursuits by the Navy. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not falter. Their courage and determination enabled them to triumph over adversity time and again. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing out at the uncharted waters. He understood that their journey would be fraught with challenges, yet he was resolute, prepared to navigate the Dawn's path into the depths of the unknown. Regardless of the adversities that lay ahead, our story has only just begun, Aiden proclaimed to his crew. They were ready to confront whatever uncertainties and dangers awaited them. For this was the spirit of a pirate, and this was their quest for freedom. Chapter 10, The Course Through the Storm Under the Guidance of the Sea God. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn clutched a new map, embarking on their quest for the One Piece. However, the seas of the New World were never tranquil. An unprecedented storm was brewing, threatening not only the safety of the Dawn but also concealing new challenges and opportunities. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing at the ominous clouds gathering in the sky. His intuition warned him that a fierce storm was on the horizon. Captain, we have detected a significant change in atmospheric pressure. I recommend altering our course. Lena's voice quivered with a hint of anxiety. Aiden pondered for a moment, fully aware that altering the course meant deviating from the established route, yet the threat of the tempest was too grave to dismiss. We must adjust our path. We cannot allow the crew to take unnecessary risks, Aiden ultimately resolved. The Dawn swiftly redirected its course, striving to skirt the heart of the storm. However, The tempest loomed far greater than they had anticipated, as colossal waves and fierce winds began to batter the vessel. "Remain calm, everyone. We shall weather the storm." Aiden rallied the crew with fervor. Carl and the other sailors steadfastly maintained their posts, diligently working to stabilize the ship. Aiden summoned his power of dawn, battling against the raging storm. Amidst the chaos, the dawn unexpectedly encountered another vessel, a naval warship. Before the might of nature, even the Navy found it necessary to seek refuge. "Captain, the Navy has signaled, requesting our cooperation to confront the tempest," reported Lena. Aiden understood that this was a formidable decision, yet in the face of the tempest, the strength of either side appeared utterly insignificant. To acquiesce to their request, it was imperative to unite all available forces. Aiden resolved to take action. The Dawnbreaker and the naval warships fought side by side, collectively confronting the storm. Aiden and the naval commander communicated through signals to coordinate their actions. Through their joint efforts, they successfully evaded the most ferocious part of the storm. Although the vessel sustained some damage, the safety of the crew was assured. After the tempest subsided, the sea returned to tranquility. Aiden and the naval commander met on the deck, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual understanding that their collaboration had been a reluctant necessity. "Thank you for your assistance, pirate," the naval commander remarked coldly. Aiden nodded. They had merely done what was expected of them. Both parties understood that once the threat of the storm had passed, they would once again be adversaries. But for now, they busied themselves with their ships, preparing to continue their respective journeys. Amidst the tempest, Aiden unexpectedly stumbled upon peculiar flotsam, adorned with strange symbols reminiscent of those depicted on the map bestowed by the sea deity. "These symbols could potentially be the key to discovering the One Piece," Aiden exclaimed. He and his crew commenced an examination of these enigmatic markings, endeavoring to uncover their connection to the map. After considerable effort, Aiden and his crew finally deciphered the symbols on the flotsam, revealing a hidden route that aligned with the sea goddess guidance. "This path might be the crucial link to the One Piece," Aiden proclaimed. The Dawn adjusted its course, navigating along this concealed trajectory. They understood that this could be the most significant step in their voyage. The hidden route was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Aiden and his crew confronted various challenges, including unfamiliar marine creatures and intricate currents. "We must tread carefully, each step may conceal a trap," Aiden cautioned. With courage and ingenuity, they surmounted these obstacles one by one. Each trial brought them closer to the One Piece. After a series of tribulations, the Dawn finally reached the endpoint of the route. There lay a mysterious island, concealing an ancient ruin. "This could be the fabled treasure trove of the ancient pirates," Aiden remarked. They meticulously explored the ruins, hoping to uncover clues leading to the One Piece. Deep within the ruins, they discovered a colossal treasure chest, engraved with the same symbols found on the sea god's map. Aiden and his crew opened the treasure chest, only to find not gold or silver, but an ancient parchment inscribed with the ultimate location of One Piece. "At last, we have discovered it," Aiden exclaimed with fervor. They understood that this parchment would guide them to the legendary One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, heading towards the fabled treasure's whereabouts. Chapter 11. The Trail of One Piece. As the trail of One Piece became increasingly discernible, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn embarked on their final voyage. The parchment in their possession was not merely a map, it was a beacon illuminating their dreams. However, the waters of the New World were never tranquil, and their movements had attracted the attention of all, including those lurking in the shadows. Aiden stood upon the deck of the Dawnbreaker, firmly grasping the ancient parchment in his hand. The final destination marked upon the map lay at the very edge of the New World, a mysterious expanse known as the Endless Sea. "Captain, our course has been charted." Lena's voice carried a hint of exhilaration. Aiden nodded thoughtfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, the destination we are about to embark upon may signify the culmination of our journey, or perhaps the dawn of a new chapter." As the Dawnbreaker drew ever closer to the fabled location of One Piece, the Navy's pursuit intensified with fervor. A fleet admiral himself had taken to the field, vowing to capture Aiden and his crew. "Captain, the Navy's fleet is rapidly approaching," Lena reported anxiously. Aiden took a deep breath, steeling himself for battle. "We cannot allow them to thwart our dreams." A fierce conflict erupted upon the sea as the Dawnbreaker engaged in direct confrontation with the naval fleet. Aiden awakened his dawn power, while Carl's swordsmanship flourished amidst the fray, each swing radiating with the brilliance of dawn. The Admiral exhibited astonishing combat prowess, their devil fruit abilities and hockey intensifying the conflict. Yet Aiden and his crew did not falter. Their courage and resolve enabled them to triumph over adversity time and again. After a grueling battle, Aiden and his crew successfully eluded the Navy's pursuit. Although the Dawn ship had sustained some damage, they steadfastly continued their journey toward the ultimate destination. "We must hasten our pace. The Navy will not relent," Aiden declared. The Dawn ship surged forward, delving deeper into the boundless sea. Aiden was acutely aware that their journey would be fraught with challenges. However, he was resolute in his determination to navigate the Dawn towards the deeper realms of the unknown. Regardless of the adversities they might encounter, the endless sea was an expanse teeming with uncertainty and peril. Aiden and his crew encountered a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, including colossal sea monsters and enigmatic currents. They remained vigilant, for the endless sea was rife with unknown perils, as Aiden cautioned. With courage and ingenuity, they surmounted each challenge that came their way, drawing ever closer to the fabled One Piece. After a succession of trials, the Dawn set sail for its ultimate destination, a mysterious island concealed within the depths of the boundless ocean, where an ancient relic lay hidden. "This place could very well be the fabled treasure trove of ancient pirates," Aiden remarked. They meticulously explored the ruins, hoping to uncover clues leading to the One Piece. Deep within the relics, they stumbled upon a magnificent treasure chest, adorned with symbols identical to those on the map of the sea god. Aiden and his crew opened the treasure chest, only to discover not gold or silver, but an ancient parchment inscribed with the final location of the One Piece. "At last, we have found it," Aiden exclaimed with exhilaration. They understood that this parchment would guide them to the legendary One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, heading towards the fabled site of the One Piece. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing out at the uncharted waters before him. He was acutely aware that their journey would be fraught with challenges, yet he felt resolute, ready to navigate the Dawn's light through whatever adversities might arise. Once more, the Dawn's light set sail, steering towards the fabled location of One Piece. After a protracted voyage, Aiden and his crew finally arrived at the site of One Piece. It was a breathtaking island, brimming with tranquility and prosperity. "This is indeed the realm of One Piece," Aiden marveled. On the island, they unearthed remnants of ancient pirates' messages, revealing that One Piece was not merely a treasure of gold and silver, but a profound power capable of transforming the very fabric of the world. "The true treasure lies not in riches, but in the adventures and friendships forged along the way," Aiden proclaimed. They understood that this revelation would alter the world as they knew it. Once again, the Dawn's light set forth, bearing this momentous secret. Ready to return to the new world and embark on a new chapter of their odyssey, Aiden and his crew, bearing the secret of One Piece, embarked on a new voyage. They were acutely aware that this revelation would stir upheaval in the new world, necessitating their utmost caution. The Dawn sailed through the treacherous waters of the new world, encountering a myriad of challenges, including assaults from rival pirates and relentless pursuits by the Navy. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not falter. Their valor and determination enabled them to triumph over adversity time and again. Chapter 12. The Awakening of New Powers and Choices. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn embarked on their journey through the seas of the New World, carrying with them the secrets and transformative power embedded within One Piece. This force lay dormant like an ember in their grasp, yearning to be ignited and unleash its astonishing energy. Back on the Dawn, Aiden and his crew gathered in the cabin, meticulously examining the information they had retrieved regarding this power from the realm of One Piece. The ancient texts and enigmatic symbols appeared to convey a method of harnessing a force that transcended ordinary comprehension. Aiden closed his eyes, attempting to envision the scenes of bygone pirates who wielded this power. "Captain, I sense that this force is not merely for combat. It seems to possess a deeper impact, capable of altering many things," Lena remarked thoughtfully. Aiden slowly opened his eyes and nodded, saying, "Indeed, we cannot merely regard it as a weapon. We must contemplate how to utilize it to genuinely transform this chaotic world of pirates." After several days of research and experimentation, Aiden began to grasp the essence of this power. It could intertwine with his own haki and the diverse abilities of his crew, unleashing effects beyond imagination. Yet this required continuous collaboration and training. However, the secret they possessed did not go unnoticed by the outside world. In various corners of the New World, pirates, naval forces, and those enigmatic factions lurking in the shadows had learned that the Dawn ship might hold the power to alter the world. "Captain, we have received news. Numerous pirate crews are secretly gathering, preparing to seize this secret from us," reported Carl, responsible for intelligence gathering, with a grave expression. Aiden furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this newfound power brought not only opportunities but also significant peril. "Heighten our defenses. We must not allow this force to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions." Simultaneously, the naval headquarters issued a stern edict, mandating that the Dawn ship and this enigmatic power be firmly secured, lest it incite greater upheaval in the world of pirates. In anticipation of the myriad challenges ahead, Aiden resolved to lead his crew in a trial of this new force. They chose a relatively secluded maritime expanse, distanced from the watchful eyes of their adversaries. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, summoning the formidable power within him while guiding a mysterious force that flowed gently throughout his body. An extraordinary radiance began to emanate from him, as if resonating with the undulating waves of the sea. Is everyone ready? According to our prior rehearsals, let us unleash our powers together, Aiden bellowed. The crew responded in unison, each demonstrating their unique abilities, merging their energies with Aiden's own. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy surged forth from the Dawn, generating towering waves upon the ocean's surface, while the surrounding sky was painted in a kaleidoscope of colors. We have succeeded, but this is merely the beginning. We must continue to refine our synergy to unleash even greater strength. Aiden gazed at the spectacle before him, filled with exhilaration and lofty aspirations. Just a few days after their trial, a formidable fleet composed of multiple pirate crews appeared within the sight of the Dawn. These pirate factions, notorious in the New World, had set aside their rivalries, uniting in a coalition to seize the secrets of One Piece. Captain, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. And they seem well prepared, Lena said anxiously. Aiden clenched his fists, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Fear not, for this is the moment to assess the fruits of our training. Each member took their positions, steeling themselves for battle. The Dawnbreaker surged towards the pirate coalition's fleet, and in an instant, both sides were engulfed in a fierce melee. Aiden led the charge, harnessing his newly acquired strength. His strikes became increasingly ferocious, each punch unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent nearby foes reeling. The crew, equally resolute, joined the fray. Carl's swordsmanship, infused with that same potent force, shimmered with a mysterious light, felling enemies in his wake. Each crew member utilized their unique skills, bolstered by their newfound abilities, valiantly resisting the onslaught of adversaries on the battlefield. Despite their relentless efforts, the sheer number of the pirate coalition proved overwhelming, bolstered by formidable opponents among their ranks. Gradually, the Dawnbreaker found itself in dire straits. The vessel sustained considerable damage, and the crew began to incur injuries. Captain, this cannot continue. We must devise a means to break through, Carl shouted, parrying an enemy's strike with his sword. Aiden surveyed the chaos surrounding him, deep in contemplation over a strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, revealing an alternative application of that power. He concentrated, channeling all his inner strength into a singular force, and then released it skyward. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted in the heavens, radiant as the sun. This luminescence cascaded upon the ocean, forming colossal walls of light that temporarily separated the Pirate Alliance's fleet, granting the Dawn the opportunity to break free. Hurry, Aiden shouted, seizing the moment as the Dawn valiantly surged through the enemy encirclement, sailing towards the horizon. However, just as they evaded the pursuit of the Pirate Alliance, another naval fleet emerged ahead. The Navy had anticipated that the Dawn might attempt an escape from this direction and had preemptively set a blockade. Curse that Navy. They just won't relent, Lena exclaimed in frustration. Aiden took a deep breath and calmly said, do not panic. Since we were able to break through the Pirate Alliance, we will certainly be able to overcome the encirclement of the Navy. Everyone, stay strong. Chapter 13, The Waves and Hopes of a New Journey. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn continued their voyage across the seas of the New World after breaking through the naval blockade. The secret of One Piece weighed heavily upon their hearts, while ahead lay an array of unknowns and challenges. After evading the relentless pursuit of the Navy, the Dawn sailed into a relatively secluded area of the ocean. Aiden was acutely aware that after the series of fierce battles with the Pirate Alliance and the Navy, his crew was utterly exhausted, and the ship was in dire need of repairs. Let us find a safe harbor to rest and recuperate, Aiden commanded, his gaze reflecting fatigue yet unwavering resolve. Beside an uninhabited island, the Dawn slowly approached the shore. The crew sprang into action, some tended to the ship's damages, while others ventured onto the island in search of edible provisions and fresh water. Aiden sat at the water's edge, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, contemplating their next course of action. Captain, our enemies are growing increasingly formidable. What shall we do? Lena inquired, approaching Aiden with a face full of concern. Aiden gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, saying, do not worry. We have overcome numerous obstacles on our journey thus far. This time shall be no different. Let us first regain our strength, and then devise a strategy to confront those who covet our secrets. During this period of respite, Aiden resolved to delve once more into the enigmatic powers acquired from One Piece. He summoned several crew members well-versed in the arcane, and together they retreated into a cave on the island to engage in profound study. They discovered that this power appeared intricately linked to a certain mysterious energy inherent in these waters. Through persistent experimentation and introspection, Aiden gradually began to master a variety of new techniques. Look, Captain, if we were to merge this power with the energy of the currents, we might unleash unforeseen effects. One of the crew members exclaimed, gesturing animatedly with intricate motions. A glimmer of light flashed in Aiden's eyes as he endeavored to apply the method suggested by the crew. When he merged his own domineering aura, mysterious powers, and the simulated energy of ocean currents, a formidable wave of energy emanated from him, causing the stones within the cave to tremble slightly. Splendid. This marks a significant breakthrough. Once everyone has recuperated, we shall diligently practice this innovative technique, Aiden exclaimed with excitement. While the crew of the Dawn was resting and exploring their powers on the small island, an unfamiliar vessel gradually approached the shore. Initially, the crew suspected it to be an enemy assault and grew increasingly vigilant. However, upon the ship's arrival at the land, a woman of distinguished demeanor disembarked. She introduced herself as a wandering adventurer, intrigued by the tales of the Dawn and the mysterious powers they wielded. My name is Alicia. I have been adrift upon these seas for quite some time. I am aware of the numerous adversaries you face, yet perhaps I could offer some assistance, she said with a warm smile. Aiden scrutinized her, his heart filled with confusion, yet he sensed no malice emanating from her. Why do you wish to assist us? What aid can you truly provide? Alicia smiled and remarked, I have always been fascinated by the mysteries of this vast ocean. The powers you possess may well unravel many of the questions that linger in my heart. Furthermore, I have acquaintances in various regions who might also be inclined to stand on the side of justice, assisting you in your struggle against those malevolent forces. After a thorough discussion, Aiden resolved to temporarily accept Alicia into their ranks. After all, in this perilous new world, having one more ally is infinitely preferable to acquiring another foe. However, unbeknownst to them, the pirate crews and navy, long envious of the secrets of One Piece, were not idle. The pirates conspired together, devising a more insidious plot. They covertly contacted a band of nefarious bounty hunters, offering them substantial sums to masquerade as ordinary fishermen, casting a peculiar type of seaweed in the waters traversed by the Dawn. This seaweed, upon making contact with a vessel, would rapidly proliferate and ensnare the ship, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the Navy was orchestrating a more extensive encirclement operation, amassing a larger fleet equipped with formidable weaponry, poised to deliver a fatal blow when the Dawn reappeared. After a period of recuperation, the Dawn set sail once again. The crew was brimming with confidence, particularly after mastering the new application of their powers, their morale soaring. Yet, as they navigated through what appeared to be a tranquil stretch of sea, they suddenly felt the vessel becoming increasingly heavy. Looking down, they were dismayed to discover that the hull had been ensnared by an abundance of seaweed. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap, Lena exclaimed in alarm. Aiden's heart sank as he realized this must surely be the enemy's scheme. At that moment, suspicious ships began to appear on the surrounding sea, those pirates masquerading as fishermen. Prepare for battle. Remain calm, and let us devise a way to rid ourselves of the seaweed, Aiden shouted. The crew sprang into action. Some attempted to sever the seaweed with their weapons, while others employed their newly acquired powers to incinerate it. Yet the seaweed grew too rapidly, rendering their efforts futile. Just when the Dawn was on the brink of despair, Alicia stepped forward. She retrieved a small vial from her person, containing a liquid that emitted a strange luminescence. This is a mysterious potion I acquired during an expedition. It may be effective against the seaweed, Alicia declared, pouring the potion into the water. A miracle unfolded as the potion touched the seaweed, causing it to wither and fall away, liberating the ship at once. Wonderful, thanks to Alicia, the crew cheered. However, their jubilation was short-lived as the naval fleet came into view and opened fire on the Dawn. Follow me. We cannot remain idle, Aiden bellowed, leading the crew to harness their newfound powers and charge towards the naval fleet. In the heat of battle, Aiden and his companions fully exploited their new abilities, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the naval forces. Just as the Dawn was embroiled in fierce combat with the naval fleet, several unfamiliar ships suddenly emerged on the horizon. Aiden's heart raced, fearing another enemy attack. Yet as the vessels drew near, he realized they were Alicia's friends, who had come to aid her in her time of need. These new allies brought with them formidable firepower and unique combat techniques, joining forces with the crew of the Dawn to confront the naval fleet. through their collective efforts. The naval fleet gradually found themselves at a disadvantage and ultimately had to retreat. Despite sustaining some damage in the fierce battle, the morale of the crew soared higher than ever. Thanks to everyone's assistance, we have triumphed once again over adversity, Aiden expressed gratefully, gazing at Alicia and her friends. Alicia smiled and said, "We are all companions upon this vast sea, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. However, the journey ahead remains long, and we must remain steadfast in our preparations." The Dawn, once again setting sail, carried with it renewed hope and courage as it navigated the waters of this new world. They were acutely aware that more challenges awaited them in the future, yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could surmount any obstacle in their pursuit of a dream that could transform the world. Chapter 14. The Storm Returns. Hand in hand to break the impasse upon the majestic ocean, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn continued their adventurous quest, harboring the secrets of One Piece. Their fates had long been entwined with the myriad forces of this sea. Presently, the looming threat of the Four Emperors and the relentless pursuit of the Navy shadowed them. Yet, Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, once comrades who fought alongside the protagonists, stood with them once more, ready to confront the new challenges ahead. Aiden stood at the bow of the Dawn, gazing at the tumultuous sea, his thoughts drifting back to the fierce battle against Doflamingo alongside Luffy and the others. During that time, Doflamingo reigned supreme on Dressrosa Island, manipulating everything around him while the populace languished in dire straits. Aiden, leading the crew of the Dawn, arrived at the island in pursuit of clues, coincidentally encountering Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, who were equally determined to vanquish Doflamingo. The two parties quickly forged an alliance, collaboratively crafting a strategic battle plan. Luffy's indomitable spirit and unwavering commitment to justice inspired everyone around him. During the confrontation, Luffy unleashed the full potential of his gum-gum fruit abilities, charging relentlessly at Doflamingo time and again, undeterred by his injuries. Aiden has awakened his mysterious powers, closely coordinating with his crew to assist the Straw Hat Pirates from the flanks. Carl's swordsmanship delivered devastating blows to the enemy at critical moments, while Lena utilized her agility to relay vital information and support her comrades. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over Doflamingo, saving the citizens of Dressrosa. From that point on, Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews forged a profound friendship. In the present day, the secrets of One Piece that Aiden and his companions hold have increasingly made them targets. The Four Emperors, the most formidable entities of these seas, are unlikely to overlook such an opportunity that could potentially alter the balance of power in the world. Shanks, the red-haired emperor known for his loyalty and commitment, has consistently maintained a stance of relative righteousness, yet he harbors his own considerations regarding the secrets in the possession of Aiden and others. He is acutely aware that if this power spirals out of control, it could unleash catastrophic repercussions throughout the pirate world. "Captain, news has arrived. It seems Shanks' fleet has been sighted in our nearby waters. We are uncertain of his intentions," Lena reported to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Although the red-haired Shanks enjoys a commendable reputation, the secret we possess is of paramount importance, and one cannot be certain of his intentions. It is imperative that we remain vigilant. As for Kaido, infamous for his brutality and ambition, he is ravenous for the secrets of One Piece. He firmly believes that with his formidable strength, this power rightfully belongs to him, thus enabling him to further realize his audacious desire to dominate these seas. That fellow Kaido will undoubtedly not let us off the hook. We must keep a close watch on the movements of his subordinates to guard against any sudden assaults. Aiden cautioned his crew, his tone grave. On the naval front, upon realizing the mysterious power wielded by Aiden and his companions and the potential ramifications, the Navy intensified their pursuit. The fleet admiral issued a direct command, assembling a more elite fleet, led by several admirals, determined to seize the Dawn and the secrets it harbors. "Captain, the Navy has truly mobilized significant resources this time. Their fleet is larger than before, and I have heard whispers of new tactical arrangements," Carl expressed with a face full of concern. Aiden clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Humph. Regardless of the tactics they employ, we shall not waver. We possess our own convictions and strength, and we will surely break through their encirclement." Amidst this tense atmosphere, in a tumultuous sea, a familiar vessel emerged into view. It was the Thousand Sunny, captained by Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy stood at the bow, exuberantly shouting, "Wow, it's Aiden and the others. Long time no see. We can embark on adventures together once more." The companions of the Straw Hat Pirates responded in unison as the Thousand Sunny sailed towards the Dawn. Aiden and his companions were filled with joy and nostalgia upon witnessing the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates. With a leap of exuberance, Luffy bounded onto the Thousand Sunny and enveloped Aiden in a warm embrace. Aiden, I hear you've been facing quite a few troubles lately. No worries. We shall face them together, Luffy declared with a beaming smile. Aiden gazed upon the vibrant and spirited Luffy before him, a warm sensation swelling within his heart. Luffy, he remarked, the current situation is far from simple. Both the Yonko and the Marines have their eyes fixed upon us. Luffy scratched his head nonchalantly and replied, what is there to fear? We've already defeated Doflamingo before. We can surely do it again. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates expressed their unwavering willingness to stand alongside the crew of the Dawn, their steadfast resolve serving to inspire Aiden and his comrades. However, the tranquility did not last long. A pirate crew under the infamous Kaido of the Beast sensed the commotion and swiftly approached. Surrender the secret of One Piece, or you'll find yourselves unable to return, bellowed the pirate captain arrogantly. Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews immediately assumed a state of heightened alert. Aiden activated that mysterious power, and a radiant glow enveloped him as he surged towards the enemy. Luffy, not one to be outdone, unleashed his second gear, dashing into the fray like a bolt of lightning, his rubber arms flailing as adversaries fell before him. The crews on both sides showcased their unique abilities, igniting an explosive battle. Though Kaido's minions were numerous and formidable, Aiden and the Straw Hat Pirates, leveraging their enigmatic powers and distinctive combat techniques, fought valiantly. However, as the conflict persisted, the Dawn and Sunny gradually found themselves in dire straits. The sheer number of foes overwhelmed them, and their ships sustained considerable damage. Just as the crew was desperately resisting and the situation grew increasingly precarious, a colossal sailing ship appeared on the distant horizon. At its bow stood the indomitable red-haired Shanks. Cease at once. Shanks's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Upon seeing him, Kaido's subordinates, though reluctant, dared not defy him and momentarily halted their assault. Red-haired Shanks, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to meddle in the secrets of One Piece? Aiden inquired warily. Shanks chuckled softly, replying, I merely wish to prevent the sea from descending further into chaos due to your conflict. Aiden, the power you wield is perilous and demands careful consideration. I suggest you come with me. We can discuss matters amicably. Luffy, listening nearby, scratched his head and exclaimed, Wow, Uncle Shanks, you make a good point. But we're not scared at all. Aiden found himself in a state of indecision, uncertain of the path he should take. The prevailing circumstances compelled him to seriously contemplate the counsel of the red-haired Shanks. Just as Aiden was deep in thought, the naval fleet materialized in this maritime expanse like specters. Upon witnessing one of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks, alongside the Dawn and Sunny ships, the naval commanders were momentarily taken aback before issuing the command to engage. Fire. We cannot allow them to escape, whether it be the Dawn, the Sunny, or red-haired Shanks. They must remain here today, roared the naval admiral. Cannonballs rained down upon the three vessels. Shanks, furrowing his brow, shouted, Aiden, Luffy, it seems we must first join forces against the Navy. Otherwise, none of us will fare well. Luffy sprang up in excitement, exclaiming, All right, let's drive these Navy scoundrels away together. Aiden nodded in agreement, fully aware that their only chance of survival lay in unity at this moment. Thus, the Dawn, the Sunny, and the ship of the red-haired Shanks sailed forth together to confront the naval fleet, heralding the onset of a more exhilarating and perilous battle. Shanks' formidable presence and swordsmanship were vividly displayed in the fray, as he led his warriors like a crimson whirlwind, sweeping through the naval forces. Luffy unleashed his full potential, utilizing the powers of the gum-gum fruit to charge recklessly through the ranks of the Navy. Aiden and his crew fully harnessed the advantages of the mysterious power, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the naval fleet. After a grueling battle, the naval fleet could no longer withstand the pressure and began to retreat slowly. Once the combat had concluded, the red-haired Shanks turned to Aiden and Luffy, stating, Aiden, Luffy, you must now comprehend that this power cannot be wielded by a single individual, nor can it be carelessly ventured upon the seas. Come with me. Let us have a proper discussion. Perhaps we can discover a more prudent course of action. Luffy scratched his head and replied, Well, Shanks, what you say seems reasonable, but I still wish to continue my adventures. Aiden gazed at Luffy, then shifted his attention to the red-haired Shanks, lost in contemplation. He recognized the validity of Shanks' words. Yet he was reluctant to relinquish his dreams and the mastery over this formidable power so easily. I shall consider your proposal, Shanks, but before I proceed, I must confer with my crew, Aiden declared. Luffy returned to the Thousand Sunny, engaging in discussion with his comrades. The Straw Hat Pirates held varying opinions. Some believed it prudent to heed Shank's counsel, while others insisted on pursuing Luffy's adventurous inclinations. On Aiden's side, the crew harbored various thoughts. Lena remarked, "Captain, although red-haired Shanks is known for his sense of justice, we hardly comprehend his true intentions. After all our efforts to reach this point, are we really prepared to abandon our dreams?" Carl added, "Indeed, we have always fought relying on our own strength. Although the situation is dire now, I firmly believe that as long as we unite, we can persevere." After a thorough discussion, Aiden led his crew back aboard red-haired Shank's ship. Luffy, accompanied by his Straw Hat Pirates, soon arrived as well. Upon their arrival, red-haired Shanks greeted them with a subtle smile, stating, "Aiden, Luffy, I am delighted by your presence. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to explore together how to better manage this power that has the potential to alter the world." In the ensuing dialogue, red-haired Shanks shared his insights about the sea and the implications this power might entail. He advised Aiden and his crew to initially conceal this power, refraining from causing further upheaval on the ocean until the opportune moment arises to consider their next steps. Upon hearing this, Aiden felt a stirring within. He recognized the validity of Shank's proposal, yet he pondered how to better navigate the myriad dangers they currently faced without relinquishing his dreams. As Luffy listened intently, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Shanks, I find your perspective quite reasonable. However, I still wish to pursue my adventures. I firmly believe I can discover a superior method to tackle these challenges." Following their conversation, Aiden and his crew returned to the Dawn, while Luffy and his companions made their way back to the Sunny. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Lena inquired. Aiden gazed out at the distant sea and declared, "Let us forge ahead, but with heightened caution. We shall not relinquish our dreams lightly. Yet we must approach this formidable force with prudence. We will continue to inscribe our tale upon these waters, embracing new challenges." Luffy, standing at the bow of the Sunny, exclaimed, "Wow, we shall embark on our adventures once more. No matter the difficulties we encounter, we will conquer them all." The Dawn and the Sunny set sail anew, infused with fresh contemplation and resolve, navigating the waters of the new world. They understood that the journey ahead remained fraught with the unknown and challenges. Yet they believed that as long as they stood united, they could surmount any obstacle in pursuit of their world-altering dreams. Chapter 15, Shadow's Surge. Storms converge across the vast and boundless ocean. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, along with Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, continued their adventurous odyssey after enduring a series of tribulations and battles. However, this mysterious and perilous expanse had never ceased to harbor new crises. At this moment, Blackbeard, the Five Elders, and the enigmatic and formidable M were gradually casting their ominous shadows over them, heralding an impending, heart-stopping tempest. Blackbeard Teach, a figure who had long bided his time within the Whitebeard Pirates before rising through cunning and ruthlessness, possessed ambitions akin to an insatiable black hole, never to be quenched. Upon discovering the secrets of One Piece and the mysterious power held by Aiden and his companions, he could no longer contain his inner yearning. "Captain, we have received intelligence. It seems that Blackbeard's crew is clandestinely plotting something, and their movements are highly suspicious," Lena reported to Aiden, relaying the latest information. Aiden furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. He was acutely aware of Blackbeard's nature. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. For Blackbeard is not an adversary to be underestimated. He certainly has designs on us. Blackbeard sat in the captain's quarters of his flagship, the Sword of Jaibeck, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Humph, that power capable of reshaping the world shall inevitably fall into my hands. At that moment, I will become the true sovereign of these seas. All 4 emperors and the navy will bow before me," he boasted arrogantly to his subordinates. At the heart of the world government's power, the 5 elders, enigmatic figures wielding immense authority, were closely monitoring Aiden and his companions. They were acutely aware that once the secret of One Piece was completely unveiled and exploited, it would cause a seismic shift in the existing world order. Those young scoundrels have seized such a pivotal asset, they must not be allowed to act recklessly, one of the elders remarked grimly. Thus, the elders began to orchestrate their clandestine plans. On one hand, they dispatched CP0 and other covert operatives to shadow Aiden, Luffy, and their ilk, seeking opportunities to reclaim that mysterious power. On the other, they engaged in secret discussions with high-ranking Navy officials, preparing to launch a more covert and lethal campaign against Aiden and his companions. It It was imperative that the operation be flawless. This power must not slip into the hands of pirates, for the consequences would be dire. The elders issued stern directives. Deep within the lofty and obscure holy land of myriad, the true puppeteer behind the world government, gazed through a mysterious crystal ball. Observing all that transpired upon the seas, Im's identity and intentions remained shrouded in profound mystery, yet it was undeniable that he possessed the power to upend the entire world. When Im's gaze fell upon Aiden, Luffy, and their comrades, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flickered in his eyes. These mere ants presumed to alter the world. They must not be allowed to thwart my plans, Im murmured softly, as if having already devised a counter-strategy in his mind. Im then summoned the 5 elders, issuing them more subtle directives within the dimly lit chamber, instructing them to intensify their surveillance and actions against Aiden and his companions, ensuring that the secret of One Piece was suffocated in its cradle. Although Aiden and Luffy, along with their companions, have yet to confront Blackbeard, the Gorosei, and Im directly, the atmosphere is already thick with tension, heralding an impending clash. As the Dawn ship and the Sunny voyage through treacherous waters, they continuously encounter inexplicable assaults and obstacles. At times, mysterious pirate crews emerge unexpectedly, employing bizarre combat techniques that suggest specialized training. At other moments, they face seemingly natural phenomena that conceal hidden dangers, such as abruptly shifting currents and sudden storms materializing out of nowhere. Captain, these attacks are undoubtedly not coincidental. Someone is orchestrating these events from the shadows, intent on hindering our progress, Carl deduced. Aiden nodded, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, everyone must remain vigilant. I sense that the true battle is imminent. Luffy, aboard the Thousand Sunny, also sensed the unease. He called out to his comrades, "Hey, everyone, stay cautious. It seems there are formidable foes lurking in the shadows, but fear not. We shall not be intimidated." At last, on a night shrouded in ominous clouds, the Blackbeard pirates launched their surprise attack. Blackbeard himself led his key members, including Van Augur and Q the Poison, stealthily approaching the Dawn and the Sunny aboard the ship known as the Sword of Kizuna. Heh, little brats. Surrender that mysterious power, or this night shall be your grave, Blackbeard proclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Aiden and Luffy, along with their companions, immediately became alert, each preparing for battle. Aiden activated that mysterious power, radiating brilliance as he prepared to confront the enemy. Luffy, too, unleashed his second gear, his rubbery arms swelling with vigor, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The crews of both sides exhibited their unique abilities, and the battle erupted instantaneously. Each member of the Blackbeard pirates possessed formidable strength. Van Augur's sniper rifle delivered strikes with unparalleled precision, while Poison Q's apple traps proved to be exceptionally elusive. The crew members of the Dawn and Sunny, drawing on the experience accumulated from previous skirmishes and their shared camaraderie, steadfastly resisted. Yet, the sudden onslaught from the Blackbeard pirates momentarily placed them on the defensive. Throughout the clash, both the Dawn and Sunny sustained considerable damage, and many crew members were injured. The ferocity of the Blackbeard pirates' assault escalated, as they seemingly aimed for a swift resolution to seize the secrets held by Aiden and his comrades. "Hold on, don't give up," Aiden shouted, fending off Blackbeard's attacks while encouraging his crew. Luffy echoed loudly from the Sunny, "We are the Straw Hat Pirates. We will not be defeated by these scoundrels." In the midst of this adversity, the crews of the Dawn and Sunny began to collaborate more closely. Aiden and Luffy responded to each other's movements in battle. Though their powers differed, their objective remained unified: to repel the Blackbeard pirates. Aiden, utilizing a mysterious force, conjured an energy shield that temporarily withstood a portion of the enemy's onslaught, granting the crew a momentary reprieve. Meanwhile, Luffy, leveraging the abilities bestowed by the Gum-Gum fruit, deftly navigated through the ranks of foes, disrupting the assault rhythm of the Blackbeard pirates. Just as the fierce battle between the Blackbeard pirates and Aiden, Luffy, and their allies reached its zenith, several enigmatic vessels emerged on the distant horizon. These ships, adorned with the flag of the world government, heralded the arrival of the CP0 agents dispatched by the 5 elders to intervene in the fray. "These pirates have become utterly outrageous. We cannot allow this to continue," the leader of CP0 remarked coldly. The CP0 agents leapt from their vessels, joining the fray with remarkable combat prowess and superior equipment, instantly altering the dynamics of the conflict. On one front, they launched an assault against the Blackbeard pirates, seemingly intent on thwarting Blackbeard's quest for the secret of the One Piece. On another front, they sought to restrain Aiden, Luffy, and their companions, aiming to seize the opportunity to reclaim that enigmatic power. Aiden and Luffy, along with their companions, found themselves taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, their hearts a tumult of astonishment and helplessness. Yet, they understood that the situation had grown increasingly intricate, necessitating a more cautious approach. Deep within the holy land of myriad, Lord M observed the unfolding battle with keen interest through specialized means. M's ultimate ambition transcended the mere prevention of Aiden and his allies from unearthing the secrets of One Piece. Rather, it was to exploit the ensuing chaos to further solidify his dominion over the world. Let them fight. When they are mutually exhausted, I shall intervene, and at that moment, everything will fall under my control, murmured quietly, a cold glint illuminating his eyes. However, as the battle raged on, the tenacious resistance exhibited by Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates compelled him to reassess his strategy. Perhaps it would be more prudent to eliminate these potential threats directly. Consequently, M issued new directives, instructing the Gorosei to intensify their interference in the conflict, ensuring that Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates suffered significant losses, preferably their complete annihilation. Yet, Aiden, Luffy, and their comrades were not easily vanquished. In the face of adversity, they persisted, fueled by unwavering conviction, profound camaraderie, and formidable strength, continuing to engage in fierce combat against their foes, etching their own pirate legends. Amidst the ever-shifting tides of this tumultuous sea, the future loomed uncertain, yet they remained poised, ready to pursue their dream of altering the world, regardless of the challenges ahead. Following the conclusion of the battle, the Dawn and the Thousand Sunny, though battered and bruised, resolutely set sail once more, navigating the waters of the New World, awaiting the next skirmish, the next challenge to arise. Chapter 16. The fierce battle and escape from the Blackbeard pirates upon the vast and tumultuous ocean. The journey of adventure is perpetually rife with uncertainty and trials. The protagonists, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, alongside Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, found themselves unexpectedly crossing paths with the formidable and cunning Blackbeard pirates, thus initiating a breathtaking melee. Sunlight danced upon the shimmering waves, a scene that should have been serene, now overshadowed by an abrupt tension in the air. Aiden stood at the bow of the Dawn, engaged in a discussion with his crew regarding their upcoming journey, when suddenly, the lookout's startled cry shattered the tranquility. "Captain, an unidentified vessel is ahead. Judging by the flag, it belongs to the Blackbeard pirates." Aiden's heart sank. He was acutely aware of Blackbeard's notorious reputation and the formidable strength of his crew, knowing that a fierce battle was likely unavoidable. At the same moment, Luffy aboard the Thousand Sunny sensed an unusual presence. He dashed to the bow, eyes wide as he gazed at the approaching ship of the Blackbeard pirates, exclaiming with a grin, "Wow, it's Blackbeard. This is going to be fun." Though his tone was light-hearted, a glimmer of alertness shone in his eyes. Blackbeard, Teach, stood at the helm of his flagship, the Saber of Xebec, wearing his signature brazen smile. He bellowed, "Hey kids, we've crossed paths again. Today is your unlucky day." His taunting voice reverberated across the waves, heightening the tension in the air. As the two vessels drew nearer, the crew members on both sides gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere was electric, as if sparks were about to ignite, heralding the arrival of a tempestuous battle. With a furious roar from Blackbeard, chaos erupted instantly. The members of the Blackbeard pirates lunged at the Dawn and the Thousand Sunny like ravenous wolves. Aiden launched the first strike, activating his tricolor haki. The observation haki enveloped him, allowing him to perceive the movements of his enemies with crystalline clarity, enabling him to accurately anticipate their attacks and deftly evade incoming assaults, shouting. Observation haki, insightful foreknowledge. His armament haki fortified his weapon, significantly amplifying its striking power. Each swing produced a resounding gust of wind, allowing him to robustly deflect enemy strikes and retaliate, all the while exclaiming, "Armament haki, enhanced strike." Possessing unique combat techniques, Aiden adeptly maneuvered through the fray, his agility rendering him elusive, akin to a specter weaving through foes, a skill he dubbed Phantom Steps, life traversal. Furthermore, Aiden incorporated the distinctive abilities of the Straw Hat Pirates into his fighting style. Much like Luffy, he executed movements reminiscent of rubber stretching and twisting, leveraging his extraordinary capabilities, imagined as a malleable energy form akin to rubber elasticity, to unexpectedly dodge enemy attacks and swiftly counterattack, declaring elastic assault, catching the members of the Blackbeard pirates off guard. The other crew members aboard the Dawn's Light showcased their own exceptional skills. For instance, Sharpshooter Jack, akin to Usopp, utilized his remarkable marksmanship to fire arrows imbued with special effects from a distance. Some arrows detonated upon impact, and as he drew back his bow, he bellowed. Explosive arrow, dance of chaos. The arrows unleashed a wave of pandemonium among the enemy ranks. Others released smoke, and he shouted, smoke arrow, veil of deception, obstructing the enemy's vision and creating advantageous openings for his comrades. Additionally, Tom, the martial arts expert among the crew, emulated Zoro's three-sword style, wielding blades in each hand, harmonizing his unique footwork and posture to unleash a flurry of razor-sharp sword strikes, each brimming with formidable power, slicing through enemy defenses as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables, proclaiming, imitation, three-sword style, blade shadow frenzy. Meanwhile, Mary, the ship's cook, drew inspiration from Sanji's kicking techniques. In close combat, her legs ignited with a unique flame, related to her culinary fire energy, executing powerful kicks akin to the diable jam, sending nearby foes flying. The flames inflicted burns upon her adversaries, adding to their suffering as she cried out, flame kick, explosive impact. On Luffy's end, he was equally relentless. Upon activating Gear Second, his rubbery arms rapidly swelled, enhancing his agility as he shouted, Gear Second, rubber blast. The observation Haki keenly sensed the intentions behind enemy attacks, enabling him to evade Sniper Van Oka's bullets with split-second timing. The armament Haki fortified his rubber body, delivering an even greater force upon collision with foes. As he shouted while attacking Armament Haki, rubber heavy hit. Zoro's three-sword style, bolstered by Armament Haki, unleashed an astonishing might. In his hands, the three blades danced with the precision of an extension of his own will. With each swift strike, they severed the enemy's defenses, the glinting edges slicing through the air, instilling a profound fear that kept adversaries at bay. He bellowed, three-sword style, ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. Sanji's diable jam ignited in flames, harnessing the foresight of observation Haki to deliver a precise kick to his foe's vital points. The fire-enveloped feet not only sent enemies soaring, but also left searing marks upon their bodies, as he proclaimed, Demon Wind Kick, the final touch. Usopp's slingshot, a masterpiece of deadly accuracy, revealed its unique prowess in battle. He unleashed an array of specialized ammunition, including explosive projectiles, as he shouted, guaranteed kill, exploding star. This ensured devastating damage within the blast radius. He also wielded adhesive rounds that ensnared foes, immobilizing them as he cried, adhesive bullet, binding strike, chopper. Having consumed the rumble ball, transformed into a rampaging behemoth, his strength surging instantaneously and his form enlarging to that of a small monster. He charged through enemy ranks, sending foes flying in his wake, forging a path for his comrades as he roared, rampage, rumble impact. Robin employed the powers of the Hana no Mi, summoning countless arms from unexpected angles. These limbs either ensnared enemies' limbs, restricting their movements, or struck from behind with unforeseen ferocity, as she softly intoned. Hana no Mi, thousand hands binding. Frankie's augmented physique granted him an arsenal of formidable offensive capabilities. He unleashed laser beams from various points of his body, declaring, laser beam, destructive barrage. These rays possessed immense penetrating power, capable of piercing enemy defenses directly. He could also activate a powerful attack mode, radiating brilliant light as he exclaimed, Super Frankie, radiant eruption. Brook's ability to separate his soul from his body allowed him to evade fatal strikes at critical moments. He called out, soul separation, phantom dodge. Simultaneously, his cane sword emitted freezing effects with each swing, as he shouted, cane sword, ice slash. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were equally formidable. Van Augur's sniper rifle boasted unparalleled accuracy. As the cold barrel found its mark, bullets flew like shooting stars, consistently striking true and posing a significant threat to the crew of the Going Merry and the Thousand Sunny. He shouted, sniper, precise shot. Van Augur also excelled in utilizing the environment for concealment, adeptly finding hiding spots amidst complex terrains or chaotic skirmishes before launching unexpected assaults. A technique he called concealed sniping, shadow ambush. The bizarre traps set by Q were insidious and unpredictable. Seemingly ordinary objects, such as apples, concealed lethal secrets that triggered various dangerous mechanisms upon contact, explosions, toxic gas release, and more, leaving many crew members injured in their unsuspecting moments. He cackled ominously, declaring, trap, apple catastrophe. In the midst of battle, the notorious Blackbeard feigns weakness, deliberately presenting himself as injured or vulnerable to lure his enemies closer. only to launch a sudden ambush, a tactic he refers to as the feigning weakness to entice the enemy. Poison apple trap. Utilizing the powers of the dark fruit, Blackbeard transforms any object he touches into darkness, absorbing enemy attacks and converting them into his own strength, proclaiming, dark fruit, dark devour. He can also conceal his form within the shadows, striking unexpectedly and catching his foes off guard, exclaiming, dark fruit, shadow assault. Throughout combat, Blackbeard adeptly adjusts his tactics according to his opponent's capabilities. When faced with a formidable adversary, he initially launches small-scale probing attacks to gauge their reactions and identify weaknesses before unleashing a full-scale assault, a strategy he dubs probing tactics, seeking the flaw. Luffy, with fiery determination blazing in his eyes, fixates on Blackbeard. After activating his second gear, his rubbery arms swell rapidly, propelling him like lightning towards Blackbeard as he shouts. Second gear, rubber jet. Observing Luffy's charge, Blackbeard smirks slightly, calmly preparing to utilize his dark fruit abilities. As Luffy's fist, imbued with tremendous force, nears its target, Blackbeard swiftly shrouds his hands in darkness, bellowing, dark fruit, dark devour. Luffy's fist is enveloped by the shadows, seemingly plunging into an endless abyss. However, leveraging the elasticity of his rubber body, Luffy quickly retracts his arm and pivots to strike Blackbeard's flank, calling out, armament hockey, rubber heavy strike. Blackbeard sidesteps, and the two engage in a fervent aerial duel above the sea, each clash stirring up powerful gusts of wind. Seizing an opportune moment, Luffy activates his fourth gear, his form expanding impressively, exuding an aura of dominance akin to an ancient beast as he lunges at Blackbeard, roaring, fourth gear, Snake Man form. Utilizing the elasticity of his rubber fruit, he executes a dazzling series of maneuvers in midair, attempting to breach Blackbeard's defenses. Blackbeard, undeterred, continuously absorbs Luffy's assaults with the dark fruit, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Their battle escalates into a fierce confrontation, churning the sea into tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, Zoro grips three swords tightly, his gaze cold and resolute as he locks onto Venoka. Venoka, concealed in a hidden corner, readies his sniper rifle, aiming directly at Zoro. Aware of the formidable nature of Venoka's weapon, Zoro activates his observation haki, striving to sense the sniper's next move. Suddenly, Venoka pulls the trigger, and the bullet streaks towards Zoro like a meteor. Zoro shouts, three-sword style, ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. He swings his three swords with blinding speed, creating an impenetrable wall of blades. The bullet collides with this barrier, igniting sparks in its wake. Realizing his shot has missed, Venoka swiftly relocates, utilizing the environment to conceal himself once more. However, Zoro, guided by his observation haki, relentlessly pursues him. Upon discovering Venoka's new position, he brandished three blades once more and charged in Venoka's direction, exclaiming, imitation three-sword style, blade shadow frenzy. Venoka, undeterred, pulled the trigger again, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Zoro remained unruffled, his body swirling like a tempest as the three swords formed a protective circle around him, deflecting every bullet. Before continuing his advance towards Venoka, thus commenced a breathtaking battle, a dance of long-range and close-quarters combat. Sanji observed the ominous figure of Poison Q holding an apple, his heart brimming with caution. Poison Q wore a sinister smirk, approaching Sanji with what appeared to be an ordinary apple. Activating his observation haki, Sanji sensed the apple was anything but simple. Suddenly, Poison Q hurled the apple towards Sanji, who swiftly reacted, shouting, Demon Wind Kick, the final touch. Flames ignited around his feet as he delivered a powerful kick, sending the apple hurtling back. It exploded mid-air, revealing Poison Q's trap. Unfazed by the failure of his ambush, Poison Q produced several more apples, continuing his advance while chanting, Trap, the disaster of apples. Sanji deftly dodged the projectiles, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. When Poison Q threw another apple, Sanji seized the moment, darting behind him, igniting flames around his feet once more, and delivering a fierce kick to Poison Q's back, proclaiming, Demon Wind Kick, Flames of Hell. Poison Q was propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground, but he quickly regained his footing, continuing the perilous close combat aboard the ship. Chopper, having consumed the rumble ball, entered a rampaging form, his size swelling as his eyes glowed crimson. He charged at the towering Hank of the Blackbeard pirates, bellowing, Rampage, Rumble Impact. Hank, muscular and robust, swung a massive iron hammer towards Chopper. Fearless, Chopper met him head-on, the collision resonating with a thunderous boom. shaking the very ship beneath them. Utilizing the force of the impact, Chopper thrust his antlers towards Hank, who retaliated with his hammer. Chopper circled Hank, darting and colliding, causing the other members of the Blackbeard pirates to scatter in avoidance. Though Hank possessed immense strength, Chopper's power in rampage mode was formidable, and they engaged in a fierce contest of strength upon the ship's deck. Robin unleashed the powers of the Hana fruit, manifesting countless arms from unexpected angles, reaching out towards Tom, the agile thief of the Blackbeard pirates. Tom, nimble as the wind, weaved and jumped among the arms, attempting to evade Robin's assault. In a soft voice, Robin intoned, Hana fruit, thousand hands binding. More arms sprouted from all directions, gradually encircling Tom. Seeing this, Tom suddenly dashed in a particular direction, attempting to break through the encirclement. Robin swiftly adjusted, forming a barrier with her arm in front of Tom, thwarting his escape. Tom altered his course yet again, continuing his flight, while Robin persistently utilized her abilities, engaging in a relentless chase and confinement, leaving Tom with no refuge aboard the ship. Upon sighting the laser marksman Jack, Frankie activated his powerful attack mode, radiating a brilliant glow as he charged toward Jack, exclaiming, Super Frankie, radiant eruption. Jack raised his laser gun, firing at Frankie. Unperturbed, Frankie unleashed laser beams from various parts of his body, engaging in a dazzling exchange of fire with Jack's laser gun. The beams intertwining above the sea and emitting a resplendent light. As Frankie advanced closer to Jack while firing, he bellowed, Laser beam, annihilation barrage. Multiple launch ports on his body simultaneously discharged laser beams, creating a dense net of light that enveloped Jack. Jack attempted to evade but was still struck by several beams, his body trembling as he hurriedly adjusted his laser gun to continue firing at Frankie. The two engaged in an intense laser duel on the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, Brooke, upon encountering the Spectre Leo, activated his soul extraction ability, his spirit detaching from his body and drifting toward Leo, while he shouted, Soul extraction, phantom evasion. Leo, noticing Brooke's spirit approaching, brandished a sword emanating ghostly light, aiming a thrust at Brooke's soul. Brooke's spirit deftly dodged Leo's assault, swiftly returning to his body. Seizing his cane sword and swinging it at Leo while declaring, Cane sword, I slash. Leo was struck by Brooke's icy blow, causing him to shudder and slow his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Brooke activated his soul extraction ability once more, floating toward Leo to deliver a lethal strike. Leo struggled to regain his agility, wielding his ghostly sword in an effort to fend off Brooke's onslaught, as both engaged in a unique battle of soul versus Spectre aboard the ship. As the conflict escalated, both sides exchanged blows, neither yielding ground. However, as time progressed, Aiden, Luffy, and their companions found themselves increasingly ensnared. The Blackbeard pirates, numerous and coordinated, relentlessly varied their assault strategies, attacking the crew of the Dawn and the Sunny from all angles. Van Oka's sniper rifle continually harassed from a distance, making it difficult for Aiden and his allies to mount a full response to Blackbeard Teach's frontal onslaught. Meanwhile, Poison Q's traps intermittently ensnared the crew, leading to a rising number of casualties. Though Aiden valiantly persevered through the arduous battle with his mastery of the three-colored hockey and the combat techniques acquired from the Straw Hat Pirates, the prolonged skirmish gradually drained his stamina. The range of his observation hockey began to diminish, and the weapons enveloped in his armament hockey slowly lost their initial sharpness. Luffy faced a similar predicament. After activating his second gear, his energy waned rapidly, and while evading enemy assaults, he inevitably made some miscalculations, resulting in several abrasions adorning his body. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were similarly affected to varying degrees. Zoro's assault speed had slowed, and Sanji's diable jam had lost some of its formidable power. Seizing this opportunity, the Blackbeard pirates intensified their onslaught, attempting to vanquish Aiden, Luffy, and their companions in one fell swoop. Just as Aiden and Luffy found themselves in dire straits, a glimmer of hope emerged. During a close-quarters confrontation with Blackbeard Teach, Aiden unexpectedly discerned a flaw in Blackbeard's dark fruit abilities. At the moment, Blackbeard absorbed a significant amount of attacks and prepared to retaliate. The dark aura surrounding him exhibited a fleeting disruption. Aiden swiftly conveyed this discovery to Luffy. Upon hearing it, Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Seizing the moment, he charged towards Blackbeard with remarkable speed just as the latter prepared to retaliate. Chapter 17, The Dawn of Fierce Battle, the struggle for One Piece commences. The protagonist Aiden, alongside his crew aboard the Dawn ship, is currently embroiled in a brutal confrontation with Luffy and his Straw Hat pirates against the formidable Blackbeard pirates. This clash is destined to upheave the very seas, with Aiden's latent Dawn power and Nami's extraordinary performance in battle poised to become pivotal elements of this fierce struggle. The Dawn and Sunny ships glided steadily across the waves, with crew members either resting or deliberating future adventure plans. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the lookout's terrified cry. "Captain, trouble looms. The Blackbeard pirates have appeared, and their intentions seem malevolent." Aiden and Luffy, upon hearing the news, immediately rushed to the bow of the ship, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the approaching fleet of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard Teach stood at the prow of his flagship, a signature maniacal grin adorning his face as he bellowed, "He, little brats, we meet again. Today shall be your grave. For One Piece belongs solely to me, Blackbeard." The crew members on both sides tensed, gripping their weapons in anticipation, ready for the impending clash. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, signaling that a great battle was imminent. With a thunderous roar from Blackbeard, the conflict erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the entire sea in flames and smoke. Aiden launched the first strike, swiftly activating the three-colored haki. The observation haki expanded instantaneously, resembling an invisible net that captured the movements of surrounding enemies with crystal clarity in his mind. He accurately anticipated the direction of their attacks, evading wave after wave of assaults with the agility of lightning, exclaiming, "Observation haki, insight into opportunity." Simultaneously, the armament haki enveloped his weapon like an impenetrable black armor, rendering it indestructible. Each swing summoned a howling gale, and upon colliding with members of the Blackbeard pirates, it produced a deafening roar. Armament haki, shattering strike. Luffy, undeterred, transformed into his fourth gear, the Snake Man form, his body swelling with immense power. His rubbery arms moved like agile serpents, twisting rapidly in the air. As he shouted, "Rubber, Snake Fist Barrage," he charged into the throng of the Blackbeard pirates, each punch imbued with formidable strength, sending enemies sprawling in disarray. The other members of the Straw Hat pirates unleashed their unique techniques. Zoro gripped three swords tightly, invoking the three-sword style, ultimate, 3,000 worlds. The blades danced in his hands with precision, creating dazzling streaks of light as they sliced through the air, severing enemies' weapons and limbs. He bellowed, three-sword style, cutting through all. Sanji ignited his Diable Jam, unleashing a fierce inferno. Diable Jam, Hell's Flame Kick. He charged into the enemy ranks like a whirlwind, each kick igniting foes in his wake, sending them flying with agonized screams. Usopp, from a distance, readied his precision slingshot, continuously launching an array of specially crafted ammunition. Ultimate, exploding meteor shower. He shouted, unleashing a barrage of explosive projectiles that rained down upon the clustered enemies, triggering a cacophony of explosions that threw their ranks into disarray. Chopper consumed a rumble ball, entering a rampaging state, his size and strength surging dramatically. Rampage, rumble charge. He barreled through the enemy lines like an uncontrollable beast, utilizing his immense power to send opponents flying, clearing a bloody path for his comrades. Robin wielded the powers of the flower fruit, summoning countless arms from all directions. Flower fruit, 1,000 hands binding. The limbs coiled around the enemies like serpents, immobilizing them and rendering them helpless to the incoming attacks. Frankie radiated a brilliant light, activating his Super Frankie, Radiant Burst mode, emitting laser beams from all over his body. Laser beam, devastating barrage. The beam shot forth like a torrential rain of arrows, piercing through enemy forms as cries of anguish echoed in the air. Brook, meanwhile, separated his soul to evade enemy strikes, brandishing his cane sword, ice slash. Where he struck, enemies became encased in ice, their movements hindered, allowing him to deliver several decisive blows that vanquished them completely. At this moment, Nami bravely joined the fray, wielding her weather stick with unwavering determination, reciting, "Weather, storm of thunder descends." In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as bolts of lightning struck towards the Blackbeard pirates' vessel, igniting the sails and leaving the enemies on deck stunned by the electric shock. The Blackbeard pirates boasted formidable strength as well. Then Oka concealed himself, relentlessly firing his sniper rifle with pinpoint accuracy. Each bullet soared like a meteor towards Aiden, Luffy, and their companions, nearly striking vital areas on several occasions, posing a significant threat. Meanwhile, the cunning Q wielded apples imbued with hidden dangers, launching them into the crowded masses, an apple disaster. Upon contact, these apples triggered various perilous mechanisms, resulting in explosions or the release of toxic gases, injuring numerous crew members. Blackbeard himself utilized the powers of the dark fruit, transforming anything he touched into darkness, enacting the ability of dark devouring. He absorbed the enemy's attacks, converting them into his own strength, while also concealing his form within the shadows to launch surprise assaults, shadow ambush. The battle intensified, a fierce exchange where neither side yielded, transforming the sea into a colossal battlefield. However, as time passed, Aiden, Luffy, and their allies gradually found themselves in dire straits. The Blackbeard pirates had come well prepared, numerous and synchronized in their efforts. They continually altered their attack strategies, launching relentless assaults from all directions against the crew of the Dawn and the Sunny. Van Oka's sniper rifle harassed from afar, making it difficult for Aiden and his allies to fully counter Blackbeard's frontal assaults. The traps set by Q proved insurmountable, with crew members frequently falling victim to them, resulting in a rising number of injuries. Though Aiden struggled to maintain his three-colored haki, the prolonged intensity of battle gradually depleted his stamina. The range of his observation haki began to shrink, and the weapons enveloped in his armament haki lost their initial brilliance. Luffy found himself in a similar predicament. After activating his fourth gear, his energy waned rapidly, and evading enemy attacks led to inevitable missteps, resulting in multiple abrasions on his body. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were also affected to varying degrees. Zoro's attack speed diminished. Sanji's Diable Jam lost some of its potency. Usopp's ammunition supply dwindled. Chopper's berserk form could not be sustained for long. Robin's Hana no Mi abilities became increasingly taxing. Frankie's laser firing frequency decreased, and Brook's soul separation and freezing attacks struggled to maintain their efficacy. Seizing the opportunity, the Blackbeard pirates intensified their assault, attempting to defeat Aiden, Luffy, and their companions in one fell swoop. Just as Aiden and Luffy found themselves in dire straits, Aiden suddenly sensed a surge of mysterious power within him, his unique dawn power. At that moment, the already gloomy sky darkened further. Ominous clouds churned violently, as if stirred by an invisible hand, while eerie purple lightning flickered between the clouds, seemingly responding to the imminent eruption of Aiden's latent energy. The winds and waves of the sea grew more tumultuous, with massive swells rising one after another, soaring into the air before crashing down heavily, sending sprays of water flying like a white curtain. In a fierce clash with a member of the Blackbeard pirates, a faint golden glow enveloped Aiden's body, growing increasingly radiant and shrouding him entirely. His observation haki's range expanded instantaneously, allowing him to not only perceive the movements of nearby foes clearly, but also to sense their inner fears and panic. His armament haki was also augmented. The brilliance of his weapons intensified, and each swing unleashed powerful shockwaves, sending approaching enemies sprawling. Aiden felt a surge of inspiration, realizing that the Dawn's power might be the pivotal force to turn the tide of battle. He swiftly recalibrated his focus, integrating this newfound strength into his assault. Dawn's wind slash. Aiden roared, his weapon glowing with a radiant golden light, slicing through the air like a tempest as it soared towards his adversaries. This strike cleaved through a defensive line of the Blackbeard pirates, leaving them in a state of astonished disbelief. The Dawn's power possessed by Aiden momentarily shifted the tide of battle, prompting him and Luffy to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Upon witnessing Aiden's transformation, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Luffy's eyes, invigorating him to once again summon his spirit and unleash the formidable abilities of his Gear 4th Snake Man form, the Gum Great Serpent Cannon. His rubbery arms shot forth like colossal projectiles, sending adversaries sprawling in disarray. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates, inspired by this resurgence, rallied together, aligning their efforts with Aiden and Luffy to mount a formidable counteroffensive. Zoro brandished his three swords, cutting through the air with a fierce brilliance, executing the three-sword style, ultimate, 3,000 worlds. He aimed his strikes at the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Sanji, too, intensified the potency of his Diable Jam, delivering a series of fiery kicks. Diable Jam, Hellfire Kick. Each enemy within reach was sent flying. However, the Blackbeard pirates were undeniably a cunning and formidable adversary. Blackbeard Teach quickly regained his composure in light of Aiden's sudden transformation, recognizing that while this Dawn's power was formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. He swiftly adapted his combat strategy, employing a more cautious approach as he utilized the abilities of the Yami no Mi to engage in a tactical skirmish with Aiden, Luffy, and their allies. In tandem, the other members of the Blackbeard crew, under his command, reorganized their assault. Van Augur repositioned himself, continuing to take aim from various angles to target Aiden and his companions. Meanwhile, Poison Q unveiled a series of new, devious traps, preparing to catch Aiden and Luffy off guard. After a round of counterattacks, Aiden, Luffy, and their companions found themselves increasingly drained of energy. Luffy's impending weakness following the activation of his Gear 4th was evident, as involuntary tremors began to manifest in his body. Although Aiden's formidable three-colored haki remained potent, its prolonged use had pushed his mental and physical stamina to the brink. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were equally fatigued. Zoro's arms had begun to tremble slightly, and Sanji's legs felt feeble beneath him. Under the renewed ferocity of the Blackbeard Pirates' assault, Aiden, Luffy, and the others faced a dire predicament, with the odds stacked against them. In this crucial moment, Nami once again played a pivotal role. Witnessing her comrades in distress filled her with urgency. Gripping her weather stick tightly, she focused her energy and chanted, "Weather, torrential rain." Instantly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and heavy rain cascaded down, drastically reducing visibility on the sea. This made it exceedingly difficult for Blackbeard's sniper, Van Augur, to accurately target his foes, significantly mitigating the threat he posed. Concurrently, Nami unleashed another skill, Weather, Whirlwind Tornado. A colossal tornado suddenly whipped across the ocean, sweeping towards the Blackbeard Pirates' vessel, causing it to lurch chaotically. The enemies aboard were caught in the tempest, their cries of distress echoing amidst the chaos. Through this series of meteorological attacks, Nami secured precious moments of respite for Aiden and Luffy, allowing them to slightly adjust their states and continue their fierce struggle against the Blackbeard Pirates. After a fierce exchange, both sides momentarily ceased their assaults, as if gathering strength for the impending round of their life and death contest. Although Aiden and Luffy, along with their companions, have temporarily fended off the onslaught of the Blackbeard Pirates, they themselves bear grievous wounds, and both the Dawn and Sunny ships have sustained varying degrees of damage. Presently, the Blackbeard Pirates have also suffered considerable casualties, yet they remain vigilant and poised to launch another assault at any moment. This battle is far from over, and the quest for One Piece is a protracted and arduous journey. Aiden and Luffy understand that they must persist in their struggle, not solely for survival, but to fulfill their dreams of discovering One Piece and ascending to the title of Pirate King. Chapter 18. The battle continues. A clash of fates. Though the previous skirmish has momentarily ceased, an atmosphere thick with peril still envelopes this maritime expanse. Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews are entrenched in a bitter rivalry with the Blackbeard Pirates, a conflict destined to intensify as they vie for the elusive One Piece. On the decks of the Dawn and the Sunny, Aiden and Luffy, despite their grievous wounds, radiate an indomitable spirit. Aiden's body still subtly emanates the residual power of the Dawn's eruption. He clutches his weapon tightly, his arm trembling slightly from fatigue. Yet he resolutely stands at the bow of the ship, gazing toward the direction of the Blackbeard Pirates. Luffy, seated at the prow of the Sunny, gasps for breath, the abrasions and bruises on his rubbery form starkly visible. However, upon noticing the Blackbeard Pirates stirring with intent, he abruptly rises and exclaims, "Friends, do not lose heart. We have not yet been defeated. Let us continue to fight." The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates rally at his words. Zoro, suppressing the ache in his arm, firmly grips his three swords and mutters, "Humph, those fellows will soon experience the true might of my blades." Sanji, though his legs tremble, strives to steady himself, preparing to unleash his diabolical jam once more, gritting his teeth as he declares, "I will send them flying." Usopp hurriedly replenishes his ammunition, while Chopper tends to the more severely injured crew members. Robin remains poised, ready to utilize her Hana no Mi abilities again. Frankie examines his bodily functions, and Brook adjusts his cane sword, preparing for the next round of his soul-extracting assault. Meanwhile, on the side of the Blackbeard Pirates, their ranks are also being organized. Blackbeard Teach, his expression dark, bellows to his subordinates, "Do not underestimate them. Assault with all your might. We must eliminate them once and for all." With a rallying cry from the Blackbeard Pirates, the battle reignites. Aiden was the first to charge into the enemy ranks, once again activating the remnants of his tricolored haki. Although his observation haki was not as keen as in its prime, it still allowed him to discern the general movements of his foes, enabling him to evade their attacks. His armament haki, though somewhat diminished, still provided a formidable impact when enveloping his weapon. Wielding his armament, he shouted, "Even if I am wounded, I shall not fall. Dawn's power, ignite within me." The faint power of Dawn surged within him once more. Though not as potent as before, it endowed his strikes with renewed ferocity. Luffy entered his fourth gear, the Snake Man form, despite the unmistakable signs of weariness becoming increasingly evident. His movements were not as agile as before, yet his indomitable will propelled him forward against the adversary. Goma Goma no snake punch, he bellowed, unleashing a flurry of rubbery fists upon the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Like a torrential downpour, Zoro gripped three swords tightly, executing the three-sword style. OG, one big, 3,000, great thousand world. The glint of his blades shimmered in the sunlight as he endured the pain in his arms, swinging his swords with accelerated speed in an attempt to breach the enemy's defenses. My blades show no mercy, he roared. Sanji's Diable Jam ignited once more. Diable Jam, Hell's Flame Kick, enhanced version. He channeled all his strength into each kick, unleashing searing flames that sent nearby foes flying, though he nearly stumbled from the exertion. Usopp readied his perfect aim slingshot, launching a series of specially crafted projectiles. Special move, Tracking Bullet. This time, the ammunition possessed a homing capability, automatically targeting the enemies and igniting a series of explosions within their ranks, disrupting their formation. Chopper, having treated the injured crew members, consumed a Rumble Ball to enter his Berserk form. Berserk, Rumble Impact, sustained version. His size and strength magnified, he charged through the enemy lines like a frenzied behemoth, sending foes sprawling. Robin utilized her Hana Hana Nomi abilities. Hana Hana Nomi, Thousand Hand Bind, enhanced state. Countless arms sprang forth from unexpected angles, ensnaring the limbs of her adversaries, even immobilizing their entire bodies, rendering them helpless. Frankie radiated a dazzling light as he activated the Super Frankie, Radiant Burst, Advanced Mode, unleashing a barrage of potent laser beams from his body. Laser, Destructive Sweep, enhanced version. The beams pierced through the enemies like scorching blades, sowing chaos in their ranks. Brook, having evaded enemy attacks with his Soul's Detachment, wielded his Cane Sword to execute Cane Sword, Ice Slash, enhanced version. Wherever his blade struck, foes were encased in ice. Their movement slowed, allowing him to seize the opportunity to deliver decisive blows. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates were equally resolute. Van Augur concealed himself, his sniper rifle relentlessly firing. Sniping, Precision Shot, Rapid Fire version. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, which streaked towards Aiden, Luffy, and their companions like meteors, with an alarming precision that posed an even greater threat to them. Poison Q continued to wield those deceptively enigmatic apples and other items. A veritable trap of calamity, the upgraded version. He hurled a fresh batch of apples into the densely packed crowd. These apples triggered mechanisms of even greater peril, some igniting widespread explosions, while others released noxious gases that ensnared numerous crew members. Blackbeard, Marshal D, Teach himself, harnessed the powers of the dark fruit, transforming all he touched into shadows, the evolved state of the dark fruit. Not only could he absorb the attacks of his enemies and convert them into his own strength, but he could also store this absorbed power, unleashing it in a singular, devastating blow at a critical juncture to inflict immense damage upon his foes. Additionally, he could conceal his form within the darkness, launching unexpected assaults, an enhanced version of the dark fruit's Shadow Strike. The battle escalated, plunging both sides into a fierce stalemate. Though Aiden, Luffy, and their allies fought with every ounce of their strength, their previous injuries and depletion of stamina had diminished both the potency and speed of their assaults. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates exploited their numerical advantage and innovative offensive strategies, relentlessly applying pressure upon them. Aiden navigated through the enemy ranks with great difficulty. Supported intermittently by the power of Dawn, yet he narrowly escaped enemy fire on numerous occasions. Luffy's rubber body endured relentless attacks, and his fourth gear state became increasingly arduous to maintain, threatening to falter and plunge him into a state of extreme weakness. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates faced similar predicaments. Zoro's arm pain intensified, and although his sword strikes remained sharp, their frequency diminished. Sanji's Diable Jam lost its fiery potency due to overuse, leaving him somewhat unsteady. Usopp's ammunition dwindled. Chopper's berserk form could not be sustained for long. Robin's Hana Hana Nomi powers became increasingly taxing to wield. Frankie's laser fire frequency decreased, and Brook's soul separation and freezing attack struggled to maintain their efficiency. The Blackbeard pirates seized the opportunity, intensifying their assault. Van Augur's sniper rifle incessantly harassed from a distance, while Poison Q's traps ensnared many crew members in peril. Blackbeard Teach sought the opportune moment to deliver a lethal blow to Aiden, Luffy, and their companions. In this critical moment of life and death, both sides understood that any lapse could lead to complete annihilation. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, heavily unfavorable to Aiden and Luffy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mysterious force emerged behind the Blackbeard pirates, arriving on uniquely shaped vessels adorned with an unfamiliar emblem on their flags. Their appearance instantly captivated the attention of all present on the battlefield. Members of the Blackbeard pirates displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly bewildered by the intentions of this enigmatic force. After a brief moment of shock, Aiden and Luffy felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. Perhaps this mysterious force could shatter the current deadlock. This unknown entity did not immediately reveal its intentions, but instead remained quietly at the periphery of the battlefield, observing the ongoing conflict. Their crew bore serious expressions, wielding an array of peculiar weapons, suggesting formidable strength. As speculation about their motives swirled, a figure from one of the ships stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Cease this senseless battle. The secret of One Piece is far more profound than you can imagine. Perhaps we could explore this together." This statement detonated like a bomb on the battlefield. Aiden, Luffy, Blackbeard Teach, and others furrowed their brows, contemplating the implications of these words. The arrival of this mysterious force ushered in a new opportunity for this conflict, rendering the ensuing situation even more enigmatic. Chapter 19. The battle intensifies. A clash of fates. Though the words of the mysterious force stirred the battlefield, Aiden and the Blackbeard pirates had no time for contemplation. Their gazes were solely fixed on one another, and the flames of battle still blazed fiercely, with neither side willing to relent. Aiden, upon hearing the mysterious figure's call, felt a fleeting moment of doubt, swiftly overshadowed by the instinct to engage in battle. He tightened his grip on his weapon as the power of dawn surged within him once more, golden radiance flickering as if in anticipation of the impending clash. Similarly, Luffy's rubbery arms trembled slightly, yet he maintained his combat stance, shouting defiantly, "Who cares about their secrets? Let us defeat these foes first." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates echoed his sentiment, revitalized and ready to face a new wave of fierce combat. Blackbeard, his countenance dark and eyes gleaming with ferocity, bellowed at his crew, "Ignore those meddlesome fools. Keep fighting and eliminate these pesky brats." Obeying their captain's command, the members of Blackbeard's crew lunged at Aiden and his companions with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Aiden was the first to launch an assault. Fully unleashing the power of dawn, his form enveloped in a radiant golden glow. With the enhancement of this power, his observation haki briefly transcended its limits, allowing him to perceive even the subtlest movements of his adversaries, anticipating their intentions for the next moment. His armament haki became as solid as substance itself. As he swung his weapon, the golden light transformed into fierce sword chi, slicing through the air with precision. Dawn, sword chi, in all directions. He roared, charging into the ranks of the Blackbeard pirates, where his sword chi inflicted grievous wounds, causing his foes to recoil in agony. Not to be outdone, Luffy understood that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture, despite his extreme fatigue and the evident weakness following the activation of his fourth gear. He gritted his teeth and forcibly transitioned into another form of this state, Tank Man. His body swelled to an enormous size, resembling a small mountain. As he barreled towards the Blackbeard pirates, rubber, tank cannon, barrage. His arms, akin to cannon barrels, unleashed a barrage of powerful rubber punches, each strike propelled with overwhelming force, sending nearby enemies flying. Zoro gripped three swords tightly, his gaze as cold as ice. Taking a deep breath, he harmonized his haki with his swordsmanship, executing a never-before-seen ultimate move, three-sword style, ultimate technique, the Wail of the Demon. The three swords whirled through the air, creating a colossal vortex of blade light that seemed to rend space itself. The members of the Blackbeard pirates looked on in terror as the blinding light approached. Too late to evade, they were swiftly engulfed, limbs flying and blood spilling. Sanji ignited his Diable Jam with an unprecedented blaze, Diable Jam, Hellfire Storm. He became a searing whirlwind, darting through the ranks of enemies, each kick accompanied by a fiery tornado, the intense heat capable of melting steel. Wherever he swept, foes were charred black, collapsing in anguished cries. As Usopp faced dwindling ammunition, he tapped into his creativity in dire straits. Utilizing some discarded materials from the ship, he hastily assembled a new weapon, Super Slingshot, Explosive Flame Emitter. Drawing back the slingshot with force, he shouted, "Ultimate move, Explosive Flame Emitter." The weapon unleashed a series of flaming projectiles that detonated amidst the enemy ranks, igniting a sea of fire that thoroughly disrupted the formation of the Blackbeard pirates. After consuming the Rumble Ball, Chopper entered an entirely new Berserk form, Berserk, Rumble, Ultimate Impact. His size became colossal, nearly matching that of the flagship of the Blackbeard pirates. Lowering his head, he charged with his massive antlers towards the enemy S-ship, delivering a thunderous blow that shattered one vessel, sending its occupants tumbling into the sea. Struggling for survival, Robin wielded the powers of the flower fruit, this time expanding beyond merely restraining her foes. Flower fruit, thousand hands, universal binding. She danced with her hands, and countless arms surged from all directions, not only ensnaring the enemy's bodies but also tightly binding everything fixed around them, including their ships and masts, rendering the members of the Blackbeard pirates immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the assault approached. Frankie radiated a blinding light, activating a novel attack mode, Super Frankie Nuclear Eruption. Energy devices threw out his body word into action, unleashing powerful nuclear energy beams from various parts of his form. Nuclear Beam, Annihilation Impact. These beams struck like pillars of light, piercing and obliterating everything in their path, whether foe or vessel, wreaking havoc within the ranks of the Blackbeard pirates. Brooks' soul detached from his body, allowing him to evade enemy attacks while directly penetrating their forms to reach the depths of their souls. Soul detachment, soul piercing. His spirit glided like a phantom through the enemy lines, and upon entering an adversary's essence, it instilled immediate dread and chaos, causing their bodies to lose control. He then wielded his cane sword, Ice Slash, Ultimate Version, methodically dispatching those who could no longer resist. On the side of the Blackbeard pirates, they too fought with all their might. Van Oka concealed himself atop a ship's mast, utilizing his exceptional vantage point and sharpshooting prowess for a sniper, precision shot, long-range version. His sniper rifle bullets could accurately strike targets from great distances, each infused with tremendous impact, nearly landing fatal blows on Aiden, Luffy, and others, presenting a significant threat. Poison Q continued to wield his cleverly concealed apples and other items, this time blending the apples with mysterious potions, Trap, Apple Calamity, Toxic Enhanced Version. When enemies touched the apples, they triggered explosions and toxic gas, which possessed corrosive properties. Inhaling it would cause instantaneous lung decay, injuring numerous crew members and even endangering lives. Blackbeard himself maximized the capabilities of the dark fruit. He first transformed the surrounding seawater into darkness, dark fruit, dark devour, domain of the sea, plunging the ships of Aiden, Luffy, and others into a realm of obscurity, severely restricting their vision and complicating their movements. He then concealed his form within the shadows, continuously traversing the darkness in search of the opportune moment to strike. Dark fruit, Shadow Assault, Ultimate Stealth Version. When he spotted an opening in the enemy's defenses, he would suddenly emerge from the gloom, his hands becoming shadows. Dark fruit, Dark Devour, Powerful Absorption, absorbing all incoming attacks and converting them into newfound strength before delivering a devastating counterstrike. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides unleashing their full potential, and the conflict grew increasingly brutal. Although Aiden and his companions exerted themselves to the utmost, the prolonged battle, coupled with their prior injuries, rapidly drained their stamina. Aiden's dawn power, while formidable, began to take a toll on his body, causing the golden light to flicker erratically. The effects of observation haki and armament haki were also gradually diminishing. Luffy's tankman form, capable of delivering tremendous impact, led to an exacerbated state of weakness upon reverting to his original state, with his body trembling uncontrollably and on the verge of collapse. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates faced equally daunting challenges. Zoro's ultimate technique, though immensely powerful, left his arm nearly numb and unable to wield his sword with the same agility as before. Sanji's Diable Jam, after extensive usage, saw its flames gradually extinguish, and his legs were rendered nearly incapable of supporting him due to severe fatigue. Usopp's makeshift weapon, while temporarily effective, was quickly running out of ammunition, with scarce materials left for crafting new rounds. Chopper's new berserk form exacted a significant toll, causing his body to diminish, and once he returned to his normal state, he would likely succumb to extreme weakness. Robin's flower fruit ability could bind enemies, yet she herself appeared pale and on the brink of collapse from the excessive strain. Frankie's nuclear burst mode imposed tremendous stress on his body, revealing signs of malfunction, with some of his cannon ports beginning to emit smoke. Brooks' soul-piercing and freezing attacks, though capable of disorienting foes, gradually weakened his own spirit, extending the time required to return to his body. The Blackbeard pirates were equally beleaguered. Van Augur, though capable of long-range sniping, found his eyes growing weary from prolonged focus, diminishing his shooting accuracy. The traps set by Doc Q, while formidable, were depleting in materials, and enemies had become increasingly wary of his schemes. Blackbeard Teach, after transforming seawater into darkness, was compelled to expend substantial energy to maintain the shadowy domain, leading to a gradual decline in his own stamina. Furthermore, when absorbing enemy attacks to convert into strength, he encountered instability, with occasional backlash phenomena. On this bloody and brutal battlefield, both sides struggled on the precipice of life and death, where every strike and every evasion was a matter of survival, with no one knowing if they would still be standing in the next moment. Just as both factions approached their limits, a turning point emerged once again. During a harrowing encounter while evading the assaults of Blackbeard Teach, Aiden stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon within the darkened waters of the sea. Amidst the depths shrouded in darkness by Blackbeard Teach, faint glimmers of light flickered, remnants of some energy seemingly devoured by the shadows. Intrigued, Aiden harnessed his remaining observation hockey to meticulously discern the mysteries of these lights. After a challenging exploration, he unveiled that these illuminations were, in fact, manifestations of a mysterious power that had originally existed within these waters, though forcibly transformed into darkness by the powers of the dark fruit. They retained a fragment of their innate properties. Furthermore, if he could successfully channel these lights, it would enable him to shatter Blackbeard Teach's dominion over this realm of shadows. Aiden swiftly conveyed this discovery to Luffy and the other crew members. Upon hearing the news, a glimmer of hope flickered in Luffy's eyes. Despite his frail condition, he mustered his strength and, alongside Aiden and the others, endeavored to harness these rays of light to turn the tide of battle. Aiden concentrated his mind, merging the remnants of his dawn power with the radiant light around him. Dawn, light-shattering darkness, he bellowed as his weapon once again shimmered with a golden brilliance. More dazzling than before, imbued with a force capable of piercing through the shadows, he charged towards the heart of the dark sea. Whereupon his presence caused the darkness to dissolve like ice and snow, shattering Blackbeard Teach's grip over this abyssal domain. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy regained his normal form, replenishing a modicum of strength before activating his fourth gear snake form. Rubber, snake fist, agile assault. With the flexibility of his rubbery body, he slithered through the ranks of enemies like a serpent, lunging towards Blackbeard Teach with the intent to deliver a decisive blow. Inspired by Aiden's resolve, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates rallied with renewed vigor. Zoro, enduring the pain in his arms, tightened his grip on his three swords. Three-sword style, Oath of the 3,000 Worlds. He unleashed upon the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Sanji reignited his Diable Jam, executing Diable Jam, Hellfire Kick, sending nearby foes flying. Usopp, utilizing his remaining materials, crafted simple yet effective ammunition, deadly, simple explosive, to further sow chaos among the adversaries. After regaining some energy, Chopper consumed another Rumble Ball, transforming into his Berserk state. Berserk, Rumble Impact, rampaging through the enemy ranks. Robin employed her Hana Nomi abilities, executing Hana, Thousand Hand Binding, to ensnare her opponent's limbs. Frankie, having repaired some of his bodily malfunctions, unleashed Super Frankie, Radiant Eruption, firing laser beams in a sweeping assault. Laser Beam, Annihilation Barrage. Brook, having momentarily separated his soul, invoked Soul Departure, Phantom Dodge, evading attacks before wielding his Cane Sword, Ice Slash. The Blackbeard Pirates, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, began to falter. Blackbeard Teach, astonished that his dominion over darkness had been disrupted, hastily recalibrated his strategy in an attempt to regain control. However, the unexpected counterattack from Aiden and his comrades left them reeling, plunging the Blackbeard Pirates into a state of disarray, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. As the conflict escalated, a white silhouette of a ship emerged in the distance upon the horizon of the sea. As it drew nearer, the distinct naval flag fluttering in the wind unmistakably signified the identity of the approaching vessels. The Navy fleet had arrived. With an imposing demeanor, the naval fleet advanced towards the battlefield, their cannons primed for action. The commanding officer stood resolutely at the bow of the flagship, his expression stern as he proclaimed, "Pirates, your misdeeds end here. Today marks the day of your annihilation." Aiden, Luffy, and the members of the Blackbeard Pirates were momentarily taken aback. None had anticipated the sudden appearance of the Navy at such a critical juncture. However, they were acutely aware that the Navy would not concern itself with the intricacies of their conflicts. In the eyes of the Navy, they were all merely pirates that needed to be eradicated. Aiden felt an ominous foreboding within, acutely aware that they were now at their wits' end. Confronted by the Navy's sudden onslaught, it seemed exceedingly difficult for them to escape unscathed. Luffy, his brow furrowed, though perpetually fearless, found himself compelled to reassess his strategies in light of this new threat. Blackbeard wore a brooding expression, as dark as storm clouds, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Humph. These Navy scoundrels certainly know how to choose their moments. However, capturing us all in one fell swoop will prove to be quite the challenge." The Navy fleet swiftly advanced towards the battlefield, and upon drawing near, the cannons at the bow unleashed their fire. Shells rained down like a deluge upon Aiden and the Blackbeard pirates' vessel, instantly erupting into gigantic splashes upon the surface of the sea. Aiden swiftly reacted, calling out, "Everyone, be cautious. First evade the Navy's assault, then devise a strategy to counter." He utilized the remnants of his observation hockey to perceive the trajectories of the cannonballs, guiding the crew of the Dawn in agile maneuvers to dodge the incoming fire. Meanwhile, Luffy commanded the Straw Hat pirates aboard the Sunny, urging, "Stay calm, everyone. Let us first evade this barrage before anything else." The Blackbeard pirates were equally unyielding. Blackbeard directed his crew to evade the cannonballs while contemplating how to exploit the Navy's arrival to confront Aiden and Luffy. In an instant, the battlefield, already chaotic, descended into further turmoil with the Navy's intervention. The cacophony of cannon fire, the shouts of pirates, and the clashing of ships intertwined, resembling a symphony of doom. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle Clash, Confronting Blackbeard Alone. The Navy's abrupt involvement complicated the already tumultuous situation, yet Aiden and Luffy felt a surge of resolve within. Faced with their arch-nemesis, Blackbeard, they chose to set aside all distractions and engage in a one-on-one confrontation, vowing to seek a glimmer of hope amidst despair and continue their pursuit of the One Piece. Aiden gazed into the distance at Blackbeard, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood profoundly that to emerge from the chaos and seize the One Piece, he must first confront this formidable and cunning adversary. At that moment, he thought, "Blackbeard, you have always been a significant obstacle on our path. Today, I shall join forces with Luffy to vanquish you once and for all. I will not allow you to continue your tyranny, even if it costs me my life." He turned to Luffy, and in Luffy's equally resolute gaze, he found the same unwavering resolve. Luffy grinned widely and called out to Aiden, "Hey, Aiden. Let us take him down together." Meanwhile, Luffy's heart surged with ambition as he silently vowed, "I am destined to become the Pirate King, Blackbeard. Do not think you can obstruct my path. Today, we shall settle the score." Aiden nodded, gripping his weapon tightly as the ethereal power of dawn flickered to life once more, seemingly gathering strength for the impending battle. He responded to Luffy, "Very well. Let us join forces to confront him." With that, the two figures darted forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the direction of Blackbeard, momentarily casting aside the cannon fire from the Navy and the chaos of the pirates behind them. Upon witnessing Aiden and Luffy charging towards him, Blackbeard was initially taken aback, but soon a sinister smile crept across his face. "Humph, two reckless youngsters. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige." He crossed his arms and stood his ground, the dark powers of his fruit swirling within him, while contemplating, "These two truly dare to confront me alone. Nevertheless, it presents a perfect opportunity to eliminate them, thereby reducing my competitors for the One Piece." Aiden initiated the assault, channeling the entirety of the Dawn's power into his weapon, which radiated with a resplendent golden light. "Dawn, Gale Slash," he bellowed as his weapon, imbued with a fierce golden sword aura, cleaved towards the notorious Blackbeard. This strike embodied Aiden's total strength and unwavering resolve. The air itself seemed to be severed in its wake, producing a sharp, whistling sound. In that moment, a singular thought consumed Aiden's mind. He must pierce through Blackbeard's defenses and deliver a resounding blow. Not to be outdone, Luffy surged forth, instantly activating his Gear 4th serpent form as he charged towards Blackbeard. His rubbery arms writhed through the air like a nimble python. "Rubber, serpent fist, frenzied dance," he shouted, launching a barrage of powerful punches aimed directly at Blackbeard's chest, each strike carrying immense force, as if intending to penetrate him entirely. Luffy harbored a fierce determination within. "Watch as I deliver blows that leave you utterly disoriented, Blackbeard. Do not underestimate my might." Unfazed by the dual onslaught, Blackbeard remained composed. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows, employing the powers of the dark fruit for a stealthy ambush. Suddenly, he re-emerged behind Aiden, his hands morphing into darkness, utilizing the dark fruit's ability, Dark Absorption, to attempt to consume Aiden's formidable strike. Inwardly, Blackbeard reveled in his cunning. "Humph. Do you truly believe you can land a hit on me? Let your attacks be transformed into my strength. Aiden had long been prepared. With his keen observation haki, he detected Blackbeard's movements. The instant Blackbeard struck, Aiden swiftly pivoted his body, altering the trajectory of his blade as he slashed toward Blackbeard's hands. Golden sword energy clashed with the dark force, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent towering waves surging across the surrounding sea. As relief washed over him, Aiden's vigilance sharpened further. That was close. Almost fell for his trick. Blackbeard is as cunning as they say. Must stay on guard. Luffy, seeing Blackbeard evade his attack only to reappear behind Aiden, adjusted his stance midair with the elasticity of his rubber body. Goma no. Snake whip. His rubber leg lashed out like a whip, striking toward Blackbeard's back with blistering speed and devastating force. A direct hit would surely cripple him. Trying to dodge? Take this from behind. Let us see how you like my power. Blackbeard sensed the incoming assault and once again invoked the power of his dark fruit, dissolving part of his back into darkness to absorb the impact. Yet the sheer might behind Luffy's whip was overwhelming, though a fraction was nullified. The residual force sent Blackbeard staggering forward several steps. A flicker of alarm crossed his mind. This rubber brat packs quite a punch. Underestimating their combined strength would be a mistake. Seizing the moment when Blackbeard was momentarily unsteady, Aiden launched another assault. He flawlessly merged the three-colored haki with the power of dawn, executing the dawn haki slash. This time, his strike radiated not only with the fierce brilliance of golden light, but also resonated with the grandeur of haki. Leaping high into the air, he brought his weapon down in a fierce arc towards Blackbeard Teach, as if intending to cleave the very surface of the sea in twain. In his heart, Aiden urged himself on. I must give it my all. I shall break through his defenses and secure more opportunities for us. Blackbeard Teach steadied himself, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He absorbed a vast volume of the surrounding seawater, transforming it into darkness, dark fruit, dark domain. A realm of shadows formed around him, aiming to thwart Aiden's oncoming strike. Blackbeard thought to himself, you wish to breach my defenses? Such a feat is not easily accomplished. Let you experience the torment within this domain of darkness. Aiden's weapon cleaved through the realm of darkness, where golden light and shadows collided and intertwined, producing a cacophony reminiscent of thunderclaps. Meanwhile, Luffy was on the lookout for an opportunity. Acutely aware of the formidable power of Blackbeard's dark fruit, yet recognizing that it was not without its vulnerabilities, as he evaded the sporadic assaults emanating from the dark expanse. He meticulously scrutinized Blackbeard's defenses. Suddenly, he discerned a slight weakness on the right side of Blackbeard's barrier while he maintained the dark domain. A surge of excitement welled up within Luffy. Aha! I've found your flaw. Witness how I shatter your shell. Seizing the moment, Luffy swiftly transitioned into his fourth gear, transforming into the Tankman form. His body inflated to an enormous size, and he unleashed the full power of the rubber tank cannon. With arms poised like cannons, he propelled himself towards the right side of Blackbeard's darkness, delivering a blow imbued with overwhelming force, aiming to breach Blackbeard's defenses and strike at his very essence. Luffy's heart raced with anticipation. This time, I shall surely hit him and send him reeling. Blackbeard sensed Luffy's intent to attack and attempted to fortify the right side of his dark domain. However, Aiden's relentless assault left him momentarily overwhelmed, making it difficult to manage both fronts. Luffy's strike landed heavily against the dark barrier. While it did not completely shatter it, it caused significant tremors. With some of the dark energies beginning to dissipate, Blackbeard cursed inwardly. Damn it, these two are truly in sync. This is troublesome. As the battle raged on, the confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach settled into a stalemate. Though Aiden's dawn of power and the three-color haki are formidable, their prolonged and intense use rapidly depletes his stamina. Beads of sweat have gathered on his forehead, his breath has quickened, and the golden glow of his weapon flickers uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Aiden's heart races with anxiety. The exhaustion is too swift. This cannot continue. He must swiftly find a flaw in his opponent and conclude this battle. Yet, his resolve remains unshaken. He grits his teeth and persistently searches for Blackbeard's vulnerability. Launching his assaults, Luffy faces a similar daunting test of endurance. After activating his fourth gear, whether in Snake Man or Tank Man form, the strain on his stamina is immense. His body begins to tremble uncontrollably, and the period of weakness following the withdrawal from fourth gear is imminent. Luffy feels a sense of helplessness. Oh no. My stamina is nearly depleted. I cannot falter now, for I still aspire to become the Pirate King. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit compels him to persist. continually adjusting his attack strategies in an effort to deliver a decisive blow to Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach, too, finds himself in a challenging predicament. Maintaining the dark domain and continuously unleashing the powers of the dark fruit requires substantial stamina. His complexion has grown somewhat pale, although his gaze remains fierce. A hint of fatigue is evident. Moreover, he must constantly remain vigilant against the combined onslaught of Aiden and Luffy, which further exacerbates his exhaustion as he remains highly focused. In this tense standoff, the victor will be determined by who can identify the opponent's weakness and deliver a fatal strike before their stamina is entirely spent. Just as both Aiden and Luffy approach the brink of exhaustion, with the odds stacked against them, their unwavering belief in their dreams ignites a fierce counterattack. Aiden took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he silently felt the lingering power of dawn within him. He reminisced about his adventures upon the vast ocean. Recalling the moments of adversity he faced alongside his comrades, these memories fortifying his resolve. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, a resolute gleam illuminating them. Aiden whispered to himself, "I cannot surrender, for my companions. For the pursuit of One Piece, I shall expend every last ounce of my strength." He concentrated the final remnants of his dawn power into his weapon, simultaneously amplifying his armament haki to its utmost potential. "Dawn! Ultimate slash!" he bellowed, as his weapon radiated a blinding golden light, resembling a ray of hope piercing through darkness, aimed directly at Blackbeard Teach's head. This strike embodied his final strength and his ultimate gamble for victory. Luffy, witnessing Aiden's bold move, felt a surge of valor within him. Despite his body being gravely weakened, thoughts of his dream to become the Pirate King and the camaraderie of the Straw Hat Pirates invigorated him. Summoning his remaining spirit, he channeled the last vestiges of his haki into his rubber arm. "Rubber, Dream Fist," he shouted, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Blackbeard Teach's abdomen. This blow carried Luffy's dreams and hopes, a desperate strike in the face of despair. Luffy's mind raced. "I cannot lose. My friends are counting on me. I must become the Pirate King. This punch must land." Blackbeard Teach was taken aback by the duo's desperate counterattack. He attempted to evade, but his stamina had waned to its limits. His reaction time significantly slowed. Helplessly, he could only watch as Aiden's sword and Luffy's fist bore down upon him. Filled with regret, Blackbeard lamented, "Had I known these two would be so formidable, I should not have underestimated them. This will be disastrous." In that critical moment, Blackbeard summoned the last vestiges of his strength, activating the powers of the Yami no Mi to shroud parts of his head and abdomen in darkness, attempting to absorb Aiden and Luffy's oncoming strikes. Yet, the blows contained the entirety of their conviction and power, although darkness absorbed a portion of the force. The residual energy struck Blackbeard with tremendous impact. Set reeling by the two assaults, Blackbeard crashed heavily onto the distant deck, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Aiden and Luffy, having expended their energy, collapsed onto the ground. Though this heart-stopping confrontation had yielded a momentary victor, the battle for One Piece was far from over. Chapter 21, Gathering Storms. Escalating crisis after the breathtaking confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach. Both sides lay exhausted on the ground, the battlefield momentarily ensnared in a delicate stalemate. However, this brief tranquility did not endure for long, as new variables emerged, further complicating the situation. A sudden chill spread across the sea without warning. The once warm sea breeze turned frigid, the waters shimmered with a hint of coldness, as though on the brink of freezing. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates were initially taken aback, only to have their eyes light up with astonishment. A ship's silhouette gradually became discernible amidst the icy mist. And standing at the bow was none other than the former Marine Admiral Aokiji. He retained his customary stern demeanor, his tall figure enveloped in his signature attire. His gaze as cold and profound as ice, seemingly capable of piercing through the fabric of reality itself. Struggling to rise from the ground, Blackbeard Teach wiped away the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth. The moment he beheld Aokiji, a glimmer of triumph and anticipation flickered in his eyes. He mused inwardly, Aokiji has finally arrived. With his assistance, subduing Aiden and Luffy will be a mere formality. One Piece will inevitably be within my grasp. Aokiji stepped onto the flagship of the Blackbeard Pirates with measured strides, casting a glance at the disheveled Blackbeard Teach. A faint smirk graced his lips as he remarked, laced with a subtle mockery, "Teach, look at your pitiful state, bested by two greenhorns, and now I must come to your rescue." Though his words were light, they exuded an undeniable authority. Blackbeard Teach, however, seemed unfazed, responding with a grin, Admiral Akiji, please don't jest. These two youngsters do possess some skill, but they are nearly out of strength now. With you here, they shall surely face utter defeat. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates gathered around, their gazes filled with reverence and anticipation for Akiji. They excitedly thought, this is fantastic. With Admiral Akiji joining us, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. We shall undoubtedly vanquish Aiden and Luffy, and One Piece will soon be ours. Meanwhile, after a brief regrouping, the naval fleet surged once more towards the battlefield. The cannons at the bow had been reloaded, their muzzles gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, as if heralding the impending onslaught. The commanding naval officer, with a grim countenance, stood at the helm of the flagship, his gaze firmly fixed on the various factions embroiled in the conflict. He calculated inwardly, none of these pirates shall escape. The Blackbeard pirates, Aiden's crew, and Luffy's Straw Hat pirates are all threats to the world's order. If I can capture them all here, it would be a tremendous achievement, paving my path to promotion. The naval soldiers stood at the ready, their weapons reflecting a sharp glint in the sunlight. They harbored deep-seated animosity towards the pirates. Yet a tinge of tension and unease loomed as they braced for the imminent battle. After all, whether it be Aiden, Luffy, or the formidable Blackbeard Teach, they are all notorious figures renowned across the seas. As the naval fleet draws nearer, the atmosphere on the battlefield grows increasingly tense. Aiden and Luffy, gazing upon the advancing naval forces and the invigorated morale of Blackbeard's pirate crew due to the arrival of Akiji, feel a weight settle heavily in their hearts. Aiden gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with anxiety, silently contemplating. This is troublesome. After having clashed with Blackbeard to a standstill, now Admiral Akiji has arrived to reinforce them, and the Navy has taken the opportunity to encircle us. What shall I do? Yet, no matter the circumstances, I cannot surrender. For the sake of my comrades, for the pursuit of One Piece, I must find a way to break free. Luffy, despite the exhaustion evident in his eyes, rose with unwavering determination. He internally shouted, "Damn it! The Navy and Blackbeard's crew have joined forces, but it matters not. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I cannot be defeated here. Friends, let us carve a bloody path together." The Straw Hat Pirates and the crew of the Dawn ship tightened their grips on their weapons, steeling themselves for the graver challenge ahead. They exchanged glances, finding resolve and courage reflected in each other's eyes. Even in the face of such dire straits, they would not yield an inch. Meanwhile, upon Akiji's arrival, Blackbeard's crew began to reorganize their formation, preparing to launch a more ferocious assault on Aiden, Luffy, and the others. They eagerly rubbed their hands together, as if victory was already within their grasp, their smug expressions igniting a fire within Aiden and Luffy. As the Navy fleet drew closer, the commanding officer boldly proclaimed, "Pirates, your misdeeds end here. Today marks your day of annihilation. Surrender at once." In response, Blackbeard laughed heartily, declaring, "Navy, do you truly believe you can capture us? With Admiral Akiji on our side, you shall find it far from easy." Akiji, maintaining his icy demeanor, remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Luffy stood tall, boldly addressing the Navy. "We are not afraid of you. If you wish to capture us, then come and try." Aiden gripped his weapon tightly and proclaimed, "We fight for our dreams and shall not yield to you." No sooner had he spoken than the naval fleet launched their assault. The cannons at the bow roared in unison, and the cannonballs rained down upon the Blackbeard pirates, the Dawn ship where Aiden stood, and the Thousand Sunny where Luffy was located. Under the command of Akiji, the Blackbeard pirates swiftly reacted. Akiji raised his hand, and a frigid torrent surged forth from his fingertips, instantly freezing a portion of the cannonballs in midair. With a forceful sweep of his arm, he sent the frozen projectiles hurtling back towards the naval fleet. Aiden and Luffy, along with their companions, deftly evaded the onslaught of cannonballs, utilizing his remaining observation haki. Aiden sensed the trajectory of the projectiles, guiding the crew of the Dawn to nimbly navigate between them. Meanwhile, Luffy directed the Straw Hat Pirates aboard the Sunny, employing the elasticity of his rubber body to deflect nearby cannonballs. As they dodged the incoming fire, the Blackbeard Pirates seized the opportunity to launch an assault on Aiden and Luffy. Van Augur concealed himself in the shadows, raising his sniper rifle once more, executing a precise shot with enhanced potency. The bullets hurtled toward Aiden and Luffy like meteors, exhibiting greater accuracy and strength than before. Poison Q, in turn, hurled devious apples and other items, initiating a trap, the ultimate apple catastrophe. Upon contact, these apples would trigger devastating explosions and release noxious gas, posing an even graver threat to Aiden and Luffy. Blackbeard himself, amidst the chaos, unleashed the powers of the dark fruit, enveloping the surrounding waters in darkness, creating an enhanced domain of shadow. He sought to conceal his form within this obscurity, planning to ambush Aiden and Luffy unexpectedly. As the Navy's bombardment coincided with the Blackbeard pirates' assault, the already tense situation erupted into a chaotic melee. Aiden and Luffy, while evading the onslaught, commenced their counterattack. Aiden once again activated the dwindling power of dawn. Though its radiance had dimmed compared to before, it still bestowed upon him a measure of strength. He swung his weapon, executing the dawn remnant slash, aiming to breach the defenses of the Blackbeard pirates. Luffy initiated his fourth gear, the serpent form. Despite his body being utterly fatigued and the subsequent period of weakness intensifying, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the rubber serpent fist, desperate counterattack. His rubbery arms twisted through the air like a nimble python, striking fiercely at the members of the Blackbeard pirates and the Navy soldiers. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also unleashed their signature moves. Zoro, gripping three swords tightly, unleashed the three-sword style, ultimate, 3,000 worlds. The blade shimmered as they cut towards the enemy. Sanji ignited his Diable Jam, executing the Diable Jam, Hellfire Kick. He sent the approaching foes flying one by one. Usopp, with ammunition nearly depleted, ingeniously cobbled together some rudimentary explosives from the ship's materials, launching the ultimate, simple bomb, sustained version, into the dense throng of enemies, resulting in a series of explosions. Chopper consumed a rumble ball, entering a berserk state, the Berserk, Rumble Impact, extreme version. His size surged, and his strength amplified as he rampaged through the enemy ranks. Robin utilized her Flower Fruit abilities, casting the Flower Fruit, Thousand Hand Binding, enhanced state. Countless arms extended from all directions, ensnaring the enemy's limbs. Frankie's body radiated brilliance as he activated the Super Frankie, Radiant Eruption, advanced version. He launched laser beams from various parts of his body, executing the laser beam, Destructive Barrage, enhanced type. Brook, meanwhile, separated his soul, employing the soul separation, Phantom Dodge. After evading enemy attacks, he brandished his cane sword, executing the cane sword, Ice Slash, enhanced version. On the Navy's side, soldiers leapt from their ships, charging towards the pirates. Armed with weapons, they shouted in unison, engaging in close combat with the pirates. The commanding Navy officer also joined the fray, wielding his longsword with precision. Each strike carried formidable lethality as he targeted the Blackbeard pirates and Aiden, Luffy, and others. The Blackbeard pirates, led by Aokiji, showed no signs of retreat. Aokiji continuously employed the powers of the Ice Fruit, manifesting the Ice Fruit, Ice Domain. He created vast expanses of ice across the battlefield, hindering the enemy's movements. Simultaneously, he could freeze the bodies or weapons of his foes, rendering them incapable of fighting. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, continued to wield the powers of the dark fruit, engaging in a dance of combat with Aiden, Luffy, and their allies. He would absorb enemy attacks at times, while at others, he concealed himself in shadows, launching unexpected strikes. Members of the Blackbeard pirates, such as Van Augur and Poison Q, also showcased their unique skills, collaborating with Aokiji and Blackbeard Teach in an intense battle against the Navy and Aiden, Luffy, and their companions. As the chaos unfolded, all parties found themselves ensnared in varying degrees of adversity. Aiden's dawn of power has been nearly depleted, and his stamina has reached its limit. He can only rely on his indomitable will to evade attacks amidst the enemy ranks. Luffy's fourth gear state cannot be sustained for long. His body has begun to tremble uncontrollably, and the moment of weakness following the withdrawal from this form is imminent. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates are also facing dire challenges. Zoro endures excruciating pain in his arm, although his blade remains sharp. The frequency of his strikes is diminishing. Sanji's Diable Jam has weakened due to overexertion, leaving him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Usopp's supply of makeshift ammunition is rapidly depleting. Chopper's berserk form cannot be maintained for long. Robin finds it increasingly strenuous to utilize the abilities of her Flower Fruit. Frankie's laser attacks are less frequent and have diminished in power, and Brook's soul separation and freezing attacks are becoming increasingly difficult to sustain at peak efficiency. On the Navy's side, despite their overwhelming numbers, they have suffered considerable casualties due to the pirates' tenacious resistance. The commanding Navy officer, though skilled with the sword, has also experienced fatigue from prolonged combat, resulting in a decline in both the power and speed of his attacks. The Blackbeard pirates are similarly struggling. Although Aokiji possesses formidable strength, the continuous use of his ice fruit abilities has taken a toll on his stamina, causing his icy domain to gradually shrink. Blackbeard, while employing the powers of the dark fruit, is also suffering from injuries sustained in previous battles with Aiden and Luffy, leading to a gradual decline in his energy and instability when absorbing enemy attacks to convert into strength. Van Augur's sniper bullets are limited, and the materials for Poison Q's traps are running low. In this stalemate, the one who can uncover the opponent's flaws and deliver a decisive blow before exhausting their own strength, or find an opportunity to break through, may gain the upper hand in this chaotic melee. Just as all parties find themselves in a predicament and the battle appears to be at a standstill, a turning point suddenly emerges. On the periphery of the battlefield, a mysterious ship quietly appears. Its peculiar design is adorned with an unfamiliar emblem on the flag at the bow. The individuals aboard do not immediately engage in the fray. Instead, they silently observe the unfolding situation. Aiden, Luffy, Blackbeard, Teach, and various naval commanders have all taken notice of the emergence of this enigmatic vessel, their minds brimming with curiosity. The appearance of this mysterious ship has the potential to shatter the current stalemate, or perhaps render the situation even more intricate and unpredictable. How the various factions will respond to this new variable, and how they will continue to vie for the One Piece amidst this chaotic battleground, remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 22. Reinforcements arrive, chaos unfolds. After the breathtaking confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach, both sides lay exhausted on the ground. The battlefield momentarily ensnared in a delicate stalemate. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, pressing down like a colossal leaden sheet, poised to crash down at any moment and envelop the chaotic battleground entirely. The sea breeze howled across the surface, carrying a briny scent that stung the skin, its sound reminiscent of wailing spirits, further amplifying the atmosphere of impending doom. Just as the tension hung in the air, several ships adorned with the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates emerged on the distant horizon. At the bow stood Luffy's companions. Zoro, his expression stern, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, surveyed the battlefield with piercing eyes. Nami, gripping her weather staff, furrowed her brow with concern for Luffy's safety. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, was already contemplating the sumptuous feast he would prepare to rejuvenate Luffy's strength. "Luffy, we're here," Usopp shouted, his voice echoing over the waves, only to be swiftly shredded by the howling wind. Almost simultaneously, other members of the Blackbeard pirates arrived aboard their ominous vessel, their faces contorted with rage upon witnessing Blackbeard Teach's battered form on the ground. They roared in unison, ready to charge at Aiden and Luffy. "Boss, we will avenge you." Meanwhile, a swift ship dispatched by Aiden's faction sliced through the waves, its crew calling out his name anxiously, eager to join the fray and lend their support. Upon hearing his friend's calls, Luffy's weary face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, the flames of determination igniting anew in his eyes. He struggled to his feet. Though his form wavered, his indomitable spirit remained unwavering. "Haha, everyone's here now. Things are getting lively," Luffy shouted, though his voice sounded somewhat feeble amidst the raging tempest. The rallying cries of Blackbeard's crew roused Teach from his stupor. Gritting his teeth, he rose with the aid of his subordinates, glaring venomously at Luffy and Aiden, his curses spilling forth. "Humph. Don't think that having reinforcements will change anything. You'll all fall here today." In an instant, the members of the Blackbeard pirates launched their assault, surging like a tide towards Luffy and his friends. Observing this, Zoro bellowed, three-sword style, Oath of the 3,000 Worlds. Instantly, he became a blur, wielding three swords that shimmered with brilliant light as he cleaved through the advancing enemies. Blood splattered as several of Blackbeard's underlings were felled. Sanji was not idle either. He propelled himself off the ship's railing, soaring high, his legs engulfed in flames as he executed his technique, Diable Jam, Dragon's Breath, crashing down like a blazing meteor, sending those who dared approach Luffy sprawling. Aiden's companions leaped into the fray, engaging in a chaotic melee with the crew of Blackbeard. Taking a deep breath, Aiden stifled his fatigue and gradually rose to his feet. At that moment, he found himself at the heart of a battlefield filled with howling winds and thunderous cries of battle. Everything around him seemed to spiral into madness and chaos. Shells detonated nearby, sending waves of air mixed with sand and earth crashing toward him, nearly blinding him. Yet, Aiden's gaze remained calm and profound, as if the surrounding clamor and turmoil were mere illusions, incapable of disturbing the tranquility within his soul. As a ruffian from Blackbeard's crew charged at him, Brandishing a wicked blade and wearing a fierce expression, Aiden's eyes remained unperturbed. The thug roared as he lunged. "You brat, prepare to meet your doom." Inwardly, Aiden scoffed, "Humph. Such reckless bravado. What prowess could he possibly possess?" Unfazed, he gracefully sidestepped, his movements light and precise, and calmly replied, "No need to rush. Take your time." The blade whistled past him, slicing through the air without inflicting a scratch. Aiden gracefully lifted his arm, his weapon darting forth like a serpent emerging from its lair, accurately striking the henchman's wrist. With a resounding clang, the long knife was sent flying from his grasp. Aiden then executed a swift turn, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on the henchman's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, executed with precision and devoid of any hint of panic or superfluous motion. Dusting off his attire, he regarded the airborne henchman and remarked coolly, with such meager skills, "You dare to challenge me? How navi?" Amidst the relentless barrage of artillery raining down and the escalating chaos of the battlefield, Aiden maintained his composure. He nimbly navigated the hail of bullets and throngs of combatants, calmly assessing the trajectories and timing of various attacks. Beside him, a comrade called out anxiously, "Aiden, the bombardment is fierce. We must be cautious." Aiden replied with steady assurance, "Rest assured, I am well aware. We must first seek an opportunity to counterattack." At that moment, bursts of fiery explosions occasionally illuminated the sky, casting flickering shadows across the battlefield, dancing upon Aiden's face without betraying a trace of disarray. When two enemies simultaneously flanked him from either side, Aiden's footing remained steady as his gaze swiftly swept over the pair. One of the adversaries shouted, "This time, there's nowhere for you to run." Aiden harbored disdain within, contemplating, "Do they think they can ambush me? It won't be that simple." He swiftly slid forward, deftly evading the assault from the adversary on his left. Simultaneously, he angled his body, bracing himself against the iron rod swung by the foe on his right. Utilizing the momentum from the impact, he executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground before launching a rapid counterattack. His weapon glimmered ominously in the air, accurately targeting the throat of the enemy to his left, while he delivered a decisive kick to the knee of the adversary on his right. With two agonizing cries, both foes collapsed to the ground. Aiden gazed at the fallen adversaries, calmly remarking, "Humph," overestimating themselves. He continued to observe the battlefield. However, just as the conflict reached a stalemate, a thunderous cannonade echoed from the horizon. The onlookers were taken aback as the naval fleet majestically emerged into view. Seeing the chaotic battlefield, the Navy resolved to seize the opportunity to eradicate the pirates. "Fire," commanded the fleet's admiral, and cannonballs rained down upon the various factions embroiled in the fray. "This is bad. The Navy has arrived," Nami exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, the sound of explosions reverberated through the air, transforming the already tumultuous battlefield into an even more chaotic and smoke-filled arena. Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach were taken aback by the unfolding situation. They were now compelled to contend with their mutual enemies while evading the Navy's cannon fire. The battle had devolved into an unpredictable melee, with the fates of all factions hanging precariously in the balance amidst the chaos of gunfire and swordplay. As Luffy dodged the incoming cannonballs, he shouted to his comrades, "Everyone, stay calm. Let's deal with these Blackbeard scoundrels first, then we'll tackle the Navy together." The group responded in unison, continuing the exhilarating clash amid the hail of bullets and flashing blades, while this tempestuous spectacle surged toward an even more uncertain conclusion. Chapter 23, Kaido's Arrival, A Desperate Struggle. Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach, having just recovered from the exhaustion of the previous chaotic battle, were yet to react further when a sharp whistling sound pierced the sky. They looked up to witness Kaido's enormous figure undergoing a rapid transformation, instantly morphing into a colossal azure dragon that obscured the sun, enveloped in swirling black clouds. Kaido's dragon form was adorned with massive scales that shimmered with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, while his bell-like dragon eyes radiated an aura of unrelenting ferocity. "Ha ha! Insignificant insects, feel the wrath of your lord." Kaido's thunderous laughter echoed from the dragon's maw, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present, causing the very sea to tremble slightly beneath his overwhelming presence. Before the echoes of his words could fade, Kaido opened his cavernous jaws, gathering a searing energy within, and unleashed a torrent of flames that surged forth like a raging flood towards the crowd below. This was the technique known as the heat breath, derived from the dragon fruit. Wherever the flames surged, the air distorted and warped, and vast plumes of steam erupted from the surface of the sea. Some pirate ships, unable to evade in time, were directly struck by the heat breath, igniting instantly and crackling with explosive sounds as the crew members screamed and leapt into the ocean in desperation. Luffy's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Rubber, rubber shield!" His body swiftly contorted, arms crossing before him to form a massive rubber shield, striving to deflect the impending onslaught of flames. However, the might of the heat breath far exceeded his expectations, despite Luffy's valiant efforts to withstand it. The searing flames seeped through the crevices of the rubber shield, scorching him and causing his body to heat up, with even his hair beginning to curl slightly from the intense heat. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden swiftly moved beside Luffy, wielding his weapon to create arcs of silver light in an attempt to disperse the searing force. However, the impact was overwhelmingly powerful, causing Aiden to stagger backward, his arms seared with a dull ache. Blackbeard Teach, accompanied by his crew, hastily sought refuge on a nearby ship, muttering curses about Kaido's madness for unleashing such ferocity upon their arrival. As the heat wave left everyone in disarray, Kaido, the Azure Dragon, pivoted, unleashing his colossal tail in a sweeping motion that conjured a tempest, sending surrounding vessels and pirates tumbling in chaos. He then transformed back into his human form, descending like a mountain from the heavens, a massive spiked club appearing in his hand, his signature weapon. The moment Kaido's feet struck the deck, the ocean erupted in tumultuous waves, causing ships to sway violently and many to lose their footing, crashing onto the deck, with both hands gripping the spiked club high above his head. It was instantly enveloped in crackling black lightning, the sound reverberating through the air like thunder. The lightning danced upon the club, resembling serpents in their graceful movement, instilling a chilling dread in onlookers. Kaido bellowed, "Thunderous 8 trigrams." His voice resonated like a colossal bell, echoing across the sea, leaving the crowd's ears ringing. Just as Luffy regained his composure from the heatwave's onslaught, he saw Kaido raise his club. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage once more and charged ahead. Rubber, rubber, King Kong gun. Luffy's body elongated rapidly, his leg muscles tensed, propelling him like a cannonball towards Kaido, his fist aimed with tremendous force at Kaido's abdomen. Yet Kaido remained unfazed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a deft sidestep, he easily evaded Luffy's attack and swung his spiked club down towards Luffy's back. The lightning-imbued weapon struck with blinding speed, Luffy unable to react in time, and he was brutally hit. With a resounding crash, Luffy was sent hurtling through the air like a meteor, crashing into the distant sea and sending up a massive splash. Ripples quickly spread across the surface as Luffy's body bobbed in the water, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and the others shouted in distress, rushing towards the direction where Luffy had fallen. Zoro, his face stern and eyes ablaze, gripped his sword tightly and shouted at Kaido, "You bastard Kaido. You will pay for this today." With that, he dashed forward like lightning, wielding his sword with both hands, unleashing three-sword style, ultimate, one big, 3,000, great world. Three radiant blades of light intertwined, forming a powerful slashing force aimed at Kaido's midsection. In response to Zoro's assault, Kaido merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly avoiding the strike. He then swung his spiked club backhandedly towards Zoro's head. Zoro, unable to evade, was left with no choice but to block with his sword. The clash erupted with a loud clang, sparks flying from the point of impact. Zoro felt an immense force emanating from the Wolf Fang club, causing his wrist to tingle violently. His body was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the deck of a ship, nearly causing him to lose grip on his treasured sword. Aiden took a deep breath, fully aware that he must exert himself to the utmost. Otherwise, everyone would be plunged into despair. In an instant, he darted to Kaido's side, his weapon glinting menacingly as he aimed to strike at Kaido's wrist in an attempt to force him to relinquish his club. Kaido, sensing Aiden's assault, swiftly twisted his wrist to evade the thrust, then reached out with his other hand to seize Aiden. Caught off guard, Aiden found himself grasped by the collar, lifted effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Do you truly believe you can contend with me?" Kaido scoffed, his grip tightening ominously, seemingly intent on crushing Aiden. Just as Aiden felt on the verge of being obliterated, Blackbeard Teach made his move. He discreetly activated the powers of the dark fruit, and the surrounding light seemed to be drawn into his hands, creating a shroud of black, dark matter. "Kaido, taste my might," he bellowed, forcefully propelling the dark matter toward Kaido. Kaido felt the peculiar force emanating from the dark fruit and furrowed his brow slightly. He released Aiden and turned to counter Blackbeard Teach's onslaught. The black dark matter struck Kaido, swiftly engulfing part of his body and forming a shadowy region. However, Kaido's formidable strength was undeniable. He stomped the ground with force, causing the dark area to dissipate like smoke, restoring him to his original state. Blackbeard, your ability is somewhat intriguing, but to think you could defeat me is a far-fetched notion. Kaido roared with laughter, raising his spiked club once more and charging at Blackbeard Teach. Seeing Kaido advance, Blackbeard Teach dared not underestimate him. He activated the powers of the dark fruit once more, ready to defend with all his might. Yet, Kaido's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon him, the club crashing down with tremendous force. Blackbeard Teach could only brace himself with both hands. The resounding clash echoed as the dark matter collided with the lightning-imbued club, erupting in a dazzling display of light and violent energy waves. Blackbeard Teach felt as if his arms might shatter under the impact, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a ship, leaving a significant dent in its hull. At that moment, Luffy leaped back onto the surface of the sea, drenched but with a resolute gaze. He called out to his comrades, "Everyone, don't lose heart. Together, we can defeat him." Thus, Luffy, Aiden, Zoro, Blackbeard Teach, and their allies once again encircled Kaido. Each employed their unique abilities. Luffy relentlessly unleashed various surprise attacks utilizing the powers of the gum fruit. Aiden sought out weaknesses in Kaido's defenses with his masterful swordsmanship. Zoro swung his swords in fierce arcs of assault, and Blackbeard Teach continued to create mayhem with his dark powers. However, Kaido's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, despite their utmost efforts. They struggled to inflict any substantial damage upon him. Every time the onslaught of the crowd strikes Kaido, it seems merely to tickle him, while his retaliations invariably inflict severe injuries on one of them. Amidst this fierce melee, the surrounding sea has been stained crimson with blood, and the vessels are continuously suffering damage, some of which are even beginning to sink slowly. Yet, the indomitable spirit within them propels them to continue their desperate battle against Kaido, uncertain of the eventual outcome of this confrontation. In the tumultuous sea, their fates are inexorably intertwined with this brutal struggle. Chapter 24. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki entwined. Life and death battle. In the previous harrowing clash with Kaido, Luffy, Aiden, Blackbeard Teach, and others, despite exerting their utmost efforts, remained persistently suppressed by Kaido's nearly invincible strength. At this moment, the battlefield lay in ruins, smoke billowing above the surface of the sea, and blood thickening the water. The ships, battered by relentless assaults, were on the brink of complete submersion. As the group regrouped, preparing to launch another assault on Kaido, a terrifying force seemingly emanating from the abyss erupted from him. It was an oppressive sensation that could solidify the very air around them. The Conqueror's Haki surged from Kaido's being, intertwining with the massive Kanabo in an unimaginably powerful manner. Kaido was instantly enveloped in a profound black radiance, which resembled tangible black flames, winding along the grooves of the Kanabo, engulfing it entirely. Each strand of entwined Haki seemed to roar, exuding a catastrophic aura that warped the surrounding space. This was the true essence of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki entwined. More than mere intimidation, it exponentially amplified the destructive power, transforming it into a terrifying force capable of annihilating all resistance in an instant. "Prepare to be shattered beneath my strike, you little brats." Kaido's face twisted into a grotesque sneer, his eyes ablaze with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting the entire ocean. Luffy, being at the forefront, was the first to experience the terrifying power, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him, rendering every movement excruciatingly difficult. Yet, Luffy was not one to succumb easily. His gaze grew ever more resolute, the fiery spirit within him burning hotter, threatening to incinerate the oppressive force altogether. "Rubber, rubber, Great Snake Cannon." Luffy bellowed with all his might, disregarding the weight and constraints upon him, forcibly activating the powers of the gum fruit. His arm elongated dramatically, akin to a black serpent breaking free from its shackles, surging toward Kaido with relentless momentum, the veins on his fist bulging as he channeled all his strength. Upon witnessing this, Kaido merely lifted the Kanabo, entwined with the Conqueror's Haki, and with a casual flick of his wrist, executed a motion that belied the cataclysmic power it contained. The instant Luffy's fist made contact with the Kanabo, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Subsequently, an overwhelming counterforce surged forth like a tidal wave. Luffy felt as though his fist had collided with an impenetrable fortress of divine steel, not only failing to budge Kaido in the slightest, but instead being repelled as if struck by a cannonball. His entire body was hurled backward through the air, the surrounding atmosphere trembling with explosive shockwaves as he streaked across the sky like a falling meteor. He crashed violently onto the deck of a distant, already crumbling ship. The impact carving a massive crater into its hull and splintering the wooden planks beneath him. Zoro, too, sensed the soul-shaking pressure. Yet his gaze remained as cold and unyielding as ice. Gripping his swords with unwavering resolve, he channeled his armament haki to its absolute limit and roared. Three-sword style, secret technique, great 3,000 worlds. In an instant, 3 dazzling arcs of blade light intertwined like dragons emerging from the sea, converging into a single slash capable of rending the heavens themselves. This strike was not merely a display of peerless swordsmanship. It was the embodiment of his will, his conviction, and his unrelenting thirst for victory, all condensed into one desperate attempt to breach Kaido's seemingly insurmountable Conqueror's Haki barrier. As Zoro's attack neared Kaido, the Conqueror's Haki-infused energy erupted like an awakened beast. The collision between the inky black aura and Zoro's radiant blade light produced a deafening explosion that shook the very foundations of the sea. As though the heavens themselves roared in response to the clash of two supreme forces. Zoro felt an incomprehensible power, as if dredged from the depths of the cosmos, forcefully repel his assault. His swords nearly wrenched from his grasp, his arms numbed by the reverberation, and his body was violently shoved back dozens of meters. A jagged scar was carved into the deck in his wake, while railings, barrels, and debris were sent flying in all directions, scattering like leaves in a storm. Aiden took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure amidst the overwhelming pressure. He closed his eyes, channeling all his mental energy, concentrating his strength into the weapon held in his grasp like a river converging into a single flow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a resolute glint flashing within them, and his form darted towards Kaido like a bolt of lightning. As he approached Kaido, he unleashed a series of sword techniques that flowed with the grace of a stream. Each strike aimed precisely at Kaido's vital points, the blade shimmering with a chilling light, reminiscent of the scythe of death emotion. However, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was overwhelmingly potent. Before Aiden's sword could truly reach him, it was repelled by an invisible yet domineering force. Aiden felt as if a tremendous force from the depths of hell struck him, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably backward, tumbling through the air multiple times before crashing heavily against the mast of a ship. The mast splintered under the impact, fragments of wood scattering everywhere. And Aiden was jolted by the collision, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as a sheet. Blackbeard Teach, witnessing this scene, was inwardly astonished, fully aware that if he did not muster all his strength, he might perish here today. Thus, he discreetly activated the powers of the dark fruit, voraciously absorbing all light, energy, and even space around him into his hands, creating an area of dense, almost tangible dark matter. He then concentrated this dark matter onto his body, attempting to withstand Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. In that moment, Blackbeard's form resembled a black hole, devouring all approaching forces, his eyes glinting with a strange light as he shouted, "Kaido, do not think you can easily defeat us." With that, he charged towards Kaido. As Blackbeard drew near, Kaido swung his spiked club ferociously down upon him. Blackbeard raised his hands in defense. The clash of Conqueror's Haki and the dark matter from the dark fruit triggered a violent energy explosion capable of plunging the entire sea into chaos. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the dim battlefield, its intensity akin to the sun descending upon the ocean at that moment. The shockwave radiated outward in concentric circles, capsizing and tearing apart ships in its wake, some even reduced to splinters. The sea surged violently, creating towering waves reaching dozens of meters high, crashing in all directions, sweeping everything in their path. Blackbeard felt a devastating force coursing through his body from his hands, propelling him like a broken kite backward until he crashed onto the surface of the sea. The impact sent water soaring into the air, creating a spray that reached heights of several meters, resembling a miniature fountain. Blackbeard Teach struggled in the water, his mouth continuously expelling seawater, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his body battered from the immense shock, blood slowly spreading through the water. At that moment, those surrounding the battlefield were reeling from Kaido's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki attack, many succumbing to unconsciousness. Ships, under the force of this powerful impact, began to sink gradually, while others were capsized upon the waves, the situation growing increasingly dire. Luffy, laboriously rising from the ship he had dented, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Glancing at his injured comrades around him, a fierce unwillingness surged within him. "Everyone, rally. We cannot be defeated like this," Luffy shouted, striving to rekindle the fighting spirit of his companions. Upon hearing Luffy's call, Nami, Sanji, and the others rose from the ground, Despite their various injuries, their eyes still shimmering with indomitable resolve. "Luffy, we fight together," they exclaimed in unison. Thus, Luffy, Aiden, Blackbeard Teach, and their remaining allies summoned their courage once more, charging towards Kaido. This time, they cast aside all reservations, consolidating their strength, will, and conviction. Prepared to engage in a life-or-death confrontation with Kaido, Luffy activated his Gum Gum Fruit powers anew, his body stretching and contorting as he unleashed a series of surprise attacks, such as Gum Gum Machine Gun and Gum Gum Bear Gun, striking at Kaido from various angles in an attempt to divert his attention. Steadying himself, Zoro gripped his swords tightly, executing a more ferocious three-sword style, Oath of the Shura, the gleam of his blades flashing as he lunged at Kaido with the fury of an enraged demon. Each strike imbued with lethal intent. Aiden gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, regaining his composure as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Like a flash of lightning, he darted through the hail of gunfire, seeking an opening in Kaido's defenses. Upon discovering a chance, he thrust forward with unwavering resolve. Each strike aimed to be fatal. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach struggled to rise from the depths of the sea. His teeth clenched as he activated the powers of the dark fruit once more. He absorbed the surrounding seawater and the debris of shattered ships into his hands, transforming them into a more potent black substance, which he hurled towards Kaido in an attempt to disrupt his movements and inflict severe damage. Amidst the onslaught from all sides, Kaido remained unperturbed. He wielded his spiked club, imbued with the Conqueror's haki, deftly blocking and countering attacks. Each swing unleashed a powerful wave of energy, seemingly simple yet brimming with inexhaustible strength. Although the collective assaults from his adversaries elicited a slight furrow of his brow, they failed to inflict any substantial harm upon him. In the midst of this fierce melee, the sea around them had become a murky blend of blood and salt water, with the wreckage of ships floating amidst the chaotic scene. Yet, the indomitable spirit within the hearts of the fighters propelled them to continue their desperate struggle against Kaido. The outcome of this battle remained shrouded in uncertainty. But amidst the tumultuous waves, their fates had become irrevocably intertwined with this brutal conflict, where life and death hung precariously between each exchange of attack and defense. Chapter 25. Desperate Counterattack. Dawn yet to break, the fierce battle raged on, with Kaido's club entwined with Conqueror's haki, seeming to tear through the chaotic sky and sea with each swing. Despite their utmost efforts in their assault, Kaido stood unwavering, a disdainful smirk etched upon his fearsome visage. Luffy unleashed his Gum Gum pistol in a torrential barrage aimed at Kaido, yet the latter effortlessly deflected each strike with casual sweeps of his club, the collisions erupting into deafening booms that sent waves crashing into the surrounding waters. Luffy's frustration deepened, and with gritted teeth, he stretched his body to its limits, executing a new technique, Gum Gum Giant Fist. In an instant, his fist swelled to the size of a small mountain, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards Kaido. Observing this, Kaido's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly unleashed the power of his Conqueror's haki once more, gripping his club tightly. He met Luffy's colossal fist with a mighty swing, the clash reverberating like the very collapse of the heavens. A fierce shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter of their collision. Luffy felt an overwhelming force rebounding upon him, sending his body uncontrollably flying backward until he crashed onto the deck of a half-sunken ship, which splintered upon impact, leaving him momentarily dazed. Zoro, wielding his three-sword style, unleashed the ultimate technique, Azura, Great Thousand Worlds, a blade of fierce light surging towards Kaido. Yet, Kaido reacted with remarkable agility, sidestepping Zoro's frontal assault while simultaneously sweeping his club in a vicious arc toward him. Zoro, caught off guard, could only defend himself with his sword. The overwhelming force entwined with the Conqueror's haki instantly numbed his grip, nearly causing the blade to slip from his hand. He struggled to maintain his stance, but the deck beneath him shattered into fragments, and he found himself plummeting into the depths of the sea. Aiden darted through the hail of bullets, finally spotting an opening. With a ghostly swiftness, he closed the distance to Kaido, his blade aimed straight for the warlord's throat. Yet Kaido seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Just as the sword was about to pierce his flesh, he spun around abruptly. His spiked club descended upon Aiden with a menacing howl through the air. As Aiden sought to evade, he was still struck by the lingering force of the Conqueror's haki, causing his blood to surge violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body sent sprawling onto a distant ship, shattering its mast once more. Seeing his comrades falter, Blackbeard Teach felt a fierce flame of anger ignite within him. He understood that without deploying more potent measures, their chances of victory would be slim. Thus, he discreetly activated the powers of the dark fruit, a mysterious and formidable ability that seemed to open a gateway to endless darkness. Around his hands, the very fabric of space began to warp, as if an invisible giant hand were forcefully tugging at the light, drawing it towards him and crafting an eerie realm of darkness. The surrounding seawater and the remnants of shattered vessels lost their vibrancy and vitality upon nearing this dark domain, becoming dull and lifeless, as if their very souls had been extracted before slowly being absorbed into the abyss. Even the ambient conqueror's hockey energy was drawn towards the increasingly dense black substance between his hands, flowing towards it like threads of fate. The black substance resembled a ravenous black hole, voraciously devouring everything within its reach, emitting a chilling black glow as it did so. The edges of this glow flickered with threads of dark electricity, crackling ominously, as if whispering its insatiable desire to consume all. Blackbeard Teach bellowed with conviction, "Kaido, do not underestimate my power." With that, he surged towards Kaido like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, as he approached Kaido, he thrust forth the concentrated black substance with tremendous force, resembling a roaring beast with a gaping maw lunging at Kaido. Simultaneously, Teach swiftly drew a specially crafted dagger from his waist, imbued with his unique haki. Concealed by the black substance, he crept towards Kaido like a specter, aiming to deliver a lethal blow while Kaido was preoccupied with the oncoming attack. Despite the torrent of black substance surging towards him, Kaido remained unfazed. He thrust his kanabo into the sea, channeling a formidable force that instantly conjured a massive curtain of water. This watery shield acted as an impenetrable barrier, repelling Teach's dark assault entirely. Following the deflection, the curtain transformed into countless sharp water arrows, hurtling back towards Blackbeard Teach. Caught unprepared, Teach was struck by multiple arrows, staggering and collapsing onto the deck, blood seeping from his wounds. Yet, he did not yield. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he activated the dark fruit's powers once more, absorbing the arrows that had pierced him and the surrounding debris to replenish his black substance. Subsequently, Teach swiftly formed hand seals before his chest, murmuring incantations as the black substance around him began to swirl, coalescing into a colossal vortex of darkness. The vortex emanated a formidable pull as the surrounding seawater, debris, and even air were frantically drawn into its depths. Within the swirling darkness, a sinister glow flickered, intermittently illuminated by flashes of black lightning that darted through, each stroke accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar, a growl from the abyss. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, forcefully hurled this obsidian whirlpool towards Kaido, intent on using its powerful suction to disrupt Kaido's movements and create a more opportune moment for his comrades to strike. At that moment, Zoro erupted from the sea, resolutely gripping his sword once more, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. This time, he not only elevated his haki to its utmost limit, but also endeavored to employ a more advanced technique, internal destruction with his haki. He understood that mere external assaults would fail to inflict significant harm upon Kaido. Only by penetrating his defenses could he hope to find a glimmer of opportunity. Zoro concentrated all his mental acuity, intricately weaving his haki around his blade like fine threads. Through exquisite application of force, he allowed this haki to seep into Kaido's body at the moment of contact, threading through the gaps in Kaido's defenses like a subtle current. Once inside, the haki would explode, akin to detonating a multitude of tiny bombs within Kaido's very being, wreaking havoc on his bodily tissues and meridians. As Zoro swung his sword once more towards Kaido, the blade, infused with the technique of internal destruction, gleamed with lethal intent. Kaido sensed the anomaly and attempted to evade. But it was too late. He was forced to meet the blow with his spiked club. When blade met club, Zoro distinctly felt a resistance. Yet he gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength into the strike. Although Kaido appeared steadfast, internally he felt a tremor, a faint force roamed within him, attempting to undermine his bodily functions. However, with his superhuman physique and mastery of haki, Kaido forcibly suppressed this internal destruction, yet he could no longer underestimate Zoro's technique. Meanwhile, the battlefield grew increasingly dire. As most ships had either sunk or lay in ruins, the seawater stained crimson with blood. Nami, Sanji, and the others, though burning with urgency, found their options exceedingly limited against such a powerful foe. Just as despair began to envelop them, Luffy stirred from his unconsciousness. He surveyed the grievously wounded comrades around him, and the indomitable fire in his heart reignited. Struggling to rise, he disregarded his injuries and activated the powers of his gum fruit once more. This time, His body began to shimmer with an otherworldly light, as if resonating with some mysterious force. Drawing a deep breath, Luffy proclaimed, "We cannot give up. Everyone, let us unite our strength." Zoro, emerging from the sea, gripped his sword with renewed resolve, his eyes brimming with determination. Aiden, too, bore the pain and stood once more on the deck of the ship, once again clutching his sword tightly. Blackbeard Tiki gritted his teeth and slowly rose to his feet, his hands once again coalescing dark matter. It was as if the crowd shared an unspoken understanding, intertwining their powers, wills, and beliefs through an invisible bond. They charged at Kaido once more, this time with a resolute determination to fight to the last breath. Uncertain if they could glimpse a glimmer of hope against Kaido in this dire situation. As the collective momentum of the attackers reformed, the cold smile on Kaido's face gradually faded, replaced by a grave seriousness. It seemed that the battle was on the cusp of a pivotal turn. Chapter 26. A desperate gamble. A ray of hope. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the stench of blood almost overwhelming. Kaido stood like an immovable giant, unwavering despite the relentless assaults that had stolen his mocking grin. Yet, the formidable aura he exuded remained undiminished. Luffy, now fully awakened, had flames of indomitable spirit blazing in his eyes, as if he could incinerate the surrounding smoke. The pain coursing through his body was momentarily forgotten. His singular focus was to vanquish Kaido alongside his comrades. Once again, Luffy unleashed the powers of the gum-gum fruit, his body springing forth with remarkable elasticity. He leaped high into the air and shouted at Kaido, "Gum-gum, Thunder Goddess Hammer." His feet swelled into two colossal hammers, enveloped in a radiant, electric brilliance, crashing down towards Kaido's head. Kaido glanced up at Luffy, his eyes momentarily flickering with disdain, yet he dared not underestimate him. Gripping his haki-wrapped kanabo tightly, he swung it upward with ferocity, the impact of the weapon colliding with Luffy's feet, erupting in a dazzling flash and a deafening roar. In that moment of collision, Luffy felt as though he had struck a dome forged from steel and sheer will. The backlash sent him hurtling uncontrollably through the air. Nevertheless, he steadied himself mid-flight, and in it he wielded the spiked club, both defending and attacking, with each clash against Luffy sending ripples through the chaotic battlefield. On Zoro's side, upon emerging from the sea, he had been relentlessly searching for the opportune moment to strike. He understood that against a formidable foe like Kaido, conventional attacks would be futile. He needed to identify a flaw to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, he noticed that Luffy's assault had drawn some of Kaido's attention, prompting him to act without hesitation. Zoro gripped his three swords tightly, inhaling deeply as he elevated his haki to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, he executed the technique of internal destruction with haki, wrapping it around his swords like delicate threads. The surface of his blades shimmered with a profound black radiance, as if dark currents surged within. In an instant, Zoro darted forward like a bolt of black lightning towards Kaido. As he neared, he swung his sword with fervor, exclaiming, "Three-sword style, ultimate art, demon cry, heaven and earth collapse." The brilliance of this strike surpassed all previous ones. Three beams of light intertwining like enraged dragons in the air before fiercely cleaving towards Kaido. Where the sword light passed, the very air seemed to be cleaved apart, emitting sharp, piercing howls. Sensing Zoro's fierce onslaught, Kaido attempted to turn and defend, but Luffy's gum-gum tornado surged towards him from the side, overwhelming him momentarily. Yet, Kaido was Kaido, his reflexes were extraordinarily swift. In a critical moment, he swung his haki-imbued spiked club horizontally, striving to block both Luffy's and Zoro's attacks simultaneously. As Zoro's sword light collided with Kaido's club, an immense shockwave erupted. Zoro felt an insurmountable force surging through his blade, nearly wrenching it from his grip. However, he gritted his teeth, maintaining a vice-like hold on his sword, continuing to channel his strength into it. Kaido, too, was not unscathed, although he had parried Zoro's assault. The internal destruction of haki coursed through the spiked club into his body. He sensed a subtle power swirling within him, attempting to disrupt his bodily tissues and meridians. This force was more challenging to suppress than before, causing Kaido to furrow his brow, increasingly wary of Zoro's technique. Aiden stood aside, watching Luffy and Zoro's relentless assaults. His heart ablaze with fervor, he steadied himself, gripping his sword with renewed determination, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, Aiden darted through the gaps in the battlefield, searching for a flaw in Kaido's defense. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting opening behind Kaido as the formidable foe grappled with Luffy and Zoro's onslaught. Without a moment's hesitation, Aiden surged forward, racing towards Kaido's vulnerable rear. As he closed in, He raised his sword high and proclaimed, "Gale thrust." His blade sliced through the air like a silver lightning bolt, aimed directly at Kaido's back. Although Kaido sensed the impending strike, he was preoccupied with fending off Luffy and Zoro's attacks, leaving him little time to turn and defend against Aiden's onslaught. Just as Aiden's sword was about to pierce Kaido's back, a faint black luminescence enveloped Kaido's body, revealing his formidable Haki defense. Aiden's sword struck against the formidable barrier of Haki, and he felt an overwhelming force rebound upon him, causing his arm to tingle and nearly relinquishing his grip on the blade. Yet, he did not yield. Instead, harnessing the momentum of the rebound, he leapt high into the air once more, adjusting his stance to thrust towards Kaido's back, proclaiming, "Armor-piercing thrust." He channeled every ounce of his strength into the sword, endeavoring to breach Kaido's Haki defense. Blackbeard Teach, having endured a series of thwarted attacks, felt his fury intensify. He was acutely aware that if he could not unleash the true potential of the dark fruit at this moment, victory would be elusive for them in this battle. Thus, Blackbeard activated the powers of the dark fruit once again, with his hands swiftly forming seals before his chest and incantations escaping his lips. The space around him began to warp violently. The surrounding seawater, debris, and even the air seemed to be drawn towards him by an unseen force. The dark matter between his hands thickened, resembling an insatiable black hole capable of devouring all. This shadowy substance flickered with an eerie black luminescence, and arcs of black lightning crackled at its edges, producing an unsettling sound. Blackbeard bellowed, "Vortex of darkness. Destruction descends." He thrust his hands forward with great force, causing the dense dark matter to whirl rapidly, forming a colossal black vortex. This vortex emitted a powerful pull, drawing everything nearby into its swirling embrace. Within the vortex, shadows danced with a dark radiance, and flashes of black lightning darted through, each streak accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. As if the depths of darkness were expressing their wrath, Blackbeard directed this vortex towards Kaido, seeking to disrupt his movements with its formidable suction while also providing his allies with an enhanced opportunity to attack. Kaido sensed the tremendous pull of the black vortex and recognized the gravity of Blackbeard's assault. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, striving to stabilize his form, while swinging the Haki-imbued Kanabo towards the vortex in an attempt to disperse its dark energy. Upon the moment of contact between the Kanabo and the black vortex, a powerful wave of energy erupted. The suction of the vortex clashed against the might of the Kanabo's Haki, creating a precarious balance of energy between the two forces. However, this equilibrium was short-lived, as Blackbeard amplified the vortex's pull, gradually consuming the Haki that enveloped the Kanabo. Kaido was taken aback. He had not anticipated the vortex's strength. He hastily intensified his own Haki output, striving to regain the upper hand. Yet, in that moment of distraction, Luffy launched his next offensive. Observing Kaido ensnared by Blackbeard's attack, Luffy seized the opportunity. He activated the powers of the Gum fruit once more, his body stretching rapidly as he charged towards Kaido, exclaiming, "Gum rocket launcher." His arm resembled a colossal rocket launcher, fiercely aimed at Kaido's chest. Kaido, unable to evade, braced himself to absorb Luffy's strike. Luffy's fist landed heavily against Kaido's chest, causing Kaido to lean back slightly before quickly regaining his composure. Although the blow inflicted a degree of impact, it was still far from toppling him. At that moment, the battlefield descended into further chaos. Wreckage from the ships floated amidst the turbulent waves, rising and falling with the currents. The seawater was stained a vivid crimson, resembling a vast sea of blood. Meanwhile, Nami, Sanji, and the others were not idle. While they did not engage directly in the confrontation with Kaido, they supported their comrades in their own ways. Nami wielded the weather stick, conjuring lightning and fierce winds to disrupt Kaido's vision and actions. She chanted incantations, wielding the weather stick with vigor, unleashing bolts of lightning towards Kaido's direction. Sanji, on the other hand, busied himself preparing culinary delights. Acutely aware of the immense fatigue his companions endured after such an intense battle, he aspired to rejuvenate their strength through his exquisite dishes, skillfully cooking with nimble hands. The alluring aroma wafted across the battlefield, and although it was somewhat subdued by the sense of blood and smoke, it still kindled a warmth within the hearts of his allies. Just as everyone assumed the conflict would remain at a stalemate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the midst of Luffy's relentless assaults, it appeared that his Gum fruit abilities resonated with a mysterious force. This resonance initiated subtle changes in his physique, as a faint golden glow began to emanate from his body, intensifying until he was enveloped entirely in its luminescence. Sensing this transformation, Luffy's heart surged with joy. recognizing this as a potentially opportune moment to defeat Kaido. Without hesitation, he unleashed his gum-gum powers once more, stretching his body rapidly as he charged towards Kaido, exclaiming, "Gum-gum! Golden pistol!" His fist became shrouded in a thick layer of golden light, bestowing upon it incredible power. Kaido, witnessing this novel assault, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yet, he remained vigilant and raised his Haki-imbued Kanabo, preparing to confront Luffy's impending strike. When Luffy's gum-gum golden pistol collided with Kaido's Kanabo, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted forth. The surge of energy pulsated outward like a tsunami, radiating in all directions. The surrounding waters were violently upheaved, manifesting into colossal waves that surged forth into the distance. The remnants of ships were overturned and shattered under the impact of this energy wave, some reduced to mere splinters. Luffy felt as though his fist had struck a wall forged from divine power. The recoil sent his body hurtling backwards uncontrollably. Yet, unlike before, he managed to stabilize himself mid-air. Kaido, too, was not without his struggles. Although he had withstood Luffy's strike, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his spiked club. He sensed that Luffy's punch contained not just raw physical force, but also a mysterious energy capable of penetrating his defenses. This arcane force surged through the spiked club, infiltrating Kaido's body and wreaking havoc within his tissues and meridians. Kaido's expression shifted as he swiftly harnessed his haki to suppress this enigmatic power. Seizing the moment while Kaido was preoccupied, Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, darting toward Kaido with a mighty shout. Three-sword style, ultimate technique, Dragon Slayer, breaking the firmament. His blade radiated like a resplendent galaxy aimed at Kaido's neck. Sensing the impending attack, Kaido attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only swing his spiked club horizontally in a bid to block Zoro's strike. When Zoro's blade met Kaido's club, another formidable energy wave erupted. Zoro felt an overwhelming force travel through his sword, nearly forcing his hands to release their grip. However, gritting his teeth, he clung to his sword, infusing it with even more strength. Kaido, too, was jolted by the impact. His arm tingled again, and he barely managed to maintain his grip on the club. Additionally, a portion of the power from Zoro's strike flowed through the club into Kaido's body, joining the earlier mysterious force that wreaked havoc within him. Kaido's expression darkened further. He realized he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. Taking a deep breath, he elevated his conqueror's haki to its zenith, mastering the technique of haki wrapping with unparalleled finesse. Gripping the spiked club with both hands, the black aura surrounding him deepened. Resembling a demon emerging from the abyss, he bellowed, "You little brats truly think you can defeat me?" With that, he unleashed a fierce counterattack, wielding the haki-wrapped club against his adversaries. Each swing unleashed a powerful wave of energy, beginning with a strike aimed at Luffy, who, caught off guard, could only brace himself with his body. Kaido's spiked club struck heavily upon Luffy, sending his body hurtling backwards to crash onto a dilapidated ship, which was instantly shattered into fragments. Following this, Kaido swung his weapon towards Zoro, who, unable to evade, resorted to blocking with his sword. Upon the collision of the club and the blade, Zoro felt an overwhelming force surge through the weapon, nearly forcing his hands to relinquish their grip. This impact propelled him backwards, causing him to crash into the water with a tremendous splash. Next, Kaido directed his assault towards Aiden, who, similarly unable to avoid the strike, could only defend with his sword. The clash between the club and the sword sent a formidable force coursing through Aiden's weapon, nearly shaking it from his grasp. This collision catapulted Aiden backward, leading him to crash onto another ship, resulting in a significant dent in its hull. Finally, Kaido targeted Blackbeard Teach, who, caught off guard, could only shield himself with his hands. When the club collided with Teach's hands, he too sensed an insurmountable force emanating from the impact, almost causing him to lose his grip. The force of this encounter sent Blackbeard Teach flying backwards, crashing onto the surface of the sea and creating a massive splash. At this moment, all present had suffered varying degrees of impact, their bodies bearing the marks of injury. Luffy lay amid the wreckage of the shattered ship, racked with pain, feeling a mix of unwillingness and helplessness to continue the fight. Zoro struggled in the water, endeavoring to rise once more. Yet the resistance of the sea and his own injuries made it a daunting task. Aiden lay upon the vessel, gazing at the dented hull, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Blackbeard Teach floated upon the sea, his body weakened, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards his own lack of strength. Yet, just when all believed the battle was destined for failure, Luffy abruptly rose from the shattered ship. He surveyed his injured comrades, a surge of fierce determination and unwillingness igniting within him. He recalled his dreams and the myriad moments shared with his friends, understanding that surrender was not an option. With great effort, Luffy struggled to his feet, disregarding his pain, and unleashed the powers of the gum-gum fruit once more. His body began to shimmer with a peculiar light, as if resonating with some mysterious force. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, "Friends, we cannot give up. Let us unite our strength and fight together." Zoro, hearing Luffy's rallying cry, felt a jolt of resolve. He battled against the waves, finally regaining his footing and tightening his grip on his sword, his eyes ablaze with determination. Aiden too heard Luffy's call. He rose from the deck, gripping his sword with renewed conviction, a glimmer of steadfastness in his gaze. Blackbeard Teach, struggling on the surface, stood as well, his hands coalescing dark matter once again. It was as if an unspoken connection bound them all, their powers, wills, and beliefs intertwining seamlessly. They charged towards Kaido once more, their attacks fueled by a desperate resolve, uncertain if they might glimpse a sliver of hope against their formidable foe amidst this dire circumstance. As Kaido faced the resurgence of their collective spirit, the mocking smile faded from his face, replaced by a grave expression. It seemed this battle was poised for a pivotal turning point. Chapter 27. The counterattack from despair. Dawn breaks on the battlefield, the smoke hung thick and suffocating, a noxious miasma that threatened to induce nausea. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the briny tang of the sea, saturating the air and casting a heavy, oppressive veil over the entire expanse. Luffy's battle cry pierced through the somber atmosphere like a bolt of lightning, reigniting the flames of resolve within his comrades. Luffy was the first to launch an assault, enveloped in an otherworldly glow, his body stretched and contorted. At that moment, a singular thought dominated his mind. Kaido, this time I shall utterly defeat you. For my friends, for our dreams, I will not falter. With that resolve, he bellowed, Gum-Gum Supernova Punch. With an arm sweeping through the sky like a meteor, it surged forward with unrelenting momentum towards Kaido. The force of this punch seemed to have escalated beyond its previous might, as the wind from the blow howled, compressing the air and producing a series of explosive sounds that echoed across the smoke-laden battlefield, resembling the battle cries cheering Luffy on. Kaido, witnessing Luffy's fierce advance, felt a chill run through him. This kid has grown stronger yet, but to defeat me, he is still far from ready. He dared not show any signs of complacency. Raising his club imbued with Conqueror's haki high above, gathering his full power once more, the black light flickering around him like spectral flames from the depths of hell, casting an increasingly ominous aura over the dim battlefield. Humph, you think you can bring me down? A foolish dream, he roared, as he met Luffy's fist with a ferocious strike. Upon their collision, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted instantaneously. This impact was more intense than any prior clash, sending ripples of force radiating outward from their epicenter. Wherever the energy waves reached, the sea appeared to be stirred by an invisible giant, unleashing towering waves that soared dozens of meters high, crashing forth like enraged beasts, roaring as they surged in all directions. The remnants of ships, subjected to this overwhelming force, were tossed about like fragile leaves, some disintegrating midair into fine particles, cascading down into the blood-stained waters below. Luffy felt an overwhelming backlash, propelling him uncontrollably backward. In midair, he gazed down at the chaotic battlefield. The waters churned into a murky tumult, smoke and dust swirling around, yet his resolve grew ever firmer. Thoughts racing. I cannot give up. My comrades are counting on me. I must continue to fight. He readied himself for his next assault. Meanwhile, Zoro, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly maneuvered through the churning waters, closing in on Kaido once more. The sea was tumultuous from the battle, with waves crashing and splashing under the sun's refracted light, sparkling with blinding brilliance. Gripping his swords tightly, Zoro pondered. Kaido, your weakness must lie within this next attack. I will find it and deliver a fatal blow for Luffy, for everyone. I cannot afford to fail. With this determination, he bellowed, three-sword style, Oji, Shattered Sky, Sea Divide. The three swords were unleashed simultaneously, their blades forming three resplendent rainbows that intersected as they slashed toward Kaido. The brilliance of the blades embodied Zoro's unwavering resolve. As if he aimed to cleave the very heavens in twain, the air itself seemed to part before the fierce light, producing faint hissing sounds. Kaido sensed Zoro's impending strike and attempted to pivot to defend, but the residual shockwaves from Luffy's assault had yet to dissipate, causing the surrounding air to warp and momentarily stall his movements. At that very moment, Zoro's blade gleamed fiercely. Kaido was compelled to swing his spiked club horizontally, attempting to fend off this formidable assault. The clash between the sword and the club erupted into a dazzling radiance accompanied by a deafening roar. This brilliance illuminated a vast expanse of the dim battlefield, akin to the arrival of daylight, only to be swiftly engulfed by the encroaching smoke. Zorro gripped his sword tightly. Despite the reverberating force causing his arms to tingle and nearly slip from his grasp, yet, through sheer determination, he held on steadfastly, gritting his teeth. He continued to exert force, channeling a relentless stream of his armament hockey into the blade, resolutely thinking, "This time, I must breach his defenses. I cannot let everyone down." Meanwhile, the surrounding ocean was once again stirred by the shockwave of the impact, sending towering columns of water skyward, which, upon crashing back down, splattered against the sea surface. Intertwining with the swirling smoke, Aiden, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly transformed into a streak of silver light, navigating the battlefield with remarkable agility. As he moved, the surrounding smoke intensified, stirred by the currents he generated, resembling swirling black vortices encircling him. While traversing with great speed, he bolstered his spirit internally. Although my strength may not match theirs, I possess my own convictions. For the peace of these waters, and to stand shoulder to shoulder with my comrades, I must play my part in this battle. With that thought, he shouted, "Gale Phantom Thrust." The sword in his hand morphed into countless shimmering sword shadows, akin to a swarm of silver hummingbirds, targeting Kaido's vital points. His velocity was astounding, the flickering sword illusions creating a dazzling spectacle, making it difficult to discern the genuine attack among them. In his wake, the debris of sunken ships on the water's surface was caught in the gusts he produced, swirling chaotically, with some being shattered anew, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds. Kaido, confronted by this overwhelming barrage of sword shadows, felt a jolt of surprise. These fellows are relentless, but inflicting harm upon me is no easy feat. He swung his kanabo, rapidly spinning to create a black barrier in an attempt to deflect Aiden's onslaught. At that moment, the seawater around him was also drawn into vortices by the force of his weapon, swirling with fragments of debris. However, Aiden's sword shadows were agile and unpredictable, with several managing to breach the black barrier and dart toward Kaido's body. Blackbeard Teach's dark matter between his hands grew denser, resembling two profound black holes. The air around him seemed to warp under the immense gravitational pull of this dark substance, casting a shadowy gloom. He gazed at Kaido, contemplating, "Do not underestimate my dark fruit, Kaido. Today marks your demise, and I shall make everyone aware of Blackbeard Teach's might." With that determination, he bellowed, "Dark Devourer, Endless Abyss." Extending his hands forward, the dark matter surged forth like two colossal serpents, weaving toward Kaido. Wherever they passed, everything was consumed by their formidable allure. Seawater was violently drawn upwards, forming massive columns directed towards the dark matter, while debris was obliterated, and even the air seemed to be siphoned away, creating a chaotic zone of darkness, rendering the already dim battlefield even more sinister. Kaido sensed the menace posed by the dark matter and thought, Blackbeard Teach's abilities are indeed troublesome. He must be dealt with swiftly. He stomped forcefully on the ground, which had become uneven and cratered due to the previous clashes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once steadied, he swung his hockey-imbued kanabo down upon the dark matter with tremendous force. The collision of the spiked club with the dark matter created a moment where darkness and dominance intertwined, with flickering lights and ceaseless energy waves assailing everything around. Wherever these energy fluctuations reached, dust from the ground was once again stirred up, mingling with the smoke, while columns of water on the sea were shattered, cascading into a myriad of droplets. Amidst the fierce melee between Kaido and the others, Nami was not idle. Wielding her weather staff, she intensified the already somber atmosphere, thickening the clouds above, which loomed ominously as if ready to envelop the entire battlefield in shadow. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the darkened clouds, illuminating corners of the battlefield momentarily before being swiftly swallowed by the gloom. Determined, she thought to herself, though I cannot confront Kaido directly like they do, I must do my utmost to create better conditions for my comrades to strike. With that resolve, she shouted, "Lightning strike." A formidable bolt descended from the clouds, crashing down towards Kaido's location, infused with Nami's fury and hope, striving to bolster her allies' assault. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to ionize, releasing a pungent scent, while the sea sparkled with an eerie glow under the illumination of the lightning. Sanji had already prepared a feast, seizing the opportune moment to toss the delectable dishes towards his companions. The battlefield was chaotic, shrouded in smoke, tumultuous waves, and floating debris. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly on his friends. He fervently urged, "Everyone, you must persevere. Eat my food to rejuvenate your strength and bring down that fiend, Kaido." The dishes arced gracefully through the air, emitting an enticing aroma. though this fragrance was somewhat overshadowed by the stench of blood, smoke, and the briny sea. It still offered a unique warmth amid the brutality of the battlefield. In the brief lulls of combat, his comrades reached out, catching the food and consuming it eagerly. Instantly, a warm vigor spread within them, partially restoring their stamina. Seizing the moment when Kaido was momentarily distracted by the onslaught of his allies, Luffy activated his gum fruit abilities once more. Fixating on Kaido, whose dark aura appeared increasingly sinister amidst the turmoil, Luffy's spirit surged with determination. Kaido, you are beginning to show cracks. This time, I shall make you feel the full force of my improved attack. With that thought, he bellowed, Gum, 1,000-pound hammer. His feet rapidly expanded, transforming into two colossal iron hammers imbued with a mysterious force, which he brought crashing down upon Kaido's head. In this moment of assault, Luffy infused his pent-up resentment, unwavering trust in his comrades, and all his hopes into the strike. As he launched his attack, the air around him whistled with the intensity of his movement, and the turbulent sea was stirred up, creating small waves. Kaido, sensing the impending strike from above, attempted to raise his head in defense, but the onslaught from Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach left him unable to respond. Just as Luffy's feet were about to connect with his skull, Kaido could only raise his spiked club, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, to fend it off. With a resounding crash, the collision sent tremors throughout the battlefield. The energy waves generated by Luffy's feet striking the club caused the surrounding seawater to erupt violently, forming a colossal curtain of water. Under the sunlight, the curtain shimmered with crystalline brilliance, only to be swiftly obscured by smoke and dust. Luffy's body was once again thrust backward, and in mid-air, he gazed down at the increasingly chaotic battlefield, where water splashed everywhere, debris soared higher and farther, and smoke thickened. Nevertheless, he forcefully twisted his body in preparation for a renewed attack, resolutely thinking, I will not be defeated by this setback. I must conquer Kaido. Zoro, witnessing Luffy's strike, felt a surge of determination within him. He inhaled deeply, elevating his armament haki to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the water around him rippled slightly with his inhalation, and some smoke was drawn into him, eliciting a few coughs. He fixed his gaze upon Kaido, silently vowing, Kaido, I will leave a deeper wound upon you, so you may understand our might. With this thought, he bellowed, three-sword style, oath of the sky, shatter the earth. Three swords were unleashed simultaneously, their glimmers more radiant than any previous strike. The blades shone like three burning torches, aimed fiercely at Kaido's chest. In the instant the blades flashed, it seemed as though the surrounding air ignited, exuding a searing heat. A section of the sea was illuminated, the water reflecting the dazzling light of the blades. At that moment, Kaido was preoccupied with fending off Luffy's attack, and he could not evade Zoro's sudden and fierce onslaught. He barely managed to tilt his body to avoid a fatal blow, yet Zoro's blades still carved a deep gash into his flesh, black blood oozing from the wound and staining the turbulent waters around him a dark hue. Ah, you insignificant insects dare to wound me, Kaido roared in fury, his eyes glinting with boundless malice. He swung his spiked club violently toward Zoro, thinking, I will make you pay dearly for this. Zoro, unable to evade the blow, could only raise his sword to defend himself. When the spiked club clashed against the sword, Zoro felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade, his hands trembling violently as if the weapon might slip from his grasp. Yet he gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt with unyielding resolve, and used the recoil to propel himself backward, creating distance from Kaido. A defiant thought flashed through his mind. You won't bring me down so easily. I'll find another opening. Behind him, the sea erupted in a towering spray of crystalline droplets, shimmering under the sunlight as they mingled with the swirling haze of gunpowder and dust. Aiden, upon witnessing Kaido's injury, felt a surge of exhilaration. In a swift motion, he dashed towards the wound, his thoughts racing. This is my chance. I must exploit this opportunity to exacerbate his injury and lend my strength to the others. With that resolve, he bellowed, Blood Piercer, and thrust his sword forcefully towards Kaido's wound, aiming to deepen the injury. As Aiden surged forward, the surrounding seawater churned violently due to the turbulence he created, debris swirling around him like a tempest. Kaido, sensing Aiden's intent, swung his haki-infused kanabo horizontally in an attempt to intercept the impending attack. Yet, Aiden's speed was remarkable. At the very moment the kanabo was about to block him, he skillfully evaded the strike and lunged once more towards Kaido's wound, determined, I must seize this opportunity. I cannot allow him to thwart my assault. Blackbeard Teach, observing Kaido's plight, seized the moment as well. Dark matter swirled rapidly between his hands, coalescing into a massive black vortex. The air around him warped under the vortex's formidable pull, distorting light and rendering the surroundings nearly impenetrable. With a gleeful glint in his eye, he thought, "Ha, Kaido. Today is your day of reckoning. Watch how I deal with you." He shouted, vortex of darkness, destruction amplification, directing the swirling black mass towards Kaido's wound, intent on siphoning the strength from within him while amplifying his injuries. As the black vortex advanced, it violently drew in seawater, forming towering columns. While debris was pulverized in its wake, the air was drained, creating an even darker, chaotic zone. Kaido sensed the imminent threat of the black vortex. He attempted to evade, but his body, still reeling from previous assaults, was sluggish. The vortex enveloped his injury, its overwhelming suction beginning to extract his very essence. Pain intensified at the wound, and he thought, "These fiends are truly cunning, but I will not be vanquished so easily. You shall not succeed, you wretches." With a thunderous roar, Kaido summoned all his haki, striving to counteract the pull of the black vortex. Simultaneously, he swung his kanabo violently towards Blackbeard Teach, resolving, "I must first eliminate this Blackbeard before dealing with the others." Teach, caught off guard, could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself. As the spiked club collided with his hands, Blackbeard Teach felt an overwhelming force surge through him, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip. This violent encounter propelled him backwards, sending him crashing onto the surface of the sea and creating a massive splash. The water sparkled under the sun, intertwining with the surrounding smoke and dust. He thought to himself, "Damn Kaido, his strength is indeed formidable, but I shall not concede so easily." Witnessing his comrades fighting with such fervor ignited a greater fire within Luffy's heart. He summoned the power of the gum-gum fruit once more, his body stretching rapidly as he charged towards Kaido. Observing Kaido, whose dark aura appeared increasingly sinister amidst the chaos, Luffy felt a surge of determination. "Kaido, today marks your demise. I shall vanquish you alongside my allies." With that resolve, he bellowed, "Gum-gum, ultimate pistol." His fist was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, more dazzling than before, as if it contained boundless power. As he surged towards Kaido, the air around him whistled, and the churned sea was stirred into small waves by the force of his advance. At that moment, Kaido was preoccupied with resisting the pull of a dark vortex, and he could not evade Luffy's ferocious strike. Luffy's fist landed heavily on Kaido's chest, propelling his body backwards, crashing onto a dilapidated ship, which shattered upon impact. As he fell, the surrounding waters erupted in a towering splash, debris was sent flying once more, and smoke and dust thickened in the air. This blow seemed to shatter some equilibrium. Kaido lay on the wreckage, his body racked with pain. Though filled with rage, he felt an unprecedented weakness. He attempted to rise, but his body betrayed him, as if all strength had been siphoned away. He thought, "How is this possible? How could I be defeated by these wretches? I am Kaido." Luffy, Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach, witnessing Kaido's fall, were elated. They exchanged glances before rushing towards Kaido's position. "Have we won?" Luffy asked, disbelief tinging his voice. "Not yet. We must ensure he is completely defeated." Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, his expression grave. The group gathered around Kaido, who lay weak and vulnerable on the ground, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. After enduring such arduous battles and facing countless dire situations, they finally glimpsed a sliver of victory on the horizon. Chapter 28. Aftermath and New Journeys. Kaido's massive form crashed heavily to the earth, sending up a cloud of dust and splintered wood. The battlefield was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the lingering smoke slowly wafted through the air, and the relentless waves continued to crash against the remnants of the ships, producing a series of dull thuds. Luffy and the others clustered around Kaido, their eyes brimming with exhaustion, but also an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and disbelief. Luffy crouched down, reaching out to check Kaido's breath. Confirming that he had temporarily lost the strength to fight, he let out a sigh of relief, rising to address his comrades. "This guy has finally fallen. He nearly wore me out." With that, he plopped down onto a nearby broken plank, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. Zoro slowly sheathed his sword, his gaze still vigilant. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Stay alert. This commotion has been quite loud, and we cannot predict what trouble it may attract." Aiden nodded in agreement, his sword firmly gripped in hand, ever ready to face any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach quietly contemplated something, his gaze intermittently sweeping over Kaido and the surrounding area. Just as the group took a moment to catch their breath, dark spots began to emerge on the horizon of the sea. As time passed, these spots became increasingly distinct, revealing themselves to be ships approaching their location. Luffy squinted, attempting to discern the nature of the incoming vessels, muttering, "TSK, who might they be? Why do they all come to join this commotion?" On the first ship to draw near stood a diverse group of individuals, at the forefront of which was a towering man with a bushy beard, arms crossed. Surveying Luffy and the others alongside the downed Kaido, he shouted, "Hey, are you the ones who defeated Kaido? Quite impressive." Luffy rose to his feet and retorted, "So what? What brings you here?" The burly man chuckled heartily and replied, "No need to be alarmed, kid. I am Barrow, captain of the Storm pirate crew. We operate in these waters, and upon hearing such a ruckus, we came to take a look. I never anticipated witnessing Kaido's defeat, truly a cause for celebration. However, you should be aware that with Kaido's fall, the balance of power in these waters is about to shift." Luffy furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp the meaning of his words, and inquired, "Shift? What do you mean by that?" Barrow leaped down from his ship, approaching Luffy and the others, and explained. "Kaido has dominated these waters for many years, and his influence is vast. With his downfall, those who were once suppressed, along with other pirate crews eyeing the resources of this territory, will surely stir. While you have bested Kaido, you've also stirred a hornet's nest." Luffy, unfazed, chuckled in response. Who cares? If anyone dares to cause trouble, we'll just defeat them as well." Zoro chimed in. "Exactly, we're not afraid of any trouble." Barrow regarded their unwavering confidence with a slight nod, stating, "Haha, you've got spirit. However, should you require assistance, consider collaborating with us, the Storm pirate crew. After all, having one more ally is preferable to having one more foe." Luffy pondered for a moment, about to respond, when several more ships approached. The individuals disembarking were a mixed lot. Some bore friendly expressions, while others exuded hostility, clearly harboring their own intentions. Among them was a man dressed in lavish attire, topped with a high hat, who stepped forward and remarked in a mocking tone, "Well, if it isn't the little brats who defeated Kaido. Don't think this means you can roam freely in these waters. With Kaido down, everyone will be vying for a piece of the pie." Upon hearing this, Luffy's anger flared, and he pointed at the man, shouting, "Who are you calling a little brat? Say that again if you dare." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with both parties on edge, poised for confrontation. At that moment, Nami stepped forward, wielding her weather stick, which summoned dark clouds that rapidly filled the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. She proclaimed loudly, "Stop the bickering. This is not the time for quarrels. Although Kaido has fallen, the chaos in these waters has only just begun. If you all wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle here, none of you will reap the benefits." Her words brought a sense of calm among the crowd, each person exchanging glances, realizing the gravity of their situation. The man wearing a tall hat scoffed and questioned, "So what do you propose? Should we simply stand by and watch as you monopolize the advantages of these waters?" Nami turned her gaze to Luffy, who scratched his head and replied, "I don't really know, but we never intended to monopolize anything. We just want to ensure that no one like Kaido bullies others here." Zoro added, "We can discuss and redefine the territorial boundaries of this sea, allowing everyone to fairly receive their due rewards." The crowd fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After a moment, Baroque spoke up first. "Well, that idea sounds quite reasonable. However, achieving fairness will not be easy, as everyone has strengths and needs differ." Just as the discussion heated up, a white sailboat slowly approached. Standing at the bow was an elderly man clad in a white robe, his visage gentle. He held a cane topped with a blue gem that radiated a soft glow. The elder disembarked and approached the group, stating, "Greetings, I am Elvin, the sage of these waters. I have heard of the events unfolding here and understand the predicament you face. To resolve the issues in this sea, we must first establish a common goal, to maintain peace and prosperity." Everyone turned their attention to Elvin as he continued, "I propose the formation of an alliance, comprising various pirate crews and other factions. Within this alliance, resources and tasks will be allocated based on each member's strength and contributions, working together to uphold order in these waters. This way, we can avoid unnecessary conflict while ensuring mutual benefits." Luffy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "That's a brilliant idea. I love it." Zoro then inquired, "But what happens if someone violates the alliance's rules?" Elvin smiled faintly and stated that the matter of punishment should be collectively decided by the alliance, with severe cases potentially leading to expulsion from the organization. After some discussion, the majority endorsed Elvin's proposal, leading to the establishment of the Ocean Peace Alliance. Naturally, Luffy's pirate crew became a significant member of this new organization. In the days that followed, the alliance began to address the myriad issues left in the wake of Kaido's defeat. The first task was to clear the battlefield of debris, an immense undertaking necessitating the cooperation of various factions. Luffy and his companions actively participated. Luffy and Aiden were responsible for relocating larger fragments of wreckage, utilizing their physical strength to transport heavy wooden planks and steel components to designated areas. Zoro led a team tasked with patrolling the surrounding waters to prevent unscrupulous individuals from seizing the opportunity to loot or create chaos. He remained ever vigilant, his sword poised and ready. Nami employed her weather staff to help regulate the climate, ensuring the cleanup process proceeded smoothly. At times, when the heat became excessive, she conjured clouds to shield the sun. At other times, when rain threatened to impede progress, she dispersed the clouds to allow sunlight to shine through once more. Sanji busied himself in a makeshift kitchen, preparing delectable meals for those laboring diligently. His culinary creations not only filled their stomachs but also provided warmth and solace amidst their fatigue. Although Blackbeard Teach also engaged in the Alliance's efforts, his thoughts remained fixated on augmenting his own power. In his spare moments, he stealthily sought secluded spots to practice the abilities of the dark fruit, striving to enhance his strength. As time passed, the debris on the battlefield was gradually cleared away, and the waters began to regain their former vitality. The island's vegetation blossomed anew, seabirds soared through the skies, and fish swam freely in the ocean. The operations of the Alliance gradually fell into a steady rhythm, with cooperation among the various factions becoming increasingly harmonious. However, just as everyone believed that all would progress favorably, discordant voices began to emerge from within the Alliance. Some factions, harboring ulterior motives, began to conspire in the shadows, seeking to disrupt the existing balance for their own gain. One day, while Luffy's crew was at the Alliance headquarters discussing their next steps, they were suddenly startled by a cacophony outside. Luffy was the first to dash out, witnessing a group of armed individuals clashing with the Alliance's guards. "What is happening?" Luffy inquired loudly. A guard rushed over, anxious, and explained, "Captain Luffy, these people suddenly charged in, demanding to see the leader of the Alliance. When we asked them to wait, they resorted to violence." Luffy furrowed his brow, gazing at the group, and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" At the forefront of the group stood a man with a scar etched across his face. He sneered coldly and declared, "We are the Shadow Pirate crew, and we have come to inform you that this alliance is nothing but a farce. Why should we adhere to your directives and share the spoils we rightfully deserve? We shall chart our own course." In response, Luffy, filled with indignation, retorted, "You are intent on undermining the harmony of the alliance. It has taken considerable effort for us to unite and strive for the betterment of these waters. Yet you seek to sow discord. Humph, spare us your lofty ideals. We are here to instigate trouble." The scarred man brandished his weapon and charged at Luffy. Unfazed, Luffy harnessed the power of the gum fruit, his body elongating rapidly as he met the man head-on. "Gum rocket launcher," he bellowed, his arm transforming into a colossal cannon that hurtled toward his adversary. Zoro, Aiden, Blackbeard Teach, and others swiftly drew their weapons, joining the fray. Zoro's 3 swords glimmered ominously in the sunlight as he darted into the enemy ranks with lightning speed, unleashing his technique. 3-sword style, ultimate secret, ghost howl, heaven and earth collapse. He shouted fiercely, his blades slicing through the air like 3 enraged dragons, striking fiercely at their foes. Aiden, leveraging his remarkable agility, deftly maneuvered through the throng, his sword piercing forth with precision, each strike finding its mark upon the enemy's vital points. Blackbeard Teach gathered dark matter between his hands, unleashing the abyss of consumption with a thunderous roar, directing the black substance towards his foes. Those ensnared by its formidable pull were consumed, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. Meanwhile, Nami wielded her weather stick, conjuring a tempest of lightning that struck down upon their adversaries. While Sanji busied himself preparing a feast, acutely aware that his comrades would require sustenance after their fierce skirmish, the battle raged fiercely, both sides exchanging blows without yielding an inch. Other members of the Alliance soon arrived to lend their support, plunging the entire headquarters into a maelstrom of conflict. Although Luffy and his companions possessed formidable strength, the Shadow Pirates were no trifling opponent. They had clearly come prepared and held a numerical advantage. As the confrontation wore on, Luffy and his allies began to feel the strain of fatigue. Their energy waned while the enemy's onslaught showed no signs of abating. At that moment, Elvin emerged upon the battlefield, his staff crowned with a luminous blue gem that shimmered with intense radiance. Chanting incantations, a gentle light emanated from the gem, enveloping the entire arena. Cease at once. Elvin's voice resonated with an enchanting authority, compelling both factions engaged in fierce combat to halt their actions. What you are doing will only plunge these waters back into chaos. Have you forgotten the very purpose of our alliance? Elvin lamented with a heavy heart. The scarred man scoffed, retorting, "We care not for your ideals. We seek only greater profit, and this alliance stifles our growth." Elvin gazed at him and said, "Do you believe that through destruction you can attain greater benefits? You are mistaken. Only through collective effort can this maritime region truly flourish, and in due time. The rewards you receive will far surpass what you possess now." Upon hearing this, the scarred man fell into deep contemplation. The other members of the Shadow Pirate crew exchanged glances, seemingly reflecting on Elvin's words. After a moment, the scarred man replied, "Very well. We shall grant this alliance another chance, but should our demands remain unmet in the future, we will not let it go lightly." Elvin nodded and said, "Rest assured. We will strive to ensure that every member receives fair treatment and their rightful benefits." Although this conflict has temporarily subsided, it has sounded an alarm for the alliance. Everyone has come to realize that in order to maintain the longevity of the alliance, it is imperative not only to strengthen cooperation and trust among members, but also to establish a more comprehensive management and oversight system. In the days that followed, the alliance embarked on a reform of its management mechanisms. They formulated more detailed regulations, clarifying the rights and obligations of each member, while also establishing a dedicated supervisory committee responsible for monitoring the conduct of members to ensure compliance with the alliance's regulations. The Straw Hat Pirates also played a pivotal role in this reform. With his enthusiasm and charisma, Luffy encouraged other members to actively participate in the reform, contributing ideas for the alliance's development. Meanwhile, Zoro, with his meticulousness and sense of responsibility, assisted in formulating regulations concerning security, ensuring the safety of the alliance's headquarters and its members. Aiden utilized his intellect and communication skills to facilitate harmonious relations among the members, thereby enhancing their collaborative efforts. Although Blackbeard Teach was not particularly adept in interpersonal interactions, he nonetheless offered valuable insights regarding empowerment and crisis management, drawing from his own experiences in these realms. Nami and Sanji continued to play pivotal roles in logistical support. Nami, by regulating the weather, provided optimal climatic conditions for the alliance's activities, while Sanji consistently prepared exquisite meals, ensuring that everyone had sufficient stamina amidst their arduous work and battles. As the reforms deepened, the cohesion of the alliance strengthened, fostering closer cooperation among its members. Under their collective efforts, the waters began to progress towards peace and prosperity. However, fate seemed to enjoy presenting challenges. Just as the alliance was steadily developing, a mysterious prophecy began to circulate throughout the seas. It spoke of a distant island harboring a treasure imbued with the power to alter the very fabric of the world. The revelation of this prophecy sent shockwaves across the waters, prompting numerous pirate crews and factions to stir with eagerness in search of the elusive island and its treasure. The Straw Hat Pirates also caught wind of this prophecy, igniting a spark of excitement in Luffy's eyes as he exclaimed, "Wow, a mysterious treasure. That sounds incredible. Let us go find it." Zoro furrowed his brow and replied, "Luffy, we are currently members of the Alliance, and it is our duty to uphold the peace and prosperity of these waters. We cannot abandon our responsibilities simply because of a prophecy." Luffy scratched his head and countered, "But it's a mysterious treasure. Perhaps finding it could help us protect these waters even better." Aiden expressed, "I believe Luffy's perspective is quite valid. We can pursue treasure while simultaneously safeguarding the peace of the seas. Perhaps during our quest, we may uncover elements beneficial to the Alliance." Following a thorough discussion, the Straw Hat Pirates resolved to report to the Alliance and embark on their journey in search of the mysterious treasure. They firmly believed that, with their courage and strength, they could surmount the myriad challenges that lay ahead, while also instilling new hope and transformation in these waters. Thus, after notifying the Alliance, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail towards the uncharted seas. Before them lay a journey fraught with uncertainty and trials, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation and hope. For they understood that each challenge presented an opportunity for growth, and every adventure served as a stepping stone towards their dreams. As they navigated the tumultuous waters, they encountered an array of adversities. At times, fierce storms lashed at them, with waves towering like mountains, relentlessly battering their vessel as if seeking to engulf them. Luffy and his comrades clung tightly to the ropes aboard, braving the onslaught of the tempest. On other occasions, they faced enigmatic sea monsters, colossal and grotesque, lunging towards them with gaping maws. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach swiftly drew their weapons to engage in fierce combat against the creatures. Nami, wielding her weather stick, endeavored to alter the climatic conditions, enabling their ship to evade the monsters' assaults. Sanji busied himself in the galley, preparing delectable meals to replenish their strength after each skirmish. Despite the numerous hardships, the Straw Hat Pirates remained undeterred. Through their unwavering trust and unity, they repeatedly overcame obstacles, steadfastly advancing towards their objective. As they delved deeper into the unknown waters, clues regarding the elusive treasure began to emerge. On a desolate island, they discovered ancient inscriptions and symbols on a weathered stone tablet. With Nami's interpretation and analysis, it appeared to point towards a location beneath the depths of the sea. Beneath the deep sea? That poses a significant challenge, Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. Zoro concurred. Indeed, the deep sea environment is intricate, fraught with immense pressure, and we remain unaware of the dangers that may await us. Aiden remarked, however, since we have come this far, we have no reason to retreat. Blackbeard Teach nodded in agreement, stating, Humph, regardless of the dangers, I must see what this treasure truly is. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates resolved to embark on a perilous journey into the deep sea. They equipped themselves with necessary gear, such as diving suits and oxygen tanks, and cautiously descended into the abyss. Upon entering the depths, they were immediately met with immense pressure, as if a colossal weight were bearing down upon them. The water was an inky black, illuminated only by the faint glow of their lighting devices. Strange, eerie sounds echoed around them, sending shivers down their spines. Luffy led the way, his body agilely stretching and morphing in the water, utilizing his gum-gum fruit abilities to navigate the path ahead. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach closely followed, weapons at the ready to confront any lurking threats. Nami remained at the rear, observing the surroundings and using her weather stick to sense shifts in the currents and pressure, providing warnings to her comrades. Sanji carried provisions, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. In the deep sea, they encountered a myriad of marine creatures, some of which were utterly foreign to them. Enormous jellyfish floated by, their translucent bodies shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, their long tentacles swaying gracefully in the water. Chapter 29, Treasure Hunt in the Deep Sea. The Straw Hat Pirates advanced cautiously through the depths, the oppressive water pressure weighing heavily upon them. With each descent, the sensation of being squeezed intensified, as if countless invisible hands were pressing against their bodies, attempting to thwart their passage into this enigmatic underwater realm. Yet, their resolve remained unshaken. Luffy stretched his body, persistently seeking the path ahead, his gaze fixed on the surroundings, wary of missing any potential clues related to the treasure. In this pitch-black abyss, even the faintest flicker of light or an oddly shaped rock could serve as a crucial hint to the treasure's whereabouts. Suddenly, a dim light appeared in the distance, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. It shone like a brilliant star amidst the void, capturing everyone's attention. Luffy excitedly waved his arms, his exuberance nearly causing him to lose balance in the water. He urgently signaled for his companions to follow and accelerated towards the radiant glow, his heart brimming with anticipation for the secrets of the treasure that awaited revelation. In this mysterious maritime domain, legends of deep-sea treasures had long been whispered. It is said that in ancient times, there was a legendary pirate revered as the Sea King, commanding an invincible fleet that traversed the oceans, unmatched by any foe. The Sea King possesses not only extraordinary strength, enabling him to traverse tumultuous waters with ease, but also wields a multitude of enigmatic powers and skills. He can summon the winds and reigns at will, commanding the waves to heed his beck and call, and even communicate with the mysterious creatures dwelling in the depths of the ocean, as if he were the sovereign of the sea. His wealth is monumental, with treasures and rare artifacts so abundant that they could drive the entire world into a frenzy. His vessel is laden with extraordinary curiosities from around the globe, each item a veritable fortune in its own right. From dazzling diamonds that captivate the eye to gemstones that emit an otherworldly glow, as well as ancient and precious relics alongside exquisitely crafted gold and silver ornaments. The collection is truly vast. However, after witnessing the harrowing brutality and devastation of a fierce naval battle, the Sea King was profoundly affected. He observed countless lives extinguished in the flames of war and innumerable families shattered as a result. The horrific scenes pierced his soul, awakening him to the realization that war and plunder yield only endless suffering and destruction. Consequently, He resolved to conceal his vast amassed wealth and those artifacts imbued with mysterious powers in a hidden sanctuary deep within the ocean. He yearned for these treasures to one day be discovered by those who genuinely require them and possess a sense of justice, to be utilized for the betterment of the world rather than to incite further conflict and bloodshed. Legend has it that among these treasures lies a mysterious fruit capable of commanding the very elements of the ocean. This fruit appears crystalline, with a faint blue aura dancing upon its surface, seemingly embodying the profound depths and mysteries of the sea. Whosoever consumes it may control the movement of the waters and the rise and fall of the waves with the same ease as one governs their own limbs, enabling them to breathe freely beneath the waves and communicate effortlessly with marine life, becoming the true favored child of the ocean. Additionally, there exists a sword known as the abyssal blade, forged from the hardest minerals found in the deep sea. Its blade exhibits an enigmatic black hue, reminiscent of an endless abyss. Embedded within it is a fiery gemstone sourced from the depths of an underwater volcano, its vibrant red brilliance igniting the sword in flames upon being drawn, which remain unextinguished even under the crushing pressures of the deep sea. Its might is sufficient to cleave through the most resilient reefs and breach the defenses of adversaries. Moreover, it is said that the treasure includes a cloak of the sea, crafted from the hide of an ancient, now extinct marine beast. When donned, it bestows the wearer with unmatched agility in the water, allowing them to move swifter than any fish, while also providing formidable resistance against the immense pressures of the deep and serving as protection against various marine threats. The cloak's texture is both soft and resilient, adorned along its edges with delicate shells and pearls that shimmer enchantingly in the light, enhancing its mysterious allure. In addition to these precious artifacts, the guardianship of the treasure remains shrouded in mystery. Legend has it that within the vicinity of this treasure-laden land, there dwell enigmatic creatures. Among them is a jellyfish-like entity known as the abyssal mirage, whose almost transparent body radiates a mesmerizing spectrum of colors. These luminous displays serve a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. It is said that when an unwelcome intruder approaches, the abyssal mirage can unleash a bewildering power through its glow, ensnaring the trespasser in an endless illusion, causing them to lose their way and even turn against themselves. Gliding gracefully through the water, they resemble a troop of ethereal spirits dancing in a dream. Yet the peril concealed beneath their beauty is far from negligible. Additionally, there exists a colossal creature resembling an octopus, known as the shadow behemoth. Its body is as dark as ink, with each of its robust tentacles adorned with sharp suckers. The shadow behemoth typically remains hidden in the depths, but upon sensing an approach towards the coveted treasure, it silently glides forth, ensnaring its prey with its immense limbs before dragging them into the abyss of darkness, ensuring they can never escape. Its eyes gleam with an eerie crimson light, akin to two ominous beacons in the dark, vigilantly observing its surroundings, poised to strike against any who dare covet the treasure. Aiden led his pirate crew alongside Luffy and others into the enigmatic depths of the ocean. The boundless darkness and immense water pressure seemed to present them with the first formidable challenge bestowed by the deep sea. Yet, within Aiden's gaze resided only determination and fearlessness. He understood that this quest for treasure not only pertained to the honor of his own crew, but could also significantly influence the future of the entire maritime realm. The members of Aiden's pirate crew wore solemn expressions, gripping their weapons tightly as they followed their captain's lead. In the depths of the ocean, they leaned on one another, their mutual trust akin to a sturdy rope, binding them closely together. Each individual was acutely aware that this venture was fraught with unknown perils, yet, for the potential treasure and the profound meaning it held, they were resolute in their bravery. As they approached the shimmering light, a magnificent underwater palace revealed itself before them. The palace walls appeared to be constructed from some enigmatic crystal, emanating a soft, enchanting glow that illuminated the surrounding dark waters in a dreamlike haze. The flickering light seemed to narrate ancient and mysterious tales, enticing the crew to draw nearer. Gathered around the grand entrance of the palace, they meticulously studied the intricate carvings, seeking a way to unlock the door. The exquisite engravings depicted a myriad of marine creatures and enigmatic naval battles. Some illustrations portrayed colossal whales engaged in fierce combat with sea monsters, while others depicted the valiant figures of ancient pirates braving the stormy seas, their faces radiating a fearless spirit that commanded admiration. At that moment, Luffy inadvertently pressed against a protruding detail on the door, which began to yield slowly. Suddenly, with a deep rumbling sound, the grand door creaked open. This unforeseen occurrence filled the crew with both excitement and trepidation. as they remained uncertain of what awaited them beyond the threshold. However, having come this far, they were resolute in their readiness to confront the impending challenges. A mysterious aura enveloped them as they stepped inside, revealing a vast hall. At the center stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a treasure chest radiating a dazzling brilliance. The chest appeared neither of gold nor wood, crafted from an extraordinary material adorned with intricate and resplendent patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Surrounding the chest were various other treasures, including translucent fruits that glimmered with diverse hues. Some emitted a gentle blue light, while others burned with a fiery red glow. Each fruit appeared to harbor a mysterious and potent power, as if consuming them would bestow unimaginable abilities. Also present were ancient weapons, their blades and hilts inlaid with precious gems that sparkled brilliantly under the chest's luminous glow. The designs of these weapons were remarkable, some swords curved like undulating waves, while others were carved in the likeness of sea creatures, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature, promising formidable prowess in battle. Instantly captivated by the chest, Luffy and his companions were filled with exhilaration and anticipation. "Wow, that must be the legendary treasure," Luffy exclaimed, eager to rush towards the chest. "Wait, Luffy, hold on. There might be traps or mechanisms around." Zoro quickly intercepted Luffy, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. Aiden nodded in agreement, equally awestruck by the treasure before them, yet acutely aware of the need for caution in this enigmatic locale. He led his crew alongside Luffy's pirate band, approaching the stone pedestal where the chest lay with utmost vigilance. As they advanced, they meticulously surveyed their surroundings, attuned to every potential threat lurking in the shadows. Each step was taken with deliberate slowness, as if traversing not a palace floor but a field of explosives ready to detonate at any moment. Upon nearing the pedestal, they discovered ancient inscriptions engraved upon its surface, cryptic and obscure, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances, none comprehending their significance. "Nami, can you decipher these inscriptions?" Luffy inquired. Turning towards her, Nami furrowed her brow, studying the characters intently. After a considerable pause, she gradually replied, "I can only grasp fragments. It seems to convey that this treasure belongs to a formidable ancient pirate king, possessing the power to alter the world. However, to claim the treasure, one must endure severe trials or face catastrophic consequences." Upon hearing Nami's words, a mix of excitement and trepidation surged within the group. "No matter the trials, we shall not falter," Luffy proclaimed, clenching his fist with resolve. "Indeed, to uncover the treasure that can safeguard our seas, we must press forward." Aiden concurred fervently. Just as they braced themselves for the impending challenges, a deep, resonant hum echoed through the hall, as though something ancient was stirring from slumber. The sound reverberated in the stillness, sending a shiver down their spines. The resplendent chest remained poised upon the pedestal, awaiting their approach to unveil its enigmatic veil, harboring treasures capable of transforming the world and shaping the future of the seas. Instantly, the crew heightened their vigilance, grasping their weapons firmly and adopting defensive stances. Their eyes darted around the hall, searching for the source of the ominous sound. As the humming intensified, a host of deep-sea phantoms began to materialize, ethereal and almost transparent. They radiated a mesmerizing spectrum of colors, enveloping the entire hall in a dreamlike glow, which blurred the vision of the onlookers. "Everyone, be cautious. These are the deep-sea phantoms. Do not be deceived by their dazzling light," Luffy shouted. Yet, some members had already begun to succumb to hallucinations. Some beheld their most fervent desires beckoning them forward, while others were confronted by terrifying apparitions, causing panic to ensue. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Luffy fought to maintain his lucidity. He stretched out his limbs, waving his arms at the phantoms in a bid to disperse them. Aiden swiftly reacted, commanding his crew members to remind one another not to succumb to the illusions. They closed their eyes, relying on memory and sensation to navigate the hall, endeavoring to find a way to evade the luminous grasp of the deep-sea phantoms. Through their collective efforts, they gradually discovered a method to counter the deep-sea apparitions. Nami utilized her weather stick to conjure faint currents, attempting to disperse the bewildering light. Zoro, with his acute sense of hearing, listened intently to his comrades' voices, moving toward their location, his sword ever ready to defend against any approaching phantoms. Luffy continued to stretch his body, darting through the hall and dispersing the deep-sea specters that neared his companions. After a strenuous effort, they finally broke free from the deep-sea phantom's enchantment, and the hall's radiance began to return to normal. However, before they could catch their breath, a colossal shadow beast suddenly erupted from the darkness. Its massive form instantly occupied a significant portion of space, its inky blackness accentuated by thick, powerful tentacles adorned with sharp suckers. The shadow beast opened its enormous maw, releasing a deep, rumbling roar as it lunged toward them. Luffy was the first to confront the creature, activating his gum-gum fruit powers. His body rapidly elongated as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at the beast's head. The blow, infused with tremendous force, struck the shadow beast, causing it to sway slightly. Observing the situation, Aiden led his pirate crew to launch a flanking assault. They wielded their weapons with fervor, aiming to sever the tendrils of the shadowy behemoth. Zoro, undeterred, unleashed his 3 swords in unison, striking at the creature's form. Each slash illuminating the air with flashes of steel while releasing streams of dark, ink-like liquid. This battle against the shadowy giant proved immensely arduous. The creature's defenses were formidable. Although the crew's strikes inflicted some damage, none could deliver a decisive blow. Its tendrils lashed out incessantly, ensnaring those who ventured too close, attempting to drag them into the depths of darkness. Luffy, on several occasions, narrowly escaped being ensnared, his agile physique allowing him to break free just in time. The members of Aiden's pirate crew were valiantly resisting, coordinating their efforts. Some drew the attention of the shadow beast, while others seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerabilities. During the fierce battle, they discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Consequently, they concentrated their firepower on assailing its eyes. Luffy, once again harnessing the abilities bestowed by the gum-gum fruit, stretched his body to its utmost limit and unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at the shadow beast's eye. The strike landed with precision, eliciting a pained roar from the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden led the members of the pirate crew to launch a fierce assault on the wounded eye of the shadow beast. Their weapon struck true, inflicting even greater damage upon the creature's eye. At this moment, Zoro's 3 swords played a pivotal role as he wielded them with precision, slicing at the surrounding area of the shadow beast's eye, further exacerbating the wound. United in their relentless attack, the group eventually overwhelmed the shadow beast, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, motionless at last. After vanquishing the shadow beast, the crew took a brief respite before proceeding toward the stone platform where the treasure chest awaited. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the bounty. Yet they adopted a more cautious demeanor. Having engaged in 2 formidable battles, they were acutely aware that the guardianship of this treasure was no trivial matter, and they might encounter further perils and trials ahead. As they approached the stone platform once more, the sight of the chest radiating with resplendent light intensified their yearning. What shall we do now? Should we open the chest directly? Luffy inquired, gazing at the treasure. Perhaps we should hold off for a moment. Did Nami not mention that one must undergo numerous trials to claim the treasure? Zoro replied, emphasizing the need for vigilance. Aiden nodded in agreement and remarked, "Let us first observe our surroundings to see if there are any additional clues or mechanisms." Consequently, the group resumed their meticulous examination of the environment surrounding the stone platform, hoping to uncover the correct method to unlock the treasure chest while remaining vigilant against potential dangers that might arise. During their careful scrutiny, Nami discovered a small indentation on the stone platform, its peculiar shape suggesting that something needed to be embedded within it to unlock the chest. "Look here, there is a recess. Could it be that we need to place something inside to open the treasure chest?" Nami pointed out. The others gathered around, inspecting the indentation and engaging in speculation. "Could it be one of the fruits we saw earlier?" Luffy inquired. "It doesn't seem likely. The shape of the fruit doesn't match this recess." Zoro shook his head. "Perhaps it is a component of a weapon?" Aiden conjectured. The group then commenced a search for any items that might fit the recess, but after a thorough exploration, they found nothing. Just as disappointment began to set in, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be a hidden compartment in that wall." The group promptly turned their attention to the direction Usopp indicated, and indeed, they spotted a somewhat inconspicuous hidden compartment. They hurried over to examine it closely. The compartment bore ancient inscriptions, though this time the writing was somewhat more comprehensible than that on the stone platform. Nami scrutinized it and remarked, "It states that we must find 5 special pearls, each to be placed in one of the 5 corners of the palace to unlock this compartment. Inside may lie the key to opening the treasure chest." 5 special pearls? That sounds quite challenging. Luffy scratched his head. "Regardless, we must search for them," Aiden asserted. Thus, the group divided into smaller teams to begin their quest for the 5 special pearls within the palace. They meticulously scoured every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Some searched behind stone columns, others in the crevices of murals, and still others in the gaps between the stone tiles on the floor. After a strenuous search, they finally discovered the first pearl. It emanated a soft white glow, larger than an ordinary pearl, adorned with intricate patterns. "We've found one," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Encouraged by the discovery of the first pearl, the group felt invigorated and pressed on to find the remaining 4. During their search, they encountered various minor mechanisms and traps. In certain areas, the ground would suddenly give way. In others, high-pressure jets of water would erupt. In some places would unleash sharp stone spikes. However, through their collective ingenuity and cooperation, they deftly evaded these traps and continued their quest for the pearls. Ultimately, after considerable effort, they located all 5 special pearls. "How splendid! Now we can open the hidden compartment," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. The group, clutching 5 pearls, returned to the concealed space. Following Nami's interpretation, they placed the 5 pearls in 5 designated positions around the compartment. As the final pearl was set in place, the compartment slowly creaked open. Inside lay a delicate little key, adorned with a blue gemstone that shimmered enchantingly under the light. "This key must be the key to unlocking the treasure chest," Zoro remarked. "It is highly likely. Let us hasten to try it," Luffy urged. With the key in hand, they made their way back to the stone pedestal that held the treasure chest. Luffy carefully inserted the key into the lock of the chest and gently turned it. With a crisp sound, the lock clicked open. A more intense radiance erupted from the chest, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daylight. As the brilliance gradually faded, they beheld a plethora of precious items within the chest. In addition to the aforementioned mysterious fruits capable of controlling oceanic elements, the abyssal blade, and the cloak of the sea, there were other treasures as well. Among them was an ancient nautical logbook, chronicling long-lost maritime knowledge and secrets of the surrounding waters. This information was undoubtedly a significant treasure for these pirates, poised to aid them in their future seafaring adventures. Chapter 30. The ownership of the treasure and a new journey. As the dazzling light subsided, Luffy and the members of the Aiden pirate crew gathered around the now-open chest, their eyes filled with wonder and delight. The myriad treasures within radiated a mysterious and alluring aura, each seemingly brimming with endless possibilities. Luffy's gaze was first drawn to the mysterious fruit capable of commanding the elements of the sea. It remained crystalline and translucent, its blue halo appearing to swirl gently, as if beckoning a destined soul to partake of it. Unable to resist the urge to reach out, Luffy was abruptly halted by Zoro's hand. "Luffy, hold on a moment. We do not yet know the consequences of consuming this fruit, and we must deliberate on how to distribute these treasures," Zoro said with a serious expression. Realizing his oversight, Luffy scratched his head and replied, "Oh, right. We do need to discuss this." Aiden stepped forward, gazing at the treasures within the chest, and remarked, "These treasures are indeed extraordinary. We have endured countless hardships to acquire them, and we must not allow disputes over their distribution to sour our camaraderie." The others nodded in agreement, then gathered together to discuss the allocation of the treasure. Nami spoke first. "That navigational log is of paramount importance to us pirates. The maritime knowledge contained within will help us avoid many missteps in our future adventures. I believe it should be entrusted to our Straw Hat pirates, as we have been traversing these waters and require this knowledge to enhance our strength." Everyone concurred with Nami's reasoning, and Aiden voiced his support. "Then the navigational log shall belong to your Straw Hat pirates. I hope you will utilize it wisely to explore more uncharted waters." Next, Zoro's gaze fell upon the abyssal blade, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "This sword possesses incredible power and will undoubtedly prove invaluable in battle. I believe I can wield its might more effectively, so I wish to claim it." Luffy chuckled. "Zoro, you rascal, you still have a penchant for swords, huh? Very well. The sword is yours. Just make sure to take down some formidable foes with it." The members of the Aiden pirates expressed no dissent, for Zoro's prowess in swordsmanship was universally acknowledged. This exquisite sword, in his capable hands, could indeed manifest its utmost value. As for the sea cloak, Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, this cloak looks incredibly powerful. Donning it would allow for effortless movement across the sea and provide protection against various attacks. I believe that if I possessed it, I could assist everyone more effectively during our adventures. Could I possibly have it?" The crew chuckled at Usopp's eager demeanor, and Luffy waved his hand grandly, saying, "All right, Usopp, this cloak is yours. From now on, you must bravely charge to the front." Thus, several key treasures found their rightful owners. As for the remaining mysterious fruits radiating various colors and ancient weapons, after much discussion, the crew decided to allocate them based on individual needs and contributions to the team. Once the treasures were distributed, everyone felt a profound sense of elation. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally acquired such precious artifacts. However, just as they basked in their joy, a deep rumble suddenly echoed throughout the palace, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Something ominous was afoot. Luffy, sensing the danger, stood up alertly, clenching his fists. The crew swiftly armed themselves, adopting defensive stances as they warily scanned their surroundings. As the rumbling intensified, cracks began to appear in the palace walls, as if some immense force was violently impacting the ancient structure from within. "Everyone be cautious. Danger may be approaching," Aiden shouted. Suddenly, a massive hole broke open at the top of the palace, and an even larger creature began to descend. This beast was covered in hard scales, with a head reminiscent of a dinosaur, yet possessed 3 enormous eyes, each glowing with a strange red light. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws as sharp as blades, emanating a chilling aura simply by standing there. What manner of creature is this? It seems even more formidable than the shadow behemoth. Chopper quivered behind Luffy, trembling with fear. Luffy, however, gazed at the newly emerged monster with no trace of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with determination. "No matter what kind of monster it is, if it dares to cause trouble, we shall defeat it." With that declaration, Luffy dashed toward the beast, harnessing the power of his gum-gum fruit to stretch his body swiftly, aiming a powerful punch at the creature's head. The blow, fueled by Luffy's pent-up rage, struck the monster's cranium with tremendous force, yet it merely swayed its head slightly, as if the punch had inflicted little damage. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden led the members of his pirate crew to encircle the creature from the flanks and rear. They brandished their weapons, fiercely slashing and stabbing at the monster's limbs and body in an attempt to uncover its vulnerabilities. Zoro, undeterred, brandished the newly acquired blade, the abyssal sword, and with a swift stride, lunged towards the creature, aiming a strike at its abdomen. The fiery gemstone embedded in the sword ignited instantaneously, flames cascading along the blade and engulfing the creature. Yet, the monster's scales appeared impervious to the flames, which failed to inflict significant damage. Enraged by the onslaught, the creature unleashed a deafening roar, baring its cavernous maw, and swung its colossal claws in a sweeping motion towards the attackers. Luffy and his companions hastily evaded. Yet several members of Aiden's crew were caught off guard, struck by the monstrous claws and sent crashing to the ground, sustaining considerable injuries. "Everyone, remain calm. Focus your assaults on its eyes and see if we can find an opening," Nami shouted, her weather stick in hand, observing the creature's movements while directing her comrades. Heeding Nami's command, the crew promptly adjusted their strategy, concentrating their firepower on the creature's 3 eyes. Luffy once again unleashed the powers of his gum-gum fruit, stretching his body to the utmost limit and delivering a powerful kick to the central eye of the beast. The strike landed with precision, causing the creature's middle eye to flicker, clearly indicating it had sustained some damage. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden led the pirate crew in launching an even more ferocious assault upon the monster's wounded eye. Their weapons struck true, inflicting grievous damage upon the creature's vision. Zoro brandished his abyssal blade, cleaving through the flesh surrounding the eye to further widen the ghastly wound. Through their united onslaught, the monster's central eye could endure no more. Utterly destroyed by their relentless attacks, a pained roar erupted from the beast as its massive frame staggered unsteadily. Yet, far from collapsing, it only grew more frenzied in its retaliation. Its remaining 2 eyes blazed with a vicious crimson glow as it lunged recklessly toward the warriors. Undeterred, the fighters pressed on, their resistance unyielding. Amidst the chaos of battle, they discerned another vulnerability, the creature's abdomen. Each strike upon its underbelly elicited agonized bellows, weakening the force of its attacks. Thus, they adapted their strategy once more, deftly evading the monster's frenzied swipes while concentrating their assault upon its exposed midsection. Luffy, harnessing the elasticity of his gum-gum fruit, stretched and contorted with fluid grace, slipping through the gaps in the beast's defenses to deliver blow after punishing blow to its abdomen. The members of the Aiden pirate crew worked in perfect harmony. Some drew the monster's attention while others seized the opportunity to strike at their vulnerable underbellies. Zoro, wielding the abyss blade with unparalleled swordsmanship, carved deep gashes into the creature's abdomen, intensifying its injuries. After an arduous battle, the monstrous foe ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground in a thundering defeat, never to rise again. Exhausted and panting, the crew's faces radiated triumph, having once more vanquished a formidable adversary. "Phew, that creature was truly formidable," Luffy exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, but thankfully, we emerged victorious," Aiden replied with a grin. Upon vanquishing the unexpectedly formidable beast, the crew recognized that this palace might harbor further perils, compelling them to remain vigilant. They meticulously inspected every nook and cranny of the palace, hoping to uncover more secrets regarding its history and the treasures hidden within. During their exploration, Nami stumbled upon a grand mural adorning one of the palace walls. This mural depicted the exploits of an ancient sea king and his fleet of pirates. In the artwork, the sea king stood majestically at the bow of his ship, flanked by colossal pirate vessels, their sails billowing in the wind. Mysterious creatures surrounded the fleet, seemingly safeguarding their journey. Nami scrutinized the mural closely, eager to extract useful information. Look, this mural bears some strange symbols. They might be connected to the secrets of this place, she pointed out, indicating the intricate markings. The crew gathered around, gazing at the symbols with puzzled expressions, none able to decipher their meanings. If only Robin were here, she would surely understand these symbols, Luffy lamented. Indeed. Robin excels in ancient texts and symbols, Zoro concurred. As they pondered their predicament, a member of the Aiden pirate crew suddenly remarked, I believe I have encountered similar symbols before, perhaps in an ancient tome. However, that book is on our ship, I must retrieve it. Then go swiftly and return quickly, Aiden urged. The member nodded and dashed towards the palace exit, intent on fetching the tome that might unveil the mystery of the symbols. While awaiting the return of their companion, the crew continued their exploration within the palace. They discovered several passages leading to other chambers, shrouded in darkness and mystery. Driven by curiosity, Luffy was eager to venture inside, but Zoro halted him. Luffy, do not act impulsively. Let us wait for that fellow to return with the book. We should ascertain the situation before proceeding, lest we encounter further danger, Zoro remarked. Although Luffy felt a stirring in his heart, he understood that Zoro's words held wisdom and reluctantly chose to bide his time. After a while, a member of the Aiden pirate crew returned, breathless, clutching a tattered book in his hands. He presented the book to Aiden, saying, Captain, it is this very book. I recall that it contains similar symbols within. Aiden took the book, opened it, and indeed discovered several symbols reminiscent of those on the mural. He handed the book to Nami and said, Nami, could you examine this volume and see if you can uncover a method to interpret the mural symbols? Nami accepted the book and began to scrutinize it intently. After a considerable time, she slowly lifted her head, a hint of surprise illuminating her face. I comprehend some of it. These symbols seem to narrate the tale of the Sea King, who, after concealing his treasure, devised a series of trials to prevent anyone from easily claiming it. Each trial past reveals deeper secrets regarding the treasure, and the creature we just vanquished was merely one of those trials, Nami explained. Upon hearing her words, the group felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. They were thrilled at the prospect of uncovering more secrets about the treasure, yet anxious about the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Let us press on. Regardless of how many trials await us, we shall overcome them, Luffy declared, his fists clenched in determination. Indeed, to unravel all of this, we must continue our exploration, Aiden echoed. Thus, with Nami having deciphered some of the mural's symbols, they commenced their journey down one of the passages, steeling themselves for the trials to come. They tread carefully into the dim and damp corridor, which was suffused with an air of mystery. Occasionally, faint glimmers of light flickered on the walls, as if guiding them forward. After traversing a distance within the passage, they encountered a massive stone door, firmly shut, adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions. Nami stepped forward to closely examine the designs and text on the door. After a prolonged study, she remarked, it appears that this door requires 3 special keys to be inserted into its 3 locks in order to open. Another hunt for items. This won't be easy, Luffy scratched his head in contemplation. Regardless, we must search, Aiden responded resolutely. Hence, the group divided into several teams, embarking on a quest throughout the passage and the palace to seek those 3 special keys. They meticulously scoured every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Some searched within the crevices of stones, others behind the murals, while still others explored secret compartments in the ground. During their search, they encountered various small mechanisms and traps. In certain areas, the floor would suddenly collapse, while in others, high-pressure jets of water would erupt and sharp stone spikes would shoot out. However, through their collective wit and cooperation, they adeptly evaded these hazards and continued their pursuit of the keys. At long last, after an extended effort, they discovered the first special key. Its unusual design featured an embedded green gem that shimmered with a mysterious glow in the darkness. We have found one, Luffy exclaimed with exuberance. Inspired by their first key, the group felt invigorated and continued their quest for the remaining 2 keys. During their search, they encountered new challenges. On one occasion, they entered a room filled with a pungent odor that made breathing laborious. Moreover, The chamber housed peculiar instruments that seemed to emanate a perilous energy. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Luffy shouted. The others promptly covered their mouths and noses, proceeding cautiously into the room to decipher the purpose of these devices and how to circumvent their threats. After a thorough exploration, they discerned that these instruments were part of an ancient defense mechanism. Activating certain levers would release toxic gas or unleash formidable energy attacks. By carefully observing markings and indications on the devices, they skillfully navigated around them, continuing their search for the keys. After considerable effort, they discovered the second key. Unlike the first, this key was crafted from a golden metal, adorned with exquisite engravings that shimmered brilliantly under the light. "We've found another one," Luffy joyfully shouted. With only one key remaining, their anticipation grew, yet they remained vigilant. They persisted in scouring the palace, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. At last, in a concealed corner, they uncovered the final special key. This key was silvery gray, embellished with tiny crystals that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under illumination. "Fantastic! Now we can unlock that stone door," Luffy declared with delight. Holding the 3 keys, they returned to the stone door. Following Nami's interpretation, they inserted each key into the 3 locks. As the final key was positioned, the stone door gradually creaked open, revealing an even more enigmatic aura that piqued their curiosity. Stepping through the threshold, they found themselves in a vast circular chamber, dominated by a colossal crystal sphere that radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the entire space. Surrounding the crystal were ancient artifacts and various unknown items, each exuding a mysterious essence that suggested they harbored immense power. "What wonders lie within?" Luffy inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I'm not sure. We must study them closely," Nami replied. The group gathered around the crystal sphere, beginning their meticulous examination of the artifacts. In the course of their investigation, they discovered that these items seemed to be intricately linked to the ancient Sea King and his treasure. Some items bore the emblem of the Sea King, while others appeared to be tools designed to harness mysterious powers. They attempted to examine certain objects, but soon discovered that each seemed to possess some form of protective mechanism. Any contact would trigger hidden traps or emit warning signals. "Everyone, be cautious and refrain from touching these items until we ascertain the situation," Zoro advised. Consequently, the group could only glean information through observation, hesitant to make any hasty moves. During this process, Nami noticed flickering images within a crystal ball, though they were indistinct and hard to discern. "Look, it seems the crystal ball contains images. Perhaps we can uncover vital information about the treasure from it," she suggested. The group gathered around, fixated on the images within the crystal ball, striving to decipher their content. After considerable effort, they finally managed to discern some scenes depicted. Images of the ancient Sea King during the treasure's concealment, his selection of items, the mechanisms and trials he devised to protect the treasure, and his hopes for those who might one day discover it. "Ah, the Sea King wished for us to utilize these treasures to safeguard this maritime realm rather than selfishly contend for them," Luffy mused thoughtfully. "Indeed. We must not disappoint the Sea King's expectations," Aiden concurred. With this newfound understanding, they recognized the weight of their mission. They resolved to securely safeguard the treasures and knowledge acquired from this place, intending to utilize them to protect the seas in their future nautical adventures. Thus, they cautiously exited the circular chamber, preparing to leave the enigmatic underwater palace. As they made their way out, they encountered several small mechanisms and traps, yet, drawing upon their prior experiences and teamwork, they navigated through them successfully. At last, they emerged from the underwater palace and found themselves back in the depths of the ocean. Gazing at the magnificent structure, they were filled with a profound sense of reflection. This deep-sea treasure hunt, though fraught with challenges, had yielded both precious treasures and invaluable knowledge. And more importantly, they had come to understand the mission they bore. "Next, we shall continue to navigate these waters, using the treasures and knowledge we've acquired to protect this realm," Luffy declared, waving his arms enthusiastically. "Indeed, let us embark together on this new journey," Aiden echoed. The group, filled with abundant rewards and unwavering conviction, swam deeper into the ocean, commencing their new maritime adventure. Chapter 31. The Perilous Predicament of the Aiden Pirate Crew. Aiden led his pirate crew onward, continuing their adventurous journey across the boundless sea after parting ways with Luffy and his companions. However, difficulties and challenges shadowed them, incessantly testing their courage and wisdom. Initially, a sudden change in weather brought them immense trouble. The once clear sky was abruptly engulfed by dark clouds, as fierce winds howled and swept in, causing the waves to churn violently. The vessel rocked precariously amidst the tumultuous seas, akin to a leaf on the brink of being overturned. Hold steady. Secure everything on board, lest you be thrown overboard, Aiden shouted, gripping the helm tightly, striving to maintain the ship's course. Yet, the ferocity of the wind rendered navigation exceedingly arduous. The crew braced themselves, some desperately securing loose supplies that threatened to be swept away, while others worked in unison to lower the sails, attempting to minimize the vessel's exposure to the gale. Despite their efforts, the waves relentlessly battered the hull, with frigid seawater continuously pouring onto the deck, complicating their movements further. Just as they grappled with the tempest, a colossal whirlpool quietly formed nearby. Its powerful suction resembled an invisible hand, gradually drawing the ship toward its ominous center. "Captain, it's a whirlpool. We must devise a plan to evade it at once," a crew member exclaimed in terror. Aiden gritted his teeth and shouted, "Paddle with all your strength. Adjust the ship's course, and under no circumstances let us be drawn in." The crew summoned every ounce of their energy, vigorously rowing the oars, the veins on their foreheads bulging from exertion. However, the vortex's pull was overwhelming, inexorably drawing the vessel closer. With every inch approached, the peril intensified. In this critical moment, Aiden made a decisive call. He commanded the crew to jettison some of the heavier supplies overboard, hoping to lighten the ship's burden and enhance their chances of escaping the vortex's grasp. After a fierce struggle, they finally managed to extricate themselves from the threat. Albeit not without sustaining considerable damage, the ship bore numerous cracks, and several oars had snapped during the tumult, necessitating urgent repairs. Having narrowly survived the dual crises of the storm and the vortex, Aiden's pirate crew anchored their vessel at a seemingly tranquil deserted island, preparing to mend their ship and seek provisions. Yet, this uninhabited isle was not as safe as it appeared. As they set foot on the island and ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a pack of fierce beasts. These creatures were massive, resembling wolves but equipped with sharper claws and menacing fangs, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and greed. Upon spotting Aiden and his crew, they immediately emitted low growls, then charged towards them in a frenzied group. "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle." Aiden drew his sword from his waist and bravely advanced. The crew swiftly armed themselves, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beasts. However, these creatures were exceptionally swift and savage, launching relentless attacks from all directions, attempting to breach the pirate crew's defenses. During the fray, Aiden noticed that the beasts seemed particularly sensitive to sound. An idea struck him. He shouted for his crew to concentrate their efforts on a single point while he struck his sword against his shield, producing a resounding clamor, aiming to divert the beasts' attention and disrupt their assault rhythm. After a strenuous battle, Aiden's pirate crew successfully repelled the pack, though several crew members had sustained varying degrees of injury. After administering rudimentary first aid to the wounded, they continued their search on the island for timber and other materials necessary for the ship's repair. However, not long into their quest, they encountered a new dilemma. Certain areas of the island were plagued by swamps. A careless step could lead one to become ensnared and helplessly trapped. One crew member, failing to heed the treacherous ground, suddenly found himself sinking into the mire, crying out in terror for help. "Stay calm. Everyone, toss him a rope and let us pull him out together," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily cast out ropes, straining with great effort to successfully rescue the crew member ensnared in the swamp. From that moment onward, they proceeded with heightened caution, ever mindful of the treacherous terrain beneath their feet. After a prolonged search, they finally discovered suitable timber for repairing their vessel. However, as they prepared to transport it, they realized that the surrounding trees appeared to possess some enigmatic protective mechanism. Each time they attempted to fell a tree, sharp spines would suddenly spring forth, striking with both speed and lethality, threatening to inflict serious injury upon the unwary. "What shall we do? Without felling these trees, we cannot restore our ship," one crew member exclaimed anxiously. Aiden meticulously scrutinized the trees and discerned a certain pattern in the emergence of the thorns. Through careful investigation, he realized that by touching specific nodes on the trunk in a particular sequence, it was possible to temporarily disable the mechanism that triggered the thorns. Under Aiden's direction, the crew cautiously followed his method, successfully neutralizing the thorns and efficiently harvesting the necessary timber. Once the ship was repaired, Aiden's pirate crew set sail once more, continuing their adventurous journey. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a mysterious maritime expanse. The waters of this region exhibited an eerie hue, shrouded in a faint mist that obscured distant sights. Occasionally, bizarre ripples would ripple across the surface, as if something stealthy lurked beneath the waves. As their vessel ventured into this enigmatic area, the compass suddenly malfunctioned, the needle spinning erratically, rendering them directionless. "Captain, the compass is broken. We have no idea which way to go," the helmsman exclaimed anxiously. Aiden furrowed his brow. Acutely aware that losing one's bearings in the vast expanse of the ocean could prove perilous, he commanded the crew to reduce the vessel's speed and dispatched several adept swimmers to investigate the situation, hoping to uncover the reason behind the compass malfunction and ascertain the correct course. The submerged crew members cautiously navigated the waters, yet soon found themselves confronted with a formidable challenge. A colossal creature, resembling a jellyfish, appeared in their midst. Its translucent body emitted a faint glow, and its long, slender tentacles were adorned with numerous minute stingers. The moment these tentacles brushed against skin, a sharp sting ensued, followed by a numbing sensation that rendered movement sluggish. "Be wary of these jellyfish-like entities. Do not let them touch you," one of the submerged crew members shouted. They endeavored to evade the creature's attacks, but maneuvering in the water proved far less agile than on land. A few unfortunate crew members were inevitably ensnared by the tentacles, their bodies stiffening as they struggled in the water. Aiden and the others aboard watched in frantic despair, urgently tossing ropes in an attempt to retrieve their comrades. After a harrowing rescue effort, the submerged crew members were finally brought back aboard, though their physical condition was far from reassuring and required immediate medical attention. Meanwhile, the ship continued to drift in this enigmatic maritime domain, bereft of the compass's guidance and beset by unknown perils, leaving Aiden's pirate crew in an increasingly dire predicament. In a bid to navigate onward, Aiden resolved that the crew would rely on the positions of the stars and the sun to temporarily establish their direction. However, this method was imprecise, serving only as a makeshift solution in the absence of a compass. They proceeded with utmost caution, ever vigilant of potential dangers lurking in their surroundings. Before long, a new predicament arose. A sudden surge of powerful currents erupted on the ocean's surface, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a roaring river coursing through the sea. "Hold on tight. The current is ferocious. Do not get swept away," Aiden shouted. The crew clung desperately to the ship's railings and other secure fixtures. Yet the vessel was still ensnared by the current, hurtling rapidly towards an unknown destination. Driven by the forceful waters, the ship's velocity escalated, causing unsecured supplies to roll precariously across the deck, with some items even being flung into the depths of the ocean. Aiden was in a state of desperate urgency as he attempted to maneuver the helm to alter the vessel's course, but the force of the current was overwhelmingly potent, rendering the rudder nearly ineffective. Just as they struggled against the relentless waters, a treacherous reef zone loomed ahead. The reefs were densely scattered across the surface of the sea, sharp rocks intermittently revealed by the crashing waves. "Beware, we are approaching the reef zone. Everyone, exercise caution and do your utmost to prevent the ship from colliding," Aiden shouted. The crew sprang into action. Some endeavored to use long poles to push away the encroaching reefs, while others focused on securing themselves to avoid being thrown into the sea. However, despite their valiant efforts, the ship inevitably crashed into the reef. With a thunderous bang, the vessel struck a larger reef, jolting violently as some of the planks began to splinter. Water poured in through the fissures, prompting the crew to urgently commence pumping out the flooding while assessing the extent of the damage. Fortunately, although the impact had inflicted harm on the ship, it was not enough to cause it to sink immediately. Aiden commanded the crew to undertake urgent repairs on the vessel, employing planks and ropes to seal the cracks as effectively as possible, thereby minimizing the influx of seawater. Following an intense session of makeshift repairs, the ship temporarily regained some navigational capabilities, albeit at a notably reduced speed, necessitating further comprehensive restoration. During their continued voyage, they encountered a multitude of seabirds. These avian creatures blotted out the sky, circling ominously around the vessel while emitting piercing cries. Initially, the crew paid little heed to the birds, assuming they were merely passing by. However, it soon became apparent that these seabirds harbored an unusual intent. Some began to dive from the sky towards the ship, their claws sharp as daggers, attempting to seize supplies or launch attacks on the crew. "Be wary of these birds. Their intentions are malevolent," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily armed themselves, endeavoring to fend off the seabirds. Some wielded swords, while others employed slingshots to launch stones in retaliation. Yet, the sheer number of these birds made it exceedingly difficult to drive them away. Moreover, their agility allowed them to evade the crew's assaults, only to charge again. Amidst this chaotic skirmish with the seabirds, several crew members sustained minor injuries, and a portion of their supplies was snatched away. Aiden realized that this course of action was unsustainable. Observing the flight patterns of the seabirds, he discerned that they appeared to be spiraling around a central point. Thus, a spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to instruct his crew to concentrate their fire upon that focal point. Following his directive, the crew unleashed a unified assault on the center, and indeed, the seabirds' formation faltered. They no longer launched their attacks in an organized manner. Instead, they began to scatter in disarray. After a tumultuous struggle, they succeeded in driving away the troublesome seabirds. However, the troubles of Aiden's pirate crew were far from over. As they continued their voyage, they soon entered a frigid expanse of ocean, where the icy waters caused frost to form upon the hull of their vessel, and the crew felt the biting chill seep into their bones. Everyone, bundle up and huddle together for warmth. We must depart from this treacherous sea swiftly, Aiden commanded. The crew hastily donned their thickest garments and clustered together for warmth. Nonetheless, the frigid conditions hindered their mobility, causing some crew members' extremities to grow numb, complicating their ability to maneuver the ship. Furthermore, lurking within these icy waters was a perilous creature known as the ice shark. These ice sharks, with their pale gray bodies adorned with razor-sharp scales, moved swiftly through the frigid depths, exhibiting a ferocity that was truly alarming. Upon detecting Aiden's ship, they began to stealthily approach. Everyone, be vigilant. It seems something is drawing near, possibly a creature from these treacherous waters, Aiden warned with heightened alertness. The crew tightened their grips on their weapons, anxiously scanning the surrounding waters. Suddenly, an ice shark erupted from beneath the surface, lunging with its gaping maw toward one of the crew members. The crew member let out a terrified scream and hurriedly raised his weapon in defense. Others rushed to provide support, engaging in a fierce struggle with the ice shark. The ferocity of the ice shark's assault was formidable. Its razor-sharp teeth left deep gashes in the ship's deck with each bite. During the confrontation, the crew discovered that the creature's eyes seemed to be its vulnerability. They then concentrated their efforts on attacking the ice shark's eyes. After a grueling battle, they ultimately managed to repel the creature, though the ship sustained additional damage in the process. As they pressed onward, Aiden's crew encountered a mysterious island shrouded in thick fog, its outline barely discernible from a distance. Upon approaching the island, they perceived strange sounds emanating from its depths, resembling hushed chanting or perhaps the calls of some enigmatic beings. Everyone, exercise caution. This island exudes an air of mystery and may harbor danger, Aiden reminded them. The crew cautiously disembarked onto the island and began their exploration. During their journey, they encountered trees of peculiar growth, with twisted trunks and branches adorned with objects resembling fruit. Yet these fruits emanated an eerie aroma. Furthermore, the ground beneath their feet was remarkably soft, akin to walking upon cotton candy, and one could easily sink if not careful. One crew member, inattentive to the terrain, found himself trapped in the ground and began to cry out for help. Do not panic. Toss him the rope, and together we shall pull him out, Aiden shouted. The crew hastily threw a rope, gripping it tightly, and with great effort, they successfully rescued the ensnared member. From that moment on, they proceeded with heightened caution, ever mindful of the path beneath them. As they continued their exploration, they encountered yet another peculiar phenomenon. Certain stones appeared to move of their own accord, rolling slowly across the ground as if possessing a will of their own. When the crew approached these stones, they would suddenly emit a radiant light, accompanied by a force that repelled anyone nearby. What in the world is this? One crew member exclaimed in astonishment. Aiden found the situation quite peculiar as he meticulously scrutinized the stones, endeavoring to discern a pattern among them. After a thorough examination, he discerned that these stones appeared to shift in a specific sequence, emitting a radiant glow and repelling anyone who ventured too close. He conjectured that if they could navigate in accordance with the stone's movement and avoid their triggering distance, they might pass through safely. Under Aiden's guidance, the crew carefully adhered to his findings, skillfully evading the stone's activation range and successfully traversing the area. As they delved deeper into the island, they stumbled upon a vast cavern. The cave was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of mystery. Everyone, be cautious. This cavern may harbor dangers. Should we venture inside? Aiden inquired. The crew exchanged glances and ultimately resolved to explore, for they had already encountered numerous oddities on this island. Perhaps the cave concealed secrets about their surroundings or a means of escape. They cautiously entered the cave, weapons at the ready, prepared to confront any lurking peril. After progressing a short distance within, they were met with a deep, resonant growl, as if some colossal creature resided within. Prepare for battle. It seems something formidable awaits us, Aiden murmured. The crew tensed, gripping their weapons tightly, advancing with heightened caution. As they ventured further, A gigantic beast materialized before them. The creature was immense, boasting robust limbs, its body enveloped in tough scales. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a bear, yet it was adorned with enormous tusks, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson glow. "What manner of monster is this?" one of the crew members exclaimed in terror. Aiden furrowed his brow and declared, "Regardless of what it is, let us vanquish it first." With that, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and bravely charged forward. The crew members quickly armed themselves and engaged in a fierce battle with the creature. During the skirmish, they discerned that the monster's abdomen appeared to be its Achilles heel. Consequently, they concentrated their firepower on this vulnerable spot. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately succeeded in subduing the beast, though the crew was left panting and several sustained injuries. After administering rudimentary first aid to the wounded, they resumed their exploration of the island, hoping to uncover something useful or a means of escape. At last, on the opposite side of the isle, they discovered a dilapidated small boat. Although it appeared quite worn, a thorough inspection revealed it was still seaworthy. "Splendid! We can use this vessel to depart from this peculiar island," Aiden exclaimed joyfully. The crew dragged the boat to the shoreline, and after some repairs and preparations, they boarded and set sail from the enigmatic isle. However, as they continued their journey, the Aiden pirate crew was beset by a tempest even fiercer than before. With howling winds, blinding lightning, and towering waves. "Hold on tight, everyone. This storm is ferocious. We mustn't be thrown overboard," Aiden shouted. The crew clung desperately to everything on the ship, battling to survive the deluge. At the height of the storm, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck the vessel, igniting it in an instant, flames rapidly spreading. "Oh no, the ship is ablaze. Everyone, extinguish the fire," Aiden commanded. The crew sprang into action. Some wielded buckets to douse the flames, while others used blankets and various items to beat back the fire. After a strenuous effort, they finally succeeded in extinguishing the inferno. But the ship had suffered severe damage, rendering it nearly incapable of continuing its voyage. Aiden gazed upon the battered vessel, his heart heavy with resignation. Yet, he understood that surrender was not an option. They must devise a means to press onward. Together with his crew, he undertook a final endeavor to repair the ship, striving to mend its damaged sections as much as possible. Although the vessel was barely seaworthy after the hasty repairs, it now moved at a sluggish pace and was ever on the brink of further malfunctions. Nevertheless, the members of the Aiden pirate crew refused to yield. They firmly believed that as long as they stood united, drawing upon their courage and ingenuity, they could surmount the formidable challenges before them and continue their daring adventures across the vast, uncharted ocean. Chapter 32. Resurgence from Despair and the Dawn of New Hope. The Aiden pirate crew sailed slowly on their barely repaired vessel, each inch forward proving to be an arduous endeavor. The ship, scarred and battered, seemed to narrate the numerous tribulations they had endured along their journey. At this moment, although the crew was utterly exhausted, their eyes still shimmered with unwavering resolve. As time passed, the condition of the vessel deteriorated further. The cracks in its hull, relentlessly assaulted by the ocean's waves, began to widen, occasionally emitting heart-wrenching creaks. The helmsman struggled to maintain the course, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead, acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could consign the entire ship to the depths of the sea. "Captain, this cannot continue. The ship cannot hold out much longer," the helmsman urgently called out to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brows, gazing at the precarious vessel, his heart laden with anxiety. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and called out, "Everyone, remain calm. Continue to scan the surroundings for a suitable place to dock and effect repairs." Just as despair began to envelop the crew, the lookout suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Captain, a small island has been sighted ahead. It appears there is a harbor where we might anchor." This news struck like a ray of hope piercing through the darkness, instantly igniting the spirits of the crew. They all turned toward the direction indicated by the lookout, and indeed, a verdant island emerged before them, its tranquil harbor seemingly beckoning them closer. Aiden immediately commanded the crew to set sail towards the small island with all haste. As the vessel gradually approached the harbor and docked securely, the crew exhaled a sigh of relief. However, they dared not let their guard down in the slightest. For in this enigmatic expanse of ocean, none could ascertain what perils might lie hidden beneath the tranquil facade of the island. Aiden led several crew members ashore, stepping onto the land of the small island. The air was fresh and pleasant, imbued with a subtle fragrance of flowers. Surrounded by dense woods where various exotic birds chirped joyfully among the branches, the group divided into several teams, one to maintain vigilance around the perimeter, while another accompanied me to explore the island in search of materials to repair the vessel. Aiden organized the efforts methodically. During their exploration, they stumbled upon a grove of towering, robust trees that appeared ideal for ship repairs. However, as they prepared to chop them down, they sensed a mysterious force seemingly guarding the trees. Whenever someone approached, vines would descend from the branches, animated as if alive, swiftly ensnaring the intruder's body, rendering them immobile. "What shall we do now? Trouble has found us again," lamented one of the crew members. Aiden meticulously observed the vines, noticing that they seemed to respond to sound in some peculiar manner. An idea struck him, prompting him to instruct the crew to shout loudly and strike their weapons, creating a cacophony. Indeed, under the relentless auditory disturbance, the vines gradually loosened their grip on the crew members. Seizing this opportunity, the sailors swiftly commenced felling trees. Meanwhile, those stationed at the harbor for vigilance encountered an unforeseen situation. Suddenly, a school of oddly shaped fish emerged on the surface, their bodies flat and shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors as they swam rapidly, encircling the vessel. "Be cautious. These fish appear to be quite sinister," called out the vigilant crew member. No sooner had he spoken than the fish leaped from the water, launching a viscous substance at the sailors aboard the ship. Upon contact with the skin, this slime induced a searing pain, causing great discomfort. The crew scrambled to evade the onslaught. Some shielded themselves with their shields, while others hastily retreated to the cabin. Yet, a few unfortunate sailors were struck by the slime, writhing in agony on the ground. "Quick! Carry the injured brothers to shore and seek Chopper for treatment," Aiden shouted anxiously upon learning of the situation. Fortunately, after some intervention, the condition of the injured sailors gradually stabilized. In the meantime, Aiden and his companions in the forest, after considerable effort, successfully procured enough timber. They returned to the harbor with the wood and commenced repairs on the ship. Through the collective efforts of all involved, the restoration of the vessel progressed relatively smoothly. After several days of diligent work, the ship regained some navigational capability. Just as they were preparing to set sail once again, a melodious flute tune suddenly resonated from the island. The sound was ethereal and haunting, as if emanating from another realm, capturing everyone's attention. "Where is that flute sound coming from? It feels as though something is beckoning us," Aiden pondered aloud. The sailors, equally entranced by the melody, turned their gazes toward the direction from which it flowed. Aiden resolved to lead a portion of the crew to investigate further. They traversed the dense woods, following the direction of the flute's melody until they arrived at a spacious meadow. In the center of the meadow sat an elderly man clad in white, leisurely playing his flute. His countenance radiated kindness, yet his gaze carried an air of profound mystery. "At last, you have arrived, distant travelers." The old man paused in his playing and spoke slowly. Aiden stepped forward cautiously and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here? And what is the significance of this flute's melody?" The old man smiled faintly and replied, "I am the guardian of this island, and I have been awaiting a fateful encounter for a long time. I have witnessed all the trials and tribulations you have endured." Aiden was taken aback, astonished to discover that there existed such a mysterious figure on this island. The elder continued, "Although your vessel has been repaired, it remains fragile. I can assist you in restoring it fully and endowing it with extraordinary capabilities, but you must first aid me in a certain endeavor." "What is it?" "As long as we are capable, we shall make every effort." Aiden responded without hesitation. The elder rose to his feet and gestured towards a cave at the end of the grassy expanse, saying, "Within that cave lies a mystical crystal orb, a treasure of this island, yet it has been corrupted by malevolent forces over the years. I need you to venture into the cave, retrieve the crystal orb, purify it, and then return it to me." Aiden gazed at the cave, a lingering sense of unease suggesting that the matter would not be so straightforward. However, in his resolve to ensure the ship's complete restoration and to enable the pirate crew to continue their journey, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed," Aiden declared with unwavering determination. Aiden led his crew toward the cave, where an ominous atmosphere enveloped the entrance, and in the darkness, it seemed as though countless eyes were watching them. They cautiously ventured into the cave, weapons firmly gripped in their hands. The passage within was rugged and uneven, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls, barely illuminating their path. After traversing a short distance, they were met with a low, rumbling growl, as if some colossal creature lay in wait deep within. "Everyone, be cautious. It seems there are monsters lurking here," Aiden whispered, heightening the tension among the crew as they tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for a confrontation. As they delved deeper, a massive spider emerged before them. Its body was as large as a house, covered in sharp spines, and its 8 eyes glowed with a sinister red light. Its sturdy legs caused the ground to tremble with each movement. "What manner of creature is this?" one crew member exclaimed in terror. Aiden inhaled deeply and shouted, "Fear not. Everyone, together, we shall vanquish it." With that, Aiden was the first to charge forward, brandishing his sword as he aimed for the creature's head. The crew members quickly followed suit. Some wielded their blades to strike at the spider's legs, attempting to sever its mobility, while others steadied their spears to target its eyes, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The battle against the spider was fiercely intense. The creature's defenses were formidable. Aiden's sword merely left a shallow mark upon its carapace. Its legs thrashed wildly, sweeping away any crew members who ventured too close, and it sought to ensnare them with its silken threads. Nevertheless, the crew of Aiden's pirate ship did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, relentlessly searching for the spider's vulnerabilities amidst the fray. After a grueling struggle, they discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared to be its Achilles heel. Thus, they focused their firepower on that very spot, determined to strike true. Aiden once again brandished his sword, thrusting fiercely towards the abdomen of the spider. The crew members also adjusted their aim, unleashing their weapons at the creature's midsection. United in their efforts, they ultimately overwhelmed the spider, which collapsed with a resounding thud, motionless thereafter. They pressed onward into the depths of the cave, eventually discovering the enigmatic crystal orb. This orb rested upon a stone pedestal, emanating a gentle glow, yet within that radiance lurked an unsettling aura of dark essence, unmistakably a remnant of malevolent forces. Aiden gingerly grasped the crystal ball, feeling a chilling sensation emanate from it. "Everyone, be cautious. This crystal ball is not right. We must leave this place at once," Aiden declared. They swiftly departed the cave, returning to the elder at the center of the meadow. Upon seeing the crystal ball in their possession, the elder's face lit up with a gratifying smile. "Well done. You have succeeded. Now, please hand me the crystal ball. I shall purify it and fulfill my promise to thoroughly restore your vessel, endowing it with extraordinary capabilities," the elder proclaimed. Aiden handed the crystal ball to the elder. Upon receiving it, the elder cradled the crystal ball in his hands, murmuring incantations as he began to invoke the purification spell. Gradually, the black aura enveloping the crystal ball dissipated, and its radiance became increasingly pristine, ultimately restoring it to its original crystalline clarity. The elder placed the purified crystal ball back in its rightful place before turning to the harbor where the ship was docked. With a graceful wave of his hands, a gentle light enveloped the vessel. Under the glow, the fissures on the ship rapidly healed, and the damaged components were seamlessly restored. Moreover, the hull of the ship seemed to have been imbued with a unique power, rendering it more robust and durable, while also significantly enhancing its speed. "Your ship has been restored and now possesses the ability to withstand certain malevolent forces. I hope that you may continue to journey forth with courage, safeguarding the peace of these waters," the elder said with a smile to Aiden and his companions. The members of the Aiden pirate crew gazed at their ship, now rejuvenated, with hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, dear elder. We shall forever cherish your kindness and continue to brave the vast seas," Aiden expressed earnestly. After bidding farewell to the old man, the Aiden pirate crew set sail once more, equipped with renewed hope and enhanced gear, embarking on their journey filled with the unknown. They were aware that greater challenges and obstacles might lie ahead, yet at this moment, their hearts were infused with confidence, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. Chapter 33: The Mysterious Ruins and Ancient Curse. The Aiden pirates bid farewell to the guardians of the small island, setting sail once more upon their newly refurbished vessel. The sea sparkled under the embrace of the sun, as if the previous tribulations were naught but a fleeting nightmare. Yet, they were acutely aware that this enigmatic ocean was never devoid of fresh challenges. Days later, the lookout atop the mast called out, "Captain, ahead lies a vast expanse of fog, and something seems amiss." Aiden furrowed his brow and lifted the binoculars to his eyes. The shroud of mist exuded an air of enigma, eluding comprehension. Yet, they found themselves devoid of alternatives as the vessel steadily advanced, gradually entering the obscurity. No sooner had they plunged into the fog than the temperature plummeted abruptly, causing the crew to involuntarily shiver. The visibility diminished drastically, and the helmsman, beset by tension, skillfully maneuvered the ship, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Suddenly, the vessel seemed to collide with something, jolting violently, prompting all aboard to grasp tightly onto nearby objects. Aiden shouted, "Assess the condition of the vessel." The crew sprang into action, discovering that the ship remained undamaged. However, peculiar rocks emerged in the vicinity. each with an unusual shape, some resembling grotesque monsters, while others evoked ancient ruins. Just as they prepared to forge ahead, a deep, ominous growl echoed through the mist, as if a furious roar had ascended from the depths of hell. Shortly thereafter, a fleet of dilapidated small boats materialized from the fog, devoid of crew yet exuding a chilling aura. Aiden realized that the situation was dire and commanded his crew to prepare for battle. However, the small vessels did not launch an attack. Instead, they circled slowly around their large ship, as if awaiting something. As time passed, the roar grew louder, and a colossal silhouette of an ancient ruin emerged from the mist. The relic appeared venerable and weathered, its walls adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols. Aiden resolved to lead a portion of the crew to explore the ruins, perhaps uncovering a means to escape the enveloping fog. After leaving some crew members to guard the vessel, they set off in a small boat toward the ancient site. Upon their arrival, Aiden and his companions proceeded with utmost caution. The stone path beneath their feet was uneven and fractured in places, while a pungent odor lingered in the air. They ventured deeper into the ruins along a corridor, when suddenly, the torches affixed to the walls ignited on their own, illuminating the way ahead. Flanking the corridor were ancient suits of armor and weapons, each bearing the marks of time, as if narrating tales of past grandeur. At the corridor's end lay a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal skull emanating an ethereal glow. The eyes of the crystal skull shimmered with an eerie light, compelling one to avert their gaze. As Aiden approached to take a closer look, the air around him seemed to solidify. Suddenly, a horde of skeletal warriors surged forth from the corners of the hall, armed with rusted weapons. These skeletal fighters charged towards them. Aiden shouted, "Battle!" The crew immediately engaged in a fierce struggle with the skeletal warriors. Although the skeletal fighters were devoid of flesh and blood, their strength was not to be underestimated. The blades clashed against their forms, merely producing a shower of sparks. Aiden brandished a sword, engaged in a fierce battle with the skeletal warrior. He discerned that the Achilles heel of these skeletal foes lay in their spines. When he concentrated his might upon the vertebrae, the skeletal warrior would disintegrate. Upon receiving this revelation, the crew began to refine their offensive strategies, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a protracted struggle, they ultimately vanquished all the skeletal warriors. Aiden approached the stone platform, meticulously examining the crystal skull. He observed peculiar engravings surrounding the skull, reminiscent of the vines guarding the trees they had encountered on the island, as well as the symbols on the derelict ship. He speculated that this crystal skull might be the key to controlling the mist and the ruins, perhaps even the means to escape this place. Just as he prepared to grasp the crystal skull, a voice echoed from the ceiling of the hall, "Foolish mortals, you have awakened an ancient curse. This mist shall forever envelop you, and you shall be interred here with us." Aiden responded loudly, "We are merely passing through and mean no offense. Is there any way to lift the curse?" The voice let out a chilling laugh. "Lift the curse? The only way is to find the sacred artifact stolen by your ancestors and return it here. However, that is an impossibility, for your ancestors have long vanished into the annals of history with the artifact." Aiden felt a sudden shock. He was unaware of the so-called ancestor and sacred artifact. Yet he understood the importance of perseverance. He began to search for clues within the grand hall, hoping to uncover any trace of the sacred object. On one side of the wall, he discovered a mural depicting a magnificent ceremonial scene, where a radiant box rested upon the altar, surrounded by individuals fervently engaged in prayer. Aiden speculated that this box might be the relic. Beneath the mural, there were some indistinct inscriptions. Aiden strained to decipher these words, and after considerable effort, he discovered that the relic had been transported to a place known as the Island of Illusions, a realm teeming with various enchantments and traps. Yet, it was the only path to uncover the relic. Aiden relayed the news to the crew, who, despite their trepidation, expressed their willingness to accompany the captain in the quest for the sacred artifact and to lift the curse. They departed from the circular hall, traversing another passage in search of an escape from the ruins. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of mechanical traps, statues that spewed venom, suddenly collapsing floors, and whirling blades, among others. The crew worked in unison, employing their agility and cunning to navigate through perilous situations time and again. At last, they discovered an exit and returned to their vessel. At that moment, the small boats that had surrounded their ship had vanished, yet the fog remained dense and oppressive. Aiden commanded the vessel to sail towards the elusive Island of Illusions. Despite their ignorance of its precise location, they could only advance based on scant clues. During their voyage, Ethereal figures occasionally emerged from the surrounding mist. Some were enchanting mermaids, while others were terrifying sea monsters, all attempting to ensnare the minds of the crew. With their eyes tightly shut, the sailors relied on mutual encouragement and trust to withstand the effects of the phantasmagoria. After an indeterminate passage of time, a faintly discernible island materialized through the mist ahead, radiating a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. Aiden realized that this might indeed be the island of illusions. As the vessel approached the shore, a tremendous force drew the ship towards the land. The members of the Aiden pirate crew gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for a new challenge, their fates intricately intertwined with the enigmatic Phantom Island at this very moment. Whether they could lift the curse and regain their freedom remained an uncertainty. Upon their arrival on the island, they were greeted by a dreamlike landscape. Surrounding them were blossoms in full bloom, exuding an enchanting fragrance. However, Aiden sensed a hint of something hallucinogenic within the aroma. He cautioned his crew to cover their mouths and noses with damp cloths, so as not to be beguiled by the scent. They proceeded along a narrow path, flanked by trees whose peculiar shapes resembled various animals engaged in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the road, each path presenting a distinct spectacle. One route was adorned with mountains of treasure, gleaming in golden splendor. Another showcased exquisite fairies dancing gracefully, while the third offered inviting beds and sumptuous feasts. The crew felt a wavering resolve, their eyes betraying a deep longing. Aiden exclaimed, "These are mere illusions. Do not be deceived." He surveyed the three pathways and noticed delicate footprints near the treasure pile, suggesting that something was guarding the riches. At the path where the fairies danced, he observed peculiar dust on the ground. At the route adorned with beds and sumptuous feasts, he discerned faint, almost ethereal threads in the air. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the path with the strange dust, speculating that it might serve as a medium for the illusions, and that uncovering its source could potentially dispel the enchantment. Though the crew hesitated, tempted by the treasures and comforts, they ultimately complied with their captain's command. They proceeded cautiously along the chosen path and soon encountered a swarm of butterflies, resplendent in color. The butterflies danced around the crew, and with each flap of their wings, a fine dust cascaded down. The crew began to feel dizzy, and Aiden realized the butterflies were the source of the illusions. He commanded the crew to unleash the power of the wind element to disperse the butterflies. The crew executed their skills, and a fierce gust of wind arose, scattering the butterflies and causing the scenery to transform. The once beautiful flowers morphed into thorny brambles, peculiar trees turned into monstrous figures, and before them loomed an ancient castle. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, intricately etched with complex patterns. Aiden stepped forward to meticulously examine the intricate patterns, discovering that some bore a striking resemblance to the symbols found in the earlier ruins. He endeavored to decipher the mechanism of the door by arranging the symbols in the manner he had witnessed within the ruins. After considerable effort, the grand door slowly creaked open, releasing a surge of potent energy waves. They entered the castle, where the hall was adorned with an array of magical artifacts and ancient tomes. At the heart of the hall stood a crystal sarcophagus, its lid intricately engraved with the same ritualistic scene depicted in the frescoes. Aiden speculated that the sacred relic might be contained within the crystal coffin. As they approached the coffin, the surrounding magical artifacts began to radiate light, coalescing into beams of energy that surged toward them. The crew swiftly evaded the onslaught, while Aiden meticulously observed the pattern of the emitted beams, discerning that they were released in accordance with a specific magical array. He commanded the crew to dismantle several nodes of the magical arrays within the hall. After a tense battle and considerable destruction, the beams of energy ceased their assault. They arrived at the crystal coffin, and Aiden inhaled deeply before pushing open the lid. Inside, there was no corpse, only a luminous box, which was presumably the sacred relic they sought. The moment Aiden grasped the box, the castle began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. They hastily evacuated the castle and returned to their vessel on the shore. As the ship departed from the Isle of Illusions, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, signifying the successful lifting of the curse. The Aiden pirate crew erupted in cheers as they set sail across the vast ocean, bearing sacred relics and tales of new adventures. They journeyed towards the uncharted horizons, for they were aware that this boundless sea harbored countless secrets awaiting their exploration. Chapter 34: The Phantom Ship's Shadow and the Terror of the Maelstrom. The Aiden pirate crew, liberated from their curse and buoyed by the anticipation of new adventures, continued their voyage across the vast ocean. The sun cast its golden rays upon the glimmering surface of the sea, as if adorning their journey with a radiant glow. However, This tranquility was not destined to endure. A new storm was silently brewing. On an ostensibly ordinary afternoon, the lookout's voice shattered the serenity aboard the ship. "Captain, ahead lies a peculiar expanse of sea. The water has darkened, and strange whirlpools are swirling." Aiden hastily seized his telescope, observing an area that emanated an enigmatic aura. The whirlpools resembling ominous black eyes, profound and perilous. "Remain vigilant, adjust our course, and cautiously navigate around this region," Aiden commanded, prompting the crew to spring into action. Yet, the vessel seemed ensnared by an invisible force, gradually drawing closer to the bizarre waters. The helmsman strained against the wheel, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet the ship remained uncontrollable. "What is happening? It feels as though something is pulling us," a crew member exclaimed in terror. Just as the ship teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the whirlpool, a thick fog suddenly surged around them. Distinct from the mists encountered before, this haze bore a chilling essence, seemingly capable of penetrating to the marrow of one's bones. Within the fog, a colossal ghost ship materialized, flickering in and out of sight. The ghost ship's sails were tattered, as if worn by the passage of time and the ravages of war. Its hull shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence that exuded a palpable sense of malice. "It is a ghost ship. Prepare for battle." Aiden gripped his sword tightly, his eyes brimming with vigilance. The spectral crew aboard the ghost ship began to emit harrowing wails, their voices echoing through the mist, sending shivers down spines. Some of the ghostly sailors ascended from the ship, lunging towards Aiden's crew. Their forms were insubstantial, yet the weapons they wielded glinted with a chilling light. A fierce battle ensued between the crew and the apparitions, swords clashing, but only passing through the ghostly figures, inflicting no tangible harm. Aiden soon realized that conventional attacks were futile against the phantoms, prompting him to contemplate a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled a prior adventure where he had encountered a similar supernatural phenomenon. Perhaps elemental forces could be wielded against them. "Attempt to use fire elements," Aiden shouted. The crew promptly unleashed their fire elemental abilities, flames igniting upon the deck, surging toward the spirits. The ghosts appeared to recoil from the flames, evading their advance. However, the ghost ship retaliated, its prow unleashing waves of black energy that shattered the ship's planks and left crew members wounded. As Aiden deftly evaded the onslaught, he meticulously observed the phantom ship. He discerned that the vessel's energy core appeared to reside within a colossal crystalline apparatus at its stern. If this crystal were to be shattered, perhaps they could liberate themselves from the ship's relentless grasp. "We must devise a means to board the ghostly vessel and destroy the crystal mechanism at its rear," Aiden proclaimed to his crew. Thus, Aiden led a valiant band of sailors, employing ropes and grappling hooks, and as the spectral ship drew near, they successfully ascended aboard. An oppressive aura of malevolence enveloped the phantom ship, and with each step, they could feel an intangible resistance. The ghostly crew relentlessly surged towards them, intensifying the battle. As they struggled to advance towards the stern, they encountered a towering specter, the ghost captain, dressed in tattered captain's attire and adorned with a tricorn hat. His eyes blazed with fury. "You intruders shall pay dearly for your audacity," he bellowed, brandishing a long blade menacingly towards Aiden. Aiden engaged in a desperate struggle with the ghostly captain, discovering that the captain's strength was formidable, each strike imbued with a potent aura of resentment. However, Aiden did not falter. He deftly evaded the onslaught while seeking the captain's vulnerability. Amidst the fierce combat, Aiden noticed that the captain's form became somewhat ethereal near the ship's railing, leading him to surmise that this might be the weak point connecting the ghostly captain to the spectral vessel. Thus, he deliberately lured the captain towards the railing, swiftly sidestepping during the captain's attack, and unleashed his most powerful strike. This blow struck true at the captain's frailty, eliciting a piercing cry and rendering the captain's form increasingly indistinct. "Everyone, attack together," Aiden commanded. The crew rallied, launching their assaults upon the ghostly captain, and under their combined efforts, the captain's form began to dissipate. Yet, before they could catch their breath, more ghostly crew members surged forth. They pressed on towards the stern, overcoming numerous challenges, and at last arrived before the crystalline apparatus at the ship's rear. The device radiated a formidable dark energy, encased within a protective barrier. Aiden attempted to strike the barrier with his sword, but it rebounded violently. "We must discover a way to breach this shield," Aiden remarked, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a meticulous crew member noticed peculiar symbols etched upon the base of the crystalline device, reminiscent of those they had encountered in the mysterious ruins. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Aiden endeavored to decipher these symbols. After considerable effort, the barrier gradually began to dissolve. Aiden brandished his sword, striking fiercely at the crystalline apparatus. Upon receiving the blow, the device began to emit a dazzling light and vibrated violently. The ghost ship trembled in response, and the surrounding spectral crew members became increasingly agitated. "Continue the assault," Aiden bellowed. The crew united in their efforts, relentlessly attacking the crystal mechanism. With a resounding crash, the apparatus was finally destroyed, causing the ghost ship to gradually sink. While the surrounding thick fog slowly dissipated, the Aiden pirate crew's vessel broke free from its tether and regained control. Yet, before they could revel in their victory, the ocean unveiled new peril. The whirlpool in that peculiar sea began to expand and merge, forming a colossal supervortex akin to an abyss. This supervortex generated a formidable pull, drawing in the surrounding waters and creating a massive wall of water. "We must flee at once," Aiden commanded, as the crew swiftly adjusted their course, striving to escape the vortex's grasp. The ship struggled against the raging winds and towering waves, with the crew exerting every ounce of strength to combat the overwhelming forces of nature. The sails were torn asunder by the gale, and new fissures appeared on the hull. Yet they refused to succumb. After a harrowing struggle, the vessel ultimately evaded the threat of the supervortex. Exhausted, the crew collapsed upon the deck, gasping for breath. However, they understood that their adventure was far from over. This enigmatic sea still harbored countless unknowns awaiting them. Following this incident, the Aiden pirate cruise ship required extensive repairs. They anchored at a nearby uninhabited island in search of suitable materials for restoration. The island boasted abundant timber resources but concealed dangerous creatures as well. While felling trees, the crew encountered a horde of colossal venomous spiders. The spiders' venom contained deadly toxins, and a single bite could yield catastrophic consequences. The crew engaged in a fierce battle against the venomous arachnids, skillfully maneuvering with flames and weapons. In the midst of the fray, one crew member was unfortunate enough to be bitten by a spider. Aiden swiftly produced an antidote, but the supply was limited, merely offering temporary relief from the spread of the toxin. They needed to find additional means of anti-venom without delay, otherwise, the life of their comrade would be in grave jeopardy. Aiden resolved to seek out the antidotal herbs on the small island. He led a handful of crew members deep into the heart of the island, where amidst a dense jungle, they uncovered a peculiar herb radiating an enchanting glow. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, Aiden surmised that this herb could indeed be the antidote they desperately sought. With utmost caution, they harvested the herb and swiftly returned to the side of their injured comrade. After mashing the herb into a paste and applying it to the wound, they observed a gradual alleviation of the poisoning symptoms over time. Through their collective efforts, the repairs on the ship were successfully completed. The Aiden pirate crew set sail once more, embracing a sense of awe for the unknown and a fervor for adventure as they navigated towards uncharted waters, unaware of the challenges and mysteries that awaited them. Chapter 35: Phantoms and Sea Monsters. After the Aiden pirate crew set sail once more, the weather at sea remained capricious and unpredictable. At times, fierce winds howled, and waves surged like small mountains towards the vessel. At other moments, a gentle rain fell, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of mist. Yet, none of these elements could deter their resolute spirit of exploration. During a brief lull in the tempest, the lookout atop the mast suddenly called out, "Captain, ahead lies an island, aglow with strange lights." Upon hearing this, Aiden promptly seized his telescope to gaze towards the island. It was encircled by a mysterious aura, with the lights upon it pulsating rhythmically, akin to a colossal heart drawing in breath. "Let us set our course for that island. But remain vigilant," Aiden commanded, and the ship began to glide towards the shore. As they approached, they noticed the beach was adorned with an extraordinary hue, as if carpeted with a myriad of jewel-like powders. Once the vessel anchored, Aiden led a contingent of crew members onto this enigmatic land. The vegetation on the island was lush and vibrant, with towering ferns and intertwining vines creating natural barriers. As they traversed these obstacles, they stumbled upon ancient architectural remnants. The walls of these ruins were inscribed with enigmatic patterns and symbols, some depicting archaic sacrificial rites, while others illustrated unknown creatures. Aiden scrutinized the symbols and noted that some bore a striking resemblance to those he had previously encountered on the crystal apparatus of the ghost ship, deepening his conviction that this island harbored profound secrets. As they delved deeper into the ruins, the atmosphere seemed to grow heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, phantasmal figures began to materialize from the walls, visions of ancient warriors clad in resplendent armor, wielding spears and shields. Their hollow gazes exuded an air of authority. "It's an apparition. Be cautious," Aiden shouted. The spectral warriors launched an assault, prompting the crew to draw their weapons in defense. However, their conventional strikes proved futile against these phantoms. Blades passed through their forms as if slicing through midair. Aiden realized that these phantoms might require a special approach to confront. He recalled his experience battling specters aboard the ghost ship with fire elements, and thus endeavored to encourage the crew to wield elemental powers. When the fire element assailed the phantom warriors, their forms flickered slightly, but soon reverted to their original state. It appeared that fire elements had little effect. Perhaps other elements would yield better results, Aiden suggested. The crew began to experiment with various elemental skills. And when one crew member invoked the wind element, the movements of the phantom warriors slowed significantly. It is the wind element. Let us concentrate our efforts on using wind to attack, Aiden exclaimed. United in purpose, the crew unleashed a formidable gust of wind that swept across the ruins, causing the phantom warriors to gradually dissipate under the elemental onslaught. With the threat of the phantoms neutralized, they ventured deeper into the ruins. At the heart of the ruins, they discovered a colossal stone platform upon which rested a crystal orb radiating intense light. Within the orb, ethereal images appeared to flow, depicting a scene of the deep sea, where a magnificent palace resided, surrounded by myriad strange creatures. Just as they intended to further investigate the crystal orb, the environment abruptly transformed. A melodious song resonated from all directions, an enchanting melody that ensnared the crew in rapture. It is the song of the sirens. Cover your ears, Aiden shouted. But some crew members, entranced by the song, stared vacantly and began to move towards its source. Aiden hastily seized a nearby crew member, clanging his sword against his shield to create a resounding noise in an effort to awaken those bewitched. We must locate the siren and silence her song, Aiden urged. They followed the sound of the song, discovering an underground passage at another corner of the ruins. The enchanting melody emanated from deep within the passage. Aiden led the alert crew cautiously into the tunnel, which was dark and damp, with walls shimmering with phosphorescent light. At the passage's end, they beheld a gigantic siren. Her upper body resembled that of a beautiful woman, while her lower half transformed into a fish's tail. Her long hair flowed gracefully in the water like seaweed, her eyes sparkling with enchanting allure. Upon noticing their arrival, her song became even more beguiling. Aiden felt his own consciousness beginning to blur. He bit down hard on his tongue, the pain jolting him back to awareness. Attack her, Aiden cried, and the crew unleashed their wind elemental skills against the siren. However, it seemed she possessed a degree of resistance to the wind. With a wave of her arm, the surrounding waters surged, forming walls of water that repelled the crew's assault. Aiden observed that the seawater surrounding the sea, which was swirling with several vortices. He surmised that these vortices might be the source of her power. Focus your attacks on those vortices, Aiden commanded. The crew altered their course of assault, unleashing potent elemental winds toward the swirling waters. As the vortices were dismantled, the sea witch's melodic voice grew increasingly disordered, her expression warping into a grotesque snarl. You wretched humans dare to thwart my plans, the sea witch exclaimed in fury. She retaliated with even more formidable strikes, summoning numerous water arrows that shot towards the crew. Unable to evade in time, several crew members were struck and injured by the projectiles. Aiden seized the moment, as the sea witch prepared to unleash another assault. He unleashed his most powerful wind elemental skill, charging toward her. His strike landed squarely on her form, eliciting a piercing scream from the sea witch, and her song ceased abruptly. The bewitched crew members gradually regained their senses. Having neutralized the threat posed by the sea witch, they returned to the stone platform. The crystal orb continued to emit a radiant glow, prompting Aiden to decide to take it with him, hoping it might aid in unraveling further mysteries. Upon grasping the orb, the entire ruin began to tremble violently, and numerous fissures appeared in the surrounding walls. This is bad. The ruin is collapsing. We must flee, Aiden shouted. The crew hastily sprinted towards the exit, dodging falling debris as they made their escape. At last, they successfully emerged from the ruin and returned to the shore. At that moment, the weather over the sea grew increasingly tempestuous. Dark clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled ominously. The vessel rocked violently in the waves as the crew hurried aboard. However, as they prepared to set sail from the island, they discovered their ship ensnared by massive seaweed. This seaweed was remarkably resilient, and despite the crew's efforts to sever it with knives, they found it exceedingly difficult to break free. Just as they struggled against the entangling foliage, greater dangers emerged from the depths. A school of enormous sharks circled the vessel, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, seemingly poised to strike at the opportune moment. Aiden commanded the crew, instructing part of them to continue harvesting the seaweed while the others prepared to counter the impending shark attacks. The sharks surged towards the vessel with remarkable speed, their massive jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The crew retaliated with spears and cannons. Yet the sheer number of sharks made it a formidable challenge to repel them. Amidst the fierce skirmish, several more crew members sustained injuries. Aiden, perceiving the dire situation, resolved to plunge into the sea himself to sever the kelp ensnaring the vessel. He secured his safety line, donned his sword, and leaped into the water. There, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the colossal kelp, its tendrils incessantly coiled around him. He deftly evaded their grasp, while wielding his sword with vigor to cut through the aquatic foliage. After a strenuous effort, he successfully severed the majority of the kelp. Upon returning to the ship, the crew, under the cover of cannon fire, ultimately repelled the swarm of sharks. The vessel, now freed from its constraints, began to glide away from the island. However, this battle had left the crew utterly exhausted, with many sustaining injuries. They sought a safe haven for recuperation. During their voyage, a crew member, while tending to the wounded, discovered a peculiar phenomenon. When the injured sailor's wounds came into contact with the seawater, a luminescent substance emerged, seemingly accelerating the healing process. Upon hearing this, Aiden examined the seawater and found it contained a unique energy, potentially linked to the mysterious forces they had encountered on the island. They continued their journey in search of a suitable place to dock. In the distance, they beheld an island that appeared tranquil, with wisps of smoke rising, suggesting human habitation. Aiden resolved to approach this island, hoping to procure assistance and supplies to better care for the injured crew. As the vessel neared the island, they were warmly welcomed by the residents. The islanders, clad in simple attire and possessing amiable countenances, offered their help upon noticing the crew's injuries. Among them was a venerable healer, skilled in the art of medicine, who treated the sailors' wounds using the island's unique herbs. During the healing process, Aiden recounted their adventurous encounters in the mysterious waters to the elder, whose expression grew grave upon hearing their tale. The events you have encountered are intertwined with the ancient curse of this enigmatic sea. Legends speak of a time long past when the god of the ocean was corrupted by malevolent forces, unleashing a series of calamities. The ghost ships, phantom warriors, and sirens you have faced are but remnants of these disasters, the elder explained. Is there a way to lift this curse? Aiden inquired. According to legend, the only means to break the curse that plagues this sea is to locate the heart of the ocean and purify it. However, the heart lies hidden in the abyssal depths of the sea, fraught with peril, and countless adventurers have perished in their pursuit of it, the elder replied. Upon hearing the elder's words, Aiden felt a renewed sense of determination ignite within him. He resolved that once the crew's injuries had sufficiently healed, they would embark once more on the quest to seek the heart of the ocean. He understood that this would be an extraordinarily arduous adventure. Yet for the sake of peace in this enigmatic sea, and to spare others from further harm, he was willing to undertake the challenge. During their sojourn on the island, the crew enjoyed ample rest and recuperation. They forged amicable relations with the island's inhabitants, acquiring a wealth of legends and knowledge pertaining to this maritime realm. Simultaneously, they gathered essential supplies to prepare for the impending expedition. When the crew's injuries had largely mended, Aiden's pirate crew bid farewell to the islanders and set sail once again. They navigated towards the depths of the ocean, unaware of the challenges that awaited them, yet their eyes sparkled with resolve and fearlessness. As they journeyed into the deep sea, the weather turned increasingly frigid, and floating ice began to appear upon the surface. These icebergs undulated with the waves, posing a significant peril to the vessel's navigation. The crew meticulously maneuvered the ship, deftly avoiding collisions with the ice. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths, and an enormous figure surged upward from the abyss. It was a colossal ice creature, its form composed of solid ice, resembling a gigantic bear, its eyes gleaming with an azure luminescence. The ice creature let out a furious bellow directed at the ship, then lunged toward them. With a sweeping motion of its massive claws, it conjured towering waves. The ship of Aiden's crew rocked violently amidst the tumult, as the sailors fought to steady the vessel while preparing to counter the creature's assault. Aiden commanded his crew to unleash cannon fire upon the beast, yet their efforts merely shattered some ice fragments without inflicting significant damage. We must discover its weak point, Aiden shouted. Observing the creature's movements, he noted that its underbelly was momentarily exposed whenever it struck with its claws. Target the underbelly, he ordered. The crew concentrated their firepower, aiming at the creature's vulnerable region. Under relentless assault, cracks began to form upon its underbelly. The beast seemed to sense the pain, growing more frenzied and its attacks more vicious. In the heat of battle, the ship was struck by the creature's onslaught, resulting in a gaping hole in its hull. Water began to pour into the cabin, and the crew scrambled to repair the ship while simultaneously battling the beast. Seizing the opportune moment, Aiden unleashed his most potent wind elemental skill, charging towards the fissure in the creature's underbelly as it lunged at the ship once more. This strike successfully pierced the creature's weakness, eliciting a mournful cry from the beast as its massive form began to collapse, disintegrating into countless ice shards that plummeted into the sea. With the threat of the ice creature neutralized, the crew devoted their efforts to mending the ship. Yet, the recent skirmish had inflicted severe damage, necessitating the swift discovery of a secure location for more thorough repairs. Not far off, they spotted an island blanketed in snow and ice. This island boasted natural harbors, ideal for docking vessels. The ship navigated laboriously towards the island, and upon reaching the harbor, the crew commenced their repairs. The island is abundant in ice and snow resources, which they utilized to mend the fissures in their vessels. During the repair process, they stumbled upon several peculiar caverns on the island. These caverns exuded an aura of mystery, prompting Aiden to lead a group of crew members into the depths of the caves, hoping to uncover something beneficial. Upon entering the caverns, they were greeted by walls adorned with glistening ice crystals, each exhibiting an array of extraordinary shapes, some resembling flowers, others taking the form of animals. Deep within the caverns, they discovered ancient manuscripts preserved within unique ice crystal containers, untouched by the ravages of time. Aiden unsealed the manuscripts and found them to contain extensive information regarding the heart of the ocean. The documents revealed that the heart was sealed within an underwater labyrinth, accessible only by a special key. This key was fragmented into several pieces, scattered across the enigmatic seas. One particular clue pointed to a mysterious location on this icy isle. Following the leads in the manuscripts, Aiden commenced a search for the key fragment upon the island. After a thorough exploration, they uncovered a concealed cave atop the island's peak. Inside the cave rested a stone pedestal, upon which lay a radiant shard of ice crystal. The shard was inscribed with enigmatic symbols, leading Aiden to surmise it was a portion of the key. As he grasped the ice crystal fragment, a deep rumbling echoed through the cave, and the surrounding walls began to shift, revealing hidden passageways. They ventured along the newly uncovered path, and at its terminus, they encountered a colossal ice sculpture. The sculpture depicted an ancient warrior, sword in hand, gazing resolutely ahead. At the base of the ice sculpture lay a curious apparatus, seemingly connected to the ice crystal fragment. Aiden placed the shard into the device, causing the sculpture to emanate light, while the temperature in the vicinity plummeted drastically. As the glow intensified, the warrior's sword suddenly sprang to life, cleaving through the wall ahead, which yielded to reveal a passage leading underground. Aiden and his crew stepped into the passage, which was imbued with an enigmatic essence. At the passage's end, they discovered a vast ice lake, within which something appeared to be moving. As they approached the icy expanse, a flurry of ice sprites leapt forth from the lake. These ethereal beings, translucent and composed of ice, bore eyes that shimmered with a cerulean glow. The ice sprites danced around the crew, seemingly conveying a message. Aiden endeavored to communicate with them, yet they emitted only crystalline sounds, lacking any definitive response. While engaging with the sprites, Aiden observed that their movements traced intricate patterns upon the surface of the ice lake. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these patterns bore a connection to the clues regarding the heart of the ocean he had previously encountered in the manuscripts. Based on these patterns, Aiden surmised that there might be crucial information related to the quest for the heart of the ocean at the center of the ice lake. They cautiously made their way to the center, where a colossal ice crystal pillar stood. The pillar was adorned with intricate patterns and symbols that seemed to narrate an ancient tale. As Aiden deciphered these designs, he gleaned further insights regarding the heart of the ocean and the underwater labyrinth. Simultaneously, he uncovered a means to escape this place, along with clues leading to the next segment of their search for the key. Upon acquiring sufficient information, the crew followed the guidance of the clues, departing from the ice lake and its cavern. Upon returning to their vessel, they completed the necessary repairs. The Aiden pirate crew set sail once more, armed with newfound clues and hope, venturing deeper into the enigmatic seas, drawing closer to their goal of discovering the heart of the ocean. In the course of their subsequent voyage, they followed the new clues to a volcanic island. This island was shrouded in billowing smoke, with the volcano sporadically erupting and lava cascading down its summit. The temperature on the island was exceedingly high, causing the air to shimmer. Yet, Aiden was aware that the next part of the key might reside on this island, and they had to brave the perilous landing. As their ship approached the volcanic island, the crew felt the oppressive heat wave enveloping them. Clad in specially designed heat-resistant gear, they cautiously stepped onto the treacherous terrain. The ground was searing, with molten lava flowing and steaming rocks scattered about. During their exploration, they encountered creatures formed of lava. These entities lacked a fixed shape, their bodies composed of searing magma, igniting flames wherever they roamed. A fierce battle ensued between the crew and the magma monsters, who utilized water elemental skills to combat the intense heat. In the midst of the skirmish, the crew discerned that these creatures became sluggish when near certain unique rocks on the island. Aiden observed these peculiar stones, noting that they emitted a mysterious energy, seemingly effective against the magma monsters. They utilized these special rocks for cover while evading the lava beasts. In an attempt to dodge an attack, one crew member accidentally fell into a fissure of molten rock. Aiden swiftly employed his wind elemental skill to pull the crew member from the crevice. However, the heat-resistant gear of the crew member suffered severe damage, and their body was scorched by the intense temperature. Aiden led his crew in evading the assaults of the magma creatures while seeking a remedy for their injured comrades. Near a hot spring on the island, they stumbled upon a unique herb. This herb thrived in the scorching environment and possessed remarkable healing properties. They gathered the herb and tended to the wounds of the injured crew members. After a period of treatment, the condition of the wounded improved significantly. As they continued their exploration of the volcanic island, they discovered an ancient temple near the crater. The walls of the temple were adorned with intricate carvings depicting motifs of magma and flames. At the heart of the temple stood a colossal altar, upon which rested a radiant lava heart emanating intense heat. Aiden speculated that this lava heart might be a crucial part of the key, albeit surrounded by a formidable flame shield for protection. They endeavored to breach the flame shield, yet conventional methods proved ineffective. While examining the patterns etched into the temple walls, Aiden discerned a special ritual. This ritual required a specific combination of elements and rhythms to dismantle the flame shield. The crew, adhering to the ceremonial instructions depicted in the patterns, harnessed elemental power. After considerable effort, the flame shield began to dissipate gradually. Aiden ascended the altar and grasped the heart of lava. The moment he seized it, the volcano erupted violently, spewing forth torrents of magma and ash. "Quickly, we must flee," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily raced towards their vessel. In their desperate escape from the volcanic island, they encountered further perils, yet through their indomitable spirit and collaborative effort, they successfully boarded the ship and departed the island. At that moment, the Aiden pirate crew had gathered 2 parts of the key, bringing them one step closer to unraveling the mystery of the ocean's heart. However, they were acutely aware that more challenges awaited them ahead, and countless unknowns lingered in this enigmatic sea, beckoning exploration. With fervor for adventure and a resolute determination to break the curse, they continued their voyage across the treacherous and mysterious waters. Chapter 36: The Enigmas of the Mysterious Isle and the Onslaught of Shadows after leaving the volcanic island. The Aiden pirate crew set sail towards a new direction. The weather at sea gradually calmed. A gentle breeze caressed them, and the waves softly propelled the ship forward. Yet, this tranquility did not lull the crew into complacency. They understood that in this mystical expanse, danger could strike at any moment. Days later, the lookout excitedly cried out, "Captain, ahead lies a massive island. Its vegetation appears lush." Aiden raised his telescope to gaze, and there it was, a verdant gem embedded in the ocean's embrace. Yet, experience cautioned him that this seemingly beautiful island might conceal unknown perils. As the ship approached the isle, Aiden led a contingent of crew members ashore. The air was fresh yet imbued with an enigmatic aura. They traversed a path obscured by foliage, where towering trees interwove their branches, allowing only flecks of sunlight to cascade through the verdant canopy. Suddenly, the crew member at the forefront seemed to collide with an invisible wall, rebounding in surprise. "What is happening?" they gasped, staring ahead in astonishment. Aiden reached out, and indeed felt a formidable resistance, as if an ethereal barrier stood in their way. "Everyone, be cautious. Something is amiss here," Aiden warned. They explored the periphery of the barrier, seeking a means of breach. In a secluded corner, Aiden discovered peculiar runes etched into a colossal stone. These symbols shimmered faintly, seemingly connected to the barrier. Attempting to decipher the runes, Aiden surmised that specific elemental forces needed to be activated in sequence to dismantle the barrier. The crew united their efforts, channeling elemental power as per Aiden's guidance. With the final surge of elemental energy, The barrier erupted in radiant light before vanishing. They pressed onward, but not far into their journey. The surroundings began to shift. The once clear path became obscured, enveloped in thick fog, within which indistinct figures seemed to flicker. "Do not scatter. Maintain a tight formation," Aiden commanded. Yet, as the fog thickened, the crew's visibility diminished drastically. Suddenly, from the depths of the mist, black tendrils emerged, launching a fierce assault on the crew. These appendages possessed immense strength, swiftly ensnaring several crew members. "Counterattack!" Aiden shouted, as the crew immediately engaged in a struggle against the tendrils. Blades clashed against the tentacles, producing mere sparks, yet failing to inflict any significant damage. Aiden discovered that the tentacles seemed to emerge from beneath the ground, and he surmised that their roots might be their weakness. "Attack the roots of the tentacles!" he shouted. The crew altered their strategy, directing their assaults toward the points where the tentacles connected with the earth. Under concentrated fire, some of the tentacles began to loosen, a dark liquid seeping from their roots. Yet, more tentacles surged from all directions, escalating the perilous situation. At that moment, a crew member spotted some luminescent plants within the mist. These plants emitted a radiant glow as the tentacles approached, causing them to recoil swiftly upon contact with the light. "Utilize those luminescent plants," Aiden commanded. The crew hastily advanced towards the glowing vegetation, employing its light to repel the tentacles. Shielded by the luminescence, they gradually forged a path in one direction. At last, they emerged from the fog, though many in the group had sustained injuries. They arrived at a vast clearing, where an ancient stone tower stood at the center of a grassy expanse. The tower exuded an enigmatic energy, as if beckoning them closer. As they approached, the air around them turned frigid. The entrance to the tower was tightly sealed, adorned with a myriad of mysterious engravings. Aiden scrutinized these designs, recognizing some symbols reminiscent of those he had encountered aboard the ghost ship and within the enigmatic ruins. He reached out to touch the engravings, and upon making contact with a particular symbol, the tower's door began to creak open. Inside, the light was dim, with only a few crystals on the walls casting a faint glow. They cautiously stepped into the tower, discovering a colossal stone platform at the center of the hall, upon which rested a crystal skull. The eyes of the skull flickered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly gazing at them. "This crystal skull may hold the key," Aiden remarked. However, as he drew nearer to the skull, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the tower. From the surrounding shadows emerged dark figures, brandishing sharp blades and eyes filled with murderous intent. "It's the Shadow Assassins," a crew member gasped. The Shadow Assassins moved with blinding speed, launching a sudden assault. Their attacks were fierce and lethal, plunging the crew into a desperate struggle. Aiden engaged one of the assassins, realizing that their forms were as insubstantial as shadows, making them difficult to strike with conventional blows. During the fierce combat, Aiden discerned that the assassins' forms solidified momentarily when they struck. "Counterattack the instant they launched their assault," Aiden shouted. The crew adjusted their tactics, biding their time to retaliate when the assassins attacked. After a grueling battle, they successfully repelled the first wave of shadow assassins. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a second wave descended from the upper levels of the tower. This group was larger and appeared more adept at countering the crew's fighting style. Several more crew members were injured during the fray. Aiden, frantic with urgency, understood that if they could not swiftly eliminate these shadow assassins, they would all perish. Observing the tower's interior, he noticed that the crystals on the walls emitted a brilliant light when struck. An idea sparked in his mind, and he commanded the crew to attack the crystals. As the crystal was assailed and emitted a brilliant light, the movements of the shadow assassins grew sluggish. "Now is the time, attack," Aiden commanded. The crew seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault against the shadow assassins. Under the dual influence of the blinding light and their onslaught, the second wave of shadow assassins was also repelled. However, at that moment, the stone tower began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "Take the crystal skull, we must flee," Aiden ordered. A crew member grasped the crystal skull, and they dashed towards the tower's entrance. As they fled, stones tumbled from above, and they narrowly evaded the falling debris, ultimately bursting forth just before the tower crumbled completely. Upon returning to the meadow, they discovered that the surroundings had once again transformed. The formerly tranquil grassland was now riddled with enormous fissures, from which black smoke billowed. Emerging from the smoke was a colossal shadow demon. Its massive form loomed, wings unfurled like ominous clouds obscuring the sun, with eyes ablaze in dark crimson flames. "You insignificant ants dare to disturb my slumber," the shadow demon roared. With a sweep of its wing, A powerful gust of wind hurled the crew members away. It unleashed torrents of black flames, reducing the grassland to ashes in its wake. Aiden rose, realizing he must devise a strategy to confront this formidable foe. "Concentrate all elemental power and strike at its eyes," he shouted. The crew united their elemental forces, forming a potent beam of energy directed at the demon's eyes. The shadow demon, struck by the attack, bellowed in fury and charged at the crew, its enormous claws poised to grasp them. Aiden led the crew in agile evasions while continuing their elemental assaults. In the midst of the fierce battle, Aiden observed that the shadow demon experienced a brief moment of weakness after each fiery onslaught. "Once it expels its flames, attack its abdomen," Aiden commanded. When the shadow demon unleashed another burst of fire, the crew seized the moment to deliver their most potent blow to its midsection. The demon's abdomen suffered grievous injury, its form becoming somewhat ethereal. Yet, it remained immensely powerful, pressing its attack against the crew. Aiden realized that their strength alone might not suffice to vanquish the shadow demon. They needed to harness the power of the crystal skull. He grasped the crystal skull, focusing his mind to communicate with the force within. Through his efforts, the crystal skull radiated a dazzling light that enveloped the shadow demon. The demon writhed in agony within the brilliance, its strength gradually waning. "Everyone together!" Aiden cried out. The crew, emboldened, charged at the shadow demon, now weakened by the light, and executed their final strike. With their combined effort, the shadow demon emitted a cataclysmic wail before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. With the shadow demon vanquished, the anomalies on the island began to fade away. Though the Aiden pirate crew was utterly exhausted, they had once again triumphed over a crisis. They understood that this was merely a minor episode in their quest for the heart of the ocean, with numerous challenges still awaiting them. Following this incident, they discovered some precious herbs and resources on the island, which were utilized for tending to the injured and replenishing supplies. After a brief respite, they departed from the island with the crystal skull in hand, continuing their voyage into the depths of the mysterious sea in pursuit of the next clue, ever advancing towards the goal of breaking the curse. Chapter 37. A new journey in the exploration of mysterious ruins. The Aiden pirate crew, having endured numerous hardships to acquire the crystal skull, departed from the enigmatic and perilous island. Their vessel continued to navigate the vast expanse of the ocean, as the winds howled, seemingly recounting the thrilling adventure they had just undergone. Though the crew was physically and mentally exhausted, a resolute determination shone in their eyes. Having engaged in a desperate struggle against the shadow demon, they now understood more profoundly that the path towards discovering the heart of the ocean and lifting the curse was fraught with thorns. Yet, they would not waver. After several days at sea, the weather remained capricious. At times, the sky was a brilliant azure, sunlight cascading onto the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to a vast expanse of flowing gold. Other times, ominous clouds loomed, fierce winds stirring monstrous waves, causing the ship to pitch violently, as if it could be swallowed by the ocean at any moment. Nevertheless, the Aiden pirate crew, equipped with exceptional navigational skills and indomitable spirit, repeatedly transformed peril into safety. On this day, the lookout called out once more, "Captain, land has emerged ahead, though it appears somewhat peculiar. The waters surrounding it seem darker, and a faint mist envelopes the area." Aiden, upon hearing, picked up the binoculars and observed intently. Before him lay a silhouette of land, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, imparting an air of enigmatic allure. Aiden was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. This newly emerged land might conceal significant secrets or dangers. He commanded the vessel to navigate toward the land, and although the crew harbored some apprehension, they swiftly complied with his orders. As the ship approached the shore, they discovered the coastline was strewn with jagged, bizarre rocks, upon which thrived an array of unfamiliar algal flora. These plants emitted an eerie azure glow, appearing particularly uncanny against the backdrop of the mist. Aiden cautiously led a portion of the crew ashore, the ground beneath their feet feeling somewhat loose, as if concealing some unknown force. They ventured inland along a meandering path, flanked by trees of peculiar shapes, their twisted trunks and deep purple leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze, as if whispering ancient tales. As they progressed, a colossal stone gate unexpectedly loomed ahead, firmly shut, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes and patterns. Aiden approached the stone door, scrutinizing it closely. The runes and patterns appeared to bear some resemblance to those he had encountered on the island with the stone tower, yet there were distinct differences. As he attempted to touch the runes with his fingers, the moment his skin made contact, the stone door began to open slowly, emitting a low, resonant sound, reminiscent of a colossal beast awakening from a long slumber. Beyond the door lay a lengthy passageway, flanked by walls embedded with shimmering gemstones that cast a dim, ethereal glow throughout the corridor. Aiden led his crew cautiously into the passage, each member maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, weapons firmly gripped in hand. As they ventured deeper, an eerie sound suddenly echoed through the corridor, resembling the soft weeping of a soul or the guttural roar of some unknown creature. The sailors' hearts raced, rising to their throats, as they huddled closely together, forming a tight defensive formation. At that moment, a swarm of ghostly entities surged forth from the sides of the passage. Their forms were ethereal, their eyes hollow, emitting a sinister glow. These spectral beings lunged towards the crew, who swung their weapons in defense. Yet, as blades met the apparitions, it was as if they struck nothing but air, failing to inflict any harm upon them. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden shouted loudly, "Everyone, remain calm. Try attacking them with elemental powers." The crew members immediately summoned their respective elemental forces. Some unleashed flames, others conjured torrents of water, while a few wielded fierce winds. As the elemental powers made contact with the ghostly entities, they emitted anguished wails, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal. Under the relentless assault of the crew's combined efforts, the spectral beings were gradually pushed back. However, before they could catch their breath, a new obstacle emerged ahead in the passageway. Suddenly, deep chasms appeared in the ground, flowing with molten lava, the searing heat enveloping them, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Aiden meticulously surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the walls of the passage were adorned with protruding stones, which appeared to serve as footholds for traversing the chasm. He boldly leaped onto one of the stones and then cautiously made his way towards the opposite side. Observing his actions, the crew followed suit, each one navigating the seething river of lava in succession. Just as the last crew member was about to succeed in his crossing, a colossal fire lizard erupted from the molten depths, its gaping maw aimed menacingly at the unfortunate sailor. Aiden, quick-witted and agile, swiftly cast a rope that ensnared the body of the crew member, pulling him back with great force. The other crew members immediately turned, channeling their elemental powers to assault the fire lizard. Under the onslaught of their elemental might, the fire lizard struggled fiercely, its flames intensifying as if intent on incinerating the entire passage. Yet, the crew did not waver. They persistently launched their attacks. After a fierce skirmish, the fire lizard was finally repelled, retreating back into the molten depths. The crew pressed onward, ultimately emerging from the long and perilous passage. Before them stood a magnificent ruin, composed of towering stone pillars and walls, exuding an ancient and enigmatic architectural style. At the center of the ruin lay a circular stone platform, upon which rested a treasure chest emanating an otherworldly glow. Aiden slowly approached the stone platform, sensing the powerful energy emanating from the treasure chest. Just as he extended his hand to seize the box, a melodious sound suddenly resonated through the ruins, as if the ethereal music of ancient times had awakened. As the enchanting melody filled the air, vivid projections emerged upon the walls of the ruins, depicting significant events that had transpired in this mysterious sea, along with elusive clues regarding the heart of the ocean. Aiden and his crew were captivated by the mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow, their eyes fixed upon the spectacle as they endeavored to extract meaningful information from its fleeting images. However, the visuals flickered rapidly, with many elements appearing only for an instant, eluding their understanding. Just as they were enraptured by this ethereal display, the radiance emanating from the treasure chest suddenly intensified, as if warning them against any rash attempts to touch it. Yet, Aiden was acutely aware that this chest might conceal crucial clues intimately linked to the heart of the ocean. Undeterred by the peril, he reached out once more towards the chest. The moment his hand made contact, a blinding light erupted from within the chest, enveloping Aiden in its brilliance. The crew gasped in alarm, rushing forward in a desperate bid to rescue him. However, the intensity of the light was insurmountable, rendering them unable to approach. Within that radiant glow, Aiden found himself transported to a surreal realm, surrounded by an expansive cosmos adorned with countless twinkling stars. Before him loomed a colossal figure, its features obscured, yet emanating an aura of formidable authority. "Why do you disturb the tranquility of this relic?" The immense presence intoned, its voice resonating as though it originated from the very depths of the universe. Aiden steadied his resolve and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "I have come in search of the heart of the ocean, to lift the curse upon these waters and deliver countless lives from peril." The colossal figure remained silent for a moment before responding in a measured tone. The secrets of the heart of the ocean lie shrouded within boundless perils. Do you truly possess the courage to pursue this path further? Aiden responded without hesitation, declaring, "My crew and I have resolutely decided that no matter the hardships and obstacles that lie ahead, we shall not yield." The immense figure appeared to nod slightly before replying. "In that case, I shall offer you a clue. Deep within this enigmatic sea lies an island forgotten by time, upon which stands an ancient temple. The heart of the ocean is concealed within that very sanctum. However, to reach it, you must confront foes even more formidable than before. Are you prepared for this challenge?" Aiden resolutely declared, "I am ready." As his words echoed, the blinding light gradually faded, and Aiden found himself once again within the ancient ruins. He conveyed the words of the colossal figure to his crew. Though a flicker of concern flashed in their eyes, it was swiftly overshadowed by determination and courage. They seized the ornate chest resting upon the stone pedestal. Although its contents were unknown, they believed it to be a vital clue in their quest for the heart of the ocean. With the chest in hand, they departed from the enigmatic ruins, returning to their vessel to continue their voyage into the depths of the mysterious sea, ready to embrace new challenges as they set their course for the long-forgotten island lost to time. During their journey, the Aiden pirate crew diligently examined the chest while preparing for the arduous trials that lay ahead. They understood that the path before them remained long and arduous. Yet the faith within their hearts burned like an unquenchable flame, resolute and everlasting. Chapter 38, The Perilous Island of Mystery. Faith is strong as stone. The Aiden pirate crew, with a treasure chest acquired from a mysterious ruin, sails at full speed towards the island forgotten by time. Along the way, the sea breeze howls and the waves surge, as if the ocean itself is testing their resolve. Amidst the boundless sea, whispers of the legendary island circulate quietly among the crew. It is said that this island conceals a vast treasure, not merely gold and silver, but rare artifacts left behind by an ancient and enigmatic civilization. These treasures are imbued with mysterious and formidable powers. Whoever can gather them and unravel their secrets will gain dominion over certain mystical elements of the world, wielding unparalleled authority. However, this treasure is not easily attained. Legends speak of powerful magic and seals that guard the island, protected by ferocious beasts and enigmatic sentinels. Many years ago, numerous intrepid adventurers, lured by the tales of treasure, set foot upon this island, yet none returned, their fates forever entombed within this mystical realm. Gathered on the deck, the crew members busily polished their weapons while softly contemplating the unknown challenges that lay ahead and the tantalizing legend of the treasure. The island loomed in their minds, filled with both eager anticipation and a thick veil of trepidation. After several arduous days at sea, the lookout excitedly shouted, "Captain, I see the island. It lies just ahead." Upon hearing this, Aiden swiftly grasped his telescope and peered into the distance. Before him appeared a colossal island, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist, revealing only the towering peaks and dense jungles that adorned its surface. As the vessel approached the island, Aiden led his crew cautiously ashore. The moment they set foot on the land, a mysterious aura enveloped them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to resonate with an ancient power, evoking a sense of both wonder and reverence. They ventured along a winding path leading deeper into the island, flanked by towering trees that obscured the sun, allowing only dappled light to filter through the leaves. Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar echoed ahead, as if some colossal beast were issuing a warning. The crew immediately fell into a state of heightened alertness, gripping their weapons tightly. Aiden signaled for silence as they cautiously advanced. Not far along, a massive black panther sprang from the underbrush, its fur as dark as ink, eyes gleaming with ferocity, unleashing a deafening roar at the crew. "Be cautious. This panther is formidable," Aiden warned. The crew swiftly dispersed, forming a protective circle. The panther, undeterred by their presence, lunged towards the nearest crew member. He hastily raised his sword in defense, the panther's sharp claws clashing against the blade, sending sparks flying. Observing this, the other crew members unleashed their elemental powers upon the panther. Some conjured flames in an attempt to scorch it, while others summoned icy projectiles aimed directly at the beast. Yet, the panther, with its remarkable agility, deftly maneuvered through their assaults, evading most of the attacks. Seizing an opportunity, it lunged once more at a crew member, bringing him crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden swiftly charged forward, wielding his long blade with fervor as he struck fiercely at the back of the Black Panther. The creature, feeling the sting of pain, released the crew member and pivoted to lunge at Aiden. A fierce melee ensued, with both combatants exchanging blows, neither willing to yield. Under the combined assault of the crew, the panther gradually began to weaken, sustaining multiple injuries. It emitted a defiant roar before retreating into the depths of the forest. The crew members exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet they understood that this was merely the initial trial on the island, and the fabled treasure likely lay concealed behind layers of peril. They pressed onward, soon arriving at the edge of a swamp. A pungent odor permeated the air as noxious gases bubbled up from the murky depths. Aiden picked up a stone and cast it into the marshland, where it was instantly engulfed. "Be cautious. This swamp is perilous. Follow closely and watch your step," Aiden advised. He meticulously navigated along the edge of the mire, seeking a secure path, while the crew followed in single file behind him. Suddenly, one crew member lost his footing and fell into the swamp. In a state of panic, he struggled fiercely, but with each movement, he sank deeper. "Do not panic. Grab this rope." Aiden swiftly threw out a lifeline, and the other crew members rushed forward to assist, collectively exerting their strength to pull the unfortunate sailor to safety. After arduous efforts, they emerged from the marsh, revealing an ancient castle ahead. Its walls were entwined with creeping vines, and the gate stood resolutely shut, exuding an air of mystery and authority. There existed a legend surrounding this castle. Rumor had it that a fragment of the treasure's clues lay hidden within its confines. A guardian of that enigmatic civilization had once left behind crucial information here, and only through a series of trials could one uncover the true path leading to the treasure's location. Aiden approached the grand entrance, meticulously examining the intricate carvings adorning the door. These engravings appeared to narrate the ancient history of the island, yet their specific meanings remained obscured and elusive. He attempted to push the door open, but it remained steadfastly immovable. At that moment, a barrage of arrows suddenly erupted from the castle walls, hurtling towards the crew. The sailors hurriedly evaded the onslaught, and fortunately, their swift reactions ensured that no one was harmed. "It seems we must devise a method to unlock this door, otherwise we shall continue to be assailed," Aiden remarked, furrowing his brow. He scrutinized the area surrounding the door and discovered a peculiar mechanism beside it, inscribed with symbols that appeared to bear some connection to the runes he had encountered previously. Aiden, drawing upon his past experiences, began to attempt to decipher the mechanisms. Following his intuition, he pressed the symbols on the device in succession. As the final symbol was activated, the great door creaked open, releasing a deep, resonant sound. The crew ventured into the castle, where the dim light revealed an atmosphere steeped in antiquity. The hall was adorned with numerous ancient statues, their visages rendered with exquisite detail, yet exuding an unsettling aura. As they proceeded further into the hall, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The surrounding statues seemed to spring to life, moving with alarming vigor. Armed with weapons, they launched an assault upon the crew. "Counterattack!" Aiden shouted, and the crew immediately engaged in a fierce struggle with the statues. The strength of the statues was formidable, each strike delivering a tremendous force. Though the crew fought valiantly, they gradually began to feel the strain of the relentless confrontation. Aiden discerned that the statues appeared to move according to a certain pattern. He meticulously observed their movements, striving to uncover any weaknesses. At last, he detected a fleeting pause following their attacks. During this interval, targeting their joints seemed to inflict greater harm. The crew, adhering to Aiden's guidance, adjusted their assault strategy. In harmonious unison, they ultimately vanquished the reanimated statues one by one. The statues collapsed, reverting to their original forms. As they ventured deeper into the castle, they arrived at the entrance of a vast underground chamber. A mysterious glow emanated from within the basement, beckoning them to descend. Aiden led his crew slowly into the basement, which was filled with an array of treasure chests and mysterious artifacts. At the center of the basement stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a radiant crystal orb, emanating a dazzling light. According to legend, this crystal orb is intricately linked to the treasure, potentially serving as one of the keys to unraveling its secrets, or perhaps as a vital source of power guarding the treasure. To touch it could unleash a cascade of unforeseen dangers, yet it might simultaneously unveil crucial clues regarding the treasure. Aiden approached the stone platform, feeling the potent waves of energy emanating from the crystal orb. Just as he reached out to touch the orb, a chilling laughter echoed through the basement. "You foolish intruders dare to trespass in my domain and disturb my slumber." A deep voice reverberated throughout the chamber. Following this, a figure cloaked in shadows slowly emerged from the darkness. The visage of the cloaked figure was obscured beneath the veil of shadows, yet the malevolent aura radiating from him sent shivers down the spine. "Who are you?" Aiden inquired. I am the guardian of this island. Your intrusion here shall come at a steep price. The cloaked figure growled menacingly. With that, he waved his wand, unleashing beams of darkness toward the crew. The crew hastily dodged as the beams struck the surrounding walls and treasure chests, shattering them into fragments. Be cautious. Target his wand, Aiden shouted. The crew summoned their elemental powers and directed their attacks toward the cloaked figure's wand. Seeing the collective assault on his wand, the cloaked figure sneered and chanted incantations. Suddenly, numerous dark spirits surged from the corners of the basement, lunging toward the crew. The crew found themselves in a predicament, needing to evade the cloaked figure's attacks while also contending with the spectral onslaught. Nevertheless, they persevered, resolutely fighting back. In the heat of battle, Aiden observed that the dark spirits seemed to recoil from light. He scanned the area and noticed some torches flickering in the basement. Grab the torches and use the flames to drive the spirits away, Aiden commanded loudly. The crew swiftly seized the torches, brandishing them against the dark spirits. The light from the torches indeed deterred the spirits, causing them to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, the crew concentrated their efforts on the cloaked figure. With their combined might, they gradually breached the figure's defenses. His wand emitted a blinding radiance before snapping in two with a resounding crack. Upon witnessing the destruction of his wand, the cloaked figure unleashed an enraged roar. He charged recklessly toward the crew, wielding dark energy in a desperate attempt to fight back. The crew, undeterred, met his advance head-on, engaging in a final confrontation. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately vanquished the cloaked figure. He collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the basement's illumination intensified, and the crystal orb shone ever more brilliantly. Aiden approached the orb and gently touched its surface. Instantly, vivid images flashed before his mind's eye. These visions revealed the precise location of the heart of the ocean and the means to obtain it. It turned out that the heart of the ocean lay hidden in the depths of this island, within a sealed temple. To acquire it, one would need to unravel a series of intricate seals and confront the formidable guardian beast that protected the temple. Moreover, it was said that the heart of the ocean constituted the very core of the treasure. It not only possesses the power to lift the curse of the mysterious sea, but is also intricately connected to the rare treasures left behind by the legendary ancient civilization. Once all related artifacts are gathered and their secrets unraveled, the true gateway to the treasure shall be unlocked, granting the supreme authority over the enigmatic elements of the world. Aiden conveyed this information to the crew, whose gazes were filled with both excitement and apprehension. Yet, they understood that having come this far, there was no turning back. With renewed hope, they departed from the basement, venturing deeper into the island. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable obstacles, but with unwavering faith and tenacious resolve, they overcame each challenge. Ultimately, they arrived before the sealed temple. The temple emanated a sacred and enigmatic aura, surrounded by intricate sealing runes. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the temple, gazing at the tightly shut door, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead and a resolute determination to triumph over all obstacles. They understood that this was the final hurdle in their quest for the heart of the ocean. They would muster all their strength to break through this last barrier, unveiling the secrets of the heart of the ocean and lifting the curse that shrouded the enigmatic sea. This would also mark their most crucial step toward the legendary treasure. Though the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, their faith stood unwavering, akin to an everlasting lighthouse, guiding them onward. Chapter 39. The Riddle of Dual Hearts, the Ultimate Challenge. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the sealed temple, gazing at the tightly shut door, their hearts filled with both anticipation for the secrets soon to be unveiled and trepidation for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, Aiden tightly clutched the recently acquired heart of the ocean, acutely aware of the mysterious power it emanated, as if it were whispering to his very soul. The ancient legends surrounding this temple exude an aura of profound enigma. It is said that this place not only serves as the final bastion safeguarding the heart of the ocean, but also conceals a deeper connection to the fabled treasure. Countless treasure seekers have attempted to approach, only to be repelled by the temple's arcane forces, many of whom vanished without a trace. Aiden took a deep breath and stepped forward, scrutinizing the seal runes etched upon the grand door. These runes shimmered with an enigmatic glow, seemingly cautioning any intruders against rash actions. Drawing upon his prior experiences of deciphering numerous mechanisms, he endeavored to unravel the mysteries of the runes. Remain vigilant, for the defenses of this temple are undoubtedly formidable, Aiden admonished his crew. The crew nodded in agreement, Gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes resolutely scanning their surroundings. Aiden retrieved a mysterious artifact acquired during his previous adventures, which had proven instrumental at a critical juncture. He hoped to utilize it once more to unravel the seal of the grand door before him. Chanting incantations, he activated the artifact and brought it closer to the runes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated between the artifact and the runes, illuminating the surroundings with an intense radiance. With a resonant rumble, the door creaked open, allowing an ancient and enigmatic aura to envelop him. Inside the temple, the light was dim, with only a few feeble glimmers seeping through the gems embedded in the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. Aiden led his crew cautiously into the temple, each step feeling as though they were traversing the precipice of the unknown. As they entered, the ground beneath them trembled violently, followed by beams of laser light shooting in from all directions. "Get down," Aiden shouted, and the crew swiftly scattered to evade the oncoming danger. The lasers grazed their bodies, leaving singed marks on the ground and walls. "This temple is riddled with traps. Stay close and remain vigilant," Aiden instructed as he pressed forward. Progressing down the narrow corridor, they encountered an array of ancient artifacts lining the walls, some emitting an eerie glow, others exuding an unsettling presence. As they continued, they arrived at a vast circular hall. The floor was intricately etched with complex patterns, seemingly narrating ancient tales of the heart of the ocean and the enigmatic treasure, though its profound meanings eluded immediate comprehension. At the center of the hall stood a towering stone pedestal, atop which rested a vessel radiating an ethereal blue light, the source of which was another heart of the ocean they sought. "Look, there lies another heart of the ocean," one of the crew members exclaimed with excitement. However, before they could revel in their discovery, a chilling roar echoed ominously throughout the hall. From the shadows emerged a horde of grotesque creatures, resembling massive wolves cloaked in black scales, their eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson glow as they lunged toward the crew. "Prepare for battle," Aiden commanded, and the crew swiftly formed a protective circle, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught. The creatures, swift as shadows, surged forward in an instant, their gaping maws revealing razor-sharp fangs as they aimed to bite the crew. The crew fought valiantly, swinging their weapons in defense. Yet strikes against the creatures merely sparked a flurry of embers, failing to inflict significant damage. "Concentrate your attacks on their underbellies. That may be their weak point." Aiden observed the creatures' assault patterns and shouted. Immediately, the crew adjusted their strategy, targeting the vulnerable underbellies of the beasts. Some harnessed elemental forces, conjuring sharp ice shards to pierce the creatures' midsections, while others thrust their swords with all their might. At last, through their combined efforts, one creature was struck in the abdomen, letting out a pained howl as it briefly faltered in its advance. The crew seized the opportunity, intensifying their assault and successfully repelling the creature. However, the other beings did not waver, continuing their frenzied charge towards the sailors. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Although the crew gradually uncovered some strategies for attack, the overwhelming number of creatures began to take its toll. At that moment, Aiden noticed a series of protruding mechanism buttons on the walls of the hall, suspecting that these buttons might be linked to the emergence of these creatures. Aiden, braving the peril of biological assaults, charged towards the wall. As he neared, a creature suddenly lunged at him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack, and promptly pressed one of the buttons. Upon activation, a portion of the creature's movements indeed began to slow, as if constrained by an unseen force. Witnessing this, the crew's morale surged, and they fought even more valiantly against the creatures. After a strenuous battle, they finally repelled all the entities. Breathing heavily, each member's eyes gleamed with the joy of victory. "Let us rest briefly to regain our strength. Formidable adversaries yet guard the heart of this ocean," Aiden proclaimed. The crew promptly sought places to sit, seizing the moment to recuperate. Moments later, as they prepared to advance, a deep and commanding roar emanated from behind the container, radiating an ethereal blue light. A colossal monster emerged, resembling a dragon, its body adorned with scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Two massive horns crowned its head, and its eyes blazed like raging flames, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. "This is the guardian of the ocean's heart. We must tread carefully, for its might is surely beyond imagination," Aiden cautioned the crew. The creature slowly approached the center of the hall, towering over the crew as if to scrutinize these uninvited intruders. Suddenly, it opened its massive maw and unleashed an icy gale, cascading towards the crew like a surging ice waterfall. The crew hastily dodged, channeling elemental powers to counter the frigid blast. Some summoned great walls of fire to dissolve the chill, while others conjured powerful winds to divert the icy currents. Yet, the creature's cold was overwhelmingly potent. The flames extinguished instantly in its presence, and the winds could only slightly alter the course of the frost. Attack its horns. They may be the source of its power, Aiden shouted while evading the icy onslaught. The crew quickly adjusted their focus, concentrating their elemental might on the monster's horns. Sensing the threat, the creature violently lashed its tail, a massive appendage that struck like a stout whip towards the crew. They leaped to evade. Though some were caught off guard, struck down by the forceful sweep. Undeterred by their injuries, they pressed on with their assault. Under their combined efforts, the creature's horns were struck several times, eliciting a furious roar from the beast, its scales beginning to shimmer with a radiant glow, as if gathering even greater power. It is preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. Brace yourselves, Aiden warned. Indeed, the creature opened its mouth once more, this time expelling an even more ferocious blast of cold, its range broader than before. The crew exerted every ounce of their strength to withstand the onslaught, with some members even shielding their companions with their own bodies against the biting cold. Just when it seemed insurmountable, Aiden suddenly recalled the power of dawn he possessed. This power of dawn had been acquired during a perilous adventure in the past, yet he had never truly unleashed its full potential. He focused his mind and summoned the power within him, thrusting both hands forward. A radiant beam of light erupted from his palms, resembling the first light of dawn, hurtling toward the creature and colliding with its icy breath. In the clash of light and cold, the creature's frigid aura gradually succumbed to the brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, the crew concentrated their efforts once more to strike at the creature's horns. After a fierce battle, the monster was finally vanquished. It let out a thunderous roar before slowly collapsing, its luminescence fading away. "We have succeeded," exclaimed one crew member with elation. The others hurried toward the container emanating a ghostly blue light, gazing at another heart of the ocean within, their hearts brimming with excitement. Aiden cautiously lifted the heart of the ocean, and at that very moment, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his body. He sensed an extraordinary connection between the two hearts of the ocean, as if they were two facets of a singular entity. "Now, we are one step closer to unraveling the secrets of that enigmatic treasure," Aiden declared. The crew, bearing the two hearts of the ocean, departed from the temple. They understood that while they had made significant progress, the quest for the mysterious treasure was far from over. Countless challenges still awaited them ahead. Yet, at this moment, their hearts brimmed with the dawn of hope, armed with unwavering faith and the strength of unity. They believed they could gather all the artifacts related to the treasure and unlock the gate to supreme authority over the mystical elements of the world. After leaving the temple, they embarked on a new journey, continuing their exploration of the enigmatic island, steadily advancing towards the goal of uncovering the treasure's secrets. Along the way, they encountered various mysterious mechanisms and ferocious creatures, but through their accumulated experience and seamless cooperation, they overcame these obstacles with ease. As their exploration progressed, they uncovered clues and artifacts related to the treasure, further solidifying their belief that they were drawing ever closer to its secrets. Despite the path ahead being fraught with uncertainty and peril, the faith of Aiden's pirate crew stood unwavering, akin to an everlasting lighthouse, guiding them resolutely in their pursuit of the elusive treasure. They arrived at a hidden valley on the island, shrouded in a mysterious mist, within which the faint outlines of ancient architectural remnants could be discerned. Aiden led his crew into the valley, and as they stepped inside, an extraordinary force began to tug at them. "Be cautious, for the energy here is rather peculiar," Aiden cautioned. They proceeded along a winding path through the valley, flanked by trees of bizarre shapes, some of which bore strange symbols etched upon their trunks. As they continued on their journey, a colossal stone door loomed ahead, firmly shut and adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes. Aiden approached the stone door, meticulously scrutinizing the runes in an attempt to decipher their meaning. He discerned that these runes bore a subtle connection to those he had previously encountered in the temple and the castle, drawing upon his past experiences. He endeavored to unravel the inscriptions upon the stone door. After considerable effort, he ultimately discovered the method of unlocking it, pressing certain mechanism buttons in a specific sequence. With a deep, resonant sound, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing an even more ancient and enigmatic aura. Inside lay a vast cavern, filled with an array of treasure chests and mysterious artifacts, while ancient statues stood sentinel around the perimeter. "There must be something significant related to the treasure hidden within," Aiden remarked. The crew members eagerly entered the cave, commencing a thorough search. Just as they delved deeper, a melodious tune suddenly echoed through the cavern. reminiscent of celestial music from a bygone era. As the haunting melody played, the statues within the cave seemed to awaken, springing to life with a menacing vigor. Armed with weapons, they launched an assault on the crew. Counterattack! Aiden bellowed, prompting the crew to engage in fierce combat with the animated statues. The statues exhibited tremendous strength, each strike laden with immense force. Although the crew valiantly resisted, they gradually began to struggle against the relentless onslaught. Aiden discerned that the statues appeared to move according to a discernible pattern. He meticulously observed their actions, endeavoring to uncover a flaw. At last, he realized that the statues paused briefly after launching an attack. Seizing this moment to strike their joints seemed to inflict greater damage upon them. The crew, following Aiden's guidance, adjusted their strategy. Through their harmonious collaboration, they ultimately vanquished the resurrected statues one by one. The statues collapsed, reverting to their original forms. Continuing their exploration within the cavern, the crew stumbled upon a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested an exquisite treasure chest emanating a radiant glow. This chest appeared extraordinary. Perhaps it contained the key to unraveling the secrets of the treasure, Aiden mused. He approached the pedestal, poised to seize the chest. However, the instant his hand brushed against it, an eerie laughter reverberated throughout the cave. Do you think you can obtain the treasure so easily? You are gravely mistaken. A deep voice echoed ominously. Almost immediately, a figure cloaked in darkness emerged from the shadows, shrouded in a black robe. The visage of the figure remained obscured, yet an aura of malevolence radiated from him, instilling a sense of dread. And who might you be? Aiden inquired. I am the final guardian of this treasure. You shall not take what belongs to me. The cloaked figure snarled. With a swift motion of his wand, beams of dark energy shot towards the crew. They hastily evaded the onslaught as the beams struck the surrounding walls and the treasure chest, shattering them into fragments. Everyone, be cautious. Target his wand. Aiden shouted. The crew unleashed their elemental powers, directing their attacks toward the sorcerer's wand. Observing their assault, the cloaked figure sneered and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a multitude of dark phantoms surged forth from the corners of the cave, lunging toward the crew. The crew found themselves in a predicament, having to dodge the attacks of the cloaked figure while contending with the spectral apparitions. Yet, they did not falter and continued to resist valiantly. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that the black phantoms seemed to fear the light. He scanned the surroundings and spotted several torches ablaze within the cavern. Grab the torches and use the flames to fend off the phantoms, Aiden commanded. The crew swiftly seized the torches, brandishing them at the dark phantoms. The radiance of the flames indeed deterred the phantoms, causing them to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the crew concentrated their efforts on the cloaked figure. Under the relentless assault, the figure's defenses began to wane. His wand emitted a blinding flash before snapping in two with a resounding crack. Upon witnessing the destruction of his wand, the cloaked figure let out a furious roar. Unleashing his fury, he charged at the crew, wielding dark energy in a desperate final struggle. The crew, undaunted, advanced boldly to engage in the ultimate confrontation with the cloaked figure. After a grueling battle, the enigmatic figure in the black robe was finally vanquished. He collapsed to the ground, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the light within the cave grew even more radiant, and the resplendent treasure chest emanating a dazzling brilliance became increasingly mesmerizing. Aiden approached the treasure chest and gently caressed its surface. In an instant, a series of vivid images flashed through his mind, revealing the precise location of the treasure and the final steps required to unlock it. It turned out that the treasure lay deep within this island, in a place sealed by formidable magical barriers. To access the treasure, one would not only require 2 hearts of the ocean but also the placement of all items related to the treasure, previously gathered during the adventure, in specific locations, alongside the unraveling of a complex series of magical seals. Aiden conveyed this information to the crew, whose gazes reflected a blend of excitement and apprehension. Yet, they understood that having come this far, there was no turning back. With the treasure chest in tow, they departed from the cave and ventured towards the innermost depths of the island. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable challenges. However, armed with unwavering faith and indomitable will, they surmounted each obstacle time and again. Ultimately, they arrived at the location shrouded in layers of magical seals. Here, a profoundly potent and mysterious energy emanated, instilling feelings of both reverence and tension. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the enigmatic seal, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the treasures that lay ahead and trepidation for the unknown challenges that awaited them. They understood that this was the final obstacle on their quest for the elusive treasure, and they were determined to exert every effort to surmount this last barrier, to unravel the secrets of the treasure, and to unlock the gateway to the supreme authority that governs the mystical elements of the world. Although the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and perils, their resolve was as steadfast as a mountain, akin to an ever-burning lighthouse, continuing to guide them courageously onward in their pursuit of the arcane treasure. Chapter 40. The Treasure Revealed, the Choice of Destiny. The Aiden pirate crew, bearing 2 ocean hearts and an array of treasure-related artifacts amassed through countless trials and tribulations, stood before a place ensconced in formidable magical seals. The enigmatic power in the air weighed heavily upon them, rendering the atmosphere almost palpable, yet the resolve in their eyes remained unshaken. According to legend, this final sealed location guards a mysterious grand treasure capable of altering the very fabric of the world. The power it harbors exceeds the imagination of ordinary beings. It not only bestows upon its possessor unparalleled authority over the mystical elements of the universe, but also conceals myriad extraordinary effects that can alter one's fate. However, to unlock its secrets, one must inevitably endure the most rigorous of trials. Aiden took a deep breath and stepped forward to scrutinize the exceedingly intricate magical seal before him. The seal shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, its luminescence interwoven into an array of enigmatic runes and patterns, seemingly conveying an ancient and solemn warning. Trespassers shall endure unimaginable consequences. The crew rallied their spirits. This was the final hurdle, and their success hinged upon this moment. Aiden's voice rang out, invigorating his comrades, echoing through the oppressive stillness of the space. The crew responded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly or harnessing the elemental forces within them, bracing themselves for the impending unknown challenge. Aiden, drawing upon his extensive experience in deciphering numerous enigmatic mechanisms and seals, devoted his full attention to the seal before him. From his pocket, he retrieved several mysterious instruments acquired during previous adventures, tools that had proven invaluable at critical moments. At this juncture, he fervently hoped they would once again assist him in unraveling this final enigma. He murmured incantations, manipulating the instruments according to specific spells, and cautiously brought them near the seal. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy emanated between the instruments and the seal, causing a radiant light to flicker increasingly intensely, the very air around them trembling under the weight of this energy. Just as the onlookers anticipated the imminent success of breaking the seal, an unexpected, powerful suction erupted from within it, abruptly drawing all the instruments from Aiden's grasp. Following this, a blinding beam of light erupted from the seal, hurtling directly toward Aiden and his crew. "Quick, take cover," Aiden exclaimed, and the crew swiftly scattered in all directions. The radiant light grazed their bodies, leaving behind deep, searing marks on the ground, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. This seal proved to be more formidable than imagined. Everyone observed cautiously, searching for alternative methods of breaking it. Aiden furrowed his brow, his gaze still fixed intently on the seal, striving to uncover a new avenue for breakthrough. Just as the group reconvened, preparing for another attempt to breach the seal, the environment around them suddenly shifted. A chilling howl echoed through the once silent space, reminiscent of countless tormented souls lamenting. Soon after, the ground began to quake violently, massive fissures spreading from all directions, releasing tendrils of black mist that swirled forth, within which grotesque shapes could be faintly discerned. "What is happening?" a crew member shouted in terror. "It seems we have triggered the seal's defensive mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle," Aiden bellowed, gripping his weapon tightly, ready for confrontation. As the mist thickened, those grotesque figures gradually became clearer. They bore human-like forms, yet were twisted and distorted, exuding a putrid stench, their eyes glinting with an eerie red glow, emitting bone-chilling shrieks as they lunged toward Aiden's pirate crew. "Maintain formation, do not panic," Aiden commanded, directing the crew to swiftly form a tight defensive circle, back to back, to counter the onslaught from all directions. These bizarre creatures moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. They extended their sharp claws, viciously slashing at the crew members. The crew fought valiantly, wielding their weapons in defense, the clash of blades against claws igniting sparks. However, the creatures' bodies were remarkably resilient, and the crew's strikes merely left superficial marks, failing to inflict any significant damage. "Concentrate elemental energy to strike at their heads. That may be their weakness." As Aiden fended off the relentless onslaught, he called out loudly. The crew members immediately adjusted their attack strategy, each unleashing their elemental powers, coalescing into formidable energy beams directed at the heads of the creatures. Some summoned searing flames, transforming them into fiery arrows aimed at their targets. Others manipulated the biting cold winds, forming sharp ice spikes that pierced towards the enemy's heads. With the combined onslaught, several creatures were finally struck in the head, emitting anguished howls as their movements faltered momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the crew intensified their assault, successfully repelling these creatures. However, a greater number of beasts continued to surge forth from the mist, seemingly tireless and undeterred by pain, relentlessly lunging towards the crew. The battle escalated in intensity. Although the crew gradually discovered some effective tactics, they began to feel the strain against the overwhelming tide of adversaries. Just as the weight of pressure mounted, Aiden suddenly recalled the great treasure he possessed. Since acquiring it, he had yet to unleash its true power in such a critical moment. Resolute, he decided to stake everything on the treasure's strength to turn the tide of battle. Aiden concentrated all his mental faculties, gradually infusing the energy within him into the great treasure. In an instant, the great treasure erupted in a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire space like a blazing sun. The previously ominous black mist swiftly dissipated under this brilliance, and the bizarre creatures seemed to be momentarily daunted, their speed and ferocity of attack noticeably diminished. Now is our chance. Let us unleash our full assault and seize this opportunity, Aiden proclaimed loudly. The crew, invigorated by a surge of morale, exerted their utmost efforts to channel their elemental powers into an even more ferocious onslaught against the creatures. With the amplification of the great treasure's light, their attacks proved significantly more effective, driving back and vanquishing the creatures, while the black mist gradually faded away. Once the last creature was eliminated, tranquility finally returned to the surroundings. The fissures in the ground slowly sealed, and the eerie howling vanished without a trace. Phew. We've managed to temporarily deal with these fiends, but the seal still requires further unraveling, Aiden said, wiping the sweat from his brow and letting out a deep sigh. The crew, though weary, remained resolute in their gazes. They understood that they were ever so close to their ultimate objective and could not afford to falter at this crucial moment. Aiden stepped forward once more, scrutinizing the seal with renewed understanding following the recent fierce battle. He noticed that several runes on the seal had undergone subtle transformations due to the prior fluctuations of energy, and these alterations might hold the key to unraveling the seal. Armed with his keen insight and extensive experience, he endeavored to decipher the seal again. This time, he refrained from employing any mysterious instruments, instead opting to manually adjust the arrangement of certain runes and the flow of energy based on his comprehension of the changes. As he worked, the seal's radiance gradually softened, and the intense repulsion that had previously enveloped it began to dissipate. Ultimately, after a meticulous, intense series of maneuvers, the seal emitted a deep, resonant sound, slowly parting to reveal a powerful and enigmatic aura. Inside lay an expansive treasure vault, brimming with a myriad of rare and exquisite treasures. Gold and silver jewels piled high, shimmering with dazzling brilliance that left onlookers awestruck. Yet, the most captivating sight was at the center of the vault, a colossal crystal pillar housing the fabled great secret treasure. The treasure radiated a gentle yet mysterious glow, seemingly imbued with boundless secrets. Aiden and his crew cautiously entered the vault, each step taken with utmost care, as if fearful of disturbing the long-dormant riches. "This is the great secret treasure we have long sought," one crew member whispered in astonishment. However, just as they reveled in the impending acquisition of the treasure, a deep and authoritative voice echoed throughout the vault. "Do you believe that obtaining the great secret treasure grants you the freedom to act as you please? The power of this world is not so easily mastered. With every formidable force comes an accompanying responsibility and cost." The crew was immediately taken aback, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings for the source of the voice. "You have journeyed through countless trials to reach this point, which is indeed commendable. Yet before you can claim the great secret treasure, you must face a choice," the voice continued. "What choice?" Aiden inquired loudly, his expression a mixture of confusion and caution. "This great secret treasure possesses the power to alter the world. Once taken, it will profoundly impact the fabric of reality. You may choose to seize it, utilizing its power to fulfill your ambitions and desires, becoming the sovereigns of this realm. However, be aware that such actions may incite untold strife and turmoil, plunging the world into ceaseless suffering. Alternatively, you may opt to leave it here, allowing it to remain in slumber, preserving the current balance of existence," the voice elucidated slowly. Aiden and his crew, upon hearing these words, fell into a deep contemplation. They had traversed countless hardships and obstacles along their journey, all for the moment to seize the great treasure and fulfill their dreams. Yet, they now found themselves confronted with a formidable dilemma. Should they take the great treasure, They might indeed attain unparalleled power and wealth, realizing everything they had once longed for. However, as the voice had warned, this could also unleash tremendous calamity upon the world, causing untold suffering to countless innocent lives. Conversely, if they chose to leave the treasure behind, they would preserve the balance of the world. But would all their previous efforts then be rendered futile? "Captain, what shall we do?" One crew member could not help but inquire. Aiden remained silent for a considerable time before slowly articulating, "Throughout our journey, we have witnessed countless tragedies wrought by the insatiable thirst for power and wealth. Our pursuit of the great treasure was initially intended to seek a force capable of altering our destinies, yet it was never meant to bring calamity upon this world." The crew members, having listened to Aiden's words, nodded in agreement. "Then let us leave it here," remarked another crew member. "Indeed," Aiden replied, "though we relinquish the great treasure. The friendships, courage, and faith we have garnered throughout this endeavor are the true treasures. Moreover, we have lifted the curse of the mysterious waters, which is no small feat." Just as the group resolved to leave the great treasure behind, a deep and commanding voice resonated once more. "You have made a prudent choice. In truth, there are not merely two options, taking or leaving the great treasure. It possesses a hidden power, one that can disseminate its essence across the globe, allowing every individual to benefit without inciting discord or turmoil. Is that true? What must we do?" Aiden inquired with delight. "You need only place the two hearts of the ocean in designated positions upon the crystal column, and then collectively invoke the elemental forces to channel the power of the great treasure. It will automatically disperse in the manner predetermined," the voice elucidated. Upon hearing the call, Aiden and his crew sprang into action. Following the instructions of the voice, they positioned the two ocean hearts in the designated spots on the crystal pillar. Together, they channeled their elemental powers, gradually infusing the energy from within themselves into the crystal. In an instant, the brilliance of the grand treasure intensified, as if countless strands of energy danced within its radiant glow. As the crew's elemental energy flowed into the treasure, its power began to disperse gently, transforming into soft beams of light that soared across the globe. Once the full extent of the grand treasure's power had been released, the illumination within the crystal pillar gradually diminished, leaving the two ocean hearts still emanating a faint glimmer. "We have succeeded," exclaimed one of the crew members with enthusiasm. Aiden and his crew gazed at the fading crystal column, their hearts tinged with a hint of melancholy, yet predominantly filled with a sense of fulfillment and contentment. They recognized that they had made a judicious choice. Although they had not acquired the grand treasure, they had contributed to making the world a better place. "Let us embark. A new journey awaits us," Aiden said with a smile to his crew. Thus, the Aiden pirate crew, carrying that sense of fulfillment and contentment, departed from the treasury in the enigmatic island, continuing their voyage across the seas. They were unaware of the adventures that lay ahead. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they held on to their convictions and courage, they could surmount any obstacles that may arise. Despite the path ahead being fraught with uncertainty and peril, their faith stood unwavering, akin to an eternal lighthouse, guiding them courageously onward in their new quest. Chapter 41. The Path of Recruitment. The Aiden pirate crew, filled with a sense of fulfillment and contentment, continued their voyage across the vast expanse of the ocean. After departing from the mysterious island, they experienced a relatively tranquil journey. However, Aiden harbored new ambitions in his heart. Despite the crew's remarkable bravery during their previous adventures, Aiden was acutely aware that, in the face of the unpredictable seas that lay ahead and the formidable foes that might arise, the pirate crew needed to bolster their strength and recruit more capable companions. One day, their ship docked at a bustling port town. The town was alive with a constant flow of people, the shouts of vendors intertwined with the laughter of sailors. And the air was thick with the mingling scents of the sea and the smoke of cooking fires. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the bustling streets, and addressed his crew, saying, "Brothers, as we disembark this time, in addition to replenishing our supplies, let us also be vigilant for any suitable individuals who may join our pirate crew. Let us all remain attentive." The crew nodded in agreement and then disembarked in an orderly fashion, dispersing throughout the town. Aiden, accompanied by first mate Jack and several crew members, navigated through the bustling town. Their initial destination was the bustling supply market, where they procured an assortment of fresh provisions, beverages, and materials essential for repairing their vessel. Throughout the trading process, Aiden remained vigilant, attuned to the movements of those around him, hoping to catch sight of an unusual figure. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the town, a young man named Leon was drawing considerable attention. Tall and muscular, with a head of glossy black hair, he exuded an aura of vitality. Clad in somewhat tattered yet clean attire, he stood beside a makeshift arena, his gaze radiating an indomitable spirit. It transpired that a fighting competition was underway, offering a substantial prize to the victor. Driven by the urgency to raise enough funds for his ailing sister's treatment, Leon resolved to enter the contest. Having already triumphed over several opponents, he stood poised in the arena, awaiting his next challenger, his fists clenched and posture unwavering. He embodied a confidence that suggested victory was all but assured. After Aiden and his companions procured their supplies, they were drawn to the lively atmosphere of the arena, where they strolled over. Upon catching sight of Leon on the stage, Aiden felt a stir within him, from Leon's gaze and demeanor. He discerned the young man's extraordinary prowess and unwavering resolve. Just then, another challenger leaped onto the platform. This individual was imposing, with a rugged visage that suggested he was not to be trifled with. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he provocatively addressed Leon, saying, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get off now, lest I leave you unable to rise." Leon merely cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "Enough with the banter, let's get to it." As the match commenced, the burly man swung his powerful arms, lunging fiercely at Leon, his fists slicing through the air with an ominous whoosh, evidently intent on a swift victory through sheer brute force. However, Leon remained unflustered. He nimbly dodged the man's assault and swiftly countered with a precise strike to the challenger's abdomen. The man roared in pain and, in a fit of rage, turned to unleash an even more ferocious barrage of attacks. The two fighters exchanged blows on the stage, locked in a fierce contest. While the audience below erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement palpable as they rallied behind the combatants. Aiden meticulously observed every movement of Leon from the sidelines. He noted that Leon not only possessed exceptional combat skills but also demonstrated a remarkable ability to swiftly assess the situation during battle and respond with utmost appropriateness. This realization deepened Aiden's conviction that Leon was a person of great potential. At last, after an intense contest, Leon seized an opportunity with a magnificent spinning kick. He sent the burly opponent tumbling off the platform. The crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause. Standing on the stage, Leon breathed heavily, a victorious smile gracing his face. Just as he prepared to descend to claim his prize, Aiden sprang onto the stage. Leon paused momentarily, warily regarding Aiden, and inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Aiden smiled and said, "I am Aiden, the captain of the Aiden pirate crew. I watched your match and greatly admire your skill and determination. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our pirate crew. What do you say?" Leon, taken aback for a moment, hesitated before replying, "A pirate crew? I have never considered becoming a pirate. I merely wish to earn some money to help treat my sister's illness." Aiden nodded and said, "I understand your concerns. However, within our pirate crew, you will discover greater opportunities and wealth, and we hold our own beliefs and aspirations, not those of a ruthless pirate. We can embark on adventures across the seas together, seeking chances that can alter our fates. As for your sister, we can find ways to aid in her recovery." Upon hearing Aiden's words, Leon felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. He realized that given his current circumstances, accumulating enough money to fully heal his sister's illness seemed an elusive dream. Moreover, the notion of adventure and the prospect of changing one's destiny stirred something deep within him. As Leon grappled with his indecision, Aiden continued, "Take your time to ponder this. Our ship will remain in port for 2 days, during which you can approach me at any moment." With that, Aiden leaped down from the platform and departed with his crew. Leon watched Aiden's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. In another corner of the town, a woman named Ava had also captured the attention of the members of Aiden's pirate crew. Ava was a strikingly beautiful and enigmatic figure, with cascading crimson hair and eyes that sparkled with depth and vitality. Skilled in archery, she stood before a target range, demonstrating her remarkable prowess. With effortless grace, she drew her bowstring, and her arrows soared like shooting stars, striking the bullseye with precision. Gasps of admiration rippled through the onlookers. Tom, a member of the Aiden pirate crew, hurried back to report to Aiden after witnessing Ava's remarkable archery skills. Upon hearing the news, Aiden, accompanied by a few companions, made his way to the shooting range. Upon their arrival, they found Ava skillfully releasing another arrow, once more striking the bullseye. Unable to contain his admiration, Aiden clapped his hands in applause, exclaiming, "What exceptional archery!" Ava heard a sound and turned her gaze towards Aiden and the others, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Aiden stepped forward, introduced himself, and then clarified his intentions. Upon hearing this, Ava smiled gently and replied, "A pirate crew? I have no interest in that. I cherish living freely and do not wish to be bound by any team. Aiden, undeterred by Ava's refusal, remarked, I comprehend your perspective. However, our pirate crew is unlike any other. We pursue freedom and dreams, exploring the unknown seas in search of hidden treasures and powers. Moreover, with your exceptional archery skills, you could make a significant impact among us and witness a broader world. Ava pondered Aiden's words for a moment and replied, Allow me to reflect on this. Aiden nodded and said, Very well, our ship will remain at the harbor for 2 days. If you're interested, feel free to come find us. With that, Aiden and his crew continued their search for suitable candidates elsewhere. Thus, the first day passed, as the Aiden pirate crew roamed the town, inquiring and observing, discovering several individuals with potential. However, like Leon and Eva, most harbored varying degrees of apprehension about joining the pirate crew. On the following day, Aiden arrived at the port early, still hopeful that a few would be willing to join them. After a night of contemplation, Leon had reached a decision and arrived at the port, seeking out Aiden. Aiden gazed at Leon, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes, and inquired, What have you decided? Leon replied resolutely, I have made up my mind to join your pirate crew. I wish to secure better treatment options for my sister, and I also seek to explore the vast ocean in pursuit of opportunities that could alter our fates. Aiden joyfully patted Leon on the shoulder and said, Excellent. Welcome aboard. I am confident that you will make a significant contribution to our pirate crew. At that moment, Ava arrived at the port. She gazed at Aiden and Leon and remarked, I have come to a realization as well. Since I am in pursuit of freedom and dreams, joining your pirate crew may indeed be a splendid choice. Aiden was overjoyed and exclaimed, Wonderful. Welcome, Ava. Thus, the Aiden pirate crew successfully recruited Leon and Ava in this quaint port town. Although their numbers were few, Aiden was confident that their inclusion would infuse the crew with renewed vigor and strength. Chapter 42. A new journey after successfully recruiting Leon and Ava. The Aiden pirate crew was invigorated. With their new members aboard, they set sail once more, venturing into the uncharted sea. On the ship, Aiden introduced Leon and Ava to the other crew members, who warmly welcomed the two new companions. As the vessel navigated the waters, Aiden began to contemplate their next course of action. They needed to seek out more treasures and resources to enhance the strength and influence of their pirate crew. After considerable discussion, they resolved to head towards the legendary Ghost Island. It was said that this island concealed countless treasures and mysterious powers. Yet it was fraught with various dangers and challenges. As the journey unfolded, Leon and Ava gradually acclimated to the life of piracy. Leon, with his exceptional combat skills, quickly distinguished himself in training, becoming a formidable warrior within the crew. Meanwhile, Ava's archery prowess left everyone in awe. Her precise shots provided substantial support for the crew's ranged attacks. After several days at sea, the Aiden pirate crew finally approached Ghost Island. In the distance, the island was shrouded in a veil of mysterious fog, evoking a sense of dread. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, his expression grave as he warned, Everyone must be cautious. This island is rife with unknown perils, and we must remain vigilant. The crew members nodded in agreement, preparing themselves for battle. As the ship drew near to the island, a sudden flurry of enormous monstrous birds erupted from the fog, launching a fierce assault on the pirate vessel. Without hesitation, Leon surged forward, fist raised, engaging in a fierce battle with the monstrous birds. His strength and bravery inspired the other crew members, who joined the fray, wielding their weapons to fend off the avian attackers. Ava stood at the ship's railing, calmly drawing her bowstring, unleashing arrows that streaked through the air like meteors, striking the creatures with pinpoint accuracy. Just as they believed they were on the verge of repelling the monstrous birds, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. From the depths of the sea, several colossal octopuses surged forth, their tentacles ensnaring the ship and shaking it violently. Many crew members struggled to maintain their footing, toppling to the deck. The tentacles were lined with sharp suckers, and once ensnared, skin would be lacerated, blood flowing freely. Upon witnessing the chaos, Aiden shouted, We must first deal with these octopuses, or the ship will be overturned. The crew promptly adjusted their strategy. Some continued to combat the monstrous birds above, while others seized their weapons to strike at the tentacles of the octopuses. Seizing the moment, Leon ascended along one of the octopus's tentacles, aiming to deliver a direct blow to its head. However, just as he was nearing his target, the octopus suddenly expelled a jet of black ink, plunging Leon into darkness and causing him to lose his balance, plummeting straight towards the sea. Fortunately, the crew below swiftly tossed a rope, rescuing him from his descent. Ava, while skillfully shooting at the monstrous birds, remained vigilant to the movements of the octopus. She discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be a vulnerable point. With her exceptional archery skills, she unleashed several arrows, striking one of the octopus's eyes with precision despite the tumultuous rocking of the ship. The octopus, in agony, released some of its tentacles, and the ship's swaying eased slightly. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately repelled the assaults of both the monstrous birds and the octopus. The vessel safely docked at the shores of Ghost Island. Aiden led the crew cautiously onto the enigmatic island, where the landscape was bizarre, adorned with oddly shaped rocks and dense forests. As they explored the island, they soon stumbled upon an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood resolutely shut, enveloped in an air of mystery. Aiden and his companions endeavored to push the door open, but it remained unfaltering despite their efforts. Just as despair began to settle in, Ava suddenly noticed a mechanism on the door. She meticulously examined its structure and deftly shot an arrow at the critical component of the mechanism. With a resounding click, the door creaked open. The group stepped into the castle, which was shrouded in darkness. They ignited torches and proceeded cautiously. The castle was fraught with traps and riddles, where a moment's inattention could lead to peril. Nevertheless, the members of Aiden's pirate crew were undeterred by these challenges. They collaborated seamlessly to unravel one trap and puzzle after another. Deep within the castle, they finally discovered a vast treasure chamber. The room brimmed with gold, silver, and various precious artifacts, igniting their excitement. However, just as they prepared to transport the treasure, an unforeseen situation arose. Numerous mechanical arms suddenly emerged from the surrounding walls of the treasure chamber, adeptly maneuvering and equipped with an array of weapons, some wielding sharp blades, others capable of launching energy projectiles. They launched an assault on the members of Aiden's pirate crew. Aiden shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. These mechanical arms are formidable adversaries." The crew swiftly dispersed, seeking refuge. Leveraging his agile physique, Leon navigated through the intervals of the mechanical arms assaults, endeavoring to approach and dismantle their joint mechanisms, thereby incapacitating their mobility. Ava deftly utilized the stone pillars and other obstacles within the castle as cover, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of arrows in an attempt to sever the weaponry affixed to the mechanical arm or strike its vital connection points. Just as the standoff between the group and the mechanical arm reached a critical point, Aiden discerned a control console nestled in the corner of the treasure chamber. He surmised that the mechanism regulating these mechanical arms might be located there. Undeterred by the imminent threat of attack, he courageously surged towards the console. Just as Aiden was nearing his destination, one of the mechanical arms abruptly altered its trajectory, lunging directly at him. In that pivotal moment, Leon leapt forward, shielding Aiden from the lethal assault with his own body, sustaining injuries and collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden rushed to the control console, swiftly navigating the mechanical apparatus with his acquired knowledge. After a series of intricate maneuvers, he successfully disabled the power systems of the robotic arms, bringing their aggression to an abrupt halt. With a sense of accomplishment, the Aiden pirate crew departed from Ghost Island. Their vessel sailed through the tumultuous seas, continuing their adventurous journey. In the days that followed, they encountered a myriad of challenges and adversities, yet, fortified by their collective strength and courage, they consistently turned peril into safety. As time progressed, the renown of the Aiden pirate crew grew ever more prominent, drawing in formidable individuals to join their ranks. Their camaraderie expanded, and their prowess intensified. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, the saga of the Aiden pirate crew persists as they endeavor to explore the unknown, seeking greater treasures and power, driven by their aspirations and convictions. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Visitor. After the Aiden pirate crew returned triumphantly from Ghost Island, they continued their voyage upon the vast ocean. While reveling in the joy of their victory, they remained vigilant against the new challenges that could arise at any moment. Their vessel was now sailing towards an uncharted expanse of sea, rumored to conceal even more undiscovered secrets and treasures. On board, Leon's injuries had gradually healed after a period of recuperation. He had become more resolute, setting higher expectations for his own abilities. Ava continued her daily practice of archery, her skills becoming increasingly exquisite, each arrow seemingly capable of piercing the very air. Aiden, on the other hand, was preoccupied with organizing the treasures brought back from Ghost Island, contemplating how to leverage these resources to further enhance the strength of their pirate crew. On this particular day, the sun shone brilliantly, and the sea sparkled with glimmers of light. The crew members busied themselves on the deck, while others engaged in leisurely conversation. Suddenly, a lookout from the crow's nest shouted, A peculiar ship approaches from the horizon. Aiden and the others immediately became vigilant and hurried to the bow of the ship. In the distance, they beheld a black vessel swiftly approaching them, its sails devoid of any insignia, exuding an air of enigma. Aiden furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This vessel bears unclear intentions and may be hostile." The crew promptly armed themselves, readying for confrontation. As the ominous black ship drew nearer, members of the Aiden pirates discerned a group of individuals clad in dark robes upon its deck, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their features indistinguishable. Upon the ship's arrival alongside the Aiden pirates, a tall figure in a black cloak emerged and intoned in a deep voice, "Aiden pirates. Our master wishes to meet with you." Aiden inquired with a sense of confusion, "Who is your master? Why do they wish to see us?" The figure cloaked in black offered no response, merely reiterating, "Follow us, and you shall find out." Aiden exchanged glances with the other members, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. Yet, they understood that if their adversaries intended to strike, evasion would be futile. Thus, Aiden resolved to accompany the cloaked figures to meet their master, seeking to uncover the truth of the matter. Ava and Leon also expressed their willingness to accompany them, while the other crew members remained aboard the ship, ever ready to provide support. The cloaked figure led Aiden and the others onto their vessel, which then set sail towards a mysterious destination. Throughout the journey, the cloaked figure remained silent, creating an atmosphere of profound tension. Aiden endeavored to extract some information from them, yet his efforts proved futile. After a period of navigation, they arrived at a secluded island. Upon this island stood a grand estate, enveloped by dense woodlands. The cloaked figures led Aiden and his companions into the manor, where they entered a grand hall. Seated within was a portly man, his face adorned with a smile, yet a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes. Upon noticing Aiden and his party, the man cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome, Aiden pirate crew. I am the master of this abode. You may call me Baron." Aiden warily regarded Baron and inquired, "What brings you to us?" Baron chuckled softly and replied, "I have heard that you discovered a considerable amount of treasure on Ghost Island. I find myself quite intrigued by those riches. I am willing to offer a handsome price for your treasures. What are your thoughts on this?" Aiden scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "Our treasure has been earned through toil and sacrifice. We shall not part with it so easily." Baron's expression shifted slightly, yet he swiftly regained his composure and replied, "There is no need to be so hasty in your refusal. I can offer you various other advantages, such as intelligence, weaponry, or anything else you might desire." Aiden fell silent for a moment before declaring, "We have no need for your possessions. We merely wish to explore this vast sea freely." Observing Aiden's resolute demeanor, a flicker of malice crossed Baron's gaze. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, a contingent of fully armed soldiers emerged, encircling Aiden and his companions. With a cold smirk, Baron proclaimed, "Since you refuse the gracious offer, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. Seize their treasures." The soldiers surged towards Aiden and his group, and the battle was poised to erupt. Aiden shouted urgently, "Everyone, be cautious." Leon and Ava immediately assumed battle stances. Leon brandished his fists, charging toward the soldiers with formidable might. Each devastating punch sent adversaries flying through the air. Ava incessantly loosed her arrows, striking the soldiers with unerring precision at their vital points. Aiden, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his formidable presence, sending the approaching soldiers sprawling. However, the sheer number of soldiers, coupled with their rigorous training, posed a significant challenge. The members of the Aiden pirate crew gradually found themselves ensnared in a predicament. At that moment, Aiden suddenly discovered a mechanism within the hall. An idea sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed to Leon and Ava, "Follow me." The three of them hurried towards the direction of the mechanism. Baron, witnessing their actions, was taken aback and urgently shouted, "Stop them." However, it was too late. Aiden and his companions successfully activated the mechanism. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall as concealed doors in the walls swung open, unleashing a horde of mechanical puppets. These formidable automatons, upon entering the fray, swiftly turned the tide of battle. The members of the Aiden pirate crew seized the opportunity to break free, dashing out of the hall. Upon witnessing their escape, Baron was consumed by fury. He commanded his soldiers to pursue relentlessly, yet Aiden and his companions had already swiftly departed the estate, returning to their ship. Once aboard, a sigh of relief escaped Aiden and his crew. They were acutely aware that Baron represented a formidable adversary, and they might encounter further troubles in the future. This incident had forged a stronger bond among the members of the Aiden pirate crew. They resolved to press onward, in search of greater treasures and power to enhance their capabilities. In the days that followed, they faced a myriad of challenges and hardships. At times, it was the wrath of inclement weather. At others, it was assaults from rival pirate crews, yet they never faltered. One day, they arrived at a mysterious sea. The waters here exhibited an eerie shade of purple, enveloped in a delicate veil of mist. Aiden gazed upon the expanse of the sea, his heart brimming with curiosity. He resolved to lead his crew into the depths of this mysterious waterscape, eager to uncover the secrets it held. As their vessel ventured further, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Strange bubbles intermittently surfaced in the water, as if something lurked beneath the depths. The crew felt a palpable tension. Yet Aiden urged them not to succumb to fear, but to press onward. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool emerged before them, its immense force relentlessly drawing their ship into its swirling embrace. Aiden hastily commanded the crew to alter their course, striving to evade the vortex. However, the gravitational pull of the whirlpool was insurmountable, rendering their vessel incapable of breaking free. Just as despair began to envelop them, Ava suddenly spotted a colossal reef adjacent to the vortex. An idea sparked in her mind, and she exclaimed to Aiden, "We can utilize that reef to extricate ourselves from the clutches of the whirlpool." Aiden, upon hearing her words, immediately grasped her intent. He commanded the crew to steer the vessel closer to the reef and then secured it with ropes. After considerable effort, they finally liberated themselves from the pull of the whirlpool. Once the ship stabilized, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. At that moment, they noticed a floating island emerging on the surface of the sea not far away. The island shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, as if beckoning them forth. Aiden and his companions resolved to ascend the island to uncover what lay upon its shores. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to discover an ancient ruin. The site was adorned with colossal stone columns and enigmatic patterns, seemingly narrating tales of a bygone era. Aiden and his companions cautiously explored the ruins when they unexpectedly stumbled upon an ancient tome. This book contained accounts of a formidable power, said to grant its possessor invincible strength. Aiden and his companions were filled with exhilaration as they resolved to seek out this extraordinary power. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered the source of this power, a colossal crystal orb. The orb contained immense energy, yet as Aiden and his companions endeavored to approach it, they were thwarted by a formidable force. Ava meticulously observed the surroundings of the crystal ball and discovered several peculiar symbols. She surmised that these symbols might hold the key to unlocking the power of the crystal ball. Consequently, she, along with Aiden and Leon, delved into the study of these symbols, endeavoring to uncover a method to unleash the crystal ball's potential. After several days and nights of relentless effort, they finally unraveled the secrets of the crystal ball. A powerful radiance emanated from within, enveloping them in its luminous embrace. Aiden and his companions felt an immense surge of power coursing through their bodies, greatly enhancing their abilities. With their newfound strength, the Aiden pirates departed from the floating island. Their vessel bravely navigated the tumultuous sea, embarking on their adventurous journey. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with confidence, convinced that they could forge their own legend across this vast ocean. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had already attracted the attention of formidable forces. These entities coveted both their strength and treasures, and a far greater storm was on the horizon. Chapter 44: The Fierce Battle of the Tempest. The ship of the Aiden pirate crew surged through the waves of the sea. Though the crew was brimming with confidence due to their newfound powers, they were acutely aware of the impending storm that loomed ominously on the horizon. On this day, the sky gradually darkened, and the once tranquil waters swelled with towering waves, as if the ocean itself was issuing a forewarning for the imminent battle. Aiden stood at the prow of the ship, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the distant horizon as an overwhelming sense of unease swelled within his heart. Suddenly, a lookout atop the mast cried out in a voice hoarse with urgency, "Captain, a vast armada of enemy vessels approaches from astern, swiftly encircling us." Aiden's heart tightened as he grasped the telescope, gazing intently at the menacing enemy ships that loomed before him. Their towering sails billowed ominously, adorned with a myriad of flags, clearly indicating a coalition of diverse factions united against them. "All crew members, prepare for battle," he commanded, sensing that this encounter would be a fierce struggle. The atmosphere grew charged with determination as everyone steeled themselves for the impending confrontation. Aiden shouted with fervor, his voice cutting through the howling sea winds with remarkable clarity. The crew sprang into action, gripping their weapons tightly, determination etched in their eyes. Leon stretched his limbs, his fist cracking ominously, while Ava tightened her grip on her bow, her gaze piercing. The enemy ships quickly encircled them, and the first to strike was a warship adorned with the visage of a ferocious sea beast at its prow. Its cannons roared in unison, and shells screeched towards Aiden's pirate vessel. In an instant, Towering columns of water erupted around them, and the ship began to sway violently. Counterattack! Let them not underestimate us! Aiden roared fiercely. The cannons aboard the ship immediately retaliated, their thunderous blasts echoing across the waters, as smoke billowed across the sea. Ava steadied herself on the swaying vessel, waiting for the opportune moment before releasing her arrow, which soared through the air like a shooting star, striking the enemy ship's gunner with remarkable accuracy, causing several adversaries to fall. Meanwhile, Leon targeted a nearby enemy vessel, using a rope to propel himself aboard. As he landed on the enemy ship, he resembled a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches in close combat, each blow delivering tremendous force that sent foes reeling. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and their coordination impeccable as multiple enemy ships advanced relentlessly, launching fierce assaults from all directions. The Aiden pirate crew found themselves increasingly beleaguered, with numerous crew members wounded and fallen. Yet, there was not the slightest hint of retreat among them. They continued to resist with unwavering tenacity. At that moment, a magnificent ship adorned with opulence emerged from the enemy ranks. At the bow stood a man clad in splendid attire, who proclaimed loudly, "Aiden, surrender your treasures and that newfound power, or today shall mark the end of your days." Aiden responded with a cold sneer, "Do not even think about it. If you have the capability, come and take it." At that moment, the man waved his hand, and a group of warriors clad in peculiar armor, wielding sharp blades, leaped from the ship onto the vessel of the Aiden pirate crew. These warriors moved with remarkable agility, launching fierce assaults the moment they touched down. Their blades gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, effortlessly breaching the crew's defenses, and blood splattered across the deck. Observing this, Leon turned and charged towards the warriors, engaging in a direct confrontation with one of the towering fighters. The clash of fists and blades ignited sparks as they collided repeatedly. Utilizing his formidable strength and nimble movements, Leon battled fiercely, neither side yielding an inch. Ava continuously shifted her position, searching for the optimal angle to shoot. Arrows flew in succession, aiming to disrupt the rhythm of the warrior's assault and provide support for Leon. Aiden focused his mind, channeling the newly acquired power within him. A soft glow enveloped his form, and with a swift motion of his hands, a wave of energy surged forth, radiating towards the surrounding enemy vessels. Wherever this wave traveled, the enemy ships trembled violently, causing some adversaries to lose their footing and fall to the ground, momentarily hindering their assaults. However, the onslaught from the enemy did not wane. The man adorned in resplendent attire issued another command, prompting several enemy ships to encircle from the flanks. Simultaneously, a contingent of foes mounted on flying beasts descended from the sky. These assailants, riding their ferocious mounts, dove towards Aiden's pirate crew, wielding weapons that either unleashed beams of energy or hurled chains enveloped in flames, posing an immense threat to the ships and their crew. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew, while evading aerial assaults, also had to fend off attacks from enemy ships surrounding them, rendering the situation increasingly perilous. Ava, while evading attacks, diligently aimed at the enemies soaring above. However, the flying beasts moved with such swiftness that her arrows struggled to find their mark. Meanwhile, Leon found himself increasingly challenged in his duel with the formidable warrior, as the opponent's blade came perilously close to inflicting harm on him several times. Just as a sense of despair began to envelop them, Aiden suddenly discerned that the foes mounted on flying creatures appeared to be following the commands of an individual adorned with a distinctive helmet. He contemplated that if they could eliminate this commander, they might disrupt the rhythm of the aerial assault. Aiden shouted to Leon and Ava, "Hold your ground for now. I shall confront the commander in the sky." With that, he swung upwards using the ropes, and with a determined leap, soared into the air. Aiden, harnessing his innate strength and newfound energy, deftly maneuvered through the air, propelling himself towards the individual adorned with a peculiar helmet. Meanwhile, Leon and Ava fought valiantly against their adversaries. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Leon delivered a powerful blow that sent the formidable warrior staggering backward. He then pivoted to assist his fellow crew members in fending off the encroaching enemy vessels from the flanks. Ava, with her exceptional archery skills, finally struck the wing of a flying beast. The creature let out a mournful cry as it and its rider plummeted into the sea. Aiden drew closer to the commander in the skies, who discerned his intentions and commanded the flying beasts to launch an assault against him. Aiden deftly evaded his adversaries, conjuring a luminous sword in his grasp, engaging in an intense aerial duel. The clash of his blade against the enemy's weapon resonated with a crisp sound, each collision accompanied by a surge of energy. While Aiden battled the aerial commander, Below on the battlefield, the crew of the Aiden pirates continued to endure their trials. The assaults from the enemy vessels intensified, leaving their ship severely damaged, with the mast swaying precariously and seawater incessantly flooding the cabin. Yet, the crew remained undaunted, collaborating seamlessly, using their bodies to shield against the enemy onslaught, thereby granting their comrades opportunities to retaliate. After a grueling struggle, Aiden finally discerned a vulnerability in the commander's defenses. Seizing the moment, he thrust his radiant sword forcefully toward the foe's helmet. With a resounding impact, the commander was struck by Aiden's blade. Plummeting from the back of the flying beast, the aerial adversaries, now leaderless, were thrown into disarray, their attacks becoming chaotic and uncoordinated. The crew of the Aiden pirate group seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, focusing their fire on the enemies in the sky, successfully bringing many of them crashing into the sea. Meanwhile, on the ground battlefield, Leon led his comrades in a fierce retaliation. He resembled an enraged lion, as his fist struck down foes with relentless force. Ava relentlessly released her arrows, striking the enemy's vital points with precision. Through the collective efforts of all, the adversaries began to retreat in disarray. One by one, the enemy ships, sensing the imminent peril, turned and fled. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew gazed at the fleeing adversaries, erupting in triumphant cheers. Yet, Aiden understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. The forthcoming adventures remained fraught with unknown challenges and formidable foes. Their vessel continued to sail across the vast ocean, carrying the joy of this triumph and an unwavering belief in the future, bracing themselves for the impending storm. Chapter 45, The Calm After the Storm and New Challenges. After successfully repelling the assault of the Allied forces, the crew of the Aiden pirates lay exhausted on the deck, breathing heavily. Though their vessel had sustained considerable damage during the skirmish, it remained capable of navigating the seas. Aiden stood at the bow, gazing at the retreating enemy ships, his vigilance unwavering. Following a flurry of urgent repairs, the ship's essential navigational functions were temporarily restored. Ava and Leon, after the battle concluded, began assisting their fellow crew members and tending to the wounded. With her exceptional medical skills, Ava bandaged the injuries of her comrades, applying herbal remedies. Leon aided in transporting supplies, preparing food and water to replenish their strength. Amidst the flurry of activity, twilight gradually descended. The winds and waves upon the sea began to calm, and a luminous moon ascended in the sky, casting a gentle glow. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing up at the starry expanse, his mind swirling with thoughts. Although they had emerged victorious from this confrontation, he was acutely aware that their journey of adventure had just commenced, and numerous challenges awaited them in the future. The following morning, sunlight bathed the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. After a night of rest, the crew's spirits had notably revived. Aiden gathered everyone on the deck to reflect on the experiences and lessons learned from the recent battle. Brothers, while we have triumphed in this engagement, we must not grow complacent. The enemy is numerous and operates in concert. Our vulnerabilities were laid bare during the conflict, such as the inadequacy of our defenses and the need for improved coordination in our attacks, Aiden stated solemnly. The crew nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Leon stepped forward and suggested, "Captain, I believe we should enhance our training to elevate our combat abilities and foster better teamwork." Ava concurred, stating, "Indeed. We require additional weaponry and equipment to secure an advantage in battle." Aiden listened attentively to the suggestions of his crew, nodding thoughtfully in agreement. He resolved that in the forthcoming period, he would anchor their vessel at a nearby island to facilitate rest and resupply, while also allowing the crew to undergo training to enhance their skills. After several days of navigation, they finally stumbled upon an ideal island for anchorage. This verdant isle was abundant with lush trees, ample freshwater, and a wealth of food resources. The ship of Aiden's pirate crew gradually approached the shore, dropping anchor to secure their position. The crew members, brimming with anticipation, eagerly leapt from the vessel to commence their exploration of the island. Ava discovered a collection of precious herbs on the island, her excitement palpable as she gathered them with the intention of crafting more medicinal concoctions. Meanwhile, Leon, accompanied by several crew members, scoured the island in search of materials suitable for weaponry. Aiden, on the other hand, led a few crew members in pursuit of potential trade partners, hoping to exchange for essential supplies. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a quaint village. The villagers lived a serene existence, their curiosity mingled with a hint of caution at the arrival of Aiden's pirate crew. Aiden conveyed his intentions to the villagers, expressing a desire to engage in trade. After some deliberation, the villagers ultimately agreed to enter into a transaction with them. The Aiden pirate crew exchanged some of the treasures they plundered from the seas for a substantial supply of food, fresh water, and weaponry. During the course of this transaction, Aiden gleaned significant information from the villagers. It was said that not far from there, in a certain maritime expanse, a mysterious vessel had appeared, laden with precious treasures, yet guarded by formidable protectors. Upon hearing the news, Aiden felt a stirring within his heart. He recognized that this could be a rare opportunity. Should they acquire the treasures aboard that ship, their strength would be significantly augmented. Thus, he resolved to lead his crew to the waters in search of the enigmatic vessel. On the eve of their departure, Aiden sat alone by the sea, contemplating the path that lay ahead. He was acutely aware that this adventure was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet he firmly believed that if they united in purpose, they could undoubtedly surmount any obstacles and realize their dreams. At dawn the following day, Aiden's pirate ship set sail once more, heading towards the mysterious waters. The tumultuous waves continued to crash upon the surface, yet the hearts of the crew were brimming with anticipation and courage. They held fast to the conviction that, amidst the vast ocean, they would forge a legend of their own. After several days of navigating the seas, they finally approached the fabled waters. The conditions here were exceedingly treacherous, with hidden reefs and surging waves. Aiden meticulously commanded the ship, steering clear of perilous zones. Suddenly, a crew member atop the lookout cried out, "Captain, I have spotted the mysterious vessel." Aiden raised the telescope to his eyes, and before him, on the horizon, a colossal vessel emerged, shrouded in an enigmatic haze. Its hull was a deep obsidian, adorned with intricate symbols and patterns that exuded an aura of mystery. All crew members, prepare for battle, Aiden bellowed. The crew sprang into action, seizing their weapons and bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. As the ship drew nearer, they discerned a formidable assembly of guardians encircling the mysterious craft. These towering sentinels wielded sharp blades, their eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "Charge," Aiden commanded. As the ship surged forward towards the enigmatic vessel, the guardians, alerted to their approach, unleashed a roar of fury and charged towards them. Ava stood at the bow of the ship, drawing her bowstring and releasing arrows that soared like meteors towards the guardians. Lion, meanwhile, swung his fists. Engaging in close combat with the advancing guardians, Aiden summoned the power within him to unleash formidable attacks. Amidst the fierce battle, the crew of the Aiden pirates gradually gained the upper hand. Their relentless assaults forced the guardians to retreat, many of whom were injured and fell. Just as they were about to board the mysterious vessel, an overwhelming force suddenly emanated from the ship. A colossal figure slowly rose from the deck, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, obscuring its features yet instilling an immense sense of dread. What manner of creature is this? The crew gasped in alarm. Aiden fixed his gaze intently upon the shadowy figure, a profound sense of peril surging within him. He understood that this would be the most formidable adversary they had ever encountered. "Everyone, be cautious. This foe is not to be trifled with," Aiden called out emphatically. The figure emitted a low, menacing growl and surged toward Aiden's pirate ship with astonishing speed, reaching its zenith above them in an instant. In a desperate bid to thwart the impending assault, Aiden unleashed a wave of energy. Yet, the overwhelming force effortlessly breached his defenses, crashing down upon the crew. They scrambled to evade the onslaught, but several were struck, collapsing in pain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Aiden resolved to take matters into his own hands. He leaped forward, charging at the figure with determination. In midair, Aiden engaged in a fierce confrontation with the shadowy entity. His fists collided with its assaults, reverberating with thunderous sounds. Below, Ava and Leon relentlessly attacked the figure, striving to provide Aiden with support. After an arduous struggle, Aiden finally discerned the figure's vulnerability. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he executed a powerful blow that struck the figure with devastating force. The entity let out a cry of anguish before plummeting into the sea. The crew of the Aiden pirate group seized the opportunity to board the enigmatic vessel. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an abundance of treasures, which were heaped high and radiated a dazzling brilliance. The crew erupted in jubilant cheers, their efforts finally rewarded. However, Aiden remained impervious to the intoxication of victory. He understood that while this adventure had proven successful, it had also attracted the gaze of many others. The road ahead remained long, and they needed to continually enhance their prowess to survive in these perilous seas. The Aiden pirate crew's vessel, laden with an abundance of treasure, departed from that enigmatic sea. They sailed forth into the horizon, poised to embrace the forthcoming challenges. Chapter 46, A New Journey and Unforeseen Trials. The Aiden pirate crew. Having acquired the treasure of a mysterious vessel, embarked on a new journey. Sunlight bathed the deck of the ship sailing upon the vast ocean, as if celebrating their triumph. Yet, the faces of the crew bore little semblance of ease. They all understood that even greater challenges lay ahead. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, clutching an ancient map discovered aboard a mysterious vessel. The map was adorned with peculiar symbols and routes, seemingly leading to an enigmatic destination. Aiden examined it closely, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Captain, this map appears rather unusual. Shall we truly follow its guidance to embark on an exploration?" Ava softly inquired as she approached Aiden's side. Aiden nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "This may very well be an opportunity, having acquired it. We must not squander this chance for exploration. I firmly believe that the mysterious location harbors even more treasures and secrets." Leon approached as well, his expression resolute, stating, "The captain speaks wisely. We must not shy away from challenges. Following our last battle, our strength has undoubtedly improved, enabling us to confront any difficulties that may arise." Upon hearing the words of her companions, Ava felt her worries dissipate and gazed toward the distant horizon, stating, "Very well, since you are all resolute in your decision, I shall lend my full support." Thus, the Aiden pirate crew set forth, guided by the map, toward the mysterious land. Their journey was fraught with challenges. They encountered treacherous weather, with fierce gales and torrential rains causing the vessel to sway perilously, as if it might splinter at any moment. At times, they faced ferocious sea creatures, eager to assail the ship and seize their treasure. Yet, the crew stood undaunted, overcoming obstacles time and again with their unwavering resolve and exceptional combat prowess. After several days of navigation, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. Before them lay an enigmatic sea enveloped in a thin veil of mist, obscuring the path ahead and rendering it indistinct. Aiden cautiously directed the ship, gradually entering this mysterious expanse. "Everyone, be vigilant. The circumstances here are unusual and may harbor danger," Aiden cautioned. The crew promptly armed themselves, alertly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal island emerged ahead, shrouded in swirling clouds, as if concealing countless secrets. "Is that our destination?" Ava inquired. Aiden nodded. "It is highly probable. Let us approach for a closer inspection." As the vessel neared the island, they discovered a colossal cave. The entrance of the cave was adorned with peculiar symbols, evoking a sense of foreboding. The cave appeared perilous. "Should we truly venture inside?" a crew member inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Aiden glanced at everyone and declared, "Having come this far, we cannot simply abandon our quest. I will lead a small group into the cave to explore, while the rest of you remain on the ship on standby. Should we encounter any danger, we will signal for your immediate assistance." With that, Aiden selected Leon and a few brave crew members to accompany him into the cave. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with a pungent odor permeating the air. They held torches, proceeding cautiously as the flickering flames illuminated their path. After traversing a short distance, they beheld numerous peculiar murals adorning the cave walls. These ancient depictions seemed to narrate a mysterious tale from a bygone era. Aiden studied them intently, seeking any valuable information that might be concealed within. The antiquity of these murals suggested a potential connection to the secrets of the island, Aiden remarked, just as they were engrossed in examining the artwork. An ominous growl echoed from the depths of the cave, sending chills down their spines. "What was that sound?" Leon asked, his voice laced with caution. Aiden furrowed his brow and said, "I am uncertain. Tread carefully and proceed." They ventured toward the source of the sound, uncovering a vast cavern ahead. Within the cave flickered an eerie luminescence, revealing a colossal creature sprawled upon the ground, in slumber. The beast was immense, resembling a gigantic lizard, its body adorned with formidable scales. "What manner of creature is this?" a crew member inquired, his voice laced with terror. Aiden spoke calmly. "Regardless of the nature of this creature, we must not falter. Prepare for battle." The monster seemed to sense their presence, gradually opening its eyes, which glimmered with a menacing red light. Filled with hostility, it let out a fierce roar and charged towards them. Aiden and Leon immediately plunged into battle. Aiden unleashed a formidable wave of energy, aiming to strike at the monster's vital points. Leon swung his fists, engaging in close combat with the beast. The other crew members also armed themselves, launching their assaults against the creature. The monster, however, possessed immense strength, its scales impenetrably tough, capable of withstanding most attacks. Its tail and claws were exceptionally sharp, easily inflicting wounds upon the crew. Amidst the chaos, several crew members were unfortunately injured, yet they continued to resist with unwavering determination. This cannot continue. We must identify the creature's weakness, Aiden proclaimed. After careful observation, he discerned that the monster's eyes were its Achilles heel. Thus, he focused his energy and unleashed a powerful wave directed at the monster's eyes. The creature was struck and let out a pained roar. Seizing the opportunity, Leon charged forward and delivered a devastating blow to the monster's eye. The monster, severely injured, lost its fighting spirit and collapsed to the ground, struggling in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a final assault, ultimately vanquishing the monstrous foe. Within the cavern of the beast, they uncovered a trove of precious treasures and an ancient tome. This book contained secrets of the island and knowledge of formidable powers. It appeared their efforts had yielded significant rewards. Aiden gazed upon the treasures and tome with a satisfied smile. They returned to their ship, and the crew rejoiced at their safe return. Aiden translated the contents of the book for all to hear, revealing that this island was once the site of an ancient civilization, concealing a potent force. "This is our opportunity. We must harness this power," Aiden declared. The crew wholeheartedly agreed, deciding to linger on the island for a time to study the tome and seek ways to master its power. In the ensuing days, they diligently researched and practiced. Ava utilized her intellect to help the crew comprehend the book's contents, while Leon led the crew in physical training to enhance their combat abilities. After a period of relentless effort, they finally discerned the means to awaken this power, which required a special ritual and consumed vast amounts of energy. Aiden resolved to undertake the endeavor himself. On a night illuminated by a full moon, Aiden performed the ritual as instructed in the book. The ceremony was completed successfully, and Aiden activated the power. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, as though he could command the very world itself. "I have succeeded," Aiden exclaimed with exhilaration. The crew shared in his joy, knowing that the strength of Aiden's pirate crew had ascended to new heights. However, they were unaware that the activation of this power had drawn the attention of others. In a distant sea, a mysterious organization was closely monitoring Aiden's crew. The leader of this organization was a nefarious man, yearning to seize this formidable power and dominate the ocean. Upon learning that Aiden's crew had activated the power, he immediately resolved to dispatch his subordinates to seize it. At last, the opportunity one have awaited. "With this power, I shall reign supreme over these waters," the wicked leader cackled. Shortly thereafter, the ships of the mysterious organization appeared near Aiden's crew. The crew, upon noticing the approaching enemies, swiftly entered a state of readiness for battle. "Everyone, be cautious. These foes may prove exceptionally formidable," Aiden warned. As the adversaries' vessels drew near, a cadre of individuals clad in black robes descended from the ships, brandishing an array of peculiar weapons, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. "Surrender your power, or you shall perish here," one of the robed figures intoned menacingly. Aiden let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "If you seek our power, let us see if you possess the capability." The battle was imminent, as the crew of the Aiden pirate group clashed fiercely with members of the enigmatic organization. The adversaries wielded formidable strength, their weapons unleashing immense energy, placing considerable pressure on Aiden's crew. However, the crew did not waver, united by camaraderie and courage. They mounted a tenacious resistance against their foes. Aiden unleashed his newly acquired powers, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the leader of the mysterious organization. The intensity of their battle was palpable, with energy collisions warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Aiden realized that the leader possessed overwhelming strength, surpassing even his own. "Who are you, and why do you seek to seize our power?" Aiden demanded. The leader smirked, responding, "I am the sovereign of these seas. Your power was destined to belong to me. Once I obtain it, I shall reign over the entire world." Aiden, filled with fury upon hearing his words, resolved to protect his comrades and powers at all costs. He summoned all his strength to engage in a final confrontation with the leader. As the fierce battle raged on, Aiden gradually gained the upper hand. His strikes forced the leader to retreat, inflicting considerable wounds upon him. Yet, the leader did not surrender. He continued to seek an opportunity to retaliate. At that moment, Eva discerned a flaw in the leader's defense. Without hesitation, she loosed an arrow that struck true, piercing the leader's vital point. The leader fell to the ground in agony, rendered incapable of further combat. Witnessing their leader's injury, the members of the mysterious organization lost their resolve. Seizing the moment, the crew of the Aiden pirates launched a counterattack, overwhelming the members of the mysterious organization. Once the battle concluded, the crew exhaled a collective sigh of relief. They understood that this victory was hard-won, yet it fortified their convictions. "We must become even stronger to protect ourselves and what we hold dear," Aiden declared. The crew nodded in agreement, their determination palpable. Their ship continued to sail across the vast ocean, buoyed by hopes for the future and unwavering resolve, ready to embrace even greater challenges ahead. Chapter 47. New enemies emerge and fierce battles unfold. After the Aiden pirates triumphantly emerged from a breathtaking confrontation with a mysterious organization, they continued their voyage across the boundless ocean. The vessel gently swayed with the waves, sunlight streaming onto the deck, and the crew diligently attended to their duties, creating an atmosphere of apparent tranquility. Yet, Aiden felt a subtle disquiet stir within him. Standing at the bow, he gazed at the seemingly serene surface of the sea, an unsettling premonition gnawing at his heart, whispering that new challenges were on the horizon. Noticing Aiden's unease, Ava approached and inquired, "Captain, what troubles you this time? It has taken so long for us to attain this peace." Aiden furrowed his brow and remarked, "Ava, do you not find this tranquility somewhat unsettling? We currently wield formidable power, which is bound to attract envious gazes. I fear that the next battle may erupt at any moment." Upon hearing this, Ava's expression grew grave. She nodded in agreement, stating, "The captain is indeed correct. We must not let our guard down. Although everyone has been diligently working to enhance their abilities during this time, no one can predict the strength of the next adversary." Just then, Leon shouted from the lookout tower, "Captain, an unidentified fleet has been spotted ahead. Numerous vessels are heading our way." Aiden's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted, "All crew members, prepare for battle. It appears a new enemy has emerged." The crew responded in unison. Some swiftly rushed to transport cannonballs, while others grasped their weapons to ensure their sharpness. The atmosphere grew serious and tense, with hushed exchanges of encouraging words to bolster morale. As the unidentified vessels drew nearer, they discerned that it was a rather enigmatic fleet. The ships bore peculiar designs, with some prow adorned with grotesque sea beasts, seemingly poised to devour the unwary. Others emitted an eerie glow, shrouding their mysteries in obscurity. The waves stirred by the fleet appeared more tumultuous than usual, subtly conveying an oppressive aura. Upon a larger ship stood a man clad in an opulent purple robe. His gaze was cold, and a haughty smile played upon his lips as he proclaimed, "Aiden pirates, your good fortune ends here. Surrender the power you possess, or today shall mark your demise." Aiden let out a cold chuckle, responding, "Ah, yet another group intent on undermining our strength. Humph, if they possess any courage, let them come forth." Beside him, Ava furrowed her brow and whispered to Aiden, "Captain, given their demeanor, these individuals do not come with good intentions. We must proceed with caution." Lion also rushed over, clenching his fists and declaring, "What is there to fear? We have just endured numerous battles and will not be easily intimidated by them." Aiden gazed at them, resolutely nodding his head. "Indeed, with everyone working together, we shall undoubtedly repel them." The clarion call for battle has now been sounded. The Aiden pirate crew launched their attack first, with the cannons aboard the ship roaring in unison, hurling cannonballs like a torrential downpour towards the enigmatic fleet. The projectiles streaked across the sky, leaving behind white trails upon the sea, crashing down upon the enemy vessels with a deafening whistle. However, the ships of the mysterious fleet appeared to possess unique defensive capabilities. Upon impact, the cannonballs merely sparked and failed to inflict significant damage. "Do not underestimate us," Leon bellowed, turning to the courageous crew behind him. "Brothers, follow me. Let us show them our strength." The crew responded fervently, their eyes gleaming with determination as they shouted in unison, "Aye, charge." With that, Leon led them, steering their small boat towards the opposing fleet. They intended to leverage the advantage of close combat to deliver a formidable blow to their adversaries. Ava led her adept marksman to the stern of the main ship, anchoring her stance. With a bow drawn and incantations whispered, she imbued her arrows with magical enhancements, causing them to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Then, she released the bowstring, and the arrows soared like meteors towards the enemy, striving to pierce their defenses. As she unleashed her barrage, she urged her comrades, "Aim carefully, do not squander the arrows, let each shot inflict harm." The crew responded with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, Sister Ava, we shall." Meanwhile, Aiden concentrated intently, preparing to wield the formidable power at his command. With eyes shut tight, he attuned himself to the surging energy within, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to their foes. The other crew members were equally industrious, with some loading cannonballs while others monitored the enemy's movements. promptly relaying information to Aiden and the others, each contributing to the collective effort in this fierce conflict. The mysterious fleet, not to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of black beams from their vessels, streaking towards Aiden's pirate crew with astonishing speed, akin to arrows in flight. Wherever these beams traversed, the air seemed to ignite, suffused with a searing heat. Concurrently, robed figures at the ship's railing cast arcane spells, their hands weaving intricate patterns that summoned colossal whirlpools upon the sea, aiming to ensnare Aiden's ships and disrupt their formation. The initial clash between the two forces was intensely fierce, with the tumultuous waves of the ocean, the thunderous cannon fire, and the cacophony of battle cries melding into a grim symphony of war. In the throes of this brutal conflict, Aiden's crew found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. The squad led by Leon encountered staunch resistance as they approached the mysterious fleet for close combat. The enemy crew not only wielded weapons that exuded formidable energy, but also demonstrated remarkable agility, deftly evading Leon and his ally strikes while retaliating with swift precision. Leon, throwing punches with all his might in a close-quarters skirmish with an adversary, found that despite his strength, the opponent skillfully sidestepped each blow, countering with a weapon that glimmered ominously. Despite his best efforts to evade, Leon sustained multiple injuries, blood-staining his garments. At that moment, a nearby crew member, witnessing Leon's plight, called out in urgency, "Brother Leon, are you all right? Allow me to assist." With that, he rushed to join Leon in fending off their foe. Although Ava's magical arrows inflicted a certain degree of damage upon her adversaries as the battle progressed, the foes seemed to have discerned her method of attack and fortified their defenses. Her arrows became increasingly ineffective at penetrating their protective barriers, and the assaults from the swirling waters caused the vessel to sway violently, making it exceedingly difficult for her to maintain a steady aim. Consequently, she found herself distracted by the tumultuous motion of the ship, which significantly diminished the impact of her assaults. Observing her struggle, a crew member skilled in magic suggested, "Sister Ava, perhaps we should explore an alternative means of magical enhancement? It might enable us to breach their defenses." Ava furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, "Indeed. You make a valid point. Let us promptly put it to the test." As Aiden prepared to unleash his formidable power for an offensive, he encountered unexpected difficulties. The mysterious fleet seemed to have recognized his significance, as several vessels conspired to disrupt him. They emitted beams of interference that intertwined, creating a net of obfuscation, preventing Aiden from focusing and making it arduous for him to perfectly channel the power within him. An elderly crew member aboard one of the ships noticed Aiden's predicament and approached him, gently patting his shoulder, saying, "Captain, do not rush. Take your time. We have faith that you will succeed." Aiden cast a grateful glance at him, nodding as he declared, "Indeed, I shall do my utmost." Despite the dire circumstances, the crew of the Aiden pirate crew exhibited no inclination to retreat. They encouraged one another, drawing upon their indomitable spirit and unity to persist in their fierce resistance. "Hold fast, everyone. We cannot allow them to conquer us," Aiden shouted, striving to uplift morale. The crew responded in unison, "Captain, we shall not falter." At the moment when the Aiden pirate crew found themselves in a predicament, a keen-eyed sailor, while evading the enemy's assaults, stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. He observed that the dark-robed crew members, who were conjuring whirlpools, emitted a specific frequency of light from their staffs whenever they cast spells. Moreover, prior to each incantation, the light flickered several times, as if gathering strength. This sailor promptly relayed his discovery to Ava. Upon hearing this, Ava was struck by inspiration. Sensing a potential vulnerability to exploit, she quickly informed Aiden of the situation. Aiden scrutinized the details and found them to be indeed accurate. "It appears we have uncovered a weakness. If we can concentrate our efforts on those dark-robed crew members who are casting the whirlpool spells, we might shatter their defenses and turn the tide of battle," Aiden stated. He then turned to the surrounding sailors and proclaimed, "Listen closely, everyone. We must adjust our strategy. A portion of us will divert the enemy's attention, causing them to scatter their focus. Ava, you shall lead a group of skilled ranged attackers to stealthily target those dark-robed crew members invoking the whirlpool spells, preparing for a sudden strike." The crew responded in unison. "Aye, Captain." Ava nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well. Captain, we shall accomplish our mission." As preparations were finalized, Aiden led the charge, unleashing a portion of his formidable power towards one of the grand vessels of the enigmatic fleet, capturing the enemy's attention. The adversaries swiftly redirected their firepower towards Aiden, attempting to thwart his impending assault. Seizing the opportune moment, Ava commanded her crew of long-range attackers to simultaneously release a volley of specially crafted arrows. These arrows, imbued with potent magic, had been meticulously tuned to resonate with the luminous frequency of the staves wielded by the hooded crew, ensuring maximum damage upon impact. The arrows cascaded like a torrential downpour toward the hooded crew members who were conjuring the water vortex spell. Caught off guard, they were unable to react in time, and the arrows struck true. Once the staves of the hooded crew were hit, their water vortex spell was instantly nullified, and they suffered a backlash, resulting in varying degrees of injury. This unexpected onslaught threw the mysterious fleet into disarray, exposing vulnerabilities in their once impenetrable defense and severely undermining their morale. The Aiden pirate crew seized the opportunity and launched a full-scale counterattack. Leon, despite his injuries, re-entered the fray, wielding his weapon as he charged towards the enemy vessels, leading his crew into close combat with their foes. As he surged forward, he shouted to his comrades behind him, "Brothers, the time for vengeance has arrived. Charge with me." The crew responded with fervent cries, "Charge." Aiden focused intently, preparing to unleash all the power at his disposal to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. However, just as the Aiden pirate crew believed the tide of battle was about to turn, the mysterious fleet made a sudden move. From the rear of the fleet, a group of enigmatic figures clad in silver robes emerged. They moved with remarkable agility, seemingly gliding over the surface of the sea. These silver-robed individuals wielded peculiar instruments and took their positions at the bow of their ships, beginning to play a haunting melody. As the sound of the instruments resonated, an extraordinary force surged across the ocean. The once placid waters began to churn violently, giving rise to towering waves that rushed towards the Aiden pirate crew's vessels, as if intent on engulfing them whole. Simultaneously, the music played by the silver-robed figures seemed to possess an enchanting power. Some members of the Aiden crew, upon hearing it, began to experience dizziness, their movements becoming sluggish. "Everyone, be cautious. This music is strange," Aiden shouted to his crew. One crew member, clutching his head in distress, lamented, "Captain, I feel so dizzy. What is this sound?" Another crew member echoed, "I also feel something is off. My limbs have grown weak." At that moment, countering this new challenge had become exceedingly difficult. The waves battered the ships violently, forcing the crew to maintain their balance while resisting the allure of the music and continuing their battle against the mysterious fleet, the pressure mounting immensely. Faced with this new predicament, the Aiden pirate crew found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle once again. As Leon led the crew in close combat against the mysterious fleet, the ship's violent rocking and the influence of the music impeded their agility. Their accuracy in striking the enemy dwindled, while the adversaries seized the opportunity to launch more ferocious assaults. Leon, observing the injured crew members beside him, urged fervently, "Hold on, everyone. Don't let them bring you down." One wounded crew member weakly replied, "Brother Leon, I will do my best." Ava endeavored to wield her magic against the onslaught of the waves and the enchanting music. Yet she soon discovered that her sorcery faltered in the face of this peculiar force. The arrows she unleashed became increasingly difficult to direct amidst the tumultuous waves, and she herself began to feel a disorienting dizziness, struggling to focus her magical energies. Observing her plight, a crew member beside her remarked, "Sister Ava, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Do not push yourself too hard." Ava shook her head and said, "No, everyone is striving with great effort. How can I possibly rest?" Aiden yearned to wield formidable power to combat the overwhelming odds. Yet he discovered that his focus was incessantly disrupted by the enchanting melodies that reverberated within his mind, rendering it arduous for him to harness his full strength. Furrowing his brow, he felt an acute sense of urgency. At that moment, an elderly crew member approached him and said, "Captain, do not fret. Let us ponder together. We shall surely find a way to overcome this challenge." Aiden cast a grateful glance at him and said, "Thank you, my old friend." Nevertheless, the crew of the Aiden pirate group did not waver. They supported one another, drawing on their indomitable spirit to overcome both physical and mental challenges, resolutely resisting the odds. "We must hold firm. We cannot allow them to prevail," Aiden exclaimed through gritted teeth, striving to rejuvenate their morale. The crew responded in unison, "Captain, we shall persevere." During their arduous struggle, an experienced old sailor from the Aiden pirate group, with years of nautical knowledge, discovered a method to counter the impact of the waves. He observed that when the waves surged, a relatively stable airflow emerged at a specific point on the vessel. If they could harness this airflow to adjust the ship's course, it might alleviate the waves' assault. He immediately relayed this revelation to Aiden. Upon hearing it, Aiden deemed it a worthy endeavor. He turned to the crew and declared, "Listen closely. Everyone, following the old sailor's suggestion, let us attempt to adjust the ship's course and see if we can mitigate the wave's impact." The crew responded in chorus, "Aye, Captain." Simultaneously, Ava, in her battle against the music, discovered a pattern. She realized that when she concentrated on the beliefs deep within her heart, the music's enchanting influence would wane. She shared this insight with the other crew members. They all began to apply this method and found that it indeed helped to some degree in resisting the music's effects. One crew member exclaimed with delight, "Ava, your method is truly effective. I feel so much better." Ava smiled gently and said, "That's wonderful. Let us all hold on." With these new developments, the Aiden pirate crew resolved to recalibrate their strategy once more. The Aiden pirates have adapted their tactics in light of new discoveries. They have designated a portion of the crew to employ the methods of seasoned sailors, skillfully maneuvering the vessel to evade the onslaught of waves by harnessing the steady currents. Ava led a contingent of crew members adept in mental fortitude, focusing their energies to attune to their inner convictions while simultaneously casting spells to resist the enchanting melodies. They launched counterattacks against the silver-robed musicians. She unleashed waves of psychic impact spells directed at the silver-robed figures, striving to shatter their musical enchantment. To her comrades, she urged, "Let us unite our efforts and break their music." The crew responded in unison, "Understood, Sister Ava." Meanwhile, Aiden concentrated once more, preparing to unleash the formidable powers at his command. He diligently worked to dispel the musical distractions, consolidating the energy within him, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the adversaries at the opportune moment. Once all was in readiness, the Aiden pirate crew launched a new wave of counteroffensive. As the ship deftly navigated the rolling waves, Ava's psychic impact spell successfully struck several of the silver-robed figures. Upon being hit, the instruments in their hands emitted a jarring cacophony before falling silent. With the cessation of the music, the crew felt the allure wane. Aiden seized the moment, directing all the amassed power within him towards the flagship of the enigmatic fleet. Aiden's strike was immensely powerful, a brilliant radiance emanating from his form, akin to a resplendent meteor streaking across the heavens, hurtling directly toward the flagship of the enigmatic fleet. The leader, clad in purple robes, witnessing this spectacle, was visibly shaken. He hastily summoned all his arcane prowess for defense while commanding the other vessels of the fleet to concentrate their fire upon Aiden, endeavoring to thwart his formidable assault. However, Aiden's strike proved overwhelmingly potent, rendering the purple-robed leader's defenses feeble in comparison. Upon impact, the brilliance detonated against the flagship, resulting in a colossal explosion. The flagship was instantly obliterated, debris scattering across the ocean's surface, sending up towering plumes of water. The purple-robed leader sustained grave injuries in the blast, his body swaying precariously, his gaze filled with despair. The remaining vessels of the mysterious fleet, upon witnessing the destruction of their flagship and the leader's severe wounds, promptly lost their will to fight. They began to flee, no longer willing to engage with Aiden's pirate crew. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew, upon witnessing their adversaries flee, erupted into jubilant cheers. They were acutely aware that the arduous battle had finally ushered in the dawn of victory. One exuberant crew member exclaimed, "We have triumphed. Ha ha, splendid indeed." Leon, with a smile, added, "Indeed, it is all thanks to our collective efforts." Aiden gazed at the jubilant crew, a gratified smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, "All of you have exerted tremendous effort. This victory belongs to each and every one of us." In the aftermath of the battle, the Aiden pirate crew anchored their vessel at a nearby island, allowing the sailors to partake in much-needed respite. Each of them bore various wounds, necessitating time for recovery. Ava diligently attended to the injured crew members, employing her knowledge of magic to gather herbs from the island and concoct effective healing potions. As she prepared the remedies, she reassured the wounded sailors, saying, "Rest well. The potion will be ready shortly, and it will hasten your recovery." The grateful sailors responded, "Thank you, Sister Ava." Meanwhile, Leon led a group of crew members in inspecting and repairing the ship, ensuring its seaworthiness for the journeys that lay ahead. Aiden sat alone on the beach, gazing at the now tranquil sea, his heart filled with myriad reflections. Although they had emerged victorious from the recent battle, he understood that even on this vast ocean, greater challenges awaited them. They must continually strive to grow stronger to safeguard themselves and that which they hold dear. We must persist in our efforts to enhance our abilities and embrace the forthcoming challenges, Aiden whispered to himself. Chapter 48. A clash of dominance and the manifestation of power on this day. The sun bathed the serene surface of the sea in golden light, and the Aiden pirate crew's vessel glided smoothly as usual. Suddenly, a crew member from the lookout cried out urgently, "Captain, anomalous weather looms ahead. An immensely powerful force is tumultuously stirring the waters." Aiden's heart tightened at this revelation, and he commanded with authority, "All crew members, prepare for battle. This situation is dire. We must not be complacent." The crew responded promptly, moving swiftly and in an orderly fashion. Some gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with determination, while others hurried to ready the cannons, the atmosphere thickening with tension akin to a taut bowstring. Before long, the scene before them transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered like a heavy shroud, and a fierce wind howled mercilessly. The waves roared as if stirred by an enraged beast, surging and crashing with thunderous resonance. At the heart of the tempest, a colossal and oddly shaped ship gradually emerged. Its hull was etched with enigmatic and arcane runes, whispering tales of ancient and perilous legends, exuding a chilling aura that instilled dread. At the bow of that ship stood a towering figure, a man of formidable stature, muscles rippling beneath a flowing black cloak that billowed fiercely in the wind. His gaze was profound, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if he could subdue the tumultuous sea itself. "Aiden pirate crew, I have heard of your recent exploits. Today, I, Rex, shall come to challenge you and see if you truly possess the legendary prowess of which I have heard." Rex's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across the tumultuous waters, as if to shake the very heavens. Aiden furrowed his brow slightly, yet his gaze betrayed no fear. He called out boldly, "Another provocateur, huh? Bring it on." The Aiden pirate crew never cowers before any adversary. At that moment, the members of the Aiden pirate crew braced themselves for the impending confrontation. Leon clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his arms bulging with tension, trembling slightly. In a lowered voice, he cautioned the crew member beside him, "This foe appears to be formidable. Everyone must exercise utmost vigilance." Meanwhile, Ava had already nocked an arrow, her expression focused as she imbued it with magic. The arcane energy shimmered and flickered at the arrow's tip, as if eager to unleash its power in battle, poised to deliver a lethal strike to their enemy. The air thickened with the scent of impending conflict. Rex was the first to launch an assault. He stomped his foot with such force that it felt as though he had struck the very heart of the ocean. In an instant, a surge of intense black aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, its density palpable as it rapidly radiated outward. Wherever it spread, the seawater seemed to bow before an invisible force, parting violently to create a deep and wide chasm, as if the earth itself were being torn asunder. The vessels of the Aiden pirate crew were not spared from the overwhelming impact of this aura, rocking violently as they emitted creaking sounds, as if groaning in agony. "Feel the might of my conqueror's haki," Rex bellowed, his voice infused with arrogance and unwavering confidence. Some ordinary crew members of the Aiden pirates were instantaneously daunted by the overwhelming conqueror's haki, their eyes becoming vacant and devoid of life. Their bodies seemingly ensnared by invisible ropes, rendering them immobile, standing rigidly in place. Observing this, Aiden swiftly inhaled deeply, rapidly concentrating his spirit, exerting all his might to unleash his own conqueror's haki in counteraction. In an instant, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped Aiden, akin to the brilliance of a rising sun. Within this luminescence, his conqueror's haki surged and roiled, as if imbued with boundless strength. The two forces of conqueror's haki collided audaciously in the air, producing a deafening and piercing roar, a sound that seemed capable of rending the very sky asunder. Simultaneously, the wind and waves upon the sea reacted to this formidable power. Intensifying in their ferocity, the waves surged high like small mountains, threatening to engulf the ship at any moment. "Not bad, Aiden. You can actually withstand my conqueror's haki," Rex observed with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Then, in a flash, he darted forward, his speed akin to lightning, resembling a shadowy specter, racing towards the vessel of the Aiden pirates. Aiden, undeterred, propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his feet, soaring through the air like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, the two collided mid-air, igniting a fierce and tumultuous battle of fists and feet. Each impact resonated like the collision of two celestial bodies, unleashing a formidable gust of wind that surged forth, akin to a tangible blade, splashing the surrounding seawater into towering cascades, which glimmered brilliantly under the sun's embrace. Amidst this intense melee, Aiden astutely discerned the extraordinary hardness of Rex's body. As though forged from steel, Each punch he landed felt like striking an unyielding iron mass, sending tremors through his arm, leaving it numb and aching. It became clear that Rex was a wielder of the steel fruit, possessing the remarkable ability to transform any part of his body into steel at will. This not only endowed him with astonishing defensive capabilities but also bestowed upon him a might in his attacks that was immensely powerful, resembling a mobile fortress of iron. Aiden, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by a counterattack launched by Rex. Rex's fist, transformed into steel, bore down upon Aiden with tremendous force. Aiden felt an overwhelming power surge towards him, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily onto the deck of the ship with a dull thud. Captain, the crew, witnessing the event, erupted in exclamations, their faces etched with concern. Ava, witnessing Aiden's injury, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, her gaze brimming with concern and indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, she released the bowstrings, an arrow imbued with formidable magic soaring towards Rex. The arrow, trailing a dazzling arc of magical light, streaked through the sky like a meteor, accompanied by a piercing whistle that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Rex, however, remained unperturbed. With remarkable composure, he transformed his arm into steel, blocking the arrow effortlessly. The missile struck his iron arm with a resounding impact, merely sparking a brilliant shower of light, reminiscent of fleeting fireworks against the night sky, failing to inflict any tangible harm upon him. Is this all you've got? Rex taunted, his eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, Leon shouted, "Watch this." He charged towards Rex, his body engulfed in a blaze of intense red flames. Leon, a wielder of the flame fruit's powers, could manipulate fire at will, transforming it into a formidable weapon in battle. With a sweeping motion of his hands, torrents of roaring flames surged forth like serpents, enveloping Rex in a conflagration of roaring fire. Surrounded by flames, Rex maintained his composure, as if the searing heat had no effect on him at all. He leisurely transformed his entire form into steel and strode through the inferno, his metallic figure shimmering with an eerie red glow, the flames merely adding an air of majesty to his presence. To him, these insignificant flames posed no threat whatsoever. "Humph, what can such feeble flames do to me?" Rex scoffed, his tone brimming with arrogance. Seeing the flames ineffective against Rex tightened Leon's chest, yet he did not falter. He understood that surrendering now was not an option. He must continue to apply pressure to the adversary. Thus, he further commanded the flames, coalescing them into a colossal sword of fire, its blade seemingly forged from pure flames, radiating an intimidating aura. He charged towards Rex once more, poised for another fierce melee confrontation. Rex, undaunted, met him head-on, and the two re-engaged in a tumultuous close-quarters battle. The clash of fire and steel resonating in a symphony of brilliance, each collision igniting a dazzling array of sparks, akin to a magnificent fireworks display upon the ocean. On the opposite side of the vessel, Rex's subordinates commenced their assault on the Aiden pirate crew. Some wielded sharp weapons, glinting ominously in the sunlight, reminiscent of the fangs of a predatory beast. Others unleashed an array of bizarre spells, their radiant energies flickering with an enigmatic presence, eluding comprehension. Ava, leading her crew of adept-ranged attackers, engaged them in a fierce confrontation. Ava, while deftly wielding her bow, simultaneously cast spells to fend off the onslaught of her adversaries. She soon realized that many of these foes possessed formidable haki. Although not of the conqueror's type, their armament and observation haki presented significant challenges for the Aiden pirates. The arrows she loosed were frequently deflected by weapons enveloped in armament haki, which seemed to possess an impenetrable shield, effortlessly repelling her projectiles. Moreover, whenever she sought to evade their attacks, the enemy's observation haki allowed them to anticipate her movements, as if they could read her very thoughts, placing her in perilous situations time and again. Be cautious. These enemies wield powerful haki. Ava urgently warned her crew, her voice laced with anxiety and concern. The crew, invigorated by her warning, rallied together. Some unleashed cannon fire upon the enemy vessels, with cannonballs soaring through the sky like shooting stars, crashing into the foe ships and creating towering splashes upon the ocean's surface. Others engaged in close combat, exchanging blows without hesitation. Despite their disadvantage, they persevered through sheer willpower and a spirit of unity, holding steadfast as if they were the last line of defense against the tempestuous assault. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden rose once more from the deck. He surveyed the scene, Leon grappling with Rex, and Ava along with the other crew members valiantly resisting the enemy's attacks. A profound sense of responsibility surged within him. He understood that as captain, it was his duty to lead them to victory and ensure their safety. He could not afford to let them down. I must not disappoint them. I shall unleash my full potential. Aiden vowed silently, his gaze imbued with resolve and determination. Aiden took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he began to harness the power within him. In addition to his conqueror's haki, Aiden possessed a unique fruit ability known as the dream fruit, along with a mysterious and formidable force known as the dawn power. This dawn power lay dormant deep within his being, akin to a slumbering giant. However, at this critical moment of life and death in battle, he resolved to awaken it completely, unleashing it alongside his other abilities to deliver a devastating blow to his adversary. Aiden concentrated his mind, unleashing the full potential of the dream fruit's powers. In an instant, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Rex suddenly found himself enveloped in a vast, white mist. Everything around him shrouded in this dense fog, as if he had entered a mysterious realm, isolated from the world, where nothing was visible. Alarm surged within him, prompting him to cease his struggle with Leon and cautiously survey his surroundings, his eyes betraying confusion and wariness. What in the world is this place? Rex shouted, his voice echoing through the mist, akin to a cry from another dimension. Leon, too, recognized the altered scenery, but he understood that it was Aiden's ability at work. Seizing the opportunity, he adjusted his stance, poised to strike when Rex revealed a weakness, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. On Rex's ship, his subordinates were similarly ensnared in the illusory realm conjured by Aiden. Some found themselves surrounded by countless treasures, which sparkled enticingly in the light, tantalizingly close yet utterly unattainable. Others were pursued by ferocious sea beasts, their claws bared and emitting deep, menacing roars, sending them fleeing in terror. Their minds were severely disrupted, diminishing both the accuracy and efficiency of their attacks, akin to ships adrift without direction, lost within the vast expanse of fog. Taking advantage of the moment, Ava led her crew in a fierce assault. Her arrows and magic, enhanced by the dreamscape, flew with unparalleled precision towards the enemy. The arrows seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, piercing through the mist and striking the foes with unerring accuracy. Meanwhile, the crew's cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the enemy vessels, their projectiles weaving seamlessly through the dreamscape as if unperturbed by the surrounding fog. Wherever they landed, the enemy ships erupted in splinters and chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the adversaries were utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense, resulting in catastrophic losses for Rex's side, as if they had been struck by an unforeseen calamity. In the midst of the fog, Rex, relying on his formidable observation haki, sensed the lurking dangers around him. He recognized that this predicament was the handiwork of Aiden, and he knew he had to extricate himself from this perilous situation swiftly, lest he fall into an even graver plight. Focusing his mind, Rex unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, intent on shattering the illusion crafted by Aiden. As his haki erupted, the surrounding mist began to show signs of yielding, as if an invisible force had forcibly torn a fissure through it, revealing a glimmer of light from the outside world. However, Aiden would not allow him to succeed so easily. He intensified the output of his dream fruit abilities while awakening the long-dormant dawn power within him, letting it surge through his body like a tumultuous tide. Aiden deftly merged this dawn power with his dream fruit abilities, fortifying the dreamscape into an impregnable fortress. Simultaneously, he too released his conqueror's haki, countering Rex's with equal fervor. The clash of their haki reverberated through the dreamscape, producing a cacophony akin to the war drums of a thunder god, causing the entire illusion to tremble violently, as if the world itself were on the verge of collapse. The surrounding mist, startled, churned and roiled even more fiercely. At that moment, Leon seized the opportunity, wielding his flaming sword as he charged towards Rex. Preoccupied with countering Aiden's conqueror's haki, dream fruit abilities, and dawn power, Rex had no time to evade Leon's assault. The flaming sword plunged deep into Rex's body. Although much of his form was steel, the flames seeped into the wound, eliciting a howl of agony from him. "Ah!" Rex roared, swinging his arm violently to hurl Leon away. Leon tumbled gracefully through the air before landing securely on the ship, though he bore some injuries. The sight of Rex wounded brought him a flicker of satisfaction. Following his injury, Rex's aura noticeably diminished. He understood that he could not persist in this manner and needed to alter his tactics. Taking a deep breath, Rex transformed part of his body into steel and charged towards Aiden's pirate ship, determined to use his immense momentum to obliterate their vessel. Upon witnessing the imminent danger, Aiden swiftly instructed his crew to evade. The sailors sprang into action. Some deftly maneuvered the vessel to alter its course, while others leapt into the adjacent waters, seeking temporary refuge. However, Rex's speed was astonishingly swift, rapidly approaching a collision with the ship. In this critical moment, Ava intervened once more. Focusing her energy, she conjured a formidable magical barrier that stood resolutely in front of the vessel. Rex collided with the magical shield, producing an enormous roar. As the barrier developed a few fissures yet successfully absorbed the force of the impact. "Well done, Ava," Aiden exclaimed, his voice resonating with admiration and relief. Infuriated by the obstruction, Rex relentlessly pounded against the magical barrier with his iron form, striving to breach its defenses. Ava exerted every ounce of her strength to maintain the magical barrier, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead, clearly indicating that sustaining such a formidable enchantment placed immense pressure upon her, akin to carrying an enormous mountain upon her shoulders. In this pivotal moment, Aiden activated the power of the dream fruit once more, infusing it with the full force of Dawn's light. He conjured an illusion within Rex's mind, leading Rex to believe he had successfully breached the magical barrier and collided with the ship of Aiden's pirate crew. Under the spell of this deception, Rex ceased his assault on the magical barrier, erupting into a triumphant laugh. "Haha, Aiden's pirate crew, your doom approaches," Rex boasted, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and pride. However, in reality, he remained outside the magical barrier, and with his cessation of impact, Ava was afforded a brief respite, allowing her to stabilize the barrier further. Just as Rex reveled in his misguided confidence, Leon rose once more. He commanded the flames, coalescing them into a colossal fiery phoenix, which surged toward Rex with great speed. By the time Rex perceived the flaming phoenix, it was too late for him to evade its onslaught. The phoenix collided violently with Rex, engulfing him once again in a torrent of flames. This time, due to Rex's prior injuries, his ironclad defenses had waned, and the fire quickly penetrated his body, eliciting anguished howls from him. Rex struggled within the inferno, attempting to transform his body back into steel to withstand the flames, only to discover that his abilities were now somewhat constrained, preventing him from manipulating his body as freely as before. The crew of the Aiden pirates erupted in cheers upon witnessing Rex struggling amidst the sea of flames. They understood that the scales of victory had begun to tilt in their favor. Yet, at that moment, a melodious tune emanated from Rex's ship. As the notes danced through the air, the flames enveloping Rex gradually extinguished, and his injuries appeared to ease. It turned out that a crew member aboard Rex's ship had consumed the healing fruit, and through the enchanting notes of his flute, he wielded the fruit's restorative powers to aid Rex in mending some of his wounds. Emerging from the inferno, Rex appeared frail, yet his eyes burned with a fierce defiance and indignation. "Do not celebrate too soon. This battle is far from over," Rex bellowed, his voice laced with tenacity and resolve. He focused once more, unleashing his conqueror's haki in an attempt to reclaim his former might. Simultaneously, he began to command his subordinates to launch a more ferocious assault against the Aiden pirates. Upon witnessing the situation, the crew of the Aiden pirate crew dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. They once again stood at the ready, fully prepared to confront the impending challenges. Aiden gazed at Rex, fully aware that the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, necessitating an all-out effort to secure ultimate victory. Aiden took a deep breath, unleashing the full potential of the Dream Fruit's abilities once more, while allowing the power of dawn to surge within him like a tempest. Chapter 49, The Stalemate of Battle. Life and Death in Conflict. The battle between the Aiden pirates and Rex's crew has reached a fever pitch, with both sides acutely aware that every movement and attack at this moment could be the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of this life and death confrontation. Despite having regained some vigor with the assistance of a healer after enduring a series of grievous blows, Rex's towering figure still bore the marks of pain. While the fire of rage burning in his eyes blazed ever more fiercely, he fixated intently on the ships of the Aiden pirates, silently vowing to utterly vanquish these audacious challengers. Aiden, do not presume that this will lead to your victory. Today shall be your day of demise," Rex roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the sea, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. With that, he unleashed his conqueror's haki with unrestrained ferocity, the dense black energy surging forth like an overwhelming tide, crashing down upon the Aiden pirates with unstoppable force. The crew of the Aiden pirate group was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming force, as if countless invisible hands were endeavoring to extract their very souls from their bodies. Some of the more faint-hearted crew members turned pale instantly, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Yet, having been tempered by numerous battles, they did not falter in the face of this pressure, gripping their teeth and leaning on one another. They valiantly resisted the onslaught of this overpowering He with their indomitable will and unwavering trust in their captain, Aiden. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze unwavering as a rock. He was acutely aware of the pressure weighing upon his crew and understood that he must shoulder the immense responsibility of altering the tide of battle. Taking a deep breath, he further unleashed the powers of his dream fruit, attempting to repel the onslaught of Rex's conqueror's He and disrupt his adversary's movements. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a more sinister tableau. The haze, already thick, swirled like a tangible white curtain, enveloping both fleets and their crews in its embrace. Within this fog, Rex's subordinates found themselves ensnared in the dreamlike traps conjured by Aiden. Some perceived themselves trapped in a desolate desert, the sun blazing overhead, the heat unbearable, as the sand beneath their feet seemed to surge with a life of its own, suffocating their breaths and hindering their movements. Others envisioned themselves in a crumbling ancient castle, its walls collapsing around them, stones cascading down like rain, driving them into a frantic flight, oblivious to any thoughts of attack. However, Rex was no ordinary foe. Armed with formidable observation he, though somewhat affected by the illusions, managed to discern the general state of his surroundings. Realizing Aiden's intent to diminish his crew's combat efficacy through the dream fruit, he resolved to adopt an offensive strategy to break the deadlock. Steady yourselves. Do not be daunted by these phantoms. Charge with me and obliterate them all, Rex bellowed, rallying his men to launch an assault on Aiden's vessel. At the sound of their leader's commanding voice, Rex's followers regained their focus. Those wielding sharp weapons raised them high, shouting various battle cries as they surged towards Aiden's ship. Their He shimmered with a chilling light, rendering their weapons seemingly sharper, as if capable of slicing through any obstacle. Meanwhile, those adept at casting spells unleashed a flurry of bizarre incantations as they ran. Some conjured bolts of black lightning that snaked towards Aiden's ship like venomous serpents, crackling ominously in the charged air. Others summoned great orbs of water, which spun in midair before crashing down upon the ship, sending up towering plumes of spray. Within the ranks of the Aiden pirates, Ava steadfastly maintained her position as a ranged attacker. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, with beads of perspiration adorning her forehead. Yet her gaze remained focused and resolute. She relentlessly unleashed arrows imbued with formidable magic, simultaneously reinforcing the previously established magical barrier. Her arrows danced through the mist as if guided by an unseen force, striking true against the foes. Each successful hit erupted in a dazzling display of magical brilliance, some adversaries falling lifelessly to the ground, while others were enveloped in magical radiance, rendered momentarily paralyzed and sluggish in their movements. However, the enemy's He presented considerable resistance to Ava's onslaught. Numerous arrows, upon striking their targets, merely sparked harmlessly before being deflected by the foe's He, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Leon was also engaged in a fierce struggle, commanding flames to encircle the vessel with blazing walls of fire, attempting to thwart the enemy's charge. The flames roared violently in the wind, crackling ominously, scorching any approaching adversaries with unbearable heat. Yet, Rex's subordinates seemed undeterred by the inferno. They either braved the flames with their own He or cast spells to temporarily extinguish the fiery barriers, pressing onward toward the ship. Realizing that the flames were insufficient to effectively deter the assailants, Leon felt a surge of urgency. He understood that allowing the enemies to approach the ship unimpeded would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he gestured with both hands, coalescing the flames into a colossal sword of fire, its blade radiating an intense heat and an aura that instilled trepidation. He then charged toward the foremost enemies, preparing to engage them in a fierce melee confrontation. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, Aiden remained vigilant. He sustained the illusions conjured by the dream fruit, maintaining the veil of mist and dreamlike scenery while closely monitoring the battlefield. He observed Rex leading his subordinates rapidly toward the ship. Realizing that decisive action was imperative to thwart their advance, Aiden took a deep breath, gradually channeling the power of dawn within him. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind to intricately merge the force of dawn with the abilities of the dream fruit. Then, with a sudden burst, he opened his eyes and waved his hands forward. In an instant, barriers woven from light and mist materialized before Rex and his subordinates, blocking their path. These barriers resembled translucent crystal walls, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, effectively thwarting the enemy's advance. Rex furrowed his brow in surprise at Aiden's unexpected prowess. He halted, scrutinizing the newly formed obstacles, attempting to shatter them with his conqueror's haki. He found that upon contact, his power merely rippled against the barriers, failing to break through as he had hoped. "Humph, you think you can stop me so easily?" Rex bellowed, transforming part of his body into steel and charging fiercely at one of the barriers. With a resounding crash, Rex's steel form collided with the barrier, causing fissures to appear, yet it remained unbroken. He was rebounded, swaying slightly before regaining his balance. "Everyone, attack together. Smash these barriers," Rex commanded, rallying his men to assault the obstacles. His crew, responding to their leader's call, unleashed an array of assaults. Some wielded weapons to strike the barriers with ferocity, while others cast spells to bombard them. The battlefield erupted into chaos, a cacophony of light and sound merging into a tumultuous symphony. On board the Aiden pirate cruise ship, the crew members watched anxiously as the enemy relentlessly battered the barriers. Concern filled their hearts. They feared that the barriers might not withstand the onslaught. Should they fall, the enemies would surge forth like a tidal wave, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Aiden also felt the immense pressure exerted on the barrier. Realizing the urgency of devising a solution to the predicament at hand, he inhaled deeply once more, concentrating all the remaining dawn power within him, and directed it towards the barrier. As Aiden's dawn power surged into the barrier, the cracks began to fade, and the radiance intensified. The barrier seemed to be imbued with newfound vitality, growing more robust and successfully withstanding yet another wave of the enemy's assault. "Well done, Captain." The crew erupted in cheers as they witnessed the barrier regain its steadiness. However, Rex was undeterred by this turn of events. Observing that conventional attacks could not breach the barrier, he steeled himself and resolved to unleash his trump card. He took a deep breath, concentrating his conqueror's haki, the steel fruit's powers, and all his might. Instantly, his form swelled, transforming him into a colossal figure of steel, akin to a gigantic iron titan. His haki intensified, emanating a palpable black aura that coursed around him. "Aiden, today you shall witness the true extent of my power," Rex bellowed as he strode purposefully towards the barrier. With each step, the ocean beneath him rippled dramatically, as though his footfalls bore the weight of the world. When Rex reached the barrier, he lifted his foot and brought it down with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the barrier could no longer withstand Rex's full-powered strike and shattered instantaneously. The fragmented barrier scattered into myriad shards of light, soaring like meteors in all directions. Rex and his subordinates, witnessing the barrier-esque collapse, felt their spirits soar. They shouted triumphantly and surged forward towards Aiden's pirate ship. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden's heart tightened. He understood that what lay ahead would be an even more intense struggle for survival. He hastily instructed the crew to prepare for the impending confrontation, while also readying himself for another direct clash with Rex. Lion, seeing the enemy breach the barrier, did not hesitate for a moment. Grasping his flaming sword, he charged towards the foremost adversary. With each swing of the fiery blade, he engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, unleashing waves of searing flames that left the approaching foes screaming in agony. At the same moment, Ava once again focused her energy, casting a more formidable magical barrier to stand before the vessel. She understood that this barrier represented the final line of defense for both the ship and its crew, and she had to exert every ounce of strength to uphold it. Rex, leading his subordinates, swiftly charged towards the magical barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, transformed into steel, directly against the barrier. With a resounding crash, cracks began to spiderweb across the magical shield. Ava's complexion instantly turned pale as she felt the immense pressure. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. Yet, she gritted her teeth, determined to maintain the barrier with all her might. "Aiden, how much longer can you hold on?" Rex taunted as he continued to assault the magical shield. Aiden offered no response. Instead, he silently summoned the power within him. He deftly merged the abilities of the Dream Fruit with the Dawn's Might once more, preparing to deliver a surprise attack upon Rex. Just as Rex unleashed his full force against the magical barrier, Aiden seized the moment, suddenly materializing behind him. Concentrating the Dawn's Might in his palm, he formed a radiant hand aglow with golden light, then struck fiercely at Rex's back. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Rex attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only brace himself to withstand the blow. Aiden's strike was imbued with formidable power. As his palm made contact with Rex's back, Rex felt an excruciating pain surge through him, propelling his body forward uncontrollably, crashing heavily against the magical barrier. The barrier, already marred by cracks, exhibited even more pronounced fissures upon Rex's collision, with certain sections beginning to show signs of fragmentation. Ah! Rex roared, struggling to rise from the ground. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with fury and defiance. Humph! Don't think this will defeat me, Rex bellowed. Lunging once more towards Aiden. Aiden steadied his stance, preparing to face Rex's next assault. He knew this battle had reached its climactic life-or-death phase, where he must fight with every ounce of strength for his crew and for the honor of the Aiden pirates. The fierce duel raged on, both combatants unleashing their full might. Each strike, each collision carried the weight of mortal consequence, saturating the battlefield with a thick, metallic haze of blood. Yet the final outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 50, Flames of War, Duel of Fates. Though wounded from Aiden's blow and his collision with the magical barrier, Rex's fury burned hotter than ever. His crimson eyes gleamed like those of a cornered beast, consumed by the singular desire to annihilate the Aiden pirates. Aiden, today, every last one of you will die here, Rex roared, his voice thunderous enough to split the heavens. Once more, he unleashed his conqueror's haki without restraint. This time, the black aura surged forth like a raging tempest, a force of pure annihilation sweeping toward the Aiden pirates. The sea churned violently beneath the overwhelming pressure, monstrous whirlpools forming as if eager to devour their ships whole. The crew staggered under the suffocating weight of Rex's power, faces pale and knees trembling, yet they gritted their teeth, supporting one another with unyielding resolve. Simultaneously, Rex transformed more of his body into steel, all but his eyes and mouth now encased in an impenetrable metallic shell. He became a moving fortress, his every stride sending towering geysers erupting from the sea, each footfall resonating like thunder. His subordinates, emboldened by their leader's relentless assault, redoubled their efforts. Those wielding blades infused their weapons with armament haki, edges gleaming with lethal intent as they slashed mercilessly toward the crew. Meanwhile, the spellcasters conjured ever more sinister magic, some summoning black flames that licked at the ship like demonic tongues, warping the very air, while others rained down jagged icicles. Each shard a deadly lance poised to pierce flesh in an instant. Aiden was acutely aware of the perilous situation at hand. He knew he must once again rise to the occasion, leading his crew to withstand the onslaught that surged like a relentless tide. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned the full extent of the Dreamfruit's powers, endeavoring to disrupt the rhythm of Rex and his subordinates' attacks with the essence of illusion. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a scene both fantastical and eerie. Rex's minions found themselves seemingly submerged in an expanse of boundless crimson, the surrounding waters morphing into a viscous pool of blood, reeking with an overwhelming stench. From the depths of this sanguine sea, colossal skeletal hands occasionally emerged, reaching out toward them, instilling a profound terror that rendered their assaults frantic and disordered. As for Rex himself, although he could barely fend off some of the dreamlike disturbances with his formidable observation haki, the sight before him momentarily startled him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, forcing himself to concentrate and charge toward Aiden's pirate vessel. Ava remained steadfast in her position for long-range attacks aboard the vessel, though her complexion was as pale as parchment. Her gaze radiated unwavering determination. She swiftly unleashed arrows imbued with potent magic while reinforcing the magical barrier, which had already begun to show cracks. The arrows she shot, enhanced by the dreamlike scenery, seemed to gain unparalleled precision, soaring toward the enemy like meteors. Each arrow that struck its target erupted in a spectacular display of magical brilliance. Some enemies were pierced through vital points, collapsing lifelessly on the spot, while others were enveloped in shimmering magic, their bodies rendered momentarily paralyzed and sluggish in movement. However, the enemy's assaults intensified, and the fissures in the magical barrier continued to widen. Ava sensed her magical energy was nearly depleted, yet she clenched her teeth, channeling the remnants of her power into the barrier, reciting esoteric incantations in a desperate attempt to stabilize this final line of defense. Meanwhile, Leon, having been hurled away by Rex, struggled to rise from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. He understood that retreat was not an option. He must fight for the honor of the pirate crew. Thus, he summoned the flames once more, coalescing them into a colossal fiery phoenix, its entire form ablaze with searing flames, exuding an aura of dread. With a resounding cry, Leon swept his hands dramatically, sending the fiery phoenix soaring towards Rex and his minions. The phoenix spread its immense wings, igniting everything in its path, causing nearby enemies to scream in agony as they were engulfed in flames. Some foes attempted to defend themselves with weapons or spells, but the intensity of the Phoenix's fire was overwhelming. Their efforts were feeble, and many were consumed by the inferno, writhing in torment amidst the conflagration. The other members of the Aiden pirate crew were equally engaged, coordinating their efforts as some unleashed cannon fire upon the enemy vessels and their ranks. The cannonballs traced graceful arcs across the sea, whistling through the air as they hurtled towards the adversaries, each explosion unleashing a tempest of chaos among the foe. Others were embroiled in fierce hand-to-hand combat, demonstrating their adept fighting skills and unyielding spirit as they grappled with enemies at the ship's railing and upon the deck. Delivering blows with relentless ferocity, Rex finally surged towards the Aiden vessel, showing no signs of hesitation as he lunged at Aiden. His iron-like fist struck with the force of cannonballs aimed directly at Aiden's head, the sound of his punches slicing through the air with a power capable of rending the very atmosphere. Aiden's gaze sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Rex's fist that whizzed past his ear, generating a fierce gust that nearly toppled him. Yet, Rex was relentless, following up with a sweeping kick. Caught off guard, Aiden could only brace himself with his arm. The impact resonated with a dull thud. A searing pain surged through his arm, as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer, propelling him backward. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his posture midair, regaining his balance before sliding a short distance across the deck. Rex, seeing his attack miss, let out another furious roar and lunged towards Aiden once more. His speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of black lightning, and he reached Aiden in an instant. Raising his iron-like fist, he brought it crashing down towards Aiden's abdomen. Aiden had steadied himself by now. Drawing a deep breath, he gathered the Dawnbreaker energy within his core, bracing for Rex's impending strike. With a resounding clang, Rex's fist collided with the concentrated Dawnbreaker force at Aiden's abdomen, sparks erupting in a dazzling display. A searing pain shot through Aiden's midsection, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to yield or be driven back again. Rex's eyes flickered with surprise at Aiden's resilience, but his hesitation was fleeting. Without pause, he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, alternating between Aiden's head, chest, and abdomen, each strike carrying the crushing weight of 1,000 June, intent on reducing his opponent to shattered wreckage. Aiden, with his agile prowess and keen instinct for combat, deftly evaded Rex's relentless assaults. He sidestepped with grace, leaned back to avoid strikes, and defended himself with his arms and legs. Each parry sent waves of pain coursing through his body, yet he remained undeterred. In this fierce, close-quarters battle, both combatants exerted their utmost, each collision laden with the gravity of life and death. The surrounding crew members watched anxiously, acutely aware that Captain Aiden's fate would directly dictate the destiny of their entire pirate crew. As Rex and Aiden engaged in their heated skirmish, the battlefield subtly shifted. The fiery Phoenix, manipulated by Leon, wreaked havoc among the enemy ranks, inflicting considerable damage. However, this relentless onslaught gradually sapped Leon's stamina. The flames of the Phoenix began to wane, ultimately dissipating into the ether. Meanwhile, on Eva's front, the magical barrier, besieged by relentless attacks, finally succumbed with a resounding crash. Shattering completely. Exhausted from expending her magical energy, Eva collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing the shattering of the magical barrier, Rex's subordinates were invigorated, rallying with fervor as they charged wildly towards Aiden's ship and crew. Though the crew of the Aiden pirate group had lost the protection of the magical barrier, they did not succumb to panic. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, ready to confront the graver challenge ahead. At this moment, Aiden, engaged in close combat with Rex, gradually discerned Rex's pattern of attack. He realized that although Rex possessed formidable strength and remarkable speed, he would experience a brief pause after a series of assaults to catch his breath and regain his strength. Aiden's heart stirred with determination. He resolved to seize this opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to Rex. As Rex launched yet another round of assault, a fleeting moment of pause emerged. Aiden took a deep breath, channeling all the remaining power of Dawn into his right fist, and then unleashed a fierce strike towards Rex's chest. Although Rex sensed Aiden's intent to attack, he had just completed a flurry of strikes and was still in the process of regaining his composure. It was too late for him to evade the impending onslaught. Aiden's strike was imbued with immense power. Upon impact with Rex's chest, Rex experienced a searing pain coursing through him, propelling his body backward as he crashed heavily onto the surface of the sea, sending up a great spray of water. "Captain!" cheered the crew of the Aiden pirate crew, elated by Aiden's successful blow on Rex. Struggling upon the water, Rex felt a trickle of blood escape the corner of his mouth, his eyes aflame with rage and defiance. He had not anticipated being struck by Aiden at that moment, and the fire of his fury blazed even more fiercely within him. With great effort, he rose from the sea, charging once again towards the vessel of the Aiden pirate crew, determined to continue the battle until he utterly vanquished them. Amidst the tumultuous ocean, this fierce confrontation raged on, with life and death, victory and defeat, still hanging in the balance. Chapter 51. Wrath of the Sea. The battle unfolds. Rex, like a beast blinded by hatred, emerged from the water, drenched and bloodied, heedless of all else as he charged once more towards the ship of the Aiden pirate crew. With each step he took, the surface of the sea erupted in splashes, the sound reverberating like the war drums of his fury, urging him to hasten and crush the Aiden pirate crew completely. The crew of the Aiden pirates, witnessing Rex's fierce return, gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes gleaming with determination and fearlessness. Despite having just endured a grueling battle, with many bearing wounds, they were united by a singular conviction: to stand shoulder to shoulder with their captain, Aiden, and withstand the onslaught of the formidable enemy. Aiden braced himself, acutely aware that the blow he had just delivered to Rex had merely momentarily thwarted his formidable opponent. He understood that this adversary resembled an indomitable cockroach, exhibiting an extraordinary resilience. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the dwindling power of dawn within him, allowing that energy to flow through his meridians like a gentle stream, ever ready to confront Rex's imminent and ferocious counterattack. Rex approached in the blink of an eye, his ironclad form radiating a cold, unyielding sheen under the sunlight. As he stepped onto the ship's railing, he lunged fiercely at Aiden, his arms resembling giant pincers forged from steel, aiming to seize Aiden's shoulders with a crushing grip. Should his grasp succeed, Aiden feared he would be violently yanked to the ground, suffering grave injury. Aiden's gaze sharpened, and his footsteps swiftly shifted, his form gliding backward like a wraith. Rex's hands grasped at nothing but stirred a gust of wind, which swept across Aiden's cheek, reminiscent of the chilling whisper of death passing by. With his initial strike having missed, Rex's fury intensified. He then raised his right leg high, sweeping it horizontally toward Aiden like a colossal iron pillar. This kick was imbued with immense power. Should it connect, Aiden's ribs would surely face the dire threat of fracture. Aiden did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He swiftly sidestepped, concentrating the power of dawn upon his left arm, and met Rex's advancing right leg with a decisive kick. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Aiden felt a sharp pain surge through his left arm, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. Rex was similarly jolted by the recoil, stumbling back a few paces. However, he quickly regained his footing and charged once more towards Aiden. Meanwhile, the other members of Aiden's pirate crew engaged in a fierce melee against Rex's subordinates across the deck. One crew member, named Jack, possessed a robust physique and immense strength. Brandishing a colossal spiked club, he faced off against one of Rex's lackeys, who wielded dual blades with remarkable agility. The enemy, armed with knives infused with armed color hockey, struck with a flurry of blows, but Jack remained unperturbed. Utilizing his formidable build and masterful club techniques, he deftly parried the onslaught with ease. Seizing an opportune moment, he swung his club with tremendous force, landing a decisive blow upon the enemy's shoulder, who let out a pained cry and was sent sprawling backward. Elsewhere, several skilled marksmen from the crew unleashed a barrage of cannon fire and crossbow bolts upon the enemy's vessels and ranks. Their coordination was impeccable. Some loaded the cannonballs, others adjusted the angles, while a few took aim and fired. The cannonballs soared through the sky with a deafening roar, striking the enemy ship with pinpoint accuracy, creating a sizable crater in its hull and sending splinters flying. The crew aboard the enemy vessel was thrown into disarray by the sudden explosion, with some being blasted overboard into the sea. Meanwhile, the crossbowmen released arrows imbued with formidable magical power, glinting with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. The arrows streaked through the air like shooting stars, detonating in vibrant displays of magical light upon impact. Some enemies were pierced through vital spots, collapsing immediately, while others found themselves engulfed by the magical radiance, their bodies rendered immobile and sluggish. Though Ava lay exhausted on the ground, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the unfolding battle. Witnessing her crew's valiant struggle filled her heart with both pride and anxiety. She struggled to rise, yet found her body drained of all strength, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. Nevertheless, she summoned a faint voice to encourage her comrades, though soft. It resonated with an invisible force that inspired each of them. After regaining a modicum of strength, Leon rejoined the fray, acutely aware that he could not afford the slightest lapse in focus. He was determined to fight with unwavering dedication for the honor of their pirate crew. His hands moved with swift elegance as incantations spilled from his lips, causing the air around him to heat dramatically, flames igniting once more by his side. This time, he conjured not a majestic fire phoenix, but several fiery whips that danced in his hands like sentient beings, responding to his will. With a thunderous shout, he lashed the flames toward Rex's subordinates. Wherever the fiery whips struck, foes recoiled in terror. Those unfortunate enough to be caught would find their garments ignited and their skin seared, writhing in agony upon the deck and crying out in despair. Frustrated by his futile attacks on Aiden, Rex's fury reached a boiling point. He abruptly halted his assault and unleashed his conqueror's haki with unrestrained ferocity. This time, the dark aura surged forth like an ominous storm cloud, sweeping toward the crew of the Aiden pirates. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon them like an invisible mountain, rendering many breathless. Numerous crew members felt their legs weaken, as if weighed down by an insurmountable burden, rendering them nearly immobile. Yet, they supported one another, drawing upon their indomitable spirit and loyalty to the pirate crew, resolutely resisting the oppressive force of Rex's haki. As Aiden witnessed Rex employing this tactic once more, he inhaled deeply, channeling the powers of the dream fruit within him to their utmost potential. In an instant, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the flicker of lightning. Subsequently, formidable bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards Rex and his subordinates with ferocious intensity. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the ground fissured, revealing immense cracks as if the earth itself had been violently torn asunder. From these crevices, colossal skeletal hands emerged, reaching out menacingly towards the foes. These skeletal hands were robust, with sharp fingertips exuding a chilling aura. Although Rex possessed the power of observation haki, he found himself somewhat flustered in the face of this overwhelming onslaught of illusions. While evading the strikes of lightning, he remained vigilant against the grasp of the skeletal hands, all the while charging towards Aiden, his mind fixated on swiftly subduing him to bring this battle to a close. Aiden seized the opportunity. As Rex evaded the onslaught of the phantasm, he swiftly darted forward, akin to a specter. He concentrated the remaining essence of Dawn's power into his right fist and struck fiercely at Rex's back. Rex sensed the disturbance behind him, yet he was preoccupied with dodging bolts of lightning and skeletal hands, causing his reflexes to lag by a heartbeat. Aiden's strike landed solidly upon Rex's back, causing a surge of excruciating pain to radiate through his body, propelling him forward uncontrollably until he crashed heavily onto the deck, creating a substantial dent. "Well done, Captain," cheered the crew of the Aiden pirate group, their voices rising in jubilant celebration. Their exuberance seemed to imbue both themselves and Aiden with renewed vigor. Struggling within the crater, Rex endeavored to rise, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes alight with boundless fury and defiance. He could hardly fathom that he had been struck by Aiden once more, and this time, the injury was far graver. Nonetheless, he was undeniably a tenacious individual. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his palms against the ground and gradually hoisted himself from the pit. Although his body swayed unsteadily, the ferocity in his gaze remained undiminished. "Aiden, do not revel in your triumph too soon. This battle is far from over," Rex bellowed as he charged once more towards Aiden. Aiden gazed at Rex, who appeared both disheveled and resolute, secretly admiring his tenacity. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment for compassion. A victor must emerge from this confrontation, lest they both become ensnared in an endless cycle of conflict. Thus, Aiden charged towards Rex, and once more, they engaged in a fierce melee. This time, Rex's assault grew even more frenzied, his hands striking like a tempest, targeting every part of Aiden's body. His fists rained down like cannonballs upon Aiden's head, chest, and abdomen, each blow infused with tremendous force, intent on utterly vanquishing Aiden. Aiden, with his agile physique and keen instinct for combat, deftly evaded Rex's relentless assaults. At times, he sidestepped gracefully, at others, he leaned back to avoid blows, and occasionally, he employed his arms and legs as shields. Each parry inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Yet he remained undeterred. In this fierce hand-to-hand confrontation, both combatants unleashed their utmost abilities, with every clash echoing the weight of life and death decisions. The surrounding crew members watched anxiously, aware that the outcome of Captain Aiden's struggle would directly determine the fate of their pirate crew. Amidst their intense battle, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. One of Rex's subordinates, a practitioner of potent sorcery, grew increasingly anxious as he observed his leader's plight. In a moment of desperation, he discreetly cast a formidable spell known as the Cloak of Darkness. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility non-existent. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew was suddenly engulfed in chaos, unable to discern the location of their adversary, their strikes becoming increasingly haphazard. Meanwhile, Rex seized this opportunity to intensify his assault on Aiden. With his formidable observation hockey, he was able to accurately perceive Aiden's position even amidst the darkness, rendering his attacks even more ferocious. Aiden felt a sudden jolt of realization. He understood that he must swiftly alter the current predicament. Consequently, he summoned the remaining power of the dream fruit within him, endeavoring to dispel the encroaching darkness with the essence of dreams. In an instant, under the influence of Aiden's dreamlike force, countless shimmering points of light emerged from the shadows, akin to the stars scattered across a night sky, gradually illuminating portions of the battlefield. Although the darkness had not been entirely banished, it at least afforded the crew the clarity to discern some enemy positions and reorganize their assault. Rex, witnessing Aiden's renewed display of power, was filled with fury. He resolved to bring the confrontation to a swift conclusion. He ceased his attack on Aiden and pivoted towards the other members of Aiden's pirate crew. His objective was to target those operating the cannons and crossbows, intending to dismantle the long-range offensive capabilities of Aiden's crew first. Aiden witnessed the scene with mounting dread and swiftly gave chase. Yet Rex moved with astonishing speed, reaching the crew in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Rex's hands transformed into razor-sharp steel blades, thrusting mercilessly toward a sailor reloading a cannon. The man barely had time to react. Death loomed mere inches away. At that critical moment, another sailor lunged forward, shielding his comrade with his own body. Ack! A pain cry tore through the air as the blade pierced flesh, blood gushing forth. No! Aiden roared, fury and grief blazing in his eyes. He surged forward with renewed speed, consumed by vengeance for the fallen. Rex withdrew his blade, surveying the carnage with cold indifference. Raising his weapon once more, he struck at the remaining crew. Yet the sailors refused to cower. Armed with whatever they could grasp, some wielding cannon barrels as makeshift clubs, others firing crossbows, they fought back with desperate resolve. Though their attacks barely hindered Rex, their defiance forced him to divide his focus. Aiden finally reached Rex's side. Without uttering a word, he concentrated all the remaining power of dawn into his right fist and struck fiercely toward Rex's head. Sensing Aiden's assault, Rex swiftly turned and raised his arm to defend himself. With a resounding clang, Aiden's fist collided with Rex's arm, sending forth a brilliant spark. Rex felt a sharp pain in his arm, yet he gritted his teeth and held his ground, refusing to be pushed back. Immediately, he retaliated with a kick aimed at Aiden's abdomen. Aiden was caught off guard, and with a powerful kick, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the side of the ship. Captain! The crew of the Aiden pirate crew gasped in shock at the sight. Anxiety consumed them as they yearned to rush forward and assist, yet they were firmly restrained by Rex's subordinates. Aiden struggled to rise from the ship's railing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination. He understood that he could not succumb so easily. He must continue to fight for the sake of his pirate crew and his comrades. At that moment, a melodious sound of a flute suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The notes seemed to emanate from a distant horizon, crisp and enchanting, yet imbued with an enigmatic power. Everyone was captivated by this unexpected melody, halting their actions to gaze toward its source. There, upon the surface of the sea, a magnificent sailing vessel glided forth. Its sails were pure white, adorned with exquisite patterns that sparkled under the sunlight. At the bow stood a woman clad in a flowing white robe, delicately holding a splendid flute, the very instrument from which the enchanting melody flowed. Why do you engage in conflict here? This ocean ought to be a sanctuary of peace, not a realm rife with bloodshed and slaughter. Her voice rang out, clear and melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Rex furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Today, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of Aiden's pirate crew." The woman smiled gently and replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your incessant fighting will only lead to more lives lost. This sea was meant to be a haven of tranquility, not a battleground soaked in blood and violence." Aiden gazed at the woman, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. He faintly sensed that this woman might help them resolve the impending crisis. "Humph, you speak so lightly," Rexus retorted, his voice seething with fury. "The Aiden pirates and I share an irreconcilable enmity. Today, either he dies, or I do." The woman sighed softly and said, "Hatred only blinds you, trapping you in endless suffering. Why not lay down your grudges and each go your own way?" It would be better for everyone. Rexus felt the flames of rage surge within him, convinced the woman was spouting nonsense. Ignoring her plea, he lunged toward Aiden once more, determined to strike him down before she could intervene. But as he charged forward, the woman gently lifted her flute. A soft radiance emanated from it, instantly enveloping Rexus. He felt his body seized by an overwhelming force, rendering him immobile. "What are you doing? Release me!" Rexus bellowed in fury. The woman paid no heed to his outburst. Instead, she turned to Aiden and asked, "Aiden, are you also willing to let go of your hatred and cease this conflict?" Aiden fell silent for a moment, surveying the injured crew members around him and glancing at the bound Rex. He understood that if the battle continued, it would only result in further casualties. Despite the numerous grievances he harbored against Rex, for the sake of his crew's safety and the tranquility of these waters, he was willing to attempt to set aside his animosity. "I am willing," Aiden spoke slowly. The woman smiled faintly and waved her flute once more. A beam of light emanated, enveloping all the crew members of Aiden's pirate ship as well as Rex's subordinates. "Since you all are willing to relinquish your hatred, I shall aid you in erasing this memory, allowing you to begin anew. From this moment forth, I hope you can coexist peacefully upon these seas." With that, the light from the flute intensified, casting a glow over the entire battlefield. Everyone felt a haze cloud their minds, and then they lost consciousness. When they awoke, they found themselves in disparate locations. Aiden's crew discovered themselves in a serene expanse of ocean, their ship intact, with no recollection of the fierce battle or their enmity with Rex. Similarly, Rex and his men found themselves in another maritime realm, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Thus, Aiden's pirate crew continued to sail the seas, seeking their own adventures, while Rex and his followers embarked on a new life in another corner of the ocean. The sea seemed to have regained its former tranquility, though occasionally whispers of mysterious adventures would still echo through the waves. Chapter 52. The return of the fierce battle. The Aiden pirate crew continued their voyage across the tranquil sea, with sunlight shimmering upon the glistening surface of the water, as if the previous fierce battle had merely been a distant nightmare. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the boundless sea, yet a subtle sense of melancholy lingered in his heart. Although the memories of hatred towards Rex had been erased, the instincts of battle and the awareness of unseen dangers remained deeply etched within him and his crew. One day, they sailed into a mysterious expanse of ocean, where the waters shimmered in an extraordinary deep blue, as if concealing endless secrets. Suddenly, the lookout shouted, "Captain, a colossal island looms ahead, shrouded in mist. It appears quite unusual." Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Aiden's eyes, and he promptly commanded the ship to steer towards the island. As the vessel approached the shore, the crew discovered peculiar shells scattered across the sandy beach, glimmering with iridescent hues, as if enchanted. Aiden led a group of sailors ashore, and the moment they set foot on land, a mysterious aura enveloped them. The trees on the island stood tall and dense, their branches intertwining, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through, casting dappled shadows. They ventured along a winding path deeper into the island, encountering many bizarre creatures previously unseen. One such creature resembled a small monkey, its body adorned with golden fur, its eyes sparkling with intelligence as it leaped among the branches, curiously observing the unexpected visitors. There were also immense flowers, exuding a captivating fragrance from their centers. However, when approached, these blossoms would abruptly close, seemingly in self-defense. Just as they cautiously advanced, a deep rumble echoed from ahead. Suddenly, a colossal beast emerged from the jungle. Its body was covered in tough scales, its head reminiscent of a crocodile, yet adorned with two massive horns. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it lunged toward Aiden and his companions, mouth agape, ready to strike. Aiden reacted swiftly, immediately channeling a newfound power that he had recently cultivated within himself. Though this force was not as formidable as the dawn power he had wielded before, it had gained considerable potency through rigorous training over time. In a flash, he evaded the beast's pounce and delivered a powerful kick to its flank. With a resounding thud, the creature staggered from Aiden's blow, only to emit a furious roar and swipe at him with its massive claws. The other crew members swiftly raised their weapons, engaging in a fierce battle with the monstrous being. Jack swung his enormous spiked club, striking the beast's leg with tremendous force, causing it to falter. Meanwhile, the sharpshooters among the crew drew their compact crossbows, launching arrows imbued with special agents aimed at the creature's eyes. The beast, disoriented by the relentless assault, wildly flailed its claws and whipped its tail in an attempt to disperse the bothersome attackers. However, the crew of the Aiden pirates would not easily retreat. They coordinated their efforts and gradually discerned the creature's vulnerabilities. They discovered a particularly soft spot on its underbelly. Seizing the moment, Aiden leaped into the air, concentrating all his strength into his feet, and delivered a fierce kick to the beast's abdomen. With a pained howl, the creature collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The crew erupted in cheers, celebrating their initial victory and igniting their anticipation for further exploration of the mysterious island. As they ventured deeper into the island, they encountered numerous dangers and challenges. Yet their seamless cooperation and indomitable spirit enabled them to overcome each obstacle. During their exploration, they stumbled upon a hidden cave nestled within a valley. The entrance emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly beckoning them to enter and uncover its secrets. Aiden resolved to lead a few crew members into the cave for a closer examination. Cautiously, they stepped inside, discovering an array of peculiar crystals that illuminated the cavern with a gentle radiance. Just as they marveled at this enchanting sight, a low, ominous hum echoed through the air. Suddenly, a swarm of enormous insect-like creatures resembling bees surged forth from the depths of the cave. Each creature was the size of a human, their venomous stingers glinting menacingly, clearly indicating their potent toxicity. Aiden and his companions immediately became vigilant, raising their weapons in preparation for this new challenge. The insects surged toward them with alarming speed, and Aiden was the first to strike. He swung his arm and unleashed a wave of force that sent several nearby insects flying. The other crew members, unwilling to be outdone, either attacked directly with their weapons or utilized the surrounding crystals for cover, evading the insects' assaults. Amidst the fierce battle, one crew member was accidentally stung by the venomous spike of an insect, his complexion turning an alarming shade of purple as he swayed precariously. Upon witnessing this, Aiden's heart raced with urgency. While continuing to fend off the insect onslaught, he shouted, "Hold on, everyone. We must eliminate these fiends and find a way to save him." Inspired by Aiden's call, the crew fought with even greater fervor. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the entire swarm of massive insects. Aiden hurried to the side of the poisoned crew member to assess his condition, only to find him in a state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. Aiden was acutely aware of the dire situation at hand. He promptly commanded the other crew members to escort their poisoned companion back to the ship while he remained in the cave in search of a potential antidote. He scoured every corner of the cavern, leaving no stone unturned. At last, deep within the cave, he stumbled upon a herb emanating an extraordinary glow. Its leaves boasted a vivid shade of purple, glistening with dewdrops that sparkled like precious gems. Aiden felt a stir within him. Sensing that this herb might indeed be the antidote, he carefully harvested the plant and swiftly returned to the ship. Upon his arrival, the ship's doctor immediately set to work crafting an antidote for the poisoned crew member using the herb. After a tense period of treatment, the crew member's complexion gradually returned to normal, and a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. Meanwhile, on another part of the ocean, Rex and his subordinates commenced a new chapter of their lives. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Rex felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something of great importance. His men busied themselves with repairing the vessels and organizing supplies, creating an atmosphere that was both serene and orderly. However, this tranquility was short-lived. One day, a mysterious black ship emerged within their line of sight. The vessel exuded an eerie aura, its sails adorned with strange symbols that sent shivers down one's spine. Rex furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling rising within him. He promptly gathered his men, preparing for any potential threat. As the ominous ship drew closer, a group of individuals clad in black robes emerged, their faces betraying a chilling indifference, their eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Rex demanded loudly. One of the robed figures spoke slowly. "Rex, do you not recall the hatred of the past? We have come to aid you in reclaiming your memories. The enmity between you and the Aiden pirate crew is unforgivable. How can you so easily forget?" Rex's heart jolted at their words, and he strained to retrieve any memory related to their claims, yet found nothing. Nevertheless, the robed figure's utterances ignited an inexplicable fury within him. "I know not what you speak of, but if you seek to provoke conflict, I shall not hold back," Rex declared, clenching his fists, his muscles taut with tension. The figures exchanged glances before bursting into a synchronized, cold laughter. They then raised their black staffs, chanting incantations, and in an instant, a wave of dark power surged across the sea, sweeping towards Rex and his men. Rex braced himself, feeling the immense pressure of the dark force, yet he stood resolute. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a surge of power from within, charging headlong into the encroaching darkness. Thus began a fresh conflict upon these waters. Rex's subordinates swiftly armed themselves, engaging in fierce combat with the robed figures. The struggle was intense, with neither side willing to yield. As Rex battled the robed adversaries, he recognized their formidable strength. Their dark magic was both peculiar and powerful, often catching him off guard. Yet Rex was not one to be easily vanquished. With his indomitable will and formidable prowess, he repeatedly thwarted the attacks of the dark-clad foes. Seizing the opportune moment, he leapt into the air, launching himself fiercely at a figure clad in black robes. His hands, as unyielding as steel, gripped the shoulders of the cloaked man with immense force, hurling him directly into the depths of the sea. Witnessing their comrades' defeat at the hands of Rex, the other figures in black seethed with rage, intensifying their dark magic in an attempt to subdue Rex completely. Though the pressure around him escalated, Rex remained undaunted. Drawing in a deep breath, he elevated his inner strength to new heights and charged toward the dark-robed adversaries. Amidst the fierce combat, one of Rex's subordinates was tragically struck by a dark spell, collapsing to the ground as his body convulsed. This sight ignited a fiery wrath within Rex. Without a moment's hesitation, he raced toward the black-robed sorcerer responsible, his speed rendering the foe unable to react in time. With a powerful fist, Rex delivered a crushing blow to the sorcerer's head. The cloaked figure attempted to evade, but it was far too late. With a resounding thud, Rex's fist connected with the sorcerer's skull, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Realizing the dire turn of events, the remaining figures in black ceased their assault, retreating towards their ominous vessel. Yet, Rex was not inclined to let them escape unscathed. He led his companions in pursuit. When they reached the side of the black ship, Rex sprang aboard, continuing the battle against the remaining dark-robed foes. After a grueling struggle, Rex and his men vanquished every last one of the cloaked figures, seizing control of the mysterious black vessel. Standing upon the deck of the ship, Rex surveyed his comrades, a swell of ambition rising within him. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind the black-robed figure's aggression or the history he shared with the Aiden pirates, he understood that from this moment onward, he would guide his followers across these vast oceans, ready to confront greater challenges ahead. 3. The interweaving of fate. After the Aiden pirate crew's thrilling escapade on the mysterious island, they resumed their voyage across the vast ocean. One day, they encountered a rare tempest at sea. The howling winds roared, and the towering waves surged violently, causing the vessel to sway tumultuously amidst the tumultuous waters. As if it were on the brink of capsizing at any moment, Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, gripping the railing tightly as he shouted, "Do not panic. Everyone, steady the vessel. We shall weather this storm." The crew responded in unison, each fulfilling their respective duties. Some adeptly maneuvered the sails, while others meticulously inspected various parts of the ship to ensure its safety. Through their collective efforts, the vessel managed to navigate through the tempest with great difficulty. However, just as the storm seemed to be receding, a colossal bolt of lightning struck, severing the mast in two. The sail fell as well, leaving the ship adrift, powerless against the tumultuous waves. Aiden, seeing the situation, was consumed by anxiety. He promptly commanded the crew to hastily repair the mast, while he led a portion of the sailors in rowing a small boat, seeking nearby islands or assistance from other vessels. As they drifted upon the sea, they suddenly spotted a ship emerging in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the enigmatic black vessel controlled by Rex and his crew. Rex, standing on the deck of the black ship, also noticed Aiden and his companions. Although he had long forgotten the grievances with Aiden's pirate crew, the sight of these strangers near his ship instinctively heightened his vigilance. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Rex called out loudly. Aiden gazed at Rex, a tide of inexplicable emotion surging within him. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the man before him, yet the source of this recognition eluded him. "We are from the Aiden pirate crew," Aiden replied candidly. "Our vessel sustained damage in the recent tempest. The mast was struck by lightning, and we are now seeking a safe harbor or assistance from other ships." Upon hearing this, Rex was stirred. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "In that case, please come aboard our ship. Once the storm has completely subsided, we shall determine how best to assist you in repairing your vessel." Aiden hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He led his crew aboard Rex's obsidian vessel. As the two groups converged on the ship, an initial sense of unfamiliarity gave way to an inexplicable warmth of camaraderie. On board, Aiden and Rex began to converse, sharing tales of their maritime adventures. Although neither mentioned the battle that had transpired, they soon discovered a myriad of shared sentiments and experiences. Just as their dialogue flowed, A crew member rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Captain, something is amiss. Strange occurrences are unfolding aboard. It seems that a malevolent force lurks in the shadows." Upon hearing the commotion, Aiden and Rex immediately rose to their feet and proceeded towards the direction indicated by the crew. When they arrived, they discovered that several corners of the ship had begun to emit ominous plumes of black smoke, which swiftly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring their vision. Shortly thereafter, a chilling laughter echoed through the haze, as if some malevolent entity were watching them intently. "What is happening?" Rex inquired, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the swirling smoke. Clad in a long black robe, the figure bore a sinister smile, and his eyes glinted with a wicked light. "Did you truly believe you could so easily escape me? I shall not let you go." The dark-robed man hissed with malevolence. It became evident that this man was one of the previously encountered cloaked figures, after his comrades were vanquished by Rex and his allies. He had stealthily concealed himself aboard the dark vessel, biding his time for vengeance. Aiden and Rex exchanged a glance, and they immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, both launched their attacks simultaneously towards the figure cloaked in black. Aiden channeled the power within him and launched a fierce assault towards the cloaked figure. His fist propelled like cannonballs. Rex, seizing the opportunity, lunged from the side, his hands gripping the black-robed man's arms with the strength of steel, attempting to restrain him. Sensing the impending danger, the cloaked figure swiftly evaded both Aiden's and Rex's attacks. He began to mutter incantations, and in his hand materialized a dark dagger, which he thrust towards Rex. Caught off guard, Rex was struck in the shoulder by the dagger, blood gushing forth in a torrent. "Rex!" Aiden exclaimed, panic surging within him as he quickened his pace to confront the cloaked man once more. While deftly dodging Aiden's onslaught, the dark figure continued to weave his malevolent magic. He summoned a horde of shadowy specters that surged towards Aiden's pirate crew and Rex's subordinates, seeking to disrupt their formation. The crew, armed with their weapons, engaged in a fierce struggle against these spectral foes. However, the intangible and elusive nature of the specters rendered ordinary weapons ineffective against them. Aiden was acutely aware that he must discover a means to combat these dark phantoms. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, attempting to harness his own power to dispel the apparitions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. He recalled the enormous insects he had encountered on a mysterious island, whose venomous stingers might prove effective against these shadowy specters. He promptly commanded his crew to gather items capable of releasing similar toxins, instructing them to concentrate these objects and hurl them towards the dark phantoms. Indeed, when these toxic items made contact with the apparitions, they emitted anguished cries, their forms gradually beginning to dissipate. Witnessing this, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the cloaked figure was unwilling to concede defeat. He once more brandished his obsidian dagger and charged towards Aiden. Aiden, undaunted, advanced boldly to engage the cloaked figure in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. During the struggle, he seized the opportune moment to channel all his inner strength into his right fist, and then struck with tremendous force towards the chest of the dark-clad adversary. With a resounding thud, the cloaked man was propelled backward by Aiden's blow, crashing heavily against the ship's hull before plummeting into the depths of the sea. While onlookers believed the ordeal had reached its conclusion, a colossal whirlpool suddenly erupted on the surface of the water, growing larger by the moment, as if it sought to engulf the entire vessel. Aiden and Rex quickly realized the dire situation they were in, and they promptly commanded the crew to prepare for escape from the perilous whirlpool. The crew sprang into action. Some manipulated the sails, while others rowed the small boats, striving to distance the vessel from the whirlpool's grasp. However, the pull of the vortex was overwhelmingly powerful, and the ship struggled on the surface of the sea, gradually being drawn into its relentless embrace. Aiden and Rex stood at the bow of the ship, gazing anxiously at the colossal whirlpool before them. They understood that if they could not extricate themselves from its grasp swiftly, both the vessel and everyone aboard would be in peril. In that moment, Aiden suddenly conceived a plan. He turned to Rex and said, "Rex, I have an idea. We could attempt to cast some heavy objects from the ship into the whirlpool. Perhaps this would lighten our load and enhance our chances of escape." Upon hearing this, Rex nodded in agreement. He promptly commanded his crew to gather unnecessary weights from the ship, such as damaged weapons and surplus supplies, and toss them overboard, one by one, into the swirling abyss. As each heavy item was hurled into the whirlpool, the ship indeed felt a slight shift, gradually moving away from the vortex's center. Yet, the pull of the whirlpool remained formidable, and the vessel's progress was painfully slow. just as hope seemed to blossom for their escape. A tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the whirlpool. Suddenly, a gargantuan sea creature surged forth from its depths. This beast measured several dozen meters in length. Its body sheathed in impenetrable scales. Its head resembled that of an octopus, yet it was adorned with countless enormous eyes, each glimmering with an eerie light. Upon its emergence, the creature did not immediately assault the ship. Instead, it circled around the vessel, as if assessing these unwelcome intruders. Aiden and Rex, upon witnessing the scene, were enveloped in a profound sense of vigilance. They understood that this marine beast was undoubtedly a perilous entity. Should it launch an assault, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Everyone, take care, Aiden shouted decisively. The crew members, in unison, gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the impending threat. After gliding through the waters, the creature suddenly opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of viscous black sludge towards the vessel. This noxious substance emanated a pungent odor, and upon contact, it would swiftly corrode the skin. Aiden and Rex reacted swiftly, channeling their internal powers to launch an assault against the viscous substance expelled by the sea beast. Their waves of energy collided with the slime in midair, producing a series of crackling sounds. While a portion of the slime was repelled, some still splattered onto the ship, inadvertently coating several crew members, who cried out in agony as the black goo corroded their skin at a visibly alarming rate. Aiden, filled with urgency, could no longer maintain his standoff with the sea creature and hastily turned to assess the condition of the injured crew members. Meanwhile, Rex remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the beast to prevent it from seizing the opportunity to launch a more ferocious attack. Aiden directed his fellow crew members to fetch fresh water and medical supplies, striving to cleanse and treat the wounds of the injured, while his mind raced with strategies to confront the sea beast. Meanwhile, the ship continued to struggle at the edge of the vortex, each passing second stretching into an eternity. Rex, fully aware that inaction was not an option, let out a fierce roar and summoned all his strength to charge at the creature. The sea beast seemed to sense his provocation, its multitude of enormous eyes shimmering with an even more sinister light. Before it swung a massive tentacle towards Rex with formidable force. Rex twisted his body midair, narrowly evading the attack. But the powerful gust generated by the tentacle momentarily hindered his movement. In that fleeting instant, the sea beast opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of thick black slime. Rex was caught off guard, with some of the viscous substance splattering onto his arm, sending a sharp pain coursing through him, which he gritted his teeth to endure. Aiden, Rex shouted in alarm, witnessing the event unfold. At that moment, Aiden's inner strength erupted without restraint. He moved like lightning, swiftly positioning himself on the opposite side of the sea beast, and unleashed a powerful punch directed at the creature's body. This strike, infused with Aiden's fury and determination, caused the enormous beast to sway slightly in response to the impact. Infuriated, the sea beast shifted its focus to Aiden, its tentacles thrashing wildly in a frenzied assault. Aiden adeptly navigated through the gaps between the writhing appendages, continuously searching for a weakness in the beast's defenses. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, Aiden suddenly noticed a slight indentation beneath the beast's head, where the scales appeared notably thinner. Seizing the opportunity amidst the creature's onslaught, he charged toward that vulnerable spot. Simultaneously, Rex, enduring the pain in his arm, rejoined the fray. He leapt upward from below, grasping one of the beast's tentacles tightly, and pulled forcefully, attempting to divert the creature's attention and create a more favorable opening for Aiden's attack. Aiden seized the opportune moment, channeling all the remaining strength within him into his right fist, and then, with a resolve akin to a desperate gamble, he struck fiercely at the vulnerable spot beneath the head of the sea beast. A thunderous roar echoed as the creature emitted a piercing wail, its body convulsing violently. The blow from Aiden's fist tore a gaping wound in that weak area, causing dark blood to spurt forth. The sea beast, grievously injured, began to thrash about wildly, its struggles churning the surrounding waters into a tumultuous frenzy, with the whirlpool growing ever more ferocious. Yet, Aiden's pirate crew and Rex seized this fleeting opportunity, exerting their utmost efforts to navigate the ship, gradually extricating themselves from the clutches of the whirlpool while the beast temporarily lost some of its offensive capabilities. The vessel slowly drifted away from the vortex, the crew collapsing exhausted onto the deck, while the injured members received urgent treatment, their conditions stabilizing for the moment. Aiden and Rex exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the relief of having survived calamity. As the truth began to unfold, the relationship between Aiden, Rex, and the two groups of crew members grew more intimate following this life-and-death crisis. They continued their voyage across the sea, searching for a place to dock and recuperate. During their journey, Aiden and Rex often engaged in discussions regarding the mysterious events they had encountered, particularly concerning the enigmatic figures clad in black robes. Sensing that a vast conspiracy lay shrouded in secrecy behind them, one day, they anchored at a desolate island to replenish their supplies of fresh water and food. While exploring the island, Aiden stumbled upon ancient murals within a concealed cave. Despite the ravages of time, the content depicted in these murals remained discernible. The artwork illustrated a fierce naval battle, with one side resembling Aiden's pirate ship and the opposing vessels adorned with strange markings, strikingly similar to those of the black-robed individuals they had previously encountered. At the center of the scene, a treasure radiating an extraordinary luminescence seemed to be the focal point of this tumultuous maritime conflict. Aiden hastily summoned Rex, and together they meticulously examined the murals. As Rex gazed upon the artwork, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if the long-buried memories were gradually resurfacing. Aiden, I believe the events depicted in these murals may be intricately linked to everything we have previously encountered, Rex said, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Aiden nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, I share the sentiment. Perhaps the grievances that once existed between us, along with the emergence of those cloaked figures, are intricately linked to this treasure. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into the secrets concealed behind the mural, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the cave. Exchanging a glance, the two hastily exited the cavern to ascertain the situation. Before them stood a group of indigenous people clad in peculiar attire, brandishing weapons and advancing toward them. The expressions on these natives' faces were rife with caution and hostility, their voices raised in a language incomprehensible to Aiden and his companion. Aiden and Rex swiftly prepared for battle, while the crew behind them armed themselves, bracing for the impending confrontation. A new conflict seemed poised to erupt upon this desolate island. Facing the encroaching indigenous people, Aiden raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he bore no ill will. He endeavored to communicate with them through simple gestures and expressions, hoping to defuse the looming clash. Rex, standing alongside Aiden, supported his efforts by instructing the crew to relinquish small personal items, such as mirrors and beads, as offerings to the natives. Initially, the indigenous people remained vigilant, but as Aiden and Rex persisted in their attempts at communication and the natives observed the curious trinkets, the hostility in their eyes gradually began to wane. After a challenging exchange, Aiden and Rex finally comprehended that the animosity stemmed from earlier encounters with outsiders who had pillaged their resources and harmed their kin. Notably, the attire of these previous intruders bore a resemblance to that of the ominous cloaked figures they had encountered before. Aiden and Rex came to the realization that they might share a common adversary with the indigenous people. Consequently, they recounted their experiences and the ongoing pursuit of the enigmatic figures clad in black. After listening intently to their narrative, the leader of the indigenous tribe pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. He gestured for his fellow tribesmen to lower their weapons and graciously invited Aiden, Rex, and their companions to visit their village. Within the village, Aiden and Rex gleaned further insights into the black-clad figures, who had been in relentless search of a legendary treasure said to possess formidable powers capable of commanding the seas and all earthly matters. The series of mysterious events they had previously encountered, including the past grievances between Aiden's pirate crew and Rex, were likely orchestrated by these shadowy individuals, all in an effort to unearth this treasure and eliminate any obstacles in their path. Aiden and Rex resolved to forge an alliance with the indigenous people, uniting their strengths to confront the ominous figures cloaked in black and the greater conspiracy that may lurk behind them. They took respite in the village for several days, collaborating with the natives to devise strategies in preparation for the impending challenges. After a period of meticulous preparation, the Aiden pirate crew, alongside Rex and their newly formed alliance with the indigenous people, finally embarked on their quest. Following a trail of clues, they pursued the elusive black-robed figures. Ultimately, they discovered the stronghold of these shadowy figures in a mysterious maritime realm. It was a colossal fortress rising from the ocean, shrouded in a dense aura of darkness that instilled dread in the hearts of those who gazed upon it. Aiden, Rex, and the members of the Alliance exhibited unwavering courage as they navigated their vessels directly towards the castle. As they drew near, the figure in the black robe sensed their approach and promptly dispatched a multitude of minions to confront them. Thus commenced a fierce naval battle. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew exhibited their adept navigational and combat skills, skillfully maneuvering their vessel to evade the assaults of the cloaked figures while delivering powerful counterattacks. Rex, leading his subordinates, engaged in close-quarters combat with the black-robed adversaries, his formidable prowess instilling dread among many of them. The indigenous people, undeterred, utilized their intimate knowledge of the waters to launch flanking assaults, causing considerable disruption to the cloaked foes. However, the might of the black-robed figures should not be underestimated. Their dark sorcery played a pivotal role in the naval skirmish, continually posing a threat to the alliance. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that the castle's grand entrance was the fulcrum of their defenses. If they could breach that door, they would strike at the heart of the enemy and gain entry to the castle's interior. Thus, he summoned Rex and several of the more formidable crew members, preparing to concentrate their efforts on assaulting the castle's gate. Aiden, Rex, and their companions summoned all their strength and charged towards the castle gates. This strike embodied their collective fury, determination, and hope, as a formidable wave of energy collided with the gates, resonating with a thunderous roar. Under the impact of this blow, a fissure emerged in the door. However, the cloaked figures swiftly discerned their intentions and immediately reinforced the gate's defenses. More of the dark-robed individuals gathered around, wielding dark magic in an attempt to mend the crack and repel the onslaught of the alliance. Aiden and Rex exchanged a glance, fully aware that this was a battle for survival, demanding their utmost effort. They summoned every ounce of their strength, joining forces with the others of the alliance to launch an even more ferocious assault. After a grueling and extraordinary struggle, the castle gates were finally shattered under the combined might of their attack. The members of the alliance erupted in cheers, charging unhesitatingly into the depths of the castle. Inside, the air was thick with dampness and a pungent odor lingered. The cloaked figures had laid numerous traps and mechanisms within, yet Aiden's crew, along with Rex and the indigenous people, overcame these challenges through their courage, intelligence, and synergy. Ultimately, they confronted the leader of the cloaked figures, a man adorned in an opulent black robe, his face twisted into a sinister grin, and his eyes glinting with malevolence. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me, you foolish mortals?" the cloaked leader declared arrogantly. Aiden and Rex remained silent, focusing their energies to deliver a decisive blow to the nefarious leader. The confrontation escalated into a final clash. Aiden and Rex launched their assault head-on, their fists striking like cannonballs towards the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, the chieftain of the indigenous people led his kin in a flanking attack, employing their unique weapons and skills against the dark leader. The cloaked figure unleashed formidable dark magic in a desperate attempt to repel the multifaceted onslaught. Yet, the combined might of the alliance proved overwhelming, and he began to falter under the pressure. In the midst of the fierce battle, Aiden seized the moment, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and struck fiercely at the dark leader's chest. This punch encapsulated his fury and unwavering pursuit of justice. Simultaneously, Rex attacked from a different angle, his hands gripping the cloaked leader's shoulders like steel, and with a powerful heave, he hurled the dark figure towards the indigenous assault. Observing this, the chieftain rallied his people for the final strike. With a piercing scream, the dark leader was utterly vanquished, his form dissipating into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the air. As the dark figure fell, the entire castle began to crumble. Aiden's crew, Rex, and the alliance of indigenous people hastily fled the fortress, returning to their ships. Gazing upon the collapsing castle, their hearts swelled with the joy of victory. They had not only defeated the malevolent cloaked figure, but also unveiled a vast conspiracy lurking behind, restoring a semblance of peace to the seas. From that moment forth, Aiden's crew, along with Rex, continued their voyages across the ocean. Their friendship transcended through the trials of their adventure, becoming a legendary tale upon these waters. Chapter 54. Peril Lurks, a New Crisis. The Aiden pirates, along with Rex and the alliance of indigenous people, successfully vanquished the dark robe leader and obliterated the maritime fortress. However, they were acutely aware that the tranquility of these waters might be but a fleeting illusion. During their voyage back, they reveled in the euphoria of victory, oblivious to the looming peril that approached with stealth. On one fateful day, the sky darkened ominously, and the once placid sea erupted into towering waves. Aiden stood at the bow, his brow furrowed, gazing at the increasingly sinister atmosphere, a foreboding dread swelling within him. Rex joined him, his expression equally grave. "The weather seems rather unsettling, Aiden," he murmured. "Indeed, let us remain vigilant," Aiden replied, promptly instructing the crew to prepare for any unforeseen eventualities. Yet, before the crew could fully arm themselves, A colossal column of water surged from the depths, followed by a monstrous creature, far larger than any sea beast they had previously encountered, breaching the surface. Its body was encrusted with formidable scales, each glimmering with a chilling luminescence. Adorning its head were several massive horns, crackling with electric energy, and its eyes, akin to brass bells, radiated a fierce malevolence. The creature unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, a sound so potent it seemed to penetrate the very souls of the sailors, compelling many to clasp their ears in distress. Another sea beast. This will be troublesome. Aiden clenched his fists, though not a trace of fear marred his gaze. Rex, too, tensed, declaring, "We must exercise even greater caution. It appears far more formidable than the last." With that, Rex charged toward the gigantic sea creature, his form flickering through the air as he materialized at its flank, delivering a powerful punch aimed at its body. The strike, imbued with tremendous force, merely sparked against the beast's scales, which remained utterly unyielding. Infuriated by Rex's assault, the creature violently whipped its head, its electric horns lunging toward him. Rex swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping this lethal onslaught. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden joined the fray. His form darted like lightning, swiftly navigating the intervals of the sea beast's assaults, searching for an opening to strike. Seizing the moment, he concentrated his strength in his legs and leapt forcefully towards the creature's eyes. The sea beast seemed to sense Aiden's intent, rapidly closing its eyes. Aiden's kick landed upon its tightly shut eyelid, inflicting pain yet failing to deliver any substantial damage. The beast let out another furious roar, its robust tail sweeping with ferocity, unleashing a massive wave that surged towards Aiden's pirate ship. The crew hastily maneuvered the vessel to evade the oncoming tide, yet several members were still thrown to the ground by the force of the wave. The chieftain of the indigenous people, witnessing this chaos, rallied his kin and sounded a peculiar horn. As the call resonated, a multitude of strange creatures emerged from the depths of the sea. Larger than dolphins, they encircled the ship, forming a protective barrier against the tumultuous waves raised by the sea beast. "Thank you," Aiden called out to the chieftain. "Do not mention it. Our priority is to confront this behemoth," the chieftain replied. At that moment, Rex launched another assault. He continually shifted his form in midair, executing a fierce combination of strikes, each punch aimed at the same spot on the sea beast, attempting to breach its scale defenses. Finally, after a relentless barrage, a crack appeared in one of the creature's scales. In agony, the sea beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames towards Rex. Caught off guard, he was engulfed by the inferno. "Rex!" Aiden exclaimed, rushing desperately toward his comrade. 10. Breaking through the predicament, Aiden plunged into the black flames, seizing Rex and swiftly pulling him out of the inferno. Rex bore multiple burns on his body, his complexion somewhat ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and declared, "I am unharmed. Let us continue the fight." Aiden nodded, aware that this was not the moment for worry. He must swiftly devise a solution to confront the sea beast. Just then, the creature launched another assault, its colossal claw lunging fiercely towards the vessel. Aiden and Rex exerted their strength in unison, delivering a powerful strike to the beast's claw, barely managing to fend off the ferocious attack. Meanwhile, the tribal leader, accompanied by his people, was not idle. They utilized their unique weapons to unleash a series of peculiar beams of light towards the sea monster. Although these beams inflicted minimal harm, they succeeded in slowing the creature's movements. Aiden seized the opportunity and said to Rex, "Rex, let us attempt to strike at its eyes. That may be its vulnerability." Rex nodded in agreement, and together, they charged once more towards the sea beast. This time, they were far more cautious in evading the creature's assaults, inching closer to its formidable head. As they neared the beast's eyes, it seemed to sense their intentions, and suddenly, it began to thrash its head wildly. The horns atop its head glimmered with electric brilliance as it unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes towards Aiden and Rex. Aiden and Rex hastily evaded. Yet the lightning's reach was vast, and they were still grazed by residual shocks, their bodies momentarily paralyzed. As they found themselves in dire straits, a crew member aboard the ship suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, I have an idea. We can use the ship's cannons to strike its mouth when it opens." Aiden's eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten about the cannon? He promptly instructed the crew to prepare the artillery, adjust the angles, and await the opportune moment. The sea beast once again opened its gaping maw, ready to unleash another torrent of black flames. In that fleeting instant, Aiden shouted, "Fire!" The cannons on the ship resounded in unison, and a barrage of cannonballs hurtled into the beast's mouth. Taken aback by the sudden assault, the creature was caught off guard, and the projectiles detonated within, eliciting a pained, anguished roar. Seizing the moment of the beast's torment, Aiden and Rex charged once more toward its eyes. This time, they deftly evaded the creature's onslaught and arrived before its eye. Aiden concentrated all his strength into his right fist, while Rex firmly grasped the beast's eyelid. Pulling with all his might, Aiden then delivered a powerful punch to the creature's eye. This blow, infused with their collective fury and strength, shattered one of the beast's eyes. In agony, the sea monster thrashed violently on the surface, creating enormous waves. However, this time, Aiden's pirate crew and their allies were prepared. Though the ships rocked perilously in the tumultuous waters, they sustained minimal damage. As the beast writhed in pain, it remained ferocious in its attacks. Infuriated, it charged recklessly toward the vessels, intent on destroying them. At that critical moment, a peculiar light suddenly illuminated the sea. From this radiance, a uniquely shaped vessel emerged. Gliding gracefully, this ship emanated a soft white glow, adorned with mysterious runes that bespoke its extraordinary nature. A group of individuals clad in flowing white robes stood aboard, their expressions serene and tranquil. Among them was a figure who appeared to be the leader, holding a staff that radiated light. With a gentle wave of his staff, a soothing force surged across the waters, effectively thwarting the beast's assault. "Who are you?" Aiden inquired loudly. The leader smiled faintly and replied, "We are the guardians of these waters, having sensed the danger here. We have come to offer our assistance." Aiden and Rex exchanged glances, their hearts filled with a tinge of uncertainty. However, with the arrival of assistance, they set aside their doubts. The figures in white began to conjure an array of wondrous spells, beams of light emanating from their hands and cascading upon the marine beast. These luminous rays seemed to possess a unique power, causing the creature to gradually slow, its once ferocious aura diminishing significantly. "Let us unite and vanquish it while we have the chance," Aiden shouted, charging once more towards the beast. Rex, the indigenous chieftain, and their respective followers responded in kind, launching a final assault against the creature together. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew deftly maneuvered their vessel, relentlessly firing cannons at the sea beast. Rex led his subordinates into close combat, each punch and kick imbued with formidable strength, striking brutally against the creature. The indigenous chief, alongside his tribesmen, utilized their unique weapons and techniques to launch flanking attacks, inflicting considerable damage upon the beast. Meanwhile, the white-cloaked figures continuously cast spells from the sidelines, providing vital support. Their radiant magic not only diminished the sea beast's strength, but also healed the wounds of Aiden and his companions. Under the combined onslaught of their efforts, the sea beast finally succumbed. With a final, anguished cry, its massive form slowly descended into the depths of the ocean. In the aftermath of the crisis, a profound sense of gratitude enveloped Aiden, Rex, and the indigenous alliance towards the white-cloaked figures. Aiden stepped forward to express his heartfelt thanks to their leader. The leader of the white figures smiled and replied, "There is no need for gratitude. It is our duty to protect these waters and assist in times of peril." However, the series of events you have just experienced is rooted in deeper, more complex reasons. Upon hearing this, Aiden and the others were immediately intrigued and gathered around. The leader in white continued, "The treasure sought by the man in black is, in fact, the very essence of this ocean's primal force. It harbors immense power. Yet if wielded by malevolent beings, it could spell catastrophic ruin for these waters. Furthermore, behind the man in black lies an even more insidious force, intent on using him to locate the treasure, seize control of the ocean, and ultimately dominate the entire world." Aiden furrowed his brow and inquired, "What shall we do now? Hasn't the treasure been destroyed?" The leader clad in white shook his head and replied, "The treasure has not been obliterated. It merely concealed itself once more after the defeat of the dark-robed leader. We must persist in our quest to locate it and ensure its safekeeping, preventing it from falling into the hands of malevolent individuals again." Rex then asked, "How shall we search for it?" The white-clad leader surveyed the group and said, "We can trace its whereabouts through ancient clues and runes. Moreover, having endured so much, you have gained a certain understanding of this matter. Are you willing to join us in the pursuit of the treasure and the guardianship of this vast sea?" Aiden and Rex exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. The chief of the indigenous people also expressed his willingness to join. The leader in white, seeing this, nodded with satisfaction and proclaimed, "Very well, from this moment forth, we shall form a new alliance. Together, we shall embark on a quest for treasure and safeguard this magnificent sea." Thus, Aiden's pirate crew, Rex and his companions, the indigenous people, and the leader in white united to forge a new alliance. After a brief respite, they set forth on their treasure-seeking journey. guided by the clues provided by the leader in white. On this path laden with uncertainty, they would face numerous challenges. Yet each harbored an unwavering belief to protect this sea and ensure its tranquility and serenity for all time. As the new alliance commenced their quest, they encountered a myriad of trials along their journey. The first challenge arose from the inclement weather, with fierce storms and scorching sun alternating, rendering navigation exceedingly arduous. The vessel teetered perilously amidst the tempest, and the crew remained on high alert, skillfully maneuvering to evade the relentless waves. During one particularly violent storm, a colossal bolt of lightning struck the ship's mast, shattering it instantaneously and nearly crushing the crew. Aiden and Rex swiftly rallied the crew to repair the mast, and through their collective efforts, it was eventually restored, albeit leaving everyone breathless and exhausted. The second trial involved enigmatic sea monsters. In a fog-laden stretch of ocean, the ship was abruptly encircled by a host of peculiar sea creatures. Though modest in size, these creatures moved with astonishing speed, swirling around the vessel and occasionally launching sharp spines at it. The crew armed themselves, bracing for the impending assault. Aiden's crew unleashed cannon fire upon the beasts, while Rex led his men into the water, engaging the monsters in close combat. The indigenous people, leveraging their intimate knowledge of the waters, skillfully directed the ship to evade the creatures' attacks and retaliated with their unique weaponry. Meanwhile, the leader in white cast spells to conjure a protective barrier around the ship, preventing the creature's spines from penetrating the vessel. Through their combined efforts, the sea monsters were ultimately repelled, though some crew members sustained injuries that required the leader in white's healing magic. The final challenge lay in the treacherous topography of the sea. In certain areas, countless hidden reefs and whirlpools lurked beneath the surface. A moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous collision with a reef or being ensnared by a whirlpool. To navigate these dangers, the crew had to slow their pace, meticulously scanning the surface for signs of peril while employing various instruments to map the underwater terrain. On one occasion, the vessel nearly succumbed to a massive whirlpool's pull. Aiden and Rex stood at the bow, anxiously directing the crew and maneuvering the ship, while the indigenous chief lent his support, and the leader in white attempted to use his magic to push back the swirling waters, ensuring the ship's safe passage. After a strenuous effort, the vessel successfully evaded the whirlpool and continued its journey. 14. The Trail of Treasure. After enduring countless challenges, the new alliance finally uncovered a potential location for hidden treasure based on ancient clues and runes. It was a desolate island, strewn with various ancient relics and enigmatic caves. As the ship approached the island, it seemed to emanate a peculiar aura, evoking a sense of both mystery and peril. Aiden, Rex, the indigenous chief, and the leader of the white-clad men ascended the small island, accompanied by a handful of followers. They meticulously explored the terrain, observing their surroundings while seeking clues that might lead to hidden treasures. In a vast cavern, they stumbled upon ancient murals and runes. These artworks and inscriptions differed significantly from those previously encountered, being more distinct and intricate, seemingly narrating the origins and concealment of the treasure. The leader of the white-clad men scrutinized the murals and runes, his brow furrowing with concern. "What troubles you?" Aiden inquired. The leader responded, "These murals and runes indicate that the treasure lies deep within this cave, yet they also reveal that numerous traps and mechanisms guard its access. Obtaining the treasure will not be a trivial endeavor." Rex scoffed, declaring, "Regardless of the challenges, we must attempt it. We have come this far. We cannot falter now." The indigenous chief nodded in agreement. Thus, they cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Along the way, they encountered various traps, such as hidden compartments that suddenly released arrows and mechanisms that spewed flames. Nevertheless, through their collective courage, intelligence, and synergy, they overcame each obstacle. Upon reaching the innermost recesses of the cave, they finally beheld the legendary treasure. It rested upon an immense stone pedestal, radiating a soft glow imbued with seemingly boundless power. In that moment, all were rendered breathless by the beauty and formidable presence of the artifact. However, just as they prepared to claim it, the leader of the white-clad men abruptly halted their advance. "Wait, we cannot simply take it," he asserted gravely. "Why not?" Aiden asked. The leader explained, "This treasure encapsulates the primal forces of the sea. Its power is too immense. If we were to remove it carelessly, we might incite a new crisis. We must discover a proper method to address it, either sealing it away or finding a way for it to coexist harmoniously with the ocean." Rex furrowed his brow in contemplation. "What should we do then?" The leader gazed at the treasure, pondering deeply before articulating, "I believe we can attempt to establish a new seal here, in the very place of its origin. By utilizing the ancient runes and mechanisms found within this cavern, we can permanently confine it, allowing it to merge with this land and the sea. In doing so, it shall no longer be exploited by malevolent forces, nor will it pose any threat to the ocean. Aiden and Rex exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the indigenous chief and their companions. Each person contemplated the proposal put forth by the leader in white. After a moment, Aiden spoke. I find this suggestion to be quite commendable. We have endured so much to prevent this treasure from falling into the hands of malevolent beings. Now that we possess a means to secure it safely here, we ought to proceed accordingly. Rex nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, we must not allow momentary greed to incite another crisis. The indigenous chief concurred as well. Thus, under the guidance of the leader in white, they commenced the intricate process of resetting the seal based on ancient runes and mechanisms. This endeavor was lengthy and complex, demanding collective effort and precise execution from all involved. Through their united diligence, the seal was ultimately reinstated. The treasure was once again enshrined deep within the cave, its radiance gradually dimming. Yet all understood that it would remain eternally in this place, coexisting harmoniously with the sea and land, never to incite new perils. With the sealing of the treasure complete, the new alliance departed from the small island, resuming their voyage across the ocean. This time, their journey was devoid of the previous tension and crises, filled instead with ease and joy. Each individual recognized that they had successfully accomplished a monumental mission, safeguarding the sea from the encroachments of malevolent forces. The camaraderie among the Aiden pirates and Rex deepened significantly during this prolonged adventure. They often gathered to recount the myriad experiences of their journey, reminiscing about the exhilarating battles and the daunting challenges they faced. The indigenous people also forged profound friendships with the Aiden pirates and Rex, frequently exchanging their cultural practices and ways of life, fostering a greater understanding between them. The white-clad guardians continued to fulfill their duty of protecting the seas, patrolling the waters, and promptly intervening whenever danger arose. After enduring this series of events, the once turbulent ocean regained its tranquility and serenity. Vessels gently swayed on the surface, seabirds soared freely in the sky, and fish frolicked joyfully in the waters. Henceforth, peace reigned over these waters, and the legendary adventures shared by the Aiden pirates, Rex, the indigenous people, and the white-clad guardians would forever be celebrated, becoming an immortal tale upon the sea. Chapter 55. The journey and visitors in the wake of enduring peace over the ocean, the Aiden pirates, Rex, the indigenous people, and the white-clad guardians returned to a relatively tranquil existence. Yet, the thrilling escapades they experienced remained indelibly etched in their hearts, serving as a constant reminder of their noble mission to safeguard the seas. The Aiden pirates continue their voyage across the vast seas, yet their journey now leans more towards the exploration of uncharted and enigmatic waters, sharing tales of their adventures while engaging in equitable maritime trade. Aiden stands at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the boundless azure expanse of the ocean, his heart brimming with reflections. The perils of yesteryear seem but a distant memory, and the tranquil waters before him are a testament to the collective efforts of all. Rex, on the other hand, has settled temporarily on a small island with his crew. They assist the island's inhabitants in constructing homes and cultivating arable land, imparting survival skills acquired through their adventures. Rex often gazes towards the sea, reminiscing about the days spent fighting alongside the Aiden pirates, while eagerly anticipating the possibility of new escapades to come. The indigenous people have returned to their tribe, their lives continuing in accordance with ancient traditions. However, their interactions with the outside world have become more frequent, as members of the Aiden pirates or Rex's crew occasionally visit, bringing with them intriguing artifacts and stories from afar. The tribal chief warmly welcomes them, sharing the ancient legends of the tribe, enriching the cultural exchange between them. The guardians of the sea, clad in white, steadfastly uphold their duty. Their vessels traverse the ocean, ever vigilant for any signs of impending danger. The former leader, once wielding a glowing staff, now exudes a sense of calm resolve, fully aware of the fragility of peace, and thus remains diligent in his protective endeavors. Yet, the serene days do not linger for long. One day, while the Aiden pirates sail through seemingly ordinary waters, the sky is a brilliant blue, and the sea sparkles with light, all appearing so harmonious. Suddenly, the lookout atop the mast calls out loudly, "Captain, a peculiar ship appears ahead. I've never seen such a design." Upon hearing this, Aiden promptly raises his telescope to investigate. Before him lies a vessel, entirely cloaked in black, emanating an eerie aura, as if concealing countless secrets. A surge of unease washed over Aiden, prompting him to immediately command his crew to prepare for battle. However, Before they could fully ready themselves, the ominous black vessel had swiftly approached. At the bow stood a figure cloaked in a long black robe, their features obscured by shadow, rendering their visage indistinguishable. Yet the aura they exuded sent a chill down the spine. You were the notorious Aiden pirates, the ones who once vanquished the dark robe and safeguarded the seas? The voice of the figure resonated in a deep, gravelly tone, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Aiden furrowed his brow and replied loudly, "It is indeed us. And who might you be? Why do you obstruct our path?" The figure clad in black robes let out a cold laugh and said, "Who I am matters not. What is significant is that you believe safeguarding the ocean signifies the end of your troubles. The treasures you have sealed are still coveted by many." Aiden's heart tightened as he sensed that new troubles were on the horizon. Yet, undaunted, he clenched his fists and declared, "Regardless of who harbors intentions against us, we shall not allow the treasure to fall into the hands of malevolent beings once more. We will protect it again." The figure in the black robe erupted into a chilling laughter that echoed across the sea, imparting an eerie atmosphere. "You? Do you truly believe that your previous victory was merely a stroke of luck? It was simply that those fools underestimated their opponents. This time, it shall not be so easy." With that, the robed figure waved his sleeve, and from the black vessel surged a dense fog, within which emerged grotesque creatures, their forms indistinct yet menacing, clawing their way towards Aiden's pirate ship. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew seized their weapons, and the cannons were primed. Aiden bellowed, "Fire." Instantly, the deafening roar of the cannons erupted, and the projectiles soared towards the creatures shrouded in black mist. To everyone's astonishment, the cannonballs passed right through these beings as if they were mere figments of imagination. At that moment, an uncanny event unfolded on the island where Rex resided. The sky suddenly darkened, and the once tranquil sea surged with towering waves, relentlessly crashing against the island shores. Rex, leading his men to the coastline, beheld a similarly dark vessel emerging from the depths, at the bow of which stood a figure cloaked in black. "Rex, long time no see. It seems you've been living quite comfortably. However, that comfort ends today," the figure intoned with a sinister tone. Rex's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, "What do you want? Are you intent on unleashing a bloodbath upon these waters once more?" The cloaked figure shrugged and replied, "We merely seek to reclaim what is rightfully ours, the treasure that you have sealed away. It ought not to be hidden. It deserves to wield greater power under our dominion, to rule these seas and indeed, the entire world." Rex scoffed, "Such foolish delusions. We will never allow you to succeed." With that, Rex charged at the cloaked figure, his crew following suit as they engaged in a fierce struggle against the enigmatic beings pouring forth from the dark ship. Meanwhile, in the native tribe's settlement, an unusual occurrence transpired. A group of individuals clad in black robes suddenly appeared at the edge of the village, wielding peculiar instruments and chanting incantations. As their spells resonated, some animals within the tribe became frenzied, darting about in chaos. The tribal chief rallied his people, arming them in preparation for the unwelcome intruders. "Why have you outsiders breached our village?" the chief demanded, his voice echoing with authority. The leading figure of the black-robed individuals replied, "We have come in search of clues regarding the treasure sealed away by you and those others. It would be wise for you to cooperate, lest you face dire consequences." The tribal chief, seething with anger, declared, "We shall reveal nothing to you. You will not obtain the treasure." With that, both sides were thrust into a fierce conflict. At that moment, the white-clad individuals sensed the turmoil upon the sea. Their ships hastened towards the Aiden pirate crew's location, intent on offering support. However, en route, they encountered a dark vessel obstructing their path. The leader of the white-clad individuals, brandishing a luminous staff, stood at the bow and proclaimed, "You malevolent beings seek to disrupt the peace of the seas once more. We shall not allow you to prevail." The cloaked figure on the opposing ship retorted, "Humph. White-clad ones, do you truly believe you can safeguard the ocean indefinitely? Today marks your demise." With that, both factions launched into a cataclysmic clash of sorcery and dark power. Within the ranks of the Aiden pirate crew, the creatures shrouded in black mist remained impervious to cannon fire, yet the crew displayed unwavering resolve. Aiden, swift as lightning, darted between these entities and discerned that they were seemingly formed from a peculiar essence of dark energy, rendering conventional attacks futile. Thus, he concentrated his power in his hands and delivered a forceful punch to one of the creatures, imbued with his indomitable spirit and determination, which astonishingly fragmented the entity, causing some of the black mist to dissipate. Witnessing this, the crew emulated Aiden's actions, harnessing their own strength to confront these enigmatic beings. Though the endeavor proved arduous, they gradually unearthed effective strategies. Meanwhile, Rex found himself embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the cloaked figure. The figure wielded a black curved blade, each swing emanating a dark luminescence that seemed capable of devouring all in its path. Rex, relying on his robust physique and exquisite combat skills, deftly evaded the figure's strikes and seized the opportune moment to deliver several powerful blows. However, the cloaked figure appeared to possess formidable defenses, rendering Rex's assaults less impactful. In the indigenous tribe, the natives, leveraging their intimate knowledge of the terrain, engaged the cloaked figures in a tactical skirmish. They adeptly utilized trees and structures for cover, occasionally launching surprise attacks on their adversaries. Despite the cloaked figures wielding peculiar devices and incantations, they struggled to gain the upper hand against the natives' tenacious resistance. The confrontation of spells between the white-clad individuals and the cloaked figures was nothing short of spectacular. The leader of the white-clad faction brandished a radiant staff, unleashing beams of white light that surged toward the dark vessels and cloaked figures. In response, the cloaked figures unleashed a myriad of dark incantations, causing a dazzling clash of black and white luminescence upon the ocean's surface, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Amidst the stalemate, a young crew member aboard the Aiden pirate ship suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, I have conceived a plan. These creatures are manifestations of dark energy. We can utilize the ship's lighting apparatus to concentrate light and direct it at them. This may very well dispel them entirely." Upon hearing this, Aiden's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. Let us act swiftly." The crew immediately sprang into action, meticulously adjusting the ship's lighting apparatus to concentrate all illumination toward the creatures shrouded in the ominous black mist. Indeed, as the brilliant light illuminated them, the creatures emitted anguished cries, and the dark haze swiftly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. After the Aiden pirates freed themselves from the clutches of those creatures, they swiftly sailed towards the island where Rex resided, determined to support him and the indigenous people in their struggle against the malevolent figures cloaked in black. During the battle against these ominous foes, Rex gradually discerned a vulnerability in their technique. Each time a black-cloaked assailant swung their curved blade, there was a brief moment of hesitation in their movements, as if they were gathering strength for their next strike. Seizing upon this flaw, Rex charged forward after the black-cloaked figure executed another swing, channeling all his might into his right fist and delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's abdomen. The impact sent the black-cloaked warrior staggering back, a stream of dark blood spilling from their lips. "Humph. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance," Rex bellowed. Meanwhile, within the indigenous tribe, the warriors also discovered an opportunity amidst their skirmishes with the black-cloaked foes. They observed that when the adversaries were reciting incantations, their focus was intensely concentrated, causing their reactions to the surrounding movements to slow considerably. Thus, the tribal leader, accompanied by a few valiant clansmen, stealthily maneuvered behind the black-cloaked figures. As the enemy was engrossed in their spellcasting, they launched a surprise attack, thrusting their weapons fiercely into the backs of the black-cloaked foes. One of the assailants let out a cry of anguish and turned to counterattack, but the indigenous warriors had already dispersed swiftly, continuing to engage him in combat. In the clash of spells between the cloaked figures and the white-clad warriors, the leader of the white-clad contingent discerned that while the dark magic wielded by the black-cloaked figures was formidable, it seemed to deplete their energy significantly. Consequently, he resolved to adopt the strategy of attrition, persistently casting minor spells to divert the attention of the black-cloaked sorcerers, compelling them to expend their energy in countering his trivial enchantments. As time elapsed, the energy of the black-cloaked figures gradually waned, their dark spells growing increasingly feeble. At the opportune moment, the leader of the white-clad warriors unleashed a powerful spell of radiant white light towards the black-cloaked adversary. Unable to evade in time, the black-cloaked figure was engulfed in the blinding brilliance, emitting a harrowing scream, before their forms slowly dissipated upon the surface of the sea. When the Aiden pirate crew arrived at the small island, they were greeted by the sight of Rex driving the cloaked figures back, while the indigenous people successfully launched an attack from behind. Without hesitation, they joined the fray, collectively unleashing their final assault on the remaining cloaked adversaries. Through their united efforts, all the cloaked figures were vanquished, restoring tranquility to the sea. However, Aiden, Rex, the indigenous chief, and the leader of the white-clad figures understood that this was merely the commencement of a new wave of challenges. The malevolent forces coveting the treasures would not relent. They had to remain vigilant and continue safeguarding the ocean and the sealed treasures, ensuring peace would prevail in these waters. Thus, the new alliance reconvened, resolved to strengthen their bonds and cooperation, collaboratively devising a more stringent protection plan. They intended to navigate these seas, continue their explorations, and remain poised to confront any potential malevolence, defending the peace and tranquility they had once secured with their lives. Chapter 56. The mysterious prophecy. After successfully repelling the recent attempt by the cloaked figures to seize the treasures, the Aiden pirate crew, Rex, the indigenous people, and the white-clad figures formed a new alliance, deeply recognizing that safeguarding the sea and the sealed treasures was no simple task. Perpetual vigilance was imperative. Following extensive discussions, they resolved to take proactive measures, seeking out the mysterious waters that might conceal clues of the lurking evil forces, aiming to eradicate threats before they could manifest. On this day, the vessels of the new alliance sailed through a tumultuous sea. The sky was overcast, with intermittent flashes of lightning, as if heralding the approach of an unusual event. Aiden stood at the bow, gripping his telescope, meticulously surveying the surrounding waters. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a small dark spot on the horizon. It appeared to be an island, heightening their alertness as they prepared to approach the shore for exploration. Aiden called out, and the crew sprang into action, readying themselves for any eventualities. As the ship drew nearer, the full visage of the island emerged. It was a strikingly mysterious isle, adorned with dense vegetation and undulating hills, yet it emanated an inexplicable aura of foreboding. The coastline was rugged, with waves crashing against the rocks, sending sprays of water high into the air. Upon landing, Aiden, Rex, the indigenous chief, and the leader of the white-clad figures carefully led their respective groups onto this enigmatic island. As soon as they set foot on the shore, they sensed a peculiar force seemingly influencing their surroundings, provoking an unsettling feeling within their hearts. "Be cautious, this island feels amiss," Rex murmured, alerting the others. The group ventured along a winding path deeper into the island, encountering numerous bizarre phenomena along the way. Some trees grew in grotesque forms, as if twisted by some unseen force. Others bore stones inscribed with incomprehensible symbols and patterns, radiating a faint glow. After traversing a considerable distance into the island, they arrived at the entrance of a vast canyon. A subtle mist enveloped the valley, within which faint outlines of ancient architectural ruins could be discerned. The leader, clad in white, surveyed these remnants, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "The architectural style is remarkably archaic. It seems to conceal some profound secret. Let us venture inside and explore." Slowly, the group made their way into the valley, stepping into the realm of the ruins. Here, they encountered an array of stone tablets and walls intricately inscribed with symbols, which appeared to narrate a tale from a distant past. The white-clad leader meticulously examined these symbols, striving to decipher their meanings. At that moment, the chief of the natives suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." The group turned in the direction he indicated, and beheld a colossal crystal sphere resting atop an imposing stone platform. The sphere emanated a gentle radiance, within which images seemed to flicker. Curiosity piqued, they approached and encircled the crystal sphere. As they drew near, the images within the sphere grew increasingly vivid. An elderly figure adorned in an opulent robe materialized, his countenance benevolent yet his gaze imbued with profound wisdom. "Travelers from afar, as you behold this vision, you must have already set foot upon this enigmatic island, and sense the impending peril that looms over this sea." The elder's voice resonated from the crystal sphere, transcending the boundaries of time and space. "This island harbors an ancient prophecy concerning the fate of this ocean and the world at large. The treasures you have sealed are but a mere catalyst for the impending crisis. In the remote depths of the ocean lies a formidable dark force, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to exploit the power of these treasures, shattering their seals and engulfing the entire sea in darkness, thereby casting a shadow over the world." Aiden furrowed his brow and inquired, "How shall we prevent all of this?" The old man's image shook his head slightly and replied, "To halt this calamity is no simple task. You must locate the 5 legendary artifacts. Only by uniting these 5 relics can you harness the energy potent enough to combat that dark force. Moreover, these 5 artifacts are scattered across the mysterious corners of this vast ocean, and the journey to retrieve them will be fraught with hardship and peril." Rex clenched his fists and declared, "No matter the difficulties, we must endeavor to try, for the sake of safeguarding the sea and for the peace of the world." The indigenous leader and the leader in white nodded in agreement, affirming Rex's words. The old man's image seemed to sense their determination, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "Well, your resolve may indeed offer a glimmer of hope. During your quest for the artifacts, you will encounter ancient guardians, be they living beings or mechanisms, who will test you. Only by overcoming these trials shall you be granted the artifacts." With that, the image within the crystal ball gradually blurred and ultimately vanished. Upon receiving this astonishing news, the group was not daunted by the challenges ahead. Rather, their resolve to protect the sea grew stronger. They decided to commence their quest immediately, beginning their search for clues related to the artifacts from this very island. Thus, they divided into several small groups, meticulously scouring every corner of the island. Aiden led a team in the northern region, weaving through dense jungles, examining each tree and stone in hopes of uncovering any trace. Rex, guiding another group, ventured into the southern part of the island, where ancient caves abounded. They entered the caves cautiously, exploring while remaining vigilant against potential dangers. The indigenous leader, accompanied by his tribe, scoured the eastern region, utilizing their keen perception of nature to seek out hidden clues. Meanwhile, the leader in white, along with his followers, traversed the western area, employing their spells to detect unusual energy fluctuations that might lead them to artifacts. During Aiden's group search, they stumbled upon a colossal ancient tree, its trunk adorned with strange carvings that bore resemblance to the symbols they had encountered in the ruins. Aiden scrutinized these engravings and suddenly noticed a small indentation in the trunk, seemingly designed to accommodate something. He attempted to insert a seashell he carried into the recess, and to his astonishment, the ancient tree emitted a gentle glow as a hidden door slowly opened within the trunk. Filled with excitement, Aiden and his companions cautiously stepped through the dark entrance. Inside, they discovered an ancient map marked with mysterious locations, several of which appeared to lie in the surrounding waters of the vast ocean. Aiden realized that this was likely a clue in the search for the artifacts, and he immediately set off with the map to find the others in his group. When they gathered together and beheld the map, excitement surged among them. Although they understood that the journey ahead would be fraught with difficulties, they at least possessed a clear direction. After much deliberation, they resolved to explore the mysterious seas marked on the map in sequence, seeking the legendary 5 artifacts. The newly formed alliance embarked once more on their quest, facing challenges that would be even more formidable, yet the conviction to protect the ocean shone brightly in their hearts, illuminating their path forward. They navigated their vessel, gradually departing from the enigmatic island, heading toward the uncharted waters, ready to embrace the perilous and challenging journey in search of the artifacts. During their voyage, they first arrived at the initial mysterious sea indicated on the map. The waters of this expanse exhibited an extraordinary deep blue hue, with enormous waves occasionally crashing upon the surface, as if resisting the intrusion of outsiders. As soon as their vessel entered this domain, they were beset by a horde of colossal sea creatures. These behemoths were larger than any they had previously encountered, each one more ferocious than the last. With gaping maws, they lunged at the ship, shooting forth jets of water like arrows. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew swiftly maneuvered their vessel to evade danger, simultaneously unleashing cannon fire upon the sea beasts. Rex, leading his comrades, leapt into the ocean to engage in close combat with the creatures. The indigenous people, drawing upon their profound understanding of nature, expertly guided the ship to deftly evade the beast's onslaught while retaliating with their distinctive weapons. The individuals in white channeled their magic, erecting a protective barrier around the vessel to thwart the beast's assaults. Through their collective efforts, the sea monsters were ultimately repelled, though some crew members sustained injuries requiring the healing spells of the white-clad sorcerers. This encounter elucidated for the new alliance that the quest for the artifacts was fraught with peril. Every step forward was laden with danger. Yet, undeterred, they pressed onward toward the next enigmatic maritime realm in search of the 5 legendary artifacts capable of salvaging the seas and the world. As they delved deeper into various mysterious waters, the challenges they faced multiplied. At times, they encountered eerie fog that obscured their bearings. At other moments, they were nearly ensnared by mysterious whirlpools, and occasionally, they confronted ancient mechanisms that demanded their wit and courage to unravel. However, with each adversity, they harnessed the strength of their camaraderie, the valor and ingenuity of each individual, and an unwavering commitment to safeguard the oceans, overcoming obstacles and forging ahead. During one expedition, they arrived at a region teeming with coral reefs, where the formations were diverse and resplendent in color, creating a breathtaking vista. Yet, beneath this beauty lurked peril. As the vessel approached the coral, an array of peculiar creatures surged forth from the depths. These beings, reminiscent of octopuses yet adorned with wings, soared through the air, unleashing beams of blue light toward the ship. The crew swiftly armed themselves, preparing to fend off the onslaught of these entities. The Aiden crew fired their cannons at the creatures, while Rex led his men into the water for close-quarters combat. The indigenous people skillfully navigated the ship to avoid the creatures' attacks, employing their unique weaponry to strike back. Meanwhile, The sorcerers conjured spells to maintain a protective barrier around the vessel. Through their combined efforts, these creatures were also driven back. Thus, the new alliance continued to sail and explore across the vast ocean, repeatedly confronting challenges and triumphantly surmounting difficulties, steadfastly advancing toward the goal of locating the 5 artifacts. They understood that only by uncovering these 5 relics could they genuinely protect the seas, shield the world from the encroachment of dark forces, and ensure lasting peace for both the ocean and the entire realm. The ocean, in turn, remained a witness to their legendary adventures, calm at times and tumultuous at others, awaiting the eventual outcome of their quest to safeguard their destinies. Chapter 57. The trace of artifacts. The vessels of the new alliance persisted in their voyage across the boundless sea, steering toward the next enigmatic maritime domain marked on their map. Having endured numerous challenges and hardships, although a hint of fatigue graced the faces of the crowd, their eyes remained resolute. The belief in safeguarding the ocean burned within them like an unquenchable flame, fiercely igniting their hearts. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze howling against his visage. Clenching his fists, he pondered silently. The perils encountered along this journey exceed his expectations. Yet the pursuit of those 5 sacred artifacts renders it all worthwhile. He turned to observe the crew diligently inspecting the vessel. A wave of warmth surged within him. These brothers remained steadfast, facing the unknown dangers alongside him. Rex approached the bow, standing shoulder to shoulder with Aiden. Gazing towards the distant horizon, he murmured, "I wonder what challenges the next mysterious sea will present us, but I am eager to confront them." Aiden offered a slight smile and nodded, their eyes reflecting an indomitable courage. The ship gradually neared a new, enigmatic maritime realm, where the water shimmered in a profound emerald hue, as if concealing boundless secrets. A thin veil of mist shrouded the surface, within which flickering shapes danced, exuding an eerie aura. "Everyone, stay vigilant and prepare for any eventualities," Aiden called out, and the crew immediately took their positions, ready for action. As the vessel fully entered this domain, suddenly, the surrounding waters began to churn violently, akin to boiling water. Subsequently, towering columns of water erupted from the depths, forming cascading curtains that encircled the ship. "What is happening?" the native chief exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Before anyone could react, a swarm of elongated sea serpents leapt forth from the water's veil. Their bodies glimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence. Their eyes shone with a fierce intensity. They opened their gaping maws, flicking their long tongues, swiftly advancing towards the ship. "Fire!" commanded Aiden, and the crew of the pirate ship immediately maneuvered the cannons, unleashing a barrage upon the serpents. The thunderous roar of the cannons echoed across the waves as shells detonated in the water, sending colossal splashes skyward. Rex, alongside his men, fearlessly plunged into the depths, brandishing sharp blades, engaging in a breathtaking melee against the serpents. The serpents writhed with agility, attempting to evade attacks while seeking opportunities to deliver lethal strikes. Rex, nimble and swift, evaded one serpent's assault with a sidestep, then countered with a deft sweep of his blade, severing the creature in 2. The natives, utilizing their acute awareness of nature, skillfully maneuvered the ship through the gaps in the serpent's onslaught. They chanted incantations in a unique tongue, seemingly beseeching the sea for protection. The leader in white robes gestured with his hands, reciting mysterious spells, as beams of white light surged from his palms, enveloping the ship in a fortified barrier, shielding them from the serpent's venom and potential assaults penetrating the watery veil. Through their united efforts, the onslaught of the serpents gradually diminished, ultimately repelled. However, this battle left many crew members injured, prompting the cloaked figure to hastily employ spells to heal them. It appears that this artifact is indeed elusive, as each mysterious sea region conceals such formidable entities. Aiden wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a wry smile. "Indeed, but we cannot afford to surrender," Rex replied resolutely. After a brief respite, the vessel continued its exploration of the enigmatic waters. Suddenly, the lookout shouted, "There's a small island ahead. It seems rather unusual." Everyone turned in the direction indicated, and there, a solitary isle emerged from the sea. Though modest in size, the vegetation on the island exhibited an extraordinary crimson hue, quivering gently in the sea breeze, exuding an air of mystery. The ship approached the island cautiously, and Aiden, Rex, the indigenous chief, and the cloaked leader led their respective groups carefully ashore. As soon as they set foot on the land, they sensed a powerful energy emanating from the depths of the island. Exchanging glances, they understood that this isle might be linked to the artifact. Thus, they ventured along a narrow path deeper into the island. Along the way, they encountered numerous peculiar stone statues, each varying in form, some humanoid, others animalistic, yet all imbued with an ancient and enigmatic aura. Strangely, the eyes of these statues seemed to follow their every move, instilling a sense of unease. Upon reaching the center of the island, they discovered a vast circular plaza adorned with shimmering crystal fragments, which, under the sunlight, refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to behold. As they marveled at this captivating sight, a colossal vortex suddenly materialized in the center of the plaza, pulsating with bizarre lights as if poised to consume everything in its vicinity. "Caution!" Aiden shouted, and the group instinctively recoiled. However, before they could retreat far, a massive beast erupted from the vortex. Towering like a mountain, it was enveloped in tough scales, adorned with two enormous horns, and its eyes blazed like fiery embers. Radiating ferocity, it opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated across the island, leaving the crew's ears ringing. It seems another fierce battle awaits. Rex clenched his fists, undaunted. The group sprang into action once more. Aiden's pirate crew manned the cannons, aiming at the beast in hopes of penetrating its formidable scales. Rex organized his men into several squads, charging from different angles to uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. The indigenous people, utilizing their intimate knowledge of nature, sought to harness the forces around them to combat the monstrous foe. The leader, clad in white, clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations as he unleashed a formidable spell, attempting to bind the creature's movements. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. The beast's strength was overwhelming, repeatedly breaching the collective onslaught and lunging ferociously at them. Yet, the members of the new alliance were undeterred, leveraging their teamwork, individual courage, and intellect to fend off the beast's relentless assaults time and again. Amidst the chaos, Rex inadvertently noticed a patch of lighter scales on the creature's abdomen, and a spark of realization ignited within him, suggesting this might be the monster's Achilles heel. "Concentrate your fire on that lighter patch on its abdomen," Rex bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the group swiftly adjusted their aim, directing all their might towards the beast's vulnerable spot. After a barrage of furious attacks, they finally shattered the lighter scales, unleashing a torrent of potent energy from within the creature, which subsequently collapsed with a thunderous crash. Though weary and breathless, triumph illuminated their faces. Just as they believed the crisis had passed, an odd sound emanated from the statues encircling the circular plaza. Suddenly, those statues appeared as if endowed with life, one by one awakening and slowly advancing towards the group. "What on earth are these?" Aiden exclaimed, wide-eyed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Although the statues moved with a certain stiffness, their strength was formidable. Brandishing an array of peculiar weapons, some wielding stone axes, others spears, they launched a renewed assault on the group. Once again, they found themselves thrust into battle. Aiden's crew fired their cannons at the statues, while Rex and his men engaged in close combat. The indigenous people harnessed the forces of nature to disrupt the statues' movements, and the leader in white cast spells to thwart the statues' attacks and attempt to restrain them once more. After a grueling struggle, the animated statues were finally vanquished. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, never having anticipated such peril on this small island. "However, I believe this must be connected to the artifact," the leader in white declared, rising and brushing off the dust from his garments. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that the numerous strange phenomena and formidable foes suggested the artifact was likely hidden somewhere on the island. Thus, they resumed their meticulous search, leaving no stone unturned, scrutinizing every nook and cranny in hopes of uncovering clues related to the artifact. During their quest, the indigenous chief unexpectedly stumbled upon a small cave beneath a grand tree. The entrance was modest, yet it exuded a mysterious aura from within the inky darkness. The group gathered around, and Aiden crouched down to peer inside, remarking, "It seems there is something in there. I shall venture in." "Be careful," they cautioned. Aiden cautiously ventured into the cavern, discovering that the interior was somewhat more expansive than he had anticipated. Bathed in the dim light, he beheld an ancient chest nestled within the cave. The chest appeared remarkably weathered, adorned with intricate engravings and symbols reminiscent of those they had previously encountered on the enigmatic island. Aiden felt a stirring within him, sensing that the chest was likely connected to the divine artifact. He gently lifted the chest and stepped out of the cave. When the others beheld the chest in Aiden's arms, they erupted with excitement, believing that perhaps the artifact lay within. The leader of the white-clad figures approached, meticulously examining the intricate patterns and symbols adorning the chest, endeavoring to decipher their significance. After considerable effort, he managed to interpret part of the symbol's meanings, declaring, "This chest is indeed linked to the divine artifact, but to unlock it, we must procure a special key. This key may be hidden in other mysterious maritime realms or related locations within these vast seas." Although the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, they recognized it as yet another challenge in their quest for the artifact. "Then let us continue our search for the key," Rex asserted resolutely. The members of the new alliance embarked once more on their journey, carrying the ancient chest as they set their course towards the next unknown maritime realm or a potential hiding place for the key. They understood that the path to discovering the artifact would be fraught with further difficulties and perils, yet their unwavering belief in safeguarding the ocean remained steadfast. United by the strength of their camaraderie, individual courage, and wisdom, they prepared to confront each new challenge in pursuit of the 5 artifacts capable of saving the ocean and the world. Their vessel gradually departed from the small island, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sea, leaving behind the enigmatic waters and island as witnesses to yet another legendary adventure. Chapter 58. Unveiling the artifacts trail. The ships of the new alliance cleaved through the waves, their sights set upon the mysterious waters that might conceal the key to unlocking the artifact's chest. Aiden stood at the bow, gazing out over the endless horizon, his heart a tumultuous mix of apprehension about the unknown and unwavering determination to find the artifact and rescue the ocean. The ancient chest lay nestled within the hold, seemingly whispering its secrets in silence. Rex, inspecting the weaponry and gear nearby, glanced up at Aiden and grinned. "No matter where that key is hidden, we must unearth it. We cannot allow this chest to remain closed forever." Aiden nodded in agreement, his gaze growing ever more resolute. As the ship drew closer to a particular expanse of sea, the water shimmered with an unusual golden hue, sunlight cascading down and causing the waves to glimmer like a sheet of golden satin spread across the surface. Yet, the crew was acutely aware that beneath this seemingly beautiful facade lurked potential new dangers. "All hands on deck, prepare for unforeseen circumstances," Aiden called out, and the crew tensed in readiness. Mere moments after the vessel entered the golden waters, enormous golden bubbles began to surge up from the depths. These bubbles swelled and burst, each explosion releasing a peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air, leaving a disorienting effect in its wake. "What in the world is this?" The indigenous chief furrowed his brow and covered his nose. Before anyone could react, a swarm of creatures resembling butterflies but adorned with metallic wings burst forth from the shattered bubbles. The sound of their wings flapping was crisp and melodious, yet their fierce gazes bore down upon the ship. "Fire!" commanded the crew of the Aiden pirate crew, swiftly maneuvering the cannons to unleash a barrage upon the swarm. The cannonballs exploded in mid-air, momentarily hindering their advance. Without hesitation, Rex and his men leapt into the sea, attempting to strike at the creatures from below to disrupt their flight paths. Meanwhile, the indigenous people, leveraging their intimate knowledge of nature, deftly navigated the ship to evade the creatures' onslaught, all the while chanting incantations that seemed to weave a natural spell against dizziness. The leader in white waved his hands, chanting mysterious verses as beams of white light emanated from his palms, forming a protective barrier around the vessel to thwart the creature's assault. After a fierce struggle, the metallic winged beings were finally repelled, though several crew members sustained minor injuries. The leader in white hurriedly cast spells to heal them. These troubles grow increasingly bizarre. Aiden sighed helplessly. The ship pressed onward, and soon a mysterious island shrouded in mist appeared on the horizon. The fog exuded an enigmatic aura, as if concealing secrets of the isle. Cautiously, the crew docked the ship and set foot on land once more. The island's vegetation was sparse, dominated by peculiar cacti adorned with sharp spines, swaying gently in the breeze as if warning intruders. Following a winding path deeper into the island, they stumbled upon ancient stone tablets, inscribed with intricate characters and symbols that differed from those previously encountered, seemingly narrating the island's ancient history. The leader in white meticulously examined the tablets, striving to decipher their meanings. After a considerable time, he lifted his gaze, his expression grave, and declared, "These tablets mention an ancient relic buried deep within the island, seemingly linked to the key we seek." Upon hearing this, the crew's spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace toward the island's core. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient relic, they were confronted by a massive stone door, covered in elaborate patterns and exuding a mysterious aura. "How do we open this door?" Aiden pondered, tracing his fingers along its surface. Rex scrutinized the area surrounding the door, searching for any mechanisms. The indigenous chief closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the energy fluctuations around them, hoping to uncover clues to unlock the entrance. At that moment, the leader in white pointed at a particular design on the door and exclaimed, "Look here. This pattern bears a striking resemblance to a symbol we saw on the chest. Perhaps this is the key to opening the door." The crew gathered around, closely examining the design. Aiden endeavored to touch the patterns resembling the box symbol in a specific sequence. As he made contact with the final pattern, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air. Inside lay a vast hall adorned with an array of ancient artifacts and statues. At the very center of the hall stood a raised platform, upon which rested a box emanating a faint luminescence. Could that be the box containing the key? Rex exclaimed with excitement. The group cautiously entered the hall, making their way towards the platform. However, as they approached, a swarm of guardians clad in ancient armor surged forth from the hall's periphery. These guardians moved in perfect unison, brandishing spears with cold, piercing gazes, and launched an assault on the group. "Be careful," Aiden shouted, prompting everyone to immediately enter a state of combat readiness. The crew of the Aiden pirate group commanded their cannons to fire upon the guardians, yet the cannonballs merely struck their armor, producing mere sparks without inflicting significant damage. Rex, alongside his subordinates, engaged in close combat with the guardians, discovering that despite their rigid movements, these guardians possessed formidable strength, with each strike resonating with considerable force. The indigenous people harnessed the power of nature to disrupt the guardians' actions, causing vines to sprout from the ground to ensnare their feet, and conjuring mists to bewilder them. The leader of the white-clad individuals employed spells in an attempt to breach the guardians' armored defenses or to bind their movements. The battle proved exceptionally arduous, with the guardians outnumbering them and exhibiting robust defenses. However, the members of the new alliance did not falter. They persevered through the strength of their unity, individual courage, and intelligence, alongside their unwavering faith in the guardianship of the sea. During the fray, Rex fortuitously noticed minute gaps in the guardians' armor, particularly pronounced at the joints. "Concentrate our fire on their joints," Rex bellowed. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly adjusted their aim, directing their assault towards the guardians' vulnerable joints. After a fierce barrage, some of the guardians' joints were finally breached, causing their movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, the group intensified their attacks, gradually overpowering and toppling more and more guardians to the ground. Once the last guardian was vanquished, the group, though breathless and weary, wore expressions of triumphant joy. They approached the pedestal once more, where Aiden gently lifted the box, emanating a soft glow. The leader of the white-clad individuals stepped forward, scrutinizing the intricate patterns and symbols adorning the box. After a thorough examination, he proclaimed, "This box indeed contains strange combinations of shapes and characters," perplexed the group, prompting deep contemplation. Aiden gazed at the figures and suddenly recalled similar patterns encountered in previous adventures. He endeavored to assemble these shapes based on his memories. Meanwhile, Rex approached the task from a textual perspective, attempting to decipher the meanings of the words in search of clues to unravel the mystery. The indigenous chief closed his eyes, seemingly drawing inspiration from nature, hoping to discover a solution. The leader in white also performed auxiliary spells, aiding everyone in their thoughts and interpretations. After considerable effort, Aiden, guided by his recollections and theories, successfully solved the enigma. At the moment of revelation, the box gently opened, revealing a key that radiated a mysterious glow. The group was filled with exhilaration, knowing this key was essential to unlocking the ancient chest. They swiftly returned to their vessel, eager to unveil the contents of the chest and ascertain whether it truly concealed a divine artifact. As the ship departed the island, sailing across the vast ocean, the group gathered in the cabin, the key resting beside the lock of the ancient box. Aiden took a deep breath and slowly inserted the key into the lock. Turning it gently, the chest creaked open, and a dazzling light erupted from within, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. As the brilliance gradually subsided, they beheld an artifact pulsating with formidable energy. The object resembled a long sword, its blade adorned with enigmatic patterns, and its hilt embedded with a magnificent gem that emitted a resplendent glow. The group was awestruck, realizing this was but one of the 5 artifacts. Yet it represented a monumental breakthrough. They carefully lifted the artifact, attuning themselves to its energy. At that moment, their resolve to seek the remaining 4 artifacts solidified. For only by gathering all 5 could they truly save the seas and repel the encroaching darkness. The ships of the new alliance continued their voyage across the ocean, heading towards the next mysterious domain that might harbor another artifact, buoyed by newfound hope and ready to confront further challenges, poised to pen more legendary adventures. Chapter 59. The emergence of artifacts stirs waves the members of the new alliance, invigorated by their initial acquisition of an artifact, pressed onward across the vast ocean towards the next enigmatic region that might conceal another relic. The sword-like artifact, radiating potent energy, was meticulously placed on a specially crafted stand within the cabin. Aiden frequently cast glances toward it, acutely aware that it embodied both hope and the potential for trouble. On this day, sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle that belied the underlying tension felt by the crew. Rex was on deck, conducting routine weapon drills with the crew, swinging his sword and loudly rallying his comrades to maintain their peak readiness for battle. The indigenous chieftain stood nearby, eyes closed and murmuring incantations, seemingly engaged in a profound communion with the forces of nature, beseeching for greater protection in the journey ahead. Meanwhile, the leader clad in white was poring over ancient tomes within the cabin, seeking to unearth more insights regarding the artifact and the challenges that might lie ahead. Abruptly, the lookout atop the mast shouted in urgency. Unidentified vessels ahead, numerous in number, rapidly approaching. This cry shattered the tranquil atmosphere aboard the ship, causing all to cease their activities, their expressions turning grave. Aiden hastened to the bow, grasping the telescope, and beheld in the distance peculiar ships slicing through the waves. Emanating an eerie aura, their sails adorned with unsettling insignias. Trouble had indeed arrived, Aiden muttered with a furrowed brow. Whoever they are, let them come. Those who dare to seize the artifact shall find no way back. Rex declared, his grip tightening around his weapon, eyes ablaze with determination. The white-clad leader approached the bow, casting a serious glance at the distant vessels before stating, "These ships are formidable, judging by their aura. They belong to a band of pirates specializing in the plunder of mystical treasures, and they seem to have sensed the artifact's presence among us." As he spoke, the unidentified vessels drew closer, entering a range where the features of each adversary became discernible. The pirates aboard the opposing ships bore fierce countenances, wielding an array of bizarre weapons, some marked with strange runes, exuding an air of menace. "Surrender the artifact, or be consigned to the depths of the sea," bellowed a burly pirate captain at the prow of a larger ship. "A foolish dream," Aiden retorted loudly, simultaneously issuing commands to the crew to prepare for battle and protect the artifact. The crew swiftly took their positions, the gunners aimed their cannons at the approaching vessels, while archers readied their bows, poised for action. Rex, accompanied by a cadre of agile subordinates, stationed himself at the ship's sides, prepared to engage in close combat once the enemy drew near. The indigenous chieftain once again invoked nature's magic, his hands weaving intricate gestures as he chanted mysterious spells. Soon, small waves surged forth from the sea, rushing towards the enemy ships, sufficient to disrupt, but not overturn them. The white-clad leader formed seals with his hands, whispering incantations as beams of white light shot forth, enveloping the new alliance's vessel in a protective barrier to ward off any potential magical assaults from their foes. Just as tensions escalated, the pirates initiated their attack. Some unleashed bolts of black energy, others hurled flaming chains, while some commanded puppet-like creatures to charge towards the new alliance's ship. "Fire!" Aiden commanded, and the gunners pulled their triggers in unison, cannonballs whistling through the air towards the enemy vessels. The shells clashed with the black beams and chains of fire in midair, producing a deafening explosion. In an instant, the sea was shrouded in smoke, and flames soared into the sky. Rex seized the moment, charging towards the nearby pirate ship with his crew, akin to a fierce tiger. They climbed the ropes with agility, and as soon as they boarded the enemy vessel, a fierce close-quarters battle ensued. Rex wielded his mighty blade, each swing generating a ferocious wind, toppling the approaching pirates to the ground. His subordinates, equally undeterred, showcased their exceptional martial skills, engaging the pirates in a fierce struggle. However, the prowess of these pirates exceeded expectations. The runes upon their bodies seemingly enhanced their strength and defense, rendering the new alliance's attacks less effective. Moreover, the puppet monsters proved to be particularly troublesome. With their agile forms and indifference to pain, they incessantly launched assaults, causing considerable distress to Rex and his comrades. As the battle reached a stalemate, Aiden recognized that they could no longer remain in this deadlock. He turned back to the cabin and retrieved the legendary sword. Upon his return to the bow, he raised the artifact high and recited an ancient incantation. In an instant, the sword radiated with brilliant light, and a tremendous wave of energy surged forth from its blade, sweeping towards the opposing pirate ship. Where the energy wave passed, the seawater was forcefully cleaved apart, forming a deep chasm. The pirate ships rocked violently under the impact of the energy wave, with many pirates being unceremoniously tossed into the sea. This strike temporarily disoriented the pirates, yet they did not relent. The pirate captain, witnessing the chaos, bellowed in fury, leading a group of his men in a small boat towards the new alliance vessel. Brandishing a massive battle axe, his face contorted with rage, he cried out, "Today, we shall seize the artifact without fail." Aiden, wielding the legendary artifact, approached with unwavering courage. As the vessels drew near, he leapt onto the pirate captain's ship, and a breathtaking duel ensued. Aiden brandished the enchanted sword, each strike infused with formidable energy, aimed directly at the pirate leader. In response, the captain wielded his battle axe, determinately parrying each blow, their weapons clashing with a resounding symphony of metal. Amidst their fierce confrontation, the crew members continued to engage in intense battles aboard their respective ships. Rex, alongside his comrades, valiantly resisted the pirates' counterattacks, while the indigenous leader cast nature spells to bolster their side. The leader in white maintained a protective barrier while unleashing offensive magic against the marauders. As Aiden and the pirate captain fought to a standstill, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a bolt of black lightning streaked across the heavens, striking perilously close to their vessels. This unforeseen phenomenon startled everyone. Momentarily halting the clash, gazing up, they noticed something swirling within the darkened clouds, an unsettling premonition creeping into their hearts. Before they could comprehend the situation, a flock of black birds erupted from the clouds, emanating a sinister glow, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. Like arrows, they soared towards both the new alliance's ships and the pirates' vessels. "What on earth are these creatures?" Rex exclaimed, furrowing his brow. As the dark birds circled overhead, they began to dive down aggressively. Their beaks and claws were exceptionally sharp, tearing through sails and splintering planks, sending the crew scrambling for cover. The members of the new alliance found themselves embroiled in yet another fierce struggle, compelled to fend off the pirates' assaults while simultaneously devising a strategy to combat this new aerial menace. After a brief separation from the pirate chief, Aiden once again raised the enchanted longsword, attempting to harness its power to repel the ominous black birds. He swung the sword, and beams of light shot forth from its blade, aiming at the avian assailants. However, these birds appeared unperturbed by the sword's radiance, continuing their frenzied assault. Observing this, the indigenous leader quickly invoked nature's magic. Chanting incantations, he struck the ground with his hands, causing numerous vines to sprout from the deck, swiftly spreading towards the birds in an effort to ensnare them. The leader in white also concentrated, casting spells specifically designed to counter the avian threats. With graceful movements of his hands and murmured incantations, he conjured white light that formed protective shields around vital parts of the vessel and its crew, safeguarding them from the birds' onslaught. Meanwhile, Rex led his men in a direct confrontation, wielding their weapons to engage the birds that had landed on the ship. They swung their swords, successfully bringing down the approaching birds. Through their collective effort and arduous struggle, they eventually managed to drive back the dark avians. Yet, as the battle subsided, everyone was left panting, bearing various injuries. The pirates, having witnessed the unfolding chaos, seemed to realize that seizing the artifact would not be an easy endeavor. They began to retreat slowly, preparing to abandon their pursuit. "Don't let them escape," Rex shouted, eager to teach the pirates a lesson. "Let them go. We need time to recuperate," Aiden interjected, fully aware of the exhaustion that had taken hold of the group. Continuing the chase could lead them into even greater peril. The ships of the new alliance lingered in the turbulent waters, allowing the crew to tend to their wounds and repair the vessel. Once everything was in order, they set sail once more, heading towards the next enigmatic sea region that might conceal the artifact. Despite the path ahead being fraught with uncertainty and danger, their resolve to seek the artifact and save the ocean grew ever stronger, ready to embrace new challenges and pin further legendary adventures. Chapter 60, Perilous Pursuits in Search of the Artifact. Having endured a fierce battle with the pirates and the mysterious birds, the ships of the new alliance continued their voyage across the tumultuous sea. At this moment, the surface of the water was veiled by a thin layer of mist, which thickened progressively, resembling a white barrier that obscured their vision, rendering the journey ahead increasingly enigmatic. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the thick mist, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. The artifact lay nestled in the cabin, its energy fluctuations now seeming somewhat muted, as if it too were wary of the unknown surroundings. "Everyone, be cautious. This fog feels peculiar," Aiden called out loudly to his companions. Rex, alongside the crew, meticulously inspected the vessel's various facilities on the deck, ensuring that their navigation through the fog would not result in any mishaps. He patted the cannon beside him and urged the gunners, "Stay alert. If anything unusual occurs, fire at once." The native chief closed his eyes, attempting to re-establish a connection with the forces of nature, yet beneath the shroud of mist, the natural essence he could sense was alarmingly faint, causing his brow to furrow deeply. The leader, clad in white, scoured ancient scrolls within the cabin, hoping to uncover any accounts regarding this mysterious sea and its fog. But after a considerable time, his efforts yielded little. As the ship advanced slowly through the mist, suddenly, the lookout shouted, "There seems to be something ahead." Instantly, tension gripped the crew as they peered into the haze, where vague, enormous shadows emerged, their outlines resembling some colossal sea creature. "Prepare for battle," Aiden commanded, and the crew swiftly assumed a combat-ready stance. However, as the vessel drew nearer, they realized that these shadows were not sea beasts but rather uniquely shaped rocks. The stones were encrusted with moss and various unidentified shellfish, appearing ominously eerie in the fog. "Phew, just rocks. You gave me quite a scare," Rex exhaled in relief. Yet, just as the crew believed it was merely a false alarm, a torrent of black slime suddenly surged forth from the crevices of the rocks, seeming almost alive as it slithered toward the ship. "What is this stuff?" the crew exclaimed in alarm. The viscous substance rapidly ascended the ship's side, and where it touched, the planks emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. "Get rid of this slime," Aiden shouted. The crew grabbed their tools, desperately attempting to scrape the slime away. But it clung stubbornly and continued to spread. Observing this, the native chief immediately invoked natural magic. Chanting incantations, he struck the ground with his hands, causing sharp wooden spines to sprout from the deck, aiming to pierce the slime and halt its advance. The leader in white also cast spells, sending beams of white light from his hands to descend upon the slime, seeking to purify it. Through their collective efforts, the rate of the black slime's spread finally began to wane, ultimately dissipating. However, before they could catch their breath, the ship suddenly lurched violently, as if struck by some immense force from beneath the water. "There must be something massive underwater," Rex shouted. Indeed, moments later, a gigantic octopus-like sea creature surged forth from the depths. Its massive form loomed ominously, with thick tentacles adorned with numerous suckers, and a pair of eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "Fire," Aiden commanded, and the gunners immediately unleashed their artillery upon the sea beast. Shells rained down upon its body, merely creating splashes of water, seemingly inflicting little harm. Rex, accompanied by his crew, armed themselves, ready to engage in close combat as the creature approached. The chieftain of the natives invoked natural magic once more, attempting to cloud the waters surrounding the beast, obscuring its vision, while summoning small whirlpools in an effort to ensnare the creature. The leader, clad in white, focused intently, casting spells to weaken the beast's might, simultaneously bestowing protective wards upon the crew to shield them from the beast's tentacles. The sea beast, enraged, lashed out with its colossal appendages towards the ship. One tentacle struck the vessel's side, shattering a portion of the hull and causing the ship to lurch violently. "Concentrate fire on its eyes," Rex shouted. The crew swiftly adjusted their aim, directing their fire towards the creature's eyes. Under the relentless assault, one of the beast's eyes was finally struck, eliciting a roar of agony and diminishing the ferocity of its attacks. Seizing the moment, Rex and his men leapt onto the creature's back, weapons drawn, thrusting and slashing at its flesh. The sea beast thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Rex and his companions, yet they clung tenaciously to its body, continuing their relentless assault. Through their united efforts and after a fierce struggle, the sea beast was ultimately vanquished, slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. Exhausted and breathless, the crew understood that the peril was far from over. The ship pressed onward through the fog, and soon, the mist appeared to thin, revealing the faint outline of a small island. Could this be yet another place harboring artifacts? Rex mused with anticipation. Let us not celebrate too soon. This place has been anything but tranquil, and who knows what greater dangers lurk upon the island. Aiden cautioned. The members of the new alliance readied the ship, steering slowly towards the island, poised to face new challenges and continue their quest for the artifacts to save the seas. Chapter 61. Secrets in the Mist. With the sea beast's demise, a fleeting calm returned to the waters. Under Aiden's guidance, the new alliance's vessel approached the small island. The mist began to dissipate gradually, revealing the island's outline more distinctly, trees swaying in the sea breeze as if whispering ancient secrets. Remain vigilant. The island may conceal unknown dangers, Aiden reiterated. Rex nodded, understanding that Aiden's concerns were well-founded. They had faced too many unpredictable challenges to afford even a moment's complacency. As the ship drew closer to the island, Aiden ordered the lowering of the dinghy, preparing for landing. Rex led a skilled crew, preparing to venture onto the island for reconnaissance. The chief of the indigenous people and the leader in white also decided to accompany them, as their strength might prove invaluable in the face of the unknown. The small boat bobbed amidst the waves, finally reaching the sandy shores of the island. Rex was the first to leap from the vessel, his feet sinking into the soft sand. He surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the whispers of the wind and the crashing of the waves, the island exuded an eerie tranquility. "Split up and maintain communication," Rex commanded, prompting the crew to disperse swiftly and commence their exploration of the isle. The indigenous chief closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, attempting to sense the island's natural essence. However, he soon discovered that the natural forces here were in disarray, as if some unseen power was disrupting them. Meanwhile, the leader in white retrieved an ancient map from his breast pocket, scrutinizing the island's topography with great care. The map bore enigmatic symbols that seemed to point towards a specific location on the island. "We must head this way." The leader in white indicated a marked point on the map before leading the way into the depths of the island. They traversed a dense thicket, emerging into a clearing. There, they beheld an ancient stone altar, overgrown with moss and vines, clearly untouched for ages. Here there is a powerful surge of energy. The indigenous chief sensed something, his brow furrowing in concentration. Aiden and Rex also sensed the surge of energy, aware of its connection to the artifact within the cabin. "We must exercise caution. There may be mechanisms or creatures guarding the artifact," Aiden advised. They approached the altar with utmost care when suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the stone slab atop the altar gradually shifted, revealing a descending staircase. "It seems we have discovered the entrance," Rex exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Wait, look over there." A crew member pointed to a stone tablet beside the altar, upon which some indistinct inscriptions were etched. The leader of the white-clad individuals stepped forward, scrutinizing the inscriptions closely. "This is a warning," it reads. "Those who tread here must undergo a trial. Otherwise, they shall remain eternally." "A trial? We have no choice but to proceed," Aiden declared resolutely. They ignited their torches and cautiously descended the staircase, which twisted and turned as it appeared to lead into the depths of the island. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly damp, and droplets began to form on the walls. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from nearby, instilling tension among the group. "Prepare for battle." Rex drew his sword, and the crew members armed themselves as well. Turning a corner, they beheld a colossal creature guarding the path ahead. This beast boasted sharp claws and tough scales, its eyes glinting with a green luminescence in the torchlight. "It is the guardian beast," the indigenous leader exclaimed. "Everyone, be cautious and do not scatter," Aiden commanded. The guardian beast charged with a fierce roar, and the crew swiftly formed a defensive formation. Rex and several crew members bravely advanced to engage the guardian beast in a fierce struggle. The indigenous leader continuously cast nature spells, attempting to weaken the creature, while the leader of the white-clad individuals used magic to heal the crew's wounds, simultaneously seeking the beast's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, the guardian beast finally fell, its form dissipating in a burst of light, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke. "It appears to be but an illusion," the leader of the white-clad individuals panted. "An illusion? What then is the true trial?" Rex queried in confusion. They pressed onward and soon arrived at a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of water, with a stone platform at its center, upon which rested a luminous object, the very artifact they sought. "We have found it," Rex shouted in exhilaration. However, as they attempted to approach the platform, the water in the pool suddenly began to boil, and a massive water elemental surged forth, blocking their path. Another guardian, Aiden gripped his sword tightly, ready for combat. The water elemental swung, its arms formed from torrents, launching an assault against them. The crew members adeptly evaded, while seeking opportunities to strike back. The indigenous leader and the leader of the white-clad individuals joined forces, casting spells in an attempt to subdue the water elemental. Their spells intertwined in the air, weaving a colossal net of energy that ensnared the water element. "Now," Aiden exclaimed, as the crew surged forward to launch a fierce assault on the water elemental. The creature struggled within the energy net, ultimately dissipating in a violent explosion. The pool returned to tranquility, with the artifact lying quietly upon the stone platform, awaiting their arrival. Aiden and Rex cautiously ascended the stone platform, removing the artifact. The moment the relic was detached, the entire cavern began to tremble, as if some latent force was unleashed. "We must leave this place," Aiden shouted. They swiftly retraced their steps, and upon reaching the surface, they discovered that the mist surrounding the island had entirely dissipated, with sunlight flooding the sea. "We did it," Rex exclaimed, waving his arms in exhilaration. "Indeed, but our journey is far from over," Aiden replied, his gaze fixed on the artifact in his hand, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. The ships of the new alliance set sail once more, bearing the artifact as they continued their unfinished mission, advancing towards their goal of saving the ocean. Chapter 62. The perilous mystery of the cavern. The members of the new alliance proceeded along the winding, rugged path towards the depths of the mysterious cavern nestled within the island. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence. Aiden led the way, his eyes sharp, ever vigilant for any lurking dangers. Rex positioned himself in the middle of the group, continually boosting the crew's morale and urging them to remain alert. The native chief kept his eyes closed, attempting to attune himself more deeply to the natural energies of the area, yet he could only sense a faint, suppressed aura of mystery. The leader clad in white clutched an ancient tome, perusing its pages as he walked, hoping to uncover any records pertaining to the cavern and potential perils. But the pages remained blank, offering no useful insights. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the enigmatic cavern. The mouth of the cave was wide and deep, exuding a chill breeze that carried a faint scent of decay and enigma. Aiden picked up a stone and threw it into the darkness, the sound of its descent reverberating for an extended period, yet no other unusual noises followed. "Everyone, proceed carefully and maintain contact," Aiden whispered, urging the group onward. Thus, they cautiously stepped into the cavern. Upon entering, some bioluminescent moss on the walls emitted a dim glow, barely illuminating a small area around them. Not long after, the ground ahead revealed peculiar depressions and elevations. The leader in white quickly discerned these as ancient mechanical traps and called out, "Halt! There are mechanisms ahead." The group immediately froze, anxiously watching their feet. Rex directed several agile crew members to cautiously probe the depressions and elevations with long poles. Just as one pole brushed against an elevation, a sharp whoosh echoed through the cavern as several arrows shot forth from the cave walls. Fortunately, the crew had been forewarned and swiftly evaded the peril. The arrows grazed their bodies, striking the cavernous walls behind them with a crisp sound. "Follow my lead." The traps here are set in a certain order, instructed the leader clad in white. He scrutinized the mechanisms with great care before cautiously advancing, while the others trailed closely behind, each step laden with trepidation, fearful of triggering new traps. After an arduous exploration, they successfully navigated through the treacherous zone, though each individual was drenched in cold sweat. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, a low, menacing growl emanated from ahead, causing an immediate tension among the group as they gripped their weapons tightly. As they drew nearer, they beheld a colossal creature, resembling a panther yet adorned with sharp spines. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green glow, fixated intently upon them. "Prepare for battle," Aiden shouted. The artillerymen quickly adjusted their angles, yet considering the cave's constricted space, the full might of their cannons could not be unleashed. They hesitated to fire recklessly. The chieftain of the indigenous people took the initiative, casting a natural spell. With a clap of his hands against the ground, resilient vines erupted from the earth, surging towards the enigmatic beast. However, the creature, nimble and swift, evaded the tendrils effortlessly and lunged ferociously at the group. Rex, leading his men, engaged the beast in close combat, brandishing their weapons. Yet, the creature's spines were exceedingly sharp, and several crew members were struck, their wounds gushing with blood. The leader in white concentrated intently, unleashing beams of white light in an attempt to dazzle the creature's eyes and disrupt its assault. Through their collective efforts, after a fierce melee, they finally repelled the mysterious being, which retreated, dragging its wounded form deep into the cavern. Before anyone could catch their breath, a shroud of dark mist began to seep from the depths of the cave. This mist not only obscured their vision, but also induced dizziness and lethargy upon inhalation. "Cover your mouths and noses. Do not breathe in the mist," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily covered their faces with their garments, but the mist spread rapidly, enveloping them entirely. In this obscurity, they could only rely on faint sounds to communicate, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. The indigenous chieftain once more invoked a natural spell, attempting to summon the elements of wind to disperse the fog. Yet, the mist appeared to possess some arcane power, stubbornly resisting the winds, only slightly thinning but still severely hampering their mobility. The leader in white retrieved several softly glowing runes from his pocket and cast them into the air. The runes flickered with light, providing a meager illumination to a small area around them, enabling them to navigate through the haze. After a challenging passage through the dark fog, they finally arrived at a spacious cavernous hall. In the center of the hall stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an artifact radiating a dazzling brilliance. The light was so resplendent that it was nearly blinding. "This is it. We have finally found the artifact," Rex exclaimed with exhilaration. Joyful smiles adorned the faces of the onlookers, yet they were acutely aware that the peril was far from over. At that very moment, from various entrances of the cavern, a throng of enigmatic figures clad in black robes surged forth. The intentions of these robed individuals were unmistakable. Each concealed their features within the shadows, revealing only their eyes, which glimmered with avarice. "Surrender the artifact, or none of you shall leave this place alive." One of the black-robed figures threatened menacingly. Aiden stepped forward and declared loudly, "This artifact is the result of our arduous journey. To seize it will not be an easy task." The fierce contention escalated, and both sides immediately adopted a confrontational stance. The figures in black robes unleashed a myriad of bizarre spells, causing the cavern to shimmer with light and pulsate with energy. The leaders of the indigenous people and the white-clad individuals swiftly aligned themselves with Aiden, Rex, and others, preparing to confront the black-robed adversaries together. The magical assaults from the black-robed figures were relentless, as dark beams of light surged toward the newly formed alliance. In response, the indigenous leader summoned the forces of nature, conjuring a vast expanse of thorns and trees to obstruct the onslaught of the black-robed foes. Meanwhile, the leader in white continuously released purifying light, dispelling the malevolent energies embedded within the black-robed spells. Rex, rallying his crew with weapons drawn, seized the opportunity to charge at the black-robed figures, initiating close-quarters combat. Aiden, on the sidelines, orchestrated their movements, ensuring a cohesive defense and counterattack. In the midst of the intense struggle, both sides sustained injuries. Yet, bolstered by unwavering resolve and seamless cooperation, the members of the new alliance gradually regained their footing and began to retaliate. At the moment when neither side seemed able to gain the upper hand, the artifact suddenly radiated with brilliant light, emanating a formidable power. This energy appeared to sense the surrounding turmoil and danger, autonomously beginning to act. Its luminous aura enveloped the members of the new alliance, bestowing upon them a formidable protective shield that rendered the black-robed assaults ineffective. Simultaneously, the artifact's power amplified the strength of the new alliance, intensifying their attacks and enhancing their agility. With the artifact's support, the morale of the new alliance surged as they prepared for the final confrontation against the black-robed figures. The indigenous leader channeled all his focus into maximizing the natural spells, infusing the cavernous hall with vibrant elements of nature, thereby disrupting the movements and spellcasting of the black-robed foes. The white-clad leader devoted all his magical energy to spells of purification and protection, ensuring that the new alliance could continue their fight under the artifact's influence. Rex, leading his crew like a fierce tiger, charged at the black-robed figures, their weapons glinting with a chilling light under the artifact's glow, each strike imbued with lethal force. Aiden calmly directed the team from the side, adeptly adjusting their offensive and defensive strategies in response to the evolving battlefield dynamics. Under the united assault of the new alliance, the cloaked figures gradually faltered. Their spells began to unravel, and their attacks turned feeble and ineffective. Ultimately, after a grueling and extraordinary battle, the new alliance triumphed over the dark figures. Those cloaked in shadow either perished or were wounded, while the remaining few, sensing their impending doom, fled in disarray. Gathered around the artifact, the group, fatigued yet elated, gazed at the treasure they had painstakingly uncovered. "We have finally succeeded. This artifact will aid us in saving the sea," Aiden remarked with heartfelt emotion. After a brief respite, they gingerly took possession of the artifact and departed from the mysterious cavern, embarking on their journey back to the ship. They were acutely aware that new challenges might lie ahead, but at that moment, they basked in the pride of their hard-won victory. As they traversed the path, supporting one another, they moved toward the sea filled with anticipation and hope, ready to embark on a new journey, empowered by the artifact to alter the fate of this enigmatic and perilous maritime realm. Chapter 63. New perils ahead, carrying the joy and fatigue of their victory. The members of the new alliance cautiously safeguarded the artifact as they slowly navigated the winding path out of the mysterious cave. Sunlight bathed them, bringing a long-awaited warmth and brightness that seemed to dispel the eerie darkness of the cavern they had just exited. Upon returning to the relatively safe exterior, the group eagerly gathered around the artifact, eager to scrutinize the treasure they had labored so hard to obtain. The artifact continued to radiate a dazzling glow, its luminescence pulsating with a mysterious rhythm, varying in intensity as it danced before their eyes. Aiden crouched down, his gaze fixated on the artifact, filled with curiosity and reverence. He extended his hand, hesitating slightly before ultimately choosing merely to glide it gently through the air surrounding the relic, feeling a soft wave of energy pulsate along his fingertips. The leader in white unfurled an ancient tome, although it had not previously offered any clues regarding the dangers of the cave. He now hoped to unearth fragments of information pertaining to the artifact. His fingers swiftly turned the yellowed pages, his brow furrowing and relaxing in turn, until at last, in the corner of a particular page, he stumbled upon a faint passage. It spoke of the artifact as a creation of ancient powers, imbued with the primordial force of the universe, capable of resonating with nature and living beings, yet its specific functions and methods of activation remained shrouded in mystery. The leader in white softly recited the text, prompting thoughtful expressions to emerge on the faces of those present. Meanwhile, the chieftain of the natives closed his eyes, endeavoring to connect with the natural energies to comprehend the artifact. He sensed that the energies emanating from the relic seemed to engage in a subtle dialogue with the surrounding flora and air, a form of communication transcending words, as if the artifact were recounting its ancient history and enigmatic purpose. Just as the group immersed themselves in their preliminary exploration of the artifact, it suddenly blazed forth with radiant light, enveloping them in a brilliant glow. They found themselves engulfed in a dazzling whiteness, shortly followed by an extraordinary humming resonating within their minds. Aiden's heart raced, and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic." Yet the humming sound grew increasingly louder, as if it sought to penetrate their very souls. Amidst the interplay of light and hum, vivid images began to materialize before their eyes. They beheld an expansive sea, its waters a crystalline blue, where fish swam freely and joyfully. But in an instant, the scene transformed. Black mist surged from the ocean's depths, leaving devastation in its wake. Creatures suffered, ships were obliterated, and the coastal villages were engulfed in flames and despair. Was this artifact revealing to them the past it had witnessed, or the calamities that might unfold in the future? Rex's eyes widened, his face a portrait of shock. As the images continued to shift, they saw themselves wielding the artifact, standing at the bow of a colossal ship. The artifact radiated light, resonating with the surrounding waves and sea breeze. Gradually, the black mist began to dissipate under the artifact's luminous glow, and the ocean regained its former vitality. It appeared that this artifact indeed possessed the crucial power to save the sea, though they still needed to discern how to truly harness its potential. Aiden clenched his fists, his expression resolute. As the radiance slowly faded and the humming ceased, the group emerged from that extraordinary experience, exchanging glances that reflected both gravity and determination. "Let us return to the ship. This place is still not entirely safe. Should any further disturbances arise, it would be wiser to be on the vessel," Aiden suggested, and his companions nodded in agreement. Thus, they gathered their belongings, carrying the artifact as they made their way along the path toward the shore where their ship awaited. Along the journey, they whispered amongst themselves about the visions the artifact had revealed, their anticipation and apprehension regarding its powers intensifying. Upon returning to the ship, the crew greeted them with cheers, relieved to see their safe return along with the artifact. However, as they noticed the somber expressions on the faces of the group, the cheers gradually subsided, replaced by confusion and concern. Aiden ascended to the bow of the ship and addressed the crew with fervor. "Brothers, though we have unearthed the sacred artifact, this is merely the initial step. Moments ago, the artifact unveiled to us a series of visions, revealing that the sea is beset by grave calamities, and this very artifact embodies our hope for its salvation. Yet, we remain uncertain as to how to fully harness its potential. In the days to come, we may encounter numerous formidable challenges. Will you join me in continuing this uncertain journey?" With resolute voices, the entire crew resounded in unison, their declaration echoing across the waters, imbued with determination and passion. As the crew prepared to take a brief respite aboard the vessel and delve deeper into the mysteries of the artifact, the lookout suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, trouble brews. A ship is approaching us, and it appears that their intentions are anything but benign." Aiden hastily seized the binoculars and gazed into the distance. There, on the horizon, several large ships emerged, their sails adorned with peculiar markings. The individuals aboard those vessels brandished weapons, poised for confrontation. Who could they be? Could they be yet another group seeking the artifact? Rex furrowed his brow and remarked, "Regardless of their identity, since they dare to provoke us, we must not falter." A fierce determination flickered in Aiden's eyes as he passed the binoculars to Rex, then turned to command the crew to prepare for battle. The chieftains of the indigenous people and the white-clad leader approached the bow of the ship, their gazes fixed on the encroaching enemy vessels. They understood that a new battle loomed, and this time, they had not only to protect the artifact but also to discern the purpose of these sudden adversaries. Otherwise, their quest to save the sea would become increasingly arduous. As the enemy ships drew nearer, the details became clear. The crew members donned unusual attire, their faces etched with expressions of ferocity and greed. At the prow of one ship stood a towering man, wielding a long knife. His gaze locked onto the vessel of the New Alliance, particularly fixated on the prominently displayed artifact. "Surrender the artifact, or today shall mark your demise," the imposing figure bellowed, his voice resonating across the waves with an air of undeniable authority. "Humph, you seek the artifact? Do you possess the capability to claim it?" Aiden retorted defiantly, signaling the crew to prepare for cannon fire. The gunners swiftly adjusted the cannon's angles, awaiting Aiden's command to unleash their assault on the enemy ships. Meanwhile, Rex led a group of agile crew members, armed with swords, ready to engage in close combat as the enemy vessels approached. The indigenous chieftain once again summoned natural magic, conjuring a vast expanse of seaweed around the ship in an attempt to impede the enemy's advance. The white-clad leader focused intently, preparing to unleash a purifying light, both to counter any malevolent spells the enemy might cast and to provide a measure of protection for his crew. The initial clash commenced as the enemy vessels, undeterred by the resolute stance of the New Alliance, accelerated toward them. As the enemy ships entered cannon range, Aiden shouted, "Fire!" Instantly, the cannons roared to life, and shells hurtled toward the adversaries. The projectiles detonated around the enemy ships, sending up towering plumes of water. Several vessels sustained damage, yet they showed no signs of retreat. "Continue firing," Aiden commanded once more. The gunners, undaunted, persisted in loading and firing the cannons. At that moment, some individuals aboard the enemy ships began to cast spells, unleashing streams of dark energy directed at the vessel of the New Alliance. The leader in white, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, immediately unleashed a radiant light of purification. The luminous white glow collided with the dark aura in midair, resulting in a dazzling burst of brilliance and intense energy fluctuations. Seizing the opportune moment, Rex shouted, "Brothers, follow me," as he and his crew charged towards the enemy vessel with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain. A fierce skirmish erupted at the ship's edge, where swords clashed and battle cries echoed thunderously. The members of the New Alliance, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation, managed to momentarily withstand the assaults of the enemy ship. However, the adversaries proved to be formidable, and the confrontation reached a stalemate. Amidst the fierce combat, the artifact seemed to sense the surrounding peril and blazed forth with renewed radiance. This brilliance enveloped the entire ship, bestowing upon the crew an even more formidable protective shield. The dark spells that had been aimed at the crew vanished without a trace upon contact with the shield, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Simultaneously, the artifact's glow infused the sailors, invigorating them with newfound strength, making their strikes more ferocious and their movements swifter. With the artifact's aid, let us see how we shall repel these foes today," Rex bellowed, his sword dancing through the air as he felled several enemies in quick succession. With the artifact's assistance, the New Alliance gradually gained the upper hand, and the enemy ship's offensive began to wane, panic etched upon the faces of the adversaries. As the New Alliance's relentless assault intensified, signs of retreat became evident among the enemy vessels. Some attempted to pivot and flee, yet the New Alliance would not permit them to escape easily. Aiden commanded the gunners to continue firing at the fleeing enemy vessels, shattering the sterns of several ships into fragments. In an instant, those enemy ships lost their propulsion, drifting aimlessly on the sea, rendered as lambs to the slaughter. Meanwhile, Rex led his crew in a relentless pursuit on the battleground, vanquishing the remaining foes one by one. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation, the New Alliance successfully repelled the invading vessels. The enemies were either slain or wounded, with the few survivors fleeing in disarray, disappearing beneath the horizon. After the battle, the crew found themselves utterly exhausted, yet their faces shone with the joy of victory. They gathered at the bow of the ship, gazing at the artifact that continued to radiate brilliance, their hearts brimming with emotion. "This artifact is indeed our lucky star. Without it, today's battle would likely not have ended in our favor," Rex remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Indeed. Yet we cannot rely solely on the power of this artifact. We must swiftly comprehend how to harness its true potential, for only then can we better safeguard the sea." Aiden responded gravely, his gaze fixed on the artifact. The others nodded in agreement, aware that although they had repelled the enemy this time, the journey ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and peril. They needed to enhance their strength and unravel the secrets of the artifact to navigate this enigmatic and dangerous maritime realm, fulfilling their mission to save the ocean. Thus, after a brief respite, the members of the new alliance commenced a deeper exploration of the artifact. Acutely aware that time was of the essence, every moment of delay could exacerbate the looming calamities threatening the sea. Chapter 64. The resurgence of the artifact's power having repelled the invading enemy vessels. The new alliance took a brief pause before diving back into the mysteries of the artifact. Sunlight bathed the bow of the ship, illuminating the artifact as it continued to exude a dazzling radiance, as if urging them to swiftly unveil its secrets. The profound exploration of the artifact commenced. Aiden sat at the bow of the vessel, the artifact resting upon the deck before him, with his eyes firmly shut. He endeavored to commune with the enigmatic object, much like the indigenous chieftain had done before. He focused intently, gradually drawing his consciousness closer to the mysterious waves of energy emanating from the artifact. Slowly, he felt himself entering a peculiar realm, surrounded by an infinite radiance, within which indistinct images flickered. He beheld a scene from ancient times, where a group of individuals clad in peculiar garments encircled the artifact, their lips moving in chant as if engaged in a solemn ritual. Even then, the artifact radiated a blinding light, resonating with some force of the universe, calming the sea under its influence and fostering the growth of all living things. Aiden strained to discern the precise actions of those individuals, yet the imagery remained excessively obscure. Just as he contemplated delving deeper into the mystery, a formidable force thrust him from that enigmatic realm. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, as Rex, beside him, inquired with urgent concern, "Aiden, are you all right? You appeared to be in peril moments ago." Aiden shook his head and remarked, "I am unscathed. It merely seems that I have brushed against some ancient memories embedded within the artifact, yet I have not fully discerned their clarity." The leader clad in white was not idle either. He diligently rummaged through the ship's library, meticulously perusing ancient texts in hopes of uncovering records regarding the activation of the artifact or its more intricate functions. His gaze flitted rapidly across the pages, leaving no potentially valuable word unexamined. At long last, within the confines of a tattered parchment manuscript, he stumbled upon a passage that articulated, "The power of the artifact must resonate with the intentions of the human heart and the spirit of nature to achieve its utmost potential. The crux may lie upon a mysterious island, whereupon exists a substance of the same origin as the artifact. To discover this substance is to unveil the secrets of the artifact." The leader in white recited this passage to the assembly, prompting thoughtful expressions among the listeners. The chieftain of the natives inquired, "Then, where might this enigmatic island be? In this vast expanse of ocean, locating it will not be an easy task." Just as the group deliberated on how to seek the mysterious island, a lookout shouted, "Captain, an island has appeared ahead, and it seems rather extraordinary." Aiden hastily lifted the telescope to his eyes, and there, on the horizon, a faint island emerged from the sea, shrouded in mist and illuminated by a mysterious glow. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. Could this be the enigmatic island referenced in ancient texts? "Set sail towards that island," Aiden commanded, prompting the crew to promptly adjust the sails and steer the vessel in its direction. As they drew closer, an unsettling aura enveloped the island. Towering trees with peculiar shapes stood sentinel, some twisted like pretzels, while others stretched out like monstrous claws. The shoreline was lined with oddly shaped rocks, as if manipulated by some colossal force. Upon anchoring at the island's edge, Aiden, accompanied by a portion of his crew, disembarked, followed closely by the indigenous leader, the figure in white, and Rex. They cautiously set foot on the island, immediately sensing a peculiar energy pulsating through the air. "Be vigilant. This island harbors oddities," Aiden whispered. Following a winding path into the interior, they encountered an array of bizarre flora exuding acrid scents, while unknown creatures darted from the underbrush, emitting eerie cries that sent shivers down their spines. As they ventured further, the ground ahead suddenly gaped open with enormous fissures, from which steam billowed, suggesting a seething magma below. "Halt! Do not proceed. This may be a trap," Rex shouted, just as they paused to assess the situation. Sharp wooden stakes shot out from the nearby thicket, swift as arrows. The crew narrowly evaded the onslaught, fortunate to remain unscathed. The indigenous leader waved his hands, and resilient vines erupted from the ground, blocking the incoming projectiles. "It seems there are forces on this island that wish to hinder our passage. Remain alert," he warned. Continuing their journey, they arrived at a raging river, its waters a sinister shade of black, flowing with such velocity that crossing appeared impossible. The figure in white surveyed the surroundings and spotted a rickety wooden bridge spanning the river. Approaching it, he examined its condition and noticed that several planks had rotted, threatening to collapse at any moment. "This bridge is unreliable. We must find a way to reinforce it or seek an alternative route," he advised. Rex led a few agile crew members to scout for materials to fortify the bridge. They gathered sturdy branches and vines, and after considerable effort, managed to reinforce the structure. Treading carefully onto the bridge, each step was a test of courage, fearing its sudden failure. Through their collective resolve, they successfully traversed the treacherous river. Upon crossing, they delved deeper into the island, and behind a dense thicket of trees, ancient architectural remnants gradually came into view. These ancient ruins exude an aura of antiquity, their walls entwined with lush vines, while some structures have succumbed to the ravages of time. Yet, the remnants still whisper tales of their former grandeur. "Look, there appears to be something glowing," exclaimed a crew member, gesturing towards a specific spot within the ruins. The group moved in that direction, and before them stood a relatively intact hall, at the center of which lay a crystal orb radiating a gentle luminescence. The glow bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a mystical artifact. Could this be the entity of common origin spoken of in the ancient texts? Aiden stepped forward, intent on grasping the crystal orb. However, the moment his fingers brushed against its surface, a radiant beam of light erupted from the orb, enveloping him completely. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers grew anxious, eager to assist yet fearful that hasty actions might endanger Aiden. Within the luminous glow, Aiden seemed to transcend into that peculiar realm once more, where the imagery was more vivid than before. He beheld the creation process of the artifact, crafted by a group of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers, who had gathered the essences of heaven and earth over an extensive period. This crystal orb, he realized, served as a vessel to store crucial energies during the artifact's fabrication. It resonated with the artifact, and only by uniting the two could the artifact's full potential be unleashed. As the brilliance gradually faded, Aiden regained consciousness. Clutching the orb with exhilaration, he announced to the crowd, "I have discerned the truth. This crystal orb is the key to unraveling the artifact's mysteries. Let us hasten back to the ship and combine them." On their return journey, the group, bearing the crystal orb, hurried back. However, as they approached the shore and prepared to board their vessel, they were taken aback to find themselves surrounded by a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black. These individuals donned dark masks that concealed their faces, revealing only their cold, piercing eyes, and wielded an assortment of weapons, evidently intent on confronting them. "Hand over the artifact and the crystal orb, or you shall not leave this place," one of the masked figures bellowed. Aiden, filled with indignation, declared, once again, "They come to seize our possessions. After enduring countless hardships to acquire these treasures, they shall not prevail." Tension escalated as both sides braced for conflict. The cloaked assailants unleashed a myriad of peculiar attacks. Some exhaled black flames, while others shot forth dark spikes. The members of the new alliance, however, were undeterred. The native chief invoked natural magic, summoning vast thickets and trees to thwart the attackers. The leader in white emanated a purifying light, dispelling the malevolent forces of the black flames. Rex, leading his crew, brandished their weapons, seizing every opportunity to engage in close combat with the cloaked adversaries. Amidst the fray, the artifact and crystal orb radiated brilliance, enveloping the group in a formidable protective shield while simultaneously augmenting their offensive capabilities. Despite the support from the artifact and crystal orb, the prowess of the black-clad foes was formidable. Their relentless assaults came in waves, executed with remarkable coordination, suggesting rigorous training. Under Aiden's command, the new alliance exhibited tenacity in their defense. The native chief adeptly adjusted his natural spells, allowing the thorns and trees to flexibly counter the enemy's attacks, while the leader in white concentrated on maximizing the purifying light's efficacy to neutralize as much of the dark forces as possible. Rex and his crew, undaunted in close quarters, wielded their weapons with lethal precision. As the battle raged on, the new alliance gradually discerned the attacking patterns of their opponents, initiating targeted counterattacks. They exploited the black-clad assailants' moments of vulnerability, launching fervent strikes that tipped the scales in their favor. Some masks were shattered during the conflict, revealing the terrified faces of the attackers, who were astonished by the resilience and ferocity of the new alliance, bolstered by the artifact and crystal orb. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, the new alliance succeeded in breaking through the encirclement of the cloaked figures and boarded their ship. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, The black-clad assailants fled into the dense jungle of the island. Upon returning to the ship, the group eagerly placed the artifact and crystal orb together. The moment they made contact, a blinding light surged skyward, enveloping the entire vessel. Within this radiance, the group beheld vivid images from ancient times regarding the artifact, more complete and clear than ever before. They witnessed its use in quelling the calamities of the sea, its harmonious coexistence with nature, and how its true potential was realized through human belief and effort. As the luminescence gradually faded, they felt a powerful force coursing through their beings. They understood that the secret of the artifact had finally been unveiled, and its true power was now within their grasp. At last, we possessed the capability to save the sea, Aiden exclaimed with fervor, and the faces of those present were aglow with excitement and pride. They understood that further challenges lay ahead, however, with the power of the artifact at their disposal. They felt assured in their ability to confront anything and to fulfill the noble mission of saving the seas. Chapter 65. The Artifact's blessing begins anew. After unraveling the secrets of the artifact, the new alliance continued their voyage across the vast ocean. The artifact and the crystal orb were securely placed within a specially designed container at the bow of the ship. Although their radiance was no longer as dazzling as it had once been, they consistently emanated a serene and steady glow, as if silently safeguarding the entire vessel and its crew. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze caress his face. Yet his mind was consumed with reflections on the journey ahead. He was acutely aware that, although he had acquired a measure of the artifact's power, the path to fulfilling his mission of saving the ocean would undoubtedly be fraught with numerous challenges and dangers. One day, the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously as a fierce wind howled towards them. The waves grew tumultuous, crashing relentlessly against the vessel, causing it to sway violently. The crew struggled to maintain their footing on the deck, striving to avoid being thrown into the abyss. "Do not panic," Aiden shouted, swiftly focusing his energy to connect with the powers of the artifacts and the crystal ball. In an instant, a pale blue light emanated from the artifact at the ship's bow, enveloping the entire vessel. This luminescence acted as a formidable shield, significantly diminishing the impact of the surging waves upon contact, and the ship's tumultuous rocking gradually subsided. Seeing this, the crew felt a surge of relief, their respect and trust in the artifact's power deepening. However, as the storm subsided, a dense fog quietly rolled in. This fog was so thick that one could scarcely see their own hand in front of their face, leaving the crew on the deck only able to make out vague silhouettes around them. The lookout called out anxiously, "Captain, we cannot see the path ahead at all. What shall we do?" Aiden furrowed his brow, attempting to perceive the external situation through the dense sea mist. Yet the fog seemed to possess a peculiar disruptive force that rendered his senses vague and indistinct. The leader clad in white advanced and remarked, "This mist is suspicious. It is likely not a mere natural phenomenon." Just as the group deliberated on a countermeasure, a strange, indistinct sound emanated from the fog, resembling the low growl of a colossal creature intertwined with the eerie whispers of the wind, sending shivers down their spines. "Everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for any potential danger," Aiden commanded. The indigenous leader gestured with his hands, casting a natural spell in an attempt to disperse the fog. A faint glow radiated from his palms, merging into the mist, but the fog merely lightened slightly before swiftly regaining its former density. Beneath the shroud of the mist, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered around the vessel. It became evident that this fog was a deceptive veil conjured by a group of enigmatic sea creatures, which typically lurked in the depths of these waters. Sensing the approach of the new alliance's ship, they sought to exploit the opportunity to attack and seize the artifacts and crystals. These sea beasts were immense, resembling octopuses, yet endowed with sharp claws and formidable shells. Exuding an unsettling black aura, they stealthily approached the ship within the fog, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Rex, leading a contingent of crew members, stood ready at the ship's railing, weapons in hand. He fixated intently on the flickering green eyes within the mist and quietly instructed his comrades, "Wait until they draw near. Act only on my command and refrain from any rash movements." Suddenly, one of the sea beasts lunged forth from the fog, extending a massive claw towards the ship's side. "Now," Rex shouted. The crew members swung their weapons, aiming for the creature's claw. However, the beast's shell was incredibly resilient, and their strikes merely left shallow marks, failing to inflict any significant damage. As the creature's assault intensified and the crew found themselves increasingly beleaguered, Aiden reconnected deeply with the powers of the artifacts and the crystal. He closed his eyes, focusing all his mental energy, channeling the artifact's might around the ship's railing. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from the railing, resembling a searing flame, ensnaring the sea beast's claw. The creature emitted a pained howl, retracting its claw in haste, as the once impenetrable shell bore scorched marks from the artifact's radiant glow. Witnessing this, the spirits of the new alliance were revitalized, and they intensified their assaults. The indigenous leader summoned more thorns and trees, entwining them around the sea beast to hinder its movements. Meanwhile, the leader in white unleashed a more potent purifying light towards the creature's head, attempting to dispel the dark essence enveloping it. Under the collective onslaught of their combined efforts, the sea beast gradually faltered, their attacks becoming erratic as they began to retreat slowly. Aiden was acutely aware that to completely extricate himself from the clutches of these sea beasts, he must break free from the shrouding mists of the ocean. He once more concentrated his efforts, harnessing the power of the artifact and the crystal orb to conjure a brilliant beam of light at the bow of the ship. This radiant beam pierced through the fog like a keen blade, and as the illumination expanded, the mist began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. Observing this, the crew united in their efforts, skillfully manipulating the sails and adjusting the helm to swiftly navigate towards the receding fog. Under the protection of the artifact, the members of the new alliance successfully emerged from the mist, prompting the sea creatures to retreat into the depths, vanishing from sight. The ship continued its voyage. Despite the fatigue that lingered from the recent skirmish, the crew's eyes shone with unwavering determination. After a brief respite, the leader clad in white returned to the ship's library to peruse ancient tomes. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a passage in an old maritime log that spoke of a mysterious island. The log mentioned that deep within these waters lay a place known as the Isle of Dreaming Shadows. It was said that this island harbored treasures related to ancient maritime civilizations, treasures that might hold the key to unlocking the artifact's full potential. Upon hearing the news, Aiden felt a stir within his heart. He perceived this as a potential opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries of the artifact, enhancing their own powers to better fulfill their mission of saving the ocean. Set sail towards the Island of Dreams, Aiden commanded, and the crew promptly adjusted the sails and steered the ship towards their new destination. As they gazed ahead into the unknown waters, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Yet they were acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. However, with the artifact by their side, they held the confidence to confront any trials and tribulations, resolutely continuing their noble quest to rescue the ocean. Chapter 66. Encountering a stalwart foe at the Island of Dreams. As the new alliance journeyed towards the Island of Dreams, their emotions oscillated between exhilaration and trepidation. The excitement stemmed from the possibility that the island harbored treasures capable of further unleashing the artifact's power, while the tension arose from the understanding that the impending unknown challenges would undoubtedly be formidable. The vessel glided smoothly across the sea, with the artifact and the crystal orb continuing to emit a soft glow, seemingly infusing the crew with an unending source of confidence. Aiden frequently cast his gaze upon them, silently contemplating the potential scenarios they might encounter upon landing on the island. Finally, after several days of navigation, the lookout called out, "Captain, an island has emerged on the horizon. It must be the Island of Dreams." The crew rushed to the bow of the ship, witnessing the gradual emergence of the island's silhouette from the sea. It was enveloped in a delicate halo of light, with verdant trees flourishing and peculiar structures faintly visible among the foliage. Strangely, despite the island's serene and harmonious appearance, it exuded an inexplicable air of mystery, as if concealing countless secrets. "Prepare to dock and remain vigilant," Aiden commanded, prompting the crew to busily adjust the sails and maneuver the helm as they approached the island. As the vessel neared the shore, Aiden was the first to leap onto the land, followed closely by the indigenous chief, the leader in white, and Rex. The moment they set foot on the island, they were met with an unusual surge of energy, far more complex and potent than any they had previously encountered. Just as they cautiously made their way inland, a deep horn sounded, reverberating throughout the entire island. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest emerged a group of guardians clad in peculiar armor. Towering and robust, their armor was inscribed with enigmatic runes that shimmered faintly. These sentinels wielded a variety of formidable weapons. Some brandished enormous battle axes that glinted menacingly. Others held long spears that seemed to slice through the air, while some carried hefty shields adorned with symbols suggesting a hidden power. "Who are you to dare trespass upon the Island of Dreams?" one of the guardians bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Aiden stepped forward and declared, "We harbor no malice. We have merely heard tales of treasures upon this island that are linked to the salvation of the sea, and we seek to explore. We hope for your cooperation." However, the guardians remained unmoved. The leader amongst them shouted, "This is the sacred ground of our kin. No outsiders may tread here freely. If you wish to pass, you must first overcome us." With that, the guardians swiftly took up defensive positions, preparing for battle. The members of the new alliance did not hesitate, readying themselves for the confrontation. Rex brandished his greatsword, charging boldly towards the guardians. He bellowed, "Then come forth." His massive blade sliced through the air as he aimed a fierce strike at a guardian wielding a battle axe. The guardian, unperturbed, raised his axe to meet the blow. A thunderous clash ensued, sending sparks flying as their weapons collided with such force that the surrounding air trembled slightly. The indigenous leader swiftly gestured with his hands, chanting incantations as he summoned the forces of nature. Thorny vines erupted from the ground, sprawling towards the guardians in an attempt to ensnare their legs and hinder their movements. Upon witnessing this, some guardians violently struck the thorns with their shields, breaking through the entanglements, while others leapt high to evade the creeping vines. The leader clad in white raised his staff, reciting an ancient incantation. A brilliant beam of purifying light erupted from the tip of his staff, shooting towards the guardians. Wherever this radiant light touched, the malevolent energies in the air appeared to dissipate. The guardians raised their shields in defense. The purifying light struck against them with a hissing sound. Although it failed to penetrate their shields directly, it nonetheless imposed significant pressure upon the guardians. Aiden concentrated his focus, forging a connection with the powers of the artifact and the crystal ball. With his eyes tightly shut, he channeled the artifact's energy into the weapon grasped in his hands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and charged towards the guardians ahead. The weapon in his grasp radiated a blinding brilliance, each swing creating a resplendent arc of light, as if capable of rending the very fabric of space. He lunged at a guardian wielding a spear, who hastily raised the spear to defend. However, Aiden's force was overwhelming, bending the spear slightly and causing the guardian to stagger backward several steps. After successfully withstanding the initial wave of attacks from the new alliance, the guardians began their fierce counteroffensive. The guardian with the battle axe suddenly leaped high into the air, gripping the axe with both hands. After twirling gracefully, he descended with a vicious strike aimed at Rex. This maneuver, known as the sky-rending slash, unleashed a dark arc of energy from the axe, as if it sought to cleave through space itself. Rex, perceiving the impending danger, swiftly dodged aside, and the sky-rending slash struck the ground, creating a deep fissure as debris flew in all directions. The guardian armed with the spear was not to be outdone. He drew the spear back and then thrust it forward with great force, shouting, "Wind-piercing thrust." The spear sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtling towards Aiden at an astonishing speed. Aiden quickly raised his weapon to defend, but the force of the wind-piercing thrust resonated through his weapon, causing his arm to tingle with the impact. Meanwhile, the guardians wielding shields positioned them opposite each other, chanting an arcane incantation. Suddenly, beams of blue light shot forth from between the shields, intertwining to form a net of shimmering blue energy that descended upon the chieftain of the natives and the leader in white. This technique, called the shield net prison, would severely restrict movement once ensnared by the luminous web. The native chieftain and the leader in white swiftly cast spells to evade. The native chieftain summoned vines from the earth, pulling himself and the leader in white aside just in time to narrowly escape the grasp of the shield net prison. Faced with such formidable techniques from the guardians, the members of the new alliance quickly recalibrated their strategy. After evading the sky-rending slash, Rex refrained from attacking impulsively, opting instead to observe the movements of the guardians. He discerned that after executing their powerful techniques, the guardians experienced a brief moment of respite to regain their strength. Seizing the opportunity, he targeted a guardian who had just executed the sky-rending slash and dashed forward, gripping his great sword with both hands. With all his might, he aimed to strike at the guardian's waist, a move he dubbed the waist-severing slash. The great sword sliced through the air with a fierce wind, striking the guardian's waist with tremendous force. Despite the guardian's exceptionally sturdy armor, Rex's full-strength assault caused the guardian to stagger several steps. A grimace of pain etched upon his face. After Aiden successfully blocked the wind-piercing strike, he contemplated a strategy to counter the guardians. He discerned that, despite the formidable nature of their weapons, there appeared to be gaps in their coordination. Consequently, he deepened his connection with the powers of the artifact and the crystal ball, dispersing the artifact's energy throughout his body. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, weaving through the Guardians with remarkable agility, capitalizing on the openings in their teamwork. He relentlessly targeted their vulnerable spots with his weapon. He termed this maneuver the Phantom Strike, leaving the Guardians unprepared, with many succumbing to his strikes and their armor sustaining noticeable dents. Meanwhile, the indigenous leader and the leader in white, having evaded the shield net prison, resolved to collaborate in their assault. The indigenous leader continued to wield nature magic, causing a multitude of trees to erupt from behind the Guardians in an attempt to encircle them. Simultaneously, the leader in white recited incantations, unleashing a more potent wave of purifying light as the trees flourished. This purifying light manifested not merely as a linear attack, but radiated outward in a fan shape, enveloping a broader area. They named this technique the Spirit Purification Wave. As the purifying light cascaded over the Guardians, the runes on their armor dimmed, and their movements became noticeably sluggish. As the conflict escalated with relentless assaults and counterattacks, the battle reached a fevered intensity. The Guardians, witnessing the fierce resistance of the new alliance, became increasingly ferocious. They altered their tactics once more, with several Guardians wielding battle axes leaping high into the air to form a circle, simultaneously bringing their axes down in a coordinated strike. This maneuver, dubbed the Battle Axe Storm, unleashed intertwining arcs of black light, coalescing into a terrifying tempest that surged toward the new alliance. In response, Rex, Aiden, and their comrades quickly gathered. Rex plunged his great sword into the ground and shouted, "Earth Shield!" A surge of earthy yellow light erupted from the ground, forming a semicircular shield to withstand the onslaught of the Battle Axe Storm. Aiden channeled the full power of the artifact and crystal ball into his hands, thrusting upward while exclaiming, "Artifact Light Shield!" A dazzling beam of golden light shot forth from his hands, merging with Rex's Earth Shield to create an even more formidable defense. The leaders in white and indigenous were equally active, continuing to cast their spells. The leader in white planted his staff into the earth, chanting an incantation, causing a white light to radiate outward, seemingly capable of absorbing surrounding energy, a technique known as the energy absorption pool. The indigenous leader, in turn, gestured with his hands, summoning more thorns and trees from the ground, preparing to counterattack the Guardians' post-battle axe storm. The battle axe storm collided violently with the combined defenses of the Earth Shield and Artifact Light Shield, producing a deafening roar, as if the entire island trembled in response. Although the shield deflected the majority of the onslaught, some residual shockwaves still struck the group, causing them considerable pain. Amidst the fierce clash, Aiden, deeply connected with the artifact and the crystal ball, suddenly perceived a turning point. He discovered that while the Guardians were formidable, their source of power appeared to stem from the runes on their armor and the mysterious energy of the island. The artifact's power seemed capable of disrupting this energy. Consequently, Aiden concentrated all his efforts, directing the artifact's energy towards the runes on the Guardian's armor and the surrounding mystical energy fluctuations. As the artifact's power radiated, the runes on the Guardian's armor began to flicker erratically, their movements slowed, and the potency of their attacks diminished significantly. Observing this, the members of the new alliance seized the opportunity to launch a more ferocious assault. Rex brandished his great sword once more, charging at the sluggish Guardians, each strike leaving deeper dents in their armor. Aiden darted between the Guardians, exploiting their sluggishness to deliver precise strikes to their vital points. The indigenous leader and the white-clad leader intensified their spell casting. The indigenous leader caused the ground to sprout more vines and trees, ensnaring the Guardians even tighter. The white-clad leader unleashed a more potent purifying light aimed at the heads of the Guardians, attempting to thoroughly dispel the malevolent aura surrounding them. Under the relentless combined assault, the Guardians gradually faltered, their formation began to disband, and their attacks grew increasingly chaotic. Ultimately, after an intense battle, the new alliance triumphed over the Guardians. Some lay defeated on the ground, their armor severely damaged, others fled in disarray, vanishing into the island's woods, exhausted yet elated by their victory. The members of the new alliance decided to rest briefly before continuing their exploration of the Dream Island, hoping to discover the legendary treasure. "Let us take a moment to recuperate," Aiden suggested. Nodding in agreement, the group sought a relatively safe spot to rest. During their respite, the white-clad leader resumed perusing the ancient tomes he had brought, hoping to uncover clues for further exploration of the Dream Island. Meanwhile, Aiden gazed intently at the artifact and the crystal ball, silently reflecting on the power exhibited during the battle and pondering how to wield it more effectively in order to fulfill their noble mission of saving the sea in the forthcoming explorations. They understood that more challenges likely awaited them, but with the strength of their team and the might of the artifact. They were confident in their ability to confront any adversity as they courageously pressed forward on this uncertain journey. Chapter 67. Resounding victories break through challenges after vanquishing the mysterious foes clad in black armor. The new alliance paused briefly on Dream Island before embarking on their journey of exploration into the unknown once more. Aiden was acutely aware that they were still some distance from unraveling the mysteries of Dream Island and discovering the treasures that could save the ocean. Each step they took could harbor both perilous dangers and invaluable opportunities. The group traversed a winding path, and the surrounding scenery began to transform. The once lush and verdant forest became increasingly sparse, giving way to an expanse dotted with peculiar rocks and ancient relics. These remnants appeared to be of considerable antiquity, etched with enigmatic symbols and patterns, as if narrating tales of past glory and tribulation. The leader in white, clutching an ancient tome, compared it to the surrounding ruins, his eyes gleaming with excitement. According to the ancient texts, the area we currently occupy may well be one of the core regions of Dream Island, likely concealing crucial clues or treasures. The chieftain of the indigenous people nodded slightly, sensing a powerful and ancient force surging beneath the land. Indeed. But we must not let our guard down. The energy fluctuations here are exceedingly complex, and there may be other guardians lurking in the shadows, observing us. Rex, gripping his sword tightly, scanned the area with vigilance. Let them come, whatever guardians they are. I'll take on one and see just how many formidable figures this island harbors. Aiden smiled faintly, aware of Rex's commendable courage. Yet he understood that recklessness was not a wise approach in this enigmatic place. As he maintained a delicate connection with the artifact and the crystal ball, he remained vigilant to the subtle changes in their surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the ruins, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Massive stone spikes erupted from the earth, thrusting towards them like sharp spears. Simultaneously, countless beams of light shot from the walls of the ruins, intertwining to form a complex web of light that ensnared them within its grasp. Be careful, Aiden shouted, his form flickering swiftly. The overwhelming aura of his artifact surged forth, and he wielded his weapon to unleash arcs of golden light, shattering the encroaching stone spikes. Rex, not to be outdone, ignited with a fierce blaze of power. He leaped high, his great sword ablaze as he struck at the web of light, exclaiming, "Break free." However, the strength of the light web was formidable. Although Rex's attack temporarily halted the contraction of the beams, it could not obliterate it entirely. The native chief pressed his hands against the ground, murmuring incantations. His natural guardian aura fused with the power of the earth, causing a thick layer of vines and green grass to sprout rapidly from the ground. These plants climbed along the stone spikes in the light web, striving to weaken their force. Nature's power, lend me your strength. The leader in white, meanwhile, calmly raised his staff, the purifying light aura coalescing at its tip. He began to chant an ancient spell, sending forth a gentle yet potent beam of purifying light towards the core of the light web. Purify the evil, shatter the confinement. With the concerted efforts of all, the light web finally exhibited a hint of loosening. Aiden seized the opportune moment, channeling the powers of the artifact and the crystal ball to their utmost potential. He was enveloped in a resplendent radiance, resembling a golden sun. Then, he charged fiercely towards the vulnerable point of the light barrier. Wielding his weapon with all his might, the power of the artifact unleashed. With a resounding crash, the light barrier was successfully shattered by Aiden, dispersing into myriad luminous particles that faded into the air. Just as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, a chilling laughter echoed through the ruins. A group of mysterious figures clad in black robes slowly emerged, their faces concealed beneath the hoods, revealing only pairs of eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Did you think you could pass through here so easily? One of the shadowy figures intoned in a deep voice. Rex glared fiercely. Who are you? Do not play tricks here. The mysterious figure scoffed. We are the Shadow Guardians of Dream Island, dedicated to thwarting those greedy souls who seek to lay claim to the treasures. Aiden furrowed his brow, declaring, we are not driven by greed. We have come to rescue the seas, seeking treasures capable of vanquishing the forces of darkness. Empty words. Those who trespass shall perish. The Shadow Guardians responded in unison, launching their assault. They wielded black whips that glimmered with a sinister light, striking towards the group like ethereal serpents. Aiden was the first to face the onslaught. He swiftly sidestepped one lash and retaliated with his weapon. The clash between the empowered weapon, enhanced by the artifact's might, and the whip erupted into a shower of black and golden sparks. Rex let out a fierce roar and charged at the enemy, His great sword engulfed in flames with each swing sending forth waves of fiery heat. He aimed a powerful strike at his Shadow Guardian, blazing slash. However, the Shadow Guardian nimbly leapt back, evading the attack while ensnaring Rex's sword with the whip's tip. Rex yanked with all his might, only to discover the adversary's strength was astonishingly formidable. Observing this, the indigenous leader began to gesticulate, unleashing the power of nature. Sharp stone spires erupted from the ground, thrusting towards the Shadow Guardians. Yet, the earth beneath the cloaked figures suddenly surged with dark energy, shattering the stone spires into fragments. The leader in white recited an incantation, sending forth a beam of purifying light from his staff. A white ray surged towards the encirclement of enemies, attempting to break their formation. However, the Shadow Guardians swiftly closed ranks, their dark cloaks emanating an ominous aura that repelled the purifying light. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Aiden gradually discerned that although the Shadow Guardians operated in perfect harmony and possessed immense strength, they seemed to share an intrinsic connection under the veil of dark forces. If this connection were to be severed, their attacks might reveal vulnerabilities. Thus, Aiden defended against incoming strikes while focusing his energy to sense the artifact and the fluctuations of surrounding power. He endeavored to channel the artifact's strength to disrupt the dark connection among the Shadow Guardians. Rex, amidst the fray, recognized the folly of reckless aggression. He began to attune himself to the rhythm of the Shadow Guardians' attacks, seeking gaps in their techniques. Seizing an opportunity, he evaded a lash and swiftly crouched, rolling closer to the enemy, then concentrated the fiery energy within his sword and thrust upward with a fierce blow, blazing breakthrough. This strike successfully connected with the Shadow Guardian's arm, causing the foe to stagger back in pain. The indigenous leader altered his strategy, no longer merely summoning stone spires for assault. Instead, he infused the power of nature into the surrounding air. A refreshing essence of nature permeated the atmosphere, gradually weakening the dark powers of the Shadow Guardians and slowing their movements. Meanwhile, the leader in white intensified the strength and reach of the purifying light. He unleashed a full burst of purifying energy. A tidal wave of white radiance surged towards the enemies. Under the illumination of this brilliance, the dark cloaks of the Shadow Guardians began to fray, their malevolent powers gradually dissipating. Upon perceiving the convergence of the artifact and the surrounding energies, Aiden proclaimed with fervor, "Everyone, concentrate your might upon me." Without hesitation, Rex, the chieftain of the natives, along with the leader clad in white, directed their formidable energies toward Aiden. Aiden skillfully amalgamated the artifact's dominance with their potent forces, crafting an overwhelmingly powerful surge. He raised the weapon high, its surface aglow with resplendent light. A radiant amalgamation of searing flame, the vitality of nature, and the sanctity of purification. United in strength, the light of righteousness surged forth. With a roar, Aiden launched a decisive thrust towards the very heart of the Shadow Guardians. This strike blazed through the ruins like a brilliant meteor, its formidable force shattering the defenses of the Shadow Guardians in an instant. As they were struck by the luminescence, anguished cries erupted from their lips, their bodies flung away by the impact. As the brilliance faded, the Shadow Guardians lay defeated upon the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Following their triumph over the Guardians, the group pressed onward, encountering a colossal stone door. The door was adorned with myriad enigmatic patterns and inscriptions, which appeared to flow as if imbued with life. As they approached, a beam of light suddenly shot forth from the door, enveloping Aiden within its embrace. Aiden felt his consciousness drawn into a peculiar realm, where glimpses of the past and future of Dreamland all unfolded before him. He witnessed the island in its former glory, teeming with extraordinary beings, where its inhabitants coexisted harmoniously with nature and wielded potent magical abilities. Yet, calamity soon befell, as dark forces besieged the isle. In a bid to safeguard the treasures from falling into malevolent hands, the Guardians were compelled to seal them away, constructing intricate mechanisms and trials to protect their legacy. Aiden also realized that if they failed to unravel the secrets of the stone door, the island of illusions would be plunged into utter darkness, and the sea would be consumed by dark forces, leading to the annihilation of countless beings. In this realm, Aiden heard a voice. To unlock the stone door, you must make a choice. Will you sacrifice the strength of one to gain access to the door, or will you abandon the quest and turn away? But be forewarned. Turning away signifies relinquishing the hope of saving the sea. Aiden's heart tightened, for he knew this was an exceedingly difficult decision. He would never relinquish his quest to save the ocean, yet the thought of sacrificing any member of his team was utterly unacceptable to him. As Aiden fell into contemplation, He suddenly felt the unwavering conviction and strength of his companions coursing through the artifact, reaching him. Rex's voice resonated in his mind. Aiden, do not hesitate. We shall face this together. Even in sacrifice, we shall not waver. The leaders of the indigenous people and the white-clad ones echoed the same resolute sentiment. Aiden sensed their determination, and a wave of warmth surged within him. He lifted his head and, addressing that resolute voice, declared, "We shall not sacrifice anyone. We will unlock the stone gate through the power and belief of our team." Aiden's response seemed to activate a mechanism within the stone gate, and he felt the surrounding space begin to warp and distort. Suddenly, he was propelled out of that peculiar realm by a formidable force, returning to the realm of reality. At that moment, the brilliance emanating from the stone gate intensified, and mysterious runes floated forth, slowly swirling around the group. These runes appeared to be testing their faith and strength, prompting everyone to unleash their own formidable auras in response. Rex's fiery aura bathed the surrounding runes in a crimson glow, while the indigenous leader's natural guardian aura bestowed a verdant luminescence upon them. The white-clad leader's purifying light aura rendered the runes even more pristine. Aiden then merged his artifact mastery aura with those of the other three, creating a powerful torrent of energy that surged toward the stone gate. Under the combined force of their auras, the stone gate gradually swung open, releasing an ancient and potent aura that rushed forth. Cautiously, the group stepped through the stone gate and discovered a vast treasure vault. The vault was filled with an array of precious artifacts, radiant gemstones, ancient magical scrolls, and formidable weapons. Yet at the center of the vault stood a colossal crystal ball, within which a dark force was sealed, struggling incessantly to break free from its confinement. Was this the source of the dark force that had plunged Dreaming Isle into peril? Aiden furrowed his brow as he approached the crystal ball for a closer inspection. The white-clad leader perused ancient texts and remarked, "Indeed, according to the records, the guardians of old sealed this dark force. However, over time, the seal has begun to weaken. If we do not eradicate this dark power entirely, both Dreaming Isle and the ocean will face annihilation." The indigenous leader gazed at the crystal ball, sensing the malevolence within. But how can we eliminate this dark force? It is no simple task. Just as they deliberated on a strategy, the dark force within the crystal ball suddenly erupted, breaching a portion of the seal. A wave of darkness surged toward the group, seeking to corrupt their minds and bodies. "Not good," Aiden shouted, activating his artifact mastery aura with all his might. A golden beam shot forth from his weapon, striving to halt the spread of the dark essence. "Everyone, unleash your auras and resist the dark force." Rex, the indigenous leader, and the white-clad leader responded in unison, elevating their auras to their utmost potential, forming a formidable defensive barrier. However, the dark power was exceedingly potent, relentlessly battering their defenses, and the group began to feel the strain. In this critical moment, Aiden made a resolute decision. He channeled the powers of the artifact and the crystal ball into himself, simultaneously absorbing a portion of the auras from the other three, elevating his strength to an unprecedented level. "I shall confront this dark force in a final showdown. Protect me," Aiden declared before charging toward the crystal ball. He was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, his weapon clashing with the dark force, producing a thunderous cacophony. Aiden, fueled by unwavering faith and formidable strength, gradually gained the upper hand. He wielded the artifact's power with unparalleled dominance, continuously constricting the realm of darkness. Rex, the indigenous leader, and the leader clad in white observed anxiously from the side, channeling their own might to bolster Aiden's efforts in battle. After a breathtaking confrontation, Aiden ultimately succeeded in resealing the dark force within the crystal sphere. Exhausting his final reserves of energy, he activated an ancient magical array hidden within the treasury, designed to thoroughly purify the dark essence contained within the crystal. As the malevolent force was gradually cleansed, the island of illusions began to revive. The once withered flora blossomed anew, the sky transformed into a deeper azure, and the enigmatic aura surrounding them slowly dissipated. The members of the new alliance, weary yet radiant with victory, rested within the treasury. They had not only discovered hope for the salvation of the sea, but also successfully averted the crisis threatening the island of illusions. Their next undertaking was clear: to return to the ocean with the purified crystal and treasures in hand, eradicating the dark force's menace once and for all. Aiden gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with resolve. They all nodded in agreement, aware that a new journey was about to commence. Armed with hope and courage as they continued forward, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of both the sea and the Island of Illusions. Chapter 68. The Legacy of the Island of Illusions and the Path Back to the Sea after a brief respite in the treasury of the Island of Illusions. The members of the new alliance were acutely aware that their mission remained unfinished. Their foremost task was to return to the ocean with the purified crystal sphere and invaluable treasures, completely eliminating the threat posed by the dark force. Aiden rose to his feet, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the crowd. "Companions," he proclaimed, "we have endured countless trials on this Island of Illusions. Although we have achieved a temporary victory, the sea still awaits our salvation. We must embark on our journey without delay." Rex brandished his great sword, responding with exuberance. Aiden, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Let the dark forces dissipate before us." The chieftains of the natives and the white-clad leader nodded in agreement. The group gathered their necessary treasures and cautiously placed the purified crystal orb into a specially crafted container to ensure its safety. They then proceeded along a corridor behind the treasury, which appeared to be a shortcut to the edge of the Island of Illusions. Along the way, signs of revival on the island became increasingly apparent. The once dry streams now flowed with crystal-clear water, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if imbued with mystical power. Rare birds soared through the sky, their feathers a riot of colors, their melodious calls enhancing the island's vitality and spirit. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Aiden's heart. He felt an unsettling calm that hinted at hidden dangers. At that moment, the artifact in his hand began to tremble slightly, and the crystal orb emitted a faint pulse. Aiden halted, furrowing his brow. "Everyone, be cautious. Something may be amiss." The group immediately heightened their vigilance, forming a defensive formation. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to warp, and shadows surged forth from the distorted realm. These shadows gradually coalesced into various dark creatures, their forms exuding an intense aura of malevolence, their eyes glowing a terrifying crimson. It seemed that the dark forces of the Island of Illusions were not willing to relinquish their hold easily. Aiden tightened his grip on his weapon, the artifact's commanding aura surging around him. Rex let out a fierce battle cry, flames of valor igniting around him as he charged towards the horde of dark creatures. "Bring forth as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. Do not think to obstruct our path." His great sword swung through the throng of dark beings, each strike igniting flames that repelled the encroaching shadows. The native chieftain pressed his palms to the ground, merging the essence of natural guardianship with the might of the earth. Sharp thorns and sturdy vines rapidly sprouted from the soil, ensnaring the dark creatures. "By the power of nature, bind these malevolent beings." The white-clad leader raised his staff, the light of purification gleaming at its tip. Reciting ancient incantations, beams of purifying light shot forth towards the dark entities, eliciting anguished cries from them. "Evil in this world shall be purified. Light shall surely descend." Aiden observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor. He noted that although these dark beings were individually weaker than the shadow guardians he had previously encountered, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Furthermore, they appeared to be incessantly drawing energy from the surrounding malevolent aura, an inexhaustible source. A thought struck him. He resolved to attempt severing their connection to this energy source. Aiden concentrated his energy, guiding the power of the artifact deep underground to seek the source of the dark aura. Under the artifact's perceptive force, he discovered that the energy core of these dark creatures was connected to a residual dark power deep within the Isle of Dreaming Illusions. Without hesitation, Aiden infused his dominating aura into the artifact and then thrust it forcefully into the ground. Artifact's power, strike at the source. A golden beam surged from the artifact into the depths, instantly impacting the core of the dark power. The dark creatures were thrown into disarray, their strength began to wane, and their movements grew sluggish. "Now is the time, everyone, attack with all your might," Aiden shouted. In response, Rex, the chieftain of the natives, and the leader in white intensified their assaults. Rex's fiery aura blazed to its utmost, transforming him into a flaming meteor. Rampaging through the throngs of dark creatures, fire consumes the land. The native chief summoned a colossal rock golem, which swung its gigantic stone fists at the dark creatures, wrath of the earth. The leader in white concentrated his purifying light into a massive beam, sweeping across the battlefield, purification judgment. Through their collective efforts, the dark creatures were gradually eradicated, and the remaining dark aura was dispelled by the purifying light. Aiden withdrew the artifact and sighed in relief. It seems this is the final struggle of the Isle of Dreaming Illusions. We cannot delay any longer. Let us hasten our advance. The group continued their journey and finally arrived at the edge of the Isle of Dreaming Illusions. Before them lay a tumultuous sea, the sea breeze howling as it struck their faces, carrying the distinctive, salty scent of the ocean. Aiden gazed at the sea, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. They were one step closer to the goal of saving the ocean, yet he was aware that the ultimate challenge awaited them ahead. How do we return to the sea? The native chief asked, glancing anxiously at the surging waves. The leader in white perused ancient texts, meticulously searching for relevant records. After a moment, he lifted his head and said, the ancient texts mention an old teleportation array at the edge of the Isle of Dreaming Illusions, which can directly transport us to a specific location in the sea. However, this array requires a specific energy to activate, and some treasures we obtain from the treasury may provide such energy. The group immediately began to seek ways to activate the teleportation array. Following the guidance of the leader in white, they placed several gems radiating a mysterious glow in specific positions on the array. And then Aiden utilized the artifact's power to channel the energy from the gems into the array. As the energy flowed in, the teleportation array gradually emitted a dazzling light, forming a massive vortex within its brilliance. Aiden looked at the array and declared, everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall enter the array together. Hand in hand, they stepped into the teleportation array. A wave of intense dizziness overcame them, and when they regained consciousness, they found themselves on a solitary island amidst the sea. This island was surrounded by a dense shroud of dark mist, the dark power swirling within the fog, instilling a sense of oppression and dread. This must be the core area of the dark power within the ocean. Aiden proclaimed, we must thoroughly purify the dark forces within the crystal ball and then release it, allowing light to once again envelop the sea. However, just as they were poised to act, a horde of sea beasts surged forth from the shrouded mists. Their eyes, tainted by the dark powers, glowed a furious red, and they lunged towards the group with ferocity. These creatures are under the control of darkness. We must avoid harming them and subdue them first, Aiden shouted. Rex sheathed his great sword, transforming his fiery aura into a gentle force. He charged into the throng of sea beasts, using his presence to ensnare them one by one, commanding, calm yourselves. The chieftains of the natives and the man in white also unleashed their respective powers of nature's guardian and purifying light, striving to dispel the darkness that clung to the beasts. Meanwhile, Aiden approached the group of creatures, wielding the crystal ball, utilizing its purifying energy to counteract the dark forces. Through their collective efforts, the dark power gradually dissipated from the sea beasts, their eyes regaining clarity as they slowly swam back into the depths of the ocean. Now that we have liberated these creatures, let us commence the purification of the crystal ball, Aiden declared. The group gathered around the crystal ball, each channeling their unique energies into its core. Aiden guided the artifact's power to connect with the crystal ball, initiating the purification ritual. The dark forces within the crystal ball sensed the looming threat and began to thrash violently, attempting to break free from their grasp. Hold firm. Do not allow the darkness to prevail, Aiden shouted, beads of sweat dotting his brow, his hands trembling yet his gaze unwavering. Rex, the native chieftain, and the man in white gritted their teeth, pouring forth their energies with all their might. In this pivotal moment, their faith and unity became their most potent weapon. As the purification ritual progressed, the dark forces within the crystal ball were gradually compressed. Sensing the opportune moment, Aiden bellowed, purifying light, utterly dispel the darkness. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire isolated island, causing the dark mists to swiftly dissipate in its wake. The purified crystal ball began to ascend, hovering above the island before unleashing a powerful force of light that rippled outward across the sea. Wherever it spread, the dark forces were completely eradicated, restoring the ocean to its former azure clarity. The marine creatures, once affected by the darkness, regained their vitality, frolicking joyously in the waters, emitting melodious sounds as if celebrating the departure of shadow. The members of the new alliance gazed at this scene with smiles of relief upon their faces. After enduring countless trials, they had ultimately succeeded in saving the sea and the Isle of Dreams. Our mission is complete, Aiden reflected with deep emotion. But this is merely a new beginning. In the future, we shall continue to safeguard this sea and the Isle of Dreams, ensuring that peace and tranquility endure forever. Rex patted Aiden's shoulder and smiled, saying, indeed, as long as we are here, no evil shall dare to disrupt this beautiful land again. The tribal chief and the leader in white nodded in agreement, aware that in this realm of mystery and enchantment, countless unknowns awaited their exploration and protection. They would venture forth, imbued with hope and courage, along this challenging path. Chapter 69. A new journey and a mysterious call. The sea had returned to its crystalline clarity, and the members of the new alliance reveled in the joy and relief of their victory. Yet, they were acutely aware that this wondrous and enigmatic world would never be devoid of uncertainties and challenges. After resting briefly on the isolated island, Aiden rose, gazing into the distance, and contemplatively remarked, "While we have successfully purified the sea and the Isle of Illusions, I sensed an unusual aura during this process. It seems that deeper within this world lies a more formidable and mysterious force, perhaps intimately connected to the origins of the dark powers." Rex scratched his head, intrigued, and inquired, "Aiden, what do you mean by that? Is there truly something more formidable than what we have just faced?" Aiden nodded slightly, his expression grave. "I possess only a vague intuition, yet I believe it is imperative for us to delve deeper. This matter concerns not only the tranquility of this vast ocean and the Island of Illusions, but may also be the key to unraveling numerous mysteries of our world." The indigenous leader clasped his hands across his chest, contemplating for a moment before responding. Aiden speaks truthfully. Our land and sea are inherently interdependent. Should such a mysterious threat truly exist, we cannot remain passive. The leader clad in white also expressed his agreement, stating, "Ancient texts contain obscure references to mysterious forces dwelling deep within the world. Perhaps this expedition will allow us to bridge the gaps in our knowledge and further safeguard our homeland." Thus, the members of the new alliance resolved to embark on a fresh journey. They boarded a sailboat conjured by the white-clad leader's magic, its hull radiating a gentle glow as it navigated the tranquil sea. During their voyage, they were unexpectedly beset by a mysterious storm. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled, seemingly intent on tearing the sailboat asunder. However, the group remained composed. Aiden raised the artifact, which emanated a golden light that enveloped the entire vessel, enabling it to withstand the tempest. Rex exerted his commanding presence to steer the sails, guiding the boat through the tumultuous winds. The indigenous leader and the white-clad leader stood at the sides of the ship, casting spells to fend off the storm's onslaught. After a fierce struggle, they finally broke free from the storm's grasp. Before them appeared an enigmatic island, not marked on any map, encircled by a peculiar mist. The air shimmered with various mysterious runes. "This island appears extraordinary. Perhaps the answers we seek lie upon its shores," Aiden remarked. Upon setting foot on the island, they discovered a plethora of bizarre flora, each exhibiting unique forms. Some glimmered with bioluminescence, while others emitted melodious sounds. Suddenly, a group of ethereal beings resembling sprites materialized before them. These sprites radiated a soft glow, their transparent wings glistening in the light. "Intruders, why have you trespassed into our sacred domain?" one of the sprites inquired warily. Aiden stepped forward respectfully and spoke. "We have come in search of the world's secrets, seeking the source of a mysterious power. We bear no ill will. We merely hope to receive some clues." After a brief exchange among the elves, one elder elf responded, "We may possess some knowledge regarding the power you seek. However, it is a profound secret, intertwined with the origins and balance of the world. Should you wish to understand, you must first endure our trials." "What trials?" Rex inquired. "You must locate 3 lost sacred crystals upon this island and bring them back here. Each crystal embodies the essence of wisdom, courage, and kindness. Only by uniting them can you prove your worthiness to uncover the secret." Without hesitation, the members of the new alliance accepted the challenge. They scoured the island in search of the sacred crystals. During their quest for the crystal of wisdom, they encountered a vast labyrinth. The maze was fraught with various traps and illusions capable of bewildering the mind. Guided by the artifact, Aiden led his companions through the perils, deciphering the mechanisms and dispelling the phantoms, ultimately discovering the shimmering blue crystal of wisdom at the heart of the maze. The search for the crystal of courage proved to be even more arduous. They needed to ascend a steep peak, home to ferocious beasts. Rex stepped forward, channeling his formidable presence and indomitable courage, engaging in a fierce battle with the monsters. Throughout the conflict, he continuously unlocked his potential, ultimately triumphing over the beasts and retrieving the blazing red crystal of courage from a cave atop the mountain. The crystal of kindness, however, was concealed within a mysterious forest shrouded in a dark curse that gradually eroded the spirits of those who entered. The chieftain of the natives and the leader of the white-clad figures joined forces. The former wielded the powers of nature while the latter invoked purification spells, slowly dispelling the dark curse. Deep within the forest, they uncovered the gently glowing green crystal of kindness. Upon their return to the elves with the 3 sacred crystals in hand, the elves nodded in satisfaction. The elder elf took the crystals and placed them within a mysterious formation. Instantly, a magnificent gateway of light materialized before them. Beyond this portal lies the secret you seek. However, once you step through, you may encounter unimaginable dangers. Are you prepared to proceed? The elf inquired. Aiden spoke resolutely. Having come this far, we shall not retreat. With that, he stepped boldly through the luminous portal, followed closely by Rex, the chieftain of the natives, and the leader clad in white. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves enveloped in a realm suffused with extraordinary light and enigmatic runes. At the center of this space, a colossal sphere of energy pulsated, seemingly containing a formidable force. Is this the mysterious power? Rex exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Aiden approached the energy sphere, endeavoring to unravel the secrets it held within. Suddenly, a formidable consciousness surged into his mind, revealing the origins of this world, the birth of dark forces, and the immense crises that might loom ahead. So it is. We must prevent all of this from occurring, Aiden declared. At that moment, the energy sphere unleashed a powerful suction, drawing everyone towards its core. They struggled against the force, but its grip intensified. Do not panic. Let us unite our strength, Aiden shouted. The group pooled their energies together, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the relentless pull. At a crucial juncture, Aiden activated the full power of the artifact, ultimately breaking free from the suffocating grip. This is merely the beginning. There is much more we must accomplish, Aiden said, his gaze resolute as he looked upon the energy sphere. The members of the new alliance understood that they bore a weightier mission, and this enigmatic new journey had only just commenced. Chapter 70. The perilous path of discovery. After freeing themselves from the energy sphere's pull, the new alliance showed no signs of complacency. Aiden stared intently at the immense energy sphere, his heart heavy with concerns for the fate of this world. We have uncovered a portion of the secrets, yet it is far from sufficient to avert the impending crisis. Aiden's voice resonated, somber and resolute, within this mysterious space. Rex stretched his limbs, a potent aura swirling within him. No matter the challenges, I fear nothing. If need be, I shall battle those monsters once more. The indigenous leader crouched down, pressing his palm against the ground, attempting to connect with the natural forces of this enigmatic space. The energy flow here is quite peculiar, seemingly concealing a certain order. If we can grasp it, it may greatly aid us. The leader clad in white nodded in agreement, meticulously observing the surrounding mysterious runes. These runes harbor ancient power and knowledge. I shall require some time to decipher them. The group commenced their exploration within this enigmatic realm. Aiden strolled slowly around the energy sphere, sensing the sealed power within stirring restlessly, as if it were watching their every move. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Fissures spreading from beneath the energy sphere, from which emerged mechanical creatures resembling spiders, their eyes glinting with a cold red light, their sharp legs scraping ominously against the ground. Be cautious. These creatures appear formidable, Aiden warned loudly, raising the artifact, which emanated a golden light, forming a protective shield around them. Rex let out a fierce roar and charged towards the swarm of mechanical spiders, his aura blazing like fire, each punch imbued with tremendous force, sending the approaching mechanical creatures flying. However, these mechanical creatures were numerous, continuously surging from all directions. Some even emitted silken threads from the air, attempting to ensnare Rex. The chieftain of the natives rose, gesticulating fervently while murmuring incantations. The natural forces around him swiftly converged, manifesting as tendrils that erupted from the ground, entwining the spider-like machines. The leader clad in white also invoked his magic, sending beams of white light towards the mechanical beings, shattering their formidable exoskeletons. Yet, as the battle raged between the combatants and the mechanical spiders, a colossal vortex appeared above the energy sphere, emanating tendrils of darkness. Wherever these rays touched, the very fabric of space began to warp and contort, as if intent on devouring all. What manner of abomination is this? Rex thought as he evaded the assaults of the mechanical spiders, casting his gaze upward towards the terrifying vortex. A sense of foreboding surged within Aiden, for he was acutely aware that this force was inextricably linked to the very source of the dark powers. We must not linger in battle. Let us advance towards the energy sphere and seek a means to halt this calamity, Aiden proclaimed. The group fought and retreated simultaneously, gradually drawing closer to the energy sphere. However, the mechanical spider creatures seemed to sense their intentions and launched even more frenzied attacks. In a pivotal moment, Aiden plunged the artifact into the ground and intoned an ancient incantation. Instantly, the artifact unleashed a powerful wave of energy, temporarily repelling the mechanical spiders. Seizing the opportunity, The group hastened to the side of the energy sphere. Aiden pressed his hand upon the sphere, once more attempting to commune with the force within. Suddenly, his consciousness was drawn into a bizarre realm, where he witnessed the genesis of the dark power. An evil entity stood within the depths of shadow, infusing the very essence of this world with chaos and hatred, thereby precipitating a cascade of disasters. To thwart this impending doom, it was imperative to locate 5 lost artifacts and unite them with the energy sphere before him, in order to reseal the dark power. Aiden returned from the realm of consciousness, recounting all that he had witnessed to the gathered assembly. 5 lost artifacts? This was no trivial endeavor. The leader cloaked in white furrowed his brow in concern. However, the chief of the indigenous people spoke with unwavering confidence. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly succeed in our quest. Just then, the surrounding space began to crumble gradually, rendering their location increasingly perilous. Let us depart from this place and deliberate further, Aiden suggested. Under Aiden's guidance, they harnessed their respective strengths to burst through the encroaching light gate, escaping the enigmatic realm. Upon their return to the Elfin Isle, they discovered that the atmosphere had shifted. The once tranquil and harmonious ambience was now suffused with a stifling dread. The elves flitted anxiously toward them, exclaiming, "Ever since you entered that light gate, a dark force has begun to erode our island. Many of the sacred trees are withering, and we are at a loss as to how to proceed." Aiden gazed into the worried eyes of the elves, and a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. This dark force is intimately connected to the sinister source we are investigating. We shall assist you in saving the island, while simultaneously continuing our quest for the lost artifact. Thus, the members of the new alliance commenced their investigation on the Elven Isle. They discovered that the dark power emanated from a mysterious cavern deep beneath the island. Cautiously, they ventured into the cave, where they beheld several elven statues, once sacred guardians of the isle, now corrupted and exuding an aura of malevolence. Deep within the cavern, they encountered a colossal guardian ensnared by the dark force. Towering like a mountain, it radiated an ominous glow, and each of its strikes carried immense force. Rex charged forward once more, his formidable presence colliding with the guardian's dark energy, creating a dazzling display of light. The tribal leader and the leader in white provided support from the sidelines, casting various spells to weaken the guardian's might. Meanwhile, Aiden circled around the guardian in search of its vulnerabilities, discovering a dark crystal embedded in its forehead, the very core of its power. Aiden, wielding the sacred artifact, soared toward the forehead of the guardian. In a fierce confrontation, he successfully drove the artifact into the dark crystal. A blinding flash erupted, and the guardian let out a furious roar before slowly collapsing as the dark energy dissipated from its being. With the guardian's defeat, the dark forces gradually retreated from the island of the elves, and the holy tree began to rejuvenate. The elves expressed their profound gratitude to the new alliance, providing them with valuable clues about the lost artifacts. According to the elves, the first of these lost artifacts might be located in a distant land of ice and snow, a realm blanketed in frost, where biting winds howled, concealing numerous perilous ice creatures. Without hesitation, the members of the new alliance embarked on their journey to the land of ice and snow. They sailed upon a vessel across the frigid sea. Along the way, their ship encountered a massive iceberg, resulting in considerable damage. Yet, they did not falter. Rex steadied the ship with his strength, while the indigenous leader and the figure in white chanted spells to mend the sails. At long last, they arrived at the icy expanse. Upon setting foot on this land, they were immediately beset by a pack of ferocious ice wolves. These creatures were adorned with sharp ice spikes, sprinting through the snow with incredible speed, exhaling chilling breaths. Aiden wielded the sacred artifact, emanating a warm radiance that shielded them from the frigid assaults of the ice wolves. Meanwhile, Rex engaged in a fierce melee, his fist raining down upon the beasts like a torrential downpour, sending them staggering back. As they ventured deeper into the snow-laden expanse, they stumbled upon an ancient ice cave. The walls of the cave were adorned with enigmatic engravings, seemingly guiding them towards the location of the lost artifact. The group cautiously advanced through the icy tunnel when suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from within. A colossal ice bear materialized before them, larger than the guardians they had previously encountered, exuding formidable ice magic. With a sweeping paw, the bear unleashed a barrage of icy shards towards the group. They swiftly evaded the attack as Aiden focused intently, countering the bear's elemental power with the luminous energy of the artifact. The tribal leader summoned the forces of nature, encircling them with a protective barrier. while the leader in white began to cast spells, attempting to immobilize the ice bear. Seizing the opportunity, Rex concentrated his might into his feet and propelled himself like a cannonball towards the beast. A breathtaking duel ensued, with Rex enduring multiple injuries under the bear's ferocious onslaught. Yet he persisted with unwavering resolve. Through their combined efforts, the bear's strength gradually waned. Aiden noticed a blue ice crystal embedded in the bear's chest, the key to the first lost artifact. He raised the artifact once more, coordinating with Rex to successfully extract the blue crystal from the bear's breast. In Aiden's grasp, the crystal transformed into a radiant artifact, emanating a chilling yet pure azure light, as if it possessed the power to freeze all malevolence in existence. The new alliance had successfully acquired the first of the lost artifacts, yet they were acutely aware that 4 more awaited their discovery, while dark forces continued to spread, intensifying the world's peril. With steadfast conviction, they pressed onward along the treacherous path of exploration. In their quest for the second lost artifact, they arrived at a desolate desert, where the scorching sun scorched the earth and swirling sands obscured their vision of the path ahead. Aiden harnessed the power of the artifact, enveloping those around him in a protective shield to fend off the searing heat. Rex, with his formidable physique, ventured ahead to scout the path. Suddenly, a colossal wave of sand surged forth from the desert, from which emerged enormous sandworms. These behemoths possessed massive forms, their mandibles sharp as scythes, capable of effortlessly tearing through anything. The group immediately prepared for battle. The native leader plunged his hands into the sand, endeavoring to commune with the desert's forces to manipulate the movements of the sandworms. Meanwhile, the leader in white conjured spells, erecting formidable walls of hardened sand upon the ground to thwart the onslaught of the sandworms. Aiden leapt high into the air, his divine artifact radiating a blinding light. As he directed the luminescence towards the swarm of sandworms, seeking to unveil their vulnerability, Rex charged at the sandworms, the force of his presence colliding with their might, producing a resonant thud. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Aiden discerned that the sandworms' eyes were their Achilles' heel. He commanded his companions to concentrate their attacks on the creature's eyes. And through their united efforts, the sandworms were vanquished, dissipating into the golden sands of the desert. As they pressed onward, they stumbled upon an ancient pyramid at the heart of the desert. The pyramid exuded an enigmatic aura, seemingly concealing the secrets of a second lost artifact. Cautiously, they ventured inside. The interior of the pyramid was riddled with various mechanisms and traps, featuring dark apertures that could launch poisoned arrows and quicksand pits capable of ensnaring the unwary. Guided by the artifact's divine influence, Aiden skillfully led his companions to evade an array of treacherous traps. Deep within the pyramid, they encountered a colossal sarcophagus adorned with enigmatic runes. As Aiden approached, the runes on the sarcophagus suddenly illuminated. From within, a radiant artifact, exuding a golden glow, began to rise, simultaneously awakening the mummified guardian that protected this sacred site. The guardian, swathed in bandages, bore eyes that flickered with an eerie crimson light, wielding ancient weapons as it charged towards them. Rex was the first to engage the mummified guardian, his formidable presence colliding with the creature's power. The chieftain of the natives and the leader in white incanted spells from the sidelines, aiding Rex in the battle. Meanwhile, Aiden devoted his attention to deciphering the runes on the sarcophagus, striving to uncover the means to control the artifact. Amidst the fierce combat, Aiden ultimately unraveled the secret of the runes. He grasped the golden artifact, which possessed immense power, bestowing upon its wielder the ability to manipulate time and space. With the second lost artifact in their possession, the new alliance departed from the pyramid, acutely aware that they had taken a significant step towards thwarting the encroaching darkness. Yet the path ahead remained fraught with peril. As they acquired the 2 artifacts, their confidence burgeoned. But they recognized that the remaining 3 artifacts would undoubtedly be hidden in even more perilous locales. Following the clues they had gathered, they learned that the third lost artifact lay deep within a mysterious forest known as the Misty Woods, a place where those who entered were said to become disoriented, never to emerge. Upon reaching the edge of the Misty Woods, they beheld a thick fog enveloping the area, with towering, dense trees emanating a foreboding aura. Aiden was the first to step into the forest, the light from the artifact barely illuminating a small vicinity amidst the dense mist. Rex followed closely behind, his senses heightened. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching their every move. The native chieftain closed his eyes, attuning himself to the natural forces within the forest, sensing a chaotic energy seemingly tainted by some malevolent force. The leader in white conjured a light spell, causing a sphere of white luminescence to rise above them, slightly enhancing their field of vision. They advanced along a path that appeared to be a narrow trail when, suddenly, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, their branches reaching out like arms. Aiden swung the artifact, severing the encroaching branches, yet they multiplied endlessly, as if inexhaustible. This cannot continue. We must find the source of these trees' aggression, Aiden declared. The native chieftain concentrated deeply, establishing a profound connection with the natural forces of the forest, and ultimately discerned the root of the disturbance. At the forest's core stood a massive dark tree, the source of the forest's corruption, within whose roots lay the third lost artifact sealed away. The group pressed onward towards the heart of the forest, steadfastly defending against the relentless assaults of the trees. When they finally stood before the Tree of Darkness, they were taken aback by the sight that unfolded before them. The tree loomed majestically into the clouds, its trunk so robust that it would require several individuals to encircle it. The surface of the trunk was adorned with dark, twisting patterns resembling contorted human faces. The Tree of Darkness sensed their presence, and its roots surged forth from the earth, curling towards them like colossal tendrils. Rex let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, shattering the encroaching roots with his formidable might. Aiden soared into the sky, infusing the artifact's power into the dark tree, endeavoring to diminish its strength. The chieftains of the natives and the white-clad leader conjured spells on the ground, coordinating their efforts with Aiden's assault. Under the relentless onslaught of the collective, the power of the dark tree was gradually subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden descended underground, arriving at the roots of the dark tree. There, he beheld an artifact emanating a verdant glow, ensnared tightly by chains of darkness. Aiden wielded the artifact, severing the chains of dark power, and grasped the third lost relic. Upon touching it, a formidable vitality surged through him, capable of healing all earthly wounds and restoring shattered life. The members of the new alliance departed the misty forest with the third artifact, taking a brief respite before embarking on their quest for the fourth relic. According to the final clues provided by the elves, the fourth lost artifact lay within a cursed ancient city, once a thriving center of civilization. This city had succumbed to a sudden catastrophe, cursed by dark forces, now reduced to a desolate ruin steeped in an atmosphere of death and despair. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient city, a foul stench assailed their senses. The city walls were in a state of decay, and the gates were adorned with sinister runes. Aiden attempted to decipher the meaning of the runes with the artifact, but upon contact, he was met with a powerful backlash of dark energy. This dark force is formidable. We must proceed with caution, Aiden warned. The group cautiously ventured into the ancient city, where remnants of walls lay scattered, and the streets were littered with bones. Suddenly, a horde of zombies emerged from the ruins, their bodies grotesquely decayed, emitting a putrid odor, their eyes gleaming with a malevolent red light as they unleashed terrifying roars. Rex, undeterred, charged forward, his formidable presence sending each punch hurling the zombies away. Yet, the sheer number of the undead, driven by dark forces, relentlessly surged toward them. The chieftains of the indigenous people and the cloaked figure conjured spells simultaneously. A flame incantation and a purification spell incinerated or dissolved the approaching zombies into nothingness. Aiden, meanwhile, sought clues within the city, discovering that a towering structure appeared to hold the key. The group advanced towards the tower, continuously battling the zombies along the way. Upon reaching the base of the tower, they found its entrance barred by a barrier of dark energy. Aiden concentrated the artifact's power, striving to breach the barrier. Through their combined efforts, the barrier was finally shattered. Entering the tower, they were met with a dim, damp interior, cobwebs draping the walls. Ascending the staircase slowly, they arrived at a room atop the tower, where a colossal magic circle hovered in the center, cradling the fourth lost artifact. However, surrounding the circle were the souls of several dark sorcerers, guarding it. Though these souls lacked physical form, their magical assaults were exceedingly potent. Aiden engaged in a magical duel with the soul of the dark sorcerer. Drawing upon the power of the artifact, he repelled the onslaught of dark magic while continuously counterattacking. Rex, the chieftain of the natives, alongside the leader clad in white, assisted him by using their respective strengths to disrupt the dark sorcerer's soul, thus creating opportunities for Aiden. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned a flaw within the soul of the dark sorcerer. He unleashed the most potent strike of the artifact, successfully dispelling the dark sorcerer's essence, and seized the fourth lost artifact. This artifact radiated a violet glow, possessing formidable magical amplification capabilities that could elevate the wielder's magical prowess to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, The members of the new alliance had located 4 of the lost artifacts, and only one remained to complete the crucial step in halting the encroaching darkness. Yet, they were acutely aware that the final artifact was likely to conceal the greatest perils, and the fate of the entire world hinged upon their ability to successfully acquire and wield these 5 artifacts. As they ventured forth in search of the last artifact, the new alliance found themselves in a realm of desolate abyss. Here, darkness prevailed, enveloping them in an endless void, punctuated only by the eerie sounds that occasionally echoed through the silence. The artifact in Aiden's hand emanated a faint glow, barely illuminating a small area around him. Rex clenched his fists tightly, a powerful aura coursing through him, ever ready to confront any impending danger. The chieftain of the indigenous people and the leader in white were equally focused, casting spells to create a protective barrier around the group, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a formidable force erupted from the abyss, attempting to draw everyone into its depths. In haste, Aiden plunged the artifact into the ground, unleashing a tremendous power that countered the pull. Everyone, remain calm and steady, Aiden shouted. As they struggled against the force, peculiar entities emerged from the abyss. These beings resembled phantoms, their bodies translucent, gliding effortlessly through the darkness while emitting piercing cries. The spectral creatures swirled around the group, incessantly launching their assaults. Their attacks were intangible, capable of penetrating the protective barrier and invading the minds of the individuals, inducing a myriad of illusions. Rex, relying on his formidable willpower, resisted the effects of the illusions, swinging his fists in an attempt to strike the phantoms, yet each time he fell short. The indigenous chieftain and the leader in white realized that ordinary spells were ineffective against these spectral beings. Consequently, they began conjuring specialized psychic spells, striving to confront the phantoms on a mental level. Aiden pondered how to transcend the predicament before him. He discerned that these spectral entities appeared to be connected to a core force lurking within the abyss. If he could locate and annihilate this primordial power, the menace posed by these phantasmal beings could be vanquished. Aiden concentrated his mind, harnessing the power of the artifact, and began to delve into the depths of the abyss in search of its core energy. After a challenging quest, he ultimately uncovered that the source of this core power resided at the very bottom of the abyss. Chapter 71, The Abyssal Confrontation. Aiden decisively proclaimed, "We must ascend to the depths of the abyss and annihilate that core force to avert the crisis and continue our quest for the final artifact." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded resolutely. Rex took the lead, his aura radiating power as he charged downward like a cannonball, striving to overcome the formidable gravitational pull. Aiden followed closely, the artifact's brilliance illuminating a relatively safe passage for the group. The tribal leader and the leader in white flanked them, continuously casting spells to reinforce the protective barrier against the onslaught of the spectral beings. However, the phantoms dwelling within the abyss would not allow them to proceed unchallenged. Sensing their intentions, the apparitions launched frenzied attacks. Waves of intangible psychic strikes shot towards the group like arrows, enveloping many in hallucinations, causing their steps to falter. Yet, the members of the new alliance, forged in the crucible of countless battles, had cultivated an indomitable spirit. Supporting one another, they steadily advanced towards the abyss's depths under Aiden's leadership. As they delved deeper, the pressure within the abyss intensified, threatening to crush both their bodies and souls. Yet, Rex's roar echoed ahead, invigorating them to forge onward. "I refuse to believe this abyss can imprison us." His voice resonated with strength and determination. At last, they approached the abyss's bottom, where a colossal dark vortex loomed, the core power flickering within its depths. Aiden halted, gravely stating, "This force is immensely powerful and malevolent. We must proceed with caution." The tribal leader inhaled deeply, remarking, "I can sense that the dark power here has tainted the very essence of this abyss. Destroying it will be no simple task." The leader in white nodded in agreement. "Yet we have no other choice. For the sake of the world's fate, we must take this risk." In that moment, the onslaught from the spectral beings intensified, coalescing into a formidable psychic storm. Rex stepped forward, channeling his aura to its zenith, and bellowed, "Come on, witness how I shatter your assault." He swung his fists, engaging the phantoms in close combat. Although his strikes could not directly impact the intangible spirits, his overwhelming aura was capable of dispersing their psychic attacks to some extent. Aiden focused intently, wielding the artifact to confront the core power within the dark vortex. He sought to uncover the weaknesses of this force, yet it appeared as an immense enigma, unfathomably deep. "Hold on, everyone. I am searching for a breakthrough," Aiden exclaimed. The tribal leader and the leader in white coordinated their efforts, casting an ancient combined spell. A brilliant light surged forth from their hands, directed toward the spectral creatures. This radiance possessed formidable purifying power, causing the phantoms to emit piercing, anguished cries as some were directly dispelled. However, an endless tide of spectral beings continued to surge from the abyss's recesses. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden suddenly discerned that each time the spectral entities launched an assault, a faint ripple would emanate from the core power within the dark vortex. A spark of realization ignited within him. This could be an opportunity. Rex, draw the full assault of the spectral beings upon yourself, Aiden commanded loudly. Without hesitation, Rex complied, deliberately exposing vulnerabilities to incite a frenzied attack from the phantoms. Believing they had the upper hand, the spectral beings unleashed their most potent mental assaults. At that precise moment, Aiden seized the opportunity. The artifact's brilliance surged, merging his mental energy with its essence, transforming into a golden blade aimed at the core power within the vortex. Sensing danger, the core power instantaneously unleashed a formidable counterforce. Attempting to repel Aiden's assault, gritting his teeth, Aiden exerted every ounce of his strength as the artifact collided with the core power, generating a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the abyss. The entire chasm trembled, and powerful energy waves radiated outward, prompting the others to cast spells in defense. Rex, amidst the onslaught of the spectral beings, sustained multiple injuries yet remained resolutely steadfast. Seeing Aiden's attack hindered, the tribal leader and the leader in white resolved to take a daring risk. They abandoned their defense against the spectral entities and channeled all their strength to assist Aiden. United in their assault, a fissure finally appeared in the core power. Aiden seized the moment, directing the full force of the artifact into the crack. In an instant, the dark vortex began to tremble violently, and the core power emitted a tortured roar. The spectral beings, disoriented by the damage to the core power, descended into chaos, their attacks becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Rex broke free from the spectral onslaught, unleashing a furious roar as his aura surged, propelling him like a brilliant star toward the dark vortex. He merged his power with the artifact's, striking towards the fissure in the core power. This time, the core could no longer withstand the assault. With a thunderous explosion, the dark vortex collapsed entirely. The core power dissipated into nothingness, and the spectral beings vanished as well. The oppressive darkness within the abyss gradually receded, making way for a glimmer of light. Exhausted, the group breathed heavily, yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. "We have successfully destroyed the core power," Aiden declared, "but the final artifact must be nearby. We cannot afford to relax." They searched throughout the depths of the abyss and finally stumbled upon a box radiating a mysterious glow amidst the ruins. Aiden cautiously opened the box, revealing the last of the lost artifacts. This artifact was transparent, seemingly containing a universe within, with stars twinkling in an enigmatic dance. As Aiden grasped the artifact, he felt an immense and boundless power, a force that appeared capable of controlling life and death, of reversing the very fabric of reality. The members of the new alliance, bearing 5 artifacts, prepared to leave the abyss. However, just as they turned to depart, an eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the abyss. A shadow slowly emerged, cloaked in a dark robe, obscuring its features. "Do you think you can so easily take the artifact?" The shadow spoke coldly. "This entire scenario has been a trap set by me." Aiden gazed warily at the shadow and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you seek to impede us?" The shadow erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, declaring, "I am the harbinger of darkness. This world is destined to be ruled by shadows, and your endeavors are utterly futile." Rex, filled with rage, bellowed, "Regardless of who you are, we shall not allow you to succeed." With that, he charged towards the shadow. Aiden swiftly intervened, stating, "Hold on, let us not act rashly. We are yet unaware of his true power." The shadow slowly raised his hand, dark energies coalescing within it to form a colossal sphere of blackness. "Let you experience the might of the darkness," he exclaimed, hurling the obsidian orb towards the group. Aiden swiftly raised the artifact, and the 5 sacred items radiated a brilliant light, coalescing into a resplendent shield that warded off the ominous black sphere. However, the shadow's relentless assault persisted, unleashing a barrage of dark spells, with bolts of black lightning and swirling vortexes of darkness surging toward the group. The members of the new alliance found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle once more. Aiden commanded his comrades to disperse, launching coordinated attacks on the shadow from various angles in an effort to breach its defenses. Rex, bolstered by his formidable presence, charged at the shadow repeatedly, yet was invariably repelled by its dark might. Meanwhile, the chieftains of the indigenous people and the white-clad leaders supported Rex and Aiden from the rear, casting powerful spells. Amidst the tumult of battle, Aiden discerned that the shadow's dark power was markedly different from that previously encountered. It was purer and more malevolent. He realized that this shadow might be a pivotal figure within the realm of darkness, and defeating it would not be a trivial endeavor. We must identify its weakness. Blind assaults will avail us nothing, Aiden proclaimed. Heeding his words, the group began to recalibrate their strategy, fending off the shadow's attacks while searching for its vulnerabilities. Upon careful observation, Aiden noted that each time the shadow unleashed a formidable spell, its dark robe would flutter slightly, as if concealing something beneath. A thought struck him. Perhaps the shadow's weakness lay hidden beneath its cloak. Rex, find a way to strike at its robe, Aiden commanded. Upon receiving the directive, Rex altered his approach. No longer charging directly at the shadow, but instead maneuvering swiftly around it, seeking an opportunity to attack its garment. The shadow, sensing Aiden's intent, fortified its protection over the robe, and a thick barrier of dark energy enveloped it. Nevertheless, Rex persisted, launching continuous assaults in an attempt to dismantle this formidable shield. The indigenous chieftain and the leader in white joined forces with Rex, casting potent spells to weaken the shadow's protective barrier. Aiden, meanwhile, controlled the artifact, poised to deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. Through their united efforts, a crack finally appeared in the shadow's barrier. Rex seized the opportunity, channeling his entire presence into a single punch aimed squarely at the shadow's robe. The shadow, caught off guard, could not evade the strike, and its cloak was shattered in an instant. Beneath the robe lay a grotesque visage, its eyes gleaming with a crimson glow, as it emitted a ferocious roar. Aiden seized the opportunity as the artifact radiated a brilliant light. He unleashed its most formidable power towards the shadow. The shadow, sensing the overwhelming force of the artifact, was gripped by terror and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The artifact's power struck the shadow directly, utterly annihilating its form. With the shadows vanishing, the dark aura in the abyss dissipated completely. The members of the new alliance, bearing 5 artifacts, successfully departed from the abyss. They understood that the arduous task ahead was to merge the 5 artifacts with the energy sphere to reseal the dark force and rescue the world fraught with peril. As they embarked on their journey home, their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction. Although the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and peril, they believed that through unity and collaboration, they could triumph over darkness and safeguard the peace and light of the world. Chapter 72. The Crisis on the Return Journey. The members of the new alliance, fatigued yet victorious with the 5 artifacts in tow, set forth on their journey back. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. What awaited them ahead was still fraught with numerous uncertainties and dangers. Aiden walked at the forefront of the group, tightly grasping the artifact that emanated a mysterious glow, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. He was acutely aware that the dark forces would never relent. Although he had vanquished the shadow that proclaimed itself the harbinger of darkness in the abyss, it was likely merely the tip of the iceberg of the dark powers. Rex, in contrast, ambled along with a carefree demeanor, the wounds upon his body still throbbing, yet his spirit remained undiminished. Aiden, do not wear such a gloomy expression. We have already braved the depths of the abyss. What is there left to fear? He clapped Aiden on the shoulder, attempting to offer him some solace. Aiden offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Rex, do not underestimate the forces of darkness. The expression of that shadow just before its demise conveyed to me that a far more formidable presence is orchestrating everything from behind. We must remain perpetually vigilant. The chieftains of the natives and the white-clad leader nodded in agreement, acknowledging Aiden's perspective. Through their battles, they had profoundly experienced the distinct nature of this dark power, its unadulterated malevolence and formidable strength far surpassing any adversaries they had encountered before. As they gradually distanced themselves from the abyss, the surrounding environment began to transform. The once barren and shadowy landscape was gradually supplanted by sparse vegetation, and a glimmer of light began to emerge in the sky, as if heralding their journey towards illumination. Yet, the unease within their hearts showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, Aiden halted, sensing an unusual aura approaching slowly. Everyone, be cautious. Something is amiss, he whispered urgently. And the artifact radiated a brilliant light, enveloping them all. At that moment, a horde of peculiar creatures surged forth from all directions. Towering in stature, their ebony skin glistened. Adorned with sharp claws and vicious teeth, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. They issued a series of roars as they lunged toward the new alliance. Rex was the first to charge forward, an aura of dominance encircling him once more. "This is fortuitous. I was just seeking an outlet for my pent-up energy," he exclaimed, swinging his fists as he engaged in a fierce melee with the bizarre creatures. Each punch he delivered was imbued with tremendous force, sending the approaching beast sprawling backward. The chieftains of the natives and the white-clad leader swiftly unleashed their spells, beams of light and waves of energy hurtling toward the enemy, collaborating seamlessly. They formed a formidable offensive formation, relentlessly vanquishing the onslaught of foes. Aiden focused intently, wielding the artifact to trace the origins of these creatures. He discovered that they were not of natural origin, but rather puppets manipulated by dark forces. Their movements, though seemingly chaotic, exhibited a discernible pattern, as if they were advancing according to a specific formation. "Everyone, take heed. These creatures are puppets under the control of dark powers, and their assaults follow a discernible formation," Aiden exclaimed, striving to alert his companions. Upon hearing Aiden's warning, the group began to adjust their tactics. No longer did they attack blindly. Instead, they started to observe the trajectories of the creatures, searching for flaws in their formation. Rex gradually discerned during the battle that whenever these beings formed a particular shape, their attacks became significantly more ferocious. He realized that this shape could very well be the key to understanding the formation. "Aiden, I've discovered that when these fiends assume that peculiar shape, their assaults are at their most intense. We must devise a strategy to disrupt it," Rex shouted, his voice ringing out amidst the fray. Upon receiving Rex's hint, Aiden swiftly maneuvered the artifact, concentrating its power into a single point, and then unleashed it towards the pivotal formations formed by the creatures. The artifact's radiance instantaneously pierced through the mass of beings, disrupting their formation. The puppets, manipulated by dark forces, descended into chaos, their attacks becoming erratic and full of openings. Seizing this opportunity, the members of the new alliance launched a fierce counterattack. United in their efforts, they ultimately vanquished the puppets. However, before they could catch their breath, Aiden sensed an even more formidable dark force rapidly approaching. This was troubling. A mightier adversary loomed. Aiden's expression turned grave as the artifact shone brilliantly once more, ready to confront the impending challenge. Before them, a colossal shadow of darkness slowly materialized, towering several times higher than the shadow encountered in the abyss, exuding an intense aura of malevolence. Its eyes resembled two burning orbs of black flame, seemingly capable of consuming all. "Insignificant humans, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp?" The dark figure emitted a deep roar, its voice laden with disdain and fury. Rex stepped forward fearlessly, declaring, "No matter what you are, we shall not cower before you." His presence radiated with indomitable spirit as he prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle once again. Aiden intercepted Rex, urging him not to act impulsively. "This enemy possesses overwhelming strength. We must devise a more comprehensive strategy." The chieftains of the indigenous people and the white-clad leader gathered around, initiating discussions on how to counter the threat. Aiden proposed that he would first employ the power of the artifact to probe the dark figure's capabilities and vulnerabilities, while Rex would look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The chieftains would provide magical support and defensive cover. Once consensus was reached, Aiden took the lead. He wielded the artifact, unleashing a powerful beam of light towards the dark figure. Unperturbed, the shadowy entity extended a massive hand, effortlessly deflecting the beam. "Do you truly believe you can contend with me? You are woefully naive," it bellowed, followed by a maniacal laugh. It then expelled a torrent of black flames towards the group. The chieftains swiftly cast defensive spells, enveloping everyone in a colossal energy shield. The black flames collided with the shield, erupting into sparks, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Seizing the moment while the dark figure was preoccupied with attacking the shield, Rex stealthily maneuvered behind it. He concentrated his aura to its pinnacle and then launched a powerful strike at the dark figure's back. "Behold my fist," Rex shouted, as his formidable punch connected with the dark figure. The unexpected blow caused the shadowy entity to stagger forward momentarily, but it quickly regained its balance and turned to pounce upon Rex. Aiden, perceiving Rex in peril, swiftly maneuvered the artifact, unleashing a beam of light that captivated the attention of the dark figure. Enraged, the shadowy entity pivoted and charged towards Aiden. Aiden remained composed as he merged his mental energy with the artifact, subsequently plunging it into the ground. In an instant, the artifact emitted a powerful surge of energy that radiated outward. This energy wave resonated with the surrounding natural forces, coalescing into a vast energy cage that ensnared the dark figure. "Now, everyone attack," Aiden shouted, initiating the artifact's most formidable assault. The leader of the natives and the leader in white also unleashed their ultimate techniques, casting formidable spells that surged towards the shadowy entity. Rex roared with fury, his aura blazing like a consuming fire as he relentlessly assaulted the dark figure. United in their efforts, the collective onslaught began to overwhelm the shadow, fissures gradually appearing in its form. No, this is impossible. The dark figure emitted a desperate roar, striving to break free from the energy cage. Yet it was powerless to escape. With the final blow delivered, the dark figure shattered completely, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The New Alliance had once again successfully averted disaster, their breaths heavy with exhaustion, yet their gazes resolute. Let us press on. We cannot linger here too long. Aiden stowed the artifact and led his companions onward along the path to return. They understood that further challenges awaited them. Yet they believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could vanquish the darkness and safeguard the peace and light of the world. On their journey home, the New Alliance encountered several minor assaults from dark forces, but through their seamless coordination and formidable strength, they adeptly resolved each crisis. At long last, they beheld the familiar silhouette of their city in the distance. It was the place from which they had departed, and the home they vowed to protect. A wave of warmth surged through their hearts, prompting them to quicken their pace towards the city. However, upon entering, they were met with an unsettling atmosphere. The streets were nearly deserted, and the doors and windows of the houses stood tightly shut, as if it were a ghost town. What is happening here? Rex furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Aiden sensed that something was amiss as he led the group towards the heart of the city. There, they encountered a throng of people huddled together, their faces etched with fear and despair. What had transpired? Aiden stepped forward to inquire of one among them. The individual lifted their gaze, and upon recognizing Aiden and his companions, a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. You have finally returned, they exclaimed. Since your departure, dark forces have begun to ravage the city, and many have been consumed by this malevolence, transforming into monsters. We are at a loss for what to do. Aiden and his companions were taken aback, their hearts gripped with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the dark forces had infiltrated the city. Fear not, for we shall devise a solution, Aiden reassured the crowd before turning to the members of the New Alliance, stating, it appears we are in for a formidable battle. Rex clenched his fists, declaring, we must eradicate these dark forces completely. The leaders of the indigenous people and the white-clad figures nodded in agreement, affirming their determination. The New Alliance commenced their operations within the city, searching for the source of the dark forces while striving to rescue those tainted by its malevolence. However, they soon discovered that this manifestation of darkness was unlike any they had encountered before. It had permeated every nook and cranny of the city, making complete eradication a daunting task. During their quest to uncover the origin of the dark forces, Aiden and his companions stumbled upon peculiar symbols and formations. These markings emanated a potent aura of darkness, seemingly holding the key to the dark forces' control over the city. These symbols and formations are most unusual. I have never encountered anything like them, Aiden remarked, furrowing his brow as he meticulously examined the inscriptions. The indigenous leader stepped forward, scrutinizing the symbols and formations, and said, I have heard of similar entities in the ancient legends of our tribe. These symbols and formations represent a form of ancient dark magic, requiring formidable dark power to activate. If we could dismantle these symbols and formations, we might weaken the dark forces' grip on the city. Upon hearing the words of the indigenous leader, Aiden felt a stir of excitement within him. Thus, they would indeed put it to the test. However, he was acutely aware that these symbols and formations undoubtedly possessed formidable defensive mechanisms, necessitating a cautious approach. The group commenced devising a strategy to dismantle these ominous symbols and formations. Rex, eager to contribute, volunteered to undertake the crucial task of obliterating the symbols and formations. Confident in his overwhelming charisma and strength to surmount these defenses, Aiden skillfully wielded the artifact, providing Rex with vital support and cover. The chieftains of the indigenous people and the cloaked figures meticulously set magical traps around them to thwart any sudden onslaught of dark forces. Once all preparations were complete, Rex charged towards a sinister symbol. With a display of raw power, he unleashed a ferocious assault upon the emblem, his fists blazing with determination. The moment his fist collided with the symbol, it erupted with an overwhelming surge of dark energy, propelling Rex several steps back. Such formidable defensive power. Regaining his footing, Rex surged forward once more. Upon witnessing Rex in distress, Aiden swiftly wielded the artifact, unleashing a radiant beam that countered a portion of the dark energy's retaliation. Seizing the moment, Rex launched another assault, and this time, he successfully dismantled the dark sigil. With the destruction of this dark sigil, the ominous aura enveloping the city seemed to wane slightly. A wave of elation surged among the crowd as they continued to execute their strategy, dismantling additional dark sigils and formations. Through their collective efforts, an increasing number of dark sigils and formations were obliterated, gradually diminishing the dark forces within the city. Yet, just as they were on the verge of destroying the final dark sigil and formation, a formidable surge of darkness suddenly emerged, encircling them. Did you truly believe you could effortlessly thwart my plans? Such naivety. A familiar voice echoed ominously from the shadows. Aiden and his companions were taken aback, for they recognized the voice. It belonged to the shadowy figure they had encountered in the abyss. You are still alive? Aiden said cautiously. The shadow slowly materialized, a sinister smile spreading across its face. I am the embodiment of darkness. How could I possibly be vanquished so easily by you? You have thwarted my plans. But this setback is merely temporary. You shall pay dearly for your actions. With that, the shadow unleashed a formidable dark assault, sweeping towards the members of the new alliance. Aiden and his companions swiftly reacted, forming a defensive formation in anticipation of the shadow's assault. Rex stepped forward once more, channeling the full extent of his formidable aura as he charged towards the shadow. This time, I shall utterly vanquish you, Rex roared, his powerful fist colliding with the shadow's dark energy. The tribal chief and the leader in white also unleashed their most potent spells, joining forces with Aiden's artifact to collectively counter the shadow's onslaught. During the fierce confrontation, Aiden discerned that the shadow's power appeared even more formidable than it had been in the abyss. He realized that the shadow must have absorbed an abundance of dark energy during this interval, rendering it so powerful. Everyone, be cautious. Its strength has intensified, Aiden warned loudly. Heeding his call, the group adopted a more vigilant stance against the shadow's attacks, simultaneously defending against its strikes while seeking its vulnerabilities. In the midst of battle, Aiden observed that each time the shadow unleashed a potent assault, black vortices would materialize around its form. These dark whirlpools seemed to be both the source of its power and its Achilles heel. Rex, target the black vortices surrounding its body, Aiden commanded. Upon receiving the directive, Rex altered his course of attack. He no longer aimed directly at the shadow, but instead charged towards the black whirlpools encircling it. The shadow appeared to sense Aiden's intent and attempted to shield the vortices, but it was too late. Rex's powerful fist successfully struck a black vortex, causing it to shatter instantly, and with it, the shadow's strength diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a fierce counterattack. They unleashed their formidable abilities, sending waves of brilliant light and energy surging toward the shadowy figure. Under the relentless assault of the group, the shadow began to falter, cracks appearing upon its form. No, this cannot be. The shadow emitted a desperate roar. With the final strike, its body disintegrated entirely, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the air. As the shadow dissipated, the dark forces plaguing the city were eradicated completely. Those who had been tainted by the darkness gradually returned to their former selves, and the city began to pulsate with life once more. The members of the new alliance had successfully defended the city, earning the adoration of its people as heroes. Yet, they understood that this was merely a temporary victory in the ongoing battle against the dark forces. A more significant task awaited them: to unite the 5 sacred artifacts with the energy sphere and reseal the dark powers, rescuing the world from its precarious plight. After a brief respite and celebration, Aiden and his companions set forth once again. With unwavering faith and resolve, they advanced toward their ultimate goal, undeterred by the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 73. New Journeys and Challenges. The triumph of the new alliance in the city shone like the dawn's light, dispelling the shadows of despair as the populace reveled in their regained peace. However, Aiden and his comrades had little time to savor their victory. Their hearts were burdened by the grander mission of uniting the 5 sacred artifacts with the energy sphere to permanently seal the dark forces. During the brief respite in the city, Aiden often immersed himself in the mysteries of the artifacts. He discovered that each artifact contained unique and potent energy fluctuations. Yet these energies seemed to require a particular catalyst to resonate with the energy sphere, achieving the goal of sealing the darkness. Meanwhile, Rex led a contingent of warriors patrolling the outskirts of the city, both to prevent any remnants of dark forces from resurfacing and to hone the team's cooperation and combat prowess. The leaders of the indigenous people and the cloaked figures delved into the community, seeking clues from ancient legends regarding the unification of the artifacts and the energy sphere, hoping to provide Aiden with fresh insights for his research. One day, while meditating, Aiden seemed to capture a glimmer of inspiration. He sensed that a subtle energy connection might exist among the 5 artifacts, akin to the gravitational pull between stars, each influencing and counterbalancing the others. He quickly summoned his companions to share his revelation. I believe we cannot view these 5 artifacts in isolation. They may need to be arranged in a specific sequence or formation to resonate with the energy sphere, Aiden asserted with determination. Rex scratched his head. What sequence? What formation? Aiden, don't keep us in suspense. We are all ears. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their trust in Aiden's vision. Taking a deep breath, Aiden replied, I am not entirely certain yet, but I feel there is a resemblance to the formations we encountered on our journey home with those dark creatures. Perhaps we can find our breakthrough there. Thus, the group began to meticulously re-examine the details of their battle against the dark creatures during their return journey, endeavoring to uncover any concealed clues regarding the arrangement of the sacred artifacts. After several days of diligent research and discussion, they ultimately discerned a potential pattern. The indigenous chief, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, I believe this resembles an ancient protective formation from our tribe's lore, centered around a focal point, with surrounding elements in harmonious resonance, generating a formidable energy field. Aiden felt a surge of inspiration. If we follow this line of thought, we could strategically position the 5 artifacts at 5 pivotal locations within the city, establishing a colossal energy array centered around the source of energy in the heart of the city. However, this endeavor demands precise calculations of the distances and angles between the artifacts. Even the slightest miscalculation could render our efforts futile. The leader in white stepped forward, asserting, I can utilize spells to conduct accurate measurements and ensure the precise placement of the artifacts. Rex thumped his chest and declared, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard everyone, preventing the forces of darkness from wreaking havoc during this critical moment. Once the plan was solidified, the group sprang into action. The leader in white employed magic to sketch intricate energy lines in the air, guiding the placement of the artifacts. Aiden carefully manipulated the artifacts, placing them one by one at the designated spots. With each artifact set in place, the energy fluctuations within the city intensified, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth awakening from its deep slumber. When all 5 artifacts were finally in position, a brilliant beam of light surged skyward, enveloping the entire city in its radiant glow. However, just as they believed success was imminent, the light began to flicker, seemingly disturbed by a formidable force. Aiden's expression shifted. He sensed a familiar dark presence rapidly approaching. This is bad. The dark forces have detected our actions and are here to thwart us. In the distance, a massive cloud of darkness rolled in from the sky, crackling with eerie black lightning. The dark essence spread toward the city's energy array as if it were a tangible entity. Rex, witnessing this, charged forward with an air of defiance, proclaiming, I shall not allow you to disrupt our plans. He swung his fist towards the encroaching darkness. The leader of the natives and the leader in white swiftly conjured defensive spells, erecting a robust energy shield around the city to repel the dark essence's invasion. Aiden focused intently, striving to stabilize the artifacts in the energy array. He merged his mental strength with the array, engaging in an invisible struggle against the encroaching darkness. From within the dark cloud, a more formidable shadow began to emerge. This figure emanated a suffocating aura of darkness, its eyes resembling bottomless black holes, capable of devouring all light. Do you truly believe you can seal me away? Such naive folly. I am the master of darkness, and I shall not be easily vanquished. The dark figure's laughter echoed throughout the city. Aiden was engulfed by a profound sense of unease, fully aware that the formidable shadow before him was unlike any he had encountered before. Yet, he did not falter. He proclaimed with conviction, Fear not, everyone. We have come this far, and as long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely triumph over this menace. The artifact and the energy array have been preliminarily established. We cannot afford to give up. Rex, growing bolder with each skirmish, found his fierce spirit clashing with the dark aura, creating ripples of energy in their wake. I refuse to believe that I cannot overcome this ominous fiend, he exclaimed, continuously altering his attack strategies in search of the shadow's vulnerabilities. The native chieftain and the leader clad in white synchronized their efforts, sustaining a defensive shield while casting spells to assail the dark forces lurking within the ominous cloud. Rays of light and waves of energy pierced through the shroud of darkness, targeting the shadowy figure. Aiden, while stabilizing the artifact and the energy array, contemplated strategies to counter the dark figure. He discerned that the power of the dark figure seemed intrinsically linked to the dark aura. Severing their connection might weaken the dark entity. Thus, he wielded the artifact and unleashed a unique beam of energy aimed directly at the point where the dark aura intertwined with the dark figure. Upon impact, the energy beam triggered a violent oscillation between the dark aura and the dark figure. The dark figure emitted a furious roar, its strength evidently diminished. Seizing the moment, Rex launched a more ferocious assault, concentrating his overwhelming aura to its zenith before striking with tremendous force at the dark figure. "Behold my full might," he declared. The dark figure staggered backward from Rex's blow, regaining its composure swiftly, yet its fury intensified. It exhaled a torrent of black flames, which surged forth like a colossal serpent, lunging towards the gathered populace of the city. The native leader and the leader in white, witnessing this, amplified their defensive spells. The energy shield trembled under the onslaught of the black flames but remained resolute. Aiden, manipulating the artifact once more, fired several beams of light to counter the encroaching flames. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden perceived a vast source of dark energy concealed behind the dark figure, continuously supplying it with formidable strength. "Everyone, take heed. There lies an energy source behind it. We must devise a means to obliterate it," Aiden proclaimed emphatically. Upon hearing Aiden's words, Rex charged unhesitatingly towards the dark figure's rear. The dark figure attempted to thwart Rex's advance, yet the combined assaults from Aiden, the native leader, and the leader in white left it beleaguered. Rex successfully approached the energy source concealed behind the dark figure, unleashing a primal roar as his empowered fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck the energy source. The source erupted violently under Rex's attack, causing the dark figure's power to plummet instantaneously. It let out a despairing bellow. "No. How could you possibly uncover my weakness?" Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a final onslaught. The radiance of the artifact, Rex's formidable assaults, and the magical illuminations from the indigenous leader and the white-clad leader converged, manifesting a formidable tempest of energy that surged towards the dark figure. The shadowy figure struggled against this overwhelming energy storm, yet found itself powerless to resist. With the final ray of light descending, the dark figure utterly disintegrated, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The ominous aura gradually receded with the disappearance of the dark figure, and the energy array within the city stabilized anew, radiating a more potent and pure luminosity. Though Aiden and his companions breathed heavily, fatigue etched on their faces, their eyes shimmered with joy and pride. "We have succeeded," Rex exclaimed with exuberance. The crowd erupted in cheers, aware that this marked yet another significant victory against the forces of darkness. However, Aiden understood all too well that this was far from over. While they had successfully repelled this assault from the dark forces and further stabilized the artifact and energy array, many unknown challenges awaited them before they could truly seal away the darkness. In the days that followed, Aiden and his companions diligently studied the artifact and energy array within the city, aspiring to discover a method to fully activate the array and achieve a union with the energy sphere. Simultaneously, they dispatched envoys to connect with powers across the globe, hoping to unite a greater number of individuals to jointly combat the dark forces. Responses from around the world flooded in, as numerous warriors and sages journeyed to the city to join the burgeoning alliance. They brought with them a rich tapestry of cultures, skills, and magic, infusing the struggle against the dark forces with newfound vigor. Aiden shared the secrets of the artifacts and energy formations with his newly joined companions, engaging in collective discussions and research. Through their exchanges and collaborations, they uncovered several new clues and methodologies. A wise sage from afar suggested that the energy orbs might be concealed in a mysterious location within the world, a place intricately linked to the origins of dark forces. Aiden resolved to lead an expedition in search of the energy sphere's whereabouts. Rex, the chieftain of the indigenous people, the leader of the white-clad men, along with several newly recruited warriors and sages, eagerly volunteered to join. They were acutely aware that this journey would be fraught with peril and the unknown, yet their resolve to save the world remained unshaken. The expedition set forth on their quest, traversing dense forests, treacherous mountains, vast deserts, and tumultuous seas. Along the way, they encountered myriad dangers, including ferocious beasts, harsh natural elements, and remnants of dark forces. However, through the synergy of their wisdom, courage, and camaraderie, they repeatedly turned adversity into fortune. At long last, they arrived at a mysterious valley, imbued with an ancient and enigmatic aura, its walls adorned with strange symbols and patterns. Aiden sensed a profound connection between this place and the dark forces, suspecting that the energy sphere might be nearby. As they cautiously delved deeper into the valley, a formidable energy barrier suddenly materialized before them. Aiden attempted to use the artifact to decipher the barrier, only to discover its extraordinary resilience. The group began to examine the symbols and patterns on the barrier, hoping to uncover a method to pass through. After an exhaustive period of investigation, they ultimately unveiled the secret of the barrier. It required a specific energy frequency to be shattered, one that bore a mathematical correlation to the energy fluctuations of the 5 artifacts. Aiden adeptly utilized the artifact to adjust the energy frequency, and the barrier gradually yielded. Within the valley, an energy sphere radiating dazzling brilliance hovered in the air, surrounded by a powerful energy field, resembling the very core of the world. Aiden and his companions gazed at the sphere with exhilaration, knowing they were a step closer to sealing the dark forces once and for all. However, just as they prepared to approach the energy sphere, an ominous laughter echoed throughout the valley. Did you think you could so easily claim the energy sphere? This is my domain, and you shall all become my sacrifices. A figure emerged from the shadows. It emanated an aura of darkness. Yet it was distinctly different from the dark forces they had previously encountered. This entity seemed to embody some ancient and malevolent power that sent shivers down their spines. Aiden regarded the figure with caution, inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The dark figure replied with a chilling laugh, "I am the guardian of darkness, protector of the energy sphere, awaiting the resurgence of dark forces. Your arrival has disturbed my plans. Today marks your doom." With that, the dark figure launched an attack, employing an insidious method as tendrils of dark energy surged toward the expedition from all directions. Aiden and his companions swiftly regrouped into a defensive formation, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the dark entity. Rex charged forward once more, his formidable presence clashing with the dark forces, creating a cacophony of thunderous roars. The chieftain of the indigenous people and the leader of the white-clad men unleashed powerful spells, striving to sever the tendrils of darkness. Meanwhile, the newly joined warriors and sages showcased their unique skills, some firing arrows, while others conjured magical shields to protect their comrades. Aiden wielded the artifact, seeking the weakness of the shadowy figure. He discerned that although the entity's attacks were formidable, its core power appeared to be concentrated in a black crystal embedded in its chest. "Everyone, focus your attacks on the black crystal in its chest," Aiden proclaimed. Upon receiving the command, the group redirected their strikes toward the crystal. Rex let out a furious roar, his formidable fist crashing into the black crystal with immense force. The spells cast by the tribal leader and the cloaked leader converged upon the crystal as well. The newly joined warriors and sages directed their assaults at the target with precision. Under the relentless barrage, the black crystal began to flicker, the shadowy figure's strength waning gradually. It unleashed a furious roar. "How dare you disrupt the source of my power?" Aiden seized the opportunity to manipulate the artifact, unleashing a powerful beam of light that struck the black crystal directly. In an instant, the black crystal shattered, and the form of the dark figure collapsed, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. With the disappearance of the dark figure, the expedition team successfully approached the energy sphere. Aiden cautiously brought the 5 artifacts close to the energy sphere, and at the moment of contact, a tremendous light surged skyward, illuminating the entire valley and resonating throughout the world. This radiant light contained formidable sealing power, spreading across the globe to envelop the dark forces, gradually sealing them away. The dark corners were rekindled with light, and the lands ravaged by darkness began to regain their vitality, heralding a true era of peace and hope for the world. The members of the new alliance became the heroes of the realm, their names celebrated through the ages. Yet, they understood that peace was hard-won, and they would remain vigilant in guarding the world against the resurgence of dark forces. Amidst the brilliance, Aiden and his companions gazed upon the rejuvenated world, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment, knowing that their mission had finally reached fruition. Chapter 74. The unknown threat and mysterious aid. In the wake of the world's restoration to peace, the members of the new alliance did not allow themselves to grow complacent. Aiden was acutely aware that while the dark forces had been sealed away, this was merely a temporary victory. The malevolent power that once ravaged the world might be lurking in some shadowy corner, poised to break free from its bindings and return. To better safeguard the realm, Aiden proposed the establishment of multiple monitoring stations worldwide, enabling prompt detection of any disturbances from the dark forces. Rex responded with enthusiasm, leading a band of warriors across the globe to select strategically significant locations that exhibited unusual energy fluctuations, erecting sturdy and intricate monitoring stations. These stations were not only equipped with the most advanced magical detection devices, but also manned day and night by specially trained guardians. Meanwhile, Aiden, along with the leader of the white-clad figures and several sages, remained in the city where the final battle against the dark forces had once taken place. They delved deep into the secrets of the artifacts and the energy sphere, striving to uncover a more definitive method to ensure the eternal sealing of the dark powers. In ancient libraries and mysterious ruins, they pored over countless tomes and documents, searching for any potential clues that might have been overlooked. As days passed, the tranquil life seemed to gradually make people forget the fears of yore. However, the unease within Aiden grew ever stronger. He often found himself climbing the high towers of the city alone in the dead of night, gazing into the distant sky, as if he could perceive the lurking threat concealed within the boundless darkness. One day, as Aiden was lost in thought in the study, a sudden surge of intense energy emanated from the distant west. The alarm bells of the monitoring stations rang out, shattering the long-standing tranquility of the city. Aiden felt a tightening in his chest as he promptly summoned the core members of the new alliance, preparing to confront the impending challenge. Rex, leading the valiant warriors who had been on a mission, hastily returned, their bodies weary from the journey, yet their eyes radiated unwavering determination. The tribal chief brought forth the mightiest warriors of the tribe, wielding weapons crafted from enigmatic materials and chanting ancient war songs, as if proclaiming their courage to the world. Once all had gathered, Aiden activated the city's defensive formation. A colossal energy shield rose gradually, enveloping the entire city. The leader clad in white enhanced the shield with various protective spells, rendering it impervious to assault. As the dark forces drew nearer, the sky grew ominous. A vast black vortex appeared on the western horizon, pulsating with eerie light, resembling an entrance to a dark abyss. From within, countless dark creatures emerged, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they surged toward the city. These dark beings were far more ferocious and cunning than those encountered previously. They seemed to possess a form of intelligence, no longer charging blindly, but rather coordinating with one another to form attacking formations. Some dark creatures diverted the firepower of the guardians on the city walls, while others sought to exploit weaknesses in the defensive formation, attempting to breach the shield. Rex stood atop the city walls, emanating an aura of dominance. He swung his fists, each strike imbued with tremendous power, repelling the dark creatures that approached the walls. "These fiends shall not easily breach our defenses," he bellowed, rallying the spirits of his comrades. The indigenous warriors engaged the dark creatures in close combat, employing their unique weapons and skills. Their arms shimmered with mysterious light, capable of inflicting significant damage upon the dark entities. The tribal chief personally led an elite squad, weaving through the area beneath the walls to provide timely assistance to the beleaguered guardians. Meanwhile, the leader in white unleashed potent spells from his hands, beams of light striking the shield to mend the damage inflicted by the dark creatures. Simultaneously, he directed the other mages to launch remote assaults against those dark beings attempting to breach the defenses. In the heart of the city, Aiden wielded the artifact with great precision. He intertwined the artifact's formidable power with the city's defensive array, enhancing the strength of the protective shield while seeking the vulnerabilities of the dark creatures. Throughout the battle, he discerned that the movements of these malevolent beings appeared to be orchestrated by an enigmatic force, the source of which seemed to be concealed within the depths of the ominous vortex. In a bid to shatter the impasse, Aiden resolved to take a daring risk. He manipulated the artifact to conjure a potent beam of energy, directing it towards the very center of the black whirlpool. The beam pierced through the layers of dark creatures obstructing its path, striking the core of the vortex directly. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted from the black whirlpool. The dark beings lost their command, plunging into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the members of the new alliance launched a vigorous counterattack, gradually pushing the dark creatures away from the city. However, just as the group believed the crisis was nearing its end, a far more formidable shadow emerged slowly from the ruins of the explosion. This figure emanated a suffocating aura of darkness, surrounded by a veil of black energy that seemed impervious to all forms of assault. "Do you truly believe this will halt me? How naive," the dark figure proclaimed, its laughter resonating with disdain. Aiden felt a heavy weight in his heart, sensing that the formidable dark figure before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet, he did not waver. He understood that retreat was no longer an option for them. They must fight for the peace of the world. The members of the new alliance reformed their ranks, preparing to confront the dark figure in a decisive battle. Rex was the first to charge at the dark figure, his aura reaching its zenith, radiating a brilliant light. "Let me see the extent of your power," he bellowed, launching a punch towards the shadowy entity. With a mere flick of its arm, the dark figure effortlessly neutralized Rex's attack. Following this, it retaliated with a wave of dark energy that surged towards Rex. Unable to evade in time, Rex was struck by the energy wave and propelled backward, crashing heavily against the city wall. Upon witnessing this, the tribal leader immediately rallied his warriors to charge at the dark figure. They unleashed the mightiest techniques of their tribe, a convergence of mysterious powers forming a formidable assault. However, the shield surrounding the dark figure absorbed all their attacks, causing the indigenous warriors to stagger back from the backlash of their own strikes. Meanwhile, the leader in white conjured a spell in an attempt to breach the dark figure's shield. He harnessed all the magical energy within the city, coalescing it into a colossal beam of magic, which he then directed at the shield. The beam struck the shield with a blinding flash, yet the shield remained utterly intact. Aiden was acutely aware that conventional methods of attack had proven futile against this shadowy figure. He needed to devise an entirely new approach to shatter the shield and vanquish the darkness. In this moment of urgency, Aiden suddenly recalled a mysterious force he had encountered in ancient ruins, the Heart of Light. According to legend, the Heart of Light was a manifestation of pure luminescence, capable of dispelling all darkness and possessing unparalleled purifying abilities. However, the Heart of Light lay concealed within one of the most perilous locations in the world, the depths of the Sanctum of Light, and to obtain it, one must endure a series of formidable trials. Aiden exhibited no hesitation. He promptly divulged his plans to the assembly. Although everyone was acutely aware of the perilous nature of their undertaking, they unanimously chose to support Aiden without reservation. Consequently, Aiden selected Rex, the indigenous chief, the leader of the White Clad, and several of the bravest warriors to form a daring expedition. Embarking on a quest to seek the Heart of Light, they traversed dense forests teeming with various perilous magical creatures and traps. Yet, through collective wisdom and bravery, they consistently transformed danger into safety. Subsequently, they scaled treacherous mountains, where the harsh weather and steep paths nearly extinguished their resolve to advance. However, by offering mutual support and encouragement, they ultimately succeeded in overcoming the mountainous obstacles. After enduring countless hardships, they finally arrived at the site of the Temple of Light. The temple stood majestically on a solitary island, encircled by a formidable energy barrier. Aiden and his companions endeavored to dismantle the barrier with their artifacts, only to discover that its power far exceeded their expectations. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe suddenly appeared before them. The old man radiated a gentle luminescence, and his eyes were filled with wisdom and compassion. "Why have you come to this place?" he inquired. Aiden recounted their experiences and objectives to the elder. Upon hearing their tale, the elder nodded slightly, acknowledging that the Heart of Light is not easily attained. However, your willingness to risk it all for the sake of world peace is truly commendable. I can assist you, but you must first endure my trials. Aiden and his companions unhesitatingly embraced the elder's trial. The ordeal was exceedingly arduous, as they were compelled to confront the profound fears and darkness that resided within them, all within an illusion suffused with radiant power. Yet, through unwavering faith and mutual trust, they ultimately triumphed over the challenge. The elder nodded in satisfaction, and with a graceful wave of his hands, the barrier of the radiant sanctuary slowly parted. With hearts filled with reverence, Aiden and his companions entered the sanctuary, where, deep within, they beheld a crystal heart of luminous brilliance, emanating a dazzling light. Aiden delicately grasped the Heart of Light, feeling an immense and pure energy surge through his body. Empowered by the Heart of Light, they embarked on their journey home with unwavering confidence. Upon their return to the city, the battle between the dark figure and the members of the new alliance raged on fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Aiden wielded the artifact, channeling the Heart of Light's power into it, and directed it towards the dark figure. The force of the Heart of Light collided with the dark figure's shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Under the purifying energy of the Heart of Light, the shield of the dark figure began to crumble. Seizing this opportunity, the members of the new alliance launched a final, decisive assault. Rex, the tribal leader, the leader in white, and all the warriors unleashed their most potent attacks against the dark figure. The dark figure emitted a desperate roar under the onslaught of their strikes. Yet it was too weak to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, illuminated by the power of the Heart of Light, the dark figure dissipated entirely, dissolving into nothingness. With the vanishing of the dark figure, the dark creatures fled in haste. Peace once more enveloped the world, and the members of the new alliance had once again safeguarded the tranquility of existence through their arduous struggle. However, they were acutely aware that in the days to come, they must remain ever vigilant, for the forces of darkness might descend upon them once more in more insidious and perilous forms. Chapter 75. A new crisis and mysterious relics. Following the complete dissolution of the dark figure, the world entered a relatively serene period. The members of the new alliance understood well that this tranquility was but a facade. The dark forces could awaken at any moment, and the next threat might prove even more formidable. Aiden and the sages within the alliance began to reassess their understanding of dark forces and their defensive strategies. During their studies, they unearthed ancient records that spoke of a mysterious relic located in the distant, frigid north. Legend suggested that this relic bore intricate connections to the origins of dark powers and possibly concealed the key to eradicating them entirely. After considerable deliberation, the newly formed alliance resolved to dispatch an elite expedition to the northern realms in search of this enigmatic relic. The expedition was led by Aiden, Rex, the chieftain of the indigenous people and the leader of the White-Clad. They selected a group of warriors skilled in magical detection, adept in combat techniques, and experienced in wilderness survival. They embarked on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril. The environment of the northern lands was harsh. The biting cold winds sliced through their skin like razor blades, while the swirling snow obscured their vision, demanding tremendous effort with each step forward. Moreover, this desolate region was home to various strange and ferocious magical creatures, each having honed unique survival skills and offensive tactics in the icy wilderness. As they traversed a vast expanse of ice, the expedition encountered a horde of frost giants. Towering in stature, these colossal beasts were sheathed in impenetrable ice armor, each footfall sending tremors through the ground. Their breath could instantaneously freeze everything in its vicinity. Rex was the first to charge at the frost giants, radiating a searing energy in an attempt to shatter their icy defenses. "Feel my wrath. These behemoths cannot withstand me," he roared, his fist striking the giants like meteors. However, the giants' ice armor proved exceedingly resilient, leaving only faint imprints from Rex's assaults. The indigenous warriors harnessed their mastery over natural forces to summon warm currents of air, trying to mitigate the surrounding chill and disrupt the giants' movements. The leader of the White-Clad cast magical shields from the rear, safeguarding the other members of the expedition while directing the mages to unleash ranged magical assaults against the giants. Magical beams rained down upon the frost giants. Yet despite their formidable vitality and robust defenses, the giants continued their relentless advance. Aiden observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor. Discerning a peculiar pattern in the movements of the frost giants, they seemed to be guarding something deep within the icy expanse. He then wielded the artifact, releasing a probing beam of light to delve into the frozen terrain. Indeed, at the terminus of the light, he uncovered a source of energy fluctuations concealed beneath the ice. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the legs of the giants. They are safeguarding something crucial beneath the ice," Aiden proclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the group adjusted their assault strategy. Rex crouched low, wrapping his arms around one of the giant's legs, channeling all his strength to heave it to the ground. The indigenous warriors seized the opportunity to advance, employing their mysterious weapons to strike at the vulnerable underbelly of the beast. The leader in white also intensified the potency of his magical assaults, unleashing a colossal pillar of flame that surged toward the giant, ultimately melting its icy armor and vanquishing one of the beasts. Through their united efforts, the frost giants were gradually repelled. The expedition team pressed onward into the depths of the icy realm, at last discovering the enigmatic entrance hidden beneath the ice. The entrance emanated a chilling glow, as if whispering ancient secrets. Aiden and his companions cautiously entered the entrance, proceeding along a lengthy corridor. The walls of the passage were inscribed with an array of peculiar runes and patterns, seemingly depicting the origins and evolution of dark powers. As they delved deeper, a formidable aura of darkness enveloped them. Suddenly, a vast expanse of shadowy space emerged ahead, shrouded in black mist that flickered with eerie luminescence. At the heart of this fog, a colossal tower of darkness loomed, emanating a potent force that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. "It appears we have discovered the crux of our quest, yet approaching that tower may prove to be no trivial matter," Aiden remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, countless dark phantoms surged forth from the abyss. These apparitions were ethereal in form, yet their offensive capabilities were formidable. They possessed the ability to penetrate the corporeal realm, launching direct assaults on the very souls of the party. The expedition members swiftly formed a protective circle, leaning on one another in preparation for the onslaught of the dark spirits. The leader in white robes invoked a spell of soul protection, encasing the group in a translucent shield. However, the relentless phantoms battered against the barrier, causing its radiance to wane. Rex attempted to vanquish the dark spirits with sheer force, but his strikes merely caused them to dissipate temporarily, only to reconstitute shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, the indigenous leader rallied the warriors to chant ancient ballads of soul soothing, striving to dispel the malevolence of the dark phantoms. Aiden concentrated his efforts, engaging in a profound confrontation with the dark specters at the level of the soul. He infused his own spiritual energy into the artifact, which radiated a brilliant light that clashed with the dark forces of the specters. Amidst this fierce struggle, Aiden discerned that the source of the specters' power seemed to be connected to the Tower of Darkness. Only by severing this link could he truly vanquish them. Thus, Aiden bravely charged towards the Tower of Darkness. Along his journey, he continually resisted the onslaught of the dark specters. The artifact's glow flickering in the shadows like a beacon in the night. Rex, the chieftain of the natives, and the leader of the white-clad figures followed closely behind, offering their protection to Aiden. As Aiden approached the Tower of Darkness, he felt an immense resistance. The dark forces surrounding the tower were as tangible as matter, attempting to repel him. Yet, Aiden did not falter. He summoned all his strength to wield the artifact, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the power of the tower. In a critical moment, Aiden recalled the might of the Heart of Light. He gradually drew forth the power of the Heart of Light, merging it with the artifact's energy. In an instant, a potent surge of combined light surged toward the Tower of Darkness, successfully severing the connection between the dark specters and the tower. The specters, now devoid of their source of power, dissipated into nothingness. The expedition team was finally able to approach the Tower of Darkness. Surrounding the tower, they discovered ancient records that unveiled the core secrets of the dark forces as well as a ritual capable of permanently sealing this malevolent power. However, to complete this ritual, it was essential to gather 5 sacred stones of light scattered across the world and merge them with the Heart of Light. Subsequently employing the artifact's power to enact the ritual at the Abyss of Darkness, the source of the dark forces, Aiden realized that this would be a far more arduous adventure, yet to completely eradicate the threat of dark forces to the world, they had no alternative. Thus, the expedition team, armed with a renewed mission, departed from the mysterious ruins of the far north, embarking on a quest to seek the Holy Stone of Light. During their pursuit of the first Holy Stone of Light, they arrived at a forgotten ancient city buried beneath the sands of a vast desert. This once glorious city had succumbed to a calamitous disaster, leaving it concealed in yellow dunes. Legend spoke of the first Holy Stone of Light being hidden deep within the city's heart. Upon entering the ancient city, they discovered it was riddled with various mechanical traps. Quicksand pits on the ground, poisoned arrows shooting from the walls, and magical rune traps lurking in the shadows kept the expedition team on edge. Rex, with his robust physique and keen intuition, ventured ahead, triggering numerous traps while carving out a relatively safe path for the others. The tribal leader, leveraging his knowledge of ancient ruins, deciphered the runes on the walls, seeking a way to navigate through the traps. The leader clad in white and the mages remained ever vigilant, employing magical shields to protect everyone from the perils of the traps. Meanwhile, Aiden wielded the artifact, detecting the precise location of the Holy Stone of Light. At the center of the ancient city, they discovered a grand temple. The massive door of the temple stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate patterns related to the Holy Stone of Light. After much contemplation, Aiden and his companions finally uncovered the method to unlock the door. They needed to infuse their respective powers into the corresponding runes engraved upon the door to gain entry. United in purpose, they channeled their energies into the runes. Slowly, the door creaked open, and a radiant beam of light erupted from within the temple. At the very heart of the temple lay a gem emanating a gentle glow, precisely the first Holy Stone of Light they had sought. Just as Aiden reached out to grasp the Holy Stone, an ancient guardian rose from the depths of the earth. This colossal figure, composed entirely of golden light, was tasked with safeguarding the Holy Stone, preventing it from falling into the hands of the wicked. The guardian's authoritative voice echoed, "Why do you disturb the tranquility of this place? To claim the Holy Stone, you must first conquer me." Without hesitation, Rex charged at the guardian, exclaiming, "Let us see what you've got. I fear you not." He swung his fists, striking with formidable force towards the guardian. However, the guardian effortlessly blocked Rex's attack with its arm, countering with a surge of golden light that sent Rex reeling back. The tribal leader rallied the warriors, unleashing the sacred combat techniques of their tribe, with various mysterious lights converging towards the guardian. The leader in white also unleashed powerful magical attacks, working in harmony with the tribal warriors. Yet, the guardian's strength was formidable. It navigated through the radiant assaults with ease, effortlessly dispelling the collective onslaught. Aiden was acutely aware that this guardian was no ordinary foe. It was a manifestation of ancient luminous power that could only be vanquished through wisdom and unique methods. He calmed his mind and engaged the artifact to initiate a dialogue with the guardian on an energetic level. Aiden conveyed their intentions to the guardian, revealing their quest to eradicate the dark forces and save the world. The Guardians sensed Aiden's sincerity and their noble mission, leading to a gradual softening of its demeanor. If your intentions truly align with world peace, I shall bestow upon you the sacred stone of light, but you must pledge to fulfill your mission with unwavering success. Aiden solemnly pledged, we shall exert every effort to honor your trust. The Guardian nodded and handed the luminous sacred stone to Aiden. The expedition team successfully acquired their first sacred stone of light, and with renewed hope and confidence, they set forth on their quest to seek out the remaining sacred stones, fully aware that myriad challenges and mysteries awaited them ahead. As they journeyed towards the second sacred stone, they traversed a dense and enigmatic forest. This woodland was teeming with peculiar magical creatures and resonating waves of mysterious power. The towering trees reached skyward, their thick foliage nearly obscuring all sunlight, casting a foreboding and oppressive atmosphere within. The expedition team advanced cautiously through the forest when suddenly, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, their branches extending like arms. Attempting to ensnare the group, Rex shouted fiercely, seizing a nearby branch and tearing it off with great force. Yet, more branches surged forth from all directions. The native warriors swiftly drew their weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle against the encroaching limbs. Their weapons shimmered with an arcane glow, each swing severing numerous branches. Meanwhile, the leader clad in white invoked a protective spell, conjuring a barrier around the team to fend off the advancing branches. Aiden wielded the artifact, unleashing a formidable wave of energy in an attempt to dispel the enigmatic trees. However, these trees appeared to be under the influence of some powerful force, resisting his efforts to disperse them. During the course of battle, Aiden discerned that the roots of these trees were connected to a vast source of magical energy. He realized that the only way to truly escape the onslaught of the trees was to annihilate this energy source. Thus, he led Rex and several valiant warriors along the roots in search of the location of the energy source. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array, emitting an eerie green luminescence, indeed, the very source of the tree's aggressive behavior. Aiden and his companions endeavored to dismantle the magical array, but found it fortified by an imposing protective barrier. Rex charged toward the array, attempting to breach the defenses with sheer brute force. Yet, as he approached, he was repelled by an overwhelming surge of energy. The tribal leader meticulously scrutinized the runes of the magical array and discerned a pattern within. After conferring with Aiden, he resolved to harness the artifact's power in conjunction with their own, aiming to decipher the protective barrier in accordance with the rune's intricacies. United in purpose, they executed their plan. Aiden manipulated the artifact to emit energy at a specific frequency, while the tribal leader and the warriors infused their own strength into it. Through their collective resolve, the protective barrier surrounding the magical array was finally breached. Aiden unhesitatingly channeled the power of the artifact into the magical array, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy. The array was obliterated, and the trees that had been assaulting them instantly ceased their movement, returning to their natural state. As they pressed onward, they encountered a mysterious tribe of elves. This tribe resided at the heart of the forest, living in harmonious coexistence with the surrounding natural environment. Upon learning of the adventurers' intentions, the elves revealed that the second sacred stone of light lay at the bottom of a mysterious lake nearby. However, this lake was shrouded in a formidable magical force. An entry to retrieve the sacred stone would only be granted upon passing the elves' trial. The trial required the adventurers to navigate through a forest filled with magical illusions to find the true exit. The members of the expedition ventured into the forest of magical illusions, where the scenery shifted unpredictably. One moment it resembled a vibrant garden in full bloom, the next, a labyrinth teeming with traps. Rex attempted to rely on his instincts to locate the exit, only to soon discover that he had become ensnared in a cycle. Aiden calmly analyzed the fluctuations of magical energies surrounding him and discerned that the alterations in the illusions were linked to a specific magical frequency. Consequently, he wielded the artifact, adjusting his perceptual frequency in an attempt to see through the illusions. Meanwhile, the indigenous chieftain relied on the tribe's inherited ability to communicate with nature, sensing the authentic essence of the natural world around him in search of an exit. The leader in white and the sorcerers also endeavored to unravel the magical forces within the illusion, striving to uncover any vulnerabilities. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately discovered the true exit of the enchanted forest. The elven race acknowledged their prowess and granted them passage to the lake to retrieve the sacred stone of light. Aiden and his companions arrived at the edge of the lake, where Aiden wielded the artifact to create a waterproof shield around them. They then gradually descended to the lake's bottom. There, amidst the depths, they beheld a gem radiating an azure glow, It was the second sacred stone of light. Aiden cautiously picked up the radiant sacred stone and placed it alongside the first one. At that moment, the two radiant sacred stones resonated with each other, emitting an even more formidable light, infusing the expedition team with renewed vigor for the journey ahead. They departed from the forest inhabited by the elven tribe, continuing their pursuit of the third radiant sacred stone. This time, their destination was a city in the skies, perched above the sea of clouds. Legend has it that this celestial city was constructed by ancient deities to safeguard the world, concealing countless mysterious powers and treasures within its confines. With the third radiant sacred stone residing at the heart of its grand palace, reaching the Sky City was no simple task. They needed to traverse a perilous sea of clouds, fraught with powerful currents and magical storms, where a moment's inattention could lead to their utter destruction. Aiden wielded the artifact, unleashing a steady stream of energy, endeavoring to carve a safe passage through the sea of clouds. Rex clutched his companions tightly, preventing them from being swept away by the turbulent winds. The chieftain of the indigenous people chanted ancient hymns, beseeching the favor of nature. The leader, clad in white, along with the sorcerers, cast spells to stabilize the group's movements. After a strenuous traversal of the cloud sea, they beheld the magnificent and awe-inspiring Sky City. This celestial metropolis floated above the clouds, radiating a golden luminescence. The architectural style of the city was peculiar, imbued with an aura of mystery. However, as they approached the Sky City, a horde of colossal avian magical creatures launched an assault upon them. These fiery birds were engulfed in flames, exhaling pillars of searing fire. Rex charged towards the avian foes, enveloped in a blistering protective shield, his fist striking like cannonballs. "Come forth, I fear you not," he bellowed. The indigenous warriors harnessed wind magic to manipulate the currents, disrupting the flight paths of the fiery birds. Meanwhile, the leader in white and the sorcerers unleashed ice magic, striving to extinguish the flames that enveloped the avian assailants. Aiden, wielding a divine artifact, discerned the vulnerabilities of the avian creatures. He discovered that their weakness resided in their abdomens, where their fiery essence was comparatively feeble. Consequently, he commanded his companions to concentrate their assaults on the birds' midsections. Through their coordinated efforts, the avian foes were gradually repelled. The expedition team successfully penetrated the ethereal city. Upon the cobblestone streets, they beheld ancient mechanical sentinels patrolling, colossal in stature and formidable in combat prowess. Aiden and his companions cautiously navigated around the patrol routes of the puppets, making their way towards the central palace. Before the grand entrance of the palace, they encountered a barrier composed of magical energies. This barrier required the unraveling of a complex magical puzzle to gain entry. Aiden, the leader clad in white, along with the wise sages of the tribe, commenced their exploration of this arcane enigma. After considerable effort, they discerned that the riddle was intricately linked to the celestial arrangement of the Sky City. By meticulously adjusting the sequence of magical energy input in accordance with the positions and trajectories of the stars, they ultimately succeeded in unraveling the conundrum. The grand palace gates creaked open, revealing a brilliant radiance emanating from within. At the heart of the palace lay a luminous sacred stone, radiating a dazzling starlight. The power of this sacred stone appeared to be even more pristine and formidable than that of the previous two. Aiden stepped forward and grasped the third radiant stone. At that moment, an alarm echoed throughout the palace, revealing that they had triggered the defensive mechanisms of the Sky City. The entire palace began to tremble violently, with various magical assaults erupting from the surrounding walls. The expedition team swiftly retreated from the palace, evading magical attacks and engaging in fierce combat with mechanical puppets during their escape. Rex, with his formidable strength, carved a path for the others. The native chief harnessed the forces of nature to disrupt the puppets' movements. Meanwhile, the leader in white and the mages conjured protective shields to safeguard the group from harm. After a harrowing flight, they successfully departed from the Sky City, carrying the third radiant stone as they continued their journey. At this juncture, they possessed 3 radiant stones, drawing them closer to the complete eradication of the dark forces, yet the road ahead remained fraught with peril and challenges. In their quest for the 4th radiant stone, they entered a mysterious underground realm. This subterranean world was dark and damp, permeated by a foul stench. The walls flickered with eerie phosphorescence, and ominous growls echoed intermittently, sending shivers down their spines. The expedition team cautiously navigated the narrow passageways when suddenly, a horde of grotesque subterranean creatures surged forth from all directions. These beings bore sharp claws and massive fangs, their eyes glinting with avarice. Rex immediately positioned himself at the forefront of the group, his muscles taut and exuding an aura of immense power. Stay calm. With me here, these fiends shall not approach, he declared, swinging his fists against the first of the underground creatures. Each blow carried tremendous force, repelling the advancing beasts. The native warriors, undaunted, wielded their mysterious weapons. Engaging in fierce combat with the subterranean creatures, these weapons glimmered faintly in the darkness, inflicting significant damage with each swing. The leader in white and the mages stood at the rear, casting magical shields to protect the non-combatants in the team while unleashing ranged magical assaults on the underground horde. Various beams of magic shot forth like lightning, temporarily suppressing the onslaught of the creatures. Aiden concentrated intently on manipulating the artifact, releasing a probing beam of light in an attempt to discern the layout of this subterranean world and the location of the radiant sacred stone. Under the illumination of the beam, he discovered that this underground realm resembled a vast labyrinth, with the radiant sacred stone seemingly concealed deep within its intricate passages. Everyone, be cautious. This is indeed a labyrinth. We must swiftly locate the exit and the radiant sacred stone, Aiden urged loudly. Amidst the intervals of battle, Aiden, Rex, and the indigenous people faced the challenges and breakthroughs of the underground maze in Chapter 76. Aiden's reminder sent a shiver through the crowd, for they were acutely aware that in this perilous underground labyrinth, each step could conceal a lethal threat. Yet, in their pursuit of the fourth luminary stone, retreat was not an option. Rex valiantly withstood the relentless onslaught of subterranean creatures, his strength formidable, yet these creatures appeared to be inexhaustible and increasingly cunning. They began to attempt encirclement from the flanks and above, aiming to breach Rex's defenses. The indigenous warriors coordinated with precision, forming a semicircular defensive formation that complemented Rex's efforts. Mysterious weapons whirled in their grasp with ferocity, each strike landing with precision upon the encroaching subterranean foes. However, the creatures' tough hides allowed them to endure the blows and continue their relentless advance. The leader clad in white, along with the mages, remained vigilant in the rear, tirelessly reinforcing the magical shields while adjusting their offensive strategies. Some mages commenced the casting of area control spells, seeking to entrap or impede the movements of the underground beings. Magical beams intertwined, casting a dazzling brilliance in the subterranean realm, temporarily staving off the frenzied assault of the creatures. Aiden wielded the artifact, deftly navigating the labyrinthine paths while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. He discerned a peculiar rhythm to the attacks of the subterranean creatures. They seemed to be biding their time, awaiting the opportune moment to breach their defenses. Aiden understood that he must swiftly locate the exit of the maze, lest they find themselves ensnared in an interminable war of attrition. Rex, we cannot continue in this passive defense. We must devise a way to carve out an escape route and advance in that direction, Aiden exclaimed, gesturing towards a potential passage illuminated by the probing light. Upon hearing this, Rex roared, unleashing the full might of his power. A radiant aura enveloped his form, reminiscent of a blazing sun. He charged forward with fervor, his fist raining down upon the horde of subterranean beings like a tempest, forcefully cleaving a gap through their encirclement. Stay close to me, Rex commanded, as the indigenous warriors swiftly followed in his wake, bravely forging ahead along the path he had opened. The leaders in white and the mages formed a protective center within the ranks, sustaining shields and launching continuous assaults to safeguard the group. In the narrow passage, the expedition team engaged in a fierce pursuit with the subterranean creatures. The creatures, relentless in their chase, emitted a cacophony of roars that echoed ominously through the tunnel. Aiden led the way, persistently utilizing the artifact to chart their course and avoid dead ends. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path. After a moment's hesitation, Aiden opted for the left passage. However, shortly after entering, they realized they had stumbled into a trap. At the end of the corridor loomed a massive stone wall. And just then, the subterranean creatures closed in from behind, trapping them within the confines of this narrow space. This is troublesome, Rex remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Aiden pondered calmly over the strategy, noticing faint runes flickering upon the stone wall. He approached the wall, meticulously examining the inscriptions. After considerable effort, he discerned that these runes constituted the password for a mechanism. Everyone, remain calm. I shall decipher this mechanism, Aiden declared. He focused intently, manipulating the artifact to interact with the runes on the stone wall. As the artifact emanated a radiant glow, the runes gradually illuminated. At the moment the final rune glimmered to life, the stone wall slowly parted, revealing a new passageway. Hurry, Aiden urged, and the group hastily surged into the newly unveiled corridor. The subterranean creatures attempted to follow, but a magical barrier suddenly materialized at the entrance, preventing their entry. Phew, "We are safe for the time being," the indigenous leader sighed in relief. Yet, Aiden was acutely aware that they had not yet escaped peril. According to the artifact's detection, the holy stone of light lay deep within this labyrinth, but the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges. As they pressed onward, they arrived at a vast cavern. A thick mist enveloped the cave, rendering visibility perilously low. Aiden cautiously manipulated the artifact, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable suction emanating from the cavern's depths. "Be cautious, there are traps," Aiden shouted. But it was too late. Several team members near the cave's bottom were instantly drawn into the abyss by the force. Rex reacted swiftly, grasping a few companions nearby, yet he too was precariously swayed by the powerful pull. "Aiden, think of something quickly," Rex implored. Aiden wielded the artifact, unleashing a formidable counterforce in an attempt to negate the suction. Simultaneously, the leader clad in white and the sorcerers conjured their spells to rescue the comrades being drawn downward. After a concerted effort, they ultimately liberated themselves from the peril of the pull. However, at that moment, colossal silhouettes emerged from the thick mist. Gradually, these figures became discernible, revealing themselves to be immense rock golems. Composed of the earth stone, these towering entities possessed incredible strength. With heavy strides, the rock golems advanced towards the expedition team, each step reverberating through the ground. Rex was the first to charge at the golem, leaping to deliver a powerful punch to its head. Yet, the golem's cranium was impenetrable, leaving only a faint mark from Rex's assault. The indigenous warriors unleashed their unique skills. Some infused their weapons with mystical energies before targeting the joints of the golem. Meanwhile, the leader in white and the sorcerers concentrated their magical assaults, striving to uncover the golem's vulnerabilities. Aiden wielded the artifact to deeply probe the internal structure of the rock golems. He discovered that the core of these golems housed an energy crystal. Destroying the crystal would obliterate the golem. "Attack their chests, where the energy crystal resides," Aiden urged. Upon hearing his words, the group adjusted their assault strategy. Rex seized one of the golem's legs and, with a powerful heave, toppled it to the ground. The indigenous warriors seized the opportunity to charge towards the golem's chest, assaulting the energy crystal with their weapons. The leader in white and the sorcerers unleashed formidable magical attacks, synchronizing their efforts with the warriors. Through their united endeavor, they successfully annihilated the first rock golem. Yet, more golems surged toward them. "Do not despair. We shall prevail." Aiden rallied the spirits of his companions. They continued their fervent battle against the rock golems. Throughout the skirmish, the expedition team constantly reflected on their experiences, gradually discovering more effective methods of attack. Aiden harnessed the artifact's power to disrupt the golem's movement signals, rendering their action sluggish. Rex capitalized on his strength, persistently toppling or repelling the golems. The indigenous warriors, alongside the leader in white and the sorcerers, coordinated seamlessly to deliver precise strikes at the golem's vulnerabilities. After an arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over all the rock golems. Exhausted yet resolute, the expedition team understood that they could not rest. Guided by the artifact, the light holy stone lay just ahead. They advanced along the passageway, finally arriving at a vast chamber. The chamber radiated a dazzling brilliance, and at its center rested a gem emanating a deep purple glow. It was the fourth light holy stone they had tirelessly sought. Aiden slowly approached and grasped the sacred stone of light. The moment he held the stone, a powerful surge of luminous energy coursed through his body, revitalizing his weary spirit and flesh. "We have succeeded," Rex exclaimed with fervor. The members of the expedition erupted in jubilant cheers, having successfully acquired the fourth sacred stone of light. Yet, they were acutely aware that one final sacred stone awaited their quest. After a brief respite, they departed from the enigmatic subterranean realm, emboldened by renewed hope, and continued their journey in search of the fifth sacred stone, where even greater trials and unknown adventures awaited them. Chapter 77, Desolate Sands and Mysterious Ruins. Empowered by the fourth sacred stone of light, Aiden and his companions emerged from the labyrinthine depths, their strides unyielding. For the last sacred stone beckoned them onward. Guided by ancient legends and the faint whispers of the artifact, they ventured towards an expansive and boundless desert. The sun hung mercilessly in the sky, scorching the earth, as the desert resembled a colossal furnace, intent on devouring all within its grasp. The expedition team trudged laboriously across the searing dunes, each step accompanied by labored breaths and fatigued bodies. The sand beneath their feet was both blistering and yielding, as if deliberately impeding their progress, demanding an arduous effort with every stride. Aiden clutched the artifact tightly, endeavoring to uncover a hint regarding the sacred stone of light amidst the vast desert. However, the artifact's radiance appeared feeble under the relentless sun, its guidance obscured and indistinct. The water containers of the group were gradually depleting, their lips cracked and parched, the sensation of thirst entwining each individual like a malevolent specter. This predicament could not persist. We must discover a source of water. Rex furrowed his brow, gazing at the boundless desert, a glimmer of concern reflected in his eyes. The indigenous warriors, leveraging their acute awareness of nature, sought signs that might indicate the presence of water. They scattered across the dunes, meticulously observing the patterns in the sand and the direction of the wind, yet each foray returned in disappointment, just as despair began to envelop them. A fierce wind howled through, swirling a tempest of yellow sand. Amidst the storm, the silhouette of a colossal structure emerged faintly. Aiden felt a stirring within. He sensed that this edifice might bear some connection to the sacred stone of light. The group advanced toward the building, hopeful that it might harbor what they sought. Aiden called out, his voice somewhat hoarse against the wind and sand. With the last vestiges of their strength, they trudged toward the enigmatic structure. As they drew nearer, they discovered it to be an ancient ruin, immense stone columns and crumbling walls adorned with a myriad of mysterious symbols and patterns. These inscriptions emanated an aura of antiquity and enigma, igniting a profound curiosity about the origins of this relic. Aiden meticulously examined the symbols etched upon the ancient walls, discerning an uncanny resemblance to the cryptic runes they had previously encountered within the subterranean labyrinth. He endeavored to decipher their arcane meanings, yearning to uncover clues pertaining to either the fabled radiant holy stone or the elusive water source. Suddenly, a sonorous reverberation resonated through the ruins, accompanied by a perceptible tremor beneath their feet. The company instinctively tightened their grips upon their weapons, bracing for imminent peril. Exercise utmost caution, Rex's voice boomed with urgency. His sinewy frame taut as a panther poised to strike. It appears our presence has awakened something within these hallowed ruins. From the shadowed depths emerged a cadre of enigmatic figures draped in obsidian robes, their countenances obscured by the voluminous hoods, though their expressions remained concealed. The palpable aura of malevolence radiating from their forms left no doubt as to their sinister nature. "Who dares trespass upon our sacred sanctum?" intoned the foremost figure, his voice rasping like the whisper of damned souls from the abyss. Aiden stepped forward and declared, "We have come in search of the sacred stone of light. With no intention of trespassing upon your holy ground. We have lost our way in the desert and are parched. If you could extend your assistance, we would be immensely grateful." The enigmatic figure emitted a cold laugh. "The sacred stone of light? That is a sacred relic we protect, and it is beyond the reach of outsiders like you. As for water, in this desert, it is life itself. If you wish to obtain water from us, you must pay a price." "What price?" Aiden inquired. "Engage us in battle. If you triumph, we shall grant you water and allow you to depart. Should you falter, you shall remain here forever." The words of the mysterious figure brimmed with provocation. Rex scoffed. "Then let it be so. We fear you not." With that, Rex charged at the enigmatic figure, his strength akin to a surging tide as he delivered a powerful blow aimed at the leader. The mysterious figure deftly evaded Rex's assault, and a black staff materialized in his hand, its tip aglow with dark luminescence. With a flourish of the staff, beams of black light shot towards the expedition team. The leader clad in white and the sorcerers swiftly conjured magical shields to deflect the ominous rays. Seizing this opportunity, the indigenous warriors surged towards the mysterious figure, their arcane weapons shimmering with an otherworldly light as they engaged him in close combat. Aiden wielded the artifact, endeavoring to uncover the vulnerabilities of the enigmatic figures. He discerned that their powers seemed intertwined with dark magic, and beneath their cloaks lay secrets yet to be revealed. During the clash, Aiden observed that whenever these mysterious beings unleashed a formidable magical assault, a unique symbol upon their robes shimmered momentarily. A spark of insight ignited within him. He surmised that this symbol might indeed be their Achilles heel. "Everyone, target the symbols on their cloaks," Aiden proclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing this, his companions swiftly adjusted their assault. Rex, undeterred by the magical onslaught from the mysterious entities, forcefully breached their defenses and lunged towards one of the cloaked figures. His fist, imbued with tremendous strength, struck the symbol upon the figure's robe with resounding impact. A piercing scream erupted as the cloaked figure collapsed, its form beginning to dissipate into the ether. Witnessing the defeat of their comrade, the remaining figures felt a flicker of panic, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they intensified their attacks with fervor. The expedition team found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against the mysterious entities. Throughout the conflict, both sides sustained injuries. However, the expedition team, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and cohesive cooperation, gradually gained the upper hand. Aiden seized the moment, wielding the artifact to unleash a formidable beam of radiant light, charging towards the enigmatic assembly. The clash between the luminous force and the dark sorcery produced a dazzling brilliance and a powerful shockwave. Under the illumination, the mysterious figure's dark robes were swept away, revealing their true identities. It turned out that these enigmatic beings were desert guardians, corrupted by dark magic. They had once been entrusted with the protection of this desert and the sacred stone of light, but had gradually lost themselves to the allure of the dark forces. Witnessing the true forms of these guardians, Aiden felt a twinge of compassion. He endeavored to purify these guardians, tainted by darkness, using the power of the artifact. However, the dark forces were deeply entrenched within them, making immediate eradication a formidable challenge. We must locate the source of this darkness in order to truly save them, Aiden declared. As they continued to explore the ruins, Aiden and his companions stumbled upon a concealed dark altar hidden within the depths. The altar emanated a potent aura of darkness, which was the very essence that had corrupted the desert guardians. Aiden resolved to obliterate the dark altar. He wielded the artifact, launching a formidable assault alongside Rex, the leader cloaked in white, and the sorcerers. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately succeeded in dismantling the dark altar. With its destruction, the malevolent forces gradually dissipated, and the desert guardians began to regain their lucidity. Overwhelmed with gratitude for Aiden and his companions' assistance, they offered ample sources of water and shared valuable clues regarding the sacred light stone. Following the guidance of the desert guardians, they discovered that the sacred light stone lay within the innermost depths of the ruins. However, the path to this sanctuary was fraught with myriad traps and mechanisms. The expedition team cautiously advanced through the remnants, encountering mechanisms that shot poisoned arrows, traps laden with sharp spikes, and labyrinths that could lead one astray. Aiden, harnessing the power of the artifact and his own intellect, skillfully unraveled these intricate traps time and again. At long last, they reached the deepest recesses of the ruins. Upon a colossal stone platform lay a gem radiating a dazzling brilliance, the very fifth sacred light stone they had tirelessly sought. Aiden slowly approached and grasped the radiant holy stone. The moment he held the sacred gem, the 5 radiant holy stones resonated in unison, unleashing a tremendous surge of luminous energy that soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire desert. The expedition team successfully gathered all 5 radiant holy stones, and with the power of these sacred jewels, they departed from the enigmatic ruins of the desert, poised to embrace new challenges and adventures. Chapter 78, The Assault of the Shadow Demon. Aiden and his companions, bolstered by the power of 5 luminous sacred stones, departed from the enigmatic desert ruins with unwavering confidence, embarking on a new journey. However, unbeknownst to them, a dark force lurked in the shadows, silently observing their every move. As they traversed an ancient, dense forest, dusk gradually enveloped the landscape. The expedition team set up camp in a clearing, the crackling campfire casting flickering light that dispelled the encroaching darkness and chill. Aiden sat beside the fire, clutching the sacred stone tightly, his mind delving into the profound secrets concealed within these stones. Suddenly, the air around them seemed to freeze, and the once tranquil forest fell into an eerie silence, evoking a sense of trepidation. Aiden, sensing a formidable and malevolent presence drawing near, stood alert. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger approaches," he exclaimed, his voice shattering the stillness of the night. The team members jolted awake from their slumber, swiftly seizing their weapons and forming a tight defensive formation. At that moment, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding woods, their ghostly forms moving with alarming speed, their eyes glinting with a sinister red glow amidst the darkness. As the shadows drew closer, the group discerned the truth. They were a horde of shadow demons, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Their twisted bodies were adorned with sharp claws and jagged teeth, unleashing bone-chilling roars. Shadow demons? How could they possibly be here? Rex furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of gravity. Aiden was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the shadow demons, creations of dark forces endowed with potent offensive capabilities and sinister sorcery. Clutching the holy stone of light, he endeavored to harness its power to combat these malevolent beings. "Do not panic, let us fight together," Aiden exclaimed, leading the charge into the throng of shadow demons. Rex followed closely, his strength akin to an erupting volcano. Each punch and kick he delivered reverberated with immense force, repelling the encroaching demons. The leader in white robes and the mages swiftly cast their spells, sending forth luminous beams of magic that temporarily halted the demons' advance. The indigenous warriors, with their agile movements and unique weapons, engaged the shadow demons in close combat. Their enigmatic armaments shimmered with an otherworldly glow in the darkness, inflicting considerable damage with each swing. However, the sheer number of shadow demons was overwhelming, and they appeared undeterred by the prospect of death. They relentlessly charged forward, surging toward the adventurers. Amidst the chaos, the shadow demons unleashed a variety of dark sorcery, enveloping the area in a thick, black mist that obscured vision, resulting in injuries to several members of the team. Aiden wielded the sacred stone of light, unleashing torrents of luminous energy in an endeavor to dissipate the encroaching dark mists, thereby illuminating the battlefield for his comrades. He discerned that the radiant force held a certain degree of efficacy against the shadowy demons, yet the malevolent power of these fiends was equally formidable. The collision of both energies produced a dazzling spectacle, accompanied by fierce shockwaves. Continuing in this manner was untenable. They needed to locate the demon leader, for only by vanquishing it could they hope to repel these vile creatures entirely. Aiden proclaimed resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he scoured the throng of demons in search of the leader's trace. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately spotted a colossal shadow demon lurking at the rear of the horde, its presence radiating an even more potent aura of darkness. Unmistakably the commander of this infernal assembly. "Rex, follow me. We shall confront that leader," Aiden called, charging towards the shadow demon. Without hesitation, Rex trailed closely behind, the two of them slicing through the demonic ranks like a sharpened blade, drawing ever nearer to their quarry. Upon perceiving Aiden and Rex advancing, the shadow demon leader unleashed a thunderous roar, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of black flames. Aiden and Rex swiftly evaded the onslaught. Aiden wielded the sacred light stone, conjuring a radiant shield that repelled the encroaching black flames. Seizing the opportunity, Rex surged towards the shadow demon leader, his body tracing an elegant arc in the air as he unleashed a powerful fist aimed at the leader's head. The shadow demon leader deftly sidestepped Rex's attack, its claws striking out like lightning towards Rex's chest. Rex was unable to evade in time and was struck by the leader's talons, a deep gash opening on his chest, blood pouring forth. "Rex!" Aiden shouted, his heart heavy with concern. Enduring the excruciating pain, Rex charged once more at the leader, his strikes increasingly ferocious, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Aiden, too, manipulated the sacred light stone, continuously unleashing radiant energy to target the leader's vulnerabilities. Through their synchronized efforts, the shadow demon leader gradually revealed its weaknesses. Aiden, seizing the moment, directed the sacred light stone to emit a potent beam of light that struck the leader's head directly. The leader let out a harrowing scream, its massive form beginning to tremble violently. Rex, seizing the opportunity, summoned all his strength and delivered a crushing blow to the leader's chest. A thunderous sound echoed as the shadow demon leader's colossal body collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With the leader's fall, the remaining shadow demons were thrown into disarray, their attacks becoming chaotic and unfocused. The adventurers seized this moment to launch their final assault, and after a fierce battle, they succeeded in vanquishing all the shadow demons. Exhausted, the team members sank to the ground, each nursing various wounds. Aiden gazed at his injured companions, a wave of guilt washing over him. "It is all my fault. If I hadn't brought the sacred light stone, perhaps these shadow demons would not have been drawn to us," he lamented. Rex stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Aiden's shoulder. "Do not blame yourself. We are a team, and the quest for the sacred light stone is a shared mission. These shadow demons would have discovered our presence sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative than to wait passively." Aiden nodded, aware that this was not the time for self-reproach. He retrieved some herbs and healing potions from his backpack to tend to the wounds of his injured comrades. After a period of rest and treatment, the expedition team gradually recovered from their injuries. They resumed their journey, forging ahead into the unknown. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a test orchestrated by the dark forces, with a greater crisis lurking in wait. Chapter 79, Conspiracy in the Shadows. Following the ambush by the shadow demon, the expedition team trudged onward through the dense forest. Aiden was unable to shake off the guilt of his comrades' injuries resulting from his possession of the light sacred stone. He became increasingly withdrawn, ever vigilant to the sounds around him, clutching the light sacred stone as if it were their sole salvation. Meanwhile, Rex continually encouraged the group, his optimism and resilience uplifting every member of the team. Yet, deep within, he harbored concerns about the journey that lay ahead. The dark forces had dispatched such a formidable shadow demon for their assault, indicating a far grander scheme at play. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. The branches and leaves of the trees thickened, allowing scarcely a ray of sunlight to penetrate, enveloping the entire forest in a chilling ambience. They often heard peculiar sounds, as if some colossal creature lurked in the shadows, observing them. Yet, whenever they paused to investigate, they found nothing. During a brief respite, the leader clad in white approached Aiden and softly remarked, "Aiden, I can sense a mysterious power concealed within this forest. It appears to be guiding us toward a certain destination. This may be connected to the secrets of the light's sacred stone, or perhaps a trap set by the dark forces." Aiden raised his head. A hint of perplexity reflected in his gaze. The leader clad in white furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "My intuition has always proven to be reliable. Furthermore, everything we have encountered since our entry into this forest has been exceedingly peculiar. The emergence of those shadow demons is by no means coincidental. They must have been compelled by some directive to launch their assault on us at that precise moment and location." Aiden fell into deep contemplation, recalling the ancient records he had discovered within the desert ruins regarding the sacred stone of light. These texts spoke of its power, potent enough to alter the fabric of the world, drawing the attention of both the forces of light and darkness. Could it be that the myriad trials they had faced along their journey were mere tests set forth in the pursuit of the sacred stone? Just then, a haunting melody wafted through the air, the sound of a flute resonating with an ethereal and eerie charm, captivating the attention of his companions. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the music ensnare you," Aiden called out, yet his voice seemed feeble against the enchantment of the flute. Some members of the team began to wander uncontrollably towards the source of the melody, their eyes glazed and their movements mechanical. Observing this, Aiden hastily summoned the power of the sacred stone, casting a gentle radiance that enveloped those entranced. Under the warm glow, the team gradually regained their senses, but the flute's melody persisted unabated. "We must locate the flutist and discern his intentions," Rex declared, his fists clenched, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The expedition team cautiously advanced towards the sound, eventually arriving at a serene clearing where they beheld a figure cloaked in black. The mysterious individual stood with their back turned, cradling a flute that emitted a spectral glow, playing with serene delight. "Who are you? Why have you lured us here?" Aiden demanded, his voice firm. The cloaked figure slowly turned to reveal a pallid and emaciated visage. Their eyes were deep and cold, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. "Aiden, you bear the sacred stone of light. This is a blatant provocation against the forces of darkness. I have simply been sent to deliver you a warning. Surrender the stone, or face utter annihilation." Aiden let out a cold laugh, declaring, "You dark forces shall not lay your hands on the sacred light stones. They are our source of power and the key to safeguarding the peace of the world." The figure in the black cloak chuckled softly, replying, "Do you truly believe that with merely a few sacred stones, you can stand against the entirety of the dark forces? You are woefully naive. The assault of the shadow demon was merely a prelude. The true darkness is yet to descend." Rex could no longer contain his fury. He bellowed and charged at the cloaked figure. However, with a mere flick of his wrist, the dark figure summoned a wave of black energy towards Rex. Observing this, Aiden swiftly commanded the sacred light stones, conjuring a luminous shield that deflected the oncoming energy wave. "Rex, do not act impulsively," Aiden shouted. At that moment, the leader clad in white and the mages unleashed their magic, launching an assault against the figure in black. A myriad of magical beams intertwined, illuminating the clearing. Yet, the cloaked figure remained unfazed. With a flicker, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the adventurers. "Your attacks are futile against me. I am the harbinger of darkness. Wielding powers beyond your wildest imagination," echoed his voice throughout the forest. Aiden felt a tightening in his chest, for he understood that this figure cloaked in black was no ordinary adversary. He focused intently, striving to harness the full power of the holy light stone, in hopes of uncovering any vulnerabilities within the dark-clad individual. Suddenly, he discerned that with each of the black-robed man's assaults, a faint dark rune appeared beneath his feet. "Everyone, take heed of the rune at his feet. It may be the source of his power," Aiden exclaimed. Upon receiving this revelation, his companions aligned their attacks towards the rune at the feet of the dark figure. With their collective effort, the rune began to flicker erratically, and the black-robed man's complexion grew increasingly ashen. "You have managed to uncover my weakness, but this is merely insufficient," he bellowed as his body began to swell. a formidable surge of dark power emanating from within him. Aiden was acutely aware that he had arrived at a pivotal moment of life and death. Without hesitation, he merged his vitality with the radiant sacred stone, unleashing an unprecedented surge of luminous power. The brilliance radiated like a resplendent sun, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and piercing directly towards the figure cloaked in black. Under the illumination of that radiant light, the dark-robed man emitted a chorus of anguished cries. He struggled desperately, yet was powerless to withstand the overwhelming force. Ultimately, his form gradually disintegrated in the light, leaving behind only a swirl of black ash. With the vanishing of the dark figure, the eerie sound of the flute finally ceased. The team exhaled in relief. Yet they understood that this was merely a fleeting episode in their ongoing battle against the forces of darkness. Aiden, you were exceedingly reckless just now. You integrated your life force with the sacred stone, which could inflict severe harm upon you, Rex said, his face etched with concern. Aiden gently shook his head, stating, in that dire moment, I had no alternative. As long as I could safeguard everyone and protect the sacred light stone, I was willing to pay any price. The leader of the white-clad individuals stepped forward, presenting Aiden with a pill radiating an unusual luminescence. This is a specially crafted elixir from our white-clad clan, capable of restoring some of your vitality. Please take it first. Aiden gratefully accepted the elixir and swallowed it. After a period of rest, he felt a slight improvement in his condition. The expedition team resumed their journey, acutely aware that further challenges awaited them ahead. The dark forces, too, would not relinquish their pursuit of the sacred stone of light due to a single setback. They must swiftly uncover the true secret of the sacred stone of light and bolster their strength to triumph in this battle between good and evil. During the ensuing leg of their journey, they encountered a wide river. The waters churned violently, appearing unfathomably deep, and it seemed that perilous creatures lurked within its depths. How shall we cross the river? One team member inquired, gazing at the turbulent waters with a troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, Aiden remarked, let us first fell some trees to construct rafts. Together, we shall navigate across the river, but we must remain vigilant for any potential dangers lurking within its depths. The team members nodded in agreement and set to work. Armed with their weapons, they diligently chopped down trees, and after considerable effort, they succeeded in crafting several rudimentary rafts. As they cautiously sailed across the river on their makeshift vessels, a sudden surge of water erupted from the depths. A colossal water beast leapt forth, its gaping maw poised to strike at the rafts. Everyone, beware, Aiden shouted, simultaneously channeling the power of the radiant holy stone to unleash a beam of light towards the creature. Struck by the radiant force, the beast recoiled momentarily, yet swiftly resumed its assault. Rex and the indigenous warriors brandished their weapons, lunging at the creature, while the mages cast spells targeting its vulnerable eyes and other critical spots. Through their valiant efforts, the water beast sustained significant injuries and plunged back into the river, vanishing from sight. The team, unwilling to relent, hastened their pace towards the opposite bank. At last, they successfully crossed the river, but there was no time to rest. Ahead loomed an ancient castle. Its grand entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an air of mystery. The castle appeared to be quite aged, harboring secrets yet unknown. Aiden gazed at the structure, murmuring to himself. The expedition team approached the castle with caution, and as they neared the imposing doors, a strange luminescence flickered across them. Soon after, ancient runes materialized within the glow. What do these runes signify? Rex inquired, perplexed. After a thorough examination, the leader clad in white stated, these runes appear to be part of an ancient seal. Only by unraveling the mystery of these runes can we gain entry to the castle, and this enigma may be connected to the radiant holy stone. Aiden stepped forward, bringing the sacred stone of light close to the runes upon the door. The stone and the runes resonated with each other, emitting dazzling rays of brilliance. Under the illumination, the runes began to move slowly, rearranging themselves into a cohesive design. After much effort, the runes finally formed a complete pattern upon the door. Subsequently, the grand entrance of the castle creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air. The expedition team cautiously entered the castle, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness, filled with dust. They proceeded slowly along the corridor, where tattered portraits and ancient weapons adorned the walls. It appeared to be a once mighty military stronghold, yet why had it been forsaken? Aiden pondered aloud. As they ventured deeper into the castle, they stumbled upon a vast chamber. At the center of the room stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a tome radiating a golden glow. Aiden stepped forward and picked up the book. Upon opening it, he discovered an abundance of secrets regarding the radiant holy stone and a formidable light magic. This is a significant discovery. If we can master this magic, we will be better equipped to combat the forces of darkness, Aiden exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just then, the castle began to tremble violently, and fissures appeared in the surrounding walls. This is bad. The castle may be a trap. We must leave at once, Rex shouted urgently. The expedition team hurried towards the castle's exit, only to find their path obstructed by massive boulders. We are trapped, one of the team members cried out in despair. Aiden contemplated his strategies with a calm demeanor. Gazing at the radiant holy stone and the tome of magic in his hands, an idea blossoming in his mind. With unwavering focus, he began to invoke the light magic as inscribed in the book. Under the influence of this magic, the stones before them began to shift gradually, revealing a passage. The expedition team swiftly fled through the newly formed route. As they exited the castle, it collapsed with a thunderous roar behind them. The journey had indeed been fraught with peril, yet they had reaped significant rewards. Aiden reflected with a sense of gratitude. They pressed onward into the unknown, while dark forces schemed in the shadows, leaving them to ponder what challenges awaited them next. Chapter 80. The Crisis in the Mist after escaping the crumbling castle. The expedition team took a moment to regroup before resuming their journey. Aiden was acutely aware that as their exploration of the radiant holy stone's secrets deepened, the dark forces would intensify their opposition. He traveled while meticulously studying the magical tome acquired in the castle, striving to master the powerful light magic it contained to bolster the team's capacity to confront impending crises. The team halted before an expanse shrouded in thick mist. This fog was dense as if it were tangible, obscuring visibility entirely and exuding a nauseating stench. This mist feels peculiar. We should not advance recklessly, Aiden cautioned. The radiant holy stone in his grasp glowing faintly as he attempted to pierce through the fog. However, the light only managed to disperse a short distance before being engulfed. Rex stepped forward, wielding his weapon in an effort to disperse the mist, but to no avail. We cannot simply wait here. We must devise a way to pass through, he said, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment of contemplation, the leader in white attire proposed, this mist may be a magical illusion. We could attempt to connect our magical energies, forming a protective formation as we advance cautiously. The others nodded in agreement, and the sorcerers began to weave their spells, enveloping the team in a soft glow before stepping gingerly into the fog. Shortly after entering the mist, the team heard eerie laughter echoing around them, the sound fluctuating as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Suddenly, spectral creatures resembling phantoms lunged forth from the fog, their forms ephemeral and their speed astonishing, closing in on the team in an instant. Aiden reacted swiftly, harnessing the power of the radiant holy stone to unleash beams of light toward the spectral beings. The creatures shrieked in anguish upon being struck by the radiant energy, yet more phantoms continued to surge forth from the mist. Do not panic. Maintain formation, Rex bellowed, coordinating closely with the indigenous warriors as they wielded their weapons to fend off the spectral onslaught. The sorcerers intensified their magical output, striving to sustain the stability of their protective formation. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that despite their overwhelming numbers, these spectral beings appeared to possess an innate fear of the light. With unwavering focus, he concentrated the power of the radiant stone into a singular point, then unleashed it in a powerful surge, creating a colossal wave of light. This wave radiated through the mist like a blazing sun, causing the spectral beings to dissipate wherever it touched. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been momentarily averted, a massive vortex suddenly emerged from the fog, its formidable pull drawing the team members towards its center. Hold on to each other. Do not get sucked in, Aiden shouted, gripping the radiant stone tightly, desperately attempting to counteract the vortex's force, but to little avail. At this critical moment, the leader in white retrieved several runes emanating a mysterious energy from his robes and cast them around the vortex. Upon contact with the mist, the runes erupted in a brilliant flash, momentarily stabilizing the vortex's pull. This is only a temporary reprieve. We must quickly devise a way to escape this fog, the leader in white exclaimed. Aiden suddenly recalled a method recorded in the magical tomes for dispelling the mist, which required the power of the light sacred stone combined with the strength of his companion's belief. He quickly communicated this method to his comrades, who focused their minds and directed their collective belief into the light sacred stone held in Aiden's hands. As the stone absorbed their belief, its radiance intensified, gradually dispersing the surrounding fog. With the mist's dissipation, The team found themselves amidst a desolate wasteland. The ruins were strewn with crumbling walls. Faint outlines of once grand structures barely discernible. What is this place? What could possibly create such a formidable magical trap? Rex inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Aiden cast his gaze around, endeavoring to uncover some clues. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a fragment of wall adorned with indistinct carvings, which seemed to depict an ancient war. One side wielding the sacred stone of light, while the other was shrouded in dark forces. This might be connected to the history of the sacred stone of light. Perhaps this place was once a battlefield where the forces of light and darkness clashed. As Aiden spoke, just as the group prepared to delve deeper into the ruins, the sky abruptly darkened, clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. A bolt of black lightning struck the heart of the ruins, and in an instant, a cadre of dark wizards clad in black robes materialized. The leader of the dark wizards let out a maniacal laugh. Did you think you could easily escape our trap? Today, you shall all meet your demise here. Aiden's heart tightened as he recognized that the true battle had only just begun. He cradled the sacred light stone against his chest, his gaze resolute as he faced the dark wizards, declaring, "We shall not allow you to prevail. Light will triumph over darkness." The two sides swiftly engaged in an intense magical confrontation. The dark wizards unleashed a torrent of sinister spells, black flames, poisonous mists, and curses surged toward the adventurers. Aiden and the leader in white led the sorcerers in a valiant defense, conjuring radiant magical shields to repel the onslaught of dark magic. Meanwhile, Rex guided the native warriors in search of an opening, striving to breach the dark wizards' defenses for a close-quarters assault. At a pivotal moment in the fray, Aiden discerned that the dark wizards' magical prowess seemed to emanate from the dark wands they wielded, each topped with a gem exuding an aura of malevolence. "Strike their wands. That is their Achilles heel," Aiden cried out. Upon receiving the directive, the team swiftly altered their strategy. The sorcerers concentrated their fire, directing beams of light magic towards the dark wizards' wands. Rex and the native warriors, shrouded in the protective glow of the light magic, charged bravely at the dark wizards, aiming their weapons at the wands. With their combined efforts, the dark wizards' wands were struck, the gems shattering, and their dark magical power diminished instantaneously. Panic began to ensue among the dark wizards as they attempted to flee, but the adventurers would not let them escape so easily. Aiden wielded the sacred light stone, unleashing a formidable light cage spell that ensnared the dark wizards within. "You dark minions, today marks your doom," Rex bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he surged toward the ensnared dark wizards. However, just as he was about to strike, a massive black rift suddenly tore through the sky, and a colossal dark beast emerged from the chasm. This creature loomed like a mountain, radiating an intense aura of darkness, its eyes resembling two blazing orbs of black flame, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. As soon as the dark beast appeared, it unleashed a torrent of black energy toward the adventurers, prompting Aiden and his companions to hastily evade. What manner of monster is this? How can it be so powerful? Aiden was filled with shock and trepidation. He understood that with their current strength, it would be arduous to contend with this dark beast. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he composed himself, contemplating a strategy. The leader in white approached Aiden and said, "This is one of the ultimate weapons of the dark forces, the legendary dark flame demon. It possesses the power to annihilate the world, and only the fabled light divine spell can vanquish it completely. However, the light divine spell requires immense light energy and a heart of pure spirit to be cast." Aiden gazed at the sacred stone of light in his hand, then glanced at his comrades, a resolute conviction swelling within him. "We must make the attempt, for the peace of the world and for all living beings," he declared. The team members nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to venture alongside Aiden to cast the divine light spell. Thus, Aiden led them in gathering the forces of light and the strength of their spirits. He placed the sacred stone of light at the center, and the team members joined hands around it, closing their eyes and concentrating, channeling the light and belief from the depths of their hearts into the stone. As the sacred stone absorbed their collective energy, its radiance intensified, gradually forming a colossal vortex of light. Aiden stood at the vortex's center, chanting incantations, commencing the invocation of the divine light spell. As the spell unfolded, mysterious runes began to emerge within the luminous vortex, soaring towards the dark flame demon, entwining around its form. The dark flame demon sensed the potency of the divine light spell and began to thrash violently, emitting dark energy in a frenzied attempt to break free from the rune's grasp. However, the power of the divine light spell grew ever stronger. With the runes penetrating deeper into the dark flame demon's being, initiating the purification of its dark forces. After a gripping struggle, the dark flame demon ultimately dissipated under the influence of the divine light spell, transforming into wisps of black smoke. With the demise of the dark flame demon, the dark sorcerers lost their final bastion and were completely vanquished by the expedition team. This battle inflicted severe casualties upon the team, with many members sustaining grievous wounds. Aiden looked at his weary and battered companions, filled with guilt and gratitude. "Everyone has worked hard. Let us find a place to rest and tend to our wounds," he suggested. The expedition team discovered a relatively safe spot amid the ruins, where they began to heal each other's injuries and regain their strength. Aiden, meanwhile, sat aside, continuing his study of the sacred stone of light and the tomes of magic. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown dangers, yet there was no retreat. They could only forge ahead. After a period of rest and recuperation, the expedition team set out once more. They departed from the desolate ruins, advancing toward the distant mountains. It was said that within those mountains lay the ultimate secret of the sacred stone of light, and awaiting them were even graver challenges and trials. Chapter 81. Perils in the Mountains. After a brief respite in the ruins, the expedition team resolutely commenced their journey toward the distant mountains. Along the way, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The brutal clash with the forces of darkness had cost them many comrades, and each heart was laden with sorrow and grief. Yet, their gazes remained steadfast, for they knew they bore the weighty responsibility of unraveling the secrets of the sacred stone of light and saving the world. As they drew closer to the mountains, the terrain became increasingly treacherous. Steep slopes, bottomless ravines, and boulders that tumbled down sporadically posed significant challenges to their progress. Aiden walked at the forefront of the group, firmly clutching the holy stone of light, utilizing its faint glow to illuminate the path ahead. "Be cautious of your footing. This mountain trail is perilous," Aiden frequently reminded his companions behind him. Rex led the indigenous warriors, who were dispersed around the party, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Their weapons were gripped tightly, ever ready to confront any impending danger. The leader, clad in white, walked alongside the mages in the center of the group, perpetually prepared to cast spells for the team's support and protection. After several arduous hours of trekking, they finally reached the base of the mountain. Before them loomed a towering peak, shrouded in dense forest, exuding an air of mystery. "Do we ascend from here?" Rex inquired, furrowing his brow at the steep summit. "It appears so. The secrets of the holy stone of light are said to be concealed within this mountain," Aiden replied. Thus, the expedition team commenced their ascent along the winding mountain path. The trail was narrow and treacherous, with a sheer cliff on one side, where a misstep could lead to a perilous fall. The members proceeded with utmost caution, each step proving to be laborious. As they climbed to the halfway point, a deep roar suddenly echoed from the mountain's peak. The sound reverberated through the valley like thunder, causing a buzzing in everyone's ears. "This is not good. Danger approaches," Aiden shouted, prompting the group to halt and watch their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Moments later, a colossal stone beast began to descend from the summit. The creature was immense. Resembling a moving hill, its body comprised of rugged rock, leaving deep footprints with each step. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce red light, and hot breath billowed from its maw. "What manner of monster is this? How can it be so gigantic?" one team member exclaimed in terror. "Regardless of what it is, we must devise a strategy to confront it," Rex declared, gripping his weapon tightly. Aiden quickly composed himself, meticulously observing the movements of the colossal rock beast. He discerned that although it was immense in size, its motions were relatively sluggish. Thus, he resolved to exploit this weakness to devise a tactical plan. "Mages, direct your magical assaults towards its eyes to temporarily blind it. Rex, lead the warriors in a flanking maneuver to strike at its legs, thereby impairing its mobility," Aiden commanded. The assembled group nodded in unison, promptly adhering to Aiden's directives. The mages concentrated their energies, unleashing a barrage of potent spells. Each beam of magic aimed at the creature's eyes. Upon being struck, the beast emitted a deafening roar of agony, furiously swinging its massive arms in an attempt to retaliate against the mages. However, deprived of sight, its attacks were rendered indiscriminate and chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Rex rallied the indigenous warriors to charge at the rock beast from the side, skillfully evading its strikes and delivering fierce blows to its legs with their weapons. Yet, the legs of the rock beast were impervious to their assaults, the warriors' strikes merely leaving shallow marks upon its formidable exterior. "This approach is futile. Its body is too resilient," Rex exclaimed, continuing his onslaught. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden felt a stirring within his heart. He recalled the formidable power of the radiant sacred stone, pondering whether he could harness its might to breach the defenses of the stone colossus. Thus, he focused intently, channeling the energy of the sacred stone into his hand and charged towards the colossal creature. As he approached, Aiden unleashed the power of the radiant sacred stone with great force, a blinding beam of light striking the beast's leg. Under the influence of this brilliance, cracks began to form in the rocky appendage, gradually spreading outward. "Continue to assault its leg," Aiden exclaimed. Encouraged by his words, Rex and the other warriors intensified their attacks. United in their efforts, they ultimately shattered the leg of the stone colossus, causing its massive form to crash to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "We have succeeded," one team member shouted in exhilaration. Yet Aiden remained vigilant, aware that this was merely the first peril within the mountains, and that even mightier foes might lie in wait. "Do not relax your guard. We must press onward," Aiden instructed. The expedition team traversed the remains of the stone colossus, continuing their ascent toward the mountain summit. As they climbed higher, the temperature began to drop, and the air grew increasingly thin. The members of the team experienced difficulty in breathing, yet they persevered with grit. At last, they reached the mountain peak. Before them lay an expansive plateau, at the center of which stood an ancient temple. The architectural style of the temple was both archaic and enigmatic, exuding a powerful aura. "Is this our destination?" Rex inquired. Gazing at the temple, "It must be. The secrets of the radiant sacred stone surely reside within," Aiden replied. As they approached the temple, they were taken aback to find the grand door firmly shut, adorned with myriad mysterious runes. Aiden stepped forward to scrutinize the inscriptions. Yet he found himself unable to decipher their meanings. What do these runes signify? How can we unlock this door? Aiden pondered, his brow furrowed in deep thought. At that moment, the leader of the white-clad figures advanced, examining the runes with keen interest. "These inscriptions are an ancient magical script, requiring a specific incantation to open this door. I have encountered similar runes in an ancient tome, but I need to recall the precise incantation," he stated. The leader then closed his eyes, delving into his memories of the ancient text. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, murmuring incantations, and subsequently cast a spell. The magical light struck the temple door, causing the runes to shimmer. As the runes flickered, the door began to creak open, releasing a formidable force from within the temple. "Be cautious. There may be dangers inside," Aiden warned. The expedition team carefully entered the temple. The interior was spacious and luminous, with walls embedded with various gemstones that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. At the center of the temple stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb emanating a dazzling light. "Is this the ultimate secret of the radiant sacred stone?" Aiden curiously approached the crystal ball. As he drew near, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Brave adventurer, you have finally arrived. Within this crystal ball lies the ultimate power of the sacred stone of light. But to attain this power, you must endure a series of formidable trials." "What trials?" Aiden inquired. "You shall confront the fears and darkness that dwell deep within your soul. Only by overcoming them can you truly wield the power of the sacred stone of light and save this world," the voice replied. Aiden was taken aback, fully aware that this would be an arduous challenge. Yet, he harbored no intention of retreating. He steadfastly gazed at the crystal ball and declared, "I am willing to accept the trial." The moment his words fell, the environment around Aiden underwent a swift transformation. He found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, shrouded in a thick mist. Within this haze, terrifying silhouettes flickered in and out of view, emitting spine-chilling sounds. "Where am I?" Aiden vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged slowly from the fog. Aiden focused intently and was astonished to see a dear friend he had once lost. "Why did you abandon me?" the friend demanded, his face contorted with anger as he confronted Aiden. Aiden felt a sharp pang within his heart, a manifestation of the guilt and fear that resided deep within him. "I have not abandoned you. I have been tirelessly seeking a way to save you," Aiden explained. "You lie. You care only for the secrets of the radiant stone, utterly indifferent to my life or death," his dear friend shouted, then lunged toward Aiden. Aiden's heart was besieged by contradictions and struggles, yet he understood that this was merely an illusion. Drawing a deep breath, he focused his mind, then unleashed the magic of light to dispel the visions before him. As the illusions faded, the surrounding environment transformed once more. This time, Aiden beheld a world governed by dark forces, ravaged by war, where the populace was displaced and suffering immensely. "Is this what you seek? Do you believe that unraveling the secrets of the sacred stone of light will save the world? You are woefully naive." An evil voice echoed in Aiden's ear. "No, I shall not allow such a fate to unfold." Aiden proclaimed loudly, his fists clenched, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. In this abyss of darkness, Aiden continuously confronted a myriad of illusions and challenges. At times, he was engulfed by painful memories, while at others, he faced apocalyptic visions. Yet, he never surrendered. Armed with unwavering willpower and a steadfast belief in the light, he triumphantly vanquished the fears and darkness that lurked within. Ultimately, the surrounding shadows began to dissipate, and Aiden found himself once again within the temple. At that moment, the radiance of the crystal orb shone even more brilliantly, gracefully gliding towards him and merging with the luminous sacred stone in his hand. Aiden felt a surge of tremendous power coursing through him, and he realized that he had successfully mastered the ultimate strength of the light sacred stone. "I have succeeded," Aiden exclaimed with exhilaration. His comrades hurriedly gathered around him, sharing in his joy. "Now, we can wield this power to combat the forces of darkness and save the world." Aiden gazed at his teammates, his eyes brimming with confidence. The expedition team, empowered by the ultimate force of the light sacred stone, departed from the temple, embarking on a new journey. They understood that countless challenges awaited them ahead. Yet fear no longer gripped them, for they possessed the strength to vanquish the shadows. Chapter 82. Ambush. On the return journey, the expedition team descended the mountain along a narrow path on the opposite side, brimming with confidence as they prepared to return to the civilized world and disseminate the power of the light sacred stone to combat the dark forces. However, it seemed their movements had long been detected by lurking adversaries. As they traversed a valley, the sky was suddenly shrouded by a dark shadow. The group looked up to see a horde of gigantic, grotesque avians swooping down upon them. The feathers of these creatures glistened like black metal, reflecting a chilling light, while their sharp talons stood out ominously in the sunlight. "It's the shadow vultures. Everyone be cautious," Rex shouted loudly, raising his weapon and signaling the indigenous warriors to form a defensive formation. Aiden swiftly concentrated the power of the light sacred stone around him, forming a faint shield that enveloped the core members of the expedition team. The mages, not daring to lag behind, unleashed their spells, launching an assault on the shadow griffins soaring above. In an instant, the brilliance of magic intertwined with the shrieks of the shadow griffins, resonating throughout the valley. The leader in white stood beside Aiden, his brow furrowed, and remarked, "These shadow griffins are no ordinary beasts. They seem to be manipulated by dark forces, intent on preventing our escape." The flock of shadow griffins adeptly evaded the magical onslaught, continuously diving towards the expedition team. Their claws effortlessly tore through vulnerable defenses, causing several team members to fall, injured, in an instant. Witnessing this, Aiden felt a pang of anguish. He gripped the light sacred stone tightly and charged towards the shadow griffins. "Aiden, do not act impulsively," Rex shouted, but Aiden had already surged forward. Aiden unleashed a formidable beam of light magic, striking the foremost shadow griffins and momentarily repelling them. Nevertheless, more shadow griffins surged from all directions, seemingly undeterred by casualties, intent on breaching the expedition team's defenses. Amidst the fierce battle, the expedition found themselves progressively ensnared in a dire predicament. The team's stamina waned, and their magical reserves dwindled perilously low. Aiden recognized that if they could not swiftly extricate themselves from the clutches of these shadow griffins, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He concentrated his efforts, channeling the power of the holy light stone to the sheer cliffside of the valley, creating a blinding reflection. The shadow griffins were momentarily blinded by this unexpected brilliance, causing their ranks to falter. "Now is our chance. Charge," Aiden commanded. The expedition team seized the opportunity, dashing towards the valley's exit. Though they managed to break through the encirclement of shadow griffins, they did so at a grievous cost. Many team members were injured, and significant supplies were lost. Upon escaping the valley, the expedition pressed on without pausing, acutely aware that the forces of darkness would not relent. They needed to find a secure location to recuperate and devise a detailed strategy to confront the encroaching malevolence. After fleeing the valley, the expedition dared not rest for a moment, fully cognizant that the dark forces would pursue them relentlessly. Dragging their weary bodies, they continued towards their destination. Enveloped in a somber yet resolute atmosphere, they understood that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet they must swiftly locate a safe haven to regain their strength and formulate a comprehensive plan against the dark forces. They bore the hopes of an entire civilization. The ultimate confrontation between light and darkness had only just begun. Chapter 83. A temporary refuge in the wilderness. Having evaded the pursuit of the shadow griffins, the expedition hurried onward, refusing to succumb to complacency. They recognized that the dark forces' machinations extended beyond this encounter, and further dangers could emerge at any moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sanguine remnants of daylight bathed the land in a crimson hue, as if this enigmatic realm were heralding the impending crisis. The wounded members of the team gritted their teeth against their agony, their faces as pale as parchment, yet their gazes remained resolute. Aiden, while on the move, utilized the faint glow emanating from the holy light stone to tend to the injured. That gentle radiance enveloped the afflicted, alleviating some suffering, allowing them to keep pace with the group. With nightfall descending, the wilderness grew increasingly tranquil and mysterious. The expedition paused in a relatively concealed grove, opting to rest momentarily. Rex swiftly directed the team to erect a rudimentary camp, while the indigenous warriors skillfully felled branches, weaving leaves and vines into makeshift shelters. Meanwhile, the mages established magical traps and warning runes around the camp, prepared for any sudden assaults from adversaries. Aiden sat beneath a grand tree, his hands firmly clutching the sacred stone of light, lost in profound contemplation. The leader clad in white approached slowly, taking a seat beside him, and softly remarked, "Aiden, our current predicament is exceedingly dire. The assault by the Shadow Vulture is merely the beginning. The forces of darkness are certain to dispatch even more formidable powers to seize the sacred stone of light." Aiden lifted his gaze, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. "I am aware," he said, "yet we cannot falter. The radiant sacred stone is our sole hope against the encroaching darkness. We must safeguard it with all our might. However, our comrades are utterly exhausted, and our supplies are dwindling. Should we encounter the enemy once more, it will be exceedingly challenging for us to muster sufficient strength to confront them." The leader in white spoke, his brow furrowed in thought. Aiden fell silent for a moment before rising to his feet. "I shall venture nearby to search for a source of water and provisions. We must replenish our supplies to continue our journey." Upon hearing Aiden's words, Rex approached, eager to dissuade him. "Aiden, you cannot undertake this alone. It is far too perilous. There may still be eyes of dark forces lurking outside, or other treacherous beasts." Aiden offered a faint smile and gently patted Rex's shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. With the holy stone of light in my possession, it shall safeguard me. Furthermore, we are in dire need of supplies and cannot afford to remain idle." With that, Aiden ventured into the depths of the forest alone. The moonlight cascaded upon him, casting a silvery silhouette around his figure. He treaded carefully, utilizing his keen senses to evade hidden traps and the lairs of lurking beasts. After a considerable time, Aiden finally discerned the gentle sound of flowing water. A surge of joy filled his heart as he quickened his pace towards the source. Upon reaching the stream's edge, he was greeted by the sight of crystal-clear waters, shimmering with glimmers of light beneath the moon's embrace. As Aiden knelt to fill his container, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. Alert, he rose cautiously and surveyed his surroundings. Before him emerged a colossal black panther from the thicket, its eyes glinting with a green luminescence in the darkness, resembling two flames ablaze. The panther emitted a low growl from its throat, seemingly warning Aiden to stay away from its territory. Aiden grasped the radiant stone firmly, gradually channeling its power into his being, as a faint golden aura enveloped his form. The Black Panther, upon witnessing this luminescence, momentarily paused in surprise, yet did not retreat. Instead, it leaped forward with even greater ferocity. Aiden swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously conjuring a beam of binding light magic in an attempt to ensnare the Black Panther. However, the panther's speed was astounding, with a deft twist in midair. It broke free from the magical restraints and continued its relentless charge towards Aiden. Aiden was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Black Panther. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. With unwavering concentration, he harnessed the full potential of the Holy Light Stone, unleashing a brilliant arrow of light that struck the panther. The creature let out a pained roar, yet it remained unyielded, instead igniting its ferocity. Meanwhile, as Aiden grappled with the panther in a fierce struggle, the camp found itself besieged by a looming crisis. A horde of dark creatures stealthily approached under the cover of night, circumventing the magical traps and launching a surprise assault on the unsuspecting team members. Rex, alerted by the commotion, awoke with a start and shouted, "Everyone be cautious. Enemies are approaching." Grabbing his weapon, he charged towards the dark entities. The indigenous warriors, roused from their slumber, unhesitatingly joined the fray. In the heart of the camp, the mages erected powerful magical shields, safeguarding the injured comrades and the remaining supplies. The dark creatures, varying in forms, some armed with sharp claws and fangs, others capable of spewing black venom, rampaged through the camp, engaging the adventurers in a fierce struggle for survival. In the chaos of battle, a young team member tragically fell victim to the venom, his body rapidly succumbing to decay as he emitted agonizing cries. Witnessing this, Rex was consumed by fury, wielding his weapon like an enraged lion. He repelled the encroaching dark entities. The leader of the white-clad figures maintained a calm demeanor, orchestrating the battle with precision. He commanded the mages to concentrate their might on the leader of the dark creatures, striving to dismantle their command structure. Under his guidance, the mages unleashed a formidable combined spell, a colossal flame of magic directed at the dark creature's leader. Sensing imminent danger, the leader attempted to evade. But it was too late. The magical flame struck true, reducing it to ashes in an instant. With their leader vanquished, the dark creatures plunged into disarray, their attacks becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, the adventurers launched a fierce counteroffensive. After a grueling battle, they finally succeeded in driving the dark creatures away. However, the camp lay in ruins, many team members injured, and considerable supplies laid to waste. In the woods, Aiden, after an intense confrontation, finally discerned the panther's weakness. As the panther missed its attack, he unleashed a precise beam of light magic, striking its vital point. The panther let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Aiden wearily approached the black panther. Rather than taking its life, he harnessed the power of the holy light stone to heal its wounds. The panther slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Aiden, its previous animosity replaced by a profound sense of gratitude and reverence. Aiden rose to his feet, hurriedly returning to the camp with a container filled with water and an assortment of wild fruits and herbs he had foraged from the woods. Upon witnessing the devastation of the camp, he was overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't left the camp, perhaps this would not have happened," Aiden lamented. Rex approached him, offering solace. "Aiden, this is not your fault. The dark forces have been covertly watching us. Even if you had remained at the camp, they would have seized the opportunity to strike. Our priority now is to swiftly restore the camp and vacate this perilous place." Aiden nodded, distributing the supplies he had found among his companions, and then they all proceeded to tidy up the campsite. In the darkness before dawn, the expedition team embarked once more on their journey. They were acutely aware that further challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, yet retreat was no longer an option. They could only forge ahead, confronting the forces of darkness in a thrilling final confrontation for the sake of light and hope. Chapter 84. A journey fraught with peril. The expedition team pressed on in the faint light before dawn, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Aiden was engulfed in a profound sense of guilt. However, he was acutely aware that this was not the moment for self-reproach. The safety of the team and the weighty responsibility of guarding the sacred light stone loomed large. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous and complex. Ahead lay a swamp shrouded in a strange, eerie mist, with pockets of marsh gas occasionally bubbling up from the mire, producing a gurgling sound that seemed to echo the very breath of this perilous land. Rex dispatched a team member skilled in reconnaissance to investigate, and they approached the swamp's edge with utmost caution, probing the solidity of the ground with long poles. "This swamp appears to be quite formidable. We must tread carefully," Rex remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Aiden gazed into the swamp, the luminous sacred stone in his hand flickering gently, as if sensing some latent peril. "I could feel a dark aura spreading here. The forces of darkness may have already set traps nearby." The team began to cautiously venture into the swamp, members supporting one another, treading on the relatively firm patches of grass and stones. Suddenly, countless tendrils emerged from the depths of the swamp, alive and swiftly ensnaring the nearest team members. Those ensnared struggled in terror, but the tendrils tightened their grip. "Do not panic," Aiden shouted, channeling the power of light into sharp blades that severed some of the tendrils. Rex led the other team members in striking the tendrils with their weapons. The air filled with cries of battle and the sound of tendrils breaking. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, a horde of foul-smelling swamp creatures crawled out from the mire. They were colossal, armed with sharp claws and gaping maws filled with jagged teeth, their skin resembling resilient armor, adorned with strands of putrid mud and aquatic plants. "What manner of beast is this?" a team member cried out in horror. "Whatever it is, we must fight," Aiden declared resolutely, charging into the throng of monsters. The radiance of the sacred stone in his hand erupted, momentarily dispersing the surrounding mists. He unleashed a spell of luminous impact. A wave of golden energy surged toward the creatures, repelling several of them. Rex and the indigenous warriors showed no fear, engaging the monsters in close combat. With each swing of Rex's great sword, a powerful force erupted, splattering putrid mud upon impact. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was daunting, and their attacks were ferocious. Team members were repeatedly clawed or struck by the venom spewing from their maws. At the rear of the group, the mages concentrated on maintaining defensive spells to thwart further ambushes from the flanks and behind. The leader in white directed the mages to unleash their offensive spells at opportune moments, sending flames, ice arrows, and lightning crashing into the horde, causing explosions among them. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that these creatures seemed to be responding to some mysterious force. Their seemingly chaotic movements revealed an underlying coordination. He resolved to venture deeper into the swamp in search of the creature's commander. I must discover their leader. Only then can we defeat them decisively, Aiden said to Rex. That is too dangerous, Aiden. I will accompany you, Rex replied with concern. No, you must remain here and lead everyone in the fight. With the sacred stone. I possess a degree of self-preservation, Aiden asserted before dashing into the depths of the swamp. He navigated the treacherous terrain with difficulty, relying on the light of the sacred stone and his own instincts to evade hidden traps and perilous quagmires. At last, he spotted a colossal figure at the center of the swamp. It was a colossal swamp behemoth, its form radiating an eerie black luminescence. While the surrounding creatures moved in tandem around it, Aiden took a deep breath, acutely aware that this would be an exceedingly arduous battle. He concentrated all the power of the sacred stone of light within himself, and the golden radiance surrounding his body became dazzlingly brilliant. The colossal beast seemed to sense Aiden's arrival, letting out a thunderous roar before lunging towards him. Aiden swiftly evaded while unleashing a series of radiant magical assaults. He first loosed arrows of light, which fell upon the colossal beast like a downpour, yet the creature's hide was impenetrably tough, leaving only faint marks upon its surface. Subsequently, he employed a binding spell of light in an attempt to restrict the beast's movements, but it effortlessly broke free from the confines. During the fray, Aiden gradually discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportune moment, as the beast lunged once more, he cast forth a powerful beam of light, aimed directly at its eyes. Upon being struck, the beast let out a pained roar, thrashing its claws wildly, transforming the surrounding marshland into a chaotic turmoil. Aiden deftly evaded the monstrous beast's attacks, while persistently seeking an opportunity to strike at its eyes. After an arduous battle, he finally landed another blow on the creature's eye, causing its movements to slow significantly. Seizing this moment, Aiden channeled the full power of the radiant holy stone into an ultimate light spell, directing it towards the beast's head. With a resounding crash, the colossal creature collapsed, sending forth a tremendous surge of mud and water. As the beast fell, the surrounding swamp monsters instantly lost their command, their actions devolving into chaos and disorder. Aiden wearily returned from the swamp, where the team, bolstered by Rex and the others' valiant efforts, had gradually gained the upper hand. Upon witnessing Aiden's return, the morale of the team surged, prompting them to launch a final charge that eradicated the remaining swamp creatures. Despite the fierce battle that had left the expedition members grievously wounded and their supplies nearly depleted, they had no time to rest or mourn. They were acutely aware that dark forces awaited them ahead, compelling them to press onward. After traversing the marshlands, the expedition team arrived in a desolate desert. The sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth, and the sand burned almost unbearably beneath their feet. The lips of the team members were chapped, and their water supply was dwindling. We must locate a water source swiftly, or we will perish from thirst here, Aiden declared, gazing out over the vast expanse of sand. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, revealing a mysterious cavalry charging toward them. The riders, clad in black robes and wearing menacing masks, brandished weapons that glinted ominously in the sunlight. It is the dark forces in pursuit, Rex shouted. The expedition team swiftly prepared for battle, with Aiden standing resolutely at the forefront, grasping the sacred stone of light tightly in his hand. The cavalry halted not far from them, and the leader of the riders slowly removed his mask, revealing a cold, unyielding visage. Surrender the sacred stone of light. You have no path to survival, he stated icily. Never. We would rather die than yield, Aiden retorted with fierce indignation. The battle was imminent as the cavalry members surged toward the expedition team with swift and ferocious attacks. The team fought valiantly in defense. Aiden conjured a shield of light, enveloping the entire group within it, temporarily repelling the enemy's onslaught. However, the assaults from the dark cavalry intensified, causing the shield to tremble precariously. Aiden realized the time had come for decisive action. He burst forth from the protection of the shield and charged toward the leader of the dark cavalry. The leader, seeing Aiden's approach, let out a derisive laugh and brandished his spear to meet him. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel. The forces of light and darkness colliding with dazzling brilliance and resounding clamor. Aiden unleashed a barrage of light magic, while the dark cavalry leader's spear, imbued with sinister power, posed a lethal threat with each strike. In a critical moment of the clash, Aiden discerned a source of dark energy behind the dark cavalry leader. The core of his strength. Taking a perilous gamble, he focused the power of the sacred stone of light into a slender yet immensely potent beam, directing it toward the dark energy source. The leader sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to evade. The beam struck the source, triggering a colossal explosion. The force of the blast hurled the dark cavalry leader away, leaving him grievously injured. Witnessing their leader's injury, the members of the dark cavalry faltered in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the expedition team launched a fierce counterattack. After a fierce battle, the Dark Riders were finally repelled. However, the expedition team paid a heavy price, with many members sacrificing their lives in the conflict, leaving Aiden and the other survivors utterly exhausted. They discovered a water source in the desert, rested briefly, and then resumed their arduous journey. As they pressed onward, the expedition team drew ever closer to the lair of the dark forces. They understood that the final confrontation was imminent, and they must summon their last reserves of courage to engage in a breathtaking and fateful ultimate battle for light and hope. Chapter 85. The final battle at the dark lair. After enduring numerous hardships, the expedition team finally approached the stronghold of the dark forces. It was a colossal fortress nestled deep within a valley, eerie and ominous, as if it were the very epicenter of dark power in the world. A thick shroud of darkness enveloped the fortress, the sky obscured by ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by strange flashes of lightning that cast the earth in a flickering light. Aiden stood at the forefront of the formation, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the fortress, the holy light stone in his hand shimmering with a radiant glow, as if gathering strength for the imminent battle. Though weary, each member of the team bore an expression of unwavering determination. They understood that this confrontation was a pivotal struggle for the fate of the world, one that brooked no retreat. We have come this far. Regardless of the hardships that lie ahead, we shall fight for the light, Aiden proclaimed, his voice echoing through the valley, inspiring every warrior present. Rex gripped his great sword tightly and responded, "Indeed, our sacrifices must not be in vain. We must utterly annihilate the forces of darkness." As the expedition team drew nearer to the fortress, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from the shadows. Towering dark behemoths, their bodies encased in armor-like scales, trembled the earth with each step. Malevolent demons, wings unfurled and spewing forth black flames, circled ominously in the air, emitting piercing shrieks, and countless nimble dark assassins, wielding sharp blades, flitted through the shadows, poised to strike with deadly precision. Everyone, be cautious and maintain formation. Aiden conjured a shield of light, enveloping the entire team within its protective embrace, simultaneously unleashing beams of luminous energy that struck the foremost dark creatures, momentarily staving off their initial onslaught. Under the guidance of the white-clad leader, the mages swiftly intoned their incantations, summoning an array of magical elements, firestorms, icy arrow showers, and chains of lightning surged forth towards the throng of dark beings. Meanwhile, Rex led the indigenous warriors and other melee fighters, charging at the enemy like a ferocious tiger. Engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the dark behemoths, Aiden was acutely aware that these were merely the vanguard of the dark forces. The true challenge lay within the fortress itself. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos of battle, he scrutinized the fortress's defenses, seeking a potential point of breach. Suddenly, he noticed a rune exuding a potent aura of dark energy above the fortress's grand entrance, seemingly the linchpin of the entire defensive system. "I must destroy that rune to open the passage into the fortress," Aiden exclaimed to Rex. "I will accompany you. It is far too perilous for you to go alone." Rex insisted, undeterred by his own injuries. The two coordinated their efforts, with Aiden unleashing the power of light in the vanguard to dispel the surrounding dark creatures, while Rex stood firm behind him, warding off enemy attacks to ensure Aiden's safety. They advanced painstakingly toward the fortress's entrance. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching the door, a dark-robed sorcerer emerged from the shadows, clutching a wand embedded with a black gemstone. His eyes gleamed with malevolence. "Do you truly believe you can effortlessly dismantle the defenses of the Dark Lord?" Such naivety, the dark-robed sorcerer sneered, and with a swift motion of his wand, a massive wave of dark energy surged toward Aiden and Rex. Aiden swiftly raised the holy stone of light, unleashing a formidable shield of radiance to deflect the impending strike. However, the force of the dark energy wave still compelled both of them to retreat a few paces. We cannot allow him to thwart us. We must resolve this matter with urgency, Aiden declared, subsequently casting the light impact spell. A golden wave of energy surged forth towards the cloaked sorcerer. Unperturbed, the dark-robed wizard recited incantations, summoning a legion of shadowy phantoms to confront the light impact spell head-on. The clash between the dark phantoms and the radiant energy wave produced a cacophony of crackling sounds, effectively neutralizing Aiden's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Rex charged at the dark-clad sorcerer, swinging his great sword and conjuring a tempestuous wind. The sorcerer, however, deftly evaded, vanishing into the shadows only to reappear behind Rex. With a mere flick of his wand, he unleashed a dark shackling spell that ensnared Rex tightly. Rex! Aiden exclaimed in a frenzy, channeling all the energy of the holy stone of light into his gaze. He cast the Inside of Light spell, instantly revealing the sorcerer's concealed whereabouts. Aiden unhesitatingly unleashed a beam of light, directing it straight towards the hiding place of the dark-robed sorcerer. Caught off guard, the sorcerer was struck by the radiant ray, letting out a piercing scream. His wand fell to the ground, and the dark phantoms instantly lost their grip, dissipating into the ether. Aiden hurriedly ran to Rex's side, utilizing the power of light to free him from the shackles of darkness that bound him. Thank you, Aiden. Let us hasten to destroy that rune. Rex expressed his gratitude. The two continued their advance towards the fortress gate, successfully shattering the rune upon it. As the rune crumbled, the fortress gate slowly creaked open, unleashing an even more formidable aura of darkness that engulfed them. Aiden and Rex led the expedition team into the depths of the fortress. Within, a lengthy corridor unfolded, its walls shimmering with an eerie luminescence, while dark traps were intermittently triggered, unleashing black spikes or dispersing paralyzing dark energy. The team advanced with utmost caution, offering mutual reminders. Suddenly, a colossal dark magic circle materialized ahead, within which stood several dark knights, their forms encased in menacing black armor, wielding weapons that exuded an intense aura of darkness. This is the elite guard of the dark forces. We must proceed with extreme vigilance, Aiden cautioned. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The dark knights exhibited remarkable combat prowess, coordinating seamlessly to launch relentless assaults. The members of the expedition were equally resolute, with the mages continuously casting spells to weaken the knights' defenses, while the melee fighters, under the guidance of Aiden and Rex, sought opportunities to breach the magic circle and engage the dark knights in close combat. Amidst the chaos, Aiden discerned that the source of energy for the dark magic circle resided within a dark crystal orb at its center. Resolute in his determination, he decided to take a perilous leap toward the heart of the magic circle to shatter the orb, thereby undermining the defensive advantage of the dark knights. Aiden, harnessing the power of the sacred stone of light and his own agility, successfully charged into the heart of the magical array under the cover of his comrades. He raised the sacred stone of light and unleashed a formidable beam of luminous energy towards the dark crystal sphere. The dark crystal sphere trembled violently under the assault, causing the dark knights to falter in their movements. Everyone, give it your all. This is our chance to defeat them, Aiden exclaimed. The morale of the adventurers surged as they launched a more ferocious onslaught. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark knights, shattering the dark magical array. As they ventured deeper into the fortress, Aiden and his companions arrived at a vast hall. At the center of the hall stood the leader of the dark forces, the Dark Lord, cloaked in a shadowy robe that obscured his features. Only his eyes, glowing with a sinister crimson light, betrayed an aura of boundless malevolence and power. At last, you have arrived, foolish followers of the light. Today shall mark your demise, the Dark Lord intoned in a deep, gravelly voice, laced with scorn. Aiden stepped forward, wielding the sacred stone of light, and proclaimed with righteous conviction, Dark Lord, your nefarious deeds shall come to an end here. Light shall triumph over darkness. The Dark Lord sneered, then let me witness your capabilities. With a swift motion of his hands, a myriad of dark creatures and malevolent magical forces surged forth from within the hall. Aiden unleashed the domain of light, enveloping himself and his comrades within its radiant embrace, momentarily repelling the encroaching forces of darkness. The mages, focused intently within the sanctuary, prepared to summon their most formidable magical assaults. Rex and the melee fighters stood resolutely on guard, poised to charge at the Dark Lord at the opportune moment. The Dark Lord unleashed a torrent of potent dark magic. Dark storms, death curses, and soul-devouring spells surged toward the domain of light. The sanctuary trembled under the relentless onslaught of dark power, teetering on the brink of collapse. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative, Aiden declared. He amplified the power of the holy light stone to its utmost limits, the golden radiance surrounding him dazzlingly intense. Then, he invoked the ultimate spell recorded in the Holy Codex of Light, the Judgment of Light. A colossal golden sword of light descended from the heavens, striking toward the Dark Lord. Sensing the formidable might of the judgment, the Dark Lord gathered dark energies in his hands, forming a massive dark shield to withstand the assault. The clash resulted in a cataclysmic explosion of energy that reverberated throughout the entire hall. Members of the expedition team were injured in the blast, yet they did not falter. Seizing the moment while the Dark Lord defended against the judgment, the mages launched a coordinated magical attack, a convergence of elemental forces hurling toward their foe. Rex and the melee fighters charged fiercely at the Dark Lord, engaging him in close combat. Meanwhile, Aiden continued to provide supportive light energy to his teammates, all the while seeking a chink in the Dark Lord's defenses. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned a fleeting moment of energy fluctuation whenever the Dark Lord cast his most powerful spells. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered the remaining power of the Holy Light Stone, transforming it into a slender yet immensely potent beam of light, aimed directly at the Dark Lord's vulnerability. The Dark Lord sensed the impending danger but was too late to evade. The beam struck true, eliciting a pained roar from him. His dark shield shattered instantly, and he suffered grievous wounds. "This cannot be," the Dark Lord murmured, in disbelief at his impending defeat. The expedition team capitalized on this opportunity, launching their final assault. United in their efforts, they ultimately vanquished the Dark Lord. As he fell, the pervasive darkness within the fortress began to dissipate, and the ominous clouds in the sky gradually cleared, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. The expedition members erupted in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed. Though they had paid a heavy toll, they had brought light and hope to the world. Aiden gazed at the holy light stone in his hand. Its glow softened and warmed, as if rejoicing in their victory. Following this breathtaking climax, Aiden and the surviving members of the team embarked on their journey home, bearing the glory of their triumph and the memory of their fallen comrades. They understood that their efforts would usher in a new era of peace and prosperity for the world. Chapter 86, Reconstruction after the light with the Dark Lord's demise. The elation of victory pierced through the gloom like sunlight, illuminating the hearts of every expedition member. Yet Aiden was acutely aware that this victory was merely ephemeral. Although the dark forces had sustained considerable damage, their residual power lingered like a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows, poised to unleash chaos once more. Moreover, this land, long shrouded in darkness, lay in ruins, desperately yearning for reconstruction and revival. Aiden stood before the ruins of the once mighty Dark Nest, summoning the surviving members of his team. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and wounds, yet their eyes glimmered with resolve and hope. "Comrades, our battle is far from over." Aiden's voice resonated steadily and powerfully across the desolate landscape. Though the darkness had been repelled, the scars it left behind required our healing. We must reconstruct this land, allowing light and hope to take root once more. The team members nodded in unison, recognizing the truth in Aiden's words. In the days that followed, the expedition team divided into several smaller groups, each undertaking distinct tasks. One group, composed of skilled architects and engineers, was responsible for assessing the damage to the land and devising plans for reconstruction. The once vibrant town now lay in ruins, with roads shattered and farmlands long forsaken. Undeterred by adversity, the team meticulously documented the areas in need of repair, from the structural integrity of buildings to the construction of bridges, from the restoration of irrigation systems to the fortification of defenses, leaving no detail overlooked. Another group, comprised of adept magicians and healers, traversed various villages and settlements, providing care and assistance to those who had suffered under the oppressive reign of darkness. Many were afflicted by dark magic, their bodies and spirits eroded, some gravely ill, others trapped in the abyss of despair. The mages cast healing spells, dispelling the shadows left by the dark forces within, soothing the wounded souls. They distributed medicines and food, rekindling the courage and confidence of the people to rebuild their lives. Throughout this endeavor, they encountered countless heart-wrenching tales. An elderly man had witnessed his descendants abducted by dark creatures, their fates forever unknown. A woman had lost all her possessions under the weight of oppression, struggling to survive among the wreckage. These stories further solidified the team's resolve to rebuild, for they understood that their mission transcended mere restoration of buildings and land. It was about rekindling lives and hope. Meanwhile, Aiden, alongside core members like Rex, commenced a campaign to eradicate the remaining forces of darkness. They ventured into forests and caves, tracking down those elusive remnants. The dark creatures had grown increasingly cunning and vicious, lurking in shadows, poised to strike. The expedition team faced numerous challenges during their purge, occasionally falling into traps set by the dark beings or being besieged by foes outnumbering them. Yet, the luminous holy stone in Aiden's grasp radiated a steadfast glow, imbuing the team with courage and strength. During a skirmish within a cavern, they encountered a horde of dark puppets controlled by sinister sorcerers. These puppets, colossal and immensely powerful, were impervious to ordinary attacks. Aiden unleashed purification magic from the Holy Codex, golden beams of light piercing through the puppets, while Rex led the team in a flanking assault, exploiting the puppets' cumbersome movements to obliterate them. Throughout the processes of rebuilding and purging, the expedition team was not devoid of allies. Hearing of their deeds, righteous individuals from neighboring regions hastened to join their cause. Brave knights, mounted upon their noble steeds and armed with exquisite weaponry, significantly bolstered the expedition's combat prowess. Wise scholars brought forth a wealth of knowledge and tomes, offering invaluable counsel for the reconstruction plans. Additionally, benevolent commoners voluntarily contributed their labor and resources, each playing their part in the revitalization efforts. The arrival of these new members invigorated the expedition, illuminating Aiden's awareness of humanity's yearning for light and justice. As time progressed, the reconstruction efforts began to yield tangible results. Towns and villages were gradually revitalized, homes were rebuilt, streets became neat and orderly, and verdant crops flourished in the fields. Smiles began to grace the faces of the people, heralding a return to normalcy in life. The remnants of dark forces were systematically eradicated, allowing the land to finally embrace a long-awaited peace and tranquility. However, Aiden remained vigilant, acutely aware that the roots of darkness had not been entirely uprooted. In some distant corner of the world, a shadowy threat might still lurk. Thus, he resolved to establish a luminary academy on this land, aimed at nurturing more valiant warriors and wise sages capable of safeguarding the light and combating darkness. The inception of the Luminary Academy garnered widespread support and enthusiasm, culminating in the erection of a magnificent structure at the heart of the town. Within the academy, various disciplines such as magic, combat, philosophy, and history were offered, with elite members of the expedition and distinguished scholars from afar serving as mentors. Aiden aspired that through the academy's teachings, the power of light would be passed down through generations, equipping future denizens with the capacity to confront any emerging dark challenges. During the academy's inaugural ceremony, Aiden stood at the podium, gazing at the vibrant assembly of students before him, his heart brimming with reflection and hope. Children, you are the hope of the light, the future of this land. His voice resonated with encouragement. In this world, the struggle between darkness and light has never ceased. Our victory today is but a waypoint in a protracted journey. I urge you to strive diligently here, to hone your bodies, minds, and wills, and to become the heroes capable of safeguarding our world. The students' eyes sparkled with resolve and aspiration, fully cognizant of the mission and responsibility resting upon their shoulders. In that moment, the seeds of light were sown within their hearts, awaiting the day they would take root and flourish. Aiden and his companions from the expedition would continue to protect this land, tirelessly striving for peace and prosperity in the world. Their tale would become legendary, inspiring generations to fight for light and justice. As the Luminary Academy flourished, Aiden began to cast his gaze toward broader horizons. He dispatched envoys to neighboring nations and regions, sharing their experiences and successes in combating dark forces, while seeking to establish a more extensive alliance and cooperation. Many countries welcomed Aiden's proposal with open arms, sending representatives to engage in dialogue and learn from one another. During this journey, Aiden forged many like-minded friendships, engaging in discussions on how to construct a more harmonious, stable, and luminous world. However, not all nations and regions embrace the ideals of light and cooperation. In the distant northern continent lies a formidable nation known as the Empire of Shadows, whose ruler has long coveted this newly revitalized land. The empire has persistently adhered to a policy of darkness and expansion, possessing formidable military power and malevolent magical prowess. Upon learning that Aiden had led an expedition to vanquish the Dark Lord, the ruler of the empire saw this as an opportune moment to extend their dominion. The empire began to amass troops along the borders, conducting military maneuvers that posed a grave threat to the land where Aiden resided. Upon receiving this news, Aiden recognized that a new crisis loomed on the horizon. He urgently convened the core members of the expedition team and the mentors of the Academy of Light to deliberate on countermeasures. The menace of the Empire of Shadows was not to be underestimated. We must be thoroughly prepared. Aiden declared with a solemn expression, "We cannot allow this land which has just begun to rebuild, to descend once more into war and darkness. Rex rose to his feet, clenching his fists. We do not fear them. We have triumphed over the Dark Lord before, and we shall certainly repel the invasion of the Empire. The other members echoed their agreement, their eyes reflecting not a trace of fear, but only unwavering resolve and determination. Aiden nodded. While we are confident, we must not be blindly optimistic. The military might of the Shadow Empire is formidable, necessitating the formulation of a meticulous strategy. Thus, they commenced an analysis of the Shadow Empire's troop deployments, military advantages, and weaknesses, integrating their own circumstances to devise a comprehensive defensive and counteroffensive strategy. Firstly, they fortified the defenses along the border by leveraging both magic and engineering. They constructed robust walls, fortifications, and magical traps. These defensive structures not only withstood enemy assaults but also enabled counterattacks and distractions against adversaries. Concurrently, Aiden organized an elite mobile unit comprised of the finest members from the expedition team and the most distinguished students of the Light Academy. This mobile force was poised to exploit flexibility on the battlefield, launching surprise assaults and creating disturbances to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. In diplomatic efforts, Aiden continued to dispatch envoys to other nations, seeking further support and assistance. He articulated the Shadow Empire's imperialistic ambitions and the threat this war posed to global peace, urging nations to unite in opposition to the Shadow Empire. Many countries were moved by Aiden's sincerity and sense of justice, expressing their willingness to provide military aid or material support. As provocations from the Shadow Empire intensified, war ultimately erupted. The Shadow Empire's army surged towards the border like a tidal wave, their soldiers clad in black armor, wielding sharp weapons, and chanting malevolent slogans. In the early stages of the assault, the Shadow Empire exerted immense pressure on the border defenses with their formidable military force. However, the garrison led by Aiden tenaciously resisted, utilizing the advantages of their fortifications to repel enemy advances time and again. The mobile unit played a crucial role on the battlefield as well. They darted through enemy ranks like phantoms, targeting supply lines and sabotaging siege equipment, causing significant disruption to the Shadow Empire's forces. During one audacious raid, the mobile unit successfully dismantled a large enemy siege camp, incinerating several catapults and siege towers, thereby severely diminishing the enemy's siege capabilities. Meanwhile, at the rear, the mages of the Light Academy worked tirelessly. They cast various spells to support and protect the frontline soldiers. Some mages employed healing magic to tend to the wounded. Others invoked defensive spells to enhance the wall's resilience, while additional mages unleashed offensive spells to strike the enemy from a distance. Amidst the fierce combat, Aiden discerned that although the Shadow Empire's forces were powerful, their coordination exhibited certain vulnerabilities. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to initiate a large-scale counteroffensive, personally leading the mobile unit. Aiden ventured deep into enemy territory in search of the Shadow Empire's command center. After arduous searching and combat, they finally located the enemy's command hub. Without hesitation, Aiden unleashed a potent spell from the Sacred Light Codex. A brilliant golden radiance surged towards the enemy command center. In an instant, the enemy command center was plunged into chaos, with commanders succumbing to panic and disorder. Seizing this opportunity, the defenders at the front launched a comprehensive counterattack, bursting forth from the city walls like ferocious tigers, engaging the enemy in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Amidst the fray, Rex exhibited exceptional valor, wielding his great sword like a deity of war, causing foes to fall before him wherever he went. Through the collective effort of all, the forces of the Shadow Empire were ultimately repelled, restoring a temporary tranquility to the borderlands. Yet Aiden understood that this was merely the commencement of a war. The Shadow Empire would not relinquish its imperial ambitions easily, and they would undoubtedly return. Aiden and his companions would steadfastly remain on this land, waging a prolonged and intensified battle against the Shadow Empire for the sake of light and peace. They believed that as long as they harbored light within their hearts and stood united, they could triumph over any dark challenges and usher in a truly peaceful and prosperous world. Chapter 87. The Shadow's Return and the Alliance's Predicament following this skirmish. Aiden and his companions were acutely aware that the threat of the Shadow Empire loomed overhead like an ominous cloud. During this brief period of tranquility, they dared not relent, dedicating themselves to military preparations, reinforcing the border defenses, and dispatching additional envoys to various nations in hopes of forging a more robust and extensive alliance. However, the Shadow Empire, having suffered defeat, did not descend into chaos or despair. Its ruler, an ambitious and merciless emperor, swiftly regrouped, summoning the nation's foremost dark sorcerers and military strategists to deliberate on the reasons for their defeat and devise new strategies for invasion. They meticulously developed countermeasures against Aiden's defensive tactics and covertly colluded with factions discontented with Aiden's alliance or seeking personal gain amidst the turmoil, attempting to undermine the unity of the alliance from within. On Aiden's side, divisions and conflicts gradually emerged within the alliance. Some nations, burdened by the disruption of trade and depletion of resources due to the war, expressed grievances, deeming the cost of continued resistance against the Shadow Empire too great, advocating for negotiations to secure a temporary peace and economic recovery. Others, while supporting Aiden's ideals of resistance, found themselves at odds over the extent of military aid and resource allocation, leading to a significant decline in collaborative efficiency within the alliance. Aiden, consumed by urgency, traversed the realms of various allied nations in a fervent attempt to mediate conflicts and unite hearts. In the grand courts and assemblies of these nations, he delivered impassioned speeches, underscoring the immutable nature of the Shadow Empire's aggression, asserting that any pursuit of peace would merely embolden its audacity, plunging countless innocent souls deeper into the abyss of darkness. However, his endeavors yielded only limited success as the fissures within the alliance continued to quietly widen. At this critical juncture, the Shadow Empire unleashed a new wave of offensives. Rather than resorting to the large-scale frontal assaults of previous encounters, they employed a more agile and unpredictable strategy. The Empire dispatched several elite small units, led by formidable dark sorcerers who utilized their arcane abilities to cloak their movements. These spectral forces stealthily traversed the rugged mountains and dense forests along the borders, infiltrating the rear areas of the Alliance. Like phantoms, they emerged to strike at the Alliance's supply lines, vital resource hubs, and small towns, sowing panic and chaos, leaving the Alliance's forces struggling to maintain cohesion and beset by exhaustion. Aiden led the mobile forces on a relentless quest for rescue. Yet confronted with the guerrilla tactics of the Shadow Empire, they often found themselves thwarted and on the defensive. The nations of the Alliance, hindered by prior discord and divisions, failed to coordinate effectively in response to this crisis. In a bid to safeguard their own interests, certain countries unilaterally recalled their troops stationed at the borders, resulting in vulnerabilities in border defenses. Seizing the opportunity, the main forces of the Shadow Empire launched a large-scale offensive, breaching multiple border lines and penetrating deep into the heart of the Alliance. In this dire moment, Aiden recognized the imperative to seek new sources of strength and strategic support. He recalled the ancient legends of mysterious ruins concealed deep within the continent, reputed to harbor formidable power and wisdom capable of altering the course of the war. Aiden resolved to lead an adventurous team composed of core members of the Exploration Squad, the bravest students from the Academy of Light, and elite warriors from various Alliance nations on a quest to uncover these enigmatic ruins. They traversed desolate deserts, treacherous swamps, and foreboding ancient tombs, enduring countless hardships. In a forsaken valley, they encountered ancient guardians of the ruins, colossal stone golems, and the enigmatic elven race endowed with potent magical abilities. Initially, these guardians regarded Aiden and his companions with hostility, perceiving them as invaders intent on desecrating the ruins. However, through Aiden's sincere demeanor and unwavering belief in light and justice, he articulated their intentions in the looming crisis facing the world. After a challenging exchange and trials, the Guardians were moved by the courage and resolve of Aiden and his team, ultimately granting them access to the ruins. Within the ruins, Aiden and his companions discovered long-lost tomes of light magic, formidable magical weapons, and crystals brimming with immense energy. These precious treasures filled them with elation. Yet the ruins concealed numerous arcane mechanisms and puzzles, where a single misstep could trigger lethal traps. They navigated with utmost caution, leveraging the wisdom and bravery of the team members to gradually unravel the enigmas and bypass the intricate mechanisms. Meanwhile, back in the Alliance, Rex and the remnants of the army, along with the populace, engaged in a valiant struggle against overwhelming odds. Utilizing the structures of the city as cover, they engaged the forces of the Shadow Empire in fierce urban warfare. The mages of the Academy of Light employed their full arsenal, casting magical shields to protect soldiers and civilians alike while unleashing devastating spells in a desperate bid to combat their foes. However, the onslaught of the Shadow Empire intensified, as they continually dispatched fresh troops imbued with dark magical powers, gradually constricting the Alliance's forces and civilians into a handful of major cities. leaving the situation perilously precarious. After months of exploration and cultivation within the ruins, Aiden and his companions finally mastered the utilization of newfound light magic and weaponry. With treasures and powers acquired from the ruins in tow, they hastened back to the Alliance. However, on their journey home, they encountered an interception force dispatched by the Shadow Empire. Undaunted, Aiden and his comrades wielded their newly learned magic and weapons, engaging the enemy in a breathtaking battle. During the clash, Aiden unleashed the most formidable light magic from the ruins, the Holy Radiance Judgment. A colossal golden beam surged skyward, instantly annihilating the enemy's main forces, prompting the remaining foes to flee in disarray. Aiden and his companions returned to the Alliance, heralding the dawn of victory. Their arrival infused the despondent citizens and military of the Alliance with newfound hope and courage. Aiden swiftly organized the army and the populace, harnessing the power he had retrieved from the ruins to launch a counteroffensive against the forces of the Shadow Empire. The newly discovered light magic and weaponry exhibited formidable strength, gradually tilting the tide of battle in favor of the Alliance, driving the Shadow Empire's troops from the cities they had occupied. However, the Shadow Empire was not wholly vanquished. In their retreat, they left behind numerous dark magical traps and plagues, intent on continuing to torment the lands and peoples of the Alliance. Aiden, alongside the mages of the Academy of Light and medical teams, dedicated themselves to eradicating these remnants of darkness. Simultaneously, he convened representatives from various nations within the Alliance, emphasizing the critical importance of unity and collaboration. Through this harrowing trial, the nations of the Alliance finally recognized their past errors and shortcomings. They cast aside old grievances and rejoined forces around Aiden, collaboratively formulating new strategies for defense and development. Aiden understood well that the war against the Shadow Empire would be long and arduous. Yet, as long as the nations of the Alliance stood united, steadfast in their commitment to light and justice, they would ultimately triumph over darkness, ushering in a peaceful, prosperous, and hopeful world. In the days that followed, Aiden and the nations of the Alliance reinforced their military defenses and pursued advancements in magical research, while also actively engaging in economic reconstruction and cultural exchange. They established numerous magical fortresses and trade fairs in border regions, facilitating the flow of goods and the movement of people among the nations. The Academy of Light expanded its enrollment, training more warriors and sages of light, thereby bolstering the Alliance's future strength. Meanwhile, the Shadow Empire, having suffered this defeat, descended into internal power struggles and chaos. Its rulers' prestige waned due to the war's failures, leading some nobles and generals within the realm to question and challenge the existing rule. Yet, Aiden remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the movements of the Shadow Empire, ready to confront any new challenges that might arise. In this tumultuous world, Aiden and his allies stood as beacons, guiding lights in the dark ocean, illuminating the path for the people. Their saga inspired generations to tirelessly strive for light and peace, becoming an immortal legend across the continent. Chapter 88, The Final Confrontation of Light and Shadow. After enduring numerous tribulations, Aiden and the allied nations are acutely aware that the war against the Shadow Empire has reached a pivotal juncture. Although the Shadow Empire is temporarily engulfed in internal power struggles, they are far from accepting defeat. Their dark ambitions continue to smolder in the shadows, akin to a dormant behemoth poised to unleash its wrath and plunge the world back into an abyss of unending darkness. In anticipation of a potentially ferocious retaliatory strike from the Shadow Empire, Aiden has proactively organized extensive military exercises among the allied nations. On the vast, unbounded plains, the allied forces stand in disciplined formation. Soldiers clad in resplendent armor brandish sharp weapons, their gazes resolute and courageous. Cavalrymen gallop on their agile steeds, stirring up clouds of dust as they skillfully wield long spears, practicing charges and assassination techniques. Meanwhile, the infantry work in close coordination, engaging in drills for formation changes, shield defenses, and hand-to-hand combat training. The mages from the Academy of Light are equally industrious, unleashing formidable spells within designated areas. Some conjure roaring flames that morph into colossal firebirds, soaring across the training grounds to demonstrate their overwhelming offensive power. Others erect towering ice walls, crystalline and impervious, to simulate defenses against the dark magical assaults of the Shadow Empire. Aiden traverses among the various troops, patiently instructing the soldiers in combat techniques and bolstering their morale with a voice that is both firm and powerful. We are the guardians of light, and behind us lie countless homes and loved ones. Regardless of the Shadow Empire's might, we shall not falter, for our convictions shine like this brilliant sun, destined to dispel all darkness. Simultaneously, artisans from the allied nations toil day and night, erecting more formidable magical fortresses along the borders. These fortifications soar into the heavens. Their walls constructed from massive blocks of enchanted stone, each inscribed with luminous magical runes that emit a soft golden glow, continuously enhancing the wall's defensive capabilities. Towering battlements are adorned with colossal magical crossbows capable of launching bolts infused with the essence of light, which pursue enemies with precision to strike the forces of the Shadow Empire accurately. Within the fortresses, vast quantities of supplies and weaponry are stockpiled, sufficient for the Allied forces to hold their ground for an extended period. Furthermore, multiple magical traps and early warning systems have been established in the border areas. These traps lie concealed beneath the earth or within thickets, ready to unleash their potent light magic upon triggering, ensnaring foes within, or delivering lethal blows. The early warning devices are attuned to detect the movements of the Shadow Empire's forces, promptly alerting the Allied troops and allowing them ample time to prepare for battle. However, following a brief period of chaos, the ruler of the Shadow Empire swiftly quelled the domestic power struggles through ruthless measures. He executed or imprisoned the nobles and generals who dared to challenge his authority, thereby re-establishing his grip on power. The cold-hearted emperor etched the disgrace of his failure deeply into his soul, vowing to exact a heavy toll from Aiden and the allied nations. Thus, he summoned all the dark forces within his realm, including the malevolent sorcerers hidden in the depths of darkness, terrifying creatures of the night, and the well-trained Shadow Legions. The dark sorcerers of the Shadow Empire convened in secret lairs to perform a nefarious ritual, sacrificing countless lives to summon an even more potent dark magic. This malevolent force permeated the skies above the Shadow Empire, rendering the heavens pitch black, intermittently illuminated by eerie purple lightning. On a night when howling winds prevailed and the moon was obscured, the Shadow Empire finally unleashed their ultimate offensive. Countless Shadow Legions surged forth from the borders like an unstoppable tide, their footsteps echoing like thunder upon the earth. The dark sorcerers unleashed a myriad of sinister spells at the front of the legions. Wherever their dark magic struck, the land withered, flowers and trees withering instantaneously into desolate ash. Some dark sorcerers summoned enormous demons, grotesque in form, wielding massive black weapons, roaring as they charged towards the defenses of the Alliance. The Alliance's warning system swiftly detected the assault from the Shadow Empire, with alarms echoing throughout the borderlands. Aiden quickly organized the Allied forces to mount a defense, personally leading the elite sorcerers of the Luminary Academy to the front lines. The mages of the Luminary Academy chanted incantations of light magic in unison, radiant brilliance blossoming in their hands, coalescing into a magnificent shield of light that stood resolutely before the Allied forces. This luminous barrier resembled an enormous golden mirror, reflecting the dark magic of the Shadow Empire back upon its wielders, some of whom were consumed by their own spells, emitting cries of agony. Protected by the radiant shield, the soldiers of the Alliance launched a fierce counterattack against the forces of the Shadow Empire. Archers drew their bows to the full, unleashing a rain of arrows, each imbued with the power of light by the mages, exploding with brilliant energy upon striking the soldiers or dark creatures of the enemy, inflicting tremendous damage. The infantry, armed with swords and shields, bravely charged forward, engaging in fierce close combat with the Shadow Legions. Meanwhile, the cavalry surged from the flanks, their lances glinting ominously in the moonlight, piercing mercilessly into the foes. In the critical moments of battle, Aiden discerned that the source of the Shadow Empire's dark magic lay behind their forces. He understood that only by destroying this source could the Shadow Empire be utterly vanquished. Therefore, he resolved to lead a strike team composed of the most exceptional mages from the Luminary Academy and the bravest warriors from the allied nations into the enemy's rear to obliterate the dark power source. Each member of this elite team possessed remarkable skills, and under Aiden's guidance, they stealthily maneuvered past the battlefield, advancing towards the rear of the Shadow Empire's forces. In their endeavor to traverse the enemy lines, the strike team encountered numerous challenges, facing several patrols from the Shadow Empire and engaging in intense battles with the adversary. The wizards of the Radiant Academy conjured various covert spells, concealing the assault team within the shadows to evade detection by the enemy. Meanwhile, the warriors, utilizing their exceptional combat skills, swiftly and silently dispatched the enemy patrols. At last, the team arrived at the source of the dark magical energy. Before them stood a colossal dark fortress, shrouded in a suffocating aura of dark magic. The fortress's gates were tightly shut, guarded by a formidable assembly of dark sentinels. Aiden understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his comrades. "We have come for light and peace, no matter the hardships that lie ahead. We must not falter. This battle will determine the fate of the world." With those words, Aiden charged forth against the dark sentinels. The sword of light in his hand radiated a searing brilliance, each swing unleashing a torrent of luminous power. The wizards of the academy unleashed their spells. Some summoned wings of light to soar above, raining down attacks on the dark guardians, while others cast binding spells to immobilize the sentinels, allowing the warriors to dispatch them with ease. After an intense confrontation, the assault team successfully breached the defenses of the dark sentinels and entered the fortress. Within its depths, they encountered various dark magical traps and mechanisms. With his keen perception, Aiden repeatedly guided his team away from danger. As they ventured deeper into the fortress's corridors, they finally discovered the chamber housing the source of the dark magic. Inside, a vast dark magic circle pulsated with a formidable shadowy glow, dark energy flowing like a river of ink within its confines. Aiden recognized this as the heart of the Shadow Empire's dark power. Without hesitation, he raised his sword of light, intoning the mightiest incantation of light, holy codex of light, purifying force, judge the wicked, illuminate the ages. As he recited the incantation, he was enveloped in a blinding golden radiance that intensified, ultimately converging upon his sword. With a powerful swing, Aiden unleashed a massive wave of golden energy towards the dark magic circle. The dark magic circle trembled violently under the assault of the golden energy, the forces of darkness colliding with the light, producing a deafening roar. The members of the assault team joined their strength to aid Aiden in attacking the dark magic circle. The wizards of the Radiant Academy continuously channeled their magical energy into Aiden, enhancing his luminous power. Warriors from the allied nations struck at the defensive structures surrounding the dark magic circle, weakening its defenses. Through their combined efforts, cracks finally began to appear in the dark magic circle. Dark energy seeped from the fissures, counteracting the light. Seizing the moment, Aiden unleashed another powerful strike. This time, the golden energy surged forth like a brilliant meteor, directly striking at the core of the dark magic circle. With a resounding explosion, the dark magic circle was utterly obliterated, and the source of dark magic dissipated into the ether. In that fleeting moment of destruction, the forces of the Shadow Empire found themselves engulfed in chaos. Deprived of their potent dark magic support, their combat efficacy severely diminished. Seizing this opportunity, the Allied forces launched a comprehensive counteroffensive. The mages of the Light Academy unleashed a myriad of powerful spells, executing a final purge of the enemy. The soldiers, emboldened, fought valiantly, driving the Shadow Empire's army entirely from the Alliance's territory. This climactic confrontation between light and shadow concluded with a resounding victory for the Alliance. Aiden and his companions, through their courage, wisdom, and faith, safeguarded the world's light and peace. As the battle waned, Aiden stood upon the land once ravaged by war. Gazing at the dawn breaking in the sky, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, he understood that although this war had reached its end, the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that as long as humanity clung to light and justice, a brighter world could undoubtedly be forged. Chapter 89, The Dawn of a New Journey. The foundation of hope. The smoke of battle had yet to clear, and the air was heavy with the acrid scent of charred remains and mingled blood. Aiden, gazing at the horizon painted in hues of orange and red by the rising sun, felt a blend of triumph and trepidation about the uncertain road ahead. Soldiers were busy clearing the battlefield, collecting usable weapons, and attending to the cries of the wounded. The mages of the Light Academy, utterly exhausted, sat slumped on the ground, their faces pale from the depletion of their magical energy. The commanders of the allied nations gathered around Aiden, an atmosphere of gravity enveloping them. One of the commanders broke the silence, stating, "Aiden, though we have triumphed in this battle, our losses are significant. The army needs to recuperate, and the populace yearns for stability. Can we truly expect the Shadow Empire to relent?" Aiden furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "They will not acquiesce easily. They are merely biding their time. We must use this interval to fortify ourselves." Thus, under Aiden's leadership, the Alliance embarked on a monumental initiative for post-war reconstruction and defense enhancement. The magical strongholds along the borders, though having withstood the onslaught of the Shadow Legions, bore deep scars. Artisans transported cartloads of new magical stones, while rune masters scaled the walls, meticulously carving and reinforcing runes. Each rune that illuminated radiated a brilliant golden light, as if the walls donned an impenetrable armor. Within the city, the blacksmiths' forges blazed day and night, the clanging of iron resonating continuously as they crafted sharper, more magically augmented weaponry for the soldiers. The Light Academy opened its doors wide to new students. Those who had witnessed the great battle and harbored aspirations to protect their homeland eagerly enrolled. The Academy's instructors were inundated with tasks, imparting foundational magical knowledge while identifying promising candidates for advanced offensive and defensive magic studies. Simultaneously, Aiden organized a specialized intelligence team composed of experts skilled in stealth and tracking. They silently infiltrated the border towns of the Shadow Empire, seeking to uncover the movements of the remaining factions. In the dimly lit, damp taverns and the concealed underbelly of the black market, intelligence operatives attuned their ears to gather every shred of valuable information. Soon, they became aware that the Shadow Empire was clandestinely reaching out to several neutral tribes, attempting to entice them to bolster its military strength. Aiden resolved to take the initiative, personally leading a diplomatic mission to the neutral tribes. The first destination was the Wind Whisper tribe, a people residing in the valleys, renowned for their ability to converse with the wind and their remarkable agility. Upon entering the territory of the Wind Whisper tribe, Aiden immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The tribe's people regarded them with palpable wariness. At the stone platform in the heart of the village, Aiden earnestly proclaimed, "The Shadow Empire harbors insidious intentions. Should they succeed, no corner of the world shall remain peaceful, and the freedom cherished by the Wind Whisper tribe will be but a memory. We, the Alliance, wish to join hands with you, sharing the bounties of peace." After a long period of contemplation, the elders of the tribe were ultimately moved by Aiden's words and agreed to remain neutral, refusing to collude with the Shadow. However, the Shadow Empire would not relinquish their ambitions easily. They dispatched a team of assassins to target Aiden. On a moonless, tempestuous night, as Aiden journeyed home, the assassins launched a surprise attack. Clad in black, they merged seamlessly with the darkness, brandishing poisoned daggers as they approached with ghostly stealth. Fortunately, Aiden's guards were vigilant, and an immediate clash ensued. Aiden unsheathed his sword, and the blade of light illuminated the surroundings, blinding the assassins with its brilliance and momentarily halting their assault. Seizing the opportunity, the guards counterattacked, and in a flurry of flashing blades and anguished cries, the assassins were forced to retreat in disarray. Upon returning to the Alliance headquarters, Aiden recognized the necessity of expediting military restructuring. He convened with military strategists from various nations, deciding to form an elite special operations unit characterized by unparalleled mobility, capable of rapidly responding to crises along the borders. The selection process was exceedingly rigorous, with candidates undergoing trials in magic, combat, and endurance. Ultimately, the warriors who emerged were resolute, honing their skills daily in the training camp, mastering cooperative tactics and new strategies. Meanwhile, within the Shadow Empire, the ruler lurked in his secluded palace, his gaze sinister. He bellowed at his cadre of dark advisors, "Incompetence. If you cannot even deal with Aiden, how do you expect to reclaim supremacy?" The advisors trembled, and one timidly suggested, "Your Majesty, ancient scrolls have spoken of a forbidden artifact hidden deep within the silent desert. One that has the power to subvert the light. If we were to locate it, our grand ambitions would surely come to fruition." The Emperor's eyes brightened with intrigue, and he promptly dispatched his most formidable dark expedition team on this quest. Aiden also learned of this news through the intelligence network. He was acutely aware of the peril posed by the forbidden artifact. Thus, he promptly assembled the elite forces of the Alliance and set forth towards the desolate desert. The desolate desert was oppressively hot, with yellow sand swirling in the air, each step feeling as if engulfed by searing flames. Within the Alliance's ranks, the mages raised their shields to fend off the sweltering heat, while the warriors remained vigilant against potential ambushes from beneath the sands. The Shadow Expeditionary team arrived at their destination first, discovering the artifact within the depths of an ancient ruin in the desert. This artifact resembled a black crystal orb, its interior shimmering with a ghostly light that emanated an unsettling aura. However, upon mere contact, the ruin triggered numerous traps, unleashing a barrage of poisoned arrows and colossal stones. The Shadow team suffered significant losses before they managed to escape with the artifact. When Aiden and his companions arrived, they effectively blocked their path. "Lay down the artifact. Today, you shall not escape this desert," Aiden proclaimed loudly. Instantly, a fierce battle ensued. Dark magic clashed with the forces of light, and the yellow sands were sent flying in all directions. The Alliance warriors charged valiantly, while the mages struck with precision, gradually gaining the upper hand. Seeing the dire situation, the Shadow team attempted to awaken the artifact's power, but it spiraled out of control, resulting in a backlash of magic. The artifact's radiance surged, enveloping all in its vicinity in a vortex of darkness. Aiden steadied himself amidst the swirling vortex, feeling an insidious will gnawing at his mind. He focused his spirit, channeling the power of light to safeguard those around him, while gradually approaching the out-of-control artifact. Upon making contact with the artifact, a surge of brilliance enveloped him, and he recited a purification incantation, golden light weaving its way into the artifact. After a protracted struggle, the dark aura of the artifact gradually dissipated, ultimately crumbling to dust. This battle left the Shadow Empire significantly weakened, rendering it incapable of stirring turmoil in the near future. The Alliance, on the other hand, basked in newfound glory, as some wavering small factions flocked to its cause. Aiden, however, remained vigilant. He called upon nations to embark on civil construction, reclaiming wastelands, improving irrigation systems, and reconstructing trade routes. Once barren lands flourished with lush crops, and the sound of merchant caravans resonated across the continent, bringing smiles back to the faces of the people. Yet, Aiden continued to prepare for the unknown. He established new research projects at the Academy of Light, delving into a magical system capable of long-term equilibrium against darkness. Additionally, he planted magical forests along the borders, trees that could sense dark presences and automatically unleash defensive spells. As time flowed on, Aiden traversed the Alliance, actively writing the ongoing saga of safeguarding the light. He understood that only through relentless pursuit could the brilliance of light continue to illuminate the world. Chapter 90. A New Path of Light. The deep cultivation of guardianship. The Alliance thrived in the aftermath of war, akin to a dazzling beacon illuminating a continent scarred by conflict. Towns flourished, trade routes thrived, and the populace sang praises of Aiden's achievements. However, beneath the placid surface, dark currents stirred. Though the Shadow Empire lay in tatters, its remnants lurked in the shadows, their seeds of hatred and ambition far from extinguished. In the depths of the Shadow Empire, within the confines of a forsaken castle, a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes gathered around a pulsating crystal radiating an eerie green glow. Aiden has thwarted our plans time and again, and the artifact's destruction cannot allow our sovereign's grand ambition to wither, one of them hissed, their voice akin to that of decay oozing from a rotting coffin. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes intertwining, having seemingly forged a sinister pact. Meanwhile, the Alliance's intelligence network had also detected unusual activities. Aiden scrutinized the reports presented by his spies, his brow furrowed. The intelligence revealed that unfamiliar figures had been appearing intermittently in border villages, livestock mysteriously vanished from homes, and bizarre shadows danced during the night. It appeared they were devising a new conspiracy, and Aiden could not afford to remain passive. "We cannot overlook this," he murmured, promptly ordering the security forces of the nations to elevate their alert levels. Mysterious visitor. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived at the Academy of Light. Clad in a gray robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured most of his face, he moved with a grace that seemed to accompany a gentle breeze. He specifically requested to see Aiden, and when the gatekeepers attempted to stop him, he merely whispered, "I am aware of the new schemes of the Shadow," and was permitted to enter. In the reception hall of the Academy, Aiden met the figure. Before he could utter a word, the gray-robed visitor slowly removed his hat, revealing a weathered face marked by experience, yet with piercing eyes. "I am Lyle, a former high-ranking mage of the Shadow Empire, who defected to escape the encroaching darkness upon our world." Lyle spoke candidly, revealing that they were studying a forbidden spell capable of awakening the undead to fight on their behalf. This spell had already been tested in several concealed tombs, and if successful, the Alliance would face the dire threat of a zombie horde. Upon hearing this, Aiden felt a heavy weight in his heart. Fully aware of the terror that an army of the undead could unleash, he swiftly summoned the core members of the Alliance to confer with Lyle on a counter-strategy. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to form an expedition team, led by Lyle, to infiltrate those experimental tombs and destroy them before the forbidden spell could be completed. The team comprised the Alliance's finest, including rangers adept at tracking and exploration, light priests capable of dispelling dark magic, and warriors skilled in various forms of combat. Before their departure, Aiden bestowed protective blessings upon them, his expression grave as he cautioned, "This journey is fraught with peril. You must return safely." For the safety of the Alliance rests upon your shoulders. Under the cover of night, the expedition team stealthily entered the desolate borderlands. The moonlight was dim, casting shadows over the rugged terrain, where ominous howls echoed intermittently. Following Lyle's guidance, they discovered a hidden entrance behind a thicket-laden valley. The air was thick with a putrid stench, and the walls were etched with eerie runes, glowing faintly in a ghostly blue light. Cautiously, they stepped inside, the stone slabs beneath their feet creaking ominously, as if awakening slumbering malevolence. As they ventured deeper into the tomb, a deep, resonant growl began to fill the air. Suddenly, a horde of zombies lunged around a corner, their bodies contorted, eye sockets hollow yet glowing with a ravenous light. The warriors immediately raised their shields to fend off the zombies' sharp claws, while the rangers, positioned at the rear, drew their bows and expertly targeted the creatures' vulnerable necks. The priests waved their holy staffs, unleashing radiant light that purified the dark magic in the air, slowing the zombies' movements. Lyle chanted incantations, unleashing flames that engulfed the foremost zombies in an instant. However, as they progressed further, the undead grew increasingly formidable, culminating in the appearance of a skeletal mage capable of wielding shadow magic. The skeletal mage floated in the darkness, brandishing its bone staff as black magical projectiles rained down upon them. The team found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, with injuries sustained and blood staining the ground, inciting the zombies to become even more frenzied. In a crucial moment, Lyle, leveraging his familiarity with shadow magic, stealthily maneuvered behind the skeletal mage, disrupting its casting rhythm with his formidable power. Seizing the opportunity, the warriors leapt forward to shatter the bone staff. Deprived of its amplifying focus, the skeletal mage disintegrated into dust. After a brief respite, the team pressed onward, determined to uncover the source of the forbidden spell. At the deepest recesses of the tomb, a colossal obsidian altar loomed in the center, encircled by stone basins filled with a viscous black liquid, within which various twisted remnants floated. Above the altar, a tome exuding malevolent energy hovered, its pages turning of their own accord, dark runes flickering ominously. The magical fluctuations of the forbidden spell emanated relentlessly from this source. Lyle exclaimed, "We must destroy the spellbook immediately." Yet, as they approached, a powerful shield materialized around them, rebounding the magical energy and forcing the team to stagger backward. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings resonated from outside the tomb. The Shadow Empire had detected the expedition team's presence and dispatched bat-like demons to launch a pincer attack. The members of the expedition team found themselves in a dire predicament, their backs pressed against the forbidden spell shield as they confronted the onslaught of the dark soldiers. The malevolent warriors surged forth like a tempest of shadows, and the adventurers gritted their teeth in resistance. The valiant fighters wielded their longswords, battling amidst a storm of blood and chaos. The priest, nearly drained of magical energy, strained to maintain the protective barrier, while the ranger, with an empty quiver, resorted to close combat with a dagger. Lyle, observing the increasingly waning spirits of his comrades, felt an urgent desperation. In a moment of resolve, he sliced open his palm, letting his lifeblood cascade onto the shield, channeling the magic coursing through his veins to create a small breach. Seizing the opportunity, a warrior lunged towards the spellbook, and just as he touched it, the book unleashed a final wave of dark energy. He coughed up blood yet clutched the tome with unwavering determination. With a thunderous explosion, the spellbook detonated, extinguishing the light of the forbidden spell and causing the entire tomb to begin its collapse. Drawing upon their remaining strength, the group fought their way through the encircling bat-like soldiers, narrowly escaping the cataclysm before the tomb was completely obliterated. In the aftermath of this encounter, the Alliance recognized the ferocity of the impending shadow retaliation. Aiden mobilized the nations once more, initiating a comprehensive military preparation. The Academy of Light introduced practical magic courses, where young students diligently honed their skills in group attacks and defensive spells on simulated battlefields. The blacksmith workshops labored day and night, forging new armor resistant to the encroaching darkness, each piece inscribed with luminous runes that shimmered softly. Furthermore, the nations united to establish aerial patrols, riding tamed griffins and dragons, soaring through the skies to monitor every inch of the borders. The intelligence department also expanded significantly, training numerous spies to infiltrate the shadow forces. Weaving a tighter web of intelligence, Aiden traversed the various preparation sites, uplifting the spirits of the troops. "We have repelled them countless times before. This time, we shall surely uphold the light." As the shadows struck again, the Shadow Empire, infuriated by the failure of their tomb plan, resolved to launch an all-out assault. Instantly, the flames of war reignited at the borders as the Shadow Legions descended in overwhelming numbers. Leading the charge were massive arcane puppets, crackling with black lightning. Each step sending tremors through the ground, followed by dark knights astride nightmarish steeds, brandishing their lances and unleashing chilling gales, and behind them, a legion of dark sorcerers reciting incantations, pressing the ominous shroud down upon the Alliance's defenses. The Alliance forces braced themselves, the border's magical fortresses resonating with cannon fire. As magical projectiles arced through the sky, detonating among the shadow ranks, the warriors roared as they charged forth, clashing with the dark knights in fierce combat, while the light mages gathered their power to erect luminous shields, fending off the encroaching darkness. The aerial patrols joined the fray, griffin riders raining down incendiary boulders, and dragons breathing fire, sowing chaos among the ranks of the Shadow Army. Aiden personally led the charge at the front lines, wielding the Sword of Light, which radiated brilliance. Upon witnessing the magical puppets breach the frontline defenses, he soared into the air, channeling his entire magical essence into the blade. With a single, decisive strike, he unleashed a torrent of radiant energy that severed the joints of the puppet's legs, causing it to crash to the ground. The soldiers, witnessing this feat, were invigorated, their spirits soaring as their battle cries echoed thunderously, fueling an increasingly fervent counterattack. In the decisive battle at dawn, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The Shadow Sorcerers initiated a forbidden fusion spell, coalescing dark energies into a colossal black dragon. The dragon, with its menacing claws bared, descended upon the allied forces. Aiden promptly assembled the Alliance's most formidable cadre of sorcerers, who joined hands to create a resonating circle of magic, summoning a divine phoenix. The phoenix, enveloped in brilliant flames, engaged in a fierce aerial struggle against the dark dragon. On the ground, soldiers clashed with the dark knights, embroiled in a fierce and bloody confrontation. At a critical juncture, the reserve forces of the Alliance arrived just in time, their fresh vigor shattering the deadlock. These reserve warriors, filled with fervor and fearless resolve, surged into the fray, gradually pushing back the dark knights. Meanwhile, the light priests traversed the battlefield, tending to the wounded and alleviating the fatigue and fears of their comrades. Aiden gazed upon the fierce battlefield, a resolute determination swelling within him. He ascended into the heavens, positioning himself between the phoenix and the malevolent dragon, his arms outstretched as a torrent of radiant power surged forth. Reciting the ancient protective incantation, the brilliance intensified, suppressing the shadowy aura of the dragon. The warriors of the Alliance, inspired by this display, raised their voices in unison, launching a full-scale assault that shattered the defenses of the Shadow Legion. The forces of the Shadow Empire began to crumble, the Dark Knights forsook their armor, and the magicians, drained of their magical energy, scattered in flight. The Alliance, seizing the momentum, relentlessly pursued the remnants of the Shadow Army deep into the Empire. Following this monumental battle, the Shadow Empire was left utterly devoid of the capacity to wage war, compelled to sign a peace treaty, pledging never to covet the lands of the Alliance again and to curtail their nefarious actions. In the aftermath of the great conflict, Aiden remained grounded, unclouded by the euphoria of victory. He urged the nations of the Alliance to embark on a sustained peace-building initiative, reconstructing towns upon the ruins and allowing the displaced populace to return to their homes. The Academy of Light welcomed scholars from across the nations, where knowledge and magic intertwined and flourished, nurturing generations of guardians of the light. Along the borders, the former battlegrounds blossomed with silver moonflowers, emblems of peace, while the enchanted forest thrived, standing sentinel alongside newly erected watchtowers to safeguard the hard-won tranquility. Aiden often strolled through these serene landscapes, reminiscing about the tumultuous days of battle, aware that the guardianship of light constitutes an eternal journey. Yet, as long as the flame of faith endures, the beacon of hope shall forever illuminate this land. As time flowed steadily on, the Alliance prospered in the embrace of light, penning its own illustrious saga. Chapter 91, The Dawn of a New Era, Heritage and Exploration. The signing of the peace treaty was akin to a heavy shackle, momentarily sealing the ambitions of the Shadow Empire. However, Aiden understood that the embers lurking in the shadows could be rekindled with the slightest misstep. The reconstruction efforts across the nations of the Alliance advanced methodically. The ruins of towns were gradually supplanted by new edifices, and the laughter of children began to resonate through the streets. Yet, The intelligence reports that reached Aiden's desk perpetually gnawed at his heart with unease. Though the Shadow Empire had been gravely weakened, the dark sorcerers who had retreated to the depths of the Empire had not ceased their clandestine activities. They lurked within ancient underground chambers, scouring dusty tomes and magical crystals for a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Rumors circulated that some of these sorcerers sought to unravel an ancient blood curse, said to empower the caster with cataclysmic magical might, fueled by the soul of the sacrificial offering. Moreover, in remote villages along the borders, mysterious shadow assassins occasionally emerged, cloaked in darkness and wielding poison daggers, stealthily infiltrating the homes of villagers, seemingly in search of some ancient relics. Aiden realized that it was imperative to uproot the lurking dangers, and thus he summoned the elite warriors of the Alliance to form a special task force. Each member of this squad was an elite, seasoned by the crucible of warfare. Among them was a druid of the elven race, possessing an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of men. No scheme could escape his keen awareness. Additionally, there was a mechanic hailing from the Dwarven Kingdom, equipped with his handcrafted steampunk weaponry, capable of launching powerful impact projectiles and unleashing torrents of searing flames. The task force stealthily infiltrated the borders of the Shadow Empire, tracing the faint trails left by the assassins. The path through the underground labyrinth was fraught with challenges, as the clues left by the assassins dwindled amidst the desolate mountains. Yet, through his communion with the spirits of nature, the druid uncovered a concealed entrance hidden behind the rocky walls. This entrance led into a vast underground maze, its damp walls perpetually oozing droplets of water, their rhythmic drips echoing in the silence like the ticking of a countdown clock. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay, and bizarre shadowy figures flitted about, as if the guardians of the maze lurked in the darkness. The squad advanced cautiously, with the mechanic at the forefront, illuminating their path with a warm glow from his device. Suddenly, the ground fissured, and a swarm of shadowy monstrosities, resembling spiders, emerged. Their bodies were encased in tough shells, their 8 long legs writhing, and venomous fangs gleaming menacingly. The dwarven mechanic remained unperturbed, swiftly recalibrating his weapon to unleash a barrage of impact projectiles that sent several of the creatures hurtling away. Meanwhile, the elven druid summoned vines that ensnared the legs of the monstrosities, thwarting their movements. The team worked in perfect harmony, swiftly carving a bloody path through the onslaught. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the magical traps became increasingly dense. There were illusions capable of ensnaring minds and delusions, where past fears surged like a tidal wave. There were also areas where gravity reversed, causing disorientation and chaos. Fortunately, the party included a human mage well-versed in dispelling magic. He chanted incantations, wielding his wand to illuminate runes that systematically dismantled the threats. At last, they discerned faint incantations echoing through the air, following the sound. They discovered the lair of the shadow mages. In the subterranean chamber, a cluster of shadow mages gathered around a colossal, blood-red magical circle, within which lay several soulless bodies, withered and desiccated as if their life essence had been siphoned away. Upon noticing the intrusion of the Alliance squad, the mages ceased their chanting, revealing grotesque grins. "You have arrived just in time. Your soul shall serve to complete this grand blood curse," bellowed the leading mage. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The shadow mages hurled chains of dark magical energy, attempting to ensnare the intruders. The Alliance squad nimbly evaded, and the mechanic seized the opportunity to unleash flames that surged toward the mages. The elven druid transformed into a fierce leopard, leaping towards the enemy, her claws tearing through the dark defenses. The human mage engaged directly with the shadow mages, their magical energies intertwining, filling the chamber with a cacophony of light and shadow. At a critical moment, Aiden arrived just in time, wielding his sword of light, which radiated a brilliant glow. With a single, decisive strike, he shattered the blood curse magical circle. Deprived of the support of their magical formations, the shadow sorcerers found their powers rebounding upon themselves, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Yet, the leader among them consumed a mysterious gem of magic, causing his powers to surge uncontrollably. He charged at Aiden, seeking a mutual destruction. Aiden stood resolute, channeling the entirety of his radiant energy to confront the foe head-on. In an instant, brilliance erupted, banishing the dark magic entirely, and the frenzied sorcerer was reduced to ashes. After successfully eradicating the remnants of darkness, Aiden returned to the Alliance, contemplating the construction of a more robust foundation for peace. He proposed the establishment of shared branches of magical academies among the allied nations, enabling the younger generations to engage in deeper exchanges and studies, thereby dismantling cultural and ideological barriers. This initiative was met with widespread enthusiasm, and soon a magnificent multinational magical academy rose at the heart of the alliance. The academy not only imparted knowledge of magic but also offered courses in peace studies and diplomacy aimed at cultivating a new generation of leaders equipped with wisdom and strategy. Simultaneously, Aiden advocated for the signing of more detailed trade agreements among the nations, paving the way for new commercial routes. Once desolate borderlands gradually blossomed into bustling marketplaces, where merchants from diverse realms peddled exquisite treasures, spices, silks, and magical artifacts. Through the exchange of goods, relationships grew ever closer, and the ideals of peace took root in the hearts of all. To safeguard the borders, the allied nations collaboratively constructed a formidable magical fortress. This stronghold amalgamated the dwarves' masterful architectural prowess with the elves' enigmatic protective spells. Towering walls, crafted from self-repairing magical stones, were inscribed with runes of light, perpetually emanating a force to repel darkness. Equipped with state-of-the-art magical watchtowers, it could monitor activity from miles away, and at the slightest disturbance, alarms would resonate throughout the alliance. As the alliance thrived, ominous tidings emerged from distant seas. A mysterious tribe of sea demons began to frequently assail coastal villages, navigating massive skeletal warships. Their sails crafted from the hides of deep-sea leviathans, exuding an eerie aura. The enchanting songs of the sea demons concealed deadly intentions. Fishermen entranced by the melodies would plunge into the depths, becoming prey for the demons. Furthermore, it was rumored that a shadowy force backed the sea demon tribe, providing them with magical artifacts capable of controlling oceanic storms, emboldening their audacity. In urgent deliberation, the allied nations resolved to form a joint fleet for a counteroffensive. The fleet comprised not only human-operated sailing warships but also the dwarves' indomitable iron vessels, reinforced with heavy artillery. The elves dispatched Nimble with spirits adept at harnessing sea breezes, utilizing natural magic to accelerate and protect the fleet. As the united fleet ventured into the deep sea, the waters were initially calm. However, as they progressed, the fog thickened, reducing visibility to a minimum. Suddenly, tumultuous undercurrents surged around them, and massive whirlpools materialized, threatening to drag the ships into the abyss below. The diminutive engineers swiftly activated the steam-powered apparatus, exerting every ounce of strength to stabilize the vessel. Meanwhile, the wood sprites converged their magical energies, summoning the sea breeze to disperse some of the fog. After a laborious struggle to escape the whirlpool, the ships of the sea sirens emerged. They flitted like phantoms among the fleet, as the sirens sang from the prow of their vessels, unleashing invisible sound waves that assailed the crew's minds. The fleet's mages promptly cast soundproofing spells to thwart the melodic onslaught, while the warriors drew their bows taut, launching fiery arrows that ignited the siren ships. In an instant, the ocean was ablaze, with the cacophony of battle cries intertwining with the roar of the waves. Yet, the sirens did not retreat. They summoned deep-sea behemoths, massive octopuses extending their formidable tentacles to ensnare the ships, while whale-like monstrosities leapt high, crashing down upon the fleet. The fleet found itself in a desperate struggle, with numerous vessels sustaining damage and crew casualties mounting. At a critical juncture, Aiden stood at the bow of the flagship, brandishing the Sword of Light, releasing a surge of radiant energy that dispelled some of the sirens' magic, affording the fleet a moment to counterattack. Amidst the intense naval battle, the fleet's mages discerned the source of the sirens' mysterious power emanating from a distant, enigmatic island. The fleet fought valiantly, carving a bloody path toward the isle. Upon landing, they discovered the island was strewn with peculiar crystalline devices, emanating a ghostly blue glow, seemingly absorbing the ocean's energies. Delving deeper, they stumbled upon an ancient underwater temple, from which the magical fluctuations radiated. Entering the temple, the damp and shadowy atmosphere sent chills down their spines, as the walls were inscribed with unfamiliar runes and murals, seemingly narrating an ancient, nefarious scheme. At the temple's deepest recess, they encountered a figure cloaked in black, surrounded by a swirling amalgam of darkness and oceanic magic. "You have thwarted my plans. The Alliance should not meddle here," the mysterious figure bellowed. It was revealed that he was an ancient ocean sorcerer, corrupted by dark forces, attempting to use the sirens and oceanic beasts to dominate the coastal regions and threaten the entire Alliance. Without further ado, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The enigmatic sorcerer manipulated the temple's crystalline devices to launch attacks, sending beams of energy hurtling toward the intruders. The fleet's members scattered, using the temple's stone pillars for cover while mounting their counteroffensive. Aiden charged toward the sorcerer, the sword of light clashing violently with the dark magic, each encounter igniting powerful energy shocks. Meanwhile, the dwarven engineers stealthily maneuvered behind the crystalline devices, employing their tools to dismantle them and weaken the sorcerer's magical enhancements. The elven druid awakened the dormant forces of nature on the island, as vines and roots surged forth to entrap the sorcerer's movements. United in purpose, they finally subdued the mysterious sorcerer. Aiden summoned the collective strength of his companions, piercing the sorcerer's dark shield with a single thrust that struck true at his core. As a blinding radiance enveloped the scene, the sorcerer disintegrated, and the Siren tribe, now bereft of control, scattered in disarray. The allied fleet emerged victorious, successfully safeguarding the coastal territories of the Alliance. In the aftermath of this conflict, the Alliance's renown soared throughout the continent and maritime realms. Young people from various nations are profoundly inspired, eagerly dedicating themselves to the noble cause of safeguarding the Alliance. The enrollment at the Academy of Light has been steadily increasing, as the new generation of students, fueled by their aspirations for enlightenment and their resolute commitment to preserving peace, diligently pursue knowledge and mastery of magic. Aiden gazed upon the vibrant youth before him, filled with profound solace. He understood that the guardianship of light was no longer solely the responsibility of his generation, but rather a grand mission to be passed down through the ages. Thus, he commenced the composition of the Chronicle of the Alliance's guardianship, meticulously documenting the battles of yore, both victories and defeats, in the hopes that future generations might draw strength from the wisdom and courage of their predecessors, ensuring that the Alliance would forever advance along the luminous path, crafting a future resplendent with glory. As the years flowed on, the ember of this vigilance and hope continued to thrive across the lands of the Alliance, never to be extinguished. Chapter 92. The path of stellar radiance. The victorious cheers along the coastal realms of the Alliance had yet to fully dissipate when an urgent missive streaked across the sky like a meteor, landing upon Aiden's desk. The magical runes inscribed upon the parchment shimmered with an enigmatic glow, carrying the anxious breath of distant lands. It was a plea for help from the desert city-states, where the once thriving city of sands was now being ravaged by a horde of storm demons. According to the letter, these tempestuous fiends resembled colossal scorpions, enveloped in a whirlwind of howling sand and gravel. In their wake, oases withered, trade routes were severed, and the populace endured unspeakable suffering. Aiden urgently convened the Alliance Council, where the expressions of the representatives from various nations were solemn and filled with apprehension. The dwarf representative pounded the table fiercely, causing the goblets upon it to clink. We cannot stand idly by while our allies suffer. We must hasten our forges to create gear to withstand the sands. The elven representative gently caressed the strings of his bow, gazing into the distance. The creatures of the desert cry out in anguish. It is our duty to harmonize the forces of nature. My kin shall dispatch our finest wind-wielding emissaries. The assembly swiftly reached a consensus to embark on an expedition, and a new Alliance expeditionary force began to assemble. As the expeditionary force stepped into the vast expanse of the desert, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the sands beneath. It was not long before they were beset by a fierce sandstorm. The howling winds roared, and the grains of sand sliced through the air like daggers, reducing visibility to nothing. The soldiers clutched the reins of their camels tightly, shielding their faces with heavy cloaks. The dwarf engineer activated his specially designed wind shield, an intricate apparatus of metal and glass that provided a small haven of calm amidst the chaos. As the storm began to abate, a peculiar area of quicksand emerged ahead. The moment the camel's hooves made contact, it began to sink slowly. The elven druid promptly summoned a vast expanse of resilient vines, weaving a verdant web across the quicksand, allowing the group to tread cautiously forward. However, before they could catch their breath, sandstorm demons suddenly erupted from beneath the surface, their scorpion tails raised high, glistening with venomous menace. The warriors drew their swords to face the onslaught, the clash of metal and the demons' shrieks echoing across the desert. Aiden discovered that the actions of these demons were influenced by the magnetic forces beneath the sands. He commanded the human mages to cast magnetic interference spells, causing the demons to become disoriented. The expeditionary forces seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, slaying several of the fiends and struggling to escape the perilous terrain. Upon arriving at the city of sand, the sight that greeted them was heart-wrenching. The once magnificent golden-roofed structures lay mostly buried under heaps of sand, and an atmosphere of despair pervaded the streets. The city's leader greeted Aiden with a weary visage, recounting the tale of the calamity that had befallen them. It turned out that a group of tomb raiders had ventured deep into an ancient and forbidden crypt within the desert, inadvertently triggering an ancient seal that unleashed these sandstorm demons. As night fell, the group camped amidst the ruins, only to hear a mysterious melody emanating from the depths below. A few brave soldiers followed the sound, only to be ensnared by an unseen force that dragged them into a sand pit. Aiden realized that this might be the crucial clue to resolving the crisis, and he led an elite team deeper into the subterranean passages. The underground corridor was eerie and dark, its walls etched with ancient incantations, occasionally releasing clouds of sand to obscure their path. The team advanced cautiously, triggering numerous traps along the way. Some floors would suddenly crack open, plunging anyone unfortunate enough to fall into deep pits lined with spikes. Other areas unleashed a barrage of sand arrows, but thanks to the dwarven mechanic's metal shield, they managed to avert disaster time and again. Upon reaching the heart of the crypt, they beheld a colossal obsidian statue, beside which lay the tomb raiders, rendered lifeless and hollow-eyed as if their very souls had been siphoned away. The statue radiated a torrent of magical energy, the source of the sandstorm demon's power. Just as Aiden approached, the statue sprang to life, its massive stone fist crashing down with immense force. A fierce battle ensued between the team and the animated statue. The elven druid summoned sandwolves to rend at its legs. The dwarven mechanic reconfigured his weapons into drilling mode, attempting to dismantle its joints. The human mage poured forth his magical essence, casting binding spells upon the statue. Aiden leaped onto the statue's shoulder, brandishing the sword of light, aiming for the point where the magic converged. In the midst of the fierce struggle, Aiden unexpectedly fell within the statue's interior, discovering a hidden realm suffused with an eerie emerald glow of souls. It was here that he learned of the ancient spirit of the sands, imprisoned for millennia. Driven to rage by the tomb raiders' disturbance, which had incited the demons to wreak havoc, Aiden engaged the spirit in a dialogue on a spiritual plane, recounting the suffering endured by the beings above and pledging to safeguard the crypt and preserve its civilization. Moved by Aiden's words, the ancient spirit withdrew its power, causing the sandstorm demons to vanish in an instant. The city of sand was revitalized, and the populace erupted in jubilant cheers, offering the expeditionary forces their most precious gems and spices. The army returned home, adorned with glory and newfound bonds, unaware that in the northern ice fields, a pair of cold, watchful eyes were observing the movements of the Alliance as a new adventure brewed in the shadows. On their journey home, the Alliance received urgent intelligence from their northern ally, Frosthold, regarding the recent appearances of mysterious groups traversing the ice fields. These entities were breaking into ancient ice caves, seemingly in search of some arcane power. Sensing impending peril, Aiden, undeterred by the need for rest, redirected a portion of his elite forces northward. As they stepped onto the ice fields, a piercing chill penetrated their very bones. Blizzards swept through frequently, rendering visibility alarmingly low. During a lull in the storm, scouts discovered a series of peculiar footprints in the snow, massive, resembling bear paws, yet imbued with eerie spiral patterns. The group pursued the tracks to an abandoned mine, where faint waves of chilling magical energy emanated from within. Upon entering the mine, the icy walls glimmered ominously, with icicles occasionally plummeting from above. Not long into their exploration, they encountered a pack of ice-dwelling werewolves, their bodies cloaked in snow, with eyes as blue as ice, glinting menacingly in the shadows. The werewolves moved swiftly, attacking from all directions, but the expeditionary force held their ground in a tight formation, using swords and shields for defense. Dwarven engineers launched freezing projectiles to hinder the werewolves' movements, while elven archers picked them off with precision. As they pressed deeper, they discovered an altar of ice crystals shrouded in a blue glow at the bottom of the mine, with tools left behind by a mysterious group scattered about. Before they could investigate further, the altar suddenly unleashed a powerful wave of frost, instantly encasing several soldiers in ice. Aiden sensed that this was a precursor to awakening a malevolent ice spirit and knew they had to act swiftly to prevent it. In a race against time, the group sought to dismantle the altar, but at the last moment, the ice spirit emerged from its confines. Ethereal and graceful, it radiated a bone-chilling aura, causing the surrounding ice walls to expand wildly. The spirit summoned ice pillars to assault the expeditionary force, but Aiden wielded his sword of light to carve a path through the frost, while human mages countered with melting spells to diminish the spirit's advantage. The battle reached a stalemate, with the ice spirit growing stronger by drawing upon the mine's chilling magic. A clever dwarf engineer devised a plan to destroy the mine's supporting pillars, triggering a minor collapse that disrupted the spirit's energy accumulation. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden concentrated all his radiant power and lunged forward, driving his sword into the core of the ice spirit. It let out a piercing wail, shattering into countless icy fragments, momentarily averting the crisis, though the purpose of the mysterious group remained shrouded in mystery. Upon arriving at Frost Fortress, they found it heavily fortified, with the populace in a state of anxiety. The lord of the fortress presented a fragment of an ancient tome, adorned with indistinct illustrations that seemed related to the spoils sought by the enigmatic group, subtly indicating a long-lost temple deep within the ice fields. To preempt any further threats, Aiden resolved to lead an expedition to uncover the temple's secrets. The journey to the temple was fraught with perilous illusions, including disorienting snow mists and hidden crevasses masquerading as level ground. Relying on the elves' keen senses and the dwarves' sophisticated detection devices, the expeditionary force navigated cautiously. The temple loomed beneath an icy cliff, exuding an ancient and foreboding aura. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a dim, bluish light, with wall carvings depicting the enigmatic rituals of ancient ice realms. In the main chamber, they discovered a colossal ice sarcophagus, its lid inscribed with runes, the very place the mysterious group sought to breach. As Aiden approached the sarcophagus, its lid began to slide open, releasing an overwhelming surge of magical energy. From within arose a frost giant, once the guardian of the ancient ice fields, cursed to eternal slumber by malevolent forces, now sought to be awakened by the shadowy group for their own ends. The giant opened its eyes, and its roar reverberated through the temple, effortlessly casting several individuals aside with a mere wave of its hand. The expeditionary force now faced a desperate struggle against the frost giant. Its tough hide rendered ordinary attacks virtually ineffective. The dwarven engineer concentrated all firepower, aiming at the joints of the giant with relentless bombardment. The elven druid summoned the icy tendrils of the tundra to ensnare the giant's legs. Aiden, taking advantage of his companion's cover, leaped onto the giant's shoulder and plunged the sword of light fiercely into its head, striving to shatter the curse's seal. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discovered a black magic crystal embedded in the giant's chest, the very source of the curse. With every ounce of his strength, and while his allies held the giant at bay, he thrust his sword into the crystal. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, the crystal shattered, and the madness in the giant's eyes faded, restoring clarity as it collapsed into a cloud of icy dust. The nefarious plot of the mysterious faction had failed. The northern tundra regained its tranquility, and the legendary adventures of the Alliance continued to unfold on the unknown journey ahead. Chapter 93. The Enigma of Flame Valley. Since the Alliance's triumphant return from the northern tundra, their renown has spread far and wide, with tales of the expeditionary force's valor echoing through every city-state. Aiden finally found a moment to pause and savor a rare respite at the Alliance headquarters. However, this period of tranquility was short-lived, as a letter, imbued with the scent of charred remnants, descended like a flaming bird onto Aiden's windowsill. The edges of the parchment were singed, the scrawl upon it uneven yet brimming with urgency. The missive was from the Fire Lizard clan of the Southern Flame Valley, a region perpetually engulfed in searing heat and magma, now beset by inexplicable calamity. The magma springs within the valley appeared to be manipulated by some malevolent force, erupting chaotically rather than in their usual rhythmic bursts, devastating the habitats of the fire lizards along their path. More alarmingly, silhouettes of fire demons flickered through the dense smoke. These ancient evildoers, once dormant in the depths of Flame Valley, had been awakened to wreak havoc. Aiden swiftly summoned his troops, and the Alliance responded with remarkable alacrity. The dwarven representatives brought forth newly crafted heat-resistant armor, its surface engraved with fireproof runes, glimmering with a muted metallic sheen under the sun. The elven race dispatched priests adept in fire magic, clad in pristine white robes and wielding staffs adorned with fiery red gemstones, their gazes resolute. A new expeditionary force was quickly assembled and set forth towards the fiery valley. As they stepped into the realm of the fiery valley, a searing wave of heat surged forth like an overwhelming tide. The air warped and distorted, and the soldiers felt as though they had entered a colossal furnace. The ground beneath their feet was excruciatingly hot. After only a few steps in ordinary boots, the soles began to melt, compelling everyone to don the dwarven-made asbestos-soled boots. Not long into their advance, a broad river of molten lava obstructed their path. The lava bubbled and churned, occasionally splattering high-temperature droplets that would ignite any fabric they touched. The elven priests united their powers to conjure a crystalline ice bridge above the molten river, emanating a refreshing chill that starkly contrasted with the surrounding heat. Yet, as they reached the center of the bridge, a massive column of lava erupted below, crashing violently against the ice. The dwarven engineers, quick to react, cast several metallic anchor hooks, securing them firmly to both banks and stabilizing the precarious bridge. After a strenuous crossing, a horde of fire lizard folk emerged from the valley ahead, their lithe forms covered in a layer of resilient red scales. Yet their eyes betrayed a mix of panic and fury. The leader of the fire lizards roared at Aiden, prompting the translator to hastily convey their message. The fire demons had captured their younglings, hidden within a cave just ahead, and they besieged assistance. Without hesitation, Aiden nodded, urging his companions to hasten towards the cave. Inside the cave, the acrid scent of sulfur permeated the air, and dark red veins of magma coursed through the walls, resembling the blood vessels of this infernal underworld. The expeditionary force advanced cautiously, as small fire elemental sprites darted from the shadows, resembling children yet emanating searing heat. When provoked, they charged wildly at the group. The soldiers could only defend themselves with shields, allowing flames to rage upon their surfaces. As they ventured deeper, the presence of the fire demons grew increasingly palpable. Finally, at the cave's end, they beheld several colossal fire demons. Towering like mountains, they were enveloped in raging flames, wielding burning iron chains, while the captured fire lizard younglings, cowering in a corner, emitted faint whimpers. Upon noticing the intruders, the fire demons bellowed with fury, charging forward, their chains slicing through the air in blazing arcs. Aiden shouted and charged forward, leading the way. The human mages behind him raised magical shields to fend off the flames spewed by the fire demon. The dwarven mechanic modified their firearms, loading them with specially crafted freezing ammunition. With a series of explosive bursts, the projectiles detonated upon contact with the fire demon, temporarily suppressing its flames. The elven priest summoned cool elemental winds that swirled around the fire demon, diminishing its strength. After a fierce battle, the expeditionary force successfully rescued the fire lizard hatchlings. Yet though the fire demon retreated for the moment, the insidious power controlling the magma and fire demons remained lurking in the shadows. Exploring the abyss, they learned from the fire lizard tribe of an ancient chasm at the heart of the Flame Valley, rumored to seal away an ancient source of evil fire. The group speculated that a disturbance in this seal must have occurred. Upon reaching the edge of the chasm, they beheld an endless abyss of darkness below, where scalding air surged upward, accompanied by eerie whispers. Carefully descending the steep rock face, they were occasionally illuminated by ghostly green flames, manifestations of the grudges held by the fallen creatures of the Flame Valley. One misstep could lead to being ensnared by the ghostly fire, resulting in a swift loss of sanity and an outbreak of madness. The dwarven mechanic produced a crystal sphere that emitted a gentle blue light, capable of dispelling the lingering grudges within a certain radius, illuminating the path ahead for the group. Upon reaching the abyss's depths, an ancient stone platform came into view, intricately inscribed with complex fire runes that flickered with an erratic glow. As Aiden approached the platform, the surrounding space warped instantaneously, and the group was engulfed in a strange fiery dimension, filled with burning phantoms reenacting the brutal wars of ancient times, seemingly warning the intruders. Within this fiery realm, the expeditionary force struggled to navigate. Suddenly, a colossal mass of malevolent fire ignited at the center, transforming into a grotesque, demonic visage that roared at them. "Foolish beings, how dare you disturb my awakening?" It was revealed to be an ancient fire demon, long sealed away, now attempting to return to the world as its seal weakened, with ambitions to dominate the Flame Valley and beyond. The battle erupted immediately, with the malevolent fire continuously spawning smaller fire demons that surged toward the group like a tide. The elven priests channeled their life force to cast powerful, purifying flames, incinerating wave after wave of the fire demons. The dwarven mechanic assembled all mechanical devices into a gigantic fire absorption apparatus, seeking to harness the power of the malevolent flames. Aiden gripped the sword of light and charged toward the core of the malevolent fire, each swing of his sword dispersing a portion of the wicked flames. In the midst of this life and death struggle, Aiden noticed a dim sealing stone beneath the platform. It was the key to re-establishing the seal. Braving the searing danger of the malevolent fire, he leapt beneath the platform, channeling the power of light into the sealing stone. In an instant, the sealing stone blazed with brilliance, emitting a powerful pull that gradually drew the malevolent fire, along with the demonic visage, into the stone. As a brilliant flash enveloped them, the group was expelled from the fiery realm. The seal of the chasm reinvigorated, and the magma of the flame valley slowly regained its tranquility. In gratitude, the fire lizard tribe bestowed upon the expeditionary force a treasured fire crystal from their collection, imbued with immense energy sufficient to power the dwarven-crafted machinery for an extended period. The expeditionary forces, adorned with triumphant gifts, embarked on their journey homeward. Yet, before they could return to the Alliance headquarters, the carrier pigeons of the maritime allies delivered grim tidings. Mysterious sea monsters had emerged along the coast, wreaking havoc upon vessels and ports. The Alliance's new adventure unfolded amidst the tumultuous waves. In the furious sea, the fleet of the Alliance navigated its tumultuous path. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the ominous expanse of the ocean, his brow furrowed in concern. According to the accounts from the maritime allies, these sea monsters were colossal in stature. Their bodies cloaked in slick scales, adorned with long tentacles capable of effortlessly capsizing a medium-sized sailing vessel. Recently, numerous trade fleets had vanished without a trace. Fishermen refrained from venturing into the waters, and the coastal city-states found their economies in stagnation. As they entered the troubled waters, the previously tranquil sea suddenly surged with monstrous waves, the undulating forms of the sea creatures barely visible atop the crests. The sailors gripped the ship's rails with palpable tension, and at Aiden's command, the fleet assumed a defensive formation, metallic shields rising along the hull, an ingenious contraption designed for naval warfare by the dwarven engineers. The first sea monster broke through the waves, its tentacles flailing like great serpents towards the fleet, crashing against the protective barriers with a resounding thud. The elven archers steadied themselves upon the rocking vessel, unleashing arrows imbued with magical luminescence that pierced the gaps in the creature's scales, splattering dark green blood. Human mages etched magical circles upon the deck, summoning powerful whirlpools of water in an attempt to ensnare the beasts. After a fierce struggle, they discerned that the sea monsters seemed to heed commands from a deeper abyss. Aiden resolved to lead a small team, utilizing a diving apparatus to explore the ocean's depths. This device, a masterpiece of dwarven engineering, resembled a colossal metallic whale, with transparent observation windows allowing glimpses into the dim underwater realm. As they descended deeper, the water pressure intensified, the apparatus creaking under the strain. The surrounding waters grew increasingly frigid and dark, interspersed with bioluminescent jellyfish and bizarre deep-sea fish. Suddenly, a vast underwater cavern loomed ahead, suffused with a mysterious blue glow, the trail of the sea monsters leading directly towards it. Upon entering the cavern, the walls were adorned with resplendent pearls and gemstones, yet the team had no time to admire their beauty. In the cavern's depths, they beheld a mysterious conch-like object, encircled by a throng of sea monsters. The conch emitted peculiar sound waves, the very key to controlling the beasts. Just as Aiden sought to approach, the monsters surged forward in a frenzy. In the heat of battle, Aiden realized that the conch harbored the ancient power of a sea spirit, whose wrath was being channeled through it. A dwarven engineer deployed a disruption device, scrambling the sound waves emanating from the conch, plunging the sea monsters into disarray. Seizing the moment, Aiden charged towards the conch, only to be repelled by an unseen force. The elven priestess and human mage joined forces, casting spells of soul-soothing in an effort to communicate with the sea spirit. Under the influence of their magic, the spirit's fury began to subside, transmitting its grievances through a telepathic connection. It became evident that the coastal city-state's overfishing had ravaged the underwater ecosystem, inciting the ire of this guardian spirit of the sea. Aiden made a solemn vow to compel the coastal city-states to regulate their actions and safeguard the marine ecosystem. The sea spirit fell silent for a moment, retracting the enchantment of her seashell, causing the sea monsters to retreat into the depths. The expeditionary force returned to the land, bearing the pact made with the sea spirit, urging the coastal city-states to enact environmental protection laws. At that moment, an alarm echoed from the magical forest in the central continent. A mysterious dark force was corrupting the woods, causing the trees to wither and magical creatures to flee, prompting the Alliance to embark on an uncertain journey once again. Entering the enchanted forest, the once vibrant life had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. The once verdant trees had turned a sickly yellow, their leaves cascading down like a mournful rain of despair. The magical beings fled in panic, some gravely wounded, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. The expeditionary force treaded carefully along the forest path, the ground beneath their feet turning muddy and grim, as if all vitality had been drained. Suddenly, shadows surged around them, and a pack of shadow wolves sprang forth from the darkness, their forms ethereal, eyes glowing with a chilling light, their teeth sharp as obsidian blades, lunging at them. The soldiers raised their shields, only to discover the shadow wolves could penetrate their defenses, inflicting wounds upon their arms. The elven mages swiftly cast illumination spells, momentarily dispersing some of the shadows. The dwarven engineers activated devices designed to capture ethereal entities, attempting to ensnare the shadow wolves. Aiden discerned that this dark force emanated from an ancient relic deep within the forest, a place that had once sealed away sinister magic, now seemingly rendered ineffective. Upon arriving at the relic, they found the entrance barred. The door was inscribed with malevolent runes that shimmered with a sinister glow, exuding an aura of dread. Aiden attempted to touch the door with the Sword of Light. Upon contact, the sword's radiance collided with the runes, creating ripples of magical energy. Gradually, the door creaked open, releasing a foul stench into the air. Inside the relic lay a myriad of traps and mechanisms. Black vines would suddenly emerge from the ground, ensnaring their ankles, while black spikes descended from the ceiling, posing constant peril. During their exploration, they encountered gargoyles corrupted by dark magic, once guardians of the relic, now transformed into merciless killing machines, wielding stone wings and claws in a frenzied assault. Delving deeper into the heart of the relic, they beheld a vast dark magic well, its depths swirling with thick, oppressive energy, the very source of the forest's corruption. A mysterious figure clad in black stood at the well's edge, murmuring incantations, seemingly drawing power from it. Aiden confronted the figure, who responded with a chilling laughter. "Heroes of the Alliance, you have arrived just in time. I shall harness this power to reshape the world, allowing darkness to reign supreme." The battle erupted instantly, the enigmatic figure wielding dark magic to conjure horrific creatures. The dwarven engineers unleashed a torrent of cannon fire, the elven priestesses cast purification spells, and the human mages erected magical shields. Aiden charged towards the mysterious figure, the Sword of Light clashing violently with the dark energy, sparks flying in the fray. In the heat of the conflict, Aiden realized the figure relied on the well to sustain their power. He pivoted and leapt towards the well, plunging the Sword of Light deep into its core. In that instant, a surge of radiant energy erupted, purifying the dark magic well. The mysterious figure emitted a chilling scream, and as the dark magic dissipated, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke. The enchanted forest gradually began to regain its vitality, and the reputation of the Alliance soared once more. Yet, all were acutely aware that within the unknown realms, new challenges lay in wait, lurking in the shadows, poised for their next strike. Chapter 94. The Illusions of Ling Peak. Just as the Alliance extricated itself from the perils of the enchanted forest, before they could even catch their breath, an urgent missive arrived in Aiden's hands, akin to a death warrant. The letter, dispatched from the distant eastern Ling Peak mountain, a realm shrouded in mist and reminiscent of a fairyland, was now engulfed by ominous, eerie clouds. The messenger of the Ling tribe appeared pallid, his voice trembling as he recounted the dire plight of his homeland. The sacred spring atop Ling Peak had inexplicably run dry. The vital essence that nourished all living things seemed to have been siphoned away by invisible, colossal hands. The Ling tribe's sacred flora lay in vast decay, and even the guardian spirits of Ling Peak, the ethereal birds, had begun to attack their kin with frenzied aggression. Aiden, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, swiftly summoned the core members of the Alliance. The dwarven representative arrived hastily, burdened by newly enhanced mountaineering gear. The metallic sheen of the climbing pick and specially designed non-slip boots glimmered coldly under the sun. The elven energy mages, their expressions grave, donned light blue robes adorned with intricate, flowing runes, prepared to harness the forces of nature against the unknown. Meanwhile, the human knights polished their armor and gripped their longswords, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The expeditionary force once again convened, embarking towards the eastern Spirit Peak Mountains. As they entered the foothills of the Spirit Peak, the once ethereal and gentle mists now thickened to a tangible presence, exuding an ominous chill. Visibility was severely limited, compelling the group to navigate cautiously. A moment's inattention could lead them to plunge into the concealed ravines hidden within the fog. Soldiers tethered to one another by ropes climbed the winding mountain path with trepidation. Upon reaching the mountainside, an eerie melody from a distant flute wafted through the air. The haunting notes seemed to possess an enchantment that ensnared the hearts of the listeners. Several soldiers, their wills faltering, immediately became entranced, loosening their grips on the ropes and staggering toward the source of the music. The elven mages quickly invoked a clarity spell, a soft blue light radiating through the group, stabilizing their minds. Aiden clenched his fists, recognizing this as merely a precursor to the trials that lay ahead, and urged the team to hasten their pace. Ahead loomed a precarious suspension bridge, swaying ominously between two mountains, its depth shrouded in an unfathomable abyss of mist. The ropes were frayed, and the wooden planks were severely compromised, occasionally sending splintered pieces tumbling into the eternal darkness below. The dwarven vanguard stepped forward, employing reinforced metallic rings and new ropes to secure the bridge, allowing the others to cross with utmost caution, each step eliciting a creaking protest from the bridge. Having traversed the bridge, the group arrived at an abandoned spiritual ruin, once a sacred retreat for the ancestors of the spirit race, now a scene of desolation. The once vibrant spiritual murals adorning the walls had largely peeled away, exuding a scent of decay. Suddenly, from the crumbling remnants, emerged a horde of darkened spirit automatons. Former guardians of the sanctuary, now reduced to mere mechanical shells. Under the influence of dark magic, they swung their stiff arms menacingly toward the expeditionary force. The human knights raised their shields, bracing against the onslaught of the automatons, the clattering of metal ringing painfully in their ears. The elven mages concentrated their energies, unleashing waves of purifying light that struck at the cores of the automatons, slowing their movements. The dwarven engineers seized the moment, targeting the joints of the constructs with precise artillery fire, sending debris and fragments flying in all directions. Once the automatons were vanquished, the group discovered a hidden stone door deep within the ruins, inscribed with ancient runes of the spirit race, subtly radiating an unsettling aura. Aiden gently caressed the stone surface, attempting to sense the secrets within. At that moment, the door thunderously swung open, a powerful suction pulling everyone inside. In an instant, bright light enveloped them, transporting them into a bizarre realm of illusions. Around them, scenes shifted continuously. At times, they witnessed vibrant blossoms, reminiscent of paradise, and at other times, they beheld fields strewn with corpses, resembling hell itself. Within the deceptive beauty lurked deadly dangers. Those who succumbed to the enchanting visions risked being ensnared by sudden, emerging thorns of darkness, dragging them into the depths below. Aiden shouted loudly, urging everyone to remain vigilant and not to be deceived by appearances. The dwarven mechanic produced a psionic detector, attempting to discern the flaws within this illusory realm. Meanwhile, the elven psionic mages joined hands to construct a protective barrier of energy, defending against the onslaught of phantasmagoria. However, the illusion grew increasingly frenzied, distorting the senses of the group, as the solid ground beneath their feet felt like a tumultuous sea. In a pivotal moment, Aiden closed his eyes, relying solely on his pure will to sense the direction, and he detected a faint essence of the spirit race, prompting him to sprint toward it. The others gritted their teeth and followed suit, though they could not ascertain how long they had been running, until they finally burst through the barrier of the illusion, collapsing in disarray within a chamber of solid stone. In the center of the stone hall stood a dark figure clad in a black robe, surrounded by tendrils of dark magical energy, emitting a sinister cackle. Foolish alliance. How dare you trespass upon my domain? The decline of the spirit peak is but a minor prelude to the reformation of the chaotic world. It became clear that this dark spirit had long coveted the essence of the spirit peak, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil of celestial energy to break the seal and endeavor to transform the spirit peak into a bastion of darkness. In an instant, battle erupted as the dark spirit unleashed waves of shadowy blades, striking towards the group like bolts of black lightning. The human knights charged forth, wielding their swords to shatter the blades. The elven psionic mages summoned luminous spirit birds to engage in combat with the dark forces. The dwarven mechanic unleashed a torrent of firepower, filling the chamber with smoke and the crackle of flames. Aiden, leading the charge, thrust the sword of light directly at the shadow spirit. The shadow spirit, elusive and ghostly, continuously shifted forms to evade him, occasionally summoning dark entities to hinder Aiden's progress. In the midst of this fierce battle, Aiden seized the fleeting opportunity when the shadow spirit exchanged places with its summoned minion. Channeling all his strength, he hurled the sword of light with fervor, striking the shadow spirit squarely in the chest. As the sword of light pierced the shadow spirit, it erupted in a dazzling radiance, and the purifying force surged forth like a mighty tide. The shadow spirit emitted a chilling wail as it gradually dissolved in the brilliance. With the demise of the shadow spirit, the extracted essence of spirit energy began to flow back, and the clouds over the spirit peak became lighter and more luminous, while the once dry spirit spring gushed forth with crystal clear waters. The members of the spirit race arrived, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. In a gesture of thanks, they presented precious spirit crystal seeds, which, when planted around the Alliance headquarters, would significantly amplify the natural magic. The expeditionary force took a brief respite before preparing to return. However, en route, a merchant caravan from the western desert delivered a plea for help, reporting that a mysterious relic deep within the desert had suddenly stirred, unleashing a violent sandstorm that trapped numerous travelers. Thus, a new chapter of adventure for the Alliance quietly commenced amidst the swirling sands. The Alliance team hastened towards the western desert, undeterred by the fierce sandstorm that roared towards them before they could even approach the relic. The howling winds carried sand and grit, slicing against their faces like sharp blades. Visibility plummeted, forcing them to huddle close, struggling to maintain their footing against the surging sand waves. The dwarven engineer swiftly activated the sandstorm protection device, encasing the core of the team in a metallic shield to prevent being swept away by the tempest. As the storm momentarily abated, a grand yet dilapidated relic loomed before them, its doors ajar, from which a chilling wind emerged, imbued with decay and mystery. Scattered at the entrance were remnants of travelers, shattered water skins and broken swords, silently narrating the perils that had transpired. Upon entering the relic, the dim light revealed ancient murals on the walls, depicting scenes of unknown civilizations engaged in rituals. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, plunging them into a massive pit filled with quicksand. The sand seemed alive, rapidly ensnaring their limbs. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. The elven energy mage calmly cast a levitation spell to slow their descent, while the dwarven mechanic hurled a grappling hook to anchor onto the pit's wall, enabling the group to climb out with newfound leverage. After escaping the quicksand pit, they ventured into a deep passage flanked by oddly shaped stone statues, whose eyes flickered with a faint luminescence, emanating an inexplicable chill. Upon reaching the passage's end, an eerie palace materialized before them, its gates entwined with a petrified serpent, its maw agape, as if poised to devour any who dared approach. Aiden attempted to push open the palace gate, and as he exerted force, the colossal serpent statue unexpectedly sprang to life, writhing and twisting its massive form as it lunged toward the crowd. The human knight swung his sword at the serpent's body, but the formidable scales deflected his strike. Quick-witted, the dwarf mechanic unleashed cannon fire, shattering the serpent's head into dust, allowing the palace gate to creak open. Within the shadowy palace, a mysterious stone platform stood at the center, upon which floated a crystal orb radiating a ghostly light. Energy surged around the orb, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Before the gathered crowd could approach, a swarm of shadow sandworms erupted from the ground. Despite their diminutive size, they darted swiftly through the sand, encircling the group in an impenetrable formation. From the source of shadows, the elven energy mage scattered ethereal powder, which ignited upon contact with the sandworms, momentarily hindering their movements. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden rushed toward the stone platform, and as his fingertips grazed the crystal orb, an overwhelming surge of shadowy power flooded into his mind. He envisioned scenes from a millennium past. A formidable sand sorcerer, intent on conquering the world, had been sealed away by a coalition of various races. Now, the seal had weakened, and shadows were awakening. At that moment, the shadow sandworms converged, forming a colossal sand golem that blotted out the sky as it barreled toward the crowd. The dwarf mechanic assembled all his mechanical contraptions into a massive crushing vehicle. Bracing for the sand golem's impact, the elven energy mage fortified the magical shield with life force, struggling to maintain its integrity, and the human knight launched a flanking assault, seeking to divert the sand golem's attention. Aiden gripped the crystal orb tightly, concentrating intently as he infused it with the collective willpower of the Alliance. The orb radiated a brilliant light, consuming the dark power in a reverse manner. With a flash of intense illumination, the sand demon collapsed, and tranquility returned to the ruins, freeing the trapped travelers. On their path home, the Alliance, weary yet victorious, embarked on their journey. However, fate afforded them little respite. News arrived from the northern ice plains. Some old foes, previously vanquished by the expeditionary forces, were conspiring in the shadows, poised to make a resurgence while the Alliance was preoccupied with battles elsewhere. It seemed that new flames of war were about to ignite amidst the icy expanse. The members of the Alliance gazed into the distance, their resolve strengthening as they prepared to confront the forthcoming unknown challenges. Chapter 95, The Flames of War on the Ice Plains. As the silhouettes of the Alliance emerged at the edge of the northern ice plains, a howling cold wind rushed towards them, laden with hostility. A blizzard fell like feathers, enveloping the world in chaos with visibility at a minimum. Yet, the taunting shouts of their old enemies rang clear in their ears. "Expeditionary forces, today shall be your grave." The voice reverberated from the depths of the ice valley, imbued with the chilling essence of the icy plains. Aiden tightened his grip on the sword of light, its blade quivering slightly, seemingly in response to the tense atmosphere. His comrades quickly formed ranks. The dwarven engineers busily calibrated their equipment, the metallic joints emitting faint clicks in the frigid air. The elven energy mages closed their eyes, a faint blue aura shimmering around them, warding off the cold, while the human knights stood tall, their swords clashing against the ice that adorned their armor, producing a crisp sound. Leading the charge were the snow wolf vanguards, agile and swift, leaping through the snow as if flying. Their gleaming claws tore through the air with a sharp whistle. In the blink of an eye, they lunged towards the front lines. The human knights roared in unison, urging their steeds forward, the bond between rider and horse seamless as their swords aimed accurately at the snow wolves. In an instant, blood splattered across the pristine snow, blossoming into vivid crimson flowers. Yet, the snow wolves showed no fear of death, charging forward relentlessly. Some even leaped onto the horses, sinking their sharp teeth into the steeds, plunging the scene into a fierce stalemate. Aiden seized the opportune moment, his form darting like lightning into the fray. The sword of light swung forth, unleashing dazzling arcs of brilliance, sending the snow wolves retreating in anguished cries. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a young knight besieged by 3 snow wolves, perilously ensnared. With a deft push of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself toward the knight. With a swift horizontal sweep of his blade, he disrupted the wolves' assault, seizing the moment to assist the injured knight, exclaiming, "Steady now, do not falter." At that moment, the frost giant entered the battlefield with heavy strides. Each step reverberated through the icy plains, its towering form resembling a moving fortress, while the ice hammer it wielded was a weapon of lethal intent. The hammer swung through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing down upon the coalition forces. The dwarf engineers coordinated their efforts, manipulating steam-driven metal shields that combined to withstand the deluge of attacks. The impact reverberated through the shields, causing the defenders to feel the surge of energy, yet none wavered. The dwarven captain bellowed, "Concentrate your fire, target their knees." The din of gunfire erupted, smoke billowing across the frozen expanse, as projectiles, imbued with heat and force, hurtled toward the joints of the frost giant. The ice priestesses began to weave their incantations, positioned atop the snowy slopes, their wands gently tapping the air. Ice spikes erupted from the ground like towering spears, swiftly hurtling toward the coalition. The elven energy mages reacted with alacrity, their hands weaving intricate patterns to create luminous barriers. As the ice spikes clashed against the barriers, a symphony of crisp, resonant sounds filled the air, shards of ice scattering, leaving delicate traces of blood upon the faces of the defenders. Beads of sweat formed upon the elves' brows as they strained to maintain such intense defensive magic, a tremendous drain on their vitality. In the heat of battle, Aiden discerned a subtle shift in the enemy's offensive, as if they were preparing for a more formidable combined assault. He leaped atop a towering ice formation, calling out, "Do not remain passive. Strike proactively." With that declaration, he charged toward the ice priestess ranks, channeling all his might into the sword of light, cleaving forth a monumental wave of energy that pierced through the snowstorm, aimed directly at the priestesses. This sudden assault caught the enemy unawares, forcing the priestesses into a frantic retreat, their incantations interrupted. Seizing the opportunity, the human knights swiftly organized themselves into a charging formation, their hooves shattering the ice as they surged toward the mixed ranks of frost giants and snow wolves. The knight swords danced above and below, tearing a rift in the enemy's defenses. Following closely behind, the dwarf engineers wielded portable cannons, keenly awaiting their moment to strike, unleashing a barrage upon the densest cluster of foes, igniting the sky with flames and sending ice shards and flesh flying in all directions. Yet, the enemy leader, a seasoned ice priestess, would not stand idly by. She raised her wand aloft, intoning an ancient and cryptic incantation as the sky darkened ominously, the blizzard intensifying, and the temperature plummeting sharply. The breath of the defenders crystallized into thick frost, their limbs seemingly shackled by the cold, movement growing increasingly sluggish. Aiden felt a formidable wave of icy magic pressing toward him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all the heat within, plunging the sword of light into the snow, its radiance flaring brilliantly, dispersing the surrounding chill. The elven energy mages joined hands, pooling their remaining energy, and unleashed a colossal rune of light toward the heavens. The rune spun slowly, battling against the darkened sky, diminishing the ice priestess's magical suppression. The dwarven engineers shattered some equipment, extracting high-temperature energy stones to hurl at the enemy ranks. Upon detonation, the energy stones released scalding gusts, momentarily alleviating the biting cold. Seizing this respite, Aiden surged forth, aiming for the Ice Maiden. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she hurriedly brandished her wand, summoning several ice bears to obstruct his advance. Undeterred, Aiden maneuvered with ghostly agility among the ice bears, finding a gap to thrust a sword toward the maiden's throat. She evaded to the side but still suffered a gash on her arm from the sword's arc. Enraged and humiliated, she engaged Aiden in close combat. The clash of her wand against the luminous sword sparking blinding flares. On the battlefield, the Alliance fought with every ounce of strength remaining. Human knights exchanged injuries. Dwarven engineers sacrificed all their equipment, and elven mages drained their very life force to sustain their magic. At last, Aiden seized the moment when the maiden's magical backlash occurred, plunging the luminous sword deep into her chest. The Ice Maiden's eyes widened in disbelief as she collapsed, and with her defeat, the magic of the ice field spiraled out of control, triggering a violent ice explosion. The Alliance members huddled closely, shielding one another with their bodies, bracing against the final onslaught. As the smoke cleared, only the weary yet victorious figures of the Alliance remained on the icy expanse. However, before they could catch their breath or celebrate their triumph, a messenger pigeon from the eastern seas arrived in haste, bearing news of a mysterious sea creature emerging, threatening the fishing village. A new challenge loomed, unfurling like a tempest upon the turbulent waters. Chapter 96. Turbulent blue seas. Just as the Alliance members caught their breath from the brutal conflict on the ice field, the crisis in the eastern seas surged forth like a death knell. Aiden gazed at the urgent letter tied to the pigeon's leg, his brow furrowed. He understood that this brief respite was over, and a new journey awaited. With perilous jaws opening wide upon the waves, they hurried toward the eastern coast, the scenery flashing by like a slideshow, yet none had the heart to appreciate it. Upon reaching the fishing village, a scene of devastation greeted them. Scattered, wrecked boats lay carelessly stranded on the beach, their planks shattered and splintered as if savaged by a colossal beast. Fishing nets lay in disarray, some still draped with a strange viscous substance, exuding a pungent odor in the sunlight. The fishermen huddled in the corners of the village, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness, while the cries of children echoed, adding to the sorrowful atmosphere steeped in despair. Aiden approached an elderly fisherman and softly inquired, "When did the sea monster appear? What does it look like?" The old man trembled as he raised a shaky hand, pointing towards the ocean. "Just 3 days ago, just as dusk began to settle, that creature emerged from the depths of the sea. Its size was akin to a small mountain, cloaked in darkness, with eyes resembling 2 colossal lanterns and countless writhing tentacles. With a mere sweep, it shattered our vessel into splinters." The crowd fell silent, their hearts heavy with dread. The dwarf engineers began inspecting the remaining ships to see if they could be salvaged, while the elven sorcerers set protective magical formations around the fishing village to guard against a sudden attack. Meanwhile, the human knights consoled the villagers, distributing the scant supplies of food and fresh water. Aiden stood alone by the shore, gazing at the sea, striving to sense the lurking peril beneath the waves. Before long, the tranquil surface erupted into a massive whirlpool, the water swirling violently as if boiling. "It's coming," Aiden shouted, prompting the crowd to swiftly prepare for battle. A colossal creature gradually rose from the depths, just as the old fisherman had described, its form like a mountain, its slick skin glistening ominously in the sunlight, and its myriad tentacles undulating in a manner that sent shivers down one's spine. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in everyone's ears. The dwarven engineers were the first to launch an assault. They wheeled several repaired cannons to the shore, loading them with specially designed armor-piercing shells. With a tremendous boom, the cannons belched forth fiery orange flames, propelling the projectiles towards the sea monster. However, upon striking the creature's resilient hide, the shells merely sparked and rebounded into the waves, sending up towering columns of water. Enraged, the monster lashed out with its tentacles like lightning, carving deep furrows into the beach. The human knights charged forth, swords drawn, severing the advancing tentacles. But the severed appendages regrew almost instantaneously, and soon more tentacles encircled the knights, ensnaring them. Seeing this, Aiden leaped into action, his sword of light igniting with fervent brilliance as he cleaved to the mass of tentacles, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Yet, this only slightly delayed the onslaught of the beast. The elven sorcerers gathered their magical energies, erecting a transparent barrier of spiritual force upon the water's surface in an attempt to halt the creature's advance. The monster crashed into the shield, sending ripples coursing through it, and the elves' faces grew pale as sweat soaked their garments. Maintaining such a high-intensity shield was an enormous strain. At that moment, the creature expelled a thick, black slime from its maw, which dripped onto the beach, hissing as it corroded the sand, creating deep pits. When the slime splattered against the magical barrier, it began to dissolve, forming holes that threatened to collapse the shield. "We cannot simply defend. We must uncover its weakness," Aiden shouted, swinging his sword as he nimbly climbed one of the tentacles, aiming to approach the creature's core. Sensing his intent, the monster violently whipped the tentacle into the sea, sending Aiden plunging into the frigid waters, where turbulent currents enveloped him, blurring his vision. Fortunately, he held his breath and, utilizing his exceptional physical prowess, emerged from the water on the other side, leaping onto a rocky outcrop. The dwarf engineers, struck by inspiration, disassembled several small machines and ingeniously fashioned a rudimentary diving apparatus. A brave engineer donned the device, armed with a specially crafted dagger, and plunged into the depths. Beneath the surface, the sea monster's lower half appeared even more grotesque and terrifying, covered in writhing suckers and sharp spines. The engineer, holding his breath, aimed for a faintly glowing spot on the creature's belly, which seemed to be its energy core, and thrust his weapon fiercely. Upon being attacked, the monster writhed in agony, creating tumultuous waves that sent the onlookers on the shore reeling. On the beach, the elven energy mages seized the moment to withdraw their energy shields and instead conjured a barrage of sharp energy arrows, raining down upon the beast. The human knights regrouped, spurring their steeds to gallop along the shoreline, diverting the creature's attention away from the depths. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden leaped into the sea once more, joining forces with the engineer as they relentlessly assaulted the monster's energy core. The creature, in pain, began to sink, stirring the water into a murky chaos. The onlookers remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the surface. Just as they believed it was about to flee, the beast suddenly unleashed a series of water projectiles from the depths, each with tremendous force, striking the crowd on the shore and sending many tumbling to the ground, injured. Aiden and the engineer burst forth from the water, and Aiden shouted, "Concentrate fire. Strike while it is weak." The dwarf engineers unleashed the remaining cannon ammunition in a torrent, while the elven energy mages expended their power to unleash their most potent spells. The human knights, with fervent cries, hurled their swords at the creature. Under this tempestuous barrage of combined assaults, the monster's energy core could no longer withstand the onslaught, emitting a brilliant light before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The creature's colossal form gradually sank beneath the waves, staining the sea a deep crimson. Exhausted, the Alliance collapsed onto the sandy shore, utterly spent. However, before they could recover, a strange sound suddenly reverberated from the forest behind the fishing village, resembling the roar of some large beast, intertwined with a chilling low growl. Fearful glances were exchanged among the group, and Aiden struggled to rise. Could there be another monster? With weary bodies, they pressed onward toward the forest. Upon entering, they found themselves enveloped in thick fog, visibility drastically reduced, and an eerie atmosphere clung to each individual as if it were tangible. The elven energy mages illuminated their magical light, cautiously paving the way ahead. Suddenly, a shadow pounced from the trees. The elves reacted swiftly, erecting their energy shields just in time, the shadow rebounding off the barrier and back into the branches. Only then did they discern that it was an enormous black panther, its crimson eyes gleaming with an unsettling madness. Before they could catch their breath, a pack of peculiar wolves emerged from the surrounding gloom, larger than ordinary wolves, their fur shimmering with bizarre runes, moving with an almost magical cadence. Aiden gripped his sword of light tightly. It seems this forest has also been tainted by dark forces. "Everyone, be cautious." The valiant knights of humanity formed a protective circle, standing back to shield their heavily wounded comrades. The dwarven engineers diligently calibrated the remaining weaponry, preparing to confront their adversaries. Meanwhile, the elven psionics mages sustained their defensive enchantments, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The Black Panther launched another assault, its form spectral as it darted effortlessly through the thickets, occasionally extending its claws to strike at the group. The wolves encircled from all directions, baring their sharp fangs and emitting chilling howls that sent shivers down the spine. Seizing an opportunity during one of the panther's lunges, Aiden sidestepped skillfully and thrust his sword towards its abdomen. The panther evaded with agility, but still suffered a glancing wound from the blade's energy. Its fury seemed to intensify, its roar reverberating through the trees, causing leaves to cascade to the ground. The dwarven engineers produced portable steam guns, unleashing scalding vapor upon the pack of wolves, who yelped in pain and momentarily retreated. The elven mages seized this chance to cast a slumber spell, incapacitating several wolves that collapsed to the earth. Yet, a relentless tide of monstrous foes continued to surge forth, and the group found themselves ensnared in a grueling struggle, their stamina and magical reserves swiftly depleting. Aiden realized that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. While fending off the attacks of the Black Panther, he shouted loudly, "Make your way to the summit. Seize the high ground." The group fought valiantly yet retreated, trudging towards the peak with great difficulty. Along the way, they were relentlessly besieged by various beasts driven by malevolent forces, leaving them battered and bruised. After a strenuous ascent to the mountaintop, they discovered an ancient altar at its center, shrouded in swirling dark energy, seemingly the very source of all malevolence. "Destroy it," Aiden commanded, summoning their last reserves of strength. They charged towards the altar. The Black Panthers and wolves frantically obstructed their path, but Aiden led the charge, channeling his remaining power into the Sword of Light. He swung it down upon the altar. In an instant, light and dark energy collided, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that sent the group tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, the altar fractured under the blow and subsequently collapsed. With the altar's destruction, the surrounding beasts appeared to lose their malevolent drive, their eyes clearing as they scattered in panic. Exhausted, the Alliance members lay atop the mountain, gazing at the sky, their bodies and spirits worn thin. Having endured a relentless series of battles across icy plains, treacherous seas, and dense forests, they were nearly spent, yet their eyes still shone with determination. Aiden slowly rose, helping his comrades to their feet. "We cannot afford to rest. The peace of this continent relies on our vigilance." Helping each other, they took heavy steps towards the next unknown crisis. Their silhouettes, cast long by the setting sun, resembled the ongoing prologue of a legendary tale, yet to be fully written. Chapter 97. Shadows of the Marsh. The Alliance, dragging their weary bodies, descended from the forest, each step feeling as if laden with an immense weight. The fading sunlight had once bestowed a touch of grandeur upon their figures, but now it merely outlined their wounds with a pallid golden hue. Aiden's sword of light hung at his side, its blade marred in several places, its brilliance dimmed to the brink of extinguishment, much like the spirits of his companions at that moment. Silence enveloped them on their return to the fishing village, where the survivors had begun to stir, clearing the remnants of battle. Upon seeing the Alliance return, the children timidly offered them a few scoops of fresh water, while the adults expressed gratitude and remorse, fully aware that without these brave warriors, their village would likely have ceased to exist. After a brief respite, Aiden unfolded a map, his gaze fixated on an unmarked area near the fishing village known as the Shadow Marsh. Tales spoke of it as a cursed land, perpetually shrouded in mist, where merchants and adventurers rarely emerged unscathed. Given the string of recent calamities, Aiden suspected the marsh was intricately linked to their troubles. As they approached the marsh's edge, a foul, damp stench assaulted their senses, and the mire quickly ensnared their ankles, each step becoming increasingly laborious. Gnarled trees surrounded them, their twisted branches resembling desiccated hands draped in strands of dark green moss. The dwarven mechanic, Gloom, muttered curses under his breath, producing rudimentary tools to affix anti-slip metal plates to their footwear, preventing them from sinking deeper into the muck. Meanwhile, the elven psychic mage, Ariel, closed her eyes, attempting to employ her psychic senses. However, the moment she probed the surrounding environment, her head felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. She gasped in pain, her face paling as she exclaimed, "The malevolent energy here is too dense. I cannot channel my magic." Before long, strange ripples began to disturb the water's surface as several shadowy eels surged forth, enveloped in dark arcs of electricity, charging directly towards the onlookers. The human knights puffed out their chests, drawing their swords with a resounding clang, only to find that these eels were remarkably slippery. The blades merely grazed them, emitting faint glimmers, while the knights recoiled from electric shocks that left their arms numb. Observing this, Aiden concentrated the power of light in his palms and unleashed several strikes, the gusts of light enveloping the eels. They writhed and let out shrill cries before retreating into the depths. "We cannot remain passive," Gloom bellowed, dismounting his modified harpoon gun. He loaded it with explosive runes and fired towards the water's surface. With a series of thunderous blasts, columns of mud erupted from the marsh, scattering the eels into disarray, their tainted blood staining the water a deep black. However, this commotion seemed to awaken a slumbering giant. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble. As the colossal creature emerged, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was a giant swamp rhinoceros, its massive form encased in thick, muddy armor, with spiraled horns dripping with purple-black venom. It stomped its hooves, splattering muck everywhere, and then charged forward like an uncontrollable war chariot. The knights spurred their horses to confront it head-on, but the giant rhinoceros effortlessly tossed them aside, sending both horse and rider tumbling into the mud in a pitiful heap. Aiden leapt into the air, swinging his sword towards the horn, yet it merely left a shallow white mark upon the muddy armor. Ariel, undeterred by the backlash of her spiritual energy, swiftly formed intricate hand seals while reciting an ancient incantation. In an instant, tendrils of vines surged forth, ensnaring the massive rhinoceros's limbs. The creature thrashed violently, the vines creaking ominously under the strain, on the verge of snapping. At that moment, Gloom seized the opportunity, hefting a large impact drill, and, with the cover of his companions, plunged it into a vulnerable section of the rhinoceros's muddy armor. A hissing sound erupted as mud fragments flew, eliciting a pained roar from the beast, which then violently tossed Gloom into the mire. Aiden, consumed by urgency, leaped into the mire to rescue Gloom, just as the colossal rhinoceros charged once more. In that critical moment, Aiden caught sight of a faintly pulsating spot of light behind the creature's eye, resembling a core nexus. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, who seamlessly coordinated their actions. Ariel cast an illusion to divert the rhinoceros's attention. With the swiftness of a gale, Aiden, accompanied by Gloom's newly assembled jet propulsion device, surged alongside the beast, thrusting his sword toward the glowing spot. The rhinoceros let out a dreadful howl, its massive form collapsing with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of mud and mist. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a chilling melody wafted from the depths of the swamp. This haunting sound seemed imbued with enchantment, ensnaring their very souls, as their minds grew hazy and their feet moved uncontrollably toward the source. Aiden bit his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily sharpening his focus, and he shouted, "Cover your ears, do not succumb to the control." Yet, several knights, their gazes vacant, stumbled toward the shrouded depths. Pursuing the sound, they beheld a dilapidated stone fortress, the melody emanating from within. The door stood ajar, emitting an eerie green glow. Aiden led the charge. Pushing the door open, inside, cobwebs draped the corners, and the walls shimmered with strange runes. At the center of the hall, a figure clad in black sat regally upon a stone chair, playing a bone flute. Upon noticing the intruders, he cackled ominously, "Fools, you have walked into your own demise." With a wave of his hand, shadows surged forth from the darkness, coalescing into a multitude of shadowy fiends, their forms ethereal and claws like hooks. The shadow fiend shrieked and lunged, prompting a hasty defense from the group. Gloom produced a shotgun, loading it with silver pellets designed to disperse the shadows. With a resounding blast, the silver scattered, causing the shadow fiends to recoil as if scorched by fire. Ariel summoned ethereal flames that danced through the hall, incinerating swathes of the shadowy foes. Aiden pressed forward toward the figure in black, his sword radiating a brilliant light, each strike imbued with a purging force. Yet, the black-cloaked figure moved with spectral agility, weaving through the onslaught and occasionally blowing eerie notes from his flute to disrupt their efforts. Amidst the fray, Aiden discerned a correlation between the melody's intensity and a dark crystal embedded in the figure's chest. He conveyed this insight to Ariel, who nodded in understanding, quietly gathering her arcane energy into a spell. As Aiden deftly knocked the bone flute from the figure's grasp with a swift strike, Ariel's arrow of energy shot forth, striking the dark crystal with precision. The crystal erupted in a burst of energy, eliciting a scream from the figure as the shadow fiends disintegrated into nothingness. Before the group could catch their breath, the fortress began to tremble violently, as if something beneath was awakening. "This place is collapsing. We must flee," Aiden shouted. The group sprinted for their lives, barely escaping the fortress when a thunderous crash echoed behind them. Yet, the danger was far from over. A horde of zombie-like swamp dwellers had amassed, their bodies stiff, eyes ablaze with ghostly fire, dragging their decaying forms closer. The knights formed a shield wall, bracing as the undead collided against them, the impact causing their arms to ache. Gloom, struck by inspiration, retrieved a fuel canister and a makeshift detonator from his pack, crafting a bomb to hurl into the throng of zombies. With a series of explosive blasts, flames erupted skyward, and the undead were obliterated into fragments. Meanwhile, Ariel cast a purifying spell, a soft blue light radiating outward, dispelling the surrounding malevolence and slowing the movements of the remaining zombies. Aiden leaped into the air, surveying the scene before him, and discovered that the undead were surging forth from a fissure at the heart of the marsh. He cried out, "Destroy the source!" The group fought their way towards the rift, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. As they approached the fissure, a palpable aura of malevolence assailed them. Aiden plunged the sword of light into the crevice, channeling every ounce of his strength into the radiant energy. Gloom and Ariel joined him, contributing their own power. As the brilliance surged forth, a haunting wail erupted from the rift, and it gradually began to seal shut, rendering the remaining undead devoid of purpose, collapsing to the ground. The members of the Alliance sank to the mire, their bodies smeared with blood and mud, exchanging weary smiles. Aiden was the first to rise, wiping his face. "It is not over yet. There must be a mastermind behind this dark power, and we must uncover them." The others nodded in agreement, supporting one another as they once again ventured into the unknown perilous journey, their silhouettes becoming blurred yet resolute within the mist of the marsh. As they emerged from the shadowy swamp, the group barely had time to regroup when a strange, serpentine cloud appeared on the horizon. Beneath this ominous cloud, an abandoned ancient city was shrouded in violet-black lightning, from which the eerie sounds of a grotesque ritual emanated. Aiden felt a weight in his heart, sensing that a greater crisis lay in wait. The group steeled their nerves and rushed towards the ancient city. The city walls were in a state of disrepair, and at the gate stood two demonic stone statues exhaling ghostly flames. Upon entering the city, they encountered numerous statues along the streets, grotesquely distorted by dark power, their expressions menacing. As they cautiously advanced, they suddenly heard the wailing of a child, and, following the sound, they found a gathering of cloaked cultists encircling a blood pool, poised to sacrifice an infant. Aiden bellowed, and the crowd surged forward. The devotees swiftly drew their wands and blades, plunging into a chaotic melee against the Alliance. These zealots appeared to be brainwashed, fearlessly reckless, their fighting style frenzied. Gloom's mechanical weaponry unleashed a fierce barrage, toppling numerous devotees. Ariel's psionic magic struck with precision, immobilizing many foes. The human knights engaged in close combat, swords rising and falling, blood spraying in all directions. After rescuing the infant, Aiden discovered a hidden door opening beneath the blood pool, a column of sinister energy reaching skyward. The group descended the stairs into an underground chamber, where a colossal idol of a malevolent deity stood, inscribed with forbidden runes, tendrils of dark energy spreading throughout. Before the idol, a mysterious priest held a wand, muttering incantations, siphoning an unending flow of dark power. Upon noticing the intruders, the priest cackled maniacally, declaring, "You have arrived too late. The ritual is nearly complete, and this land shall descend into a realm of evil." With that, he commanded the idol to swing its massive arm down upon them. Aiden and his companions dodged desperately, their attacks against the idol proving largely ineffective. Ariel keenly observed that at the idol's base lay a magical crystal array, the focal point of the dark energy. Gloom assembled a large cutter, struggling to approach the crystal array under Aiden's cover. The knights fought valiantly to hold off the idol's assault, suffering heavy casualties. Aiden was struck by the idol and sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he struggled to rise. In a critical moment, Gloom activated the cutter, shattering the crystal array, causing the idol to collapse and the dark energy to recoil, resulting in the priest's anguished demise in a cloud of ash. The group fled the ancient city, gazing at the dissipating dark clouds, feeling a momentary sense of relief, only for ominous signs to re-emerge in the northern sky. Aiden sighed deeply, lamenting the relentless calamities afflicting this land. One wave of disaster subsides, only to be replaced by another. "Let us go." Dragging their battered bodies, they raced toward the impending crisis, ready to continue this thrilling saga of guardianship. Chapter 98. The shadows of the frozen waste. The Alliance sped northward, the biting cold wind lacerating their faces, the blood and mud on their bodies freezing rapidly, each step accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. The further north they traveled, the more the world turned to silver. As far as the eye could see, there lay an expanse of desolate ice, snowdrifts towering several yards high, resembling slumbering behemoths. Upon reaching an icy gorge, with steep ice walls glowing a deep blue, an unexpected disturbance arose. With a series of cracks, several colossal ice wolves burst forth from the frozen surface, their fur resembling crystalline needles, blue eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The knights hurriedly drew their swords, but due to the frigid temperatures, blades had become frozen in their sheaths, and Gloom's mechanical weaponry faltered as the lubricant solidified, rendering it sluggish. Aiden summoned the radiant power of light, his hands weaving a blazing brilliance that melted the knight's swords and warmed Gloom's weapon. The colossal wolf lunged forth, and Aiden swung his sword, the blade cutting through the air, sending shards of ice flying. Yet the beast, nimble in its movements, evaded the strike and lunged to bite at Aiden's arm. In a timely manner, Ariel hurled a ball of ethereal fire, forcing the giant wolf to retreat with a howl. The group stood back to back, fending off their adversaries, as Gloom's modified firearm finally unleashed a fiery tongue, crashing against the icy wall, sending ice shards and wolf's blood flying. Shortly after repelling the giant wolf, an ice fortress emerged ahead, its gates firmly shut, yet a sinister aura seeped through. Aiden approached to push the door, only to be repelled by a chilling force. Simultaneously, atop the fortress appeared a wizard clad in an icy blue robe. Stroking his long beard, he sneered, "Intruders, this is the domain of my ice magic. Withdraw at once, or perish in frost." With that, he waved his staff, and a blizzard erupted, thick snowflakes instantly blotting out the sky, plunging the group into darkness and causing their body heat to plummet. Ariel tightly shut her eyes, utilizing her psychic abilities to sense the surroundings and guide her companions closer to the ice fortress. Gloom retrieved windbreak goggles from his pack, distributing them among the group, and wrapped their weapons in frost-resistant cloth. Aiden summoned the power of light to form a shield, warding off the onslaught of the blizzard. As they approached the ice fortress, Aiden leapt forward, shattering the fortress door with a single stroke of his sword, prompting the others to rush inside. Within the fortress stood a forest of ice sculptures, each depicting grotesque forms of demonic entities. The ice sorcerer roared in fury, causing the ice sculptures to spring to life, brandishing icy blades in attack. Gloom hefted a rocket launcher, loading it with specially designed ice-breaking ammunition, and with a series of thunderous blasts, shattered numerous ice figures into a flurry of fragments. Aiden and the knights engaged in close combat, their radiant swords slicing through the icy blades, while Ariel employed purification magic to dissolve the malevolent energies dwelling within the ice sculptures. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that every time the ice sorcerer cast a spell, energy was siphoned from an ice core at his feet. He exchanged a glance with his teammates, feigning retreat to lure the ice sorcerer away from the ice core. As Ariel stealthily approached to destroy the ice core, the sorcerer sensed her presence and hurled an ice shard. In her attempt to evade, Ariel twisted her ankle. Observing this, Gloom activated the full power of his mechanical boots, charging forward to lift Ariel and, with a swift motion, threw a bomb that obliterated the ice core. The backlash of the ice sorcerer's magic caused his form to dissipate. With little time to spare, the group pressed on, exiting the ice fortress and continuing their journey northward. Not far ahead, they beheld a dark altar standing in the center of an icy lake, surrounded by kneeling black-robed cultists. At the heart of the lake churned a massive vortex, its depths ominous and profound, continuously absorbing malevolent energy. Upon spotting the members of the Alliance, the cultists surged forward in a frenzied assault. Aiden shouted fervently, "Charge forth and obliterate the altar." The knights surged ahead, engaging in fierce combat with the zealots. Gloom brandished his chainsaw sword, cleaving through the enemies, while Ariel cast a mass immobilization spell from the rear, providing crucial support in the battle. Aiden lunged towards the altar, only to be thwarted by a malevolent energy barrier. Infusing his sword with the power of light, he struck fiercely, causing fissures to appear in the barrier. At that moment, a shadowy behemoth emerged from the vortex, resembling an octopus, its tentacles thrashing about, conjuring gusts of frigid wind. It hurled icy shards of lake water towards the crowd. Aiden was struck by a tentacle, plunging into the frozen lake, the frigid water engulfing him instantaneously. Gloom and Ariel, frantic with worry, exerted every ounce of their strength to combat the monstrous entity and the zealots, desperately striving to buy Aiden precious time. Aiden, submerged beneath the lake, beheld a dark orb emanating sinister energy at the base of the altar, the very source of the barrier and the whirlpool's power. He held his breath and swam with all his might, thrusting his sword towards the dark orb. With a resounding explosion, the orb shattered, causing the altar to collapse, while the shadowy behemoth let out a dreadful wail as it retreated into the whirlpool, which gradually began to close. When Aiden was pulled ashore, his lips were already tinged with a ghastly blue. The group huddled together for warmth, still recovering from their ordeal, when a sinister crimson glow illuminated the western sky, casting a hellish hue across the horizon. Gritting his teeth, Aiden rose, disregarding his pain. "Do not linger on your wounds. Peril lies ahead. We must depart at once. Supporting one another, they ventured once more into the treacherous unknown, their silhouettes leaving a trail of indomitable footprints upon the icy expanse. As they reached the source of the sanguine light, they discovered an abandoned mine, its surrounding rocks stained a deep crimson. Approaching the entrance, they were met with a nauseating stench, accompanied by low, ominous growls emanating from within. Entering the mine, illuminated by the flickering flames, they beheld grotesque humanoid creatures clinging to the walls, their bodies oozing pus, muscles grotesquely protruding. Upon sighting the intruders, they shrieked and lunged forward. Gloom raised his flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of fire that elicited agonized cries from the monsters. Aiden defended the group while advancing deeper, only to find the creatures multiplying. Ariel summoned a psychic shield, barely managing to hold them at bay, yet her energy waned rapidly. Suddenly, a colossal blood demon lord erupted from the depths of the mine, wielding a massive axe. Its body enveloped in a suffocating aura of blood. The knights raised their shields in defiance, but the blood demon cleaved through their defenses, sending both men and shields flying. Aiden engaged the demon in combat, his sword strikes relentless yet ineffective. Observing attentively, Gloom noticed a pulsating blood tumor on the demon's back, seemingly its weak point. He assembled his sniper rifle, loading it with a demon-slaying round. As Ariel distracted the demon with an illusion, he fired, the bullet striking true against the tumor. The blood demon roared in agony, its movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden gathered his strength and pierced the tumor with a decisive thrust. The demon collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a pool of vile ichor. The group pressed onward into the mine, reaching its depths where a blood pool churned violently. With a dark sorcerer siphoning its power. Enraged, they attacked, and after a fierce struggle, they finally slew the sorcerer, causing the blood pool to dry up and the crimson light to dissipate. Yet, they all understood that peace on this continent remained a distant dream after a brief respite. They turned their sights toward the ominous energy that had begun to rise anew. Chapter 99, Treading the Frozen Wastes, Eradicating the Evil Shadows Emerging from the Mine. The Alliance found the sky still shrouded in gloom, the biting cold wind howling past, whisking away fragments of snow and emitting a mournful whine. Though weary, their gazes grew ever more resolute. Aiden brushed off the remnants of ichor from his attire, peering toward the foreboding energy rising in the distance. Its presence akin to ink staining the clouds, heavy and oppressive upon the horizon. Continuing across the frozen expanse, the ice beneath their feet occasionally cracked with subtle explosions, as if this desolate land issued a secret warning. After a short distance, they encountered a thick fog, its density akin to cream, radiating an icy chill that limited their visibility to mere arm's length. Ariel activated her psychic perception, only to find the mist possessed a dampening effect, dulling her senses. Gloom rummaged through his pack, producing some rudimentary illumination devices, which he cast ahead. The dim light barely pierced a small section of the fog, and they cautiously followed. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound surged from above. Aiden drew his sword and swung, producing a metallic clang that sparked briefly. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mechanical bat. Its metallic shell coated in frost, its crimson eyes glimmering with a sinister light, its wings stirring a frigid gale. Immediately, a swarm of mechanical bats surged forth, prompting the knights to raise their shields and form a defensive wall. The cacophony of clashing metal reverberated through the air. Gruum swiftly modified his firearm, increasing the powder charge. With a thunderous boom, the gun belched forth a fierce flame, striking several mechanical bats and reducing them to a shower of fragmented parts. Aiden gathered the power of light, radiating brilliance from his being like a miniature sun, compelling the mechanical bats to keep their distance. Seizing the opportunity, Ariel cast a dispelling mist spell. Threads of warm light emanating from her fingertips, intertwining with Aiden's luminous energy, gradually tearing a gap in the fog. The group hastened their pace, eager to escape the perilous area. As they emerged, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A frozen lake, upon which stood an ancient lighthouse, its pinnacle flickering with intermittent light. Before the group could fully comprehend their surroundings, the ice began to crack, unleashing a horde of ice sharks. Their elongated forms glided through the water, their tails resembling translucent crystals while wielding sharp ice spears. The ice sharks moved with astonishing speed, reaching the group in the blink of an eye, their spears sending a flurry of ice shards flying. The knights drew their swords in response, and a fierce clash ensued. As ice shards and blood intertwined upon the surface of the lake, Aiden set his sights on the leader of the ice sharks. a colossal creature adorned with a crown of ice crystals, commanding the swarm in battle. With a deft touch, he propelled himself into the air. His radiant sword aimed directly at the leader. The leader, however, nimbly evaded. Sweeping its tail in a fierce arc, Aiden executed a somersault in midair to evade the strike, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved a deep fissure across the lake's surface. Ariel summoned ethereal flames, which enveloped the knight's weapons, scorching the advancing ice sharks and momentarily slowing their assault. Gloom maneuvered to a high vantage point by the lakeside, setting up a mortar and loading it with shock rounds. The resounding blasts caused the ice crust on the lake to tremble violently, toppling numerous ice sharks into the depths below. After a grueling battle, the ice shark horde began to retreat. The group hastened towards the lighthouse, but as they crossed the threshold, a musty, decayed aura enveloped them. Inside, the lighthouse was cluttered with nautical logs and peculiar apparatuses. As Aiden sifted through the logs, he uncovered that this lighthouse had once been a pivotal node for sealing away a malevolent force, but now the seal had weakened, allowing various evils to ravage the icy expanse. Just as he pondered this, a thunderous rumble emanated from the lighthouse's lower levels, as if some enormous entity was awakening. They dashed down the staircase to find a massive stone giant, its form entwined with iron chains, slowly rising. Its eyes burned with an eerie green flame, and with each movement, the chains rattled ominously. Gloom hefted a rocket launcher and fired at the giant, but the projectiles merely chipped away at its stony exterior. Aiden and the knights charged forward, attempting to sever the chains with their swords, but the links proved as unyielding as steel, sparks flying with each futile strike. Ariel concentrated her energy, seeking the giant's weakness. After a moment of introspection, she cried out, "The green crystal on its chest. That is the source of its power." With renewed strategy, Gloom utilized his mechanical arm to seize Aiden, propelling him towards the giant's chest. Aiden gathered his strength midair, his radiant sword glowing brilliantly as he plunged it into the green crystal. Simultaneously, Ariel cast a weakening spell to diminish the giant's resistance, while the knights below restrained its movements. With a resounding crack, the crystal shattered, unleashing a thunderous roar from the giant, which then collapsed into a mound of rubble. Emerging from the lighthouse, a foreboding energy thickened the air, guiding them to a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in a purplish-red mist, within which distorted shapes flickered. As they entered, a wave of disorientation washed over them, as if countless malevolent thoughts infiltrated their minds. Aiden struggled to maintain his focus, radiating the light of purity to preserve a sliver of clarity for the group. Not long after, they beheld a temple dedicated to a dark deity, its doors ajar, from which emanated an eerie chant. Upon entering, a throng of black-robed priests emerged from the shadows, wielding bone artifacts and murmuring incantations, summoning a horde of shadowy specters. The ethereal apparitions, drifting effortlessly, attacked with impunity, rendering the knight's defenses nearly ineffective. Gloom activated his electromagnetic apparatus, crackling with energy that temporarily repelled the specters. Ariel coordinated with Aiden, one purifying the malevolent energy from the specters while the other struck down the weakened foes. Delving deeper into the temple, they discovered a colossal dark magic circle, continuously siphoning the sinister energies from the icy plains. In the Aiden array, he sought to shatter the core with the power of light, only to be repelled by a formidable backlash. Ariel discerned the connection between the array and the surrounding atmosphere, directing Gloom and the knights to dismantle the temple's pillars in an attempt to sever the array's energy supply. As each pillar crumbled, the brilliance of the array dimmed. And seizing the opportunity, Aiden struck again, shattering the core with a single sword thrust. The malevolent array collapsed instantly, reducing the dark-robed priests to mere ashes scattered in the wind. At that moment, the valley trembled violently, and the ground split open, from which emerged a colossal, armored abomination. Its form resembled a hill, jaws agape, spewing corrosive slime. The group hurriedly dodged as the slime splattered onto the ground, instantly eroding large craters. Aiden, Gloom, and Ariel exchanged knowing glances, synchronously launching a counterattack. Aiden danced around, targeting the creature's joints in search of vulnerabilities. Gloom unleashed high-explosive projectiles, causing sparks to fly from the beast's carapace. Ariel, using her psychic energy, tended to the wounds of her companions, while simultaneously casting a paralysis spell to slow the creature's movements. After a prolonged battle, the beast began to weaken, and Aiden spotted a gap in its soft armor on the abdomen. Channeling all his light energy, he thrust his sword with all his might. The creature writhed in agony before collapsing motionless. As they emerged from the valley, barely catching their breath, they beheld a mysterious ice city looming on the distant frozen expanse. Its dark power surging ominously, clearly harboring a greater peril. They quickly gathered their gear and set off toward the unknown ice city. Upon entering the city, they found the streets eerily silent, flanked by buildings thickly coated in frost. Cautiously advancing, they were suddenly beset by animated ice sculptures that transformed into ice warriors. Brandishing swords and charging at them, the knights formed a line, engaging in chaotic combat with the ice warriors. The clashing of metal and ice resounding through the air as snowflakes fluttered down. Gloom fashioned a freeze gun, releasing a torrent of frigid air that instantly encased several ice warriors in ice, allowing Aiden and Ariel to shatter the frozen sculptures. Delving deeper into the ice city, they arrived before a grand palace, its doors firmly shut and inscribed with intricate runes. Ariel deciphered the runes, revealing that they must infuse it with the corresponding elemental power to gain entry. Following her guidance, they channeled their energies, and the doors slowly creaked open. Within the throne room, a shadowy king sat upon his throne, enveloped in swirling dark energy, his contemptuous gaze fixed upon them. "Foolish intruders, you shall perish here." "Becoming the sustenance for my dominion over this continent," the shadowy king proclaimed, his voice echoing like a chilling thunderclap. As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of demonic guardians surged forth, each towering and wielding massive blades. Gloom hurled smoke bombs to obscure the demon's vision, while Aiden led the knights into a charge, clashing with the enemy amidst the haze. Ariel stealthily circled toward the throne, intending to cast a surprise spell on the shadowy king. But he sensed her approach and retaliated with a shadowy blast, leaving Ariel grievously wounded on the floor. Witnessing this, Gloom revved his engines and charged toward the king, his mechanical arm extending a blade as he engaged the ruler in close combat, buying precious time for Ariel. After Aiden vanquished the demon guardian, he rushed to lend his support, uniting the forces of light and machinery to subdue the Shadow King. Ariel, despite her agony, rose to her feet, gathering her ethereal energy to cast the forbidden purification spell, enveloping the king in a radiant glow. The king emitted a harrowing scream as the dark energy surrounding him dissipated, ultimately reducing him to ashes. With the demise of the king, the malevolent energy in the ice city gradually faded. Yet the group understood that beneath the icy expanse lay more insidious evils yet to be eradicated. After a brief respite, they ventured deeper into the frozen wilderness, pursuing the elusive traces of malevolence, aware that their journey to safeguard the peace of the continent remained long and perilous. Chapter 100. The journey continues in the frozen wasteland. Following their triumph over the Shadow King in the Ice City, the group felt a tinge of fatigue. Yet the weight of their mission compelled them to press on without the slightest hint of complacency, resolutely advancing further into the icy terrain. At this juncture, the blizzard howled with increasing ferocity, seemingly obstructing their passage, as shards of ice struck their faces with a stinging pain. As they delved deeper, the landscape of the frozen wasteland grew ever more peculiar. Colossal ice columns loomed like a stone forest, glimmering with a ghostly light amidst the howling winds. The ice beneath their feet became uneven, with fissures appearing unexpectedly, posing a risk of misstep and plunge into the depths below. Aiden led the way, ever vigilant to the sounds around him, his sword of light emitting a faint glow to illuminate their path. Ariel followed closely behind, her ethereal senses fully attuned, striving to detect any hint of danger. Gloom, positioned in the center of the group, remained alert to their surroundings while meticulously inspecting his mechanical gear to ensure its readiness for any critical moment. Upon reaching a glacial valley, a faint purple mist enveloped the area, imparting an aura of mystery and peril. Aiden signaled for the group to halt, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the valley's condition. "This purple mist is peculiar. Exercise caution," he cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly as they cautiously stepped into the valley. As they ventured further in, the mist thickened abruptly, shrouding them completely. Their vision was instantly obscured, limiting their sight to mere feet ahead. Ariel once more invoked her ethereal perception, but found the mist to possess an even greater capacity for obfuscation, severely disrupting her senses. "Gather close, do not stray," Aiden called out, his voice echoing through the mist. The group swiftly clustered together, forming a tight defensive formation. Suddenly, a piercing shriek reverberated from all directions, as if countless creatures lay in wait within the purple haze, poised for the perfect moment to strike. Aiden gripped his sword of light tightly, concentrating on the source of the sounds. "Here they come," Aiden exclaimed just as a horde of scorpion-like beasts erupted from the mist, towering over a man. Their colossal forms were encased in hard purple shells, with tails raised high, glinting ominously. The knights promptly raised their shields, forming a protective wall against the onslaught of the scorpion creatures. The beasts clamped their massive pincers against the shields, producing a cacophony of grating sounds. Gloom swiftly retrieved a heavy machine gun from his pack and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the swarm of scorpions. Bullets cascaded like raindrops, striking the scorpion shells and igniting showers of sparks, yet the damage inflicted appeared minimal. Aiden seized the opportune moment, soaring into the air, his sword of light cleaving towards the head of a scorpion. With a resounding thud, the scorpion's head was split open, green blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Ariel conjured spells from the rear, sending shards of ice erupting from the ground, piercing into the horde of scorpions. Some scorpions, unable to evade, were impaled by the icy spikes, emitting anguished cries. However, the relentless tide of scorpions continued to surge forth. Realizing the futility of their current strategy, Aiden surveyed his surroundings and noticed some protruding ice blocks on the valley wall. Gloom, use your mechanical arm to propel me to the valley wall, Aiden commanded. Gloom nodded, swiftly extending his mechanical arm, grasping Aiden, and with a powerful toss, sent him soaring to the wall. Once stabilized on the wall, Aiden concentrated his luminous energy, murmuring incantations. The light sword in his grasp radiated with an intensified brilliance, resembling a miniature sun. Aiden infused the valley wall with his light energy, and with a resounding roar, the ice blocks began to detach, crashing down upon the swarm of scorpions. The massive ice blocks crushed several scorpions, temporarily halting the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Aiden leaped from the wall to join the knights in their battle against the remaining scorpions. After a fierce clash, the horde was finally repelled, and the purple mist gradually dissipated. As they gazed upon the scattered scorpion carcasses, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The dangers lurking in the depths of this ice field far exceed our expectations, Ariel remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Indeed, but we cannot falter. We must seek out and eradicate all traces of malevolent forces, Aiden resolutely stated. The group pressed onward, emerging from the icy valley to reveal a vast frozen lake ahead. The surface lay tranquil as a mirror, reflecting blinding light under the sun's rays. Nevertheless, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if a formidable power lurked beneath the lake's depths. Aiden approached the lakeside, crouched down, and extended his hand to touch the surface of the water. The moment his fingers grazed the lake, an icy chill coursed through his entire being, prompting him to retract his hand hastily. The water was exceptionally frigid. It was a warning not to approach lightly, Aiden cautioned. Just then, the lake's surface abruptly rippled, and waves swiftly radiated outward. Following this, a colossal ice dragon erupted from the depths of the lake. The dragon, immense in size, unfurled its wings, spanning several dozen meters, its entire form enveloped in glistening, translucent ice armor, with eyes shimmering a cold blue light. It's an ice dragon. Everyone, be cautious, Gloom shouted, swiftly hoisting a rocket launcher and firing a projectile at the beast. The rocket, trailing flames, soared through the air, striking the dragon's wing. With a tremendous roar, a fissure appeared on the dragon's wing, yet it was quickly concealed beneath a new layer of ice. The ice dragon bellowed in fury, unleashing a frigid breath that surged toward the group. Aiden promptly raised the sword of light, conjuring a luminous shield to protect everyone within its embrace. The icy breath collided with the shield, emitting a hissing sound as a thick layer of ice formed upon its surface. Ariel seized the opportunity to cast her spell, summoning a host of fire elementals. The fire elementals danced around the ice dragon, unleashing searing flames in an attempt to melt its icy armor. The ice dragon flapped its wings, sending some of the fire elementals flying, yet many flames still struck its form, melting portions of its icy shell. Gloom relentlessly launched fire projectiles, targeting the dragon's vulnerabilities. The knights, too, drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows that streaked towards the ice dragon like shooting stars. Under the relentless assault, the ice dragon struggled and roared, clawing at the ground, uprooting massive ice blocks that came crashing down towards the group. Aiden and his companions nimbly evaded while continuing their attack. After a fierce battle, the ice dragon began to show signs of fatigue. Aiden seized the moment, soaring into the air, plunging his radiant sword into the dragon's chest. The dragon let out a piercing scream before collapsing with a thunderous crash, transforming into a puddle of icy water. Victorious over the ice dragon, the group pressed onward across the frozen expanse. After several days of arduous travel, they arrived at the foot of a colossal ice mountain. Towering into the clouds, the summit was shrouded in mist. At the mountain's midsection, a vast cavern loomed, exuding an ominous aura. It appears our destination lies within, Aiden remarked, gazing at the cavern's entrance. After a brief respite, they set forth towards the opening. As they approached, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. The interior was shrouded in darkness, an eerie silence enveloping them. Aiden stepped into the abyss first, the light of his sword illuminating the winding path ahead. The corridor twisted and turned, its walls adorned with peculiar runes and symbols. Ariel scrutinized these markings, striving to decipher their significance. The runes seemed to document an ancient malevolent ritual, as if intended to awaken a powerful slumbering entity. With a furrowed brow, Ariel commented, "This speaks of something sinister." The group pressed deeper, suddenly hearing a low, rumbling growl emanating from ahead. Aiden gestured for silence and cautiously advanced. Turning a corner, they beheld a colossal beast. This creature bore the likeness of a lion, its body covered in black scales, eyes glimmering with a blood-red light, and a stream of green venom flowing from its maw. The beast sensed their presence, turning its head to unleash an enraged roar that reverberated through the cavern. Aiden was the first to charge forward, engaging in battle with the malevolent beast. The creature swung its claws towards Aiden, who deftly evaded the strike while thrusting his sword of light into the beast's abdomen. The creature nimbly dodged, then opened its maw wide, spewing forth a stream of venom. Aiden hastily conjured a shield of light, which sizzled as the poison splattered against it, emitting a corrosive hiss. Gloom attacked the beast from the side, using his mechanical arm to grasp its hind leg in an attempt to trip it. The beast violently flung Gloom aside. Meanwhile, Ariel cast her spells from the rear, bolts of lightning descending from the heavens to strike the creature. Despite the onslaught, the beast roared in agony, its resistance growing fiercer. As the battle intensified, the creature's attacks became increasingly brutal, and the group struggled to hold their ground. Aiden realized that identifying the beast's weakness was essential to their victory. While fighting, he meticulously observed the creature's movements. Suddenly, he noticed that the scales atop its head quivered slightly before it unleashed a powerful attack. "Ariel, focus your magical assault on the scales atop its head," Aiden shouted. Upon hearing this, Ariel immediately concentrated her magical energy, unleashing a potent beam of light that struck the creature's head. The scales cracked upon impact, revealing a fissure. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden soared upward and plunged his sword of light into the crack, twisting it forcefully. The beast let out a bone-chilling wail before collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. After vanquishing the beast, the group pressed deeper into the cavern. At the end of the tunnel, they discovered a massive stone sarcophagus, intricately inscribed with sinister runes. The lid trembled slightly, as if something within yearned to break free. Aiden and his companions cautiously encircled the sarcophagus, bracing themselves for the unknown challenge ahead. Suddenly, the lid of the sarcophagus shot upward, and a shadowy figure burst forth. The silhouette spiraled momentarily in the air before transforming into a cloaked figure that landed with an ominous grace. The dark figure exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, its face obscured by shadows, rendering its features indistinguishable. "You foolish beings, you have followed me all the way here. Now you shall all remain," the cloaked figure rasped, its voice laden with a chilling intent to kill. As the words fell, the figure waved its hands, releasing a torrent of black mist that surged towards them. Aiden swiftly summoned the power of light, erecting a barrier to repel the encroaching darkness. Gloom retrieved a flashbang from his satchel and hurled it at the cloaked figure. The flashbang detonated, emitting a blinding light that temporarily dazed the dark figure. Seizing the moment, Ariel cast a spell to bind the cloaked figure's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden charged towards the figure in the black robe, his sword of light radiating with luminous power as it struck. The robed figure let out a disdainful grunt and extended a hand, astonishingly grasping the sword with sheer force. Aiden strained to withdraw his weapon, but found himself unable to break free. Meanwhile, the figure conjured a sphere of dark energy with his other hand and hurled it at Aiden, quickly relinquishing his grip on the sword. Aiden leapt backward just as the dark energy struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Observing this, Gloom activated his electromagnetic device, sending arcs of electricity towards the black-robed figure. The surrounding dark energy clashed with the currents, producing a cacophony of crackles. Ariel, in turn, relentlessly cast various spells in an attempt to diminish the figure's power. Aiden retrieved the Sword of Light once more, and alongside Gloom and Ariel, they launched another assault on the robed menace. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. Gradually, Aiden and his companions discerned that the figure's power seemed intrinsically linked to a stone sarcophagus. As long as the sarcophagus remained intact, the figure's strength would be inexhaustible. Gloom, Ariel, we must first destroy the sarcophagus to sever his source of power, Aiden declared. The trio swiftly adjusted their strategy, defending against the figure's onslaught while advancing toward the sarcophagus. After an arduous struggle, they finally reached the stone structure. Aiden infused the sarcophagus with the power of light, attempting to dismantle the runes inscribed upon it. Ariel unleashed a purifying spell to eradicate the malevolent aura surrounding the sarcophagus, while Gloom delivered powerful blows to it with his mechanical arm. Through their combined efforts, the runes began to fade, and fissures appeared on the sarcophagus. Noticing the transformation, the black-robed figure became increasingly frenzied. He recklessly charged at them, intent on thwarting their efforts to destroy the sarcophagus. Aiden and his allies fought valiantly, and at last, the sarcophagus erupted with a resounding crash, shattering into countless fragments. With the destruction of the sarcophagus, the figure's power diminished instantaneously. Seizing the moment, Aiden plunged the sword of light into the figure's chest. The figure let out a wretched scream as his form gradually dissipated, leaving only the black robe upon the ground. Having successfully vanquished the robed foe, the cavern began to tremble violently. "We must flee. The cave is collapsing," Aiden shouted. The group hastened towards the exit, escaping just as the cavern crumbled behind them. Standing at the base of the ice mountain, gazing at the collapsed cave, they felt an overwhelming fatigue. Yet a sense of victorious elation coursed through them. However, they understood that beneath the ice, more sinister forces may still await their reckoning, and the journey to safeguard the realm's tranquility remained long and arduous. Yet their eyes shone with resolve, and after a brief respite, they set forth anew, continuing their pursuit of the lurking malevolence hidden deep within the icy expanse. Chapter 101. The Shadows of the Ice Field. The aftermath re-emerges after escaping the collapsed cavern. The group took a moment to regroup at the foot of the ice mountain. Aiden gazed at the now ruined entrance, fully aware that although they had triumphed over the black-robed figure, the malevolent forces lurking beneath the ice were likely far from eradicated. "Let us first regain our strength. We cannot afford to let our guard down. The peril of this ice field has yet to be entirely vanquished," Aiden stated resolutely, meeting the eyes of his companions. Ariel sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her spiritual energy to replenish the expended magical power. Meanwhile, Gloom began inspecting his mechanical apparatus. Noting the wear and tear that had occurred during the recent battle, the knights busied themselves tending to their weapons and gear, preparing for the uncertain journey that lay ahead. After a brief respite, the group set forth once more. They traversed the edge of the icy expanse, seeking clues that might unveil other hidden malevolent forces. At this moment, the ice field was shrouded in darkening clouds, transforming the once bright landscape into a somber twilight. Howling winds whipped through the air, lifting the snow from the ground and creating swirling curtains of snow that rendered their progress exceedingly arduous. After traveling a distance, they encountered an abandoned castle. The walls of the castle, ravaged by the relentless passage of time and the biting cold, stood in a state of disrepair, with sections having collapsed entirely. The grand entrance hung ajar, creaking ominously in the gale, as if whispering tales of its storied past. Aiden gestured for the group to halt, carefully surveying the surroundings of the castle. An eerie aura enveloped the fortress, prompting everyone to tread cautiously. In a hushed tone, Aiden spoke. The group slowly approached the castle, stepping through the ajar grand door. Inside, the courtyard lay overrun with weeds, and unknown black vines entwined the crumbling walls, seemingly drawing upon the castle's lingering vitality. As they traversed the courtyard, they entered the castle's grand hall. A foul stench pervaded the air, and dust danced in the feeble light. At the far end of the hall stood a colossal statue, its features obscured by time, yet its outline suggested the form of a heavily armored warrior, now marred by numerous fissures. Just as the group began to explore, they were suddenly met with faint, indistinct cries. The sound appeared to emanate from the castle's basement. Ariel furrowed her brow, the cries exuding an unsettling quality. "We must investigate," she urged. Aiden nodded, leading the group toward the basement. The staircase to the basement was narrow and steep, with several extinguished torches embedded in the walls. Aiden illuminated their path with the radiance of his sword as they descended carefully. As they ventured deeper, the cries grew clearer, interspersed with peculiar whispers. Upon reaching the basement, they discovered a small girl huddled in the corner, weeping. She wore a tattered white dress, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Aiden approached gently, inquiring, "Little one, how did you come to be here?" The girl offered no response, continuing to sob to herself. Gloom sensed something was amiss, tightening his grip on his weapon with vigilance. At that moment, the girl abruptly lifted her head, revealing blood-red eyes and a grotesque smile upon her face. "You have finally arrived," her voice transformed into a piercing shriek, starkly contrasting her previous cries. As her words echoed, countless small black spiders surged forth from the basement walls, swarming towards the group. Aiden swiftly conjured a barrier of light around them, thwarting the impending assault of the spiders. Ariel, in turn, unleashed her magic, igniting flames in her hands and directing them towards the arachnid horde. The spiders ignited, emitting a hissing sound as the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Yet, the sheer number of spiders was overwhelming, an incessant tide crashing upon them. Gloom activated the high-pressure water cannon on his mechanical arm, the powerful stream dispersing the spiders momentarily. However, more of the creatures quickly surged to take their place. Aiden discovered that these spiders appeared to be under the control of a young girl. "We must first deal with that girl to rid ourselves of these spiders," he exclaimed. Ignoring the assaults of the arachnids, Aiden charged toward the girl. Upon seeing him approach, she waved her hands, and a swarm of larger spiders emerged from the darkness, blocking Aiden's path. These formidable spiders brandished their sharp claws, lunging at Aiden with fierce intent. Aiden skillfully evaded their attacks while striking at the spiders with his sword of light. However, the spiders' exoskeletons were tough, and each swing of the sword left only a faint mark upon them. Ariel observed Aiden hindered, and she concentrated her magical energy to cast a formidable ice spell. Instantly, the floor of the basement became encrusted with ice, causing the movements of the spiders to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden launched his assault. And with the radiant power of his sword, he finally vanquished several of the monstrous spiders. He pressed onward towards the young girl, whose face betrayed a flicker of panic. She murmured incantations, and suddenly, the ground began to tremble as a colossal spider emerged from the depths below, towering over two men. Its carapace shimmered with an ominous black sheen, and its 8 eyes radiated a sinister aura. The great spider opened its maw wide, expelling a viscous webbing directed at Aiden. He swiftly evaded, the web striking the wall and instantly corroding a sizable crater into its surface. Witnessing this, Gloom hefted a rocket launcher and fired a missile at the giant spider. The projectile struck its target, and the ensuing explosion forced the massive arachnid to stagger back several paces. Ariel continuously cast spells from the rear, targeting the vulnerabilities of the colossal spider. Aiden seized the opportune moment, soaring into the air, his blade of light thrusting toward the creature's eye. The spider shrieked in agony, swiping its claws in an attempt to swat Aiden down. With remarkable agility, Aiden evaded the strike's mid-flight and plunged the luminous sword into the creature's head once more. After a brief struggle, the spider collapsed with a thunderous crash. With its demise, the smaller spiders ceased their assault, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Noticing the peril, the young girl attempted to flee. Aiden swiftly advanced, grasping her by the arm. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" he inquired with grave intensity. The strange expression on the girl's face faded, and she reverted to a pitiful visage, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My name is Lily. I was once the daughter of the castle's master, but at some point, an evil force enveloped this castle, and my family was slaughtered. I, too, have been ensnared by this dark power, compelled to commit numerous wicked deeds." Upon hearing Lily's account, Aiden and the others felt a twinge of sympathy. Ariel stepped forward and gently inquired, "Lily, we are here to vanquish the malevolent force. Could you enlighten us about its origin?" Lily nodded, revealing that deep within the castle lies a hidden chamber, containing a black well from which the sinister energy emanates. The group resolved to investigate the chamber. Under Lily's guidance, they traversed a labyrinth of intricate passages until they finally arrived at the entrance of the hidden chamber. The door stood resolutely shut, adorned with peculiar runes etched into its surface. Aiden attempted to push the door, only to find it utterly immovable. Ariel meticulously examined the runes, discovering a resemblance to those she had previously encountered in the cave. After considerable effort, she finally uncovered the method to unravel the runes. As the symbols dissipated, the door to the hidden chamber slowly creaked open. A dense black mist pervaded the room, and at its center, there indeed lay a dark well. The mouth of the well incessantly exuded a stream of dark energy, resembling an inexhaustible source of malevolence. As Aiden approached the well, a formidable suction force surged forth, nearly drawing him in. Gloom swiftly employed his mechanical arm to restrain Aiden. "This well is far too perilous. We must devise a means to seal it," Gloom declared. The group began to scour the chamber for a method to close the well. Suddenly, Ariel spotted some ancient inscriptions etched into the walls. After a careful interpretation, She realized that a combination of radiant energy and pure magical essence was required to seal the well. Aiden and Ariel stood on either side of the well, with Aiden channeling the entirety of his radiant power, while Ariel infused it with her pure, untainted magic. The energies of the two converged, creating a dazzling beam of light that surged towards the well. This brilliance clashed against the dark energy emanating from the well, resulting in a momentary intertwining of light and darkness within the chamber. Just as the two forces reached an impasse, a shadow suddenly erupted from the black mist. The shadow transformed into a demonic figure, its claws bared as it lunged towards Aiden and Ariel. "How dare you disrupt the master's plans? You shall perish," the demon bellowed. Aiden and Ariel swiftly separated, evading the demon's assault. Gloom, from behind, launched a counterattack, unleashing a barrage of lasers from his mechanical arm towards the fiend. The demon, agile in form, effortlessly dodged the beams of light. It turned its gaze, emitting two beams of black energy aimed directly at Gloom. In a hurried response, Gloom activated his defensive mechanism, conjuring an energy shield that successfully intercepted the dark rays. The knights joined the fray, wielding their weapons against the malevolent entity. Although formidable, the demon began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the collective assault. Seizing the opportune moment, Aiden gathered the power of light once more and charged towards the demon. The radiant sword, imbued with immense luminous energy, pierced the demon's chest. A horrific scream escaped its lips as its form began to dissipate, with the demons vanishing. The black energy surging from the well also diminished significantly. Aiden and Ariel capitalized on this moment to intensify their efforts, ultimately sealing the well. The dark mist gradually receded, restoring tranquility to the chamber. As the group emerged from the depths, the sinister aura within the castle dissipated as well. A long-awaited smile graced Lily's face as she gazed gratefully at Aiden and the others. "Thank you. You have saved me and this castle." Aiden replied with a smile. "No need for thanks. It is our duty." However, the malevolent forces upon the icy plains have yet to be entirely vanquished, and we must press onward. After departing the castle, the group continued their exploration across the frozen expanse. They followed a frozen river, which led them to a towering snow-capped mountain. The summit of the mountain was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing. As they approached the mountain, they discovered a gathering of individuals at its base, excavating something. Clad in tattered garments, their eyes betrayed a glimmer of madness. Aiden stepped forward and inquired, "What are you doing? This place is perilous." One of the individuals lifted their head and coldly replied, "We are in search of treasure. Legend has it that boundless wealth lies hidden beneath this snow-capped mountain." Aiden realized that these individuals were blinded by their avarice, oblivious to the looming peril. At that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed from the snow-capped mountain. The snow at the summit began to cascade down, resulting in a colossal avalanche. "This is bad. The avalanche is upon us. Everyone run," Aiden shouted urgently. The crowd hastily fled in the opposite direction of the mountain. However, the speed of the avalanche was astonishing, and it swiftly caught up with them. Aiden summoned a radiant shield in an attempt to deflect the onslaught of the avalanche. Yet, the force of nature was overwhelming, and after a brief struggle, the shield began to fracture. Ariel conjured her magic, forming a layer of ice beneath the feet of the crowd, thereby mitigating the impact of the avalanche. Gloom activated the flying apparatus of his mechanical gear, carrying several knights into the sky, with the assistance of others. Aiden and Ariel also successfully evaded the peril of the avalanche. Observing the area buried beneath the snow, it became evident that none of the treasure seekers had escaped unscathed. Aiden could not help but reflect that greed often leads one to lose rationality, ultimately exacting a heavy toll. Following this ordeal, the group pressed onward. They soon stumbled upon a mysterious ruin upon the ice field. The entrance to the ruin was hewn from colossal stones, adorned with ancient engravings that seemed to narrate a tale from a distant past. Aiden and his companions ventured into the ruins, where the corridors were both spacious and profound. Embedded within the walls were luminous crystals that emitted a gentle radiance. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a tome that exuded an enigmatic glow. Ariel stepped forward, intent on grasping the tome. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, a radiant light burst forth, revealing the text inscribed upon the pages. However, the script was in an ancient tongue, indecipherable even to Ariel herself. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, a cacophony erupted from outside the ruins. Hastily, they exited the remnants, only to behold a pack of ice-field werewolves charging towards them. These formidable creatures towered over them, their bodies clad in a coat of grayish-white fur. their eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Aiden and his companions swiftly assumed their battle stances. The ice-field werewolves, possessing astonishing speed, charged towards them in an instant. With their razor-sharp claws, they launched ferocious attacks. Aiden wielded his radiant sword to parry the assaults of the werewolves, repelling one with each swing. Gloom unleashed a barrage from his heavy machine gun, leaving a trail of bullet holes across the bodies of the beasts. However, the werewolves were numerous and continued to pour forth relentlessly. Ariel conjured walls of ice through her magic, effectively obstructing the onslaught. The knights engaged in close combat with the werewolves, using their shields to fend off attacks while thrusting their longswords at the foes. The battle raged intensely, with casualties on both sides. Aiden observed that these werewolves seemed driven by an unseen force, displaying an extraordinary ferocity that disregarded their own safety. Amidst the fray, Aiden noticed a larger werewolf, evidently the leader of the pack. It stood at a distance, orchestrating the attacks of its kin. Aiden resolved to eliminate the leader first to dismantle the werewolf assault. Seizing the moment, he leaped into the air, charging towards the werewolf leader. Sensing Aiden's intent, the leader opened its maw and exhaled a blast of frigid air. Aiden promptly summoned a shield of light, successfully blocking the icy breath, though the surface of the shield instantly crystallized with a thick layer of ice. With a determined swing of his radiant sword, he shattered the ice and continued his advance towards the leader. The werewolf leader, witnessing Aiden's approach, lashed out with its claws, initiating a fierce confrontation. Drawing upon the strength of his radiant sword and his own combat prowess, Aiden gradually gained the upper hand. Spotting a chink in the leader's defenses, he plunged his sword into its chest. The leader emitted a dreadful howl before collapsing to the ground. With the demise of their leader, the remaining werewolves began to lose their resolve and scattered in disarray. The group successfully repelled the icefield werewolves. Exhausted from the encounter, they returned to the ruins to continue their study of the mysterious tome. After considerable effort, Ariel finally deciphered part of its contents. The book chronicled the origins of the Icefield's malevolent shadows, revealing that long ago, a formidable dark sorcerer conducted a nefarious ritual on the Icefield in pursuit of immortality. This ritual unleashed a catastrophe, corrupting the Icefield with evil forces and giving rise to various shadowy creatures. To eradicate the malevolent powers from the Icefield, it was imperative to locate the sorcerer's seal and obliterate the lingering dark energies. Following the clues within the book, the group learned that the sealing site lay at the deepest part of the Icefield, in a cursed ice lake surrounded by perilous traps and powerful shadow creatures. Undeterred, they prepared their belongings and set forth towards the depths of the Icefield. Along the way, they encountered numerous dangers, such as sudden fissures in the ice and snow monsters capable of manipulating the frost. Yet, through resilient will and harmonious collaboration, they navigated each peril successfully. At last, they arrived at the cursed ice lake. The waters of the frozen lake manifest an eerie shade of black, shrouded in a thick veil of mist that obscures the view of the lake's depths. Surrounding the lake, towering ice sculptures loom, their forms resembling figures in anguished struggle. Aiden and his companions cautiously approached the icy lake. Suddenly, immense waves surged forth from the water as a colossal, octopus-like malevolent entity emerged from the depths. Its tentacles, measuring several dozen meters in length, were adorned with sharp suckers. The monstrous apparition brandished its limbs, launching an assault upon the onlookers. Aiden swiftly harnessed the power of light, conjuring a protective barrier around the group. The tentacles struck against the shield, producing a dull thud. Gloom hefted a rocket launcher and unleashed several missiles toward the octopus apparition. The projectiles detonated upon impact, leaving gaping wounds on the creature. However, the octopus specter appeared largely unfazed by the assault. Ariel conjured magic, summoning a host of wind elementals. The ethereal beings danced around the octopus shadow, forming a formidable whirlwind, attempting to blow the creature back into the depths of the lake. The octopus shadow resisted fiercely against the tempest, its tentacles gripping an ice sculpture at the water's edge to stabilize its form. Meanwhile, the knights unleashed arrows at the creature's eyes, striving to discover its vulnerabilities. The octopus shadow, sensing the knights' assault, shielded its eyes with several tentacles while counterattacking with others. Seizing the moment, Aiden soared into the air, his sword of light imbued with radiant power, striking at one of the octopus shadow's tentacles. With a resounding crack, the tentacle was severed, and green ichor gushed forth. The octopus shadow howled in agony, retaliating with even greater ferocity, causing the waves on the lake's surface to swell tumultuously. Under the relentless onslaught of the octopus shadow, Aiden and his companions began to falter. At that pivotal moment, Ariel discerned a peculiar connection between the octopus shadow and the lake's bottom. Each time it sustained an injury, a surge of energy flowed from the depths, mending its wounds. "We must sever its link to the lake's bottom," Ariel proclaimed. Understanding her intent, Aiden gathered all his luminous power and charged towards the point where the octopus shadow connected with the lake's depths. His sword of light pierced the bottom with immense force. As a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, the connection between the octopus shadow and the lake was severed. Deprived of the energy from the depths, the creature's strength waned instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the group launched a concerted attack, ultimately defeating the octopus shadow. Its body gradually sank into the depths, and the mist over the lake began to dissipate. In the center of the lake, a colossal vortex emerged. At the bottom of the whirlpool, a seal emanating a dark luminescence could be faintly discerned. Following the vortex, Aiden and his comrades arrived at the place of the seal, surrounded by an array of malevolent runes and traps. Aiden cautiously evaded the traps, wielding the sword of light to decipher the runes. Meanwhile, Ariel and Gloom stood guard, vigilant against the emergence of any other malevolent entities. After considerable effort, Aiden ultimately succeeded in breaking the seal. As the seal was lifted, a surge of formidable dark energy erupted forth. Aiden swiftly wielded the power of light, engaging in a fierce struggle against the forces of evil. Ariel and Gloom joined him, each employing their unique abilities in an earnest attempt to obliterate the malevolent presence entirely. Through their united efforts, the dark forces gradually began to dissipate. As the evil receded, the weather upon the ice field improved. Sunlight piercing through the clouds and bathing the expanse in a warm glow. The onlookers gazed upon the revitalizing landscape, their hearts brimming with joy. They understood that their toil had not been in vain. The ice field had finally liberated itself from the clutches of darkness. However, they were acutely aware that other hidden malevolent forces might still lurk within the continent, awaiting discovery and eradication. Yet, they stood prepared, emboldened by unwavering faith and fearless resolve, embarking on a new journey to continue safeguarding the tranquility of this realm. Chapter 102. The ice field's cleansing and the shadowed secrets. The ice field had regained its tranquility. Sunlight cascading over the pristine snow, glistening with golden radiance. Aiden and his companions stood by the frozen lake, gazing at the dissipating malevolent aura, their hearts filled with solace. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely a fragment of the continent's crisis. Further unknown evils may still lurk in some hidden corner of the world. Although the sinister forces of the ice plains had been vanquished, we cannot afford to pause in our endeavors. Aiden looked into the distance, his gaze resolute, pondering that perhaps elsewhere, similar threats awaited their arrival. Ariel nodded, her face still bearing the fatigue of battle, yet her eyes emanated a resolute determination. Indeed, we must press on. Safeguarding this land is our solemn duty. Gloom brushed the snow off his attire and slung the rocket launcher over his shoulder. Then let us continue our journey. My equipment is yet to warm to my form. The knights meticulously adjusted their gear, their expressions grave and solemn, filled with unwavering resolve for the unknown journey that lay ahead. The group traversed the edge of the ice field, advancing towards the heart of the continent. Along the way, the desolate landscape began to transform. Sparse vegetation started to emerge, and occasionally, small creatures could be seen scurrying across the snow. All of this signified that the ice field was gradually regaining vitality. After several days of arduous travel, they arrived at a quaint village nestled within a valley. Enveloped by towering mountains, with a crystal-clear river flowing through its midst, the village's structures were primarily crafted from stone and timber, their roofs blanketed with thick snow, and wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, evoking a sense of tranquil serenity. However, as Aiden and his companions entered the village, they discerned an unusual atmosphere. The pedestrians hurried along the streets, their faces betraying a hint of fear. Children remained hidden indoors, too frightened to venture out to play. Aiden stopped an elderly man passing by and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask what has transpired here? Why does everyone appear so fearful?" The elder scrutinized Aiden and his companions, noting their weaponry yet sensing a noble aura about them. With a sigh, he replied, "You travelers are unaware of our plight. Recently, our village has been besieged by peculiar creatures. These beings resemble wolves, but possess bat-like wings, emerging at night to attack both man and beast, instilling terror throughout the entire community." Aiden and Ariel exchanged a glance, each understanding that this was likely a remnant of malevolent forces. "Rest assured, Elder. We shall assist you in resolving this matter," Aiden declared. The old man gazed at them with gratitude, saying, "If you could alleviate this trouble, You would truly be the benefactors of our humble town. These creatures typically lurk in the forest behind the town, so please exercise utmost caution. After a brief respite in the quaint town, Aiden and his companions replenished their supplies and ventured into the forest behind the town. The trees within the forest towered majestically, their lush foliage allowing sunlight to filter through, creating dappled patches of light on the ground. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil canopy lurked an ominous aura of danger. They proceeded with utmost caution when, abruptly, a piercing shriek echoed from above. The group looked up to witness a horde of monstrous creatures, resembling wolves yet adorned with wings. Descending upon them, these beasts' eyes glimmered with an eerie green luminescence, their teeth sharp and menacing, and their claws glinted coldly in the sunlight. "Prepare for battle," Aiden bellowed. Swiftly drawing his sword of light, the knights raised their shields, forming a defensive formation. Ariel waved her hands, chanting incantations. As a flurry of ice arrows erupted from her fingertips, hurtling toward the creatures, Gloom activated the laser weapon on his mechanical arm, unleashing beams of light toward the monstrosities. The creatures moved with astonishing speed, deftly evading the onslaught, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon the group. They opened their gaping maws. Lunging at the knights, Aiden swung his sword of light, its blade radiating brilliance. With each strike, he felled a creature, each hit met with anguished howls. The battle raged fiercely, with the monsters relentlessly attacking. Aiden noted that while each creature was not particularly formidable on its own, their sheer numbers and cohesive tactics made it exceedingly difficult to repel them. At that moment, a larger beast stealthily approached Ariel from the side, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce. "Ariel, watch out," Gloom shouted, having recognized the imminent threat. He swiftly raised his mechanical firearm and fired at the creature. The bullet struck its wing, causing the beast to stumble and crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ariel turned and unleashed a powerful flame spell, engulfing the creature in a torrent of fire. Aiden noticed during the battle that these monsters seemed to possess an innate fear of the power of light. Focusing his mind, he channeled the light into his luminous sword, transforming its blade into a radiant beacon. Spotting a gap in the encircling horde of monsters, he soared into the fray. The luminous sword danced swiftly in his grasp, each swing releasing a wave of brilliance that enveloped the creatures, causing them to shriek in terror and scatter in disarray. The group pressed their advantage, driving the monsters deeper into the heart of the forest. Before a cavern, the creatures halted, appearing to guard something of significance. Aiden and his companions cautiously approached the entrance, where a dense, black mist billowed forth, accompanied by a low, ominous growl. "It seems we have found their lair," Aiden murmured. He gestured for caution and led the way into the cave. The interior was dim and damp, the ground etched with peculiar runes. As they ventured deeper, the growling intensified, and the black mist thickened ominously. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the swirling fog. This creature dwarfed the previous monsters, its body covered in dark scales, its wings spanning several meters, and its enormous eyes glimmering with ferocity. "Everyone be cautious. This monster is formidable," Aiden called out. He swiftly conjured a shield of light, enveloping his companions in its protective embrace. The beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged towards them. The shield crackled under the assault, its radiance flickering precariously. Ariel, witnessing the scene, concentrated all her magical energy and unleashed a formidable wind spell. A howling tempest surged within the cave, driving back the black flames. The creature was struck by the very fire it had expelled, roaring in fury as it brandished its colossal wings and lunged towards the group. The gusts generated by its wings sent stones and debris swirling chaotically throughout the cavern. Gloom hefted the rocket launcher and unleashed a barrage of projectiles upon the beast. The rockets detonated upon impact, creating a tremendous shockwave. The creature staggered backward from the force of the explosions, but it swiftly regained its composure and renewed its assault on the group. Seizing the opportune moment, Aiden leaped into the air as the monstrous creature lunged at him. The radiant sword, imbued with formidable light energy, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Sensing the impending danger, the beast swiftly closed its eyes, its tough scales deflecting the blade's assault. Aiden, seizing the momentum, pivoted the sword, carving a deep gash across the creature's face. In agony, the monster thrashed its head violently. Casting Aiden aside, Ariel hastily invoked a healing spell, stabilizing Aiden's descent and ensuring his safe landing. Meanwhile, the knights unleashed a barrage of arrows at the creature. Although many struck its body, most were thwarted by its protective scales, failing to inflict any mortal wounds. Upon landing, Aiden swiftly recalibrated his state, realizing that the scales on the creature's abdomen were relatively thin, potentially revealing its vulnerability. He conveyed this revelation to Ariel and Gloom. and the trio resolved to unite their efforts in assaulting the monster's underbelly. Ariel cast a formidable gravitational spell, immobilizing the monster in place. Gloom seized the opportunity to activate all weaponry on his mechanical apparatus, unleashing a barrage upon the creature's abdomen. Aiden, seizing the moment, soared once more into the air, channeling the full radiance of his being to plunge the light sword into the monster's midsection. As the blade penetrated the creature's flesh, a surge of potent light erupted within its form, eliciting a deafening wail from the beast as it began to convulse violently. With the continuous influx of luminous energy, the monster's body gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the ether. With the demise of the creature, the dark mist within the cavern began to lift. The group scoured the cave and discovered a crystal emanating a sinister black glow. Upon careful examination, Ariel discerned that this crystal was the source controlling those monsters, a remnant of malevolent power. It seemed this crystal was the root of the trouble. Aiden declared, "We must destroy it to prevent further chaos." Gloom produced a specially crafted container, placing the crystal within. He then activated the energy mechanism of the vessel, enveloping the crystal in a formidable force, which gradually shattered it into dust under the impact of the energy. Having resolved the menace in the forest, Aiden and his companions returned to the town. The townsfolk, upon learning of their victory over the monsters, flooded the streets to express their gratitude. The mayor hosted a grand banquet in honor of their heroic deeds, a testament to the collective appreciation of the entire community. During the festivities, Aiden and his allies shared laughter and joy with the townspeople, celebrating their triumph. Yet, Aiden's heart remained taut, for he understood that this was merely a fleeting episode in their journey. Greater challenges loomed ahead. After the banquet, Aiden and his companions bid farewell to the townsfolk and resumed their quest. They ventured deeper into the continent, encountering a myriad of bizarre occurrences and formidable foes along the way. Sometimes they faced enigmatic creatures guarding treasures within ancient ruins. Other times, they confronted villages corrupted by dark forces. Nevertheless, Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and the knights remained united, consistently overcoming adversity through their courage, wisdom, and formidable strength. During one adventure, they arrived at an ancient castle, suffused with an air of mystery. The walls were adorned with portraits of each figure seemingly observing their every move. In the castle's basement, they uncovered a tome inscribed with dark magic, radiating an aura of malevolence, as if beckoning them to delve into its pages. Ariel sensed the peril emanating from the books and cautioned everyone to keep their distance. However, at that very moment, the castle gates abruptly slammed shut, and a throng of specter soldiers clad in ebony armor surged forth. Armed with weaponry, these ghostly warriors charged towards the crowd. Aiden and his companions swiftly assumed their battle stances, engaging in combat with the spectral soldiers. The ethereal forms of the ghostly warriors rendered conventional attacks nearly ineffective. Aiden discerned that only the power of light could affect these phantoms. He conjured a radiant barrier of light around his allies, and upon contact with this luminous shield, the ghostly soldiers emitted anguished cries. Meanwhile, Gloom utilized the energy pulses from his mechanical apparatus to assail the spectral foes. These pulses momentarily disrupted the incorporeal entities, slowing their movements. Ariel invoked her magic, summoning a host of elemental sprites that danced around the ghostly soldiers, unleashing a myriad of elemental forces to strike at them. The knights, not to be outdone, infused their weapons with the power of light under Aiden's guidance, engaging the spectral warriors in close combat. The struggle was extraordinarily arduous, as spectral soldiers continued to surge forth, seemingly inexhaustible in their numbers. Aiden discovered in battle that these spectral soldiers appeared to be under the influence of some mysterious force, and that ominous tome of dark magic might hold the key. He resolved to brave the peril and approach the book, seeking a means to liberate the spectral soldiers from their enchantment. Under the cover of the crowd, Aiden dashed towards the location of the books. Skillfully evading the attacks of the spectral soldiers, he finally arrived before the tome. Focusing his mind, he used the power of light to counter the malevolent aura emanating from the book, and then began to peruse its pages. On the last few pages, Aiden discovered an incantation capable of breaking the hold of the spectral soldiers. He recited the spell aloud as inscribed within the text. As the incantation resonated, a formidable surge of light erupted from Aiden, enveloping the entire basement. The spectral soldiers dissipated beneath the brilliance of the light. The castle's grand doors slowly swung open, allowing sunlight to cascade into the subterranean chamber. Aiden and his companions successfully quelled the castle's peril, and with a spirit of exploration and a steadfast resolve to protect the continent, they pressed onward. As their journey deepened, Aiden and his companions gradually unearthed a vast conspiracy lurking behind these seemingly isolated malevolent events. It appeared that all the nefarious forces were being manipulated by a mysterious power, whose aim seemed to plunge the entire continent into darkness. To unveil the truth behind this conspiracy, they resolved to venture to the continent's repository of knowledge, a venerable library. Legend spoke of this library as a custodian of all knowledge from antiquity to the present, where they might uncover clues about the enigmatic force. After a protracted journey, they finally arrived at the library. The structure loomed grandly, constructed from immense stone blocks, its entrance adorned with a plethora of ancient runes. Upon entering the library, they were enveloped by an atmosphere steeped in antiquity. The shelves were lined with a myriad of tomes, encompassing everything from magical theory to historical accounts. They commenced their quest for clues within the library, and after several days and nights of diligent research, Ariel ultimately stumbled upon a significant revelation within an ancient manuscript. The text recounted that in primordial times, a formidable Dark Lord sought to dominate the entire continent. However, during a great battle, he was sealed away in a mysterious location. Regrettably, the manuscript did not specify the precise site of this seal. Aiden and his companions continued their quest and ultimately discovered some vague clues within another fragment. The clue suggested that the seal of the Dark Lord might be located at the southernmost tip of the continent, in a place known as Shadow Isle. It is said to be teeming with various dangers and mysterious forces, accessible only to those endowed with formidable strength and unwavering conviction. Without a trace of hesitation, Aiden and his companions prepared their belongings and set forth towards the southern tip of the continent. Along the way, they encountered countless hardships and obstacles, including fierce storms, treacherous mountain ranges, and formidable beasts hindering their progress. Yet, they never faltered. Through mutual trust and unity, they overcame adversity time and again. At long last, they reached the seaside. On the distant waters, an island shrouded in black mist emerged faintly, the fabled Shadow Island. Aiden and his companions boarded a small vessel and sailed towards the island. As they approached, a powerful surge of darkness assailed them, causing the boat to sway violently amidst the tumultuous waves. Gloom gripped the oars tightly, striving to maintain the vessel's balance. Ariel conjured a spell, enveloping the boat in a protective barrier to withstand the onslaught of dark forces. Aiden stood at the bow, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the island ahead, his eyes brimming with determination. After an arduous voyage, they finally set foot on Shadow Island. The air was thick with impenetrable black mist, severely limiting their visibility. Cautiously, they advanced when suddenly, a swarm of shadows erupted from the fog, surging towards them. These silhouettes were indistinct and swift, making them elusive and difficult to grasp. Aiden swiftly invoked the power of light, enveloping those around him in a radiant barrier. As the shadow made contact with the luminous shield, it emitted a hissing sound. Ariel and Gloom quickly launched their assaults. Ariel conjured flames that danced through the shadows, while Gloom unleashed energy beams from his mechanical arm. The knights, armed and poised, stood ready for battle. In the midst of this confrontation with the shadows, Aiden discerned that these entities seemed to be manifestations of dark forces, and only by locating their core could they be utterly vanquished. He focused his mind, meticulously observing the movements of the shadows, and ultimately identified the core of one of the dark entities. Aiden soared into the air, his radiant sword infused with formidable light, piercing towards the core of the shadowy figure. The shadow emitted a shrill cry as its form began to dissipate. With the vanishing of the shadow, the others similarly lost their strength, gradually fading into the mist. As the group ventured deeper into the island, they discovered that the trees exhibited an eerie black hue, while the ground was adorned with strange runes. At the heart of the island stood a colossal dark castle, its great doors firmly shut, exuding a chilling aura. Aiden and his companions arrived before the castle, where the grand gate slowly creaked open. Inside, an enveloping darkness loomed, the silence so profound it sent shivers down their spines. They cautiously stepped into the castle, when suddenly, a multitude of black bats swooped in from all directions, hurtling towards them. The creatures' eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, their sharp fangs bared, eager to feast upon their blood. Ariel swiftly conjured an icy spell, erecting a formidable wall of ice that shielded the group from the onslaught of bats. Meanwhile, Gloom activated the ultrasonic device on his mechanical apparatus, emitting a powerful wave of sound that caused the bats to plummet to the ground, disoriented by the reverberations. Aiden and his companions pressed onward, and within the castle's grand hall, they finally encountered the leader of the dark forces, a mysterious figure clad in a flowing black robe. The enigmatic being stood at the center of the hall, surrounded by an aura of formidable dark energy. At last, you have arrived, foolish mortals, the mysterious figure intoned coldly. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The entire continent shall fall under my shadowy dominion. We shall not allow your nefarious schemes to succeed, Aiden proclaimed loudly. Raising his sword of light, its blade radiating a dazzling brilliance. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and the knights stood resolutely, their eyes brimming with the fervor for victory and an unwavering commitment to protect the realm. With a flourish, the mysterious figure conjured a sphere of dark energy in his hand and hurled it towards the assembly. The energy orb detonated mid-air, unleashing a powerful shockwave that forced the group to stagger backward several paces. Aiden swiftly conjured a luminous shield, once again enveloping everyone in its protective embrace. Meanwhile, Ariel unleashed her formidable magic, sending forth vibrant beams of color from her hands, hurtling towards the enigmatic figure. The mysterious individual flickered and deftly evaded the onslaught, his silhouette wavering in the shadows, rendering him elusive and difficult to grasp. Gloom hefted a rocket launcher, repeatedly unleashing missiles towards the location of the enigmatic figure. The projectiles detonated around him, engulfing the area in dense clouds of smoke. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the mysterious figure stood there, unscathed, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. The knights, armed and resolute, charged towards the enigmatic figure. With a swift gesture, he summoned a multitude of black tendrils from the ground, ensnaring the knights in their grasp. Observing this, Aiden dashed forward, wielding his sword of light to sever the tendrils and liberate his comrades. In the midst of the fray, Aiden discerned that although the mysterious figure wielded immense power, each casting of his potent dark magic was accompanied by a brief moment of pause. Aiden relayed this revelation to Ariel and Gloom, and together they resolved to seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the enigmatic foe. Ariel unleashed a formidable illusionary spell, conjuring countless phantoms around the mysterious figure to disrupt his vision. Gloom activated all concealed weaponry within his mechanical apparatus, launching a comprehensive assault upon the enigmatic being. Under the barrage of illusions and attacks, the mysterious figure was compelled to focus intently on defense. Just as he prepared to cast a more powerful dark incantation, Aiden seized the moment and soared into the air. He gathered all the radiant energy within him and plunged the sword of light into the chest of the mysterious figure. A piercing scream escaped the figure's lips as dark forces surged forth from his body, striving to resist the encroaching light. Ariel and Gloom swiftly joined the fray, employing their respective powers to assist Aiden in infusing the mysterious figure's body with the essence of light. Through their combined efforts, the dark energies that enveloped the enigmatic being began to dissipate under the radiant force. As the mysterious figure succumbed to his fate, the dark power within the castle gradually faded away. The ominous black mist that shrouded Shadow Island began to lift, allowing sunlight to bathe the isle. Aiden and his companions successfully thwarted the sinister machinations of the dark forces, thereby salvaging the entire continent. Chapter 103, The Undercurrents of Peace. After Aiden and his companions successfully thwarted the sinister machinations of the dark forces and saved the entire continent, they returned to the central city of the realm. Along their journey, the streets were filled with jubilant crowds who flocked to welcome their heroes home. The people organized a grand celebration in their honor, elevating Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and the knights to the status of legends across the land. During the festivities, Aiden delivered a poignant speech, urging the populace to cherish the hard-won peace and to safeguard their beloved continent. His stirring words resonated deeply, inspiring many to pledge their determination to combat the remnants of darkness and uphold the tranquility of their realm. Yet, beneath the jubilant atmosphere of the celebration, Aiden felt an unsettling premonition. He was acutely aware that, despite their victory over the leader of the dark forces, the places tainted by malevolent energy might still harbor hidden dangers. Moreover, their understanding of the origins of this dark power remained woefully inadequate. Following the conclusion of the festivities, Aiden convened with Ariel and Gloom in a private chamber to deliberate. "I cannot shake the feeling that matters are not as straightforward as they appear," Aiden remarked, furrowing his brow. "While we have addressed the immediate crisis, it seems that the source of the dark power has yet to be thoroughly eradicated." Ariel nodded in agreement. "Indeed. While we were researching in the library, we discovered that the records regarding the Dark Lord are rather incomplete. Perhaps there are deeper secrets awaiting our unearthing." Gloom stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "Regardless, should any dark forces arise, we shall crush them with our might." However, Aiden is also correct. We must take precautions against potential threats. The trio resolved to dispatch knights across the continent to investigate regions previously affected by dark powers, seeking any signs of anomalies. Meanwhile, the three of them would return to the ancient library, hoping to uncover more clues regarding the origins of these dark forces. Upon their return to the library, they were enveloped once more in its antiquated and enigmatic atmosphere. The trio adeptly made their way to the area where they had previously conducted their research. Delving deeper into their search, after several days of meticulous examination, Aiden stumbled upon a peculiar set of symbols and obscure records within a tome that had nearly faded into obscurity with time. These symbols bore a resemblance to the runes they had encountered on Shadow Island, yet there were distinct differences. Ariel, utilizing her profound knowledge of ancient scripts, endeavored to decipher these enigmatic symbols. After meticulous comparison and study, she finally began to grasp their significance. These symbols appeared to allude to an ancient ritual, one capable of awakening dormant dark forces. Moreover, this ritual seemed to be linked to certain peculiar locations across the continent. Gloom leaned in closer, examining the strange symbols. Scratching his head as he inquired, "Peculiar locations? This continent is vast. How shall we ever locate them?" Aiden pondered for a moment and said, "We might begin our inquiries at the locations where dark forces previously manifested. Perhaps we shall uncover some clues. Furthermore, the knights are investigating various regions, and they may provide us with valuable information." At that moment, a knight hurriedly approached, bearing news. In the western border of the continent, a small town has recently been plagued by peculiar phenomena. At night, an eerie red glow illuminates the sky above the town, and the townsfolk frequently hear strange sounds, as if something sinister is lurking in the shadows, watching them. Aiden and his companions immediately realized that this might be connected to the dark forces they were investigating. They resolved to set off at once for the small town on the western frontier. The eerie phenomenon of the western town after several days of travel. Aiden and his companions finally arrived at the small town situated on the western border. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. The streets of the town were desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Occasionally, a few townsfolk would pass by, their expressions marked by anxiety and their eyes filled with dread. Aiden stopped an elderly man and inquired about the situation. The old man, trembling, said, "Esteemed gentlemen, you must leave at once. This town is cursed. Each night, horrific events unfold. Ever since that eerie red light appeared, several townsfolk have gone missing." Aiden comforted the elderly man, saying, "Do not fear, dear sir. We have come to assist everyone and shall surely uncover the truth to resolve this dilemma." In pursuit of clarity, Aiden and his companions decided to settle in the quaint town for the time being, awaiting the night to delve deeper into the mystery. As darkness fell, the town was shrouded in an ominous veil. Aiden and his companions stood vigil in the town square, attentively observing the surrounding movements. Suddenly, a bizarre crimson light pierced the sky, casting a sanguine hue over the entire town. Shortly thereafter, an eerie whisper echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths below. Aiden and his companions followed the direction of the sound, discovering that it seemed to emanate from an ancient well in the heart of the town. They approached the well with utmost caution, only to find it radiating an intense aura of darkness. Gloom could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "This well is undoubtedly problematic. It may very well be the source of those dark forces below." Aiden nodded, channeling the power of light to illuminate the depths of the ancient well. At the bottom, he beheld a colossal black rune, pulsating with an eerie glow, as if it were siphoning the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures erupted from the well, lunging towards them. These apparitions bore a humanoid shape yet lacked discernible features, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Aiden shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. These dark shadows bear some resemblance to those we encountered on Shadow Island." The group immediately assumed battle stances, engaging the shadows in combat. Aiden wielded his sword of light, its radiant power relentlessly dispelling the darkness. Ariel conjured spells, summoning bolts of lightning that struck the shadows with precision. Gloom, utilizing his mechanical apparatus, launched energy projectiles to assault the shadows. However, these dark entities appeared to be inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves. In the midst of the battle, Aiden discerned that while each shadow was individually weak, they possessed the ability to merge, significantly enhancing their strength upon fusion. To counter this predicament, Aiden swiftly devised a strategy. He instructed Ariel to deploy area spells to hinder the shadows' merging process. Meanwhile, Gloom concentrated his formidable firepower on the shadows for focused assaults. Aiden himself, with his agile prowess, sought out the pivotal nodes of fusion among the shadows to deliver decisive blows. Through their seamless cooperation, the rate of shadow fusion gradually diminished. After an intense skirmish, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the shadows. Aiden gazed at the dark runes etched at the bottom of the ancient well and remarked, "It seems that to completely resolve this issue, we must obliterate this rune." Ariel furrowed her brow and remarked, "This rune emanates a formidable dark power. Its destruction could lead to far graver consequences. We must seek a secure method." As they pondered their strategy, Gloom suddenly noticed some delicate lines surrounding the rune, which appeared to form a pattern. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this pattern bore a striking resemblance to a symbol they had encountered in ancient texts. With excitement, Gloom exclaimed, "Look, does this pattern not closely resemble the symbol we saw in the ancient manuscript? Perhaps this is the key to unraveling the rune." Aiden and Ariel approached and confirmed their suspicions. They immediately began to peruse ancient texts in search of references to this symbol. After an exhaustive search, they discovered that the symbol represented an ancient sealing power, which might be employed to bind the black rune. According to the records in the ancient texts, Aiden, Ariel, and Grum combined their respective powers to create a unique resonance of energy. Through their concerted efforts, a golden radiance gradually enveloped the black rune. Under the pressure of this light, the rune began to tremble violently, and the dark aura steadily diminished. As the light intensified, the black rune was ultimately sealed successfully. The dark essence emanating from the ancient well dissipated, and the eerie red glow in the sky vanished. The townsfolk, witnessing this spectacle, surged into the streets to express their gratitude to Aiden and his companions. However, Aiden and the others remained vigilant, fully aware that this was merely another aftershock of the dark forces, and the underlying mystery remained unresolved. The emergence of a mysterious organization following the resolution of the crisis in the western town, Aiden and his companions continued their pursuit of the source of the dark power. They traveled extensively, exchanging intelligence with knights, striving to piece together a comprehensive chain of clues. During one such exchange, a knight brought forth significant news. In the eastern part of the continent, a mysterious organization had been operating with increasing frequency. This organization acted with secrecy, only appearing under the cover of night, and it seemed to be amassing various items related to dark magic. Aiden and his companions became aware that this enigmatic organization might possess a profound connection to dark forces. Resolute in their intent, they promptly set out towards the east to investigate this mysterious entity. After some inquiries, they learned that the organization operated within the confines of an abandoned castle. Under the cover of night, they stealthily approached the fortress. The castle was surrounded by an array of traps and guards. However, these posed little impediment to Aiden and his group. They successfully infiltrated the castle, where an acrid scent of potent elixirs permeated the air. In the depths of the castle's basement, they overheard a conversation. "We have nearly gathered all the dark artifacts. We only need to locate the final item to fulfill the master's command," one voice declared. Let us hope this time there are no further complications. Our last operation in the western town was thwarted, nearly exposing our plans," another voice retorted. Aiden and his companions exchanged knowing glances, their hearts understanding that they had indeed found the right place. They resolved to delve deeper, eager to uncover the true intentions behind this enigmatic organization. The faint traces of a sinister plot began to emerge. Aiden and his companions followed the direction of the sound and stumbled upon a hidden chamber. The door to the chamber was tightly shut, guarded by 2 sentinels. Aiden and Gloom stealthily dispatched the guards before gaining entry to the chamber. Within, the room was filled with an array of dark magical artifacts, exuding a repugnant aura. At the center of the chamber stood a massive table, upon which lay a map and several peculiar scrolls. Ariel picked up the scroll and began to read it with great diligence. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she absorbed the contents. According to the records inscribed on the scroll, this enigmatic organization was a remnant of dark forces, intent on awakening a more formidable power of darkness that lay dormant deep within the continent. Should this malevolent force be roused, the entire continent would plunge into an abyss of irreparable ruin. Aiden gazed at the map and discovered several marked locations, one of which was the Shadow Island they had previously visited. It appeared that the events concerning Shadow Island were merely a fragment of their grander scheme. They sowed chaos across various realms, amassing dark artifacts to awaken a formidable force of darkness. Gloom, filled with rage, declared, "These fiends are truly despicable. We cannot allow them to succeed." At that moment, the door to the secret chamber slammed shut, and a throng of cloaked figures surged forth, armed and menacing. These figures encircled Aiden and his companions. "Did you truly believe you could effortlessly disrupt our plans? Today marks your demise," the leader of the cloaked figures coldly proclaimed. Thus commenced the fierce battle within the castle. Aiden and his companions swiftly assumed their battle stances, engaging in combat with the cloaked figures. Aiden wielded his luminous sword, resembling a bolt of golden lightning, weaving between the dark-clad adversaries, with each strike successfully repelling an enemy. Ariel conjured her magic, intertwining flames, frost, and lightning to create a dazzling yet lethal barrage of attacks. The cloaked figures fell one after another under the onslaught of her sorcery. Gloom, harnessing the formidable power of his mechanical apparatus, charged recklessly into the fray. His mechanical arm unleashed a torrent of weaponry, with lasers and rockets relentlessly bombarding the adversaries. However, the number of cloaked figures was overwhelming, continuously surging forth. Moreover, these figures appeared to be specially trained, exhibiting remarkable coordination as they gradually encircled Aiden and his companions. Amidst the chaos of battle, Aiden discerned a figure among the cloaked assailants who seemed to be their leader, possessing the greatest strength and orchestrating the movements of his comrades. Aiden resolved to eliminate this leader first, aiming to disrupt the enemy's formation. Aiden concentrated all his luminous power and charged towards the leader. Upon witnessing this, the leader brandished his dark sword to meet Aiden's advance. The clash of their weapons resonated with a thunderous sound, and the immense energy wave sent the surrounding dark-clad figures staggering backward. Ariel and Gloom seized the opportunity to launch an even more ferocious assault on the remaining cloaked figures. Ariel unleashed a formidable spatial magic, ensnaring a portion of the dark-clad adversaries within a distorted realm. Meanwhile, Gloom activated the powerful shield of his mechanical apparatus, charging at the cloaked foes and scattering them in disarray. The battle between Aiden and the leader intensified to a fever pitch. Utilizing the advantage of the radiant sword, Aiden gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword towards the leader's chest. The leader, caught off guard, was pierced through by the radiant sword. As the leader fell, the remaining dark-clad figures were thrown into disarray. Aiden and his companions, emboldened by their recent triumph, swiftly vanquished the remaining figures clad in black. The pivotal clues and the ominous prelude to their ultimate confrontation propelled them forward. After overcoming the dark-clad adversaries, Aiden and his team delved deeper into the hidden chamber in search of further evidence. They stumbled upon a diary, seemingly belonging to a high-ranking member of the enigmatic organization. Through the entries within, they gleaned that awakening the formidable dark force necessitated a nefarious ritual conducted at a specific time and location, utilizing an assembly of dark artifacts. Alarmingly, this designated moment was imminent. The diary also alluded to the site of the ritual, an ancient temple nestled at the heart of the continent. This temple lay concealed within a mysterious forest, fraught with perilous traps and formidable guardian creatures. Aiden and his companions were acutely aware of the urgency of their situation. They must swiftly reach the ancient temple to thwart the nefarious ritual. They packed their belongings and immediately set forth on their journey to the temple. Along the way, they encountered numerous arduous obstacles. The mysterious forest was rife with traps, and the guardian creatures were exceptionally formidable. Yet, Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and the knights, armed with indomitable will and formidable strength, consistently transformed peril into safety. At last, they stood before the ancient temple. It emanated an aura of antiquity and mystery, its colossal stone doors firmly shut, as if whispering of the daunting challenges that lay ahead. Aiden took a deep breath and proclaimed, "This shall be our ultimate confrontation with the forces of darkness. Regardless of the cost, we must safeguard the peace of our continent." The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with unwavering conviction as they slowly pushed open the stone door and stepped into the temple. Chapter 104. The Temple Crisis. Aiden and his companions stepped into the temple, the immense stone door slowly closing behind them with a dull thud that echoed throughout the vast chamber. The interior of the temple was shrouded in dim light, with eerie phosphorescence flickering on the walls, as if countless eyes were peering at them from the darkness. The group advanced along a narrow passage, flanked by bizarre carvings that seemed to narrate ancient and malevolent tales. Gloom remained vigilant, observing their surroundings with his mechanical apparatus emitting a faint hum, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Ariel continuously cast detection spells to guard against concealed traps. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and massive stones plummeted from the ceiling. Aiden shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. Scatter and evade." The group swiftly dispersed, skillfully dodging the falling debris. Aiden zeroed in on the trajectory of a descending boulder, wielding his sword of light to shatter it, sending shards flying. After a harrowing escape, they finally emerged from the perilous zone. However, before them lay a broad river, its waters an unsettling shade of black, exuding a nauseating odor. Ariel crouched down to examine the water closely, stating, "This river contains potent dark magic. We must not venture recklessly into it." At that moment, a colossal whirlpool erupted in the river, and a gigantic creature began to rise slowly from its depths. Resembling an octopus but bearing twisted limbs and glowing red eyes, it continuously expelled a black viscous substance from its maw. Upon witnessing this, Gloom immediately activated the weapon system of his mechanical gear, launching a series of energy projectiles at the monstrosity. The projectiles struck the creature, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet it appeared largely unaffected, swinging its tentacles menacingly towards the group. Aiden and Ariel swiftly coordinated their efforts. Aiden harnessed the power of light, amplifying the brilliance of his radiant sword to its utmost potential as he charged towards the beast. Meanwhile, Ariel remained in the rear, casting supportive spells to bolster Aiden's strength while seeking out the creature's vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportune moment, Aiden struck decisively at one of the monster's tentacles, severing it and causing a torrent of black blood to spurt forth. The creature held in agony, emitting a piercing shriek as its remaining tentacles lashed out with wild ferocity. Gloom, observing from the sidelines, relentlessly sought an opportunity. Utilizing the agility of his mechanical apparatus, he maneuvered behind the monster to launch an assault on its vulnerable back. After an intense and arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature, whose body gradually sank into the inky waters of the river. Aiden gazed upon the now tranquil river and remarked, "It seems this is merely the first line of defense for the temple. Greater dangers surely lie ahead. We must remain vigilant." The group nodded in agreement and began their search for a way to cross the river. At last, they stumbled upon a stone bridge shrouded in darkness. Although the bridge appeared precarious, they had no alternative but to tread carefully upon it. As they reached the center of the bridge, it suddenly began to tremble violently, fissures appearing along its surface. Aiden urgently called out, "Quickly, focus your strength to stabilize the bridge." Grum grasped the edge of the bridge with his mechanical arm, while Aiden and Ariel conjured magic in an attempt to mend the cracks. Through their combined efforts, the bridge found temporary stability. However, as they pressed onward, a colossal stone door loomed ahead, adorned with intricate runes and riddles. Ariel meticulously examined the runes, striving to decipher the means to unlock the door. After a period of contemplation, she stated, "These runes appear to represent an ancient riddle. We must activate them in a specific sequence to open the door." Drawing upon her previous studies in ancient texts, she began her attempts to solve the puzzle. Meanwhile, Aiden and Grum stood guard, alert for any signs of impending danger. Just as Ariel was on the verge of unraveling the riddle, a horde of dark phantoms surged forth from all directions. These specters, lacking physical form, could effortlessly pass through objects, emitting piercing wails as they launched their assault. Aiden brandished his sword of light, summoning radiant barriers to fend off the spectral onslaught. Grum, equipped with his mechanical apparatus, unleashed waves of specialized energy, inflicting damage upon the phantoms. As Ariel fended off the ghostly assaults, she diligently continued to unravel the enigma before her. In a moment of critical clarity, she discerned the correct sequence to activate the runes, and with a brilliant flash, the stone door began to creak open. The group, with no time to spare for respite, surged forth into the passageway beyond. Upon penetrating deeper into peril, they found themselves in a vast circular hall. At the heart of this chamber stood an enormous black stone pedestal, upon which rested an object exuding a potent aura of darkness, the very artifact that the clandestine organization had relentlessly sought. However, the hall was already teeming with elite guardians of the dark forces. Clad in ebony armor and wielding sharp blades, their eyes glinted with a chilling ruthlessness and murderous intent. Upon witnessing the intrusion of Aiden and his companions, they immediately closed in. Aiden and his companions, undaunted, swiftly assumed their combat stances. An intense battle erupted instantaneously, with Aiden weaving effortlessly through the throngs of enemies, his radiant sword causing the dark sentinels to fall one after another. Meanwhile, Ariel unleashed formidable magic, intertwining flames and lightning to unleash widespread devastation upon their foes. Gloom, harnessing the might of his mechanical apparatus, charged recklessly, creating opportunities for Aiden and Ariel. During the fray, Aiden discerned that one of the dark sentinels appeared to be the leader of this malevolent group, his strength far surpassing that of the other guardians. Aiden resolved to eliminate him first, intending to shatter the enemy's morale. Channeling all his might, he surged toward the leader. Observing Aiden's advance, the leader brandished his colossal sword, engaging Aiden in a fierce duel. The clash between them was extraordinarily intense, with Aiden gradually gaining the upper hand through the advantage of his luminous blade. Yet, the leader was not easily vanquished. He conjured various dark spells in a desperate attempt to counterattack. Just as Aiden prepared to deliver the final blow, the leader unexpectedly activated a self-detonation spell, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that radiated outward. Aiden swiftly summoned a shield of light to safeguard himself and his allies. Following the explosion, the hall lay in disarray, and the remaining Dark Sentinels, having lost their will to fight, were swiftly dispatched by Aiden and his comrades. Gazing at the dark artifact upon the stone pedestal, Aiden declared, "We must destroy it. Otherwise, should the dark power be awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable." As Aiden prepared to seize the dark object, the temple suddenly convulsed violently. It became evident that a mysterious organization had detected their actions and had preemptively initiated the ritual to awaken the dark forces. The dark artifact began to emit a blinding radiance, and a formidable surge of dark energy erupted from the depths, rapidly engulfing the entire hall. Aiden and his companions felt an unprecedented pressure as the dark forces relentlessly eroded their will. Ariel cried out, "We cannot allow the dark forces to prevail. Let us concentrate our minds and resist the encroaching darkness." The group gritted their teeth, engaging in a desperate struggle against the malevolent power with unwavering conviction. Aiden harnessed the power of light to its fullest extent, striving to dispel the darkness. Gloom utilized the energy from his mechanical equipment to contend with the dark forces. Ariel cast various potent purification spells, attempting to weaken the source of the malevolence. Yet, the dark forces proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, and they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In that moment, Aiden suddenly recalled the ancient texts he had perused, which spoke of the balance between light and darkness. He realized that perhaps it was not solely through strength that they could combat the darkness, but rather by discovering a means to restore equilibrium between light and shadow. Aiden swiftly conveyed his thoughts to Ariel and Gloom. The trio resolved to harness their powers to channel the forces of darkness, aiming to merge them with the light. They concentrated all their mental and physical energies, amalgamating the powers of light and dark into a colossal sphere of energy. In the climactic confrontation, the energy sphere spun under their command, with the forces of light and darkness colliding and intertwining within. As the sphere grew in magnitude, the forces of darkness began to be gradually assimilated by the light. At that moment, the leader of the mysterious organization emerged. Upon witnessing Aiden and his companions attempting to thwart the awakening of the dark forces, he became infuriated and unleashed his full dark magic, launching a final assault against them. Aiden and his companions remained undaunted, steadfastly maintaining the stability of the energy sphere while fending off the leader's relentless assaults. Ariel unleashed a formidable binding spell, temporarily restraining the leader's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Gloom launched his most powerful strike against the adversary. Under the collective onslaught, the leader began to falter. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he summoned every ounce of strength to charge towards the energy sphere, intent on thwarting their plans. In response, Aiden stepped forward, bravely interposing himself to absorb the leader's attack. The clash between the radiant sword and the leader's dark magic erupted in a brilliant flash of light. At this pivotal moment, Aiden, fueled by unwavering conviction and immense light power, utterly vanquished the leader's dark forces. The leader collapsed, lifeless, as the energy sphere achieved equilibrium, successfully sealing away the dark power. With the malevolent forces confined, the temple gradually returned to tranquility. Exhausted, Aiden and his comrades seated themselves upon the ground, exchanging glances that radiated relief and joy. They had thwarted the awakening of dark powers, thereby salvaging the entirety of the continent. Upon emerging from the temple, sunlight bathed them, seemingly dispelling the remnants of darkness. The inhabitants of the continent, having learned of their triumph, erupted in jubilant cheers that echoed through the skies. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom were heralded as true heroes, their deeds immortalized in the annals of history. In the aftermath of this event, the people of the continent cherished peace even more, fostering enhanced cooperation and communication among the various city-states. Aiden and his allies did not rest on their laurels. They understood that dark forces might yet resurface. They pledged to continue safeguarding the land, ensuring that peace would endure indefinitely. The legendary tale of the icebound malevolence would forever be etched in the hearts of the people, serving as an enduring symbol of courage for future generations to bravely confront challenges. Chapter 105: Undercurrents of Turmoil in the Wake of the Icebound Malevolence Incident. The continent entered a brief yet precious period of peace. The names Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom shine like brilliant stars, celebrated by people in every corner. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, a subtle undercurrent is quietly surging. Aiden continued to wield his sword daily on the training grounds, the radiant blade dancing in his grasp, its brilliance illuminating his resolute visage. Despite the glory of victory adorning him, he could never fully relinquish his vigilance. Although the dark forces were temporarily sealed away, he harbored an unsettling belief that such malevolence would not easily dissipate. As he polished the blade, he addressed Ariel, who had come seeking him. Ariel nodded slightly, her fingers delicately turning the pages of an ancient tome of magic. Within these venerable texts, I discovered a few intriguing clues. There were records of similar dark powers having been sealed away, only to resurface in an even more formidable form after a brief respite. Recently, I have sensed some unusual magical fluctuations, as if an unknown force is silently gathering strength in the shadows. Meanwhile, Gloom was engaged in the renovation and enhancement of mechanical devices within his workshop. The last encounter with the dark forces made me acutely aware of the inadequacies of our equipment. As Gloom calibrated the newly installed energy amplifier, he murmured to himself, "If the dark powers strike again, we must be thoroughly prepared." At the edge of the continent, shrouded in mist, a small town lay hidden where a figure cloaked in black emerged quietly. His gaunt frame was obscured by a bizarre mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an unsettling light. Upon entering a dimly lit tavern, the patrons cast wary glances his way, only to quickly avert their gazes and resume their drinks, seemingly fearful of inciting trouble. The cloaked figure approached a shadowy corner of the tavern, whispering a few words to another man clad in dark attire. The man's countenance instantly paled, his eyes filled with terror, yet he nodded in response. Subsequently, the cloaked figure exited the tavern, vanishing into the mist, while the man rose hastily, departing the town and heading towards the heart of the continent. A mysterious visitor grazed the city-state where Aiden resided, dressed in resplendent robes adorned with jewels, yet his visage concealed beneath a hood. He made his way directly to the Lord's mansion, requesting an audience with Aiden and his companions. Upon encountering this enigmatic guest, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom were engulfed in a wave of curiosity. "I hail from a distant land in the east," the visitor intoned with a deep, magnetic voice, "and I have come to commend you for your valor during the incident of the Icefield's malevolence." Ariel furrowed her brow slightly and cast a simple detection spell, only to discover that the other party seemed to possess a formidable magical shield, rendering her magic ineffectual. "Such mystery surrounds you. May I inquire about your purpose?" Aiden asked warily. The enigmatic visitor slowly removed their hood, revealing a gaunt yet dignified face. "To speak candidly, my realm has also sensed a disturbance from dark forces. According to our ancient texts, the resurgence of this darkness is no mere coincidence. It is orchestrated by a more powerful malevolent force that seeks to disrupt the delicate balance between light and shadow, aiming to fulfill some unspeakable agenda." Aiden and his companions exchanged glances, an ominous premonition surging within their hearts. "We previously sealed the dark power. Could it be that this has not truly resolved the issue?" Grum remarked, furrowing his brow. The enigmatic visitor nodded. "What you have sealed is merely the superficial dark power, while the true mastermind remains concealed in the shadows. They are likely orchestrating an even grander conspiracy to fully unleash the dark forces, plunging the entire continent into an abyss of endless darkness." "What shall we do then?" Ariel inquired eagerly. "I have come here not only to inform you of this matter, but also to propose that we unite. Our eastern realm possesses unique magic and strength. Perhaps it can combine with your abilities to collectively confront this malevolent force," the mysterious visitor stated. After a moment of contemplation, Aiden extended his hand, declaring, "In that case, we are willing to collaborate. However, before we proceed, we require a comprehensive understanding of the strengths of your nation and the clues you currently possess." The enigmatic visitor displayed a faint smile of reassurance, replying, "Of course, let us find a tranquil place for a thorough discussion." As the clues began to emerge, within the secret chamber of the Lord's manor, the mysterious visitor unfurled an ancient map. The map was adorned with numerous peculiar symbols and locations, one of which, a mysterious relic nestled deep within the continent, captured the attention of Aiden and his companions. "According to our intelligence," the visitor explained, "this relic is intimately linked to the resurgence of dark forces. It is said to conceal an artifact capable of disrupting the delicate balance between light and darkness. Should the puppet master acquire it, the consequences would be unimaginable." The mysterious visitor pointed emphatically at the map. Ariel meticulously examined the symbols on the map, which I had also encountered in some ancient texts. They appeared to be associated with a long-forgotten malevolent ritual. Perhaps they intended to harness this artifact to awaken dark forces once more, and with greater potency than before. Thus, we must hasten to this ruin and thwart their plans. Aiden asserted resolutely. Gloom scrutinized the map, recognizing that the location of the ruin was remote, and the surrounding terrain was intricate. We needed to be thoroughly prepared. Moreover, we remained unaware of the traps and sentinels the enemy had laid in wait. After much deliberation, they resolved to assemble an elite team, comprising Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and several Eastern sorcerers brought forth by the enigmatic visitor. Concurrently, they commenced the preparation of various magical artifacts and weaponry, meticulously analyzing and strategizing for the imminent dangers they would face. On the eve of their departure, while organizing magical materials, Ariel stumbled upon a forgotten clue. It was a tattered tome retrieved from the Temple of the Shadow of the Icefield, which had previously gone unexamined due to their focus on sealing the dark forces. Ariel meticulously perused the pages of her book when her gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular sheet. Adorning the page was an enigmatic design, accompanied by some indistinct text. After a thorough examination, she discerned that this pattern was intricately linked to a crucial mechanism within the mysterious ruins. "Come and see this," Ariel exclaimed, summoning Aiden and Gloom with palpable excitement. Aiden gazed upon the intricate patterns and inscriptions, recognizing that this could very well be the key to unraveling the mechanisms within the ruins. "Ariel, you have truly been a tremendous help." The group felt a surge of excitement at this newfound clue, their anticipation for the impending adventure heightened, even as they acknowledged the myriad dangers that lay ahead. After several days of arduous travel, the team finally arrived at the site of the enigmatic ruins, which were shrouded in a thick, foreboding mist of darkness, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. Aiden took a deep breath and cautioned everyone, "Be wary. This fog may conceal various dangers. Ariel, cast your dispelling magic, and Gloom, remain vigilant of our surroundings." Ariel brandished her staff, intoning an incantation. As a brilliant beam of light emanated from the tip of her wand, gradually dispelling the shrouding darkness. As the mist receded, a colossal and ancient edifice revealed itself to the assembled crowd. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with an array of symbols strikingly reminiscent of those discovered by Ariel. "It appeared that this was indeed the place," remarked the enigmatic visitor. Aiden, following Ariel's interpretation, sequentially activated the symbols upon the door. With a deep, resonant sound, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient and malevolent energy. The team cautiously ventured into the depths of the ruins, the passage narrow and shrouded in darkness, with faint ethereal lights flickering upon the walls. Suddenly, a swarm of dark bats swooped overhead, descending upon the group. "Watch out," Gloom shouted, activating the weapon system of his mechanical gear, unleashing beams of energy toward the bats. Aiden brandished his sword of light, dispatching the approaching bats with skillful strikes. Meanwhile, Ariel and the Eastern sorcerers conjured magical shields to safeguard their companions. After a fierce skirmish, they successfully repelled the bats. As they delved deeper into the ruins, they came upon a vast circular hall, at the center of which stood an enormous stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb emitting a faint glow. Could this be the artifact? An Eastern sorcerer mused. Just then, dark puppets surged from the hall's periphery, towering in stature and composed of black stone. They wielded colossal stone axes and charged toward the group. "It seems that acquiring the artifact will not be so simple," Aiden declared, rallying everyone into formation, readying for battle. Aiden and Gloom charged towards the puppets, engaging them in close combat. With each swing of Aiden's luminous sword, a radiant gash would appear upon the puppets' forms. Gloom, harnessing the power of his mechanical apparatus, sent the nearby puppets soaring through the air. Meanwhile, Ariel and the Eastern mages unleashed a barrage of elemental magic from behind, with flames and lightning continuously striking the puppets. However, the sheer number of puppets seemed inexhaustible, and the battle reached a stalemate as Aiden and his companions gradually felt their strength waning. Just as despair began to settle in, Ariel suddenly discerned the puppets' vulnerability. "Their joints are rather fragile. Strike there," she exclaimed. Aiden and Gloom immediately altered their attack strategy, concentrating their efforts on the joints of the puppets. Indeed, the puppets' movements grew sluggish, one after another succumbing to their onslaught. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over all the puppets. As the group approached the stone platform, Aiden was about to reach for the crystal ball when, suddenly, it emitted a blinding light, and a surge of dark energy sent Aiden flying. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom rushed over to assist him. The mysterious visitor furrowed his brow, for it appeared that this artifact had been imbued with formidable dark magic, rendering it perilous to touch. At that moment, the ruins began to tremble violently, with stones continuously cascading from the ceiling. This is bad. We have triggered the self-destruct mechanism of the ruins, an Eastern sorcerer exclaimed. The group found themselves in a dilemma, needing to discover an escape route before the ruins collapsed. While simultaneously devising a means to carry away the artifact, Ariel swiftly cast a detection spell, endeavoring to locate the concealed passage. "Over here," she exclaimed, gesturing towards the wall on one side of the hall. The group hurried in the direction indicated by Ariel, discovering a hidden trapdoor embedded within the wall. The door was firmly shut, adorned with intricate symbols. Ariel once again deciphered the symbols on the hidden door based on previous clues. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway. The group sprinted down the corridor, the ruins behind them crumbling incessantly. Just as they were about to escape the ruins, a massive stone block plummeted, obstructing their path. Gloom gazed at the boulder and declared, "Leave it to me." He activated the powerful impact mechanism of his mechanical equipment and launched an assault on the stone. Under the tremendous force, cracks began to appear, ultimately shattering it to pieces. The group successfully fled the ruins. However, when they turned to look back, they discovered that the ruins had completely collapsed. The artifact is still inside. "What shall we do?" an Eastern sorcerer exclaimed anxiously. Aiden gazed at the crumbling ruins and said, "Let us not be hasty. We shall return and examine them more thoroughly. Perhaps there is still a way." Moreover, this expedition was not without its merits, for we have uncovered the connection between these ruins and the dark forces at play. Upon returning to the city-state, Aiden and his companions meticulously reviewed their adventure in the ruins. They discerned that, although they had not acquired the artifact, certain clues discovered within the ruins appeared to indicate a far more extensive conspiracy. As Ariel delved into the fragments unearthed from the ruins, she discovered them inscribed with peculiar symbols. Upon comparing these inscriptions with ancient texts brought by a mysterious visitor, they uncovered a shocking revelation. The writings pertained to a ritual capable of awakening an ancient dark demon. Should the dark forces succeed in resurrecting this primordial evil, the entire continent would descend into an irrevocable abyss. Ariel expressed her concerns with palpable trepidation. Aiden clenched his fists, resolute that such an occurrence must not transpire. However, their understanding of the adversary's subsequent intentions remained shrouded in uncertainty, as did the location where this ominous ceremony was to take place. At that moment, the city guards reported suspicious activities detected beyond the city walls. Aiden and his companions hastened to investigate, only to uncover peculiar footprints and remnants of dark magic lingering in the air. Following their trail, they arrived at an abandoned village, steeped in an eerie atmosphere and devoid of life. Within one of the dilapidated houses, Gloom stumbled upon a map, inscribed with several locations, one of which marked an ancient temple upon the continent. It appeared that their target was indeed this temple. Aiden declared, "We must hasten our journey to thwart their plans." Little did they know that this entire scenario was a cunning trap orchestrated by dark forces. They had deliberately left clues to lure Aiden and his companions to the temple, intending to ensnare them there while simultaneously conducting the ritual to awaken the ancient dark demon. A trap and a confrontation awaited. Aiden and his companions hurried to the ancient temple, where an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. Yet, they understood that peril could strike at any moment. "Be cautious. Something feels amiss here," Ariel whispered. As they cautiously stepped into the temple, the massive doors thunderously shut behind them, and a multitude of dark knights surged forth from the shadows. Clad in black armor and wielding long spears, their eyes glimmered with murderous intent. "It is indeed a trap," Aiden shouted, brandishing his sword of light and charging towards the dark knights. Gloom activated his mechanical gear, joining Aiden in the fray. Meanwhile, Ariel and the Eastern mages unleashed their spells from the rear, targeting the dark knights with fervor. The battle was exceedingly fierce, with the dark knights outnumbering them and displaying formidable strength. Aiden and his allies gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Just then, a mysterious visitor invoked a powerful Eastern magic, enveloping the group in a golden radiance that temporarily diminished the Dark Knight's might. "We cannot linger here. We must locate the leader of the dark forces and thwart their ritual," Aiden declared. Under the protection of the enigmatic visitor's magic, they broke through the encirclement of dark knights and ventured deeper into the temple. In the innermost sanctum, they finally confronted the leader of the dark forces. Draped in a flowing black robe and donning a skull mask, he chanted incantations before an immense magical circle. Within the circle, A statue of a malevolent demon began to materialize, radiating an aura of wickedness. "You have arrived too late," the leader cackled. "The ancient dark demon is about to be awakened, and the entire continent will be plunged into darkness." Aiden glared at the leader, declaring, "We shall not allow you to succeed." With that, he charged forward, leading his companions towards the leader. An intense final confrontation ensued. As Aiden engaged in close combat with the leader, the radiant sword clashing against the dark staff in a dazzling interplay of light and shadow. Gloom, lurking nearby, sought an opportunity to strike at the leader. Meanwhile, Ariel and the Eastern sorcerers unleashed various powerful spells in an effort to dismantle the magical array and thwart the awakening of the ancient dark deity. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the question lingered: could Aiden and his allies once again triumph over the forces of darkness and prevent the resurrection of the primordial dark god? The fate of the continent hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 106: The Crisis Showdown. The fierce close-quarters combat between Aiden and the leader of the dark forces escalated to a fever pitch. The luminous sword clashed against the shadowy staff, producing dazzling sparks that intertwined light and darkness. With each collision, powerful waves of energy erupted, causing fissures to form in the ground beneath them. The leader wielded formidable dark magic, unleashing bolts of black lightning with every swing of his staff, striking swiftly towards Aiden, demonstrating exceptional swordsmanship and unwavering resolve. Aiden continuously dodged and counterattacked, the radiance of his sword intensifying as if engaged in an indomitable struggle against the forces of darkness. Meanwhile, Gloom sought an opportune moment from the sidelines. His mechanical equipment had sustained some damage in the prior battle, yet he remained undeterred. His mechanical arm's energy cannon relentlessly fired beams of energy towards the leader. However, it appeared that a veil of dark shield surrounded the leader, as the energy beams merely stirred a ripple of blackness upon impact, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Gloom furrowed his brow. Acutely aware that he could no longer afford to attack blindly, he needed to identify a flaw in the shield. Ariel and the Eastern sorcerers exerted their utmost efforts, casting a myriad of formidable spells in a desperate attempt to dismantle the magical array and thwart the awakening of the Demon Lord. Fiery incantations surged forth like a tumultuous tidal wave, while bolts of lightning manifested as robust arcs, relentlessly bombarding the magical formation. Yet, the malevolent radiance emanating from the array proved remarkably resilient, effectively repelling each of these assaults. The Eastern sorcerers chanted enigmatic incantations, employing their unique mystical arts in harmonious conjunction with Ariel's magic. In that moment, the temple was ablaze with flickering luminescence, and the thunderous roar of magic reverberated through the air. Despite their relentless endeavors, the dire circumstances became increasingly precarious for Aiden and his companions, as the forces of darkness far exceeded their expectations. The dark knights surged forth from the rear, although the golden aura of the mysterious visitor momentarily diminished their might. The light gradually waned with the passage of time, allowing the Dark Knights to regain a measure of their combat prowess as they encircled Ariel and the Eastern sorcerers. As Aiden gradually felt his strength waning in the battle against the leader, the onslaught of attacks rained down upon him like a tempest, each parry rendering his arms numb. Gloom's mechanical armor was on the brink of depletion, the frequency of energy cannon discharges diminishing with each passing moment. Ariel and the Eastern sorcerers, having expended a considerable amount of their magical energy to dismantle the magic array, were now drenched in sweat, their faces ashen. At that moment, the leader erupted into a maniacal laugh. "You foolish mortals, today marks your doom. Once the ancient dark demon awakens, the entire continent shall tremble in darkness." With that proclamation, he intensified the magical input into the array, causing the malevolent glow emanating from the demon statue to intensify, its form becoming increasingly distinct. A turning point emerged amidst this critical juncture. Suddenly, Ariel recalled the clues regarding the ancient malevolent ritual she had discovered within the ruins. She understood that to thwart the demon's awakening, it was imperative to dismantle the key elements of the ritual. Summoning her remaining strength despite the exhaustion from depleting her magical energy, Ariel focused intently, scrutinizing the intricate patterns and operational dynamics of the magic array amidst the chaos of battle. She discerned a minuscule rune at the heart of the array, strikingly similar to a pivotal rune she had encountered in the ancient texts from the ruins. If she could destroy this rune, it might just disrupt the array's functioning. Paying no heed to her own peril, Ariel dashed towards the magic array. The Dark Knights, sensing her intent, rapidly converged to thwart her advance. Aiden perceived Ariel's actions and understood that she was striving to secure a final opportunity for everyone. he unleashed a formidable surge of power, forcing the leader to retreat several steps before turning to charge at the Dark Knight, carving a path for Ariel. Gloom, too, expended his last ounce of energy to activate the defensive system of the mechanical apparatus, creating a fleeting energy barrier around Ariel, shielding her from the Dark Knight's assaults. Ariel approached the magical array, concentrating all her power to unleash a formidable surge of magic upon the pivotal rune. Upon being struck, the rune quivered violently, and the brilliance of the magical array began to flicker erratically. The leader, witnessing this, was seized by profound terror. He abandoned his battle with Aiden and turned to charge at Ariel, attempting desperately to thwart her from dismantling the rune. How could Aiden allow the leader to prevail? Recklessly, he pursued relentlessly, the sword of light transforming into a brilliant radiance as it thrust toward the leader's back. Sensing the lethal threat from behind, the leader was compelled to turn and defend himself. The sword of light clashed once more with the dark wand. This time, Aiden poured all his strength into the blade, the tremendous force causing the leader's arm to tremble, nearly dislodging the wand from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Gloom activated the weapon systems of the mechanical apparatus once again. Although the energy was waning, he still launched the final few energy beams, striking the leader. The leader staggered, his footing faltering. Ariel seized this opportunity to launch another assault on the runes. At long last, the runes could no longer withstand the overwhelming magical impact and shattered with a crack. As the runes fractured, the sinister glow of the magic circle diminished instantaneously, halting the manifestation of the demon statue. The leader roared in fury, acutely aware that the plan was on the verge of collapse. Thus, he unleashed all of his dark magic, transforming it into a torrent of darkness that surged toward Aiden and his companions. This malevolent force was immensely potent, eroding the ground into deep ravines and causing the walls to crumble as it passed. Aiden, Gloom, and Ariel, along with the Eastern sorcerers, huddled closely together, casting their most potent defensive spells to form a shield of radiant light that resisted the onslaught of the dark torrent. The shield quivered continuously under the relentless impact of the dark forces, its luminescence dimming, as though it were on the brink of shattering. Just when despair threatened to engulf them and the shield seemed destined to fracture, the enigmatic visitor suddenly closed his eyes and murmured incantations. An extraordinary and powerful light emanated from him, distinct from the previous golden radiance, imbued with a mysterious and ancient energy. This light swiftly merged into the shield, instantly augmenting its strength, not only withstanding the dark torrent's assault, but also beginning to slowly repel the dark forces. The leader, witnessing this spectacle, bore an expression of sheer terror. He had never anticipated that the mysterious visitor harbored such formidable power. Under the counterattack of the mystical force, the dark torrent gradually dissipated, and the leader suffered a backlash, spitting forth a stream of black blood. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched another assault. Aiden brandished the sword of light, charging towards the leader like a bolt of lightning. Although Gloom's mechanical apparatus was low on energy, he skillfully maneuvered his agile form to flank the leader, coordinating his efforts with Aiden's attack. Ariel and the Eastern sorcerers unleashed a multitude of formidable spells, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of light and energy converged upon the leader. The leader's demise came as he gradually lost the capacity to resist amidst the relentless onslaught. His dark magic had been nearly depleted, and his body was severely injured. Ultimately, Aiden thrust the sword of light into the leader's chest, causing the dark staff to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground. The leader emitted a dreadful scream as his body collapsed, and with his death, the dark forces disintegrated instantaneously, causing the Dark Knights to vanish without a trace. As they beheld the fallen figure of the leader, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Yet, they understood that the crisis was not entirely averted. Ariel hurriedly inspected the magic circle once more to confirm that the awakening of the Dark God had been completely thwarted. The malevolent glow upon the circle had dissipated entirely, and the statue of the Dark God gradually turned to dust. In the aftermath of their efforts, Aiden and his companions successfully thwarted the sinister plot to awaken the ancient Dark God. With weary but contented smiles, they departed from the ancient temple. Upon returning to the city-state, they were met with a warm welcome and accolades from the populace. However, Aiden and his comrades remained humble, fully aware that the darkness might not vanish entirely, and that greater challenges could lie ahead. In the days that followed, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom maintained close communication and collaboration with the enigmatic visitors and the Eastern realms. Together, they explored ways to further fortify the continent's defenses against the resurgence of dark forces. Aiden intensified the training of the swordsmen, imparting more refined swordsmanship and combat skills. Ariel delved deeper into the study of magic, seeking more potent arcane powers while instructing young sorcerers on how to counter the threats of dark magic. Gloom continued to enhance and upgrade mechanical devices, developing more advanced weapons and defensive mechanisms, and the mysterious visitors shared unique magical knowledge from the Eastern realms, fostering cultural and magical exchange between East and West. The people of the continent, having experienced this crisis, grew more united and vigilant. They recognized that only through collective effort could they safeguard their cherished homeland. Though the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, Aiden and his companions were imbued with hope, firmly believing that with their combined strength, they could vanquish any dark force, ensuring that the continent would forever bask in the light. Chapter 107. Undercurrents of peace. Following their success in preventing the dark forces from awakening the ancient dark god, the continent entered a brief period of tranquility. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom, in close collaboration with a mysterious visitor in the Eastern realms, have revitalized this land. Within the city-state, the populace thrives in harmony, and the streets resonate with laughter and cheer. Children frolic and chase one another, while merchants busily seek to attract customers. All appears idyllic. However, beneath this serene facade lies a hidden undercurrent. In a mysterious forest at the edge of the continent, the once tranquil atmosphere has been disrupted. The creatures of the forest begin to exhibit restlessness, as dark mists silently creep in, corrupting the surrounding flora. This forest has long been regarded as a forbidden zone at the continent's periphery, rumored to harbor potent and unknown forces. Recently, these dark mists seem to awaken an ancient malevolence. Concurrently, in a remote village, a series of peculiar disappearances have been reported. Residents vanish mysteriously at night, leaving no trace behind. Shadows of fear begin to spread across the village, compelling the inhabitants to shutter their doors and windows, too afraid to venture out once darkness descends. These unsettling occurrences capture the attention of Aiden and his companions, who realize that the dark forces may not have been entirely vanquished, and a new crisis is quietly looming. Clues begin to emerge. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom swiftly convene to devise a strategy. They resolve to split into 3 factions to investigate the extraordinary occurrences. Aiden led a contingent of elite swordsmen into the enigmatic forest to seek the origin of the dark mist. Ariel, accompanied by several seasoned sorcerers, ventured to the town plagued by frequent disappearances, hoping to uncover clues linked to the sinister forces from the subtle traces left behind. Meanwhile, Gloom returned to his workshop to analyze the dark magical samples collected during the recent battle, aspiring to discover the vulnerabilities of the ominous power. Upon entering the enigmatic forest, Aiden and his companions discovered that the trees were ravaged by a peculiar dark energy, contorted into grotesque shapes. As they ventured deeper into the woodland, the ominous mist thickened, rendering visibility alarmingly low. Suddenly, a pack of colossal, wolf-like creatures, exuding an aura of darkness, lunged forth from the fog, charging towards them. Aiden swiftly commanded the swordsmen to form a defensive formation, his radiant sword gleaming with brilliance. He was the first to charge at the beasts, engaging in a fierce battle. Although these creatures possessed formidable strength and agility, Aiden and the swordsmen, through their exquisite swordsmanship and seamless coordination, gradually gained the upper hand. During the skirmish, Aiden discerned that these monsters appeared to be ensnared by some form of dark enchantment, attacking not of their own volition but rather under an imposed control. Ariel engaged in profound conversations with the local residents of the town, uncovering that most disappearances occurred on nights of the full moon. Together with the sorcerers, she meticulously examined the homes of the missing, and in one, they discovered peculiar traces of runes. Upon further investigation, they discerned that these runes bore a striking resemblance to the dark magical symbols previously encountered in ancient temples. This revelation led Ariel to realize that the current events were likely intertwined with the sinister forces of the past. In his workshop, Gloom utilized an array of intricate instruments to analyze samples of dark magic. After countless experiments and comparisons, he ultimately unveiled that this dark energy harbored an ancient curse, seemingly in search of a vessel to unleash a more potent darkness. The recent emergence of ominous fog and the spate of disappearances were likely manifestations of this cursed power at work. As clues converged, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom reconvened after a period of investigation to share their findings. They discovered that all leads pointed to a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Cult, which had long remained shrouded in obscurity. It was rumored that the Shadow Cult worshipped an ancient dark deity, endeavoring to awaken it through various nefarious rituals in a bid to dominate the entire continent. realizing that the shadow cult was likely the puppeteer behind the current crisis. Aiden and his companions resolved to take the initiative and seek out the cult's stronghold. After a grueling search, they finally uncovered traces of the shadow cult within a forsaken castle, enshrouded by potent dark magic and exuding an eerie atmosphere. Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and their companions cautiously ventured into the castle. The interior was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with eerie glimmers flickering upon the walls. As they stepped into the grand hall, they inadvertently triggered a sinister magical trap, causing countless black spikes to erupt from the ground, aimed at them. Ariel swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a protective shield around her companions to ward off the onslaught of spikes. Meanwhile, Gloom employed the detection devices on his mechanical arm to locate the mechanism that could deactivate the trap. After considerable effort, they successfully disabled the trap and pressed onward deeper into the castle. In the corridors, they encountered a band of assassins from the shadow cult. These assassins were agile and adept at employing dark magic in their attacks. Aiden led the swordsmen into close combat with the assassins, while Ariel and the mages provided magical support from the rear. The battle was exceedingly fierce, with both sides sustaining injuries. Yet, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat prowess, Aiden and his allies gradually repelled the assassins. As they delved further into the castle, they stumbled upon a vast underground chamber. In the center of the chamber lay an immense dark magic circle, inscribed with a multitude of mysterious runes. At the heart of the circle rested a crystal orb emanating an ominous glow. Ariel, drawing upon her studies of dark magic, realized that this orb was the key artifact the shadow cult needed to awaken their dark deity. Just as Aiden and his companions prepared to shatter the crystal orb, the leader of the shadow cult, the Dark Messenger, materialized before them, cloaked in a long black robe and wearing a grotesque mask. He wielded a scythe that radiated dark energy. With a cold sneer, he addressed Aiden and his companions, declaring, "Do you truly believe you can thwart our plans with ease? This has all been a carefully laid trap to draw you in." With that, the Dark Messenger swung his scythe, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy toward Aiden and his party. Aiden hastily raised his sword of light in a bid to counter the energy wave. Yet the force was overwhelming, sending him and his companions reeling. Seizing the moment, the Dark Messenger launched his attack, his form darting through the shadows like a wraith, making him difficult to pin down. Ariel and the mages continuously unleashed spells in retaliation, yet the Dark Messenger seemed remarkably resistant to their magic, yielding little effect. Gloom swiftly analyzed the Dark Messenger's attack patterns, noting that he paused briefly before each strike. Capitalizing on this insight, he utilized the remote attack system of his mechanical apparatus, striking at the Dark Messenger during his momentary hesitation, successfully disrupting his movements. Aiden seized the opportunity to unleash a full-force attack, the clash between his sword of light and the Dark Messenger's scythe erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. In the heat of battle, Ariel suddenly recognized a resemblance between the runes of the dark magic circle and an ancient sealing rune she had previously discovered in a ruin. She realized that if they could utilize this sealing rune to dismantle the dark magic circle, it might weaken the Dark Messenger's power. Undeterred by the looming danger, she dashed towards the dark magic circle, commencing her incantation of the sealing spell. The dark emissary, sensing Ariel's intent, sought to thwart her efforts. However, Aiden and Grum valiantly intervened, sacrificing themselves to buy Ariel precious time. With unwavering focus, Ariel channeled the power of the sealing runes into the dark magic circle. As the radiant light of the sealing runes gradually enveloped the circle, the malevolent glow emanating from it began to wane, and the dark emissary's strength was proportionately diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden unleashed a lethal assault, channeling all his strength into the sword of light. He thrust it towards the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger attempted to withstand the blow, yet his power had significantly waned, succumbing to Aiden's strike. A piercing scream escaped his lips as his body toppled backward. However, just as Aiden and his companions believed victory was within their grasp, the Dark Messenger abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. He resolved to recklessly activate the dark magic array to awaken the dark deity. In the climactic confrontation, the dark magic array, spurred by the Dark Messenger's madness, erupted with a fierce radiance of darkness. The entire castle began to tremble violently as surrounding dark forces surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Aiden and his allies understood the dire consequences. Should the dark deity awaken, the entire continent would plunge into irredeemable despair. They resolved to muster every last ounce of their strength to thwart the activation of the dark magic array. Ariel and the sorcerers unleashed their final, formidable spell, Striving to dismantle the dark magic array, Gloom initiated the self-destruct sequence of the mechanical apparatus, preparing to sacrifice himself in a bid to obliterate the dark magic array. Aiden, brandishing the sword of light, charged towards the dark messenger, engaging in their ultimate confrontation. A fierce battle unfolded between Aiden and the dark messenger before the ominous array. Each of Aiden's strikes was imbued with unwavering conviction and a profound sense of guardianship for the realm, while the dark messenger retaliated with reckless abandon. Driven by his nefarious ambitions, the clash escalated to a fever pitch as dark and light forces collided, generating powerful energy storms around them. In a pivotal moment, Ariel and the sorcerer's magic finally came to fruition, revealing cracks in the dark magic array. Seizing this opportunity, Gloom activated the self-destruct sequence of the mechanical device. With a thunderous explosion, the immense energy unleashed surged toward the dark magic array. Under the dual onslaught, the dark magic array ultimately shattered. The dark messenger was consumed by the backlash of the collapsing array, his powers dissipating in an instant. Aiden seized the moment, plunging his sword into the dark messenger, thus ending his life. With the destruction of the dark magic array and the demise of the dark messenger, the dark forces surrounding the castle gradually faded, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the land. Rebirth and anticipation. Aiden and his companions successfully thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Shadow Cult, once again rescuing the continent. In the aftermath of this crisis, the people of the land have developed a profound awareness of the looming threat posed by dark forces, and they now cherish the hard-won peace even more dearly. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom emerged as the heroes of the continent, revered and adored by the people. Yet, rather than succumbing to arrogance, they persevered in their efforts to fortify the defenses of the realm. Aiden established a swordsman academy to cultivate a new generation of exceptional warriors, imparting to them the art of swordsmanship and combat techniques. Ariel founded the Magical Research Association, devoted to the exploration of more formidable magical powers while instructing young sorcerers on how to confront the threats posed by dark magic. Meanwhile, Gloom tirelessly refined and upgraded mechanical equipment in his workshop, developing advanced weaponry and defense mechanisms to ensure the continent's safety. The mysterious visitors and the Eastern Kingdom also forged closer ties with the continent, leading to increasingly frequent exchanges of culture and magic. Through their collective efforts, the continent gradually progressed towards prosperity. Though the future remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenges, Aiden and his companions firmly believed that, as long as they worked in harmony, they could vanquish any dark forces, allowing the land to bask eternally in light. With hope for the future and unwavering conviction, they embarked on a new journey, ever ready to confront any emerging crisis and protect the beloved land. Chapter 108. The exploration of the dark forest. As the continent steadily advanced toward prosperity, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom remained vigilant, acutely aware that dark forces could strike again at any moment. Indeed, tranquility was short-lived, for a new crisis stealthily approached. One day, while Aiden was instructing students in swordplay at the academy, he received an urgent distress signal from a distant border town. The letter revealed that a cadre of enigmatic dark knights had appeared in the vicinity, mounted on ebony steeds and clad in obsidian armor, leaving devastation in their wake. These dark knights seemed to be in search of something, launching a frenzied assault on the town, resulting in significant casualties among the inhabitants. Ariel received similar news from the Magical Research Association. Some students from various magic academies were attacked by dark knights while practicing their spells in the wilderness. These dark knights possessed not only formidable combat prowess, but also the ability to withstand ordinary magical assaults, leaving the mages utterly powerless. Gloom, in his workshop, also detected anomalies. He monitored unusual fluctuations in magical energy across the continent, suggesting the presence of a formidable dark force stirring in the shadows. Realizing this could be yet another sinister plot by the dark powers, he promptly reached out to Aiden and Ariel to convene and set forth. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom swiftly united their formidable forces, comprising the elite swordsmen from the Swordsman Academy, seasoned mages from the Arcane Research Society, and the mechanical warriors from Gloom's workshop. They resolved to journey to the border city to investigate the origins of the Dark Knights and thwart their malevolent schemes. After a protracted trek, they finally arrived at the border city. The scene before them was shocking. The city walls lay in tatters, riddled with wounds, while the streets were strewn with the remnants of shattered buildings and the lifeless bodies of its inhabitants. The Dark Knights had vacated the city, yet the ominous aura they left behind still lingered in the air. Aiden and his companions commenced their quest through the city in search of survivors, hoping to glean further insights regarding the Dark Knight from their accounts. Beneath the rubble of a collapsed house, they stumbled upon an injured elder. The elder revealed to them that the Dark Knight emerged from the ominous northern forest, seemingly in pursuit of a mysterious artifact, which was rumored to possess immense power capable of altering the fate of the entire continent. Aiden and his companions resolved to venture into the northern dark forest in pursuit of the elusive Dark Knight and mysterious treasure. The forest was shrouded in an oppressive fog of darkness, instilling a profound sense of dread. The trees twisted grotesquely, as though corroded by some malevolent force. As they traversed the forest, they encountered relentless assaults from various dark creatures, such as shadowy werewolves and sinister spiders. These formidable beings, both powerful and numerous, posed a significant challenge to Aiden and his allies. Yet, undeterred, they repelled the attacks time and again, bolstered by their indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. Aiden and his companions swiftly prepared for battle as a cadre of Dark Knights erupted from the mist, launching an offensive against them. The Dark Knights wielded their ebony swords, unleashing waves of dark energy towards Aiden and his comrades. Aiden led the swordsmen into close combat, clashing fiercely with the knights, while Ariel and the mages provided magical support from the rear. Gloom commanded the mechanical warriors, employing ranged attacks to assail the Dark Knights. The conflict was intensely fierce. The combat prowess of the Dark Knights surpassed all expectations, their strikes rapid and their defenses formidable. Despite Aiden and his companions' valiant resistance, they found themselves gradually overwhelmed. At that critical juncture, Ariel discerned a weakness in the Dark Knight's armor, gaps at the joints. Recognizing this vulnerability, she swiftly relayed her discovery to Aiden and the other swordsmen. They promptly adjusted their strategy, focusing their assaults on the joints of the Dark Knights. This tactic yielded remarkable results, and the Knight's combat effectiveness began to wane. The struggle for the enigmatic treasure continued. After a fierce battle, Aiden and his companions successfully repelled the Dark Knights and pressed deeper into the dark forest in search of the coveted artifact. In the heart of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The grand entrance loomed ominously, sealed tight, emanating a powerful aura of darkness. Aiden and his companions cautiously ventured into the temple, where they discovered the interior was riddled with various dark magical traps. Utilizing their unique abilities, they successfully disarmed these perilous obstacles. At the heart of the temple stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested an artifact radiating an enigmatic glow. Just as Aiden and his companions prepared to seize the treasure, the Dark Knights reemerged. It turned out they had been trailing Aiden and his companions all along, biding their time until the treasure was uncovered. The Dark Knights launched a more ferocious assault, intent on claiming the coveted artifact for themselves. Aiden and his companions engaged in a breathtaking contest for the treasure against the Dark Knights. The two factions exchanged blows with unwavering determination. The Dark Knights, driven by an insatiable desire to possess the treasure, unleashed increasingly frenzied assaults. Aiden and his allies, however, stood their ground resolutely, coordinating their efforts and leveraging their unique strengths to staunchly defend the treasure. In the climactic battle, Aiden discerned that the leader of the Dark Knights appeared to be invoking a form of dark magic, attempting to unlock the treasure's seal. Should the seal be broken, the malevolent forces contained within the treasure would be unleashed, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Thus, Aiden resolved to take a perilous leap towards the leader of the Dark Knights to thwart his nefarious scheme. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Ariel and Gloom swiftly rushed to Aiden's aid. Ariel conjured a formidable magical shield, safeguarding Aiden from the onslaught of the Dark Knights. Meanwhile, Gloom commanded the mechanical warriors to unleash a barrage of firepower against their foes. Seizing this opportunity, Aiden charged valiantly towards the leader of the Dark Knights. As the Dark Knight's leader noticed Aiden's advance, he immediately brandished his longsword, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy. Undaunted, Aiden channeled all his strength into the Sword of Light, surging forth to confront the wave of darkness. The Sword of Light collided with the dark energy wave, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. In the radiance, the leader of the Dark Knights revealed a critical vulnerability. Aiden seized the moment, delivering a decisive thrust that pierced through his adversary. With a cry of anguish, the Dark Knight's leader fell to the ground. As their leader perished, the remaining Dark Knights lost their will to fight, dissipating into wisps of shadowy mist that vanished into the air. Victory heralded a new beginning. Aiden and his companions successfully thwarted the nefarious plots of the Dark Knights, safeguarding a mysterious artifact. Upon meticulous examination, they discovered it to be a relic sealed by dark forces, imbued with formidable powers of light. If they could lift the seal and purify it, They would usher in peace and tranquility across the continent. Thus, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom resolved to unite their efforts in breaking the artifact's seal. Harnessing their individual strengths and enduring a protracted endeavor, they ultimately succeeded in purifying the relic. The light emanating from the artifact enveloped the entire continent instantaneously, dispelling the shadows and revitalizing the land. In the aftermath of this crisis, the people of the continent grew more united, acutely aware that only through collective resolve could they vanquish the forces of darkness. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom emerged as revered heroes, their deeds immortalized in the annals of history. Yet, the trio remained vigilant, cognizant that the dark forces would not easily dissipate and that greater challenges loomed on the horizon. Consequently, they continued to fortify the continent's defenses, training more warriors and sorcerers in preparation for impending trials. Thus, on this land brimming with hope and challenges, Aiden and his companions embarked on a new journey. Chapter 109. Purification of the mysterious artifact. In the days following Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom's successful purification of the mysterious artifact, the continent appeared to bask in tranquility, with its populace enjoying a peaceful existence. However, beneath this calm facade, a mysterious undercurrent began to stir quietly. One day, while engaged in her studies at the Magical Research Association, Ariel suddenly detected an unusual magical fluctuation. This wave diverged from the familiar dark forces. It was more elusive and sinister. Ariel promptly convened the seasoned sorcerers of the association to collaboratively investigate and trace this anomaly. After considerable effort, they traced the source of the fluctuation to the southern maritime regions of the continent. Simultaneously, Gloom, in his workshop, encountered peculiar phenomena. Several of his intricate magical instruments began to register aberrant readings, seemingly affected by a formidable force. Gloom surmised that this might be connected to the anomalous magical fluctuations Ariel had uncovered. Consequently, he swiftly contacted Aiden and Ariel, and the trio resolved to venture to the southern seas in pursuit of the truth behind this mysterious power. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led an elite team aboard sturdy vessels, venturing into the southern seas. After several days of navigation, they finally approached the source of the magical disturbances. There, they stumbled upon a mysterious island that had never graced the pages of any map. Enshrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist, the island exuded an eerie aura. As Aiden and his companions cautiously approached the shore, they were met with an overwhelming force that impeded their progress. Ariel conjured a spell in an attempt to dispel the fog, yet the mist proved remarkably resilient, yielding only slightly. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into their exploration, a horde of peculiar creatures erupted from the thicket. These beings bore a humanoid semblance, but were adorned with scales and tails. Their eyes glimmered with an unsettling light, and they brandished sharp tridents, launching an assault against Aiden and his companions. Aiden led the swordsmen to confront the enemy with remarkable swiftness, engaging in a fierce battle against these peculiar creatures. Ariel and the sorcerers, positioned at the rear, cast spells to provide support to the swordsmen. Gloom maneuvered the mechanical warriors, employing a remote attack system to target the bizarre entities. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately repelled the horde of strange beings. Aiden and his companions ventured deeper into the island, uncovering an ancient relic. This relic appeared to have existed for millennia, its walls adorned with enigmatic runes and patterns. Ariel meticulously examined these runes and patterns, discovering that they seemed to be connected to an archaic form of magic. This magic possessed the ability to manipulate the forces of the ocean, capable of even conjuring tsunamis and earthquakes. At that moment, Gloom stumbled upon a vast magical array hidden within the depths of the relic. This array emanated powerful waves of energy, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual. Aiden and his companions realized that this might be the source of the anomalous fluctuations in magical energy across the continent. They resolved to dismantle the magical array to halt the ritual. However, just as they prepared to act, a surge of dark energy erupted from the array. This dark energy coalesced into a colossal shadowy beast, its form crafted from the very essence of darkness, eyes glimmering with crimson light, and emanating black flames from its maw. The dark creature launched a fierce assault on Aiden and his companions, its strikes possessing immense power, causing tremors and explosions with each blow. Aiden led the swordsmen in a brave resistance, yet the might of the dark beast proved overwhelmingly formidable, gradually tipping the battle in its favor. Ariel and the sorcerers continuously unleashed an array of formidable spells in an effort to diminish the power of the dark creatures. Gloom, on the other hand, commanded the mechanical warriors, employing various advanced weapons and skills to assail the dark monsters. However, The defenses of these creatures were remarkably robust, rendering their attacks nearly inconsequential. Amidst the fray, Aiden discerned that the weakness of the dark creatures lay within their core. If he could strike at this vital point, there was a possibility of disrupting their energy source and ultimately vanquishing them. Thus, Aiden resolved to take the perilous leap towards the heart of the dark monster. Upon witnessing the situation, Ariel and Grom swiftly provided support for Aiden. Ariel conjured a formidable magical shield to safeguard Aiden from the onslaught of the dark creatures. Meanwhile, Grom commanded the mechanical warriors to unleash a barrage of firepower, diverting the attention of the malevolent beasts. Aiden summoned all his strength and thrust the sword of light forcefully into the core of the dark creature. In that instant, a blinding radiance erupted, and the dark beast emitted a deafening roar as its surrounding dark energy dissipated like a shattered web. As the creature collapsed with a resounding thud, the glow of the magical array within the ruins diminished sharply, and the unsettling surge of potent energy gradually subsided. Though Aiden and his companions successfully vanquished the imminent threat, they found themselves utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. After a brief respite, they commenced a meticulous examination of the clues within the ruins, striving to unveil the truth behind it all. In a secluded corner of the ruins, Ariel stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet, intricately engraved with complex runes and patterns. Through her diligent efforts, alongside other sorcerers, a long-buried history began to emerge. It was revealed that in ancient times, this continent was home to a dark cult that aspired to dominate the world. Masters of forbidden sorcery, they wielded the power of darkness and the elements of the ocean, plotting to unleash a cataclysmic tsunami that would submerge the land beneath the waves, only to reshape the world's order through malevolent forces. However, the forces of light across the continent rose in fierce resistance. A coalition of formidable mages and valiant warriors united, engaging in a grueling battle that ultimately led to the sealing of the dark cult and its nefarious leader. The artifacts and knowledge related to their forbidden magic were scattered and hidden throughout the continent. The mysterious island that has now emerged as one of the pivotal locations of that ancient seal. For reasons unknown, the seal has begun to weaken, allowing remnants of the dark cult to stir once more, intent on resuming their unfinished agenda. The Dark Knights encountered are likely to be pawns ensnared or manipulated by the remnants of the cult. Aiden and his companions recognized the gravity of the situation. If the remnants of the dark cult were not completely eradicated, the continent would never know peace. They continued their search on the island, hoping to uncover further clues regarding the dark cult. In the basement of the ruins, they stumbled upon a tattered tome that chronicled the identities and operational strongholds of the cult's members. The book revealed that the dark cult had established numerous clandestine outposts across the continent, each reinforcing the others in the execution of the cult's nefarious agenda. Among these, the most crucial stronghold was located in the frigid northern reaches of the continent. There lay the hidden core of the dark cult's power, as well as the site designated for their ultimate ritual. Should they succeed in performing this ceremony in the icy expanse, it would unleash a cataclysm of unimaginable horror, plunging the entire continent into a state of irreversible despair. Aiden and his companions, acutely aware of the urgency, immediately set forth to return to the mainland. They prepared to rally their forces and journey to the frigid northern wastes to dismantle the core stronghold of the dark sect. Upon their return, they swiftly established contact with various factions across the lands, revealing the sinister machinations of the dark sect and calling upon all to unite in solidarity against the encroaching shadow. The summons of Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom received a vigorous response from various factions across the continent. The Swordsman Academy, the Magic Research Association, kingdoms from different regions, and numerous valiant warriors expressed their willingness to join the fray. In a fleeting moment, a fervor for preparation engulfed the continent. The Swordsman Academy intensified the training of its students, honing their swordsmanship and combat skills. Meanwhile, Ariel organized magicians within the Magic Research Association to devise new spells to counter dark forces and create a variety of magical artifacts. Gloom labored tirelessly in the workshop, upgrading the mechanical warriors and equipping them with more formidable weapons and defensive gear. Kingdoms across the land mobilized their armies, ensuring provisions and supplies were at the ready for deployment to the battlefield. Grassroots warriors spontaneously organized themselves, converging towards the assembly point. Through the collective efforts of all, a formidable coalition was swiftly established. However, during the preparatory phase, they encountered several challenges. The journey to the frigid northern realms was long and fraught with peril, requiring passage through vast deserts and treacherous mountains, while contending with the harsh climate of the frozen lands and a myriad of unknown dangers. Moreover, The Dark Cult would undoubtedly erect numerous obstacles along the way to thwart the Coalition's advance. To address these challenges, Aiden and his companions devised a meticulous marching plan. They selected seasoned guides to lead the Coalition safely around hazardous regions, opting for relatively secure routes. Simultaneously, the magicians prepared various spells to ward off the cold and combat adverse weather conditions, ensuring the Coalition could survive and fight in the icy expanse. With all preparations complete, the Coalition set forth towards the frigid north with great resolve. Their first trial was the vast desert, where the scorching sun and relentless sandstorms posed significant challenges to their march. Yet, the soldiers of the Coalition, fortified by indomitable will and unwavering faith, supported one another as they trudged onward. During their passage through the desert, they encountered a band of robbers, corrupted by the Dark Cult. These marauders, well acquainted with the desert terrain, frequently preyed upon passing caravans and travelers. They sought to ambush the Coalition and seize their supplies. Aiden led the swordsmen into a swift assault, engaging in a fierce battle against the bandits. Meanwhile, Ariel and the mages remained in the rear, casting spells to provide support for the swordsmen. After a fierce confrontation, the Coalition successfully repelled the bandits and continued on their journey. Next, the Coalition arrived at the treacherous mountains. The paths within the mountains were rugged and perilous, with the slightest misstep resulting in a plunge into the abyss. Moreover, the Dark Cult had set numerous traps and ambushes throughout the mountain range. During one march, the Coalition inadvertently triggered a magical trap, causing a landslide. Massive boulders tumbled down the mountainside towards the Coalition. In this critical moment, Ariel and the mages unleashed their formidable magic, stabilizing the mountainside and halting the descent of the boulders, thus saving the Coalition. After a long and arduous trek, the Coalition finally reached the edge of the frigid northern expanse. In this icy realm, the wind howled and snowflakes danced in the air, with temperatures plummeting to extremes that ordinary clothing could not withstand. The mages promptly cast spells to create shields against the biting cold, enabling the soldiers of the Coalition to endure the harsh conditions. Delving deeper into the icy domain, the Coalition soon encountered the vanguard of the Dark Cult. These adversaries also wielded formidable dark powers, leading to an intense clash with the Coalition. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of dark and light magic colliding, accompanied by the cries of battle and the explosive sounds of sorcery intertwining. Aiden, wielding the Sword of Light, charged forward, his figure cutting through the enemy ranks like a radiant beacon. Wherever he went, the dark disciples fell in droves. Meanwhile, Ariel commanded the sorcerers from the rear, unleashing a variety of formidable spells to strike the foes from afar. Gloom operated the upgraded mechanical warriors, employing advanced weaponry to launch a fierce assault on the stronghold of the Dark Cult. Under the relentless onslaught of the allied forces, the vanguard of the Dark Cult began to falter and retreat. The Coalition pursued their victory, swiftly arriving at the heart of the Dark Cult's stronghold. This bastion was shrouded in a powerful dark magical shield, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective against it. Ariel meticulously examined the dark magical shield and discovered that it was composed of an ancient dark rune. After a thorough discussion with her fellow sorcerers, they resolved to cast a collaborative spell to unravel the dark rune and shatter the shield. Following extensive preparations, the sorcerers assembled, united in their magical endeavor. A formidable surge of radiant energy erupted from their hands, hurtling towards the dark magical shield. Under the impact of this luminous force, the dark magical shield began to fracture. As the fissures widened, the shield ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. The allied forces surged into the stronghold like a tidal wave, engaging in a final confrontation with the core powers of the Dark Cult. Within the stronghold, the leader of the Dark Cult had long been awaiting their arrival. He was a towering figure, his visage twisted and menacing, emanating a potent and malevolent aura of darkness. Upon witnessing the approach of the allied forces, he displayed no semblance of fear. Instead, he erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Do you think you can thwart us? All of this is futile. The destruction of the continent is inevitable," the leader of the Dark Cult bellowed. Aiden stepped forward, casting a fierce glare at the leader of the Dark Cult, declaring, "Your nefarious schemes shall not prevail. We shall protect this land." With those words, a fierce battle ensued. The Dark Cult leader, possessing formidable strength, waved his dark staff, unleashing waves of sinister energy directed towards the allied forces. Aiden, leading the swordsmen, valiantly resisted, forming a defensive line with their blades to withstand the onslaught of dark energy. Ariel and the sorcerers conjured various potent spells, engaging in a fierce counteroffensive against the Dark Cult's mages. Gloom manipulated mechanical warriors, employing a ranged attack system to assault the dark cult leader. The conflict was extraordinarily intense, with casualties on both sides. Yet, the soldiers of the Alliance, driven by unwavering conviction, showed no signs of retreat. During the fray, Aiden discerned that the dark staff was the source of the leader's power. If he could shatter the staff, it would significantly weaken the leader's strength, enabling their victory. Thus, Aiden resolved to take the perilous plunge towards the dark cult leader to seize the staff from his grasp. Observing this, Ariel and Gloom immediately rushed to provide assistance. Ariel summoned a powerful magical shield, safeguarding Aiden from the leader's strikes, while Gloom commanded the mechanical warriors to suppress the dark cult leader with concentrated firepower. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden charged towards the leader of the dark cult like a bolt of lightning. He deftly evaded the leader's attacks and leaped, striking down upon the dark staff with his radiant sword. The leader of the dark cult attempted to evade, but it was too late. The luminous blade collided with the dark staff, erupting in a dazzling flare of light. In an instant, the dark staff shattered, and the leader let out a harrowing scream. His power diminished significantly. Deprived of the dark staff, the leader of the dark cult could no longer withstand the onslaught of the allied forces. Aiden seized the moment to deliver a fatal blow, plunging the radiant sword into the leader's chest. The leader collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of dark mist. With the leader's demise, the remaining members of the dark cult lost their resolve, and the allied forces pursued their victory, utterly vanquishing the core strength of the dark cult. Aiden and his companions successfully dismantled the core stronghold of the dark cult, thwarting their nefarious schemes. With the demise of the cult, the malevolent forces on the continent began to dissipate, allowing the sun to once again illuminate the land. In the wake of this calamity, the inhabitants of the continent grew to cherish the hard-won peace. They commenced the reconstruction of their homes and the revival of production, gradually restoring the vibrancy and prosperity of the realm. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom emerged as the heroes of the land, their deeds celebrated far and wide, inspiring generations to come. However, Aiden and his companions did not succumb to arrogance. They were acutely aware that dark forces might never be entirely eradicated and that new threats could emerge in the future. Thus, they dedicated themselves to fortifying the continent's defenses, nurturing more warriors and mages. They established branches of magical and swordsman academies across the continent, imparting knowledge and skills to empower more individuals to safeguard themselves and their homes. Simultaneously, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom collaborated with various kingdoms and factions on the continent to forge a tighter alliance. This coalition aimed to enhance communication and cooperation among the parties, collectively addressing potential crises that could arise in the future. Through their efforts, the people of the continent united as one, forming an indomitable collective. In this land brimming with hope and challenges, Aiden and his companions continued to protect peace and tranquility. They understood that new journeys might lie just ahead, but they stood prepared to unwaveringly defend the land they held dear against any difficulties or dangers. Inspired by their leadership, the people of the continent embraced a hopeful vision for the future, striving to create a better life. Chapter 110: Guardians of the Elements. In the years following the complete defeat of the Dark Cult, the continent basked in peace and prosperity. The alliance established by Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom grew increasingly robust, with frequent trade exchanges and deepening cultural interactions among the kingdoms. The branches of the magical and swordsman academies produced a continuous stream of exceptional talents who spread across the continent, safeguarding the hard-earned tranquility. Yet, the serene days did not endure for long. One morning, while meditating at the Magical Research Association, Ariel suddenly sensed a faint and peculiar magical energy fluctuation. This disturbance was distinctly different from the dark forces of yore, yet it carried an unsettling aura. Ariel immediately became alert, summoning the association's foremost mages to conduct an in-depth investigation and analysis of this phenomenon. Meanwhile, in the distant northern frontier, a group of hunters stumbled upon bizarre tracks within the woods. These prints were enormous and peculiar, unlike those of any known creature. The hunters reported their findings to the local guards, who, not daring to be negligent, promptly escalated the information through the appropriate channels. In Gloom's workshop, his latest invention, a magical energy monitoring device, began to emit a soft hum, its needle trembling incessantly, indicating abnormal fluctuations in the surrounding magical energy. Gloom furrowed his brow, realizing that this might be the prelude to yet another crisis. At this moment, Aiden was in the royal palace discussing the further strengthening of alliances with the kings of various nations. Upon receiving news from Ariel and Gloom, his expression grew grave. He was acutely aware that even the slightest anomaly could provoke a significant crisis, particularly after enduring the calamity wrought by the dark cult. The continent could no longer withstand any turmoil. Aiden promptly concluded the meeting and convened with Ariel and Gloom at the Arcane Research Association. The three of them gathered around an expansive magical map, commencing their analysis of the information at hand. From the direction of the magical fluctuations, it appeared to emanate from the eastern part of the continent, specifically from the enigmatic misty forest. Ariel indicated a specific region on the map as she spoke. Gloom nodded in agreement and added, "My monitoring devices indicate that this fluctuation represents a novel form of magical energy, highly unstable, akin to the harbinger of a formidable force on the verge of awakening." Aiden pondered for a moment and remarked, "Whatever this may be, we cannot afford to be complacent. We must swiftly organize an expedition to delve into the mysteries of the misty forest." After a flurry of meticulous preparations, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led a team comprised of elite swordsmen, sorcerers, and scholars, embarking towards the eastern misty forest. Along their journey, they traversed dense jungles and turbulent rivers, until they finally reached the forest's edge. True to its name, the misty forest was shrouded in a thick veil of fog, resembling a mysterious colossal beast concealing countless secrets. The expedition team cautiously stepped into the forest, discovering that the flora and fauna here were utterly distinct from the outside world. Enormous mushrooms emanated an eerie luminescence, while tendrils slithered along the ground as if imbued with life. Suddenly, a gigantic avian creature descended from the heavens, its wings spanning over 10 meters wide, with talons sharp as blades. Aiden swiftly drew his sword of light, rallying the swordsmen to confront it. Meanwhile, Ariel and the sorcerers conjured spells from the rear, attempting to restrain the creature's movements. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the formidable bird. Delving deeper into the forest, the expedition team stumbled upon peculiar ruins. These remnants appeared to have existed for millennia, their walls adorned with ancient runes and patterns, starkly different from those previously discovered in the Dark Cult's ruins. Ariel and the scholars eagerly gathered around, beginning to meticulously study the inscriptions. After several days of diligent effort, Ariel finally deciphered part of the runes' meanings. These inscriptions chronicled an age-old legend. Long ago, this land was home to powerful beings known as elemental guardians, who possessed the ability to manipulate the natural elements. However, a sudden catastrophe plunged these guardians into slumber, their power sealed within the very earth. Could the magical fluctuations we are sensing be connected to these elemental guardians? Aiden inquired, furrowing his brow. Ariel nodded thoughtfully, stating that it was highly probable. According to the records of the runes, the power of the seal diminishes over time, and it appeared that the moment of its loosening had now arrived. At that instant, the ground surrounding the expedition team began to tremble violently, and countless colossal rocks erupted from the earth, forming an enormous stone cage that ensnared the team within. Simultaneously, a horde of giants composed of rock surged forth from all directions, brandishing their massive fists and launching an assault upon the expedition team. Aiden shouted, "Do not panic. Prepare for battle." The swordsmen swiftly formed a defensive formation, while the mages began to cast various spells in an attempt to shatter the rocky prison. Gloom commanded the mechanical warriors, employing their formidable firepower to assault the stone giants. Amidst the fierce combat, Ariel discerned the weakness of these rock giants lay in their joints. She promptly relayed this revelation to the group, who then concentrated their fire on the joints of the stone giants, quickly achieving remarkable results. The rock giants began to topple, and the rocky prison gradually crumbled under the powerful magical onslaught of the mages. The expedition team ventured deeper into the forest, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a vast cave. The magical energy radiating from within the cave was extraordinarily potent, making it nearly impossible to approach. Aiden and the others took a deep breath and cautiously entered the cave. Inside, a peculiar luminescence enveloped the space, and at the heart of this light lay a colossal crystal orb. Within the orb, a massive figure seemed to be sealed. Indeed, it was one of the legendary elemental guardians, the Water Guardian. At that moment, blue light flickered around the Water Guardian, indicating that the sealing power was gradually weakening. We must find a way to reinforce the seal. Otherwise, should the Water Guardian awaken, we would be utterly incapable of controlling it with our current strength, Ariel said anxiously. Just as the group pondered their strategy, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from outside the cave. Aiden and the others quickly turned to see a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes appearing at the cave's entrance, their faces obscured by eerie masks. Their identities remained concealed. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Aiden inquired warily. The leader of the enigmatic figures let out a chilling laugh and replied, "We are seekers of ancient power. The Water Guardian is on the verge of awakening, and its power shall belong to us. You mortals would do well to leave quietly. Aiden let out a cold snort and declared, "You shall not take the Guardian of Water. We will never allow your sinister plot to succeed." With a clash of words, both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The enigmatic figures unleashed a myriad of bizarre spells, clashing with Aiden and his companions in a life-and-death struggle. During the fray, Aiden discerned that the magic wielded by these mysterious individuals bore a certain resemblance to that of the dark cult. Yet it was imbued with an even more peculiar and formidable essence. Ariel, amidst the fierce battle, keenly observed the enigmatic individual's magical assault. She discerned that, despite the formidable nature of these magical attacks, they adhered to a certain pattern. Swiftly, she conveyed this revelation to the wizards, who then commenced a strategic defense and counterattack. Gloom, commanding the mechanical warriors, unleashed a barrage of advanced weaponry upon the mysterious adversaries. The overwhelming firepower of the mechanical soldiers exerted immense pressure on the enigmatic foes, causing their formation to descend into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden led the swordsman in a charge, the radiant sword in his grasp gleaming with blinding brilliance. Wherever he went, the mysterious figures fell one after another. With their concerted effort, the enigmatic foes began to falter and retreat. However, just as the assembled warriors believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a formidable blue beam suddenly erupted from the crystal sphere, enveloping the entire cavern in its luminescence. The seal of the Water Guardian had finally been shattered, and it gradually awakened from within the crystal. The Water Guardian's form was colossal, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of water elemental power. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling light, imbued with hostility towards everything in its vicinity. "This is dire. The Water Guardian has completely lost its sanity. We must act swiftly to halt its rampage," Ariel cried out. Instantly, the group surged towards the Water Guardian, striving to quell its fury with their combined strength. The swordsmen brandished their blades, charging at the Guardian, yet their assaults seemed trivial against its formidable defenses. The mages unleashed a variety of powerful spells in an attempt to restrain the Guardian's movements, but its strength was too overwhelming, rendering their magical onslaughts largely ineffective. Gloom commanded the mechanical warriors to launch a full-scale assault on the Water Guardian, but even their attacks merely caused it to momentarily pause. In this critical moment, Aiden suddenly recalled the radiant sword in his hand. Embodying potent light energy, it might possess the capability to contend with the Guardian's might. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled all his strength into the radiant sword and charged towards the Water Guardian. Upon collision, the sword and the Guardian erupted in a brilliant explosion of light. The forces of illumination and water elements intertwined, generating a powerful wave of energy. Under the impact of this energy surge, the cavern began to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ariel and Gloom immediately led their companions in retreat from the cave. Just as they exited, the cave collapsed with a thunderous roar. The Guardian of Water slowly emerged from the rubble, its form still enveloped in a formidable elemental power. It let out a fierce roar and ascended into the sky. Aiden and the others knew that if the Guardian of Water left this forest, it would bring immense calamity to the entire continent. "We cannot allow it to depart. We must devise a way to thwart it," Aiden declared resolutely. The group gazed anxiously at the vanishing Guardian in the sky, their hearts heavy with trepidation and concern. They understood this would be an unprecedented challenge, yet they were unwavering in their resolve to protect the realm. In the days that followed, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led their expedition in search of a means to counter the Guardian of Water. They traversed every corner of the continent, consulting countless sages and sorcerers. Yet no effective solution materialized. However, amidst their despair, Ariel suddenly recalled the ancient runes discovered in the misty forest. She meticulously re-examined the runes and ultimately uncovered a hidden secret. Long ago, the elemental guardians had forged a pact with a powerful light mage. When the elemental guardians fell into slumber, this light mage had left behind a unique magic, which could only be awakened under specific conditions to harness the power of the elemental guardians. Ariel divulged this discovery to Aiden and Gloom, and the trio resolved to return immediately to the misty forest in search of a means to awaken the magic. After arduous efforts, they finally unearthed a concealed magical array deep within the forest. According to the ancient runes, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom positioned themselves at the three pivotal points of the array and commenced the incantation. As their magical energies surged forth, the array began to radiate a brilliant light. Suddenly, a beam shot forth from the array, soaring towards the Guardian of Water in the sky. The light struck the Guardian, momentarily halting its movements. Subsequently, peculiar runes began to manifest around its form, gradually ensnaring its actions. Under the binding of the runes, the Guardian's power was progressively subdued. It gently descended to the ground, the hostility in its eyes gradually dissipating. Aiden and the others approached, gazing at the guardian with profound reflection. Following this event, they understood that the perils on the continent still loomed. They resolved to fortify the alliance's strength and cultivate more talents to confront the potential crises ahead. Simultaneously, they informed the various kingdoms and factions across the continent about the Guardian of Water, urging them to remain vigilant. Through the concerted efforts of Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom, tranquility was restored to the land. The people thrived, continuing to forge a beautiful existence. Aiden and his companions became eternal guardians of the continent, their tales destined to be eternally recounted. Chapter 111. Quelling malice and resisting the tide. In the days following the restoration of peace, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom remained vigilant, dedicating themselves even further to the establishment of the alliance and the nurturing of talent. The Magic Academy and the Swordsman Academy expanded their reach, cultivating a greater number of exceptional individuals to bolster the defenses of various kingdoms across the continent. However, beneath the facade of tranquility, a new crisis was quietly brewing. One day, a small coastal town in the south was suddenly besieged by a mysterious force. This force appeared and vanished without a trace, leaving destruction in its wake. As buildings collapsed and residents fled in panic, the local guards rose in resistance, yet found themselves utterly powerless, with many perishing in the assault. News of the calamity swiftly reached Aiden and his companions. They immediately recognized this as the potential onset of yet another significant crisis. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom convened once more to deliberate on their course of action. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this enigmatic force was formidable and acted with unsettling unpredictability. Aiden furrowed his brow as he spoke. Ariel nodded in agreement, stating, "I have instructed the mages of the Magical Research Association to analyze the residual magical fluctuations at the scene. Preliminary assessments indicate that this force differs from that of the previous elemental guardians in the dark cult. It seems to possess a more malevolent and potent essence." Gloom interjected, "Although my mechanical warriors have undergone upgrades, I am uncertain whether they can effectively contend with this unknown power. It appears we must first investigate the site to gather more information." The trio resolved to lead an elite team to the coastal town in the south. Along the way, they encountered numerous displaced refugees, their faces etched with fear and despair. Aiden and his companions felt increasingly burdened, acutely aware of the weight of their responsibilities. Upon arriving in the town, they were taken aback by the devastation before them. The entire settlement lay in ruins, strewn with remnants of walls and signs of scorching destruction. The air was thick with a suffocating, acrid odor. Ariel and the mages immediately commenced their investigation of the area, striving to uncover clues about the enigmatic force. After considerable effort, they discovered peculiar symbols and markings. These signs exuded a sinister aura, unlike anything they had encountered previously. Ariel and the scholars began to meticulously study these symbols, hoping to unravel their secrets. Meanwhile, Aiden and Gloom, accompanied by swordsmen and mechanical warriors, scoured the outskirts of the town in search of traces of the mysterious power. Yet, their efforts yielded no results. It was as if the enigmatic force had vanished without a trace after its assault on the town. Just as despair began to settle among them, Ariel made a significant discovery. Through her research on the symbols, she realized they appeared to be linked to an ancient dark magic. This dark magic had once been wielded by a powerful sorcerer who sought to dominate the entire continent, only to be ultimately defeated and sealed away by the guardians of that era in a mysterious location. Could it be that someone has broken this seal, unleashing this dark magic? Aiden inquired. Ariel nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It is highly probable. Moreover, given the current circumstances, this individual appears to have already harnessed a fragment of this dark magic's power, employing it to sow chaos and destruction." Gloom pondered for a moment before responding. "If that is indeed the case, we must swiftly locate this person and thwart his malevolent endeavors. Otherwise, the entire continent will be plunged into a dire crisis." Thus, Aiden and his companions commenced their inquiries into the dark magic and the enigmatic figure associated with it. They traversed every corner of the continent, consulting countless sages and sorcerers, yet found no valuable leads. Just as despair began to set in, an elderly sorcerer, residing in a secluded mountain, imparted a crucial clue. This venerable mage had once heard tales of this dark magic and informed Aiden and his companions that to uncover the one who could break the seal, they must first locate an ancient tome. This book contained all the secrets of the dark magic, as well as the methods to seal it away. Upon hearing this, Aiden and his companions promptly resolved to embark on a quest to locate the enchanted tome. guided by the clues provided by the ancient sorcerer. They ventured into an ancient forest. This woodland was shrouded in an aura of mystique, causing those who entered its depths to easily lose their way. Aiden and his companions cautiously ventured into the forest, remaining ever vigilant against potential dangers. Within the woods, they encountered a multitude of peculiar creatures and treacherous traps. Yet through their ingenuity and valor, they overcame each challenge. After several arduous days of trekking, they finally discovered an ancient castle nestled deep within the forest. The castle appeared to have been abandoned for ages, enveloped in cobwebs and dust. As Aiden and his companions entered, they were met with a chilling atmosphere that pervaded the interior. They searched throughout the castle and ultimately stumbled upon an obscure underground chamber where the ancient tome of magic lay hidden. However, just as they were about to seize the spellbook, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from all directions. These formidable beings were colossal and menacing, launching a fierce assault against Aiden and his companions. Aiden swiftly drew the Sword of Light, leading the swordsman into an intense clash with the dark creatures. Meanwhile, Ariel and the sorcerers provided support from the rear, casting spells to aid the swordsman. Gloom commanded the mechanical warriors, unleashing formidable firepower against the dark beings. During the fray, Aiden and his companions discerned that the creatures' vulnerability lay within their eyes. Consequently, they concentrated their firepower on the eyes of the dark entities, swiftly achieving remarkable results. The dark creatures fell one after another, and Aiden and his comrades successfully acquired the spellbook. Eagerly, they opened the tome and began to meticulously examine its contents. After considerable effort, they ultimately uncovered a clue pertaining to the individual capable of unraveling the dark magic seal. It turned out that this person was a sorcerer who had been expelled from the magical academy, having succumbed to the allure of power and embarked upon a nefarious path. By happenstance, he had stumbled upon the legends surrounding this dark magic and devoted years to searching for the site of the seal, ultimately succeeding in breaking it. Upon receiving the news, Aiden and his companions promptly resolved to journey to the hiding place of the sorcerer. After an arduous trek, they finally arrived at a secluded valley. Within this valley, they stumbled upon a foreboding castle, enveloped in an aura of malevolence that sent chills down their spines. Aiden and his companions cautiously entered the castle, discovering it replete with various traps and dark sorcery. As they navigated the perilous obstacles, they sought the whereabouts of the nefarious sorcerer. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the fortress. In that instant, the malevolent magician manifested before them, clad in a flowing black robe. His face twisted into a sinister grin, and his eyes gleaming with wicked intent. "At last, you have arrived. I have been anticipating your presence," proclaimed the evil sorcerer. "Why do you unleash such dark magic, sowing chaos and destruction?" Aiden inquired with indignation. The malevolent sorcerer erupted into laughter, declaring, "I aspire to become the sovereign of this land, compelling all to bow before me. This dark magic shall aid me in realizing my ambitions." Aiden let out a cold scoff and declared, "You shall not succeed. We will never allow your nefarious scheme to come to fruition." As tensions flared between the two parties, an intense battle erupted. The malevolent sorcerer unleashed a torrent of formidable dark magic, launching fierce assaults against Aiden and his companions. United in purpose, Aiden and his allies fought valiantly to resist the onslaught. Amidst the chaos of battle, Ariel discerned a critical vulnerability in the sorcerer's magic, despite its immense power. It demanded a substantial expenditure of magical energy, rendering his body exceedingly fragile during the casting process. Ariel shared this remarkable discovery with everyone, and the group resolved to employ a strategy of luring the enemy into their midst. Aiden led the swordsman in a bold assault against the malevolent sorcerer, drawing his attention. Meanwhile, Ariel and the wizards quietly prepared their formidable spells from the rear. The evil sorcerer, noticing Aiden and his companions' aggressive approach, believed his opportunity had arrived. He unleashed his dark magic in a frenzied attempt to vanquish Aiden and the others in one fell swoop. However, at the crucial moment of his incantation, Ariel and the wizards launched their powerful magical assault. The evil sorcerer, taken by surprise, was struck by the magic and suffered severe injuries. Seizing the moment, Aiden led the swordsman forward, piercing the malevolent sorcerer with the Sword of Light. The sorcerer attempted to resist, but it was a futile endeavor. He ultimately succumbed to Aiden's might. As the evil sorcerer fell, the dark magic he had unleashed gradually dissipated. The continent once again returned to tranquility, and the people rejoiced, celebrating their hard-won victory. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom remained vigilant, acutely aware that the dangers of the continent persisted, with new crises potentially looming on the horizon. Thus, they resolved to further fortify the strength of their alliance. nurturing a greater number of talents to ensure the enduring peace and prosperity of the land. In the days that followed, Aiden and his companions ascended to legendary status across the continent. Their tales echoed through generations, inspiring countless young souls to strive tirelessly to safeguard the tranquility of the realm. As time flowed inexorably onward, the efforts of Aiden and his allies ushered in successive eras of prosperity. The ties among various kingdoms grew ever closer, with trade and cultural exchanges flourishing like never before. The Magic Academy and the Swordsmanship Academy produced waves of exceptional individuals who spread across the continent, devotedly protecting this cherished land. Yet, in a distant realm, a new dark force was surreptitiously rising, more malevolent and formidable than the previous cults and wicked sorcerers. Its aim was the complete annihilation of the continent. Aiden and his companions were once again poised to confront an unprecedented and monumental challenge. On a tranquil night, Ariel, within the confines of the Magical Research Association, suddenly sensed a familiar yet alien surge of magical energy. This disturbance stirred within her an ominous premonition, for she understood that the peace of the continent was on the verge of being shattered once more. Ariel promptly informed Aiden and Gloom, and the three reconvened. Observing Ariel's grave expression, Aiden and Gloom became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This surge of magical energy was unlike the previous dark forces. It was more malevolent and potent, seemingly concealing an insatiable desire for annihilation. Ariel spoke. Aiden furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems we are about to face another arduous battle. We must swiftly prepare ourselves to uncover the origin and weaknesses of this dark force." Gloom nodded in agreement, stating, "I will expedite the upgrades to the mechanical warriors to enhance their combat efficacy. Simultaneously, we must also inform the various kingdoms to fortify their defenses and be ready for battle." Thus, Aiden and his companions commenced their intense preparations. They bolstered the strength of the alliance, organizing joint training sessions for the armies of different realms. Concurrently, they relentlessly researched and explored methods to combat this new dark power. Throughout this endeavor, Aiden and his allies encountered numerous hardships and challenges. The new dark force was exceedingly cunning, always manifesting in the most unexpected locations to launch surprise attacks. Many towns and villages suffered severe devastation under the onslaught of this malevolent power, and countless lives were extinguished in the engulfing darkness. In the face of these adversities, Aiden and his team did not falter. They led the allied forces into one fierce confrontation after another against the dark power. While they achieved some victories, the dark force appeared inexhaustible, re-emerging after each defeat, growing ever more formidable. During one particular battle, Aiden and his companions stumbled upon a crucial clue regarding the dark force. In a village ravaged by its attacks, they discovered a survivor who revealed that the dark power seemed to emanate from a mysterious abyss of darkness. Furthermore, it appeared that within this abyss lay a core capable of controlling the dark force. Upon hearing the news, Aiden and his companions resolved to venture into the abyss of darkness. They led an elite team through dense forests, treacherous mountains, and desolate deserts, ultimately arriving at the precipice of the abyss. A suffocating aura of darkness enveloped the chasm, instilling a profound sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, Aiden and his comrades cautiously stepped into the abyss. Within its depths, they encountered a myriad of dark creatures and treacherous traps. These formidable beings, immense in stature and immense in strength, posed significant challenges to Aiden and his group. However, they did not falter. Through their ingenuity and courage, they repeatedly triumphed over the dark entities and unraveled the snares laid before them. After a grueling exploration, Aiden and his allies finally discovered the core of the dark power. It manifested as a colossal sphere of darkness, radiating an ominous glow. Surrounding this dark orb swirled countless tendrils of dark energy, perpetually surging forth and coalescing into the very essence of malevolent power. Aiden and his companions understood that in order to completely eradicate the dark forces, it was imperative to destroy the dark sphere. However, the dark energy surrounding the sphere was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering them unable to approach it. Just when Aiden and his companions felt utterly helpless, Ariel suddenly conceived a solution. She recalled reading about a potent light magic in an ancient tome, a magic capable of counteracting the dark forces. Ariel shared her idea with Aiden and Gloom, both of whom found it to be a plausible solution. Thus, they commenced their quest to discover a method for wielding this light magic. After considerable effort, Aiden and his companions ultimately uncovered the means to invoke the light magic. The trio positioned themselves around the dark sphere and began to channel the light magic. As their magical energies flowed forth, a brilliant beam of light erupted from their hands, hurtling towards the dark sphere. The clash of light and darkness enveloped the dark sphere, generating a formidable wave of energy. Under the illumination of the light, the dark energy surrounding the sphere gradually dissipated, and cracks began to form upon its surface. Aiden and his companions perceived a glimmer of hope for victory, prompting them to exert even greater efforts in wielding their luminous magic. At last, amidst a brilliant radiance, the dark sphere was utterly vanquished. With the obliteration of the dark sphere, the malevolent forces within the abyss began to wane gradually. Aiden and his companions successfully vanquished the emerging dark forces, restoring peace to the continent once more. The people erupted in cheers for their triumph, and Aiden and his comrades ascended to the status of heroes among the populace. However, they remained humble, aware that the perils of the continent would never truly dissipate, and that further challenges awaited them in the future. Thus, they resolved to continue guarding this land, dedicating their lives to the happiness and tranquility of its inhabitants. Chapter 112, The Divine Artifact. Shield of Light. Through Aiden and his companions' unwavering efforts, tranquility returned to the continent, yet they understood that danger had not genuinely receded. In this seemingly serene realm, the populace gradually resumed their former lives. Cities and villages commenced reconstruction, while trade and cultural exchanges flourished increasingly. Nevertheless, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom maintained a vigilant stance, relentlessly fortifying the alliance's strength and nurturing a greater pool of talent to confront any potential crises ahead. On a sun-drenched day, Ariel was poring over ancient tomes of magic in the library of the Magical Academy. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual surge of magical energy emanating from a distance. This disturbance differed from the dark forces of the past. It was more subtle yet imbued with an ineffable sense of threat. A pang of unease gripped Ariel's heart as she swiftly realized that a new crisis might be silently approaching. Ariel swiftly conveyed this discovery to Aiden and Gloom. The three reconvened in the conference room of the Alliance headquarters, their expressions solemn as they deliberated on a strategy. This surge of magical energy is extraordinarily peculiar. I have never encountered such a unique force, Ariel remarked, her brow furrowed. It seems to dwell in the depths, elusive and difficult to detect, yet once it is sensed, it instills an unsettling chill. Aiden nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a resolute determination. Regardless of the nature of this power, we must not let our guard down. We must promptly initiate an investigation to uncover its origins and intentions. Gloom concurred. I will instruct the mechanical warriors to intensify their patrols and broaden the search area in hopes of uncovering some clues. In the ensuing days, Aiden and his companions dispatched numerous scouts and sorcerers to scour for any leads regarding the enigmatic surge of magical energy. However, their inquiries yielded no substantial progress. The power seemed shrouded in mist, eluding their grasp. Just as despair began to settle among them, a mysterious visitor arrived at the Alliance headquarters, clad in a flowing white robe and wearing a hood that obscured their features. The visitor claimed to possess knowledge of the enigmatic force and sought a private audience with Aiden and his companions. Aiden and his companions were filled with apprehension regarding the identity and intentions of the enigmatic visitor, yet in pursuit of further clues, they resolved to meet with him. In the conference room, the mysterious guest gradually removed his hood, revealing a pale and handsome visage. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if concealing boundless secrets. I am Cassius, a sorcerer hailing from a distant realm. The mysterious visitor introduced himself. I have come to inform you that the source of that mysterious power originates from an ancient race long forgotten. This race once possessed immense magical prowess, but due to their ambition and greed, they were collectively sealed away by other races in a hidden location. Now, for reasons unknown, it seems they are attempting to break free from their confinement and return to the continent. Upon hearing this, Aiden and the others were profoundly astonished. They had never heard of the existence of this ancient race, nor did they comprehend why they would seek to annihilate the continent. How shall we respond? Ariel inquired. Is there any means to prevent them from breaking the seal? After a moment of contemplation, Cassius replied, to thwart their attempts at shattering the seal, it is imperative to locate 5 ancient artifacts. Each of these artifacts possesses formidable power, capable of counterbalancing that dark force. However, these relics have become scattered across the far reaches of the continent, making their retrieval a formidable challenge. The quest for the artifacts begins. Aiden and his companions resolved to take immediate action in their quest for the 5 ancient artifacts. They divided the elite members of their alliance into 5 distinct groups, each dispatched to search different directions across the continent. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom personally led 3 of these groups, embarking on a treacherous journey. Throughout their pursuit of the artifacts, each group encountered a myriad of challenges and obstacles. Some groups lost their way in the dense forests, others faced ferocious attacks from wild beasts, while yet another group fell prey to ancient magical traps. However, they refused to surrender, driven by unwavering determination and the strength of their camaraderie. They overcame adversity time and again. Aiden led his group to an ancient mountain range, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, where the climate was exceedingly harsh. Deep within the mountains, they stumbled upon an ancient castle, shrouded in a blanket of frost. The castle exuded an eerie atmosphere, as if concealing countless perils within its walls. Aiden and his companions cautiously ventured into the castle, discovering a wondrous artifact known as the Shield of Light in the dimly lit basement. The Shield of Light radiated a brilliant luminescence, possessing formidable defensive powers. However, just as they prepared to seize the shield, a horde of ice demons surged forth from all directions. These colossal beings emanated an aura of frigid coldness, launching a fierce assault against Aiden and his companions. Aiden swiftly drew the Sword of Light, leading the swordsmen into a fierce battle against the ice demons. Ariel and the sorcerers positioned themselves at the rear, casting spells to provide support for the warriors. Gloom commanded the mechanical soldiers, unleashing formidable firepower to assault the ice demons. During the skirmish, Aiden and his companions discerned that the demons' vulnerability lay within their hearts. Consequently, they concentrated their firepower upon the ice demons' hearts, swiftly yielding significant results. The ice demons fell one after another, and Aiden and his companions successfully acquired the Shield of Light. Meanwhile, other teams gradually unearthed additional artifacts. After a strenuous endeavor, all 5 ancient artifacts were ultimately located. The eve of the decisive battle approached. Aiden and his companions returned to the Alliance headquarters, bearing 5 ancient artifacts. They placed the artifacts together, endeavoring to unravel how to harness their power to prevent the ancient race from breaking the seal. After extensive research, they discovered that to utterly seal the ancient race, a formidable magical ritual must be performed at the site of the seal. This ritual required an immense reservoir of magical energy and the collective participation of numerous sorcerers. In preparation for the magical ceremony, Aiden and his companions began to summon all the sorcerers across the continent. They sent out distress signals to various kingdoms, hoping to garner their support and assistance. In response to Aiden's call, an increasing number of sorcerers and warriors convened at the Alliance headquarters. On the eve of the decisive battle, Aiden and his companions held a grand assembly to pledge their vows. They recounted the grave threat posed by the ancient race and their solemn mission to the assembled warriors. The warriors unanimously declared their willingness to sacrifice everything for the peace and tranquility of the continent. The final confrontation on a night illuminated by a full moon. Aiden and his vast entourage arrived at the site of the seal. The air was thick with an oppressive darkness that evoked feelings of suffocation and dread. At the center of the sealing site, a colossal vortex of darkness pulsated, continuously emanating malevolent power. Aiden and his companions swiftly arranged the site for the magical ritual, placing the 5 artifacts in their designated positions. They then began to weave their spells, infusing the ritual with power. As the incantations flowed, the 5 artifacts radiated a brilliant light, counterbalancing the malevolent forces swirling in the dark vortex. At that moment, the leader of the ancient race suddenly emerged before them. Clad in a black robe, his visage was grotesque, and his eyes glimmered with a fervent hatred. "You foolish mortals, do you truly believe you can thwart us?" The ancient leader bellowed. "Our power is boundless, your defeat is inevitable." With that, he brandished his wand, unleashing a formidable dark magic in an assault against Aiden and his allies. Undeterred, Aiden and his companions stood united, resolutely resisting the onslaught. The wizards cast various potent spells, colliding with the dark sorcery, while the swordsmen and mechanical warriors charged at the ancient leader in an attempt to vanquish him. In the heat of battle, Aiden and his companions discerned that, despite the leader's overwhelming magic, his physical form was remarkably frail. Thus, Ariel and the wizards resolved to cast a powerful light spell, exposing the ancient leader to the brilliance of illumination. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden led the swordsmen and mechanical warriors in a decisive strike, ultimately defeating the ancient leader. With his fall, the nefarious energies within the dark vortex began to dissipate. Aiden and his companions successfully completed the ritual, sealing the ancient race once more in their imprisoned realm. The price of peace. The continent rejoiced as peace was restored, with jubilant celebrations echoing throughout the lands. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom were hailed as heroes, their names eternally enshrined in the annals of history. However, this victory came at a grievous cost. Many valiant warriors and wizards perished in the conflict, sacrificing their lives for the peace of the continent. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Aiden and his companions held a solemn funeral for the fallen warriors and erected a monument at the Alliance headquarters to honor their valor. In the days that followed, Aiden and his companions remained vigilant, acutely aware that the dangers of the continent would never truly vanish, and further challenges awaited them. Thus, they resolved to fortify the strength of the Alliance, nurturing new talent to ensure the enduring peace and prosperity of the land. As time passed, the continent flourished under Aiden and his companions' diligent efforts. The relationships among the kingdoms grew ever closer, with trade and cultural exchanges becoming increasingly frequent. The magical and swordsman academies produced a continuous stream of exceptional individuals who spread across the continent, safeguarding this cherished land. The tale of Aiden and his companions has become an eternal legend across the continent, inspiring generations of young individuals to strive diligently for the preservation of peace. Chapter 113. Undercurrents of calm. After many years of restored tranquility on the continent, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom steadfastly upheld their responsibilities. Under their stewardship, the strength of the Alliance grew ever more formidable, safeguarding the serenity of this land. In this peaceful environment, people thrived, and each kingdom basked in an atmosphere of prosperity and development. However, on an ostensibly ordinary afternoon, the facade of calm was quietly disrupted. A young student at the Magic Academy, while conducting an experiment on magical wave fluctuations, detected an exceedingly faint yet remarkably consistent pattern of waves. This pattern bore a subtle resemblance to the magical fluctuations that accompanied the emergence of ancient races, yet it possessed a more concealed characteristic. The young scholar, recognizing the significance of this discovery, promptly reported it to Ariel. Ariel swiftly summoned Aiden and Gloom, and the three reconvened in the conference room of the Alliance headquarters. With a furrowed brow, Ariel handed them the monitoring report, stating, "Behold, this is the newly detected magical fluctuation from today. I have verified it repeatedly. It is unequivocally not a malfunction of the instruments." Aiden received the report and scrutinized the data meticulously, his expression growing increasingly grave. The fluctuations appeared too peculiar. Could it be that a new threat was surreptitiously emerging? After a moment of contemplation, Gloom remarked, "Regardless, we must initiate an investigation at once. We cannot afford to let danger take advantage of the situation." The trio deliberated and decided to dispatch a reconnaissance team composed of elite mages and warriors to explore the region where the magical fluctuations were most intense. Simultaneously, the Alliance would bolster its defenses, and the mages would devote themselves to analyzing the source of this magical disturbance, striving to foresee the concealed peril lurking beneath. The warning of the mysterious ruins. After several days of arduous trekking, the reconnaissance team arrived at an ancient ruin located on the edge of the continent. This site, ravaged by the passage of time, still emanated an aura of mystery and antiquity. As the team entered the core area of the ruins, they inadvertently triggered a hidden magical array. In an instant, light flickered, and a colossal apparition slowly materialized before them. It was an elderly figure clad in a robe, whose eyes reflected boundless anxiety. The apparition began to speak, its voice resonating throughout the ruins. "Guardians of the future, when you behold my image, it signifies that the continent is once again plunged into crisis. Beneath the distant deep sea lies a far more powerful and malevolent force, which has long sought to break free from its shackles. Now, the strength of the seal is gradually waning. You must swiftly locate the guardian crystal to reinforce the seal, or else the continent shall face utter devastation." With that, the apparition faded, leaving the members of the reconnaissance team in a state of astonishment. The team leader, unwilling to delay, immediately relayed this astonishing discovery to Aiden and the others through magical communication. Upon receiving the news, Aiden became acutely aware that the gravity of the situation exceeded all expectations. The guardian crystal, a mysterious artifact that had never been mentioned in any ancient texts, posed an immense challenge to locate amidst the vast expanse of the continent. Yet, for the sake of the realm's safety, they found themselves with no room for retreat. Thus began their arduous journey of exploration. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom once again divided the elite members of the Alliance into several small groups, this time with the objective of uncovering every possible clue regarding the guardian crystal. Each group embarked in different directions. Some delved into ancient libraries, poring over long-forgotten manuscripts. Others sought out sages residing in the depths of secluded mountains, hoping to glean insights from their wisdom. while still others journeyed to locations that had once been the epicenters of significant magical events in an attempt to discover any connections to the guardian crystal that might exist. Aiden led his group to an ancient castle, rumored to be imbued with formidable magical powers. The castle had been abandoned for many years, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. They cautiously entered, discovering a dust-laden magical diary in the castle's basement. The diary chronicled the explorations of an ancient sorcerer, mentioning a mysterious island believed to harbor the power to save the world. Aiden and his companions speculated that this enigmatic island might be intricately linked to the guardian crystal. Meanwhile, Ariel, guided by a reclusive sage, uncovered an ancient map that marked a mysterious location deep beneath the sea. Inscribed in archaic text, "Here lies the secret of the guardian." Overwhelmed with excitement, Ariel realized that this could very well be the clue they had been tirelessly seeking. After thorough deliberation, Aiden and his companions pinpointed the potential location of the guardian crystal, a mysterious island resting at the ocean's depths. They gathered the most powerful sorcerers and warriors with exceptional underwater abilities to construct a magical submarine capable of withstanding the crushing pressures of the deep sea. Embarking on their journey, as the submarine gradually descended into the abyss, the water pressure intensified, placing immense strain on the magical shield. In the pitch-black depths, they encountered various bizarre and ferocious sea monsters. Yet, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and formidable strength, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. At long last, they reached the fabled island. It was encircled by a mysterious magical barrier, and after exerting their full might, Aiden and his companions finally breached the shield. At the heart of the island, they discovered an ancient altar radiating with the dazzling light of the guardian crystal. However, just as they prepared to seize the guardian crystal, the ocean floor trembled violently. A colossal sea monster slowly emerged from the depths, its body as massive as a mountain, with eyes gleaming with ferocity. This creature was the ancient guardian of these waters, sensing the threat posed by the intruders to the guardian crystal and coming forth to thwart them. Aiden and his companions engaged in a breathtaking battle against the sea monster. The sorcerers unleashed formidable magical assaults upon the beast, while the warriors wielded their sharp blades, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Amidst the fierce conflict, they gradually discerned that the monster's vulnerability lay within its eyes. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature, securing the guardian crystal and once again safeguarding the continent. Aiden and his companions swiftly returned to the mainland with the guardian crystal, arriving at the site of the deep-sea seal. At that moment, the ominous aura surrounding the seal had intensified significantly, threatening to be breached at any moment. They promptly arranged a magical circle around the seal, placing the guardian crystal at the center of the formation. Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and numerous sorcerers united in a concerted effort, wielding potent magic to merge the power of the guardian crystal with the seal. As radiant light flickered, the power of the seal gradually regained strength, forcefully suppressing the encroaching darkness. Ultimately, the seal was once again fortified, and the continent was rescued from impending peril. Having endured this crisis, the inhabitants of the land cherished the hard-won peace even more. Aiden and his companions were acutely aware that future challenges might arise. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle could thwart their resolve to protect this realm. In the days that followed, the alliance continued to flourish, and people, thriving in an atmosphere of tranquility, explored, advanced, and crafted a more splendid future. Chapter 114, A New Crisis. The resurgence of darkness in the years that followed the restoration of peace across the continent. The populace gradually forgot the harrowing crisis of the past, returning to a life of serenity and calm. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom steadfastly upheld their duties, guiding the alliance to greater prosperity. However, on a moonless night shrouded in tempestuous winds, a mysterious dark force quietly descended upon a remote corner of the land. Wherever this dark power spread, trees withered, flowers wilted, and an ominous aura permeated the air. By the following dawn, villagers from nearby settlements were horrified to discover the once crystal-clear river had turned murky and black. Livestock lay dead under inexplicable circumstances, and people began to fall ill without reason. The alarming news swiftly reached the headquarters of the Alliance, prompting Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom to convene once more. Aiden spoke with a grave expression. It appears that a new crisis has emerged. We must swiftly ascertain the origin and intent of this dark force. Ariel nodded in agreement. I will immediately organize the mages to investigate this dark power, in hopes of discovering a means to counter it. Gloom stepped forward, volunteering. I shall lead the warriors to the affected regions, ensuring the villagers' safety while also probing the traces of this dark force. In the ensuing days, the Alliance's mages toiled day and night, examining samples of the dark power, ultimately uncovering its intricate connections to a previously sealed malevolent force. With a somber countenance, Ariel reported to Aiden in gloom, "This dark power appears to be the remnants of the evil force that was sealed away long ago. After years of dormancy, it seems to have found a way to break the seal and is gradually awakening." Gloom also made significant discoveries during his investigation, leading his warriors through an ancient forest. They stumbled upon mysterious runes and magical formations exuding a dark aura, seemingly the source of the dark power. Gloom cautiously approached these runes and formations, attempting to unravel their secrets. At that moment, a horde of dark creatures suddenly emerged from all directions, launching an assault on Gloom and his warriors. The dark beings were grotesque in form and swift in action, their attacks imbued with a sinister energy, leaving the warriors defenseless. Gloom wielded his sword valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark creatures. The warriors, undeterred, seized their weapons and fought valiantly against the onslaught. After a grueling struggle, Gloom and his warriors finally repelled the dark beings, but at a heavy cost. Many warriors were injured, and some fell forever in the depths of the forest. Gloom surveyed the devastation before him, filled with rage and sorrow. He vowed to uncover the source of the dark power and eradicate it completely. Upon returning to the Alliance's headquarters, Gloom relayed his findings from the forest to Aiden and Ariel. After a moment of contemplation, Aiden remarked, "It seems we must find a way to annihilate this dark force entirely. Otherwise, the continent will once again face peril." Ariel proposed a bold idea. "Perhaps we can harness the power of the Guardian Crystal to combat the dark force. It once reinforced the seal, and it may also be capable of vanquishing the remnants of the darkness." The trio resolved to assemble the elite of the Alliance, forming a formidable team to confront the source of the dark power, utilizing the Guardian Crystal's strength to eradicate it once and for all. Before their departure, Aiden sent out a call for aid to the kingdoms across the continent, hoping for their support. The kingdoms responded eagerly, dispatching their finest troops to join the Alliance's ranks. Amidst the hopes and trepidation of all, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led the elite of the Alliance on their journey. They understood that a formidable battle awaited them. Yet they harbored no intentions of retreating. For the peace and tranquility of the mainland, they are willing to pay any price. Chapter 115. Delving into the heart of darkness. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led the elite forces of the Alliance, steadily advancing along the path previously charted by Gloom towards the source of the dark power. Along the way, the once vibrant earth grew increasingly desolate, shrouded beneath a heavy veil of gloom, devoid of any sunlight. As they stepped into the ancient forest, emanating an eerie aura, the temperature plummeted abruptly, as if they had entered a frozen tomb. The trees within the forest twisted grotesquely, as if manipulated by some malevolent force, emitting spine-chilling creaks. Suddenly, a horde of spectral dark phantoms emerged from the ground, enveloped in swirling black mist. Wherever they roamed, the air seemed to corrode, producing a hissing sound. Observing this, Ariel swiftly conjured a radiant magical barrier in front of the group, thwarting the onslaught of the dark phantoms. Meanwhile, Gloom brandished his sword, leading the warriors to strike from the flanks, attempting to disrupt the rhythm of the phantom's assault. Though these apparitions appeared intangible, they could inflict tangible harm upon the corporeal, causing the warriors' strikes to often miss their mark. Yet, undeterred by fear, they engaged the dark phantoms with unwavering resolve. Aiden remained at the rear, calmly observing the unfolding battle. He discerned that the dark specters seemed to be guided and manipulated by some enigmatic force. Thus, he focused his mind, employing his keen senses to unearth the hidden puppeteer lurking in the depths of darkness. Amidst the fierce conflict, Ariel incessantly transformed her spells, shifting from aggressive fire incantations to binding ice shards, exerting every effort to weaken the power of the dark specters. Gradually, their onslaught began to wane, and just as the onlookers believed victory was at hand, the ground suddenly quaked violently. A colossal dark monstrosity emerged slowly from the depths, its form as imposing as a mountain, each movement sending tremors through the earth. The creature exhaled black flames, reducing all it touched to mere ashes. Gloom's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. Focus your strength on its weak points." The warriors aimed their weapons at the dark monstrosity, unleashing a barrage of spells and attacks that fell upon it like rain. However, the creature's defenses were exceedingly robust, most assaults thwarted by its formidable exterior. Ariel furrowed her brow, acutely aware that this approach was futile. She must identify the creature's fatal vulnerability. After meticulous observation, Ariel noticed that the monstrosity's eyes emitted a fleeting glimmer each time it struck. She promptly relayed this revelation to her comrades, then concentrated the magic of all sorcerers to cast a powerful beam of light, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. The dark monstrosity let out a deafening roar, momentarily blinded by the brilliant light. Seizing the opportunity, Gloom led the warriors into a charge, recklessly rushing towards the beast, launching a frenzied assault upon its body. Through their collective effort, fissures began to appear on the creature's form, dark blood oozing from its wounds. At last, after a violent convulsion, the dark monstrosity collapsed, transforming into a pool of black liquid that gradually dissipated into the air. Following this intense battle, the group was utterly exhausted. Yet they understood that even greater challenges awaited them ahead. After a brief respite, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led their party onward toward the source of the dark power, their figures gradually receding into the perilous forest, where an even more thrilling confrontation may be silently approaching. Chapter 116, Shadows in Pursuit of Dark Forces. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led their weary yet resolute company deeper into the shadows of the ancient forest. The ground beneath their feet felt as if it were cursed, each step eliciting a sticky and chilling touch, while the air was thick with the scent of decay, as if the forest itself was groaning in agony under the assault of dark forces. As they ventured further, the light within the forest grew increasingly feeble, an eerie silence enveloping all, broken only by the sound of their heavy footsteps and the occasional crack of a snapping branch. Suddenly, a faint rustling emerged from the thicket ahead, causing the warriors to become instantly alert, their grips tightening around their weapons. Aiden signaled for the group to halt, exchanging a knowing glance with Ariel and Gloom as the three cautiously advanced. Upon parting the underbrush, they were confronted by a colossal black spider, towering over them at more than a human height. Its 8 eyes glinted with a ghostly green light, and the hairs covering its body seemed to absorb all surrounding illumination, instilling a sense of dread. This spider was not alone. Behind it, a swarm of smaller spiders surged forth like a tide of darkness, swiftly blanketing the ground beneath. Ariel swiftly regained her composure, murmuring incantations under her breath as a blazing barrier of fire erupted before the team, effectively thwarting the onslaught of the arachnid horde. The spiders recoiled from the flames, emitting spine-chilling hisses. Yet, they did not relent. The towering spider leaped high, attempting to breach the inferno. Gloom bellowed fiercely, brandishing his sword as he charged forward, the blade clashing against the spider's resilient exoskeleton, producing a piercing cacophony. Aiden observed the intricate movements of the swarm of spiders, noting their pronounced reaction to a particular magical fluctuation. He urgently called out to Ariel, suggesting, "Attempt to disrupt their perception with ice magic." Ariel nodded in agreement and swiftly shifted her magical focus, unleashing a chilling aura that enveloped the area. The spider's movements noticeably slowed, providing the warriors with the perfect opportunity to strike. In a flurry of blades, severed limbs and shattered bodies of spiders flew in all directions. After a grueling battle, the group finally vanquished the swarm. However, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding trees began to shake violently. Stout vines erupted from the ground, writhing like serpents, swiftly ensnaring the warriors. These vines were remarkably resilient, and despite their desperate struggles, the warriors found themselves ensnared. Ariel concentrated her magical energy, attempting to sever the vines with her spells, but each time her magic struck, the vines would swiftly regenerate. Aiden was consumed by anxiety as he scanned his surroundings, suddenly noticing a stone nearby emanating a faint glow. A spark ignited within him, and he exerted all his strength to break free from the entangling vines. Rushing towards the luminous stone, the moment he made contact with it, a peculiar energy surged into his being, and he sensed that the magical elements around him seemed to heed his command. Immediately, Aiden harnessed this newfound power, manipulating the surrounding wind elements to conjure a formidable storm that uprooted the vines ensnaring the warriors. Freed from their grasp, the group pressed onward. They arrived at a vast, desolate swamp, where a thick layer of mist shrouded the surface, obscuring the conditions below. Aiden cautiously cast a stone into the murky depths, which sank instantly without a splash, leaving only strange ripples in its wake. As they pondered how to traverse the swamp, several figures gradually emerged from the mire, composed of dense black sludge. These beings twisted and morphed, their malicious red eyes glinting ominously. The sludge monsters brandished enormous arms made of muck, launching an assault on the group. When these arms struck the ground, they splattered black sludge everywhere, and any skin that came into contact with it was met with a searing pain. Gloom led the warriors into close combat with the sludge creatures. However, the monsters' bodies were pliant and elastic. Weapons struck them as if they were sinking into quicksand, rendering it nearly impossible to inflict substantial damage. Meanwhile, Ariel unleashed her magic from the skies, summoning bolts of lightning that descended upon the sludge monsters. Though the struck creatures momentarily stiffened, they quickly returned to their amorphous state. Aiden discovered during the battle that the core of the sludge monsters seemed to be concealed deep within their bodies. Only by concentrating their efforts on attacking this core could they truly vanquish them. He shared this revelation with his companions and, alongside Ariel and Grom, launched a coordinated assault. Aiden harnessed the power of the wind element to immobilize one of the sludge monsters in midair, while Ariel unleashed a formidable spell, conjuring a sharp ice spear that accurately struck the monster's core. Seizing the moment, Grom swung his sword with great force towards the creature. Under the combined might of their attack, the core of the sludge monster was obliterated, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash, transforming into a pool of black sludge. Through their collective endeavors, they successfully eradicated all the sludge monsters. Cautiously, they traversed the marshland, pressing onward toward the source of the dark power. As they drew nearer, the surrounding atmosphere thickened with an oppressive darkness, as if countless unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. Upon arriving at the entrance of an ancient castle, an overwhelming and malevolent force enveloped them. The castle's grand doors stood resolutely shut, shrouded in a veil of black mist, adorned with mysterious runes that emanated a chilling aura. Aiden approached, attempting to push open the doors, but an immense force repelled him back. Ariel meticulously examined the runes inscribed upon the grand door, discovering that they appeared to form an intricate magical array. After a thorough investigation, she unraveled the method to decode the enchantment, channeling her magic. Ariel infused the runes with energy, causing them to shimmer and gradually fade away. As the runes vanished, the castle gate creaked open, releasing a wave of musty and decayed air that enveloped them. The group ventured into the castle, which was dim and damp, with several flickering oil lamps casting a faint glow upon the walls. The corridors of the castle twisted and turned, resembling a vast labyrinth. They proceeded cautiously when, suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the castle. Aiden signaled for everyone to remain vigilant, quickening their pace towards the source of the sound. Upon entering a spacious hall, a colossal dark dragon materialized before them. Its body was cloaked in obsidian scales, and its wings spanned several meters wide, unleashing torrents of flame that illuminated the hall in a crimson glow. Gloom, without hesitation, charged towards the dragon, brandishing his sword in an effort to capture its attention. The dragon roared fiercely, flapping its wings and lunging at Gloom, the tremendous gust of wind sending the surrounding warriors staggering. Ariel conjured magic from the rear, launching a barrage of ice arrows towards the dragon in a bid to impede its movement. Aiden, employing his keen intellect, observed the dragon's attack patterns. He discerned that prior to each fiery breath, the dragon would slightly lower its head, causing the scales on its neck to part ever so slightly. He shared this revelation with his companions, and together with Ariel and Gloom, they devised a strategic plan of attack. Gloom charged once more at the dragon, drawing its attention. As the dragon prepared to unleash its flames, Aiden shouted, "Now?" Without hesitation, Ariel unleashed a formidable spell, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck the dragon's neck, piercing its scales in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Gloom leapt forward, driving his sword deep into the dragon's neck. The creature let out a pained roar and, after a brief struggle, collapsed with a resounding thud. Exhausted from the fierce battle, the group recognized that the source of the dark power lay within the depths of the castle. After a brief respite, they pressed on. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum of the castle, a colossal black crystal loomed before them. The crystal emanated a potent aura of darkness, warping and distorting the very space around it. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom realized that this was indeed the objective of their journey. They took a deep breath, bracing themselves for the ultimate challenge. Suddenly, several beams of black light erupted from the crystal, coalescing into the figures of dark sorcerers. These sorcerers wielded wands, chanting incantations as waves of dark magic surged towards them. Ariel immediately cast a protective spell to shield everyone from the onslaught of dark magic. Gloom led the warriors into a fierce melee against the dark sorcerers. Aiden focused his mind, harnessing his magical abilities in an attempt to unravel the sorcerer's enchantments. In the midst of the intense battle, both sides exchanged blows fiercely, refusing to yield. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, Aiden suddenly perceived that the dark sorcerer's magic seemed to be intricately linked to a crystal. He speculated that if they could shatter the crystal, it might be the key to vanquishing the dark sorcerers. He shared this insight with Ariel and Gloom, and the three resolved to unite their strength in an assault on the ominous crystal. Ariel unleashed her formidable magic to provide cover for the assault on the crystal. Gloom led the warriors, charging recklessly towards the crystal, launching a fervent attack upon it. Aiden, wielding his magical prowess, sought to diminish the dark forces surrounding the crystal. Through their collective efforts, fissures began to emerge on the surface of the obsidian crystal. As these cracks widened, the crystal trembled violently, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. With the destruction of the crystal, the dark sorcerers found their source of power severed, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and their comrades had triumphed in dismantling the origin of the malevolent force. However, they were acutely aware that this victory was but fleeting. The darkness might well return. Yet, in this moment, they had secured a brief respite for the land. Weary yet content, they embarked on their journey back to the Alliance, steeling themselves for the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 117, The Perilous Return. Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, and their companions embarked on the path back to the Alliance, basking in the dawn of victory. Despite their exhaustion, determination, and relief shone in their eyes, they were acutely aware that this triumph was but a fleeting moment. With myriad challenges awaiting them in the future, the group traversed the winding mountain path, surrounded by tranquil and serene forests, as if the prior darkness and malevolence had never existed. However, a sense of unease subtly gnawed at Aiden's heart. He felt as though unseen eyes were observing their every move. As the party entered a valley, the sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds obscuring the sun. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying an eerie aura. Aiden immediately became alert, signaling the group to halt their advance. "Be cautious, danger may lurk," he murmured, gripping his weapon tightly. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the valley, reminiscent of a fury rising from the depths of hell. Almost instantaneously, a horde of towering dark werewolves emerged from the woods on either side of the valley. Their bodies were cloaked in black fur, eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, and their mouths revealed sharp fangs, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. The dark werewolves surged towards the party like a relentless tide, prompting the warriors to swiftly assume combat stances and engage in fierce confrontation. Gloom brandished his sword, charging into the throng of werewolves, each swing of his blade felling one of the beasts. Ariel unleashed her magic from the skies, torrents of fire and lightning raining down upon numerous werewolves. Meanwhile, Aiden harnessed the power of wind elements, conjuring blades of air that sliced through the werewolf ranks. Despite the warriors' valiant resistance, the sheer number of dark werewolves was overwhelming, and they appeared tireless, continuously launching their assaults. Amidst the chaos of battle, some warriors began to sustain injuries, and the situation for the group grew exceedingly dire. As Aiden battled the werewolves, he keenly observed his surroundings. He noticed a cave on one side of the valley, which might serve as a temporary refuge. "Follow me. Let us retreat to that cave," Aiden shouted, leading his comrades toward the cavern. The warriors fought valiantly while retreating, ultimately managing to enter the cave. Aiden and Gloom barricaded the entrance with massive stones, temporarily thwarting the onslaught of the dark werewolves. Exploration of the cave. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was dim and damp, pervaded by a pungent odor. Aiden ignited a torch, illuminating the area. They discovered numerous peculiar symbols and patterns adorning the cave walls, seemingly concealing some enigmatic secret. Ariel meticulously scrutinized the symbols and patterns, noting their resemblance to the runes she had previously encountered on the castle gates. These markings might be intertwined with the dark forces. "Perhaps here, we could uncover methods to combat the shadowy werewolves," Ariel remarked. Consequently, the group commenced their search for clues within the cavern. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon an ancient stone sarcophagus, intricately inscribed with runes and incantations, emanating a formidable surge of energy. Aiden cautiously opened the stone sarcophagus and discovered a corpse clad in ancient armor. In the lifeless hands rested a sword emanating a cerulean glow, its blade inscribed with enigmatic runes. Aiden grasped the sword, and in an instant, he felt a tremendous surge of power coursing through his body. He swung the blade, which emitted a resounding, crystalline chime, seemingly answering his call. "This sword could very well be our pivotal weapon. Perhaps it possesses the capability to confront the dark werewolves," Aiden remarked. Just then, the dark werewolves outside the cave appeared to have detected their presence, beginning to furiously batter against the massive rock at the entrance. Cracks began to form in the stone, threatening to give way at any moment. A fierce battle loomed once more. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led the warriors out of the cave, poised for the final confrontation with the dark werewolves. Aiden brandished his sword of azure light, charging ahead. The radiance of the blade illuminated the entire valley, causing the dark werewolves to appear somewhat apprehensive in its glow. Aiden brandished his sword, launching a fierce assault against the dark werewolves. Wherever the blade struck, the werewolves' bodies were effortlessly cleaved apart, eliciting anguished howls. Ariel and Gloom, refusing to be outdone, unleashed their magic and wielded their swords, engaging in a desperate battle with the dark creatures. Inspired by Aiden's valor, the warriors rallied, joining the fray in an intense struggle against the werewolves. After a grueling confrontation, the dark werewolves were finally vanquished. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yet they understood the necessity of not lingering too long. They pressed onward along the path back to the Alliance, and after several days of arduous travel, they ultimately returned to the Alliance's territory. Upon learning of Aiden and his companions' triumph in obliterating the source of dark power, the people of the Alliance erupted in jubilant cheers to welcome their return. However, scarcely had Aiden and his comrades found respite when they received alarming news. A multitude of dark creatures had emerged in the border regions, rampaging through villages and towns, plunging the Alliance into a perilous crisis. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom, disregarding their weariness, promptly reported the situation to the leader of the Alliance. The leader resolved to summon all warriors and mages to form a formidable army, destined to venture to the frontier regions to repel the incursion of dark creatures. Aiden and his companions became the central force of the army, leading the soldiers swiftly to the border regions. The villages and towns along the border were engulfed in flames, as dark creatures rampaged through, causing the populace to flee in every direction. Aiden gazed furiously at the chaos before him, vowing to annihilate these dark creatures and safeguard the people of the Alliance. Thus, he led his warriors into battle against the malevolent beings, heralding the onset of an even more intense confrontation. The variety of dark entities was daunting, ranging from dark knights to dark sorcerers and dark demons. Their formidable powers and seamless cooperation exerted immense pressure on the forces of the Alliance. Rum engaged in close combat with the Dark Knights, the clash of their weapons resonating with deafening sounds. Meanwhile, Ariel soared through the skies, casting spells to assail the dark sorcerers and demons. Although her magic was potent, the sheer number of dark beings soon depleted her energies. As Aiden engaged in combat with the dark creatures, his mind raced to devise a strategy. He realized that these malevolent beings appeared to be under the sway of a formidable dark magic. If he could uncover the source of this malevolence and obliterate it, perhaps the tide of battle could be turned. Thus, Aiden instructed Gloom and Ariel to lead the warriors in their steadfast resistance against the onslaught of the dark creatures, while he set forth on a quest to locate the origin of the dark magic. Aiden ventured deep into a shadowy forest, tracing the path of the dark creature's assault. The air was thick with an inky fog that obscured his surroundings. Proceeding with utmost caution, he was suddenly enveloped by a low, haunting chant. Following the source of the sound, he stumbled upon a dark sorcerer performing arcane rituals before a colossal magical circle. This circle emanated a potent aura of darkness, serving as the very source of the dark entity's control. Aiden charged forward without hesitation, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer's magic was incredibly potent, as he relentlessly unleashed dark energy orbs towards Aiden, who could only evade while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. During the skirmish, Aiden discerned a vulnerability in the sorcerer's magic. It required a significant preparation time to cast his formidable spells. Seizing upon this weakness, Aiden swiftly advanced at the moment the dark sorcerer began his incantation, thrusting his azure sword towards him. The sorcerer, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest by the blade. He let out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground. With his demise, the magic circle lost its power, and the surrounding dark creatures descended into chaos. The dawn of victory emerged. Aiden swiftly returned to the battlefield, conveying the good news to Gloom and Ariel. The warriors, upon learning that the source of the dark magic had been destroyed, were invigorated and launched a final assault. Under the leadership of Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom, the Alliance's forces ultimately succeeded in vanquishing all dark creatures, safeguarding the borders of their realm. Following this battle, the people of the Alliance held Aiden and his companions in even greater esteem and gratitude. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom emerged as heroes of the Alliance, their names celebrated far and wide. Nevertheless, Aiden and his comrades understood that the dark forces would not vanish easily, and that more challenges awaited them in the future. They resolved to continue honing their powers, ever ready to confront new battles in pursuit of peace and tranquility for the Alliance. In the days that followed, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom embarked on rigorous training. Within the halls of the Alliance's magical academy and the warrior training camps, they absorbed new spells and combat techniques, enhancing their prowess. Concurrently, they investigated the origins of the dark forces, hoping to discover a means to eradicate them entirely. They recognized that only by continuously strengthening themselves could they secure victory in future confrontations, protecting the land and its people whom they dearly cherished. Inspired by Aiden and his companions, the people of the Alliance united in purpose, collaboratively striving to build their homeland. They believed that as long as they worked together, no obstacle was insurmountable. The forces of darkness could never triumph over the light. In this land teeming with hope and challenges, the legendary saga of Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom continued, as they resolutely penned their glorious chapter with unwavering faith and courageous deeds. Chapter 118. Into the lion's den amidst the jubilant cheers of the Alliance's denizens. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom were hailed as heroes in the hearts of the people, yet they remained unclouded by their triumph. They were acutely aware that remnants of dark power still lurked in the shadows. Indeed, shortly after the Alliance's forces withdrew, a series of strange occurrences emerged in the border regions. Some villages found their water sources inexplicably tainted, exuding an acrid stench. Those who consumed this water, along with livestock, began to weaken, with some even facing perilous consequences. Simultaneously, peculiar noises echoed from the forests, as if some colossal creature was lurking in the dark. Aiden and his companions realized that this could be a new scheme orchestrated by the dark forces. To uncover the truth, Aiden led a select group of elite warriors back to the borderlands. Following the contaminated water upstream, they discovered a cave shrouded in dark mist at its source. As they approached the cave, a powerful wave of dark energy surged forth, rendering their breaths labored. Aiden was acutely aware of the imminent danger, yet he did not falter. He cautiously led his warriors into the cavern, where they were greeted by an array of peculiar black crystals adorning the walls, inscribed with distorted runes. Deep within the cave, they uncovered a colossal dark magic circle, encircled by several dark wizards cloaked in black robes. These sinister sorcerers were conjuring a malevolent spell, intent on tainting the entire Alliance's water supply. Without hesitation, Aiden charged forth, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark wizards. Their magic was exceedingly treacherous. They wielded dark mists to launch assaults and summon shadowy creatures to aid them in combat. During the struggle, Aiden discerned that the dark wizards were seemingly guarding a core magical artifact. Destroying it would thwart their nefarious scheme. Thus, he maneuvered skillfully amidst the wizards, seeking an opportune moment to approach the artifact. Meanwhile, Grom and Ariel were not idle. Each led their warriors in a desperate struggle against the dark creatures and other wizards. Grom swung his sword with the ferocity of a descending tiger, inflicting tremendous damage upon the shadowy beasts with each strike. Ariel, soaring through the air, unleashed powerful purification magic, striving to disperse the dark mists and create a favorable battlefield for the warriors. However, the dark wizards proved formidable. Their spells grew increasingly potent, and the warriors found themselves in dire straits. Some fell wounded to the ground, and the situation became increasingly precarious for Aiden and his companions. Yet, Aiden refused to surrender. Bolstered by his indomitable spirit and exceptional combat prowess, he finally spotted an opportunity and surged toward the core magical artifact. As Aiden neared the artifact, one of the dark wizards discerned his intent and immediately invoked a potent dark spell aimed at him. Aiden sidestepped to evade the attack, but was still struck by the residual force of the magic, tumbling to the ground. In that critical moment, Ariel cast a formidable light spell, temporarily repelling the dark wizard and granting Aiden precious time. Aiden struggled to rise, summoning every ounce of his strength to drive the azure sword into the arcane artifact. With a resounding crash, the artifact was obliterated, and the dark magical circle lost its potency. The ominous mists gradually dissipated, leaving the dark sorcerers and creatures in a state of utter weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a counteroffensive, ultimately vanquishing them all. Rebuilding the Alliance after resolving the water crisis, Aiden and his companions remained vigilant. They understood that dark forces would inevitably resurface, and the Alliance needed to fortify itself to withstand future threats. Thus, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom commenced their efforts to aid in the reconstruction and advancement of the Alliance. They established additional magical academies and warrior training camps within the Alliance, nurturing a greater number of exceptional talents. Simultaneously, they engaged in dialogue and collaboration with other races, jointly researching methods to combat the encroaching darkness. Through their endeavors, The strength of the alliance gradually grew, and life for its people began to return to a semblance of normalcy. Mysterious clues during an expedition to the Dark Ruins. Aiden stumbled upon an ancient tome. This book contained fragments of information regarding the origins of the dark forces, seemingly linked to a mysterious ancient race. This race wielded formidable dark magic and once sought to dominate the entire world, only to be sealed away by a coalition of brave warriors and mages. However, as time wore on, the seal began to weaken, and the dark forces started to stir once more. Aiden realized that to obliterate the dark powers entirely, he must uncover the relics of this ancient race and unravel the secrets of the seal. Thus, after conferring with Ariel and Gloom, he resolved to embark on a quest to locate the ancient race's remnants. Embarking on a new journey, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom led a valiant band of elite warriors and sorcerers, departing from the Alliance to venture into uncharted territories. They traversed dense forests, desolate deserts, and perilous mountains, facing myriad dangers and challenges along the way. On one occasion, they encountered a colossal sandstorm in the desert, which nearly buried them in its relentless embrace. On another, they were assailed by a pack of ferocious beasts in the woods, and after a fierce battle, they managed to repel the attackers. Yet, Aiden and his companions did not falter. Through unwavering faith and indomitable will, they overcame one hardship after another. The secrets of the ruins at long last. They unearthed the ruins of an ancient race, concealed within a deep valley surrounded by formidable magical traps. Cautiously, Aiden and his comrades disarmed the traps, advancing step by step towards the heart of the ruins. In the core, they discovered a magnificent crystal sarcophagus, within which lay a figure clad in an opulent black robe. This individual was the leader of the dark race that once sought to dominate the world, his body enshrouded in a powerful aura of darkness. As Aiden and his allies attempted to approach the sarcophagus, they were repelled by the malevolent force. Just when despair threatened to take hold, Ariel recognized that some runes on the sarcophagus bore resemblance to the sealing symbols she had encountered in ancient tomes. After diligent study, Ariel uncovered the means to break the seal. Together with Aiden and Gloom, she channeled their magic and shattered the protective barrier of darkness. As the sarcophagus opened, a surge of overwhelming dark energy surged forth, yet Aiden and his companions stood resolute, confronting the malevolence with their own strength, ultimately vanquishing the Dark Leader's soul. The end of darkness with the dissolution of the Dark Leader's essence, the shadowy forces in the world gradually waned. The endeavors of Aiden and his comrades bore fruit, ushering in a genuine peace for the Alliance. In gratitude, the people held a grand celebration to honor Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom. Amidst the festivities, Aiden gazed upon the jubilant crowd, his heart filled with profound reflections. He understood that this hard-won peace was the result of countless sacrifices made by warriors and sorcerers alike. He also recognized that although the dark forces had been momentarily vanquished, new threats may yet arise in the future. Eternal guardianship to ensure the enduring peace and tranquility of the Alliance, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom resolved to remain as its guardians. They imparted their wisdom and experiences to a new generation of warriors and sorcerers, equipping them to better protect the land and its people. In the ensuing days, the names of Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom became legends within the Alliance, their tales echoing through the ages. Their story inspired countless generations, instilling the belief that with steadfast conviction and courageous action, no obstacle is insurmountable, and darkness shall never triumph over light. They will continue to safeguard the Alliance, preserving this land imbued with hope and love for eternity. Chapter 119, The Village in the Mist. During the long years of peace within the Alliance, the tales of Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom became legendary stories that every child listened to before slumber. Under the guardianship and guidance of the trio, the Alliance flourished evermore, with the legacy of magic and martial skills becoming increasingly refined. However, beneath the tranquil facade, a subtle ripple of unease began to stir. Recently, in several small towns along the borders of the Alliance, eerie melodies have been heard on nights of the full moon, as if resonating from a distant abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Concurrently, ancient magical circles flickered with an inexplicable glow, although they have not caused any tangible effects. They emanate an unsettling aura that is hard to articulate. Aiden sensed these subtle changes, an ominous premonition stirring within him. After conferring with Ariel and Gloom, he resolved to conduct a thorough investigation of the areas surrounding the Alliance once more. The three of them led their respective teams, each skilled in tracking and magical perception. Setting forth from different directions, Aiden and his team journeyed towards the direction from which the haunting melody resonated most frequently, arriving at a village shrouded in mist. The village was eerily silent, the once bustling streets lay deserted, with doors and windows tightly shut. Aiden knocked on the door of a nearby residence. And after a considerable pause, an elderly man tremulously opened the door, inviting them inside. The old man's face was etched with fear as he recounted the strange occurrences of late. Every full moon, the enchanting song would echo through the village, followed by the mysterious disappearance of various items. Initially, it was food, but soon even farming tools and magical artifacts were not spared. Aiden resolved to remain in the village, awaiting the arrival of night to unravel the enigma behind these peculiar events. As darkness enveloped the land, the bright moon hung high in the sky. True to form, the eerie melody resonated at the appointed hour. Aiden and his companions swiftly traced the sound, only to witness a group of indistinct shadows dancing in the central square of the village. Wherever these shadows moved, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. Aiden brandished his sword and charged forward. However, his blade passed through the shadows as if striking nothingness. The shadows seemed to sense the threat and lunged towards Aiden and his companions. These phantoms possessed a peculiar power that disrupted the casting of spells. Ariel's purification magic, upon contact with the shadows, was bizarrely twisted and dissipated. Grum led the warriors to form a defensive formation, using their shields to fend off the onslaught of the shadows. Yet, the shadows easily penetrated the shields, inflicting psychological turmoil upon the warriors, causing many to collapse in agony. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Aiden discerned that the shadows appeared to harbor a fear of a certain faint light. He recalled having seen an ancient statue radiating a similar glow within the village temple. Aiden, leading the group, retreated while engaging in battle, making their way towards the temple. Upon their arrival, they amplified the radiance emanating from the statue, creating a barrier that temporarily thwarted the onslaught of the shadowy figure. At that moment, ancient runes began to materialize upon the statue, and Ariel, drawing upon her profound knowledge of ancient texts, deciphered their meaning. It appeared they were being directed to a mysterious cave outside the village, which may harbor the key to unraveling the enigma of the shadow. The truth of the cave. Aiden and his companions, undeterred by the looming threat of shadows, hastened towards the cave. Inside, a pungent odor permeated the air, and peculiar liquids dripped down the walls. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, they stumbled upon a colossal magical device, adorned with runes reminiscent of those found on the shadows themselves. It became evident that this was a cursed artifact left behind by dark forces, designed to harness the power of moonlight to spawn these shadows, aiming to gradually erode the lands of the Alliance. Aiden understood the urgency of destroying this device, yet it was encircled by formidable magical defenses. In a concerted effort to break the curse, Gloom summoned his immense strength in an attempt to shatter the outer shell of the device. Meanwhile, Ariel employed her mental magic to disrupt the flow of its arcane energies, while Aiden searched for vulnerabilities in the magical defenses. Through their meticulous collaboration, Gloom ultimately breached the device's outer protective barrier. Seizing the moment, Ariel restrained the surging magical core, and Aiden, with perfect timing, plunged a sword imbued with the essence of light into the heart of the apparatus. In an explosion of dazzling brilliance, the device shattered, and the shadows dissipated into nothingness. The village returned to its former tranquility, yet Aiden and his companions were acutely aware that this might merely signify the onset of a new crisis. They would remain steadfast in their commitment to protect the Alliance, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 120, The Gathering of Underlying Currents. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom successfully alleviated the crisis threatening the village. However, the weight of their concerns only grew heavier. Upon returning to the Alliance, the trio meticulously documented the incident and reported to the High Council. The council members became acutely aware that dark forces had quietly reawakened, and a formidable trial was looming ever closer. To prepare for the impending crisis, the Alliance resolved to bolster its defenses and dispatched additional reconnaissance teams to conduct thorough inspections of the surrounding areas. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom were entrusted with the coordination and training of the Alliance's forces, enhancing their overall combat readiness. Amidst the tense preparations, Aiden received an anonymous letter. The missive subtly hinted at the presence of mysterious individuals frequently appearing in an abandoned mine to the north of the Alliance, seemingly engaged in some clandestine gathering. Aiden, sensing the urgency, immediately convened with Ariel and Gloom. The trio decided to personally lead an elite squad to investigate the abandoned mine. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the northern abandoned mine. A pungent scent of sulfur permeated the air, and the entrance was marked by peculiar footprints and traces of lingering magic. Aiden signaled to his team to remain vigilant before cautiously entering the mine. Inside, the mine was dark and damp, with a labyrinthine network of tunnels. As they ventured deeper, faint whispers echoed from afar. Approaching a larger cavern, the whispers grew increasingly distinct. Aiden and his companions stealthily approached, concealing themselves at the cave's entrance. Within, a group of cloaked figures gathered, their hoods obscuring their faces. Among them, a tall figure stood upon a massive stone, addressing the assembly. "Our plan is progressing smoothly." Those foolish Alliance members believe that by vanquishing a few shadows, they have secured their safety, unaware that the true storm is about to descend. Aiden's heart tightened. It seemed the forces of darkness were indeed concocting a more sinister scheme. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black inquired, "Leader, what shall be our next course of action?" The leader chuckled coldly and replied, "Continue to sow chaos throughout the Alliance, awakening those sealed dark powers. Simultaneously, keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the Alliance, seeking out their vulnerabilities in defense." An unforeseen conflict. Aiden and his companions were intently focused when, all of a sudden, a member of the team inadvertently stepped on a loose stone, producing a sound. The cloaked figures within the cavern instantly became alert, swiftly drawing their weapons and converging towards the entrance. Aiden, aware that their cover had been compromised, decisively led his team members into a swift retreat. An intense battle ensued between the two factions. Although the cloaked figures were numerous, Aiden and his companions were elite members of the Alliance, their prowess not to be underestimated. Ariel unleashed her formidable elemental magic, with flames and frost intertwining and soaring within the cavern, inflicting considerable harm upon the cloaked figures. Gloom charged into the fray like a fierce tiger, wielding his massive axe with each strike possessing the strength of 1,000 blows. Aiden, with his exquisite swordsmanship, navigated effortlessly through the throng, causing the cloaked adversaries to fall one after another in his wake. However, the cloaked figures appeared disinclined to prolong the battle. After suffering significant losses, they suddenly dispersed in haste. Aiden and his companions endeavored to pursue them, but the labyrinthine passages of the mine soon obscured any trace of the cloaked assailants. Despite successfully repelling the cloaked figures, Aiden and his companions did not feel a sense of relief from the utterances of their adversaries. They comprehended that the machinations of the dark forces were already in full swing, and a crisis loomed ominously over the Alliance. Upon their return, Aiden and his companions would report their observations from the mine to the Council. The Council resolved to immediately activate the Alliance's emergency defense mechanisms, bolstering the defensive capabilities of cities and borders, while simultaneously increasing investment in magical research, striving to discover more effective means to combat the encroaching darkness. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom were acutely aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the dark forces' nefarious plot. They must race against time, preparing thoroughly to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Alliance before the impending storm of darkness descends. They also understood that the battles to come would be far more arduous and brutal than those that had preceded them. Chapter 121. The Frigid Realm of Everfrost Peak. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom wholeheartedly immersed themselves in the preparations for the Alliance's defense. While perusing the magical tomes in the Alliance library, Ariel serendipitously stumbled upon a tattered, forgotten book nestled in a corner. As she gently turned its pages, an otherworldly glow emanated, revealing lines of ancient script. After days and nights of diligent study, Ariel unearthed a clandestine history concerning the origins of dark forces, along with an ancient magical ritual. It was said that this ritual could unleash a formidable purifying power, potentially countering the dark forces poised to awaken. However, the materials required for the ritual were exceedingly rare, the most crucial being a mysterious gem known as the Starlight Crystal, which resided solely in the remote, frigid expanse of Frost Peak. Upon learning this news, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom wasted no time and resolved to journey immediately to Frost Peak in search of the Starlight Crystal. They led a party of seasoned adventurers, embarking on an expedition rife with uncertainties. After a prolonged and arduous trek, they finally reached the base of Frost Peak. The mountain was perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with fierce winds howling and temperatures plummeting. The peak was steep and treacherous, the path rugged and fraught with challenges. During their ascent, they encountered a myriad of dangers. A sudden blizzard nearly buried them, and the sheer ice walls threatened to send them tumbling down. More terrifying still, Frost Peak was home to a ferocious breed of ice demons. Colossal beings capable of manipulating ice and snow, showing no mercy to intruders in their domain. As the group reached the mountainside, a horde of ice demons erupted from the snow, launching a surprise attack. The demons exhaled frigid blasts that instantly froze the air around them. Ariel quickly conjured flame magic, attempting to dispel the icy breath. But the ferocity of the demon's assault severely diminished the effectiveness of her flames. Gloom swung his massive axe, charging towards the ice demons, engaging them in close combat. Meanwhile, Aiden deftly employed his swordsmanship, skillfully evading the demon strikes while seeking their vulnerabilities. Amidst the fierce battle, a member of their party was tragically struck by the icy breath of a demon, rendering them immobile. Faced with peril, the group did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, drawing upon their indomitable spirit and exceptional skills to gradually gain the upper hand. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately repelled the ice demons. Pressing onward, they finally discovered the cave that housed the starlight crystal, as described in the ancient texts. The cave was suffused with an enigmatic luminescence, with the starlight crystal suspended at its center. However, as they approached the crystal, it suddenly radiated a blinding light, a powerful force propelling them backward. Aiden realized that the stellar crystal was safeguarded by an enigmatic and formidable magic, making its acquisition a formidable challenge. They commenced a meticulous study of the magical runes within the cavern, endeavoring to uncover a means to dismantle the protective enchantments. After considerable effort, Ariel discerned that these runes bore intricate connections to the arcane rituals chronicled in ancient tomes. Guided by the clues found within these texts, she endeavored to cast a unique spell. As she invoked the incantation, the runes in the cave began to illuminate gradually, and the power guarding the stellar crystal diminished progressively. Ultimately, Aiden succeeded in obtaining the stellar crystal. However, just as they prepared to depart, a resounding roar erupted from outside the cave, leaving everyone startled and uncertain of the impending peril they would face. Chapter 122, The Stellar Crisis and a New Journey. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom, bearing the starlight crystal, were filled with hope of a seamless return to the Alliance, believing they could bolster the forces against the encroaching darkness. However, the thunderous roar outside the cave abruptly shattered their illusions, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping them. Cautiously, they emerged from the cave, only to find the sky over Eternal Frost Peak shrouded in a sinister, unnatural cloud, intermittently illuminated by eerie azure lightning. The booming sound emanated from the depths of the cloud, as if a slumbering behemoth were on the verge of awakening. What could this possibly signify? Gloom tightened his grip on the massive axe, his gaze warily fixed upon the ominous sky. Ariel furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concern. This aura seems somewhat akin to the dark powers mentioned in ancient texts, yet it is not entirely the same. Aiden took a deep breath to steady his mind, resolutely declaring, "No matter what happens, we must not waver. Everyone, remain vigilant." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal ice pillar came roaring down from the clouds, hurtling directly towards them. Aiden reacted swiftly, brandishing his longsword and striking at the ice column. The tremendous force shattered the pillar instantly, transforming it into countless shards of ice that scattered in all directions. However, this was merely the beginning. Following this, a horde of even larger ice demons descended from the cloud cover, enveloped in swirling black mist, evidently more ferocious and powerful than the ice demons they had previously encountered. "These ice demons have been tainted by dark forces," Ariel exclaimed in alarm. The ice demons opened their gaping maws, unleashing blasts of frigid air laced with malevolent energy, turning the surrounding snow into a foul, blackened decay. The members of the adventurers' party swiftly dispersed, each employing their unique skills to mount a defense. Gloom let out a thunderous roar, charging into the throng of ice demons like an enraged bull. His massive axe swung with ferocity, generating powerful gusts of wind that repelled the encroaching ice demons. Yet, these ice demons, enhanced by dark forces, proved to be remarkably resilient. Even when struck, they swiftly recovered and launched renewed assaults. Aiden darted nimbly between the frost demons, his swordsmanship transcending mortal comprehension, each stroke executed with lethal precision and grace. Every thrust found its mark upon the creature's vulnerabilities, eliciting agonized shrieks from the abominations. Yet the relentless horde multiplied endlessly, and gradually, even his formidable prowess began to wane against the overwhelming tide. Ariel, positioned behind, exerted her magical prowess to the fullest. With her hands swiftly weaving intricate seals, beams of fire and light intermingled as they shot towards the ice demon. The flames crackled in defiance against the chilling darkness, illuminating the entirety of Frost Peak. Amidst the fierce battle, a misfortunate adventurer was struck by the ice demon's dark frost, his body swiftly succumbing to the encroaching ice and shadow. A look of agony etched upon his face. Witnessing this, Aiden immediately soared forth, severing the dark chill with his sword, rescuing the adventurer from despair. "Hold on, everyone. We shall surely triumph over them. Aiden bellowed, rallying his comrades' spirits. Just as the group found themselves entrenched in this arduous struggle, Aiden suddenly discerned that the movements of these ice demons appeared to be manipulated by some unseen force. As he scrutinized further, he perceived a shadowy figure lurking within the clouds, issuing commands to the ice demons. Ariel, look over there. That figure in the clouds is likely the puppet master orchestrating these ice demons. Aiden exclaimed, pointing towards the nebulous form above. Ariel gazed resolutely in the direction indicated by Aiden, determination flickering in her eyes. I shall confront him. You must hold off these ice demons. With that, Ariel unleashed her flight magic, ascending into the clouds. A formidable magical shield enveloped her, deflecting the assaults of the ice demons. Sensing her intent, the ice demons abandoned their attacks on others and surged towards Ariel, attempting to thwart her progress. Undaunted, Ariel skillfully wielded her hands, unleashing a barrage of potent magical strikes that repelled the encroaching ice demons one by one. At last, Ariel reached the heart of the clouds and stood face to face with a mysterious figure. Clad in a long black robe, the man bore a sinister mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. Who are you? Why do you control these ice demons to attack us? Ariel demanded, her voice laced with fury. The man in black let out a chilling laugh. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you cannot take the starry crystal. It is the key to the revival of dark powers and must remain here. Ariel's heart raced with alarm as she tightly grasped her magical staff. Not a chance. We shall not allow your sinister plot to succeed. No sooner had she spoken than the cloaked man launched his assault. A sphere of dark energy coalesced in his hand and hurtled towards Ariel. With swift agility, she sidestepped the attack while simultaneously unleashing a radiant beam of magic in retaliation. The luminous spell struck the cloaked man's magical shield, producing a violent tremor. Clearly taken aback by the potency of Ariel's magic, he momentarily hesitated before intensifying his offensive. With rapid gestures, he summoned a multitude of black ice spikes that surged toward Ariel. She quickly conjured a magical shield, enveloping herself in a protective barrier. The ice spikes collided with the shield, creating a crisp sound and scattering sparks in all directions. Amidst the fierce magical duel, Ariel gradually discerned that while the cloaked man's magic was formidable, it seemed to harbor a particular vulnerability. She meticulously observed the rhythm of his spell casting, seeking an opportunity for counterattack. At last, Ariel noted that before each powerful magical strike, his left hand would tremble ever so slightly. A surge of triumph filled her as she resolved to exploit this weakness. When the cloaked man prepared to unleash another assault, Ariel was ready. At the precise moment his left hand quivered, she unleashed a powerful flame spell that surged toward his chest. Caught off guard, the cloaked man was struck by the fiery magic, letting out a piercing scream as he was propelled backward, his magical shield shattering instantaneously. Taking advantage of the moment, Ariel unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, a series of magical beams incessantly directed towards the man in the black robe. Under Ariel's onslaught, the black-robed figure found himself increasingly ensnared in dire straits. His body bore numerous wounds, and his breath grew ever more feeble. Ultimately, the black-robed man could no longer withstand Ariel's ferocity. His form dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the depths of the clouds above. After Ariel dealt with the man in the black cloak, she promptly returned to the surface to join the battle against the ice demons. Deprived of their controller, the ice demons became utterly disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden, Gloom, and the other adventurers launched a concerted attack, swiftly driving back the horde of ice demons. Following this fierce confrontation, the group found themselves utterly exhausted, yet their hearts brimmed with the elation of victory. They had successfully repelled the enemy and safeguarded the stellar crystal. We have triumphed at last, Gloom exclaimed with exhilaration. Aiden gazed at the stellar crystal in his hand, determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed. But this is merely our initial stride against the forces of darkness. We must return to the Alliance post-haste and prepare for the imminent battle. The group quickly gathered their belongings, clutching the stellar crystal, and embarked on their journey back to the Alliance. Cautiously, they traversed the path, ever wary of potential dangers. Fortunately, they arrived safely at the Alliance. Upon learning of Aiden and his companion's successful retrieval of the stellar crystal, the populace erupted in joyous celebration. They believed that with the power of the stellar crystal, they could surely withstand the impending onslaught of darkness. However, Aiden and his allies did not allow themselves to lower their guard. They understood that the forces of darkness would not relent, and the forthcoming battle would be even more ferocious. Within the Alliance's magical workshop, Ariel and the other sorcerers began to explore how to harness the power of the stellar crystal to perform ancient magical rituals. They meticulously perused numerous arcane tomes and conducted countless experiments, ultimately discovering the means to enact the magical rites. Meanwhile, Aiden and Grom led the Alliance soldiers in rigorous training sessions, diligently enhancing their combat skills and tactical acumen to ensure they were adequately prepared for the upcoming conflict. Yet, just as they were fervently preparing their defenses, a more astonishing revelation emerged. The Dark Forces had assembled a vast army in the distant Shadowlands, marching toward the Alliance. This formidable army comprised not only powerful dark sorcerers and malevolent creatures, but also human puppets controlled by dark magic. Faced with such a formidable adversary, trepidation and despair began to creep into the hearts of some within the Alliance. Nevertheless, Aiden, Ariel, and Grom stood resolute, rallying the spirits of their comrades. We must not succumb to fear. Though the Dark Forces are formidable, we possess our own strength. As long as we stand united, we shall surely triumph. Aiden declared with fervor. Inspired by their words, the people of the Alliance reignited their fighting spirit. They eagerly joined in the preparations for defense, contributing their efforts to safeguard their homeland. As the Dark Army drew ever closer, the atmosphere within the Alliance grew increasingly tense. Aiden and his companions maintained their vigil at the fortifications, closely monitoring the enemy's movements. At last, the Dark Forces appeared on the horizon, their figures resembling a tide of darkness surging toward the Alliance. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, suffocating in its intensity. Prepare for battle, Aiden bellowed. The soldiers of the Alliance hastily seized their weapons, while the sorcerers readied their spells. They stood resolute, awaiting the enemy's advance. As the Dark Forces approached the Alliance, a fierce battle erupted. The Dark Sorcerers initiated the assault, unleashing a barrage of black magical beams upon the Alliance's defenses. Aiden and his comrades swiftly commanded the soldiers to mount a counterattack, as magic and arrows intertwined in the air, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions. The monstrous entities of the Dark Forces surged forward, their colossal forms and tremendous strength imposing. Gloom led a contingent of soldiers into close-quarters combat with the beasts. His colossal axe swung through the throng of monsters, each strike claiming a life. Ariel, positioned at the rear, unleashed her magical prowess with unwavering determination. Harnessing the power of the star crystal, she released a formidable purifying light that effortlessly dispelled the spells cast by the dark sorcerers. Wherever the purifying light shone, the tendrils of darkness dissipated, plunging the minions of evil into disarray. Amidst the fierce battle, although the soldiers of the Alliance valiantly resisted, the Dark Forces proved overwhelmingly formidable. They gradually breached the Alliance's first line of defense, encroaching ever closer to the heart of the Alliance. Upon witnessing the situation, Aiden felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He understood that if the tide of battle could not be swiftly turned, the Alliance would plunge into a dire crisis. In that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Ariel, let us perform the magical ritual together. Perhaps this is the only way to completely vanquish the Dark Forces. Aiden exclaimed to Ariel. Ariel nodded affirmatively, expressing her readiness. Thus, Aiden and Ariel stood side by side, their hands clasped around the starshine crystal, commencing the ancient magical rite. As their incantations resonated through the air, the starshine crystal emanated an increasingly radiant glow, the power of purification spreading throughout the entire Alliance. The soldiers of the Dark Forces sensed the looming threat of this purifying energy and charged recklessly toward Aiden and Ariel in a frenzied attempt to thwart them. However, the Alliance's soldiers steadfastly defended their side, engaging in a desperate struggle against the forces of darkness. Under the influence of the purifying power, the Dark Forces' magic began to wane, and the monsters grew weak and feeble. Signs of disarray began to manifest within the ranks of the Dark Army. Aiden and Ariel seized the opportunity to amplify the potency of the magical ritual. A brilliant beam of light emanated from the stellar crystal, surging directly towards the army of Dark Forces. Wherever the light reached, the malevolent powers were utterly purified, and the soldiers of darkness fell to the ground, dissolving into nothingness. At last, the army of Dark Forces was completely vanquished. The members of the Alliance erupted in joyous celebration, having successfully defended their homeland. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom have risen as heroes of the Alliance, their deeds celebrated far and wide. Yet, they are acutely aware that this victory is but a fleeting triumph. The Dark Forces, though significantly weakened, remain unvanquished. In the days to come, they will continue to safeguard the Alliance, relentlessly honing their abilities, ever prepared to confront new challenges. for they understand that only through unwavering vigilance can the peace and tranquility of the Alliance be preserved. Chapter 123, The Realm of Stars, a perilous crisis amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the Alliance's victorious celebrations. Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom remain unyieldingly vigilant. They fully comprehend that while the dark forces have suffered a grievous blow, their foundations remain intact, poised for a potential resurgence at any moment. Aiden gazed at the jubilant crowd, his brow furrowed and his heart heavy with apprehension. We have narrowly triumphed this time. Yet the power of the dark forces far exceeds our imagination. It is uncertain whether fortune will favor us again in the future. Ariel gently caressed the magical staff in her hand and nodded slightly. Though the power of the stellar crystal is formidable, our utilization of it remains insufficient. We must delve deeper into our research. Gloom forcefully struck his massive axe upon the ground, his voice resonating deeply, no matter how many come. My axe shall not show mercy. Yet, we must devise alternative strategies. Brute force alone will not suffice. As the three conversed, the Alliance's chief sage, Calvin, hurriedly approached. Though Calvin was advanced in years, with a mane of silver hair, his gaze was remarkably sharp, imbued with boundless wisdom. Aiden, Ariel, Gloom, I bear important news for you. Calvin's voice was tinged with urgency. The trio exchanged glances and followed Calvin to the Alliance's confidential archives. Calvin cautiously opened an ancient chest, retrieving a tome that emanated an air of antiquity. This is one of our Alliance's most secretive texts, chronicling a forgotten history. As he slowly turned the pages, he pointed to the inscriptions, stating, long ago, a malevolent force emerged, even more potent than the darkness we confront now, threatening to engulf the entire continent. In response, the people of that time forged an artifact known as the Sword of the Stars. This sword harnessed the purest energies of the world and ultimately succeeded in sealing away that evil force. With a resolute spirit, they set forth to seek the artifact. A glimmer of light flickered in Aiden's eyes. Are you suggesting that we might discover or forge similar artifacts to combat the forces of darkness? Calvin nodded in affirmation. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, the method for crafting the Sword of Stars has long been lost to time, with only the knowledge that its essential materials hail from the distant realm of celestial bodies. That place is fraught with unknown perils and inhabited by formidable guardian beasts. Ariel exclaimed with fervor, no matter how perilous the journey may be, we must endeavor to try. For the enduring peace of the Alliance, it is a risk worth taking. Gruum echoed loudly, indeed. I, Gruum, fear no danger. Thus, Aiden, Ariel, and Gruum commenced preparations for their expedition to the Land of Stars. They selected a cadre of elite warriors and sorcerers from the Alliance to form an adventurous company. Meanwhile, Ariel and the other magicians delved into ancient tomes, seeking knowledge about the Land of Stars, endeavoring to uncover methods of entry and strategies to confront any lurking perils. After several days of meticulous preparations, the expedition team finally set forth on their journey. They traversed dense forests, where creatures corrupted by dark forces roamed, yet under Aiden's leadership, the team navigated through unscathed. Subsequently, they crossed tumultuous rivers, shrouded in an eerie black mist, concealing unknown dangers beneath the surface. Ariel cast her magic to dispel the fog, ensuring the safe passage of the group. Upon entering this treacherous realm after enduring numerous hardships, the expedition team finally arrived at the entrance to the Land of Stars. It was an immense and enigmatic portal, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, yet an ominous aura lingered within the brilliance. This is the place, Ariel murmured, her expression a blend of tension and exhilaration as she gazed upon the portal. Aiden took a deep breath and cautioned, everyone, be vigilant. None of us knows what lies beyond the door. Stay alert and be prepared for battle. The group cautiously stepped through the portal, and a brilliant light enveloped them, transporting them to an extraordinary realm. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, while the ground was strewn with enigmatic stones and peculiar flora radiating mysterious glows. Is this the Land of Stars? How beautiful! A young sorcerer exclaimed in awe. However, Aiden remained on high alert, meticulously surveying their surroundings, sensing a pair of unseen eyes watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air as a colossal guardian beast emerged from behind a mountain peak. This creature was engulfed in blue flames and possessed 3 enormous heads, each capable of unleashing deadly fire. Be cautious, this is the guardian beast mentioned in the ancient texts, Ariel shouted. Aiden swiftly unsheathed his longsword and charged towards the guardian beast. Everyone, follow my lead. The mages shall engage in ranged attacks while the warriors seek opportunities for close combat. Gloom brandished his colossal axe, bellowing as he surged towards the guardian beast, attempting to draw its attention. The three heads of the guardian beast simultaneously unleashed torrents of flames, engulfing Gloom in a sea of fire. However, bolstered by his formidable defenses and indomitable spirit, Gloom emerged from the inferno, delivering a powerful strike upon one of the beast's forepaws. Ariel and the other sorcerers exerted their utmost efforts from behind, casting spells with fervor. Ariel unleashed a series of ice magic, attempting to immobilize the guardian beast's movements. The other sorcerers invoked lightning and wind spells, launching attacks from various directions. Under the relentless onslaught, the guardian beast began to falter, its movements growing sluggish. However, it was not so easily vanquished. With a resounding roar, it suddenly channeled power through its three heads, unleashing a formidable column of flame that swept toward the adventurers. Upon witnessing the scene, Aiden promptly conjured a magical shield, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. The fiery columns collided with the shield, producing violent tremors, and fissures began to emerge upon its surface. Just as the shield seemed on the verge of shattering, Aiden suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He called out to Ariel, "Ariel, let us harness the power of the stellar crystal together." Ariel immediately comprehended his intent, and both individuals simultaneously drew forth the stellar crystal, infusing their own magical essence into it. The stellar crystal radiated a brilliant light, imbued with the powers of purification and healing. This surge of energy not only mended the magical shield, but also momentarily halted the onslaught of the guardian beast. Seizing this opportunity, the warriors of the expedition launched their assault, targeting the weaknesses of the guardian beast with fervor. At long last, the guardian beast emitted a despairing roar and collapsed with a resounding thud. Having triumphed over the guardian beast and narrowly escaped peril, the expedition team ventured deeper into the land of stars. In this enigmatic realm, they sought the essential materials required to forge the Sword of Stars. After arduous exploration, they ultimately discovered a mysterious or known as star shard, the very core material for crafting the Sword of Stars. Just as they prepared to depart the land of stars with the star shard in hand, a dark rift suddenly materialized in the sky, releasing a familiar aura of darkness that engulfed the surroundings. "Alas, the forces of darkness have tracked us down," Aiden declared, gripping his longsword with caution. From the rift surged a horde of dark sorcerers and malevolent creatures, led by a towering dark mage whose face bore a sinister grin. "Did you truly believe you could acquire the star shard so easily? You are woefully naive. Surrender the star shard, and I may spare your lives." Aiden sneered. "If you desire the shards of the stars, then come and claim them through your own merit." A new battle erupted once more in the land of the stars. The dark sorcerers launched the first assault, unleashing torrents of black magical beams towards the adventurers. Aiden and his companions swiftly organized their defenses. The mages conjured protective shields while the warriors readied themselves for close combat. Ariel unleashed her formidable light magic, confronting the dark sorcerers with their sinister spells. Her radiant enchantments illuminated the entire realm of stars, imposing certain restrictions on the movements of the dark forces. Gloom, on the other hand, led his warriors into the throng of malevolent creatures, his massive axe swinging wildly through the horde, felling foes with each strike. However, the might of the dark forces should not be underestimated. Their numbers swelled relentlessly, and the expedition team gradually found themselves ensnared in adversity. Aiden realized that this course of action was untenable and that he must swiftly extricate himself from the enemy's grasp. He shouted to Ariel, "Let us unite our strengths and open the portal. We shall return to the Alliance first and deliberate thereafter." Ariel nodded in agreement, and alongside Aiden and the other sorcerers, they concentrated their magical energies in an endeavor to unlock the portal to the Alliance. The dark sorcerers, sensing their intentions, intensified their assault in an attempt to thwart them. Amidst the fierce battle, a member of the expedition was unfortunately struck by dark magic, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Upon witnessing this, Aiden immediately soared forward, shielding him with his own body. Simultaneously, he called out, "Hold on, everyone. The portal will open shortly." At last, through their collective efforts, the portal was successfully unveiled. Aiden and his companions, bearing the shards of the stars, swiftly plunged into the portal. The dark forces sought to pursue them, but the portal sealed shut before them. Upon returning to the Alliance, Aiden and his companions promptly entrusted the star shards to Ariel and the other sorcerers. They commenced an arduous labor, tirelessly working day and night in accordance with the ancient texts, striving to forge the Sword of the Stars. After countless attempts and failures, they ultimately succeeded in creating the Sword of the Stars. The blade radiated a formidable luminescence and power, enveloped by the essence of the stars. As Aiden grasped the Sword of the Stars, he instantly felt a surge of immense energy coursing through him. He understood that this sword would serve as their mightiest weapon in the battle against the dark forces. Nevertheless, the dark forces had not relinquished their ambitions due to this setback. In the shadows, they were gathering strength, preparing to unleash a more potent assault. Aiden and his companions were acutely aware that even greater challenges lay ahead, as they continued to train the soldiers and sorcerers of the Alliance, enhancing their collective strength. They remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the dark forces, ever prepared to confront new battles. On a tranquil night, Aiden stood alone upon the walls of the Alliance. Gazing into the distant shadows, clutched tightly in his hand was the Sword of Stars, his heart brimming with unwavering resolve. He understood that for the sake of the Alliance's peace and tranquility, he would not falter in the face of any adversity or peril. For he was Aiden, the protector of the Alliance, the bane of the dark forces. Alongside him stood Ariel, Gloom, and all the members of the Alliance, united in their mission to safeguard the land they cherished. Chapter 124, The Sword Against Darkness, The Awakening of the Alliance. Aiden gripped the Sword of the Stars tightly, its celestial energy flickering and dancing in the tranquil night, reflecting the steadfastness in his gaze. He was acutely aware that although the Sword of the Stars had been forged, the crisis facing the Alliance was far from resolved. The shadow of dark forces loomed like ominous clouds, perpetually shrouding the land they cherished, threatening to unleash an even more devastating storm at any moment. Upon returning to the Alliance headquarters, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom immediately convened all core members for an urgent meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, weariness and concern etched on each face, yet their eyes revealed an unwavering resolve. The dark forces would not relent. They were undoubtedly plotting a more ferocious counterattack. We must prepare ourselves swiftly. Aiden's voice resonated deeply, shattering the silence of the meeting room. Ariel nodded slightly, her magical staff gently tapping the ground and resonating with a crisp sound. I concur. In recent days, I have diligently studied the power of the Sword of Stars and discovered that it harbors untapped potential. We require more time to familiarize ourselves with and master this artifact, so that we may unleash its full might in the forthcoming battles. Gloom, arms crossed and muscles taut, revealed his inner tension and vigilance, regardless of their numbers. We cannot falter. During this period, I shall intensify the training of the warriors to elevate their combat capabilities. The assembly offered their opinions and suggestions, and after a vigorous discussion, they ultimately devised a comprehensive preparation plan. The mages of the Alliance commenced an in-depth study of the mysteries surrounding the Sword of Stars, exploring ways to amalgamate its power with various magical elements to forge more potent offensive and defensive strategies. Under Gloom's guidance, the warriors engaged in rigorous training, continuously refining their combat skills and physical prowess. Simultaneously, Aiden dispatched a multitude of scouts to closely monitor the movements of the dark forces. They infiltrated the territories of the dark entities, gathering intelligence in an attempt to anticipate the enemy's battle strategies. During one reconnaissance mission, a young scout, after enduring numerous hardships, returned with astonishing news. The dark forces were amassing a formidable army, poised to launch a comprehensive assault on the Alliance. They had not only recruited more dark sorcerers and malevolent creatures, but were also researching a mysterious dark magic, said to unleash formidable dark energies capable of obliterating anything that obstructed their path. This revelation plunged the Alliance into profound panic. Aiden, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, understood that they must swiftly devise a countermeasure. He once again summoned Ariel, Gloom, Calvin, and other core members to deliberate on a strategy. This enigmatic dark magic sounds exceedingly perilous. We must find a way to prevent them from utilizing it, Aiden remarked, his brow furrowed and expression grave. Ariel fell into a deep contemplation, and after a moment, she suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of insight illuminating her eyes. I recall that ancient texts spoke of the Starblade's power, which not only serves as a weapon but also possesses the abilities of purification and sealing. Perhaps we can harness the purifying power of the Starblade to combat dark magic. Calvin nodded slightly in agreement, affirming, Ariel's reasoning is sound. The Starblade embodies the most pristine forces in existence, naturally opposing dark magic. If we could identify the source of the dark magic's release and utilize the Starblade's purifying strength to obliterate it, we might unravel their sinister plot. Gloom thumped his chest and declared loudly, excellent. Let us proceed thus. I shall lead the warriors forward to draw the attention of the dark forces while you seize the opportunity to locate the source of the dark magic. After meticulous planning, The Alliance's army embarked on their journey into the territory of the Dark Forces. They traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, delving deeper into the shadows. Along the way, they encountered numerous assaults from the Dark Forces, yet through their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills, they successfully repelled the adversaries. At last, they arrived at the stronghold of the Dark Forces. An oppressive aura of darkness enveloped the area, foreboding and chilling. The army of Dark Forces was already on high alert, and the two sides faced each other on an expansive plain. The Dark Forces leader stood at the forefront, gazing at the Alliance's army with a sinister grin. "You dare to present yourselves to us? How utterly foolish. Today marks your end." Aiden boldly met the gaze of his adversary, raising the star sword high above his head, and proclaimed loudly, "For the peace and tranquility of the Alliance, we shall not falter. Today marks the day of your Dark Forces' demise." At Aiden's command, the army surged forth like a tidal wave, igniting a fierce battle. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the air filled with the thunderous cries of combat. Magic flickered and intertwined in a dazzling display, while the sounds of clashing weapons echoed incessantly. Gloom led the warriors into the fray, his massive axe swinging through the enemy ranks, causing foes to fall in his wake. Meanwhile, Ariel and the other sorcerers stood at the rear, casting an array of powerful spells to provide support and cover for the valiant fighters. Aiden, wielding the Starblade, navigated the battlefield with remarkable agility. Each of his strikes was imbued with formidable celestial power, instilling terror in the hearts of the soldiers of the Dark Forces. Yet, the might of these dark entities far exceeded their expectations. The dark sorcerers among them relentlessly unleashed a myriad of sinister spells, posing a grave threat to the Coalition's army. Amidst the fierce combat, Aiden discerned a mysterious black tower looming in the rear of the Dark Forces, emanating a potent aura of malevolence. A spark of insight ignited within him. He surmised that this tower might very well be the source of the dark magic. "Ariel, Gloom, I have uncovered the origin of the dark magic. It lies within that ominous tower. We must devise a strategy to obliterate it." Aiden conveyed his revelation to Ariel and Gloom through a telepathic connection. Upon receiving the message, Ariel and Gloom immediately led a contingent of elite forces towards the Obsidian Tower. They valiantly traversed through the relentless obstacles posed by the Dark Forces, ultimately arriving at the tower's base. However, the area surrounding the tower was ensnared by formidable dark magical defenses, rendering them unable to approach. Ariel endeavored to dismantle the defensive array using various spells. Yet all efforts proved futile. Just as despair began to envelop them, Aiden suddenly recalled the purifying power of the Star Sword. He raised the Star Sword high, channeling all his magical energy into it, and it immediately emanated a dazzling radiance, imbued with potent purifying energy. Aiden unleashed the purifying power of the Sword of Stars towards the dark magical defense array, where light and darkness collided with a tremendous force, resulting in violent tremors. Under the impact of the purifying energy, the dark magical defense array gradually developed fissures, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous roar. Aiden and his companions seized the opportunity to infiltrate the ominous Black Tower. Within its confines, a suffocating aura of darkness lingered, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. They cautiously advanced, ultimately reaching the pinnacle where they confronted the leader of the Dark Forces along with several formidable dark sorcerers. Upon seeing Aiden and his allies intrude, the leader's expression twisted into one of astonishment and fury. "How dare you find your way here? You truly are insufferable. But do you believe this will thwart me?" Such naivety. With that, he and the dark sorcerers immediately commenced their incantations, unleashing dark magic in an attempt to thwart Aiden and his companions' approach. Undeterred, Aiden, Ariel, and Gloom summoned their respective powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark sorcerers. Amidst the chaos, Aiden discerned that the leader was manipulating an enormous dark magic circle, the very core from which the dark magic emanated. Realizing the urgency, he understood that the destruction of this magic circle was paramount to unraveling the Dark Force's sinister scheme. Aiden concentrated all his strength and charged towards the dark magic array. The leader of the Dark Forces sensed his intentions and immediately intensified the dark magic attacks in an attempt to thwart him. However, Aiden, fueled by his indomitable will and the formidable power of the Star Sword, broke through the dark magic's obstruction and reached the front of the dark magic array. He plunged the Star Sword into the array, infusing it with powerful purifying energy. The purifying force of the Star Sword clashed with the dark energy of the magic array, causing the entire tower to tremble violently. As the purifying energy continued to surge, the dark magic array was gradually dismantled. The leader of the dark forces and several high-ranking dark sorcerers emitted desperate cries, their powers dissipating alongside the collapse of the dark magic array. Stripped of the support from dark magic, the army of dark forces fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the Alliance's forces launched a full-scale attack, decisively defeating the dark forces. This battle culminated in the triumphant victory of the Alliance. Aiden and his companions returned to the Alliance, brimming with joy from their victory. The entire Alliance was enveloped in a wave of cheers and celebrations, with people pouring into the streets to commemorate this hard-won triumph. Aiden stood upon the walls of the Alliance, gazing down at the throngs of jubilant citizens, his heart awash with myriad emotions. He understood that this victory was but a fleeting moment. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Although the dark forces had suffered a significant blow, remnants of their power lingered, poised to rise again at any instant. For the enduring peace and tranquility of the Alliance, Aiden resolved to fortify its strength. Alongside Ariel, Grum, and others, he devised a comprehensive series of developmental plans. They would delve deeper into the powers of the Starblade, unearthing further magical mysteries, enhance the training of warriors and mages, augmenting their combat prowess, and actively foster amicable collaborations with other races and factions to jointly uphold the peace and stability of this land. On this serene night, Aiden once more found himself solitary upon the ramparts, gazing into the distant starry expanse. Clutching the Starblade tightly in his grasp, his heart brimmed with hope and confidence. He believed that as long as the people of the Alliance stood united, no adversity could impede their forward march. And he vowed to eternally safeguard this land and each individual within the Alliance. Chapter 125. Undercurrents and new journeys. After Aiden and his companions triumphed over the dark forces, the Alliance entered a fleeting era of peace and prosperity. In the city, people busied themselves with rebuilding their homes, and laughter echoed through the streets and alleys. The market was adorned with an array of splendid goods, children frolicked joyfully, and vendors enthusiastically hawked their wares, creating a scene of tranquility. However, Aiden was not deceived by this superficial serenity. He was acutely aware that remnants of the dark forces still lurked in the shadows, poised to resurface at any moment. Within the halls of the Alliance's magical academy, Ariel led a group of young sorcerers in an in-depth study of the power of the Sword of Stars. They gathered around an expansive magical circle, intricately inscribed with complex runes that resonated with the brilliance of the Sword of Stars. Holding an ancient tome of magic in her hands, Ariel furrowed her brow, meticulously examining each line of text. According to the ancient records, the power of the Sword of Stars was intricately linked to the movements of celestial bodies. Pointing to a star map within the tome, Ariel declared, "We must discover a method to more precisely harness the celestial energies, enabling it to unleash greater potency in battle." The young sorcerers nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with a fervent thirst for knowledge and a passion for exploration. Among them, a female sorceress named Lena rose to speak, saying, "Teacher, in my research, I have found that when the Sword of Stars is combined with specific incantations, it produces a peculiar energy fluctuation. Perhaps this holds the key to augmenting its power." Ariel's eyes sparkled with encouragement as she said, "Lena, please elaborate." Lena, brimming with excitement, approached the magical circle. She grasped a wand of enchantment and gently waved it, causing the crystal at its tip to emit a faint glow that intertwined with the radiance of the starry blade. "You see," she continued, "when I utter this incantation, the light of the starry blade becomes more stable, and it appears to harbor a greater potency." Ariel and the other sorcerers promptly gathered around, scrutinizing the transformations of the magical array in the Sword of Stars. After extensive discussions and experiments, they concluded that Lena's discovery indeed held merit. By continually adjusting the incantations in the runes of the magical array, they gradually unearthed a method to amplify the power of the Sword of Stars. Meanwhile, at the warriors' training camp of the Alliance, Grum was leading the soldiers through rigorous drills. Clad in heavy armor and wielding their weapons, the warriors toiled under the scorching sun, sweat pouring down their brows. Grum's voice resonated like thunder as he shouted motivational slogans, igniting the fighting spirit within the ranks. "Everyone, let us push harder. We cannot afford to let our guard down after a single victory. The dark forces may strike again at any moment. We must be thoroughly prepared." Amidst the training, a young warrior stumbled and inadvertently dropped his weapon to the ground. Grum immediately approached him, helping him to his feet, and gravely remarked, "On the battlefield, even the slightest mistake can lead to fatal consequences. Remember, every training session is a step towards surviving the true combat." The young warrior, feeling a wave of shame, lowered his head and replied, "Captain, I understand." I will train even harder. Grum patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Well done. Stand up and continue training. Under Aiden's leadership, the Alliance also actively sought to forge amicable cooperative relationships with other races and factions. Aiden personally led a delegation to visit the territory of the elves. The elves resided within a mystical forest, renowned for their expertise in archery and nature magic, living harmoniously with the natural world. Upon their arrival in the elven domain, they were warmly welcomed by the elven leader, Elara. Elara, a stunning and graceful elf, possessed eyes that sparkled with wisdom. Welcome to the realm of the elves, Aiden. Elara smiled. We have heard of your struggle against the dark forces, and your courage and wisdom have deeply impressed us. Aiden inclined his head slightly and remarked, I am grateful for your kind words, Alice. Our purpose in visiting is to foster a closer partnership with the elven race, in a collective endeavor to uphold the peace and stability of this continent. Alice nodded and said, We, the elven race, have always been devoted to preserving the delicate balance of nature, and we are deeply concerned about the threats posed by dark forces. We are willing to join hands with the Alliance to collectively combat these malevolent entities. Following a series of amicable negotiations, both parties reached a cooperative agreement. The elves would provide the Alliance with advanced archery techniques and support through nature magic, while the Alliance would offer supplies and military assistance to the elves. As the Alliance actively collaborated with other races and factions, remnants of the dark forces were surreptitiously regrouping. In a shadowy valley, a gathering of dark sorcerers and nefarious creatures convened, led by a dark sorcerer named More had once been a high-ranking member of the dark forces, narrowly escaping during the conflict with the Alliance. We cannot simply be defeated by the Alliance, More exclaimed with fury. We must regroup our strength and exact our revenge. One of the dark sorcerers stepped forth and inquired, Leader, our power has significantly waned. How can we possibly contend with the Alliance? More scoffed, Foolishness. Although we have lost the majority of our forces, we still possess a trump card. Are you familiar with the ancient demon seal site? The other dark sorcerers and wicked creatures shook their heads in unison. More grinned with satisfaction and continued, Deep within this continent lies a place sealed for millennia, said to harbor a formidable demon. If we can break the seal and unleash this demon, harnessing its power, we shall surely vanquish the Alliance. The eyes of the other dark sorcerers and malevolent creatures glimmered with a mix of greed and fear, greed for the demon's immense power and fear of the uncontrollable calamity that might ensue upon its release. But, Leader, how can we easily lift the seal of the demon? A cautious wicked creature inquired. More retrieved an ancient tome from his robes and proclaimed, I have discovered the method to lift the seal. This grimoire contains detailed steps and incantations. If we follow the instructions within, success is assured. The remnants of the dark forces began to act covertly, making their way towards the ancient demon seal site. They skillfully evaded the Alliance's scouts, proceeding with utmost caution. Meanwhile, within the Alliance, Aiden sensed a disturbance through mysterious omens and immediately summoned Ariel, Gloom, and other core members for an urgent meeting. I feel an ominous power drawing near. Aiden stated gravely, Based on my deductions, it is highly likely that the remnants of the dark forces are at play. Ariel furrowed her brow and remarked, Did they not yet relent, wishing to launch another assault? Gloom clenched his fists and declared, Regardless of their sinister schemes, we shall not cower before them. We are thoroughly prepared and ready to confront their challenge at any moment. Aiden nodded and remarked, We must not let our guard down. The recent maneuvers of the dark forces appear to be exceedingly clandestine. We must swiftly ascertain their intentions and plans. Consequently, Aiden dispatched additional scouts to broaden the reconnaissance efforts. Simultaneously, he, along with Ariel, Gloom, and others, commenced the formulation of countermeasures. After a period of diligent observation, the scouts finally returned with crucial intelligence. They uncovered that the remnants of the dark forces were advancing towards the ancient site of the demon seal. The demon seal site? Ariel exclaimed in astonishment. That place houses formidable demons. If the dark forces were to indeed break the seal, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Aiden's expression grew solemn as he proclaimed, We must depart immediately to thwart the sinister machinations of the dark forces. This undertaking is fraught with peril, and we must be thoroughly prepared. Thus, Aiden led the elite troops of the Alliance toward the ancient site of the demon seal. They traversed dense forests, scaled treacherous mountains, and after an arduous journey, finally arrived at the precipice of the demon's sealing ground. An eerie aura enveloped the area. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and black mist swirled around the ground. The surrounding trees twisted and contorted, as if corrupted by a malevolent force. Aiden and his companions cautiously advanced, ever vigilant against the looming threat of dark forces. Suddenly, a fierce surge of magical energy reverberated ahead. Without hesitation, they quickened their pace towards the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, they discovered that the remnants of the dark forces had begun to unravel the seal binding the demon. Moore stood before an enormous magical array, intoning incantations as his spellbook emitted an eerie glow. Surrounding him were dark sorcerers and malevolent creatures, diligently guarding him to thwart any attempts to disrupt their sinister undertaking. "Cease this at once," Aiden declared with resolute fervor. "Your nefarious plot shall not succeed." Moore turned to face Aiden and his allies, a malevolent grin spreading across his features. "You have arrived just in time. Today you shall all perish here, becoming sacrifices for the demon." With that, Moore hastened his incantation, and the radiance of the magical array intensified. Aiden and his comrades charged forth, engaging fiercely with the dark forces. On the battlefield, magical lights intertwined and flickered, while the sounds of clashing weapons echoed relentlessly. Aiden wielded the star blade, maneuvering effortlessly amidst the enemy ranks. Each strike imbued with potent celestial energy sent dark soldiers crashing to the ground. Ariel and the other mages unleashed a plethora of formidable spells, contesting fiercely against the dark sorcerers. Gloom led the warriors into close combat with the vile creatures. Amidst the turmoil, Aiden discerned that the magical array designed to lift the demon's seal was remarkably intricate, rendering it nearly impossible to dismantle with their current strength in a short span of time. Moreover, as the power of the array continued to swell, it appeared that the demon within was gradually awakening, emanating a formidable malevolence that seeped from the array. Aiden realized that they must swiftly discover a means to thwart the awakening of the demon. Suddenly, he recalled the purifying power of the star sword. Perhaps it could cleanse the malevolent force of the demon and prevent its resurgence. Aiden conveyed his thoughts to Ariel and Gloom, both of whom expressed their agreement. Thus, Aiden concentrated all his strength and raised the Sword of Stars high, infusing it with a potent, purifying energy. The Sword of Stars emitted a blinding radiance, imbued with formidable purifying power, surging towards the demonic seal's magical array. The clash between the purifying force and the malevolent energy of the array produced violent tremors. The entire sealing realm quaked, and the surrounding soldiers of darkness were forced to retreat in the face of this overwhelming power. Under the impact of the purifying force, the glow of the magical array gradually diminished, and the demon's wicked energy was temporarily suppressed. Observing his plan on the verge of collapse, Moore was consumed by fury and despair. Ignoring all else, he charged towards Aiden in a desperate attempt to thwart him. Aiden, undaunted, wielded the Sword of Stars as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Moore. Despite being a formidable dark sorcerer, Moore gradually found himself at a disadvantage against Aiden and the immense power of the sword. Ultimately, Aiden discerned a flaw in Moore's defenses and thrust his blade into his chest. With a cry of agony, Moore collapsed to the ground, bereft of their leader's command. The remnants of the dark forces were immediately plunged into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a comprehensive offensive, decisively defeating the dark forces. They successfully thwarted the nefarious plot to lift the demon seal, thereby safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this continent. Following this battle, the prestige of the Alliance was further elevated, and Aiden, alongside his allies, emerged as the heroes in the hearts of the people. However, Aiden understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Though the dark forces had suffered a severe blow, their remnants still lingered, and numerous unknown dangers lay hidden across the land. In pursuit of lasting peace and stability for the Alliance, Aiden resolved to bolster its strength. Together with Ariel, Gloom, and others, he devised a more comprehensive development plan. They aimed to delve deeper into the powers of the Star Sword, to explore further the mysteries of magic, to enhance the training of warriors and mages, thereby augmenting their combat prowess, and to actively forge closer cooperative ties with other races and factions, united in the guardianship of the continent's peace and stability. On a tranquil night, Aiden stood atop the Alliance's walls, gazing into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Clutching the Star Sword tightly in his grasp, his heart brimmed with hope and confidence. He believed that as long as the people of the Alliance stood united, no challenge could impede their progress, and he vowed to forever protect this land and every individual within the Alliance. Chapter 126, A New Crisis in the Light of Hope. After Aiden successfully thwarted the dark forces from breaking the demon's seal, the Alliance reveled in the euphoria of victory. The streets and alleys of the city once again echoed with laughter and joy, as the people expressed their gratitude towards Aiden and his companions for the peace they had restored. However, Aiden did not indulge in complacency. He was acutely aware that the dark forces would not easily relent. He understood the urgency of fortifying the Alliance's strength. Within the Alliance's magical workshop, Ariel led the sorcerers in an in-depth exploration of the powers of the Starblade. They discovered that the Starblade possessed not only the ability to purify evil but also harbored secrets related to time and space. Through countless experiments and meticulous study of ancient tomes, they gradually mastered a magical technique capable of temporarily distorting space. If they could adeptly wield this spatial magic, it would enable them to execute surprise attacks and swift relocations in battle, thereby gaining a strategic advantage. Ariel excitedly reported this breakthrough to Aiden. Aiden nodded in agreement, acknowledging a significant breakthrough, yet he emphasized the necessity of ensuring the stability of magic to avert unforeseen mishaps. Meanwhile, Gloom revolutionized the training methods within the warrior training camp. He introduced simulated combat scenarios, allowing warriors to hone their response skills in virtual perilous environments. These scenarios not only featured formidable monsters, but also incorporated intricate terrains and traps. Only through the most authentic battle simulations can warriors experience rapid growth, Gloom proclaimed. In collaboration with the Elven race, the Alliance's archery troops underwent substantial enhancement. The Elven masters of archery imparted their shooting techniques, and the longbows they crafted significantly augmented the range and precision of the Alliance's soldiers. Furthermore, the elves shared their insights on integrating nature magic with combat, enabling the Alliance's mages to infuse their magical assaults with the forces of nature. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a new crisis quietly loomed. Deep within the distant desert, a mysterious organization was rising. This group, composed of bandits known as the Sand Raiders and sorcerers wielding dark desert magic, was led by an enigmatic figure named Zarl. Reputed to possess the formidable power to control sandstorms, the Sand Raiders commenced frequent assaults on the surrounding towns and caravans, drawing the Alliance's attention. Aiden dispatched scouts to investigate the desert, only to discover that the Sand Raiders' movements were exceedingly peculiar. They appeared to be searching for something and exhibited formidable counter-surveillance capabilities against the Alliance's scouts. These Sand Raiders are no ordinary foes. A more sinister conspiracy may be lurking behind them, Aiden remarked gravely during the Alliance meeting. Ariel speculated, perhaps they are connected to the previous dark forces, or are in pursuit of some ancient power. Gloom rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, regardless of their intentions, we cannot remain passive. I propose we immediately assemble an elite force to venture deep into the desert for reconnaissance. After much deliberation, Aiden decided to personally lead a team comprising wizards, warriors, and scouts into the desert. They equipped themselves with ample supplies and magical gear, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty. The desert environment was exceptionally harsh, with the scorching sun beating down on the land and a swirling storm of sand obscuring visibility. The group trudged through the dunes, constantly besieged by the harassment of Sand Raiders. These marauders rode swift desert lizards, adept at weaving through the dunes, causing significant trouble for the Alliance's team. During a fierce confrontation, Aiden observed that the dark desert magic employed by the Raiders was remarkably peculiar. This magic could transform sand into sharp weapons and conjure illusory phantoms to bewilder their foes. Be cautious, for this magic differs from what we have encountered before. Aiden warned his companions, brandishing the Sword of Stars to dispel the Raiders' illusions. After several skirmishes, the Alliance's team gradually discerned the Raiders' tactics. They utilized the Wizard's area spells to disrupt the Raiders' formations, followed by the warriors engaging in close combat. In one encounter, Aiden seized an opportunity to sever the staff of a Raider sorcerer with the Sword of Stars, diminishing their magical prowess. As they ventured deeper into the desert, Aiden and his companions stumbled upon peculiar signs. Enormous, ancient runes emerged from the sands, radiating an enigmatic aura. The scouts also discovered a colossal ruin hidden behind a dune, resembling an ancient temple. These runes and ruins may hold the key to unraveling the secrets of the Sand Raiders, Ariel remarked. They cautiously approached the temple, only to find it surrounded by formidable magical traps. Aiden, Ariel, and their companions employed their respective magical abilities to dismantle trap after trap. Upon finally entering the temple, they were astounded by the sight before them. At the center of the temple stood a massive crystal, emanating an eerie blue glow, encircled by ancient inscriptions. Beside the crystal lay several long-dried corpses, seemingly members of the Sand Raiders. This crystal appears to harbor immense energy. The Raiders may have come for it, Aiden stated. Just as they were preparing to study the crystal further, the Sand Raiders suddenly materialized, encircling the temple. Zal himself led the Raiders in their assault. Standing at the heart of the sandstorm, commanding countless grains to transform into sharp arrows aimed at the Alliance's team. Aiden and his companions immediately launched a counterattack. Ariel and the sorcerers invoked formidable defensive spells to thwart the assaults of the Sand Raiders. The warriors brandished their weapons, engaging in close combat with the encroaching marauders. Aiden swung the Starblade, charging towards Zarl in an attempt to shatter his magical dominion. Amidst the fierce melee, Aiden discerned a peculiar connection between Zarl's power and the crystal. Each time the crystal's radiance flickered, Zarl's strength surged. He realized that to utterly vanquish Zarl, he must sever the link between him and the crystal. Aiden concentrated deeply, channeling the celestial energy into the Starblade, and then charged toward the crystal. With a swift strike of the Starblade, he severed the magical chains that bound Zarl to the crystal, causing its brilliance to dim instantaneously. Deprived of the crystal's empowering light, Zar's magic waned, and he was repelled by Aiden's formidable blow. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the Sand Raiders descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a full-scale assault, decisively vanquishing the Sand Raiders. Following the conclusion of the battle, they commenced their study of the crystal and the ancient inscriptions within the temple. Through Ariel's interpretation, they uncovered that this crystal was an ancient artifact, possessing the power to manipulate the elements of the desert. In the hands of those with malevolent intentions, it could unleash catastrophic consequences upon the continent. The Sand Raiders had initially intended to harness the crystal's power to subjugate the entire land. Aiden resolved to bring the crystal back to the Alliance, where it would be safeguarded by the collective efforts of the magicians. On their return journey, they were met with a warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude from the local inhabitants, who had long suffered from the ravages of the Sand Marauders and were now liberated from their fear. Upon their arrival at the Alliance, Aiden and his companions reflected on their expedition through the desert. They recognized that the continent harbored numerous unknown perils and ancient powers, necessitating a continual enhancement of their abilities to confront future challenges. In pursuit of safeguarding the peace of the continent more effectively, Aiden resolved to establish an institution within the Alliance dedicated to the study of ancient magic and arcane forces. This institution would gather the most distinguished magicians and scholars from the Alliance, collaboratively delving into the mysteries of magic and seeking methods to address various crises. During the inauguration ceremony of the institution, Aiden delivered a speech, "The challenges we face shall not cease. Yet as long as we unite in purpose and persist in our exploration, we shall undoubtedly safeguard this continent. Let us join hands and confront every challenge that the future holds." As time progressed, under Aiden's leadership, the Alliance grew increasingly formidable. They forged amicable collaborations with a multitude of races and factions, collectively maintaining the peace and stability of the continent. Meanwhile, Aiden and his companions remained ever vigilant, poised to confront new crises and protect the land they cherished dearly. Chapter 127. The mysterious underwater ruins. After Aiden successfully resolved the crisis of the Sand Marauders and established the institution for the study of ancient magic and arcane powers within the Alliance, a relatively peaceful development period ensued. The magicians toiled day and night within the institution, while the warriors engaged in rigorous training, resulting in a scene of prosperity and advancement throughout the Alliance. However, beneath the veneer of peace, unknown tumult always lurked. One day, while Aiden was in discussion with Ariel, Gloom, and others regarding the next research direction for the institution, a scout hurriedly arrived, visibly agitated. "My lord Aiden, there is trouble," the scout gasped. "News has come from the coastal town that mysterious lights and shadows have been frequently observed there, and after storms, peculiar glows appear upon the sea surface, suggesting that something stirs beneath the waves." Upon hearing this, Aiden furrowed his brow, acutely aware that any unusual phenomenon might conceal a significant crisis. It appeared that a new challenge lay ahead. He turned to Ariel and Gloom, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" After contemplating for a moment, Ariel remarked, from the description, "This is likely connected to some ancient relic or formidable magical force. Perhaps we can uncover new arcane mysteries from it." Gloom nodded vigorously, declaring, "Regardless of what it is, we cannot remain passive. These enigmatic phenomena have already begun to affect the residents of the coastal town. We must seek the truth." Following a thorough discussion, Aiden resolved to reassemble an exploration team. In addition to himself, Ariel, and Gloom, he selected warriors skilled in underwater combat, mages proficient in water magic, and navigators well-versed in the ocean. They prepared specialized diving equipment and magical artifacts, boarding a sturdy sailing vessel, setting forth towards the coastal town. Upon their arrival, Aiden and his companions immediately commenced their investigation. They learned from local residents that the mysterious shadows and peculiar lights predominantly appeared at night, and whenever these phenomena occurred, the sea would become exceptionally turbulent. It seems we must venture out to sea at night to uncover the truth, Aiden stated. As night fell, Aiden and his team sailed slowly into the ocean. Upon reaching the area where the mysterious occurrences were frequent, dark clouds suddenly amassed in the sky, fierce winds howled, and the waves roared violently. Everyone, be cautious. A storm is approaching, the navigator shouted. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the ocean's surface, and a colossal shadow began to rise slowly from the depths. As the shadow drew nearer, they discerned that it was, in fact, an ancient underwater relic. Its surface shimmering with mysterious runes, emanating powerful magical waves. This is what we have been searching for, Ariel exclaimed excitedly. However, before they could approach the relic, a horde of massive sea monsters surged forth from all directions. These creatures were enormous and grotesque, some with razor-sharp claws and others capable of spewing corrosive liquids. Prepare for battle, Aiden commanded, drawing the Sword of Stars. The mages immediately unleashed their spells, powerful ice and water magic hurtling towards the sea monsters. The warriors wielded their weapons, engaging in close combat with the creatures that approached the vessel. Gloom swung his enormous battle axe, each strike repelling a sea monster. In the midst of the fierce battle, Aiden noticed that these sea monsters seemed to be driven by some force. Their primary targets were those attempting to approach the relic. These creatures may be the guardians of the relic. We must break through their defenses swiftly, he shouted to his comrades. Ariel, struck by a sudden inspiration, conjured a spell of water magic, clearing a path through the swarm of sea monsters. Follow me, she exclaimed, leading the charge towards the underwater ruins. Aiden and his companions pressed onward, deftly evading the assaults of sea monsters as they advanced towards the submerged ruins. At last, they successfully ascended to the oceanic relic. The interior of the ruins was shrouded in darkness and dampness, permeated by an air of mystery. The walls were inscribed with ancient runes, reminiscent of those they had previously encountered in the desert temple, yet distinct in their own right. It appeared that these runes concealed a profound secret. Ariel produced a magical instrument and commenced her examination of the inscriptions. During their exploration of the ruins, they stumbled upon peculiar devices that resembled ancient magical apparatuses, though their purpose eluded them for the moment. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and a deep, resonant roar echoed through the chambers of the ruins. Alarmingly, it seemed that something had been awakened. Gloom tightened his grip on his battle axe. From the depths of the ruins, a colossal figure emerged with deliberate slowness. It was an enormous, octopus-like creature, its tentacles adorned with menacing spikes, and its eyes glimmering with a crimson light. This was an ancient sea beast. The navigator cried out in terror, recounting legends of its formidable magical prowess, capable of commanding the very forces of the ocean. Aiden and his companions immediately assumed their battle stances. The mages relentlessly unleashed their magical assaults upon the sea beast. However, the creature's formidable defenses rendered their attacks nearly ineffective. The sea beast lashed out with its tentacles, forcing everyone to evade its onslaught. Amidst the chaos of battle, Aiden discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Channeling the power of the stars, he directed a beam of light towards the beast's eyes. The brilliance struck true, and the sea beast let out a tormented roar, its fury escalating to a frenzied intensity. Ariel realized that their current means of attack were insufficient to vanquish the sea beast. She began to study the runes and magical devices within the ruins, hoping to discover a method to counter the creature. After thorough research, Ariel uncovered that these magical devices could be combined with water magic to create a formidable shield. She immediately shared this revelation with the group. The mages, following Ariel's guidance, manipulated the magical devices while simultaneously casting water spells, forming a sturdy barrier around them. The sea beast's assaults were thwarted by the shield, preventing any harm from befalling them. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden launched his attack, harnessing the power of the star sword to breach the defenses of the sea beast, inflicting severe damage. The strength of the creature gradually waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Following the defeat of the sea beast, Aiden and his companions resumed their exploration of the ruins. Deep within the remnants, they uncovered a colossal crystal orb, imbued with formidable oceanic magical energies. This crystal orb could very well be the key to controlling this maritime domain, Ariel remarked. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the ruins. Exiting the ancient structure, they beheld a fleet of unfamiliar vessels upon the water, manned by individuals clad in black robes and brandishing weapons. It appears we have new adversaries, Aiden declared, gripping the star sword tightly and eyeing the newcomers with caution. The group of dark-clad figures, upon spotting Aiden and his companions, immediately launched their assault. They unleashed dark magic, surging towards Aiden and his allies. Swiftly, Aiden and his companions retaliated, igniting a fresh battle outside the submerged ruins. During the fray, Aiden discerned that these black-clad individuals seemed to be members of a nefarious organization, intent on seizing the crystal orb. "We cannot allow them to succeed," Aiden shouted resolutely. A fierce clash ensued, with the luminous spells of the mages intertwining with the dark magic of their foes, illuminating the sea surface with fiery brilliance. Gloom led his warriors into the fray, engaging the black-robed figures in close combat. As Aiden engaged in battle, he pondered how to utterly vanquish the cloaked adversaries. He discerned that while the dark magic wielded by these foes was formidable, their coordination was lacking. Thus, he devised a strategy, urging the mages to concentrate their might against the enemy sorcerers, thereby disrupting their rhythm of magical assaults, followed by a full-scale offensive from the warriors. Under Aiden's command, the group sprang into action. The mages unleashed potent spells that ensnared the enemy sorcerers in turmoil, preventing them from casting their dark incantations effectively. Seizing the opportunity, the warriors launched their assault, causing the cloaked assailants to falter and retreat. Ultimately, the dark figures were defeated by Aiden and his companions, who successfully defended the crystal orb. Upon returning to the Alliance, Aiden and his allies conducted a thorough examination of the orb. They discovered that it not only harbored immense oceanic magical energy, but also had an enigmatic connection to other mystical forces across the continent. To harness the orb's power more effectively, and to safeguard it from falling into malevolent hands, Aiden resolved to establish a dedicated protective apparatus within the Alliance's magical workshop, overseen by the most adept sorcerers. In the days that followed, Aiden and his companions continued to explore the continent's myriad mystical forces and ancient relics. They understood that only by constantly enhancing their own capabilities could they confront the potential crises that loomed in the future, ensuring the peace and stability of their land. As time passed, under Aiden's leadership, the Alliance forged closer collaborative ties with various races and factions. They shared knowledge and resources, delving into the study of magic and arcane energies, resulting in a flourishing and prosperous continent. Nevertheless, Aiden was acutely aware that peace is never everlasting. Somewhere in the corners of the land, new crises may be quietly brewing. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he believed that as long as they remained united, no challenge could thwart their resolve to protect their realm. He and his companions would persevere in their quest for tranquility and safety, ready to face each challenge that the future might present. Chapter 128. The Mysterious Resurgence. The return of shadows, with Aiden having successfully safeguarded the enigmatic crystal orb and securely housed it within the protective mechanism of the Alliance's magical workshop. The development of the Alliance entered a new phase. Mages toiled day and night to unravel the secrets of the oceanic magical energy contained within the orb and its ties to other mysterious forces on the continent, seeking ways to enhance the Alliance's overall strength. Simultaneously, collaboration with neighboring races and factions grew increasingly robust, with vibrant trade and deepening exchanges of knowledge and technology. However, the tranquility was not to last long. One day, as Aiden was engaged in discussion with Ariel, Gloom, and others regarding recent research findings, a messenger hurriedly entered the meeting room. Clutched in his hand was a letter sealed with wax, bearing the distinctive mark of the Alliance's border outpost. "My Lord Aiden, this is an urgent message from the border outpost," the messenger said respectfully, presenting the letter, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Aiden took the letter and swiftly tore it open. His gaze rapidly traversed the paper, and his brow gradually furrowed in concern. Anomalies had arisen in the border region. He lifted his head, his expression grave, and remarked that, according to reports from the outpost, there had been peculiar mists frequently manifesting in the border forest of late. These mists only appeared at night, and once enveloping any creature, they would vanish without a trace, leaving no further sign of their existence. Upon hearing this, Ariel's eyes flickered with a hint of concern. It sounds akin to some malevolent dark magic at play. The emergence of this mist is no mere coincidence. A formidable conspiracy must be lurking beneath. Gloom clenched his fists, his visage betraying a simmering fury. Regardless of the nature of the threat, we cannot remain passive. The inhabitants of the border are in peril, and we must act swiftly. After much deliberation, Aiden resolved to reassemble an exploratory team. In addition to himself, Ariel, and Gloom, he selected a skilled tracker, a mage proficient in nature magic, and a seasoned warrior. They readied magical artifacts and weapons to counter the dark sorcery and set forth in magically propelled chariots towards the border region. By the time they arrived at the border outpost, twilight had already descended. The outpost commander had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance, his countenance marked by exhaustion and anxiety. Lord Aiden, you have finally arrived, the commander greeted, bowing respectfully. This eerie mist has persisted for several days, and our scouts have yet to return. Aiden gently patted the commander's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not worry, we shall unravel this mystery. The commander elaborated on the peculiarities and patterns of the mist. According to his account, the mist invariably emerged at night, seeping forth from the depths of the forest with astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping vast expanses. Moreover, it appeared to harbor an invisible force capable of disrupting the casting and perception of magic. It seems we must take action tonight, Aiden declared. Everyone, prepare yourselves and exercise utmost caution. As night descended, an eerie silence enveloped the forest. Aiden and his companions cautiously advanced toward the direction from whence the mist arose. Upon nearing the forest's edge, a chill assailed them, and the air was thick with a putrid stench. Be vigilant. The mist approaches, Ariel whispered, her voice barely a murmur. Suddenly, tendrils of black mist surged forth from the woods, rapidly extending toward them. Aiden and his comrades halted, and the mages swiftly conjured a protective barrier around them. As the mist made contact with the barrier, it emitted a hissing sound, as if animated, relentlessly battering against the shield. Through the swirling fog, Aiden discerned vague silhouettes shifting within. What manner of creature is that? Gloom inquired, gripping his battle axe with trepidation. Before anyone could react, a swarm of dark figures burst forth from the mist. These distorted shadows moved with blinding speed, arriving before them in an instant. It was only then that they recognized these figures as a horde of monsters, manipulated by dark sorcery, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. Their eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light. Prepare for battle, Aiden bellowed, drawing the Sword of Stars. The warriors charged forth, engaging the abominations in close combat, while the mages unleashed powerful fire and lightning spells from the rear, directing their fury at the creatures. However, the monsters' defenses were formidable, rendering the magical assaults significantly less effective. Aiden discovered that these creatures appeared to possess a formidable resistance to natural magic. He turned to Ariel and exclaimed, Ariel, try utilizing different forms of magic. Ariel nodded, concentrating her mind as she invoked the light magic. A brilliant beam of radiance emanated from her hands, illuminating the entire battlefield. Under the brilliance of the light magic, the monsters emitted anguished howls, their movements becoming sluggish. Now is the moment. Aiden seized the opportunity to launch his attack, harnessing the power of the star blade as he charged into the horde of monsters. With each swing of his sword, he repelled a creature. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that the monsters' assaults appeared to be governed by some unseen force, their intentions singularly focused on preventing their entry into the forest. These creatures might have been deliberately placed here to guard something. He called out to his comrades, urging them to breach the defenses swiftly. Gloom let out a ferocious roar, brandishing his battle axe as he plunged into the throng of monsters. His strength was formidable, each strike sending a creature flying. Under his leadership, the warriors gradually gained the upper hand. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the monstrous horde. However, the mist did not dissipate. Rather, it thickened ominously. Cautiously, Aiden and his companions navigated through the fog, delving deeper into the forest. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, with twisted trees and peculiar patterns etched upon the ground. They advanced along a faintly discernible path, when suddenly, a colossal castle loomed ahead. Its walls were entwined with black vines, emanating a sinister aura. What is this place? The hunter inquired warily. Ariel meticulously scrutinized the castle and remarked, from the architectural style, this castle appears to be exceedingly ancient, seemingly concealing myriad secrets. Furthermore, I can sense a potent aura of dark magic pervading the castle. Aiden furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this castle was far from ordinary. Everyone, be cautious and remain vigilant, he declared. Let us venture inside. They approached the castle with utmost care, only to discover that the grand entrance was firmly shut. Aiden stepped forward, attempting to push the door open, but he encountered a formidable resistance. This door is sealed by dark magic, Ariel remarked. She advanced, channeling her magic in an attempt to break the seal. After considerable effort, Ariel finally succeeded in dispelling the enchantment. The door creaked open, releasing a wave of ominous energy. Armed and alert, they entered the castle. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with a few magical lamps casting a faint glow on the walls. As they traversed the corridor, a low, menacing growl echoed through the air. Be cautious, something approaches. Aiden gripped the star sword tightly, scanning their surroundings with heightened awareness. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the shadows. Its massive frame was cloaked in black scales, and it exhaled flames with ferocious intensity. It's a dark flame demon. The mage exclaimed in terror, recounting the legend of its formidable dark magic and fiery prowess, making it an exceedingly challenging adversary. Aiden and his companions immediately assumed their battle stances. The sorcerers unleashed their spells. Powerful ice and water magic surged toward the flame demon. However, the demon's fiery might was overwhelming, and the magical assaults were effortlessly nullified before it. The flame demon swung its colossal claws, launching an assault on the group. They could only evade and seek opportunities to counterattack. Amidst the chaos of battle, Aiden discerned that the demon's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Channeling the force of the stars, he directed a beam of light toward the demon's vulnerable midsection. The beam struck true, and the flame demon roared in agony, its assaults becoming increasingly frenzied. Ariel realized that their current methods of attack were insufficient to vanquish the fire demon. She began to survey the interior of the castle, hoping to discover a means to counteract the demon's might. Suddenly, she noticed strange runes etched upon the castle walls, seemingly linked to the demon's power. "Listen to me," Ariel exclaimed. "These runes may hold the key to unraveling the fire demon's strength. Let us strike at their locations together. Perhaps we can weaken the demon's power." Upon hearing her words, the group immediately sprang into action, following Ariel's guidance. The sorcerers concentrated their energies and unleashed their spells upon the runes. As beams of magical light struck the runes, the fire demon's power indeed began to wane, and its fiery assaults became less ferocious. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden launched his attack, harnessing the power of the Star Sword as he charged towards the flame demon. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable foe. Following the defeat of the flame demon, they continued their exploration within the castle. Deep within its recesses, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array, pulsating with a sinister black light, surrounded by an array of peculiar magical artifacts. It appeared that the array was conducting some malevolent ritual. Ariel remarked as she approached, intent on scrutinizing the arcane formation. Suddenly, the radiance of the array intensified, and a figure slowly materialized from the luminous glow. Cloaked in an enigmatic black robe, the figure's features remained obscured. "It is indeed surprising that you have managed to reach this place," the figure intoned with a chilling laughter, "but your journey ends here." Aiden and his companions immediately assumed a defensive stance, warily observing the figure cloaked in black. "Who are you? Why are you performing this malevolent ritual here?" Aiden inquired loudly. The dark-cloaked figure scoffed, "My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you have thwarted my plans. This magical array is on the verge of completion, and with its power, I shall dominate the entire continent." With that, the figure brandished his wand, unleashing a torrent of dark magic. The formidable force of his sorcery surged towards Aiden and his allies, compelling them to cast spells in defense. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden realized the dark figure's magical prowess was exceedingly potent, rendering them momentarily incapable of withstanding it. He turned to Ariel and shouted, "Ariel, we must devise a way to unravel his magic." Ariel nodded. Her focus sharpened as she began to analyze the magical assault of the cloaked figure. After a thorough observation, she discerned that despite the potency of his magic, a vulnerability existed. His magical attacks required a certain preparation time. If they could strike at the very moment he was conjuring his spell, they could disrupt his incantation. "Listen to me," Ariel proclaimed loudly. "When the cloaked figure prepares his magic, we shall strike together to interrupt him." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the cloaked figure's every movement, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to attack. At last, the cloaked figure raised his wand once more, ready to unleash a formidable dark spell. Just as he began to chant the incantation, Aiden and the others launched their assault. The radiant spells of the mages and the fierce strikes of the warriors surged towards the cloaked figure, caught off guard by their sudden offensive. He was unable to evade in time. His magic was interrupted, and he suffered a grievous blow. "No, this cannot be." The cloaked figure roared in fury, unwilling to accept defeat. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he attempted to cast another spell. Yet, his power was nearly depleted, rendering his magical assault feeble and ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden charged towards the figure cloaked in black, wielding the power of the star blade to deliver a decisive blow. The dark-clad individual collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. Following the defeat of this adversary, Aiden and his companions promptly dismantled the magical array. As the enchantment dissipated, the malevolent aura within the castle gradually faded away. Upon exiting the fortress, they discovered that the mist enveloping the forest had also receded. Upon returning to the Alliance, Aiden and his companions provided a thorough account of their experience to the council. The assembly resolved to fortify the defenses along the borders while intensifying research into dark magic to avert similar occurrences in the future. In the ensuing days, Aiden and his allies continued to explore the myriad mysterious powers and ancient relics scattered across the continent. They understood that peace and stability were hard-won, and that only through the relentless enhancement of their own abilities could they safeguard the tranquility of their realm. Yet, in some hidden corner of the continent, a new crisis may be quietly brewing. Undeterred, Aiden remained resolute in his belief that as long as they stood united, no challenge could thwart their commitment to protecting the land. They would persist in their endeavors for the peace and prosperity of the continent, ready to embrace every challenge that lay ahead.